New Era 2025 Fengcheng. In a cheap rental apartment, Wan Yu's heart had already stopped beating, but a voice kept echoing in his mind. Son, live on. Before killing that son of a bitch to avenge your mother, you're not allowed to die. When you wake up, don't worry about anything, just run. Run as far as you can, and come back only when you're strong enough. Dad. In the darkness, Wan Yu let out a startled cry and opened his eyes. I'm still alive? Wan Yu murmured softly, pressing his hand to his chest, and discovered that his heart had stopped beating. Moreover, his body had become cold and devoid of warmth, coupled with pale skin, reddened eyes, and sharp teeth. All of this proved one thing: he turned into a vampire, a creature he used to despise and hate the most. Because 10 years ago, his mother was brutally killed by a vampire, and at that time, he himself was left with a severe hidden injury by a vampire. After being rescued, his father tried everything but still couldn't eradicate it, and he was on the verge of losing his life because of it. While other classmates were nervously preparing for the college entrance exam, Wan Yu could only suspend his studies and lie in bed at home, waiting to die. Until yesterday, when his father suddenly returned covered in blood and injected a tube of bright red blood into his body. He also said a bunch of inexplicable things to him. At that time, Wan Yu didn't quite understand, but now, he fully understood. In order to keep him alive, his father somehow obtained a vial of high-level vampire blood and turned him into a vampire. Bang! Just as Wan Yu was beginning to grasp what had happened, suddenly, a dull thud came from outside the door. Immediately after, the door was slammed open with a boom, and wood splinters flew everywhere. A tall Western figure burst through the door. Blood-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow, and fangs glinted with a chilling coldness in the dim light. A vampire? So soon? Wan Yu's heart sank, because vampires like him, who were transformed without the initial embrace, are intolerable to the entire vampire clan. Once discovered, they would be hunted relentlessly until death. That's why his father had instructed him to flee immediately after waking up from the transformation. Already transformed? How annoying. A bastard turned without the first embrace. Go die. The vampire roared and lunged at Wan Yu like a black lightning bolt. Wan Yu's heart tightened, and he instinctively sidestepped. Originally thought he couldn't escape, but after becoming a vampire, Wan Yu's body was strengthened by the vampire's bloodline. Not only did all diseases and hidden injuries disappear, but his physique also became extraordinarily astonishing. He easily dodged the attack. The vampire missed and crashed into the nearby cabinet, shattering the sturdy wooden cabinet into pieces instantly. Then Wan Yu seized the opportunity and yanked down the curtain beside him. Swish! The intense sunlight instantly struck the vampire, and Wan Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fear of sunlight is the most fatal weakness of vampires. Even if it couldn't instantly turn this guy to ashes, it would at least deal him a heavy blow. However, unexpectedly, that vampire merely squinted slightly under the sunlight. There were no signs of being burned. Instead, he let out a burst of wild laughter. Ha ha ha, did you think this would be enough to deal with me? Foolish and ignorant boy from the Dragon Kingdom, let me tell you, I am a noble daywalker. Sunlight poses no threat to me. Go to hell. Then, the vampire also grabbed the curtain and gave it a hard pull. Crash! A large section of the curtain was torn away. Wan Yu, caught off guard, was almost entirely exposed to the sunlight. Ah! He let out a miserable scream. The sunlight felt like a scorching branding iron, instantly searing his skin and sending wisps of smoke rising from it. His skin rapidly carbonized and peeled off, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. The agony instantly slowed his movements. The sunlight's rays seemed to completely erase his strength. Ha! You stole the noble bloodline of Her Highness the Princess, yet you couldn't even gain the talent of a daywalker. Truly a lowly bastard. Die! Amid Bob's arrogant laughter, Wan Yu was stunned. He never expected that there would truly be vampires unafraid of sunlight. What he didn't expect was that the incredible daywalker talent would actually belong to someone else. He had thought he would be like the protagonist in a novel, becoming a unique daywalker vampire and gradually turning the tables to seek revenge. But now, he was no different from an ordinary vampire in every way, while the other person seemed like the true protagonist, possessing such extraordinary abilities. Still, so what? Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Wan Yu steeled his resolve, opened his mouth, and bit into his neck like a wild beast. Then he directly unleashed another vampire ability on him, blood-sucking. Now, severely injured by the sunlight and with almost no strength left, this was his only means of counterattack. Aren't you vampires supposed to feed on human blood? Well, I'll drain every last drop of yours. Let's see if a vampire can survive without blood. Bastard! Startled, Bob tried to shove Wan Yu away with all his strength, but to his horror, he realized that Wan Yu was now holding a silver cross, pressing it firmly against his chest. The intense numbness and tingling made it difficult for him to move. The rapid loss of blood throughout his body further made him feel the threat of death. I'm not dead? A few moments later, Wan Yu stood dazed on the spot. The sunlight's lethality to vampires was something he had just experienced firsthand. Even a tiny bit shining on his body would cause severe injuries and strip him of all his strength. If exposed for a little longer, his body would quickly carbonize and vaporize, turning completely to ashes. But now, his entire body was exposed to the sunlight, sunlight, and yet he was unharmed. Not only is there no pain or danger at all, but it even feels quite comfortable. It's even more comfortable than basking in the sun before becoming a vampire. I'm not afraid of sunlight anymore? Have I also become a daywalker? Wang Yu was momentarily incredulous. However, he quickly began to have a vague suspicion. According to publicly available information, every vampire gains an initial talent upon becoming a vampire. Among these, aside from some rare talents, the vast majority possess a talent called dormancy. Vampires with this kind of talent can choose to enter a certain dormant state after suffering life-threatening serious injuries. In this state, the vampire's consumption is greatly reduced, but their self-healing ability is significantly enhanced. After a period of time, they can repair fatal injuries and survive the life or death crisis. After discovering that he was just an ordinary vampire, Wang Yu thought this was his initial talent as well. But now it seems that might not be the case. His talent is actually the ability to directly acquire the other party's talent by consuming a vampire's blood. He is a rebel among vampires. He is a vampire who feeds on vampires. He is the nemesis and nightmare destined for all vampires. My ability is to specifically target vampires? After discovering that his initial talent was even more overpowered than a daywalker, Wang Yu's spirits lifted. Okay, what's so special about a daywalker? Is the sunwalker so awesome? Your talent is great, but now it belongs to me. Watching the corpse in front of him rapidly turn to ashes under the scorching sunlight, Wang Yu felt a surge of pride. He thought to himself that heaven had truly been kind to him. With such a bug-like talent, he will surely rise quickly. Finding the vampire that killed his mother back then to take revenge, or even wiping out all vampires so they can no longer harm or commit evil, is no longer just a dream. However, before that, there is still only one thing he needs to do. An initial level vampire without even Baron level strength almost took his life. Run! If a Baron level or even stronger vampire takes action, he will probably have no way out but death. And according to the information revealed by that dead vampire just now, the vampire who attacked and drained his father's blood is some kind of princess. Daring to be called that, she is probably at least a descendant within 5 generations of vampires. For such a noble among vampires, it is impossible not to have elite guards by her side. Wang Yu is not naive enough to think that having an impressive talent makes him invincible. The best course of action is to follow his dad's advice and run far away. Wait for the storm to pass, then look for opportunities to ambush some lone vampires. Endure until he becomes invincible, and then return as a king. That's the best choice. So he didn't dare to stay even a moment longer. Heading west all the way, he soon arrived at the cemetery on the outskirts of town and knelt in front of a tombstone inscribed with Fenglan's tomb. Mom, I'm not dead, but I become a vampire. But don't worry, even as a vampire, these filthy creatures remain the greatest enemies of my life. I will definitely kill that guy from back then and avenge you. Time was tight, and Wang Yu didn't have much time to dwell on sadness. After a few hurried words, he got up. As for his father's safety, Wang Yu wasn't worried, because his father, Wang Hoxiong, was a peak-level insect-class super soldier before retiring, and also a special forces member of the Dragon Commando Unit. Dealing with Baron-level vampires is like child's play, and even against Viscount-level vampires, he has the strength to fight. Earlier, he hurried home and left quickly again, surely to lure away those pursuing vampires. Based on his father's ability to successfully attack the princess and escape, as well as the strength of that dead vampire, it seems that at least the Daywalker vampires don't have particularly abnormal powers yet. Should be able to get away easily. At that time, Wang Yu was pondering as he prepared to leave. However, at this moment, 2 people silently surrounded him. No, to be precise, 2 vampires. Slender figure, excessively pale skin, blood-red pupils, and both had Western faces. These features were just short of having the word vampire written on their faces. Moreover, seeing them swaggering under broad daylight without any discomfort, they are clearly 2 more daywalkers. It's one thing for the protagonists in those novels to be daywalkers, but how come any random nobody showing up to give experience points can also be daywalkers? Since when did daywalkers become so worthless? Again? You filthy creatures, you really are like lingering ghosts. You're courting death. Wang Yu licked his scarlet lips. Initially, he was worried that if he ran too fast, it wouldn't be so easy to find vampires for him to feed on in the future. Unexpectedly, just before leaving, someone actually delivered food to him. Arrogant Dragon Kingdom brat. The 2 vampires exchanged glances, and one of them said in broken Dragon Kingdom language, "Be honest, what is your relationship with the Dragon Kingdom person who attacked Her Highness the Princess, and where did he go? And Lord Bob, why are you unharmed? What about Lord Bob?" Wang Yu ignored their arrogance and questions, but his heart stirred. "I'm curious, though, how did you find me? Cut the nonsense. Speak up," the vampire impatiently roared, clearly unwilling to answer Wang Yu's question. "If you don't want to talk, then let's get started." Wang Yu's lips curled into a cold smile, a trace of bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. When he had just awakened, his heart beat once. After drinking the blood of that vampire just now, his heart beat once again. His strength had clearly increased once more, and he had also gained the talent of a daywalker. He was was quite curious about what kind of gains he would obtain if he drank the blood of these two vampires. One of the vampires was full of disdain. Ha ha ha, we vampires grow stronger the longer we live and the more blood we consume. It's useless. Foolish boy from the Dragon Kingdom, you've only just stolen the power of my kind. You're no match for me at all. Wan Yu was aware of this. As the most widely recognized superpowered creatures, many of the vampire's abilities are public knowledge. For instance, besides quenching hunger and sustaining life, a vampire's bloodsucking can also enhance their strength. Normally, a vampire's heart beats once a year when they have an ample supply of blood, and their strength increases accordingly. After 10 beats, a transformation can be completed. Not only will there be a leap in strength, but an additional talent can also be gained beyond the initial one. In addition, a title of nobility can be obtained, becoming a truly powerful and influential figure among the bloodline. This is the legendary Vampire Baron. It is said that under pure hand-to-hand combat conditions, even 10 of the most elite special forces soldiers from the old era are no match for a Vampire Baron. But the good news is, the vampire in front of him still calls the other vampire master, so its strength is likely much weaker. Although Wang Yu's heartbeat is slower and he lacks some strength, he is not without a chance of victory. Since the beginning of the new era, supernatural beings have been emerging continuously. People built high walls to form fortresses, gaining a respite to steady themselves, and also began striving to reclaim the territories they had once lost. Thus, in the education of the new generation, combat and hunting courses gradually became core subjects, mandatory for every Dragon Kingdom citizen's college entrance examination. Although Wang Yu had always been physically frail, he never slackened in training his combat skills during his school years. Moreover, it was precisely because of this that he became more adept at fighting in situations where there was a significant disparity in strength and stamina. Once relied on exceptional combat skills to defeat the strongest boy in the school, securing first place in the school's combat course. When it comes to basic education, if Longwa claims second place, no one on the entire blue planet dares to claim first. It is said that during the old era, a math underachiever from Longwa placed in the so-called number one nation on the blue planet, Ingwa, would immediately be considered a math genius. And it is still the same today. The combat skills of these two Western vampires were simply unbearable in Wan Yu's eyes. So very quickly, Wan Yu used his superior fighting techniques to take on two opponents at once, effortlessly killing the two guys, turning them into his meal. Then Wan Yu suddenly realized that his body was absorbing light. After absorbing sunlight, he could clearly feel as if he were continuously drawing the blood of vampires, constantly gaining energy. I'm eating light? The Daywalker's talent can still be upgraded? Wan Yu was instantly filled with excitement again. What the hell is a Sunwalker? Absolutely pathetic. I am now the Time Eater. 3 days later, in the remote forest, Wan Yu basked in the sun, taking a short break while checking the news on his phone. Shocking. Princess Anna, the Daywalker of the Blood Clan, attacked by unknown assailants while shopping. The perpetrator possesses extremely strong counter-surveillance abilities and remains at large. Police have stated that they have requested the involvement of superpowered special agents in the investigation. Prince Tanya expresses deep concern over the attack on Princess Anna. The Dragon Kingdom has dispatched the Jelome Commando to thoroughly investigate the attack on Princess Anna. The culprit will be apprehended soon. One news story after another has dominated the front pages of all the headlines these past few days. It was her? Wang Yu suddenly realized. The reason there are so many Daywalkers is that this vampire princess has arrived. No wonder. As for this princess, Wang Yu is also very familiar with her. As the first Daywalker vampire in 2000 years and the biological daughter of Prince Tanya, one of the 3 ruling princes of the vampire clan, this vampire princess became a global star from the moment she was born. There are 2 main reasons. First, Daywalkers are truly too rare, too extraordinary, and too unbelievable. It's practically like a sow climbing a tree. As soon as the news broke, it was explosive. Its level of incredibility made Wang Yu always believe this was just dirty vampires engaging in false propaganda. Until today, I didn't dare to believe that Daywalkers truly exist. Second, it is rumored that Anna is the biological daughter of Prince Tanya. It must be understood that as superpowered beings, vampires gain immense strength and the ability to live forever, but they also have to pay a corresponding price. Fear of sunlight, fear of silver. The most important thing is that vampires have completely lost their ability to reproduce. They rely entirely on a ritual called the embrace to propagate and expand their population by turning humans. Of course, vampires who have awakened the transformation talent can directly turn humans into vampires. The 3 vampires Wang Yu encountered earlier were likely blood servants transformed by Anna through this talent. But now, the vampires are claiming that Princess Anna is actually the daughter of Prince Tanya and a human woman. The shock value of this news is no less than that of a human mating with a sow and giving birth to a healthy human baby. This has made her the most unique existence among the entire vampire clan. Thus, from the moment Princess Anna was born, she has garnered worldwide attention, even attracting significant interest from Wang Yu. Until recently, Secondly, when he was critically ill and near death, he no longer had the energy to pay attention to news related to vampires. Unexpectedly, his father had been keeping track all along. After learning that she had come to Fengcheng, he attacked the star-like vampire princess and used her blood to turn Wang Yu into a wild vampire. I never thought that vial of blood had such an extraordinary origin. No wonder it could awaken such a powerful initial talent. Dad is awesome. Wang Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But at the same time, he couldn't help worrying about his father's safety. According to the news, the attack on Princess Anna had clearly escalated into a serious diplomatic incident. Super Special Police intervened, even deploying the Zhelong Commando unit, while Prince Tanya of the Blood Clan seemed eager to join the fray. If you don't run fast enough, it's easy to get caught. But on second thought, Wang Yu shook his head again. Forget it, I should worry more about myself. His father is a fierce man who can boldly attack the vampire princess and still retreat unscathed. He's also a super soldier, far stronger than him, a newly transformed vampire. Instead of worrying needlessly, it's better to seize the time and run quickly. So Wang Yu continued to sprint toward the remote and desolate mountains and forests. As for the phone, he chose to throw it away directly. Since the Dragon Kingdom's authorities have been alerted, continuing to hold onto the phone would undoubtedly give them a chance to track it. Wang Yu didn't dare to turn on his phone for several days and only did so after running far away to check the news, precisely because of this consideration. He originally thought he was being quite cautious, but now it seems it still wasn't cautious enough. After all, the superpowered special police and the Zhelong Commando of the Dragon Kingdom are far more formidable than vampires. No wonder Dad couldn't get in touch all this time. He probably threw away his phone on the day of the incident. Plop! Just as Wang Yu had thrown away his phone, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A surge of powerful energy swept away the fatigue and brought even greater strength. Wang Yu pressed his chest, his eyes filled with surprise. According to public information, an average vampire's heart beats only once a year when food is abundant. However, ever since his daywalker talent evolved into a life eater, for 3 consecutive days, just basking in the sun each day could make his heart beat once. It can now be confirmed. A day of sunlight for him is equivalent to a year of growth for an average vampire. This terrifying growth rate. The talent of the time eater seems to be even more abnormal than he imagined. Not only does it save him from worrying about starving to death in the deep mountains and forests with no blood to suck, but his growth rate is also incredibly astonishing. 1 day is equivalent to a normal vampire's 1 year. In other words, as long as he basks in the sun for 6 or 7 years, his strength would be comparable to that of a 2,000-year-old vampire progenitor. By then, seeking revenge would be as easy as turning his hand. Hang in there. You must hang in there. Wang Yu's spirits lifted, and he ran even faster. Vampires don't need to sleep unless they are seriously injured and require hibernation. Wang Yu can replenish energy and stamina simply by basking in the sun, without even needing basic food intake. All his time and strength are devoted to desperately running at full speed. He thought this would allow him to evade the pursuit of the vampires and the Dragon Nation's authorities. However, the good times didn't last long. Just 2 days later, a figure quietly caught up with the fleeing Wang Yu. Lowly bastard. Did you really think you could escape my pursuit? In midair, a blonde youth with a delicate appearance curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. Subsequently, the wings behind shook, unleashing unparalleled speed. After a loud bang, it landed in front of Wang Yu without any warning. The grass and trees swayed, branches snapped. A fierce and powerful gust of wind rushed forward, as if it carried an aura of dominance upon arrival. Boom! Wang Yu's heart tightened, and he stopped in his tracks, looking up. At the center of the storm stood a blonde-haired young man. He was dressed in an elegant black tailcoat, with a pair of wings gently fluttering behind him. The wings seemed to be formed of congealed blood, with a flowing crimson light exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Is this the blood wing technique? Are you a vampire baron? Wang Yu asked cautiously, his gaze fixed tightly on the other party, not daring to relax in the slightest. Oh, you can actually recognize the blood wing technique. It seems you know quite a bit about my blood clan. Who are you? That's right, I am the noble vampire baron, Edward Newgate. Despicable and vile bastard, you can't escape. Now that you've encountered me, today will be the day you die. The blonde youth said arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. Sure enough, it's a baron-level vampire. Wang Yu secretly thought to himself that this was bad. After a vampire is promoted to a baron, their power undergoes a qualitative leap, and they also gain new talents. Some of these talents significantly enhance a vampire's combat capabilities. For example, the vampire in front named Edward has awakened a talent called blood manipulation. It is said that through training, one can master various combat skills such as blood wings, blood blade, and blood armor, capable of ranged and melee combat, both offensive and defensive, extremely formidable. Edward's combat power is likely far beyond that of the small minions encountered before. Judging solely from the momentum of his landing, his strength must be exceptionally powerful. Thus, Wang Yu had no intention of fighting at all. Determine the opponent's strength, then turn around and run. Edward seemed a bit surprised at the sight, but immediately after, there was an even more disdainful sneer. A coward who only knows how to run away. Bob and his group actually died at the hands of a coward like you. What a bunch of useless trash. Trying to run? Ha, I am nothing like those worthless fools. No lowly wild vampire has ever escaped from my hands. With that, the blood wings behind him trembled, and he chased after Wang Yu at an extremely fast speed. The speed of his flight was actually twice as fast as Wang Yu's full speed sprint. No wonder I've been running like crazy day and night, and this guy still caught up with me. He can even fly. That's just too unfair. Wang Yu felt a wave of despair in his heart. Now his heart had already beaten 9 times, just one more beat away from advancing to Vampire Baron and gaining a new talent. When the transformation is complete, it might not be impossible to fight this Edward. If he wanted to run, it's not like there's no chance. But right now, at this speed comparison, he simply can't escape. Even by using the forest to constantly change direction and maneuver, he still can't shake off this incredibly fast Edward. Not only that, but he was also constantly ambushed by the blood blades shot by his opponent, nearly losing his head several times. Damn it, I'm going all out. Under the threat of death, Wang Yu had no choice but to stop and make a last stand. You damn vampire, thinking you can kill me? It won't be that easy. He let out a low growl, a surge of immense power rising around him as he prepared to face the impending fierce battle. Edward sneered coldly, ignorant fool. Before the words had even faded, his figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Wang Yu, moving so fast that Wang Yu could barely react. Edward extended his slender fingers, clawing toward Wang Yu's throat like an eagle's talons. Wang Yu quickly dodged backward while throwing a punch to meet Edward's attack. The two attacks collided, generating a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Wang Yu felt a tremendous force surging toward him, making his arm numb and forcing him to take several steps back involuntarily. Edward's strike failed, and he stood in place, feeling the force of Wang Yu's punch, momentarily stunned. To have 900 pounds of strength and still be so agile, no wonder Bob, whose heart has already beaten 9 times, is no match for you. But this level of strength is nothing more than a child's joke in front of me. With that, he spread his wings and launched another attack. You illiterate fool, you haven't even mastered Dragon Kingdom's language. Won't you say it's child's play? Wang Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, after crossing paths again, he found it hard to laugh. After becoming a vampire, with each heartbeat, his strength and physique would rapidly improve. Now his heart beats 9 times, his static strength has reached around 900 pounds, and a full force punch directly doubles, with an impact force reaching 900 kilograms. To put it this way, in the old era, even the peak punch of Tyson, the boxing champion who had reached the human limit, could only reach a level of 800 kilograms. Now, he has completely surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Combined with his superb combat skills, his fighting power is extremely formidable. But this Edward is clearly much stronger. Not to mention, his strength alone is more than 3 times greater. His speed is also 3 times faster, and in terms of combat ability and fighting skills, he far surpasses Bob and his group of weaklings. At the same time, this time his attack methods are even more fierce and varied. In the midst of the clash, crimson blood blades shot out from his hands, piercing toward Wang Yu like sharp arrows. Moreover, these blood blades could even change direction mid-air. Wang Yu dodged left and right, trying his best to avoid the attacks, but still, a few blood blades struck him. This left several wounds on his body, with blood seeping out. Ha ha, despicable people of Dragon Kingdom, so what if you stole the noble blood of Her Highness the Princess? Without the recognition of my bloodline and completing the sacred embrace ceremony, you're still nothing but a worthless weakling. Edward, seeing victory within his grasp, became even more arrogant and boastful. Meanwhile, Wang Yu clenched his teeth and grew increasingly silent. There's no way around it. He's already struggling to hold on, and if he dares to get distracted by talking, it's practically courting death. He can't escape, and he can't win in a fight. It seems the longer a vampire lives, the stronger their abilities become in every aspect. This saying is definitely not an exaggeration. This Baron Edward is truly too powerful. Even speaks Dragonese more fluently than Bob's group of nobodies. Wang Yu only felt there was no way to escape to the heavens or the earth. Underground. An idea suddenly came to Wang Yu's mind. There seems to be a river near the route he is taking. Wait. So he gritted his teeth, fought as he retreated, and then plunged headfirst into a large river. At this point, he could only pray that this ridiculously strong Edward couldn't swim. Phew, didn't catch up? 5 kilometers upstream, Wang Yu cautiously poked his head out, habitually letting out a long breath. In fact, vampires don't need to breathe. Even if they swim underwater for a long time, there's no risk of suffocation. But the dangers in the water are no less than those on land. Since the dawn dawn of the new era, various mutant creatures have run rampant, and even superpowered beings stronger than Baron-level vampires are everywhere. Especially in the underwater world, the five senses are shielded and restricted, making it impossible to sense danger in advance or take a detour. One wrong move, and you could become the meal of some mutated aquatic creature. One you bet that Edward wouldn't dare take the risk of diving into the water to chase him. It seems now that he bet correctly, so he hurriedly went ashore and started running wildly again. However, before he had run far, that annoying blonde figure caught up with him once more. "Edward, how did you catch up?" Wang Yu was puzzled. He had even thrown away his phone, so there shouldn't be anything on him that could track his location. How could it be that Bob, those two nameless lackeys, and now even Edward, could all find his location so quickly and accurately? "Whatever, I'm diving." After swimming 5 kilometers against the current, just after poking his head out for a short while, Edward caught up again. "I'll dive again." This time, 10 kilometers downstream. But Edward still lingered like a haunting shadow. After several such incidents, Wang Yu no longer dared to wander around aimlessly. Just now, he had already alarmed the underwater superpowered creature and barely managed to escape with his life. If it happened again, with Edward outside and the superpowered aquatic creature inside, he would have no way out but death. So he simply curled up underwater, staying still, and decided to outlast this guy in patience. Now it seemed that every time he poked his head out, Edward could pinpoint his location. So Wang Yu decided to wait until Edward couldn't hold back and chose a direction to chase on his own. "Timid little mouse, let's see how long you can run." Underwater, I can't see your situation above. I can only vaguely hear Edward muttering to himself. "My initial talent is super smell. Within 100 miles, there's no prey I can't find." Hearing this underwater, Wang Yu almost cursed out loud. 100 miles, that's about 150 to 60 kilometers. No wonder he couldn't escape no matter how far he ran. "You can smell it from so far away. Are you a vampire or a superpowered dog?" Swimming 10 or 20 kilometers underwater already left Wang Yu trembling with fear and narrowly escaping danger. If he really wanted to swim out 150 or 60 kilometers, he would have been eaten halfway by some superpowered aquatic creature. For now, the only option is to remain inactive. He'll endure until dawn, wait for Edward to have no choice but to find a place to avoid the sunlight, then he can swagger out and continue his escape. Even if the place Edward was hiding was found by Wang Yu, he could still use the advantage of being a daywalker to find a way to counterattack. But just at this moment, the superpowered aquatic creature he had just startled also came chasing after him, its immense strength nearly overturning the entire riverbank. Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, an even more deadly crisis was rapidly approaching. Wang Yu cursed under his breath and dared not stay any longer, hurriedly jumping onto the shore. "Yo!" Edward was once again taken by surprise. Damn! He hadn't expected that after so much time, this young man from the Dragon Kingdom would still be standing motionless in the same spot. Then, his eyes shifted, as if he suddenly understood something. "Crafty rat! However, it seems your plan has failed. Go obediently to your death." Edward sneered repeatedly, his wings flapping fiercely as he dove toward Wang Yu like lightning. Wang Yu had just stepped ashore and hadn't yet steadied himself when he felt a strong gust of wind rushing toward him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, and Edward's attack grazed past his body, leaving a deep trench in the ground. "Coward, you're doomed. Today is your end." Enraged at being held back for so long by someone as weak as Wang Yu, Edward let out a furious roar. His hands moved in a frenzy, and from his fingertips shot dense, crimson beams of blood blades, streaking toward Wang Yu like a storm. Wang Yu darted left and right, struggling to evade the barrage of attacks as if navigating a hail of bullets. Yet several blood blades still grazed him, leaving behind trails of bleeding cuts. At this moment, the superpowered aquatic creature also seemed to hear the commotion and suddenly leaped out of the water. It was a giant black python. Its massive body stretched over a dozen meters long, covered in tough scales, with a pair of enormous eyes gleaming with ferocity. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Wang Yu. Wang Yu was besieged on all sides, the situation extremely critical. "Ha ha ha, a cunning rat daring to recklessly barge into a place even I wouldn't easily venture into. Truly seeking your own death." Edward became even more smug upon seeing this. However, at this critical moment, Wang Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He locked onto the direction the superpowered water python was lunging from and charged straight toward it. Edward saw this and sneered mockingly, "Are you crazy, kid? You're actually rushing to your death." However, Wang Yu was not heading to his death. When the superpowered water python was about to bite him, he sidestepped and cleverly dodged behind it. "You two have a good fight." Wang Yu shouted and kicked the water python with all his strength. The superpowered water python, in pain, angrily twisted its body and turned to pounce on Edward, who was the closest. Edward did not expect Wang Yu to use this move, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He quickly ceased his attack on Wang Yu and focused all his energy on dealing with the suddenly attacking superpowered water python. The crimson blood blade clashed with the pitch-black scales of the superpowered water python, unexpectedly sparking dazzling flames. The ground around them trembled violently. Edward, sensing the unfavorable unfavorable situation, spread his wings and prepared to escape. But the water python, which had seemed somewhat nearsighted, suddenly appeared as if it had put on glasses, and its tail accurately struck Edward. The blood wings instantly disintegrated. Swish! Edward then covered his entire body with a blood armor and swung out a blood blade. But these moves, which were incredibly powerful and unbreakable in front of Wang Yu, were completely vulnerable in front of this superpowered water python. Blood continuously burst into mist, and Edward's body was repeatedly whipped back and forth in midair by the water python. Idiot! Hiding in the shadows, Wang Yu found the scene quite amusing. Bang! 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 In fact, encountering a mutated water python is not scary, especially for vampires, who have even less reason to fear it. This creature has extremely poor eyesight and can only track its prey using infrared light and smell. Moreover, for vampires, who are not part of its diet, the scent on their bodies will not attract its pursuit. Vampires have no body temperature, and since it is currently nighttime, theoretically, as long as they stay still, they won't be easily discovered by the mutated water python. Edward, being stubborn, insisted on using his blood manipulation magic to resist. The intense smell of blood was practically a living target for the mutated water python. At first, Wang Yu only intended to force Edward to refrain from using his blood wing technique to chase him, hoping to gain a slim chance of survival. But now, he was in no hurry to run, because he found this guy incredibly stupid, actually going head-to-head with such a formidable mutated water python. In this way, he could instead use the water python's hand to achieve a kill with a borrowed knife strategy. A quarter of an hour later, the blood wings Edward had formed with his last bit of strength were once again shattered by a powerful tail strike from the mutated water python. Edward fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His expensive tailcoat was already in tatters, with multiple wounds gushing fresh blood, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. Edward coughed violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Damn bastard, and that cursed beast. Bang! He suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness. He felt he was innocent, deeply wronged. As Princess Anna's guard, he indeed bears an inescapable responsibility when Princess Anna is attacked. Cough, cough. However, Anna possesses the talent of a daywalker, allowing her to move freely under sunlight. If she insists on wandering around in broad daylight and ends up being attacked, there's nothing he can do about it. To make amends, he has no choice but to take full action and prepare to deal with Wang Yu, the rogue vampire who was transformed without permission. Who would have thought that Wang Yu, as a newly turned vampire, would be so troublesome? What made him even more furious and puzzled was that this mutated python completely ignored Wang Yu and instead relentlessly targeted him. He, a dignified vampire baron, the most gifted prodigy of the Newgate family, was about to meet his end at the mouth of a lowly reptile. Why? In anger and despair, Edward burst out in his native language. However, just when he thought he was doomed, the mutated water python's gaping maw swept directly over his head. Its scarlet tongue flickered in and out, and its massive head was raised high, as if preparing to dive down with force. Edward stood frozen in place, his face full of terror, his heart pounding wildly. At that moment, he seemed to have already seen the scythe of death. But then, the mutated water python did not continue its attack. Its massive body kept twisting, its head swaying from side to side, as if it couldn't see the target right in front of it. After some commotion, it even let out a few dissatisfied hisses before slithering away. The massive figure slowly retreated into the water, ripples gradually spreading across the surface until it finally returned to calm. Edward collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Having narrowly escaped death, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. It took him quite a while before he slowly stood up, his legs still weak. The bones in his body had also been fractured in multiple places due to the giant python's attack, causing him to stumble with every step. All of this is thanks to that dragon country bastard. Phew! Edward clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, with blood seeping through his fingers. Despicable bastard, I won't let you go. He was filled with immense hatred, but at the same time, he knew very well that in his current state, he was completely incapable of continuing to pursue Wang Yu. Moreover, dawn was about to break. As a vampire without the daywalker talent, if he didn't find a safe shelter to hide and heal before then, he would undoubtedly perish. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him. Well, isn't this the noble vampire Baron Edward? How did things get so miserable in such a short time? Wang Yu slowly walked out from behind a large tree, a teasing smile on his face. When Edward saw Wang Yu appear, his eyes instantly widened, filled with rage. You stupid bastard, how dare you show up here again? Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his face full of vigilance, as he approached Edward step by step. Stupid? I think you're the one who's ridiculously foolish. He walked while shaking his head, his face full of disdain. Despite their mutations, snake species still retain the habits and abilities of the old era, primarily relying on heat, scent, and sound to track their prey. As a vampire, as long as you don't move recklessly and avoid provoking it with the scent of blood, you're no different from a rock to that big guy just now. But you just had to mess around and court death. Who's the real fool here? Edward's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, and even more so with anger and regret. If what Wang Yu said was true, then his actions just now were no different from those of a clown. Key to recalling the strange behavior of the giant python at the end, and the way the python ignored Wang Yu's frenzied attacks, Edward felt that what Wang Yu said was most likely true. It was probably his resistance and blood magic that provoked the python's targeting. What? Nonsense! You despicable bastard! How could you possibly grasp such advanced knowledge? Advanced? Wang Yu sneered even more upon hearing this. Advanced? My foot. This is basic knowledge that even elementary school students in our dragon country must master. And you have the nerve to call yourself a noble? Haven't even studied elementary biology? TCH, illiterate. With that, Wang Yu curled his lips. He knew the basic education in the Western world was poor, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. An illiterate person could even become a guard for the princess. It seems that another 2,000 years have passed in the new era, and they still enjoy happy education so much. He was actually mocked and despised by a lowly wild vampire. Edward immediately fell into immense rage. He widened his eyes and said viciously, "Don't get cocky. These injuries are nothing to a noble vampire baron. Once I recover, I will chop your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite his weakened body, Edward's tone was still filled with overwhelming arrogance. "That's called harmless, and then dismembered into pieces. How annoying. Bad at science, bad at humanities, and you call yourself a noble? Vampires like you in our dragon kingdom are only fit for carrying bricks." Wang Yu let out a cold laugh, and then a piercing killing intent suddenly erupted from his eyes. "Recover? Do you think you still have a chance?" He had no interest in wasting time arguing with the other party. The reason for doing this was to test how much strength this Edward still had. Now, this arrogant guy, despite being mocked and ridiculed like this, could only rage helplessly without taking direct action. It was clear that he was already at the end of his rope and posed no real threat. "Look at you now, you can't even stand steadily, and you're still thinking about taking revenge on me?" As he spoke, Wang Yu's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Edward. Edward wanted to dodge, but found himself completely powerless to evade. During the earlier chase, Wang Yu had indeed been injured, but in the battle with the giant python, Edward was more severely injured. He was already at the point of exhaustion, waiting for death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accidentally caused the mutated water python to lose its target. The head of the family had almost no strength to resist and was grabbed by the collar by Wang Yu, who lifted him up. Edward asked in horror. He could feel the powerful killing intent emanating from Wang Yu. He finally panicked, but it was too late. "Of course, to send you on your way. What do you want to do?" Wang Yu's voice was icy cold as he bared a pair of sharp fangs and sank them into Edward's neck. "No, don't. No!" Edward let out a desperate scream, but his cries were quickly drowned out by the sound of Wang Yu draining his blood. Thick, rich blood flooded into Wang Yu's mouth. The blood of a baron is far more potent than the energy of those insignificant vampires like Bob, allowing Wang Yu to clearly feel his power continuously increasing. Meanwhile, Edward's body gradually shriveled, and his life force grew increasingly weak. Finally, his blood was drained completely, his vitality utterly extinguished, and with a plop he was tossed into the river like garbage by Wang Yu. Another one down. Wang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without any sense of guilt, because to him, vampires were not kin, but creatures even filthier and more detestable than rats. Killing vampires, on a small scale, was his personal act of vengeance. On a larger scale, it was called ridding the people of a menace. What's more, this process can also enhance one's own strength. Blood shaping. In a hidden grove, Wang Yu was both recuperating from his injuries and fiddling with a mass of blood in front of him. His initial talent truly lived up to expectations. After absorbing Edward's blood, he acquired the latter's blood-shaping talent. It was a strange sensation, as if he had suddenly grown an extra hand or foot. Even the blood within his body seemed to be under his control. With a single thought, the blood in his body could swiftly flow out through his pores. With another thought, it would return just as quickly. Moreover, this blood could shift and take shape according to his will. Whether it's a knife, sword, or shield, it can be used at will. It's just that Wang Yu has just acquired the talent and hasn't had much time to train. At present, even forming a layer of blood armor on the surface of the body like Edward is difficult, let alone creating blood blades for remote attacks and control, or condensing blood wings to fly through the air. I thought it could become a new tool for escape, but it seems it won't be usable anytime soon. Wang Yu felt a bit regretful. However, there were still some gains. At least this blood molding talent allowed him to effortlessly create simple weapons and tools. After testing, their strength was just slightly inferior to ordinary steel weapons. Sigh. But the advantage is that it is not afraid of damage and can be repaired at any time. This is very beneficial in the dangerous and inconvenient wilderness survival. It's just a pity that I didn't seem to acquire that super sense of smell talent. Otherwise, I could smell within a radius of 150 kilometers, making it even easier to avoid risks and ensuring absolute safety. Just as Wang Yu was feeling regretful and about to continue on his way, his nose suddenly twitched, and he felt that his sense of smell had become much sharper. Many scents that he couldn't detect before were now exceptionally noticeable to him. It was then that he realized he actually actually had an enticing fragrance on his body. It was just like a starving person suddenly catching the aroma of braised pork, causing their mouth to water instantly. Wang Yu was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Could it be I gained a super sense of smell? He hurriedly focused his mind, carefully sensing the scent information around him. A gentle breeze passed by, bringing a variety of complex smells to his face. He caught the faint scent of insects emanating from the nearby grass and could distinguish the fresh aroma of last night's dew lingering on the leaves. He even detected the faint trace left by a wild rabbit passing by several kilometers away. This is incredible, Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly. His initial talent was truly extraordinary. He even managed to acquire Edward's super sense of smell. Two major talents, both taken by him in one go. If he absorbs a few more vampires with powerful talents, wouldn't he take off on the spot? Especially this super sense of smell talent, he really needs it. In the wild, superpowered creatures like that mutated giant python are everywhere. Even someone as strong as Edward could only die with regret on the spot. So being able to run is better than being able to fight. With this super sense of smell, his ability to survive in the wild and avoid danger will be greatly enhanced. He was overjoyed for a moment. However, Wang Yu quickly realized that the enticing fragrance lingering around him seemed a bit off. This fragrance appeared to have a peculiar magic, constantly stimulating his senses and making it increasingly difficult to suppress the desire within him. What on earth is this smell? Wang Yu frowned, trying hard to think. Suddenly, he was startled. It's the smell of blood. No wonder Bob and Edward can find me every time. This smell is just too unique, too obvious. Even without awakening super smell, with a vampire's sense of smell being much sharper than that of ordinary people, it would be easy to locate someone at close range by scent. Recalling the vampire information he had gathered earlier, he completely understood. Previously, he hadn't noticed the scent on his own body because the time since his transformation was too short. The power of the vampire's bloodline had only had time to enhance his physique and strength, but not yet his senses. The sensitivity of his sense of smell and abilities like night vision still lagged behind those of a normal vampire. It wasn't until he gained the talent of super smell that this gap was completely erased. Not only that, but his sense of smell is also far more sensitive than that of an ordinary vampire. He tested it and found that, even while still one step away from advancing to Baron, by focusing all his attention, he could already distinguish all the scents within approximately 5 kilometers. Focusing on a specific scent, the tracking distance can extend to about 15 to 20 kilometers. Of course, if the scent is stronger and more distinctive, this distance can be even longer. Edward said he could track prey within a range of 150 kilometers, which might not be entirely an exaggeration. However, just as Wang Yu's excitement had not yet subsided, a strong scent caught his attention. It was a bloody scent, which should have naturally evoked disgust. But for Wang Yu, this bloodiness seemed like the most enticing food, carrying an enchanting aroma. Vampires, 4 of them. The scent is very strong. They're vampire barons like Edward. Among them, one is even more. Wang Yu's pupils instantly contracted. He hadn't expected that, apart from Edward, there would be so many pursuers, and each one would be so powerful, especially the scent of one of them, which was even more enticing, but also made him faintly tremble. Hopefully, this guy just has a stronger scent, rather than being more powerful. Otherwise, a Viscount-level vampire, TSK. At this stage, Wang Yu was already unable to deal with Baron-level vampires, let alone higher-level ones, which he didn't even dare to imagine. So, without delay, he hurriedly sprinted at full speed. From time to time, he would even take the risk of jumping into the river and swimming a certain distance. Because this method is quite effective in eliminating scents, as long as it's not a vampire like Edward with special abilities, it still works. Dawn was about to break. As long as he could hold on until daylight, he would have a greater chance of completely shaking off this group of vampires. However, to his despair, despite his extreme caution, this group of vampires was still closing in on him at an astonishing speed. Wang Yu was sprinting. Suddenly, a figure landed heavily in front of him. Golden long hair just like Edward's, and a black tailcoat. Most importantly, there was also a pair of matching blood-red wings behind him. Vampire, Baron-level strength. We've been caught up. Boom! Although judging from the scent, Wang Yu had already guessed this situation. Seeing it with his own eyes still made his heart sink, and he hurriedly changed direction and sprinted wildly. At this moment, there was a loud boom. Another vampire crashed to the ground, blocking his path. Judging by its presence, it was another Baron-level vampire. Moreover, the powerful blood-shaping talent and blood-wing technique seemed to come at no cost. Behind this vampire, a pair of blood wings were also flapping conspicuously. 2 vampires with blood-shaping talent. Previously, after absorbing the talents of 3-day walkers, the talent was upgraded and became light eater. I wonder if absorbing these 2 would also upgrade the blood-shaping talent. Wang Yu was somewhat tempted, but he was already unable to handle 1 vampire baron, let alone 2. So he turned around and fled again. At that moment, boom! Another loud explosion sounded. Another one. Wang Yu felt a bit desperate. It seemed that his super sense of smell was not wrong. All 3 of these guys were Baron-level vampires. vampires. Moreover, they all possessed the blood manipulation talent and bloodwing technique, and any one of them was probably no less powerful than Edward. Stop, you despicable bastard. The noble Baron Andrew has personally taken action. Where do you think you can still escape to? The first vampire to arrive fiddled with his golden hair while speaking in an infuriating tone. Why don't you obediently kneel and surrender to me? If I'm in a good mood, I might grant you a dignified death. He slightly tilted his head back, not even bothering to look at Wang Yu directly. Golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his delicate face was full of disdain. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if Wang Yu were a mere plaything in his hands. Haha, stop wasting your energy running. Be good and let me tear you, this wild brat, to pieces. The second arriving vampire had short brown hair, a rougher appearance, and looked even more bloodthirsty. As he spoke, two blood blades were already poised in his hands, ready to strike. Hansen, don't act recklessly. Her Highness the Princess said to capture them alive. The third vampire spoke in a tone seemingly devoid of any emotion, but we must also be cautious. Do not underestimate the strength of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows where Andrew is gone? He might already be in danger. We can't end up like Lord Adams, falling victim to that cunning Longwa man. Before the words were finished, two blood-colored short swords also slowly took shape in front, their blades pointing directly at Wang Yu. That Longwa man? My dad? Wang Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this. From the sound of it, his father had already encountered this group of vampires. That seemingly most powerful guy even got injured after the fight? In that case, it's not like there's no chance. After all, since the other side claimed they wanted to capture him alive, they wouldn't go for the kill. Dawn was about to break, and he still had a chance. At this moment, Hansen impatiently roared, Anderson, stop bossing me around. When I was promoted to Baron, you were just a mere blood slave. What right do you have to speak to me? So what if I kill a wild spawn who transformed without permission? Don't act like a petty authority. Boy from the Dragon Nation, how dare you disgrace us? Go to hell. Hansen roared, swinging his hands fiercely as two blood blades shot toward Wang Yufei like lightning. The blood blades sliced through the air with a sharp piercing whistle, aimed directly at Wang Yu's throat and heart. Not daring to be careless, Wang Yu focused all his energy, manipulating the blood within his body to rapidly form a blood shield in front of him. With two loud clangs, the blood blades slammed fiercely into the shield, splattering large droplets of blood. The impact forced Wang Yu back several steps, his arms tingling with numbness. But at the very least, he had managed to block these two vicious, potentially fatal attacks. Wang Yu was taken aback, because he clearly felt that the power of these two attacks was somewhat inconsistent with the identity of the vampire baron. Swish! It seemed far weaker than Edward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the clothes on several people were somewhat damaged. On some exposed skin, there were still visible bullet hole marks. It looked like they had been hit by silver bullets. Oh, aside from sunlight, vampires fear silver the most. Even with the terrifying regenerative abilities of a vampire baron, being hit by silver bullets makes it difficult to heal quickly. Before recovery, it will also affect strength, significantly reducing combat effectiveness. It seems his dad not only injured that most powerful vampire but also didn't spare these guys. Another piece of good news. Wang Yu's heart stirred, and he immediately used his blood manipulation talent to condense a blood shield, protect the body from front to back, then determine the direction and charge outward all at once. This guy's first talent is actually blood manipulation? No wonder he was able to kill Bob and the others, and even escape Andrew's pursuit until now. At this point, they still didn't know that Wang Yu was a daywalker, let alone that he had a bug-level talent specifically for absorbing vampires' abilities. I thought blood shaping was Wang Yu's initial talent. Even so, everyone was still shocked, because the first talent of the Blood Clan is 99% hibernation. What? For someone like them to acquire a combat talent like blood shaping as their second talent already counts as genius. But now, Wang Yu, a mere wild vampire, is actually more talented than them. Right from the start, he possesses blood shaping, one of the strongest combat talents of the blood race. Heh, so what use is that? Still can't escape death, can he? Moreover, my innate talent is even rarer. I am the true one-in-a-million genius of our bloodline. The golden-haired Andrew still acted pretentious. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Hansen seemed to be enraged out of humiliation after his failed strike. With a flap of his wings, he charged straight at Wang Yu. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Although Jason was already injured, the powerful strength of the vampire baron was still beyond Wang Yu's ability to contend with at the moment. Wang Yu could only barely hold on by relying on the defense provided by the blood shield and his more refined combat skills. This left Wang Yu feeling very frustrated. Edward had overexerted himself earlier, leaving him with barely any blood in his body, which prevented him from breaking through to become a vampire baron in one go. What frustrated Wang Yu even more was that these vampires had no sense of honor. Every time he risked injury to create an opportunity to escape, the other two vampires would step in to block him. It looked like a one-on-one fight, but in reality, it was 3 against 1. At this moment, another pair of blood-red wings spread open in the sky. A man with short golden hair appeared, his gaze filled with disdain. Dawn is about to break. Give up this so-called duel and end this farce. With that, he slightly raised his hand and somehow produced a pistol from nowhere, the dark barrel aimed directly at Wang Yu. The remaining 3 vampires then exchanged glances, jumped back, and raised their pistols. Wasn't it supposed to be a fight to the death? 3 barons and a viscount ganging up on a lowly vampire like me is bad enough, but using guns too? Alright, despicable vampires, you actually launched a sneak attack. No sense of honor. Sure enough, you shameless vampires deserve to be wiped out, and in the next life, I'll make sure to exterminate every last one of you. At the last moment, Wang Yu was furious, cursing viciously in his heart, but he knew that the opponent's handgun was probably loaded with silver bullets, which would be absolutely lethal to him. Bang! This time, he was truly at the end of the road. Dare to transform into a wild vampire without permission, and you'll face relentless pursuit by the Blood Clan. It seems this sentence is really not a joke. Now I'm doomed. Wait, I'm not dead? No one knows how much time had passed when Wang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a hospital bed. A bag of crimson whole blood hung on the forestand, but the needle on this side was not inserted into his vein. Instead, it was connected to one of his fangs using a special interface. The special ducts inside the fangs seemed to reflexively draw the blood into the body. Wang Yu felt a wave of warmth. At the same time, a burning and painful sensation spread through various parts of his body. Upon closer inspection, there were bullet wounds and traces of surgery. The surgical incision was simply stitched up without any bandaging. Because those incisions, under the supply of fresh blood and the vampire's powerful self-healing ability, had already begun to heal rapidly. In some places, the sutures had even been pushed out by the healing flesh. Not really dead? Do I have a talent called Legendary Survival King? Wang Yu really didn't expect that under such desperate conditions, he could still survive. While checking his own condition and the surrounding environment, a hospital room door was opened. A middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in a special forces uniform, strode in. Whoa, awake so soon? Big. The middle-aged man spoke in a gruff voice, his face full of smiles. Exclamation point. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly shouted to the outside of the door, "Comrades from the police team, the person is awake. Hurry and ask your questions." As soon as the words fell, a man and a woman in police uniforms walked in with notebooks in hand. "Hello, we are investigators from the Fengcheng Special Police Department. We have a few questions to ask you. Please cooperate with the investigation." Wang Yu looked at the square-faced middle-aged man with some confusion and a bit of panic. Damn it, could it be that after saving him, they were going to let him take a bullet? Then why bother? Why save him at all? The square-faced middle-aged man scratched his round, close-cropped head, and grinned. "Don't worry, just answer whatever they ask. Remember, you must cooperate fully and tell the truth." Okay. Although Wang Yu was completely confused, he still nodded. If he fell into the hands of vampires, he might struggle and have a chance to escape, but if he ended up in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's authorities, escaping was out of the question. Not to mention anything else, based on his super sense of smell, just the 2 special investigators in police uniforms in front of him were top-notch superpowered warriors. Judging from the energy aura on their bodies, they are at least at the level of Baron-class vampires. According to the classification here in Longwa, they are called insect-level superpowered warriors. As for the square-faced guy in the military uniform, he is even stronger. Ha ha! The aura is far more terrifying than that of the Viscount-level vampire one you encountered before. Instead of seeking death, it's better to behave obediently. Wang Yu still had this bit of discernment. May I ask if you were aware in advance of your father Wang Hoxiong's planning an attack on Princess Anna of the Vampire Clan? Did you participate in the stages of organization, preparation, and action? The male investigator Lu Bo asked directly. Wang Yu shook his head, because he truly didn't know. Until the moment he had already turned into a vampire, he was still completely bewildered. It was only later that he gradually understood his father's good intentions and purpose, and then he ran away. Then may I ask if you actively attacked Princess Anna's guards and attendants? In other words, Lu Bo paused for a moment, glanced at the square-faced middle-aged man, then turned his head and looked seriously at Wang Yu. Did you subjectively intend to kill Princess Anna's guards and attendants, or did you accidentally and unintentionally harm them in the process of self-defense and resistance? He emphasized the words self-defense, accidentally, and unintentionally. No. After speaking, the square-faced middle-aged man on the side kept winking at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes shifted. If Wang Yu were asked this under normal circumstances, he would definitely say he killed them on purpose. Vampires deserve to die. Killing one is breaking even, killing 2 is making a profit. What's the problem? But now, with this male police officer asking like this, and the square-faced soldier looking so anxious and restless, even a fool could tell there's something wrong here. So he nodded quietly. I was at home eating dumplings and singing songs when suddenly vampires barged in. They were all very fierce, saying things like bastard and insisting on killing me. Wang Yu simplified the story and roughly recounted his experiences over the past few days. Of course, it only emphasizes how ruthless these vampires are and how much they want his life. As As for how he counterattacked, it is all glossed over. As for how they suck blood and acquire talents, it is completely left unmentioned. All in all, no lies were told, but only 1/3 of the truth was provided. Logically, such petty tricks would never escape the investigation and questioning of Dragon Country's super agents, especially that female agent, whose deep and profound eyes make one feel as if they could fall into them with just a glance. Yes, she might very well be one of those legendary psychic super warriors. As long as she wishes, any lie or truth would be completely exposed before her. But after listening, the two exchanged nods. Mr. Wang Yu, thank you for your cooperation. If the vampires trouble you again, we hope you can ensure your own safety and report to the police promptly. No matter where you are or what you encounter, the Dragon Kingdom will always be your strong support. Wang Yu was stunned. Officer, what do you mean by this? I'm fine now? Yes, sir. The female officer, Gao Yi, smiled and said, after our investigation, we have determined that your actions were in self-defense, and you bear no criminal responsibility. Wish you a speedy recovery and a quick return to normal life. After saying that, the two were about to leave. Wait, what about my dad? Wang Yu seemed to understand something. Even such a powerful super soldier like the square-faced military man had taken action. His dad couldn't possibly have escaped. Very sorry, your father attacked the vampire princess. The evidence is conclusive, and it has caused a serious diplomatic incident. He will bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Ha! After saying this, the two politely nodded and then left the ward without looking back. This left Wang Yu staring in shock at the square-faced soldier. Uncle, what on earth is going on? The middle-aged man with a square face immediately responded when he heard Wang Yu call him uncle. He grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile almost reaching his ears. My dear nephew is so clever, knowing to call me uncle on our first meeting. And that reaction just now, truly impressive. No wonder you're the excellent son taught by the class monitor. Let me take a look. TSK, this big vampire, really impressive, actually came up with this solution. As expected of the class monitor, he seemed to see a very close junior, or perhaps a very rare novelty. While patting Wang Yu's shoulder and examining him repeatedly, he kept praising. Not bad, awesome. A few slaps later, Wang Yu felt as if he was about to fall apart. Even with his terrifying physical condition, which was on the verge of advancing to vampire baron, he still felt like he was almost slapped into spitting blood. Sigh. This was because the middle-aged man was being very lenient with him. Otherwise, if he had been serious, Wang Yu had no doubt that a casual slap from this man could directly crush half of his body. Could it really be a camel-level big shot? The Dragon Kingdom classifies super warriors into 5 levels, ranked from highest to lowest as ape, lion, camel, mouse, and insect. In terms of vampire rankings, these correspond to Duke, Count, Marquis, Viscount, and Baron. No matter how Wang Yu tried to sense it, the middle-aged man before him was even stronger than the blonde vampire youth he had encountered earlier, who was at the Viscount level. I'm afraid it's a camel-level big shot. Okay. At this level, among the superpowered warriors of the Dragon Nation, they are already considered the elite of the elite. As for the higher lion level and ape level, they are akin to trump cards. Unless something earth-shattering happens, they won't be deployed easily. In fact, camel-class super warriors are already a scarce resource. Being able to deploy combat power of this level is enough to show how much the Dragon Nation values this incident. This also made Wang Yu even more curious and worried. You call my dad squad leader? Uncle, you know my dad? Why did they let me go so easily? What will happen to my dad? And what about the vampires? Will they just accept this? Wang Yu was now full of doubts. Don't worry, my dear nephew. Let me explain it to you slowly. The middle-aged man sat boldly on the bench and first introduced the connection between himself and Wang Yu's father. It turned out that the two were comrades who enlisted in the army at the same time. Wang Yu's father, Wang Hoxiong, was elected as the squad leader due to his high talent and strong abilities. Later, the two were directly selected for the special forces because of their outstanding performance, becoming super soldiers and carrying out combat missions in various places, earning countless merits. Later on. At this point, Lei Peng glanced at Wang Yu and suddenly stopped talking. However, Wang Yu knew what happened afterward. 10 years ago, he and his mother, Fenglan, were attacked by vampires. His mother, Fenglan, was brutally killed, and he himself suffered severe internal injuries. His father, Wang Hoxiong, had no choice but to retire from service to take care of him. Otherwise, given how his father had consistently outperformed and suppressed this middle-aged man back in the day, his dad might very well have risen to at least the rank of a high-level official by now. So it was me who held my father back. Wang Yu clenched his fist. You can't say that. Look at you, kid. What do you mean by burden or not burden? Don't say such things. The middle-aged man, speaking in a fluent northeastern accent, waved his large hand casually. I know your dad, my squad leader, better than anyone. He never regrets anything he does. Kid, don't overthink it. Being successful in the future is more important than anything. By the way, my name is Lei Peng. Just call me Uncle Lei. Here's my phone number. Reach out if you need anything. In the future, if your dad can't take care of you, I'll be your second dad. This isn't isn't good. Suddenly, a hunchbacked superpowered warrior boss appeared as a backer, leaving Wang Yu feeling a bit out of sorts. Look at you, kid, what's so bad about it? Lei Peng's eyes widened. Back in the day, your dad saved me countless times. Without your dad, the grass on my grave would be taller than you by now. Don't worry, as long as it's doable, Uncle Lei will take care of it for you. By the way, aren't you a vampire? It seems that drinking the blood of super soldiers is quite nourishing for vampires. Kid, go ahead and take a couple of sips. Reach the insect level sooner, and I'll see if I can grant you special permission to enlist. As he spoke, Lei Peng casually stretched his arm out in front of Wang Yu, with a look that said, feel free to drink. This closeness and care moved Wang Yu deeply. However, sucking blood was out of the question. The blood of super soldiers was indeed very nourishing for vampires, but Wang Yu had always despised vampires the most. Draining a vampire's blood was something he would do without hesitation, and using blood packs wasn't unacceptable either. But he was still very resistant to sucking human blood. Lei Peng slapped his forehead upon seeing this. Look at my terrible memory. Alright, if you can't get past this mental hurdle for now, that's fine. We can eat blood packs. I've already applied for them using my medical card. You can pick them up at the hospital anytime. If you're hungry, just have a blood pack. This card has 30,000 yuan in it. Hehe, not much, but make do with it for now. If it's not enough, ask me for more. The password is your dad's birthday. After saying that, he stuffed 2 more cards into Wang Yu's hand. Then, looking around cautiously, he leaned in close to Wang Yu and whispered in his ear, if you like vampire blood, I'll secretly get you some another day. That Edward guy is too low level. I'll find a chance to get you some marquee blood to try. Wang Yu was startled upon hearing this. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, Uncle Lei, how do you know I? Before he could finish, Lei Peng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Ouch. What's so strange about that? Vampires are such trashy creatures, they have no ethics or morals. It's common for them to turn on each other and suck each other's blood. The blood energy of ordinary people is too weak. Those high-level vampires, in order to maintain their state or quickly enhance their strength, have to resort to sucking the blood of other vampires when they can't get to superhumans. Also, I looked into it. Before Edward entered the Dragon Kingdom, he sucked the life out of more than a dozen young girls. Nephew, you did a good deed for the people by killing him. He deserved it. I mean, how did you know about this? Wang Yu's surprise showed no signs of diminishing. There was no one around at the time. Who said there's no one? Lei Peng shook his head and said smugly, you think your uncle is just loafing around? As soon as I saw the attacker was your dad, I knew he was up to something, so I quickly applied to the organization to carry out this mission. What? I happened to arrive just as you were fighting that kid. Otherwise, do you think it's that easy to get into the water? Why do you think that serpent showed up at just the right time? Sigh. And your little life, hehe, all of this is thanks to my meticulous planning, old Lei. Your dad always says I don't use my brain. Next time you see him, you have to praise old Lei's wisdom and cleverness in front of him. Lei Peng was so enthusiastic that before long, Wang Yu's nose started to sting a little. It turned out that the reason his father hadn't told him anything was because even this step had been planned out for him. It was equivalent to entrusting his son to his old comrade in arms. And Lei Peng, this old comrade in arms he hadn't seen in 10 years, truly proved to be so loyal and devoted. The two of them didn't even need to exchange a single word to coordinate seamlessly and help him out of the crisis. This is the bond and wisdom of the older generation. Thank you, Uncle Lei. After figuring everything out, Wang Yu was even more moved. In the past, he would have been moved to tears, but now he had become a vampire, without even body warmth, let alone tears. Only his already crimson eyes grew increasingly red, leading Lei Peng to believe that Wang Yu was struggling to suppress his vampiric urge to feed, so he pushed his arm closer. Just take a few sips, or do you need to bite the neck instead? Lei Peng gritted his teeth, pulled open the collar of his shirt, and quickly leaned in. Tilting his head, he simply closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to be taken. He had always been the one dealing with vampires, but this was the first time he was about to be bitten by one, and he was quite nervous. There's no need for that. Wang Yu swallowed nervously, then quickly shook his head. He waved the 2 cards in his hand in front of Lei Peng. These are already enough. Thank you, Uncle Lei. I'll repay this money as soon as I recover by taking on part-time jobs. Actually, money is a minor issue. It's the blood packs and that medical card that Wang Yu really needs. After all, judging by the situation, he still has to return to human society to continue living, so he must stay as low-key as possible. Alright, as a photosynthesizer, the fact that he can replace eating by simply basking in sunlight should remain hidden if possible. Occasionally, he still needs to suck some blood for appearances. Whole blood is an exceptionally rare commodity, and ordinary civilians have no legal means to purchase it. The fact that Lei Peng could use his military connections to help resolve this matter was nothing short of a godsend. Wang Yu simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. Like hell I'll refuse. Little brat, no need to be polite with me. Just use it without worry. If it's not enough, I have more. As for your dad's side, you don't need to worry too much. Rest assured, we're professionals at dealing with these bastard bloodsuckers. As for them not not complying, hee hee. Just as this was being said, a commotion suddenly came from the corridor. Move aside, I want to see your superior. The young girl raised her voice, sounding quite angry. Princess Anna, we deeply apologize, but our superior is discussing something very important. Involving military secrets, you are not allowed to enter. Please wait patiently. Nonsense. Anna trembled with anger. Don't think I know nothing. That wild one named Wang Yu is inside, isn't he? You people of Long Kingdom are so audacious, daring to shelter a wild vampire who transformed without permission, and even allowing his father to attack this princess and steal my noble bloodline. Someone is here to demand an explanation. Wang Yu's expression changed upon hearing this. This tone, it was unmistakably that of the daywalker Princess Anna. Her father was none other than the renowned Prince Tanya among the vampires. The only country in the world established by vampires is the one founded by Prince Tanya. Not only does it wield great power and influence locally, but it also has strong appeal among vampire families worldwide. Provoking the beloved daughter of this absolute powerhouse prince is undoubtedly a huge trouble. However, Lei Peng laughed heartily once again. Damn, the little female vampire is quite clever. Little nephew, you lie down for a bit, I'll go handle this. With that, he opened the hospital room door and swaggered out. Broken, what are you doing? What's all the noise? Yo, isn't this Princess Anna awake? How is it? The medical conditions in our Dragon Kingdom are decent, right? If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I'll do my best to arrange it for you. He patted his chest, his face calm and his breath steady. It was as if the one who had just insulted the vampire mother wasn't him at all. Officer Lei, don't use your Dragon Nation's official tone with me. That one you openly violated the laws of our blood clan and must be handed over to us for execution. Otherwise, father will never agree, and our blood clan will absolutely not let this go. Princess Anna. Upon hearing this, Lei Peng's expression immediately darkened. This is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter if you're a vampire or from any other race, everything must be done according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. He stood his ground, his gaze unwavering as he met Anna's eyes. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom? Anna curled her lips in disdain. In my opinion, it's nothing more than an empty piece of paper. If your Dragon Kingdom insists on shielding that father and son, then you are making an enemy of my blood clan. Oh, Lei Peng sneered even more disdainfully. Princess Anna, if I remember correctly, you came here this time to study in our Dragon Kingdom. If something has happened, I am very sorry and will strictly handle the individuals involved according to the laws of our Dragon Kingdom. But if you are here as a diplomatic envoy of the blood clan to declare war on our Dragon Kingdom, I have the authority to accept your declaration of war without consulting my superiors. You. Anna's breathing quickened in anger, and even her fangs were exposed. However, declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how noble a princess she was or how rare a daywalker, she neither had the courage nor the authority to do so. After all, among all the countries in the world today, the Dragon Nation is the most powerful. Since the dawn of the new era, the world's structure has been constantly changing, but the position of the Dragon Nation remains unchanged. Currently, there are 10 nations that can be considered powerful: dragon, elephant, bear, eagle, leopard, ape, lion, camel, mouse, and insect. Among them, the Dragon Nation stands at the very top, and the Squid Nation established by their blood clan doesn't even rank in the top 20 in terms of military strength. It still requires substantial support from the 4th-ranked Eagle Nation. Otherwise, the rule of the Squid Nation would have long been overthrown by the coalition forces of several neighboring countries. One of the purposes of her studying abroad in the Dragon Nation this time is to serve as a bridge to improve relations with the Dragon Nation. Throwing a princess tantrum is fine, but declaring war is something she absolutely wouldn't dare to do. That one you killed several of my blood servants and even killed Baron Edward. According to your Dragon country's laws, shouldn't he be sentenced to death? Don't try to deny it. I can smell the scent of Bob's and Edward's blood in his blood. That part is true. Seeing Anna admit defeat so quickly, Lei Peng couldn't help but proudly puff out his chest. You little pests, you stinking vampires, parasites of the world. In the Middle East, we haven't even settled the score with you for bullying others, and you still dare to act recklessly in the Dragon country? Keep dreaming. He couldn't help but curl his lips. However, after our investigation, Wang Yu acted in self-defense. It was your people who first found Wang Yu and insisted on committing murder, forcing him to fight back. He accidentally, misspoke, killed the ghost. Reasonable and lawful, without any need to bear legal responsibility. As for your blood clan's rules, wait until you have the ability to amend the criminal law of our Dragon country before discussing that. Princess Anna, I need to remind you, since you're here for study, keep your subordinates in check. This is not your Squid country, and we won't tolerate your reckless behavior. Obey the laws of Dragon country properly, or else we have the right to arrest or deport you. As soon as the words fell, Princess Anna's face turned green. You've got some nerve. Princess Anna's face flushed red, tinged with green and blue. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes burning with flames of anger. As a noble princess of the bloodline, she was the first bloodline born in 2,000 years, the first daywalker. When had she ever suffered such such humiliation. How dare you? For a moment, her native language burst out in anger. But facing the powerful Dragon Kingdom, she knew she couldn't act impulsively at this moment. Good, very good, Anna said word by word. Then what about the father of this wild species? The Dragon Kingdom man who attacked this princess. How do you plan to deal with him? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's ears perked up. He was also very curious about what had happened to his father. He attacked and injured others, committing the crime of intentional injury. Considering that he held you hostage for a period of time, he is also guilty of kidnapping. According to the laws of our dragon country, he will be sentenced to approximately 10 years of fixed-term imprisonment. A faint, uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of Lei Peng's mouth. After briefly holding you hostage, the suspect Wang Hosheng voluntarily released you without any external intervention, and later turned himself in and truthfully confessed to the crime. These are all circumstances that can lead to a lighter sentence. It's estimated that 5 years should suffice, but the specifics will depend on the judicial authorities. 5 years. Princess Anna trembled all over with anger once again. Attacking a noble vampire princess, forcibly taking the noble vampire bloodline of the princess, and transforming others into wild vampires without consent. This would be enough to get them hanged 100 times in their Squid Nation. But in Dragon Nation, it was only sentenced to 5 years? A mere 5 years, in the eyes of their blood clan, is no different from not being sentenced at all. Some blood clan members casually hibernate for more than 5 years. Absurd. You are covering up. You are bullying people too much. But, you're too kind, too kind. Lei Peng said calmly without blushing or panting. We are just handling things impartially. Besides, when it comes to this so-called bullying, we still need to learn more from you vampires. I think Her Highness the Princess came to our Dragon Kingdom for this purpose as well, mutual exchange and learning. What? Anna was so furious that she couldn't speak. Right now, she very much wanted to go home and have her father, Prince Tanya, summon a few powerful vampires to avenge her humiliation. Kill Wang Yu, kill Wang Hosheng, and then kill this detestable Lei Peng standing before her. But she knew all too well that she still had a crucial mission to fulfill on this journey. So, once again, she had no choice but to forcefully suppress her rage. Very well, human. I will remember you. You can report this matter to my father. As long as my father agrees, I have no objections. Then what about my people? Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, and the others, why did you capture all of them? Oh, them. Lei Peng continued to show a very bright yet shameless smile. They illegally possessed firearms and attacked Special Forces soldiers. The situation is extremely serious. According to the laws of Longwa, they will be sentenced to 7 years in prison. Anna could no longer contain the anger in her heart and clawed at Lei Peng's chest. This time, they suffered deaths, injuries, and even lost precious bloodlines. Yet their punishment turned out to be even harsher than that of the heinous Wang Yu and his son. The noble bloodline must never endure such humiliation. However, despite the terrifying force of this claw, Lei Peng remained completely motionless. A metallic clanging sound unexpectedly rang out from his body. Anna's sharp nails did not pierce even a fraction, and Lei Peng's face still maintained a smiling expression. Your Highness, I must remind you that while you are a noble princess in the Squid Kingdom, where human lives are as insignificant as grass, here in the Dragon Kingdom, you are merely an ordinary exchange student. The first punch, let's consider it as playing with a child, it doesn't count. But if you continue to act unreasonably or dare to harm the people of the Dragon Kingdom, then don't blame the Dragon Kingdom for not knowing how to treat guests. With that, a flash of lightning flickered in Lei Peng's eyes. A few blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on his chest. They seemed inconspicuous, but as soon as Princess Anna's fair hand touched them, it immediately turned black, emitting a burnt smell. Swipe! Princess Anna let out a piercing scream, quickly withdrawing her hand, her eyes filled with terror and disbelief. She was, after all, a noble daywalker. Even the sunlight most feared by vampires couldn't harm her in the slightest. Yet the other party didn't even move, and was able to inflict such immense damage on her. That feeling just now, could it be that this unremarkable guy is actually a superpowered warrior with lightning abilities? That is their bloodline's ultimate nemesis. Vampires revere strength and fear lightning even more. Lei Peng's display of skill finally made Anna hesitate to act rashly again. Alright, human, I will definitely remember you. Just you wait. After speaking, she hurriedly left with her attendants. Wow, Uncle Lei, that's awesome. Wang Yu was stunned at the sight. He really didn't expect it could be done this way. You really caught all those vampires and are still going to sentence them? My dad will only sentence them to 5 years? Attacking the vampire princess and privately turning into wild vampires. Logically, either of these alone would be enough for the two of them to die 8 times over. In the end, it turned out to be nothing, with a sentence lighter than the victim's suffering. Wang Yu really didn't know what to say. Growing up, he finally witnessed what true audacity looks like for the first time. Hey, this is nothing. Lei Peng closed the door and whispered mysteriously in Wang Yu's ear, nephew, I'll tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone else. They say they're sentencing your dad, but it's really just to protect him. 5 or 10 years? Don't believe that. Your dad is living a much better life than you right now. now. As for those vampire brats, they say 7 years, but there's no way they'll actually be locked up that long. After all, there's no war, and peace is the most important thing. The appearances that need to be kept up still have to be maintained. I'll detain them for a few days first. You focus on leveling up. Once you reach the rank of an insect-level warrior, I'll give you a special recruitment into the army. If they want to mess with you again, they'll have to think twice. Daring to lay hands on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom is tantamount to declaring war. Uncle Lei. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt relieved and was even more grateful and moved toward Lei Peng. You are so kind. I really don't know how to thank you. How about you become my godfather? They had only met for a day, but Wang Yu already completely trusted and acknowledged Lei Peng as an uncle. Lei Peng's eyes lit up, but he seemed to suddenly remember something and patted his head. Oh no, that's not possible. You'd better just call me uncle, otherwise it might be inconvenient in the future. Besides, this matter isn't really about me helping your dad or you that much. I'm just a small team leader, not that impressive, acting all high and mighty and declaring war. It was all decided by the higher-ups. Your uncle here just happened to gain some goodwill for free. Don't go telling anyone, alright? This is classified. Fengqing First Hospital. Lei Peng expressed some concern again before leaving. On the hospital bed, only Wang Yu remained, lost in thought. Ever since Lei Peng revealed some information, he began to speak vaguely, clearly unwilling to disclose too many secrets. However, just from what he said, Wang Yu could already see some issues. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. On the surface, it appears that his father and Lei Peng cooperated seamlessly, and Lei Peng is loyal and nostalgic. Sure, with the help of official forces, they saved the father and son. But in fact, this might also involve a game between the Dragon Kingdom and Prince Tanya, or even the entire vampire clan. As for his identity as a wild vampire, it might hold other value as well. As for what exactly it is, he still can't figure it out for now. Forget it, even Uncle Lei, who doesn't seem very smart, actually has more tricks up his sleeve than I do. Compared to my dad and the others, I'm still too inexperienced. And compared to those strategists in the official ranks, I'm even further behind. Oh, Uncle Lei is right. Instead of overthinking, it's better to focus on becoming stronger as soon as possible. Wang Yu shook his head and began calculating what he could do right now. At present, if he wants to become stronger, there are only 3 things he needs to do: bloodsucking, sunbathing, and going to school. As for bloodsucking, there's currently no vampire blood for him to consume, and regular human blood packs have little effect. Sunbathing can be done anytime, so the only thing left to do is go to school. In this way, not only can you learn more combat techniques in fighting and hunting courses, but you can also gain more knowledge about supernatural creatures. These things may seem complicated, boring, and useless, but when the time comes, they might save your life. Edward is a bloody example. Clearly, his strength wasn't lacking, but he died due to a lack of knowledge. So, after he recovered, he immediately went through the discharge procedures. Returning home, he tidied up the house that had been damaged during the battle. He then went to the western suburbs to visit the cemetery, sharing his and his father's situation and plans in front of his mother's grave. Afterward, he made several trips to handle the paperwork and finally completed the process for resuming his studies. After a busy period, 6 or 7 days had already passed. As for his father, he had asked Lei Peng several times, but the answer was always that he was not allowed to see him. Wang Yu was helpless and had to temporarily give up. Early Monday morning, the sun was shining brightly. Wang Yu put on his long-unused school uniform, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and leisurely headed toward Fengqing No. 2 High School. He was in no hurry. Wang Yu? Just as he reached the school gate, a chubby boy who had been running and panting suddenly stopped in his tracks, exclaiming in surprise, then running over with a face full of astonishment. It's really you. Are you recovered from your illness? Wang Yu took a closer look and saw it was his deskmate, Zhang Boyang. Although his parents gave him a very masculine name, he is actually quite timid. Coupled with his obesity, his combat performance has always been at the bottom. As for Wang Yu, due to physical reasons, his combat performance also declined steadily after entering high school. In the end, he could only compete with Zhang Boyang for the last and second to last places, earning them the nickname Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix of Class 10 in their senior year. Brothers in hardship and also deskmates, their relationship had always been quite good. My dad got me some good medicine, and I'm almost recovered, Wang Yu explained vaguely. Regarding the fact that he had turned into the very vampire he despised the most, he still felt a bit ashamed, so he decided to keep it a secret. Fortunately, he is a daywalker, unafraid of sunlight, and the vampire fangs can also be concealed. When not in use, they are almost indistinguishable from human canine teeth! Exclamation point. Not only are they not scary, but they even add a touch of charm. The only remaining difference from normal humans is his red irises. This Wang Yu was also prepared, putting on colored contact lenses early. It's just that his complexion looked better, his skin fairer, and his physique even better and stronger. All of this could be explained by recovering from an illness. So even Zhang Boyang, who knew him best, didn't notice anything unusual. Immediately, he familiarly put his arm around his his shoulder and said, "That's great. Let me tell you, you came back at just the right time, otherwise you would have missed the college entrance exam." "Yeah, what school are you planning to apply to?" The two walked into the classroom arm in arm. Wang Yu? The classmates were also surprised when they saw Wang Yu. However, their relationship with Wang Yu wasn't as good, and a few boys couldn't help but show disdain. On the other hand, a few girls seemed a bit dazed, their eyes even slightly unfocused. "Isn't that Wang Yu? He's so handsome." Yeah, how come we never noticed before that he's actually this handsome?" Although everyone's voices were very soft, their expressions were also very subtle. But after becoming a vampire, Wang Yu's hearing and vision became exceptionally sharp, allowing him to immediately see and hear everything around him. However, he neither got angry nor felt proud. He didn't care about the appearance and vanity brought by the vampire bloodline, nor did he care about others' opinions. All he wanted now was to develop quietly and grow stronger, then kill all the damned vampires to avenge his mother. However, just when he thought he could hide his identity and start living a normal life, a commotion suddenly came from the doorway. Wang Yu looked up and saw a tall, strikingly elegant girl walk in. She was dressed in a simple white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was exquisite. Deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, exuding an exotic charm. A pair of beautiful eyes, unique, clear, and lively, seemed to carry a distinctive allure that makes people involuntarily take notice. The moment they appeared, it caused a commotion 10 times greater than when Wang Yu showed up. "This is just too beautiful. I declare, from today onwards, she is my dream goddess." The boys were all staring in amazement. Even the girls showed expressions of both admiration and envy. "It's Princess Anna." Looking at the girl's enchanting red pupils, the chubby Zhang Boyang suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's Princess Anna of the Blood Clan. I never thought that wearing civilian clothes, she would look even better than in the videos. Her Highness the Princess actually came to our school, and even to our class. This. Am I dreaming?" Zhang Boyan was so excited that he became incoherent, and even the fat on his face trembled violently. The other boys and girls also instantly stood up in excitement. "It's really Princess Anna. Oh my god, I never thought I would see Princess Anna with my own eyes in this lifetime. Wow. Your Highness, Princess, I am your fan. See, could you give me an autograph?" Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, overwhelmed with surprise and joy. Only Wang Yu felt a sudden sinking feeling in his heart. He never would have imagined that the lofty Princess Anna would appear here, in his school, in his class. Then, without a doubt, the sky must be coming for him. It was only his first day at school, just as he was about to return to a normal life. Could it be that his identity as a vampire is about to be exposed so soon? Quiet down, everyone. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, strode in. "Please, everyone, calm down and return to your seats. Today, I am honored to announce that Princess Anna of the Blood Clan will be transferring to our class and will be studying alongside everyone in the days to come. Let's give her a warm round of applause." Everyone clapped desperately. They almost hated their parents for only giving them 2 hands, which felt insufficient. Also, welcome Wang Yu back to the class after recovering. Chen Jiwu's voice was completely drowned out by the applause. Everyone watched Princess Anna with excitement and fascination. Even the chubby Zhang Boyang stared straight at Anna, his heart and eyes filled with the beautiful princess, showing no interest in welcoming Wang Yu. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and welcome, Princess Anna gracefully stepped into the classroom. Her gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on Wang Yu. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a meaningful smile. That smile carried a hint of provocation, mixed with a touch of pride. "Indeed, you came for me." Wang Yu secretly felt uneasy in his heart. He could sense the faint hostility emanating from Anna. Maybe it's because he's a wild vampire, and this matter needs to be pursued to the end. Wang Yu suddenly felt an impulse to run away. Wow! But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had to stay calm and couldn't show any flaws. "Hello, classmates. I'm the new transfer student, Anna. Please take care of me in the future, everyone." Princess Anna spoke in very standard and fluent Manhwa language with a sweet voice. That voice seemed to have a kind of magic. It was as if she wasn't the arrogant princess who would kill at the drop of a hat, but rather a sweet and adorable girl next door. Instantly, many boys were captivated. "Your Highness, you're too kind. Just let us know if you need anything." A boy who usually liked to show off immediately offered his flattery. "That's right, Your Highness. If you don't mind, you can take my seat first. You can use my textbook. If you need to feed, I'm blood type B. I wonder if it suits your taste." Other boys also began to show their attentiveness one after another. However, Anna smiled faintly, skillfully concealing her disgust, gracefully ignoring all the attentiveness, and once again turned her gaze to Wang Yu. "This classmate looks quite like one of us vampires. Have we met somewhere before? So you just want to expose me right away, huh?" Wang Yu cursed inwardly and forced himself to stay calm. It might just be an illusion. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." His indifferent attitude immediately aroused everyone's dissatisfaction, especially those boys who were the most eager to curry favor. They looked at Wang Yu with eyes full of jealousy and anger. "The princess took the initiative to talk to you. That's already giving you face. You Wang Yu, a bottom-ranked student who has been on leave for more than half a year. What level are you at to dare speak to the princess like that? Sun Yu glared, intending to teach Wang Yu a lesson. But upon turning his head and seeing the homeroom teacher Chen Jiwu still present, he had to purse his lips and change his tone. Wang Yu, Princess Anna is a distinguished guest from afar and a noble member of the blood clan. What kind of attitude is that? Exactly. Other classmates chimed in one after another. Princess Anna greeted you kindly, and you're being so rude. It makes us Dragon Country people seem not hospitable at all. Teacher, look, Wang Yu is still so unsociable. Wang Yu frowned deeply. He originally thought that brainless antagonists only existed in novels, but he didn't expect there to be so many brainless people in reality. Damn! The vampires used the temptation of immortality to control most of the world's wealthy individuals and also took over the majority of the media. They crazily promoted how civilized vampires are and how noble their race is, as if they were naturally smarter and superior to others. It's all a bunch of lies to deceive people. In reality, vampires are the most cruel, shameless, and greedy group of beings. As a result, these idiots actually believed it. Seeing a vampire, they were practically more affectionate than seeing their own mother. Wang Yu, none of your damn business. Sun Yu, you. Alright. The homeroom teacher, Sun Jiwu, noticed the tense atmosphere and immediately interrupted. Classmates, stop arguing. Anna, this student Sun Yu is the best in our class in overall performance and also excels in combat skills. I plan to arrange for you two to sit together. I hope you can gain more during your time studying abroad. I wonder if you are satisfied with this arrangement. Even the teacher is flattering like this. No hope. Wang Yu was filled with helplessness and resentment, deeply saddened by the mindless adoration of vampires by those around him. Princess Anna still wore a polite, fake smile as she looked at Sun Yu. Since it's the teacher's arrangement, I certainly have no objections. I hope to get along well with Sun Yu in the future. Sun Yu immediately beamed with joy, so happy that he scratched his head and ears. He nodded eagerly and said, rest assured, Your Highness, feel free to come to me with any problems. Chen Jiwu then said, alright, everyone, take your positions and get ready for class. Only then did the students disperse and return to their seats. After sitting down, Wang Yu tried hard to calm himself and focus on preparing for the lesson. But Princess Anna's occasional glances, which carried a hint of malice, made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. This class was a combat theory lesson, and Chen Jiwu was on the podium passionately explaining various combat techniques and strategies. Although Wang Yu was distracted by Anna's arrival and couldn't focus on the lecture, he still unconsciously memorized the content thanks to the enhanced memory he gained after becoming a vampire. At the same time, he sat quietly in the back row by the window, basking in the sunlight. The talent of the Time Eater allowed the energy within him to continuously increase. Suddenly, his heart gave a violent thump. He had experienced this situation 9 times before, but this time the heartbeat was particularly intense. A surge of warm power burst forth with the beat of his heart, transforming his blood and strengthening his body. Moreover, the intensity of this transformation and enhancement was stronger than ever before. Have I finally advanced? Feeling the surging power within his body, Wang Yu was overjoyed. Originally, he possessed the talent of a Time Eater, advancing far faster than ordinary vampires. Normally, a vampire's heart beats once a year, but for him, just one day of sunlight could make his heart beat once. Logically, he should have advanced long ago. However, at the critical moment right before his breakthrough, he was injured by a silver bullet fired by a pursuing vampire. Due to Silver's restraint on vampires, he was not only seriously injured but also greatly weakened. Fortunately, the Time Eater's talent is sufficiently extraordinary, and now he has finally succeeded in advancing to become a vampire baron. According to the classification in Dragon Country, he is already an insect-level superpowered warrior, and according to Lei Peng's arrangement, he finally qualified to join the Dragon Country military. After gaining this identity, no matter what Anna suddenly came over for, he had even less reason to be afraid. Wang Yu's heart was stirred. At this moment, the chubby Zhang Boyan leaned over to Wang Yu and whispered, Wang Yu, why do you think Princess Anna suddenly transferred to our class? Isn't this too unbelievable? Wang Yu shrugged. How would I know? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that this was definitely not a coincidence. Normally, even if Anna really came to study abroad to gain knowledge, she should have gone directly to a university. Moreover, given her status, it's likely that as long as it's not one of the most critical military academies, she could choose any other school at will. For example, Fengcheng University of Technology, located in the heart of Fengcheng, is a prestigious institution. Although it cannot train a large number of super soldiers and commanders like military academies, it can cultivate a significant number of researchers. Among them, those with outstanding achievements can even receive super serum as a reward and become superhumans. As a princess of the vampire clan, Anna might not care much about the super serum, but the advanced technology and knowledge it contains are certainly what she needs. Moreover, in such an institution, she can also take advantage of her vampire heritage to make connections and recruit a large number of talents. This little scheme, not to mention the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, even even one you can see through it. Even if you want to solidify your foundation starting from high school, you should go to key high schools like Fengcheng No. 1 High School or No. 17 High School. But now, she insists on going to the unremarkable Fengcheng No. 2 High School. Okay. And instead of choosing the experimental class of Class 16, which is full of top students, she specifically chooses Class 10. No matter how you analyze it, it was definitely aimed at him. Class dismissed. At this moment, the first class ended. Princess Anna stood up, walked through the crowd, and headed toward Wang Yu. Student Wang Yu, may I have a word with you? Princess Anna said with a smile that seemed harmless and even incredibly charming to others. But Wang Yu knew that danger lurked behind that smile. Before he truly became strong, he really didn't want to have too much interaction with vampires. But after hesitating for a moment, he still nodded. Alright. The two walked out of the classroom and went to the corner at the end of the hallway. Anna immediately put away her smile and looked coldly at Wang Yu. Why are you hiding your identity? Isn't becoming a noble vampire a very honorable thing for you? Glory, my ass. Wang Yu curled his lips. My dad didn't even discuss it with me beforehand. If I had known I had to become a vampire to survive, damn it, I'd rather die. These words were somewhat exaggerated. He has yet to avenge his great hatred. If he can avoid death, of course, he doesn't want to die. But his aversion to vampires is also very real. Humph, stubborn, I think you're actually enjoying it. How does it feel? You're just a newly turned wildling, yet you drank the blood of Bob and Edward, who are far superior to you. That must have been quite a delightful experience, right? No. Wang Yu's face darkened with anger. Stop talking nonsense. He was extremely annoyed in his heart, because when he drank Bob and Edward's blood, he indeed felt an incredibly wonderful sensation. Even during these days, there were moments of nostalgia and a fluttering heart. It felt almost like an addiction. Right after the breakthrough, perhaps because a newly advanced vampire has an intense need to feed, he actually found Zhang Boyang beside him to be incredibly appetizing. The class monitor Li Lin, who sat in the front row, exuded an even more enchanting fragrance all over. As for Anna in front of him, she was so alluring it was unbearable. He had to exert all his strength to ensure his saliva wouldn't drip out. This made him feel deeply ashamed and angry. Clearly, with the talent of a time eater, he could sustain his life without consuming fresh blood and even advance rapidly. But he was like a greedy child, or even like an addict who had taken drugs, crazily craving blood. Is there? Anna sneered disdainfully, her snow-white sleeves and swan-like neck raised high. Don't deny it, Wang Yu. Do you think you can resist the temptation of the vampire instinct? Becoming a member of the vampire clan, possessing endless lifespan and immense power, this is something countless people dream of. Look at you now. Not only can you extend your life that was about to end, but you are also strong and strikingly beautiful. These are all benefits brought to you by the vampire bloodline. Do you not feel any sense of honor and gratitude? I spit on that. Wang Yu glared angrily at Anna. These so-called benefits are built on bloodshed and slaughter. The things you did in Squid Nation, others may not know, but I know them crystal clear. You vampires casually slaughter humans, treating human lives as worthless. Is this what you call nobility? Humans? Anna sneered disdainfully. They are nothing more than a group of weak, short-lived creatures. In the eyes of us bloodkin, they are like ants, born to be driven and enjoyed by us. To us, they are like cattle and horses are to humans. With just a little bit of manipulation, they will eagerly serve us, and even if they become our blood food, they have no complaints. You just saw it yourself. We bloodkin are highly sought after and worshipped by you humans. That's their stupidity. Wang Yu didn't want to continue the pointless argument. Are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, move aside. I need to use the bathroom. The filthy stench on you vampires makes me want to vomit. You! Anna couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger upon hearing this. For humans, vampires do indeed have an unpleasant odor. So in the earliest days, in order to better disguise themselves as humans to hunt for blood, vampire families were all dedicated to developing various perfumes. Even today, many of them remain world-famous luxury brands. But the sense of smell of vampires is different from that of humans. For example, humans generally find the smell of blood unpleasant, but for vampires, it is the most enticing fragrance. As a vampire, and one who was transformed through her blood, Wang Yu should regard her as the most sacred and alluring existence. Now, with Wang Yu saying this, it's obvious he's deliberately trying to disgust and insult her. How dare you repeatedly challenge this princess's limits? Do you want to die? In a fit of anger, Anna revealed her fangs and pulled out a dagger. Shimmering with silver light, it was clearly made of silver, which posed a deadly restraint on vampires. But Wang Yu was not afraid at all. Currently, the official stance of the Dragon Kingdom is to protect him. Even if the vampires wanted to kill him, they wouldn't choose to act in broad daylight, nor would they let the princess herself act as an assassin. Save your useless threats. Wang Yu said calmly, the reason I agreed to talk to you is not to listen to this nonsense. Speak, what is your true purpose for deliberately coming to this school to get close to me? Anna stomped her feet in anger. In the entire vampire clan, she was the highly sought after and beloved princess. No one dared to say no to her. But now, it's one thing for her to be humiliated intimidated by the Dragon Kingdom's officials or by a strong figure like Lei Pang. Now, even Wang Yu, a lowly wild breed, dares to treat her so rudely, repeatedly speaking to her with disrespect. Swipe. This is something her pride and self-esteem cannot tolerate. Lowly wild breed, I'll kill you. Anna shouted angrily, her figure darting toward Wang Yu like lightning. Her speed was incredibly fast, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. The silver dagger in her hand turned into a streak of light, fiercely stabbing toward Wang Yu's heart. It seemed that in her agitation, she truly intended to kill Wang Yu. Humph, that depends on whether you have the ability. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, a cold sneer in his heart. You, how annoying. Although he didn't believe Anna would really act as an assassin to kill him, he would never let his guard down against a cunning and insidious vampire, especially when the other party is pointing a dagger at you. Thus, being well prepared, he sidestepped swiftly and avoided Anna's fierce strike. Baron level. Wang Yu had long had some understanding of vampires, and now he also had experience fighting them. With just one move, he roughly gauged Anna's strength based on her speed and power. Anna missed with her first strike and immediately turned to attack again. She continued to wield the dagger with one hand, while the nails on her other hand rapidly grew longer. The nails gleamed with a cold light, as if they could easily tear through steel. One slash, one claw, coordinated in attack. Wang Yu had suffered from the silver bullet before, so he naturally knew that this silver dagger was not to be underestimated. At the same time, Anna's claws were also terrifying. Getting hit by them would definitely be unpleasant. Oh, he dared not be careless and used his vampire agility to deftly evade Anna's attacks, but after a few moves, he couldn't help but feel at ease. Is that all you've got? Wang Yu deliberately provoked Anna. On one hand, he was trying to disrupt her rhythm. On the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to personally understand the vampire's fighting style. After all, judging from the few moves exchanged, although Anna appeared fierce, her techniques were actually quite clumsy. It was clear that she had been pampered since childhood and had never experienced real combat or fighting. She hadn't even undergone any rigorous training. Swipe. No matter how much she fought, she posed no real threat to Wang Yu. So Wang Yu wanted even more to seize this rare opportunity. Even if he found a flaw to counterattack, he wasn't in a hurry to claim victory. At the very least, he wanted to observe and understand this set of claw-based combat moves and techniques thoroughly first. He planned to carefully integrate them into his own fighting skills, as they might come in handy when killing vampires in the future. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Anna quickly realized Wang Yu's playful attitude. She roared in anger, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. Her impatient mindset and poor training fully exposed the unique combat techniques and flaws of the vampire clan. At the same time, he grew increasingly shocked. Isn't this guy a wild type? And it's only been a dozen days since his transformation. How can he be this powerful? This speed, this strength. Could it be that he has already reached the Baron level? No, still a bit more to go. Due to Anna's poor combat skills, Wang Yu didn't even need to use his Baron level strength after the breakthrough. He only utilized a level of power and speed similar to Bob's and was able to handle it with ease. Even so, it left Anna utterly astonished. You should know, Bob was the first vampire she turned into a blood servant. Over the past 9 years, under her meticulous care, his heart has already beaten 9 times. Among all the blood servants, he is the strongest, and is on the verge of breaking through to the Baron level. For a blood servant, this is considered a very rapid advancement, and he has always been her pride. And Wang Yu is merely an even more inferior wild breed, so logically it should be even harder for him to advance. Yet now, Wang Yu has only been transformed for just over 10 days, and he already possesses such strength and speed. Coupled with his superb combat skills, his actual combat ability even surpasses Bob's. Even she, a superior at the Baron level, wielding a silver dagger designed to counter vampires, couldn't harm him in the slightest. On the contrary, there was even a faint sense of being toyed with by Wang Yu. No wonder he was able to kill Bob, and even Edward. Now, he was deliberately toying with her, the noble princess. Anna could no longer endure such humiliation and lunged at Wang Yu recklessly. The silver dagger in her hand gleamed with a chilling light, aiming straight for Wang Yu's throat. Lost your temper? Ready to risk it all? Wang Yu's eyes sharpened, realizing the game was over. He swiftly sidestepped and simultaneously reached out to grab Anna's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Anna cried out in pain, the silver dagger slipping from her hand and clattering to the ground. She immediately swung her claws toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu took the opportunity to grab her other wrist, pinning both her hands above her head against the wall. At the same time, he pressed his entire body forward, firmly subduing Anna. Let go! Anna struggled desperately, cursing incessantly, you despicable wild spawn, let go of me. How dare you treat me like this? The Blood Clan won't spare you. Wang Yu frowned, hesitation filling his heart. Anna, this unpredictable person, actually wanted to kill him. Die. To eliminate future troubles completely, killing was the cleanest solution. At this moment, as long as he exerted a little force, he could end Anna's life. Draining her blood would not only greatly enhance his strength but might even grant him new abilities. Anna's fair neck, so close yet so far, and her extremely enticing fragrance also stirred a strong impulse in Won Yu. But is killing Anna really the best choice? If he kills her, the vampires will undoubtedly launch a frenzied retaliation, and the Dragon Kingdom will be plunged into a massive diplomatic crisis, unable to explain to Prince Tanya. By then, he, along with his father, will pay a heavy price for it. And Anna's death is certainly not worth regretting, but losing both father and son because of it is truly not worth it. Still, acting impulsively is not an option. Moreover, keeping Anna alive has its advantages. A weakling princess is always easier to deal with. The Blood Clan seems to want this princess to deal with him, so he might as well play along with this rookie princess. From time to time, he would even feign weakness. This way, he could develop stealthily and effectively. Thinking of this, Won Yu suddenly pretended to be unable to suppress Anna's strength. Swish, it flew far away in an instant. Bang! It hit the wall, then thudded to the ground, leaving it covered in dust and with a nosebleed streaming down. Wait a moment, Your Highness, let's talk this through. Please don't kill me. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, Anna was stunned. Just now, Wang Yu's strength was very skillful, easily subduing her completely with minimal effort. Logically, no matter how much she struggled, she shouldn't have been able to break free and should have been completely at Wang Yu's mercy. Yet, she actually managed to break free. I'm this strong? Anna looked at her hands, suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Humph, at least you know your place. This princess is a once-in-2,000 years genius of the Blood Clan. You, a mere wildling, think you can defeat me? Dream on. Since you now know fear, this princess will spare your life. Actually, she had just acted impulsively out of shame and anger. Now, it is clear that the Dragon Kingdom is sincerely intent on protecting Won Yu. If she had really killed Won Yu just now, the consequences would probably have been even more severe than Won Yu killing her. So she immediately changed her tone and said, now that you know the power of this princess, are you willing to become this princess's blood progeny? Blood servant? Won Yu was completely confused. He knew that some vampires had awakened the ability to transform others. Every once in a while, a human can be turned into a vampire, and such vampires are absolutely loyal to the vampire who turned them, making them the best cannon fodder and servants. For example, Bob from before. But as far as Wang Yu knows, this kind of transformation can only be used to turn humans into vampires. I'm already a vampire, how can I still be a blood servant? Foolish creature. Anna became even more arrogant upon seeing this. I'm talking about something different, a blood progeny. This princess sees that you have some potential. Out of great mercy, I can help you complete the full embrace ceremony and officially make you a member of the Blood Clan. And you, after completing the ceremony, will become my first offspring. As the eldest son of this princess, you will gain an exalted status and power. Money, wealth, blood sustenance, everything you desire can be easily obtained. Stop. Won Yu's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He pointed at himself, then at Anna. So, you want me to be your son? Big sister, how old are you? 17. Anna proudly raised her fair neck even higher. Having offspring at 17 is quite rare among the Blood Clan. Then do you know how old I am? Won Yu said irritably, not too much, not too little, just turned 18. You're even younger than me, and you want to act like my mom? Did you get your head stuck in a door? Ahem, what kind of joke is that? Daring to take advantage of such an ethical joke, Won Yu could hardly resist giving Anna 2 big slaps. But then he remembered that it was best to play weak and lie low for now, so he softened his tone a bit. However, Anna looked completely serious. I'm not joking with you. This has always been the way my clan passes down its legacy. Don't talk about age or seniority. The ethics and rules of you humans are utterly insignificant to the Blood Clan, who possess eternal life. Think about it. As long as you become the eldest son of this princess, from now on, not only will the Blood Clan stop opposing and hunting you, but they will also become your strongest support. Otherwise, your Dragon Kingdom may protect you for a while, but it cannot protect you for a lifetime. No one has ever survived after violating the taboos of the Blood Clan. Wang Yu frowned. He had to admit that Princess Anna wasn't wrong. Although vampires hadn't established a top-tier nation, their influence spanned the globe. Moreover, they were the best at assassination when conflicts arose. It was not just once that even foreign dignitaries who offended the vampires were assassinated by them through various means. Even several foreign heads of state and leaders of resistance forces were assassinated. As for those wild vampires who violated taboos, not a single one of them lived long. Currently, although the Dragon Nation has managed to protect him with its great strength, to what extent and for how long remains uncertain. And seeing that Wang Yu seemed somewhat tempted, Anna became even more smug. Scared, aren't you? But once you become the blood progeny of this princess, it will be different. Although you now possess endless life and the Daywalker talent granted by this princess's noble bloodline, you're still nothing more than a wildling without a proper embrace and orthodox cultivation. Not only will your talents be limited, but every bit of strength you gain will become more difficult, and even if you awaken some kind of talent, you won't have enough methods or experience to use it effectively. But as long as you become my offspring, I will provide you with the best methods and experience for utilizing the talents of the Blood Clan, offering you endless blood sustenance and resources to help you grow rapidly. This, if you still retain retain human preferences and like beautiful women, I can arrange that immediately. Whether it's celebrity noble women or beautiful noble virgins. Think about it, no longer having to live in fear, hiding from the Blood Clan's pursuit, but instead standing at the top of the Blood Clan's power hierarchy, enjoying endless glory and resources. This is countless times better than your life in the Dragon Country, studying hard, going to school, and eventually finding a job, which most likely would be working for a company controlled by my Blood Clan, serving us like an ox or a horse, delivering resources to us. Anna talked incessantly, continuously promising Won Yu more benefits, and many of these benefits happened to be exactly what Won Yu needed. For example, he had already acquired the talent for blood manipulation, but he had no clue how to further develop and utilize this talent, or how to use the blood wing technique and blood blade technique. Despite trying for so many days, it was like creating a martial art from scratch. Without a solid foundation and years of refinement, it was absolutely impossible. If Won Yu were given 10 or 20 years, he might be able to figure it out. But for the 18-year-old Won Yu right now, 10 or 20 years is simply too long. What he wants is something that can quickly be turned into combat power, to grow stronger as fast as possible and avenge himself soon. He simply doesn't have the time to slowly study these things. What's more, in the future, he would gain more talents and have more vampire combat secret techniques and spells to master. And all these things he needed most, Anna could provide. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that temporarily lowering his head and following Anna wasn't such a bad idea. Not only could he gain these benefits, but he might also get another chance to hunt and absorb vampires. You should know that the vampire clan is not entirely united. There are also many rivalries and conflicts. According to public information, there are 2 elders in the Squid Nation's Elder Council who are dissatisfied with Prince Tanya's rule. But Won Yu still won't take this path. There are 2 reasons. First, the status of his mother in Won Yu's heart is supreme and unique. Back then, his mother was brutally killed by the Blood Clan in order to protect him. What level are you, Anna, to think you can be my mother? Second, that so-called first embrace ceremony also made Won Yu feel uneasy. What if, after completing the ritual, he becomes a fully controlled puppet? Wouldn't that be game over? What if, in the end, he can't avenge his grudge, can't become Lubu, and instead has to acknowledge the enemy as his master and work like a slave for his foe? Whether rationally or emotionally, Won Yu immediately rejected this option. However, on the surface, he still decided to humor this rookie princess for now. Her Highness the Princess makes a valid point. Won Yu gritted his teeth and endured his disgust as he bowed to Anna. However, becoming the son of someone younger than me is still too hard for me to accept. You know, all these years I've been human, and I still find it hard to understand your vampire ethics. How about this, Your Highness? Could you give me some time to think it over? After all, his development in one day is equivalent to a normal vampire's development in a year. Delay as long as possible. Anna felt a wave of dissatisfaction upon hearing this. This princess has already made herself clear, and you still need to think about it? Truly ungrateful. She was furious in her heart. However, thinking of Won Yu's combat prowess just now, she couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. No, to possess such strength is indeed superior to many humans who have undergone the trials of the Blood Clan. Especially compared to someone like Edward, who relies on connections, it is far more impressive. If he can be successfully brought under control, it wouldn't hurt to be a bit more patient. Moreover, if Won Yu harbors resistance, the embrace ceremony cannot be successfully completed and would greatly deplete her vitality. Moreover, she is not in a good state right now, and Adams and the others have been detained by Lei Peng. Even if Won Yu agreed immediately, she still wouldn't be able to perform the ceremony. So she reluctantly said, "Alright then, this princess will show mercy one more time. There is still 1 month until your so-called college entrance exam, so I will give you 1 more month. Hope you know what's good for you." Yes, yes, yes. Wang Yu curled his lips, indifferent. But on the surface, he became even more respectful, hurriedly picking up the dagger he had just knocked away. Holding the blade, he respectfully handed the handle to Anna. "Your Highness, I will certainly give it serious thought. This is your dagger. I was a bit rude just now. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Exchanging pleasantries is a tradition passed down by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. These 2 sentences, combined with his submissive demeanor, immediately coaxed a delighted smile from Anna. What's more, after the earlier incident, she found Wang Yu's respect and eagerness particularly valuable. Just moments ago, she had felt nothing but disgust when showered with praise and flattery by all the students in the class. But now, she was utterly thrilled. Couldn't help but proudly puff out her chest, a look of immense pride appearing on her delicate face. Do you think it was because this princess couldn't hold the weapon and you knocked it out of my hand? It's just that this princess didn't like it and deliberately threw it away. Here, if you like it, I'll reward it to you. As she spoke, she directly tossed over the dagger's sheath as well. So extravagant? You should know that in the new era, silver is much more valuable than gold. The acquisitions by major vampire families, coupled with the strong support of wealthy elites, have drastically reduced the amount of silver in circulation. The remaining small amounts of silver and silver mines are also controlled by some strategically minded forces as a strategic strategic resource against vampires. The market price of silver has already been speculated up to 5,000 yuan per gram, and it is often a case of having a price but no market. This dagger, though small and delicate, is not very large and weighs about 3 to 400 grams. Removing some decorations and the insulating material on the handle, the weight of the silver should still be around 200 grams. In other words, Princess Anna casually gifted him something worth $1 million, and it is also a very practical weapon. Not just vampires, many dark creatures also fear silver. Thank you, Princess. This time, Wang Yu's politeness carried a hint of sincerity, because Wang Yu truly likes this. With this, it will be much more convenient to kill vampires in the future. I'm going. Anna proudly returned to the classroom, holding her head high, as if she were a victorious general. At this moment, someone in the class happened to be whispering, "Sai, you know what? I just saw Wang Yu pin Princess Anna against the wall in the hallway." Really? No way. Princess Anna is a Baron-level vampire. Even if Wang Yu has the guts, does he have the ability? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? At this point, Wang Yu followed Anna into the classroom. Still holding that silver dagger, he played with it fondly, unable to put it down. Look, class leader Li Lin pointed at the dagger in Wang Yu's hand and said, "This was just hanging on Princess Anna, and now it's ended up in Wang Yu's hands." Maybe Princess Anna even agreed that this dagger is her token of love for him. Although her voice was soft, as vampires with exceptional hearing, and Baron-level vampires at that, both Anna and Wang Yu heard her words. Anna remained expressionless, completely unmoved. After all, to her, these humans were nothing more than foolish, weak, and short-lived creatures. She didn't pay any attention to it and completely ignored what they said. But Wang Yu's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he gave Li Lin a strange look. Almost mistook a desperate fight for a cabinet? Huh? Class monitor, can you watch fewer brainless Mary Sue dramas in your free time? At this moment, Wang Yu suddenly noticed that all the girls were looking at him with curious and gossiping expressions. Meanwhile, the boys' gazes toward him were instantly filled with jealousy and hostility. Originally, everyone had admired Anna for her outstanding beauty and noble status, but now they immediately saw Wang Yu as a thorn in their side. Why him? Just because he's a little handsome? A pretty boy, a bottom ranker, and yet he managed to win Princess Anna's favor. A tall boy said through gritted teeth. Maybe he used some despicable means to make Princess Anna give him the dagger. Oh my god, and it's even a silver dagger. Damn it, on the first day they met, not only was he rude to Princess Anna, but he also tricked her into giving away such a precious gift. Another boy wearing glasses echoed. Exactly, Wang Yu, that useless guy, must have used some shady means to deceive Princess Anna. The other boys also nodded one after another, cursing under their breath, especially Sun Yu. Originally, as the most outstanding boy in the class, he felt he had the greatest chance. When Teacher Chen arranged for Anna to sit with him and even reminded them to communicate more and learn from each other, he felt like his springtime had truly arrived. He believed that if anyone could attract Princess Anna's attention and win her favor, it had to be him. But in the end, it was Wang Yu, the underachiever, who stole the show. Seeing Anna so overjoyed and brimming with pride, she truly looked like a girl experiencing her first love. Alright, Wang Yu, just you wait. When the opportunity comes, I'll make you pay. I'll make sure the noble Princess Anna finds out that you're nothing but a coward, a pretty face with no substance. Not only Sun Yu, but 7 or 8 murderous glares also shot toward Wang Yu. Even Zhang Boyang's gaze toward him carried a hint of resentment. It seems to be saying, bro, you're not being considerate. How could you act so quickly? Misunderstood. After seeing everyone's reactions, Wang Yu felt as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed a fly. He wanted to explain, but the problem was that no one had said it out loud. All are whispers, secretly murmuring. It's only because his hearing became much sharper than that of ordinary people after becoming a vampire that he could hear it. Now, since others didn't openly say anything, if he suddenly brought it up, it would only make him seem guilty. So he had no choice but to let it go and return to his seat. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, walked into the classroom again. Your foreign language teacher is sick, so this period will continue with physical education. How annoying. Last period was theory, this period it's time for practice. Let's go, follow me to the sports field. After the beginning of the new era, Longwei completely surpassed Eagle Sauce, becoming the most powerful country in the world, which relegated the once important foreign language class to a marginal subject. Coupled with the rampant spread of various superpowered creatures in the new era, training powerful superpowered warriors has become a top priority for national development and even the survival of humanity. Thus, since the beginning of the new era, the foreign language teacher's health has deteriorated significantly, and they often fall ill. On the other hand, the physical education teacher, who used to be frequently sick, suddenly became very healthy and often took on substitute classes in overtime. People were thrilled. Usually, everyone dislikes boring theory classes and prefers practical exercises. At least all the boys like it. Today, there is an even more special situation. As soon as they heard about practical exercises, they got as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Practical exercises are great, teacher. This time, let me team up with Wang Yu. He hasn't hasn't attended class for over a semester, so I can tutor him one-on-one. Yes, teacher, let me team up with him. I promise to teach him well. 7 or 8 boys were all vying to help Wang Yu improve. However, Wang Yu didn't recall being this popular. These guys are definitely jealous of his special relationship with Anna and want to use the practical combat class as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. They are even more eager to show off in front of the beautiful Princess Anna. Among them, Sun Yu is the most enthusiastic. He is muscular and stands at a height of 1.85 meters. He was usually known in the class for his great strength and excellent combat skills. Yay! At this moment, he was staring at Wang Yu with a malicious expression, his eyes gleaming with a provocative light. So, Wang Yu, do you dare to pair up with me? The other boys, seeing Sun Yu step forward, also started to jeer. Yeah, teacher, Sun Yu has the best practical combat skills in our class. Let Sun Yu and Wang Yu be in the same group and guide him well. Chen Jiwu frowned slightly, sensing that something was off, but he didn't think much of it, assuming the students were simply enthusiastic about practical training and particularly eager to help Wang Yu, who had just returned to school. He glanced at Wang Yu, then at Sun Yu, and said, alright, since you're so enthusiastic, you and Wang Yu will be in the same group. And me too. However, classmate Wang Yu has just recovered from a serious illness and must still be very weak. Be careful, stop at the right moment, and don't cause any injuries. A group of people arrived at the playground. Chen Jiwu clapped his hands and said loudly, today's practical combat lesson is about mixed martial arts. Many superpowered creatures have physiques and attack methods similar to humans, such as orcs, elves, werewolves, and so on. By practicing combat, we can protect ourselves when facing these superpowered creatures, and even defeat them. Now, everyone pair up in groups of 2 and practice attacking and defending each other. Remember, this is not just a contest of strength but also a test of skill and adaptability, because superpowered beings often have the upper hand in strength, while we ordinary people must rely on skill to win. It seemed that, to protect Wang Yu, the homeroom teacher Chen Jiwu specifically emphasized not to use brute force. But at this moment, Sun Yu eagerly walked up to Wang Yu, stretched his muscles a bit, and said in a low, menacing voice, Wang Yu, do you really think a sickly loser like you has any right to covet Princess Anna? If you know what's good for you, hand the dagger back to Princess Anna immediately and stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I wasn't coveting anything. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. To tell you the truth, I'm trying to avoid her as much as I can. Nonsense. Sun Yu's face was full of anger. Someone saw you pinning Princess Anna against the wall in the corridor with their own eyes, and you still won't admit it. Even if Princess Anna likes men from the Dragon Kingdom, it must be a strong man like me. A pretty boy like you doesn't deserve it at all. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson, so you, the bottom of the barrel, know your place. I'll also let Princess Anna see who the best boy in our class really is. Let's go. After saying that, Sun Yu made his move directly. A sudden punch was thrown at Wang Yu, the force of the punch roaring like a tiger. Damn! Wang Yu was startled. He hadn't expected Sun Yu to be so impulsive, not even giving him a chance to explain. Moreover, he came at him with full force right from the start, with both speed and power being quite astonishing. The angle and position were perfectly executed, as expected of the class's top student all along, so arrogant. But thinking this little skill could teach the current Wang Yu a lesson is still too naive. He shifted his body slightly and easily dodged the punch. Yo, you dodged pretty quickly. Sun Yu missed his strike, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. To thoroughly mock and humiliate Wang Yu, he had intended to finish him off in one move, striking with full force. But unexpectedly, the sickly Wang Yu actually managed to dodge the fatal blow. But so what? Trash is still trash. Let's see how many moves you can withstand. Swish! Immediately, there was another series of attacks, each aimed directly at Wang Yu's vital points. Wang Yu dodged while observing Zhao Gang's attack patterns. He discovered that although Sun Yu was strong, his attack methods were relatively simple, and his moves were rather rigid. Even many of the combat techniques taught by Chen Jiwu were not mastered proficiently, leaving numerous flaws. Not to mention, Wang Yu's father, Wang Hoxiong, came from a background as a superpowered special forces soldier. Since childhood, his combat skills were taught hand in hand by his father and honed through one-on-one practice. When he first transformed into a vampire, he could use his superb combat skills to deal with Bob and the others. Now, seeing through Sun Yu's flaws and defeating him is simply a piece of cake. So when Sun Yu swung his fist again, Wang Yu found the perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, he reached out and gently grabbed Zhao Gang's arm. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he turned around and threw Zhao Gang out. The dull sound of a fall caught everyone's attention. Some people already had smiles on their faces, ready to mock Wang Yu. But when they turned their heads, they found that the one lying on the ground wasn't Wang Yu, but Sun Yu. All along, the strongest in combat, Sun Yu, was unexpectedly taken down silently by Wang Yu so quickly. Is this him just recovering from a serious illness? Seeing this unbelievable outcome before their eyes, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Exclamations of amazement echoed continuously. Zhang Boyang ran over excitedly and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Damn, bro, you're impressive. impressive. When we were in the same group before, I already knew you were the best at martial arts, but your illness held you back. Still, I never expected that after you recovered, you'd be this fierce. Even Sun Yu isn't a match for you." In the eyes of the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, there was also a glimmer of admiration. He had an overview of the entire situation and was most concerned about the condition of Wang Yu, who had just returned to school, so he observed everything clearly. That move Wang Yu just made was truly clean and decisive, seizing the best opportunity. Plop! Putting himself in Wang Yu's shoes, he suddenly realized that even if he were in the same position, he might not have done better than Wang Yu. Ha ha! A look of approval filled his face. "Wang Yu, it seems that during your time off from school, you haven't fallen behind in your studies. What? I guess you can achieve a good score in the college entrance exam, maybe even have a better chance than Sun Yu of getting into a military academy. That puts my mind at ease." Anna saw Wang Yu win. Although she wasn't surprised, she still felt a burst of pride. "What?" Exclamation point. Oh my goodness. After all, he was her prospective bloodline. She then walked over, stretched out her jade-like fair hand, and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. "You did very well. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." For her, it was the recognition and encouragement from a superior to a subordinate. But when others heard it, the meaning immediately changed. The classmates' gazes instantly became more ambiguous and gossipy, and whispers once again spread through the crowd. "Look, Princess Anna is so close to Wang Yu. There must be some unspeakable relationship between them. Maybe Princess Anna has really taken a liking to Wang Yu. That's so enviable. Humph, that guy Wang Yu, who knows what kind of dumb luck he stumbled upon. Not only did he defeat Sun Yu, but he also won Princess Anna's favor. Sigh, if I had known, I would have been bolder and stepped up too. Who would have thought Princess Anna would actually favor a human so much?" Sun Yu's face turned extremely unpleasant as he listened to the discussions around him, alternating between pale and flushed. Not bad. He originally thought he would easily defeat Wang Yu, using this opportunity to show off and suppress Wang Yu, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also became a stepping stone for Wang Yu, making Anna admire Wang Yu even more. Furious and humiliated, he shouted with reddened eyes, "Wang Yu, this doesn't count. I was careless just now. If you have the guts, fight me again." Wang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Given his level of combat skills, he could easily defeat Sun Yu using just the strength of an ordinary person, so there was no need to worry about exposing his identity as a vampire. But he also didn't want to waste time on such meaningless fights. Moreover, Sun Yu is too brainless, which also makes him feel a burst of irritation and disgust. "Forget it, I did indeed win by luck just now. I'm still a bit behind the pace right now. Playing against you is still too much for me. Teacher, let me team up with Zhang Boyong instead. We are more familiar with each other, and our skills are about the same, which makes it easier to grow through sparring. As the saying goes, take a step back and the sea and sky broaden." Wang Yu, on one hand, didn't want to cause too much trouble, and on the other hand, didn't want to show too much exceptional ability in front of the vampire Princess Anna, so he simply conceded defeat. Chen Jiwu hesitated a little. He had clearly seen Wang Yu make a move just now, and the brilliance of that move was definitely not fake. But considering Wang Yu's previous practical combat performance, he began to suspect it might have been a coincidence. It was very likely that Sun Yu had been careless and underestimated his opponent, allowing Wang Yu to take advantage. Looking at Sun Yu's situation, if Sun Yu and Wang Yu remain in the same group, Sun Yu might take the opportunity to retaliate. Then you should pair up with Zhang Boyong. Everyone, carry on. As the words fell, everyone returned to their positions, ready to continue sparring with their respective partners. But at this moment, Sun Yu suddenly let out a loud shout. "I'm the top of the class, how could I be taken down by a bottom feeder? Today, I must fight this loser again and show him my real skills." With that, he lunged fiercely at Wang Yu. Sun Jiwu originally wanted to intervene, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Firstly, it's a good thing for students to have a competitive spirit, as it can improve their performance. Secondly, he also wanted to see what Wang Yu was truly capable of. Want to see if that incredibly beautiful over-the-shoulder throw just now was a coincidence. So he changed his words and said, "Wang Yu, be careful." In that instant of release and retraction, Sun Yu had already charged in front of Wang Yu. He came with overwhelming momentum, filled with anger and unwillingness, his eyes red like a raging bull. All right. Clenching his fists with all his strength, he tried to deliver a heavy blow to Wang Yu with the force of Mount Tai pressing down, preparing a move to finish Wang Yu in one strike, making him roll on the ground, hoping to regain the face he had lost. Can't I even admit defeat? Wang Yu was furious, not expecting Sun Yu to be so relentless. No, in that case, he can't be blamed for not showing respect. This strike from Sun Yu appeared bold and seasoned, but to Wang Yu, who had been learning combat from his special forces father since childhood, it was simply child's play, full of flaws. He had at least 9 ways to defeat it, and to avoid this guy from continuing to pester him, he chose the simplest and most direct method. Facing the oncoming attack, he quickly sidestepped while extending a hand to precisely grab Sun Yu's arm. Taking advantage of the momentum, he once again employed skillful techniques of of deflection and leveraging force. With a gentle twist and a pull, Sun Yu's tall and sturdy body was uncontrollably flung out. After tracing an arc in the air, he once again landed heavily on the ground. Over the shoulder throw. Still the same formula, still the same taste. Sun Yu's aggressive strike was effortlessly neutralized by Wang Yu, directly defeating the opponent. The classmates were all stunned, their mouths wide open in shock. Defeated Sun Yu in just one move? Is this for real? Sun Yu is the best in our class at combat sparring. Even Teacher Chen needs more than a dozen moves to beat him, and yet Wang Yu took him down in just one clean move? Still the same move as just now. Everyone was utterly shocked. It should be noted that this time, Sun Yu's action was witnessed by everyone. It can be said that he gave it his all, without any underestimation of the opponent. Moreover, he had just suffered a loss and should have been on guard against Wang Yu's over-the-shoulder throw. Yet even so, he was still taken down in one move by Wang Yu using the same technique. This proves that Wang Yu truly possesses the solid strength to defeat Sun Yu, even to the point of overwhelming him. The homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, was even more impressed, unable to resist clapping and cheering. Plop! This move, whether in timing, force, or angle, can be described as perfect. Using less than 1/5 of the opponent's strength to achieve victory, defeating the enemy in one move, this is practically a textbook example of a real combat scenario. Wang Yu, you've truly made your teacher see you in a new light. Chen Jiwu praised Wang Yu and then said to everyone, classmates, did you see that? This is what I was talking about. Exclamation point. As long as everyone masters the techniques well, even when facing superpowered creatures several times stronger than us, we still have a chance to fight. Even during a sick leave from school, Wang Yu never forgot to hone his combat skills. He is a role model worth learning from for all of us. But before the words had finished, Sun Yu charged forward once again. This time, his speed was faster, and his strength was greater. Oh my god. The fist wind tore through the air, even sharper than before. After 3 punches, even Wang Yu had no choice but to temporarily avoid the edge. Helplessly taking one punch, even after deflecting most of the force, he was still shaken back 7 or 8 steps. Sun Yu, what are you doing? Chen Jiwu had no choice but to step forward to stop him, but after taking a punch, he also retreated 2 steps. What does this indicate? Looking at his fatally aching palm, Chen Jiwu couldn't help but take a sharp breath and exclaimed, what immense strength! This is no longer the strength of an ordinary person. Okay, at least level 4, no, the strength of a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior. Sun Yu, with this level of strength, how is it that even I, your teacher, didn't know? Teacher, don't interfere. Sun Yu said with reddened eyes, I originally wanted to shine in the college entrance exam, but now, I want to show Wang Yu, that brat, how powerful I am. I can't lose to this useless guy. After saying that, he lunged fiercely at Wang Yu again. Level 5 sub-superpower. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Zhang Boyang was even more worried for Wang Yu. He hurriedly shouted, Old Wang, run. Swish, swish, swish. Because opponents with level 5 sub-superpower are no longer ones that ordinary people can defeat. Bang! Sub-superpower? At this moment, Princess Anna looked at Zhang Boyang with a face full of confusion. As Wang Yu's best buddy, Anna now reluctantly considers this human as half one of her own. Hiss! Zhang Boyang was flattered and hurriedly explained, Your Highness, this is how we in the Dragon Kingdom classify physical strength and fitness. The average human's bench press strength is 100 Jin, and the force of a full-strength punch is approximately 100 kilograms. We use this as the standard and call it a level 1 sub-superpowered warrior. If a person's bench press strength reaches 200 Jin and their full-strength punch reaches 200 kilograms, they are called level 2 sub-superpowered, and so on. When a person can bench press 1,000 pounds and deliver a punch with a force of 1,000 kilograms, they officially meet the standard of a super soldier. Oh, Anna suddenly understood. Oh my goodness. Actually, this is quite similar to their vampire clan. With each heartbeat, the strength increases slightly. The difference is that they can divide it by the number of heartbeats, while in the Dragon Kingdom, it is measured using specific numerical standards. In other words, Sun Yu's current strength level is roughly equivalent to that of a vampire with 5 heartbeats. This instantly piqued her interest, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile. Teacher Chen, please don't stop this match immediately. Didn't you say that excellent combat skills can give humans the power to resist superpowered creatures? I want to see if Wang Yu can defeat Sun through technique. In fact, she had no doubt at all that Wang Yu could beat Sun Yu. After all, even someone with Baron-level strength like herself almost lost to Wang Yu. In terms of sheer power, the level Wang Yu displayed during their battle was almost on par with Bob, whose heart had pulsed 9 times. In other words, Wang Yu is a level 9 sub-superpowered warrior. A level 9 fighting a level 5 with such a huge power advantage, coupled with Wang Yu's superb combat skills, is simply a one-sided domination. But the problem is, Wang Yu seems to be ashamed of letting others know he is a vampire and desperately hides his identity. Even when competing with Sun Yu, he only displayed the level of an ordinary human. He even went so far as to exhibit strength weaker than that of an ordinary human to fit the persona of someone recovering from a serious illness. Now is the perfect perfect opportunity to pressure him, forcing him to expose himself in front of the teacher and classmates, thereby making him more willing to become a member of the vampire clan. Chen Jiwoo hesitated again. You should know that Sun Yu is not just a superpowered creature or sub-superpowered creature driven by biological instincts, but a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior with rich combat skills. Take the old-era boxing champion Tyson as an example. Some people with a poor grasp of history mistakenly believe that his peak punch was 800 kilograms, equivalent to an 8th-level superpowered warrior. But actually, this is incorrect. In fact, Tyson's most powerful right-hand punch force is 800 pounds, which is more than 300 kilograms, falling between a level 3 and level 4 superpowered warrior. Considering that he is still a boxer, his combat ability is roughly equivalent to a level 3 or level 4 superpowered warrior. But Sun Yu is a level 5 superpowered warrior, a whole level higher. It is no exaggeration to say that he can completely crush Tyson now. However, the strength displayed by Wang Yu is even slightly inferior to that of an ordinary human. It is very difficult to win, and it can even be said to be a certain defeat. But Princess Anna's status is noble, and her request cannot be ignored. In addition, Chen Jiwoo also wanted to see where Wang Yu's limits truly lay. Anyway, I'll keep a close watch. If Sun Yu tries to go too far, I'll just step in and stop him. It's also a good opportunity for the classmates to observe some real combat. With this thought, Chen Jiwoo nodded and stepped back. Alright, what kind of concept is this? Sun Yu, take it easy. The college entrance exam is coming up, and Wang Yu has just recovered from a serious illness. Don't hurt him and affect his exam. Got it. Sun Yu immediately licked his lips with a crimson tongue upon hearing this, his eyes narrowing slightly. A surge of ruthlessness rose in his heart. College entrance exam? Dare to steal my thunder in front of Princess Anna. Dare to beat me to pursuing Princess Anna, and you still want to take the college entrance exam? I'll make sure you, this loser, can't even get into college. By then, let's see how you'll compete with me for Princess Anna. After the thought passed, Sun Yu charged forward once again. Moreover, this time, he wised up and proceeded steadily and surely. To avoid the inexplicable situation of being thrown flat on his back by Wang Yu before even having the chance to display his true strength. However, after these seemingly steady yet fierce 7 moves, Sun Yu was once again heavily thrown to the ground by Wang Yu with the same simple and unadorned over-the-shoulder throw. So what if it's a superpower? Even if a superpower comes, it would be the same. Without even lasting 10 moves, Wang Yu easily took care of it. My goodness! This time, it could no longer be described as mere shock. Everyone who saw this result was completely petrified on the spot. Oh well, old Wang is this fierce? Among all the classmates, the most shocked was the chubby Zhang Boyang, because over the past 2.5 years, he and Wang Yu had always been like brothers in adversity. Starting from the second year of high school, he even surpassed Wang Yu, becoming the second to last in the class. Every time there was a practical sparring session, it was always the two of them practicing together, and he would often defeat Wang Yu. He knew it was all because Wang Yu was sick and physically weak, but he never expected that after Wang Yu recovered, he would be so fierce. A level 5 sub-superpowered warrior, taking someone down within 10 moves. Splash! This, let alone in their regular class, even in the experimental class or at a top high school, would be an absolutely explosive genius. So all these years, I've been battling such formidable people? I've been going toe-to-toe with geniuses, turns out I'm a genius myself. Even more shocked was the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwoo, defeating a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior with ordinary strength. Even I am far from achieving this. Wang Yu, who taught you how to fight? Chen Jiwoo understood his own level and knew he could never train such an impressive student. Mr. Chen, my dad used to be in the special forces. I learned from him since I was a kid. It's just that my health has been getting worse, so my performance, cough cough. Sorry, teacher, I didn't mean to hold our class back. Wang Yu answered truthfully, while his gaze swept over those few boys who had previously shown him jealousy and hostility. Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to be a bit more assertive. He believed that defeating Sun Yu, who was at the 5th level sub-superpower level, should be enough to intimidate everyone. Make them feel apprehensive, so they won't endlessly cause trouble for me like Sun Yu did. When a few of them met Wang Yu's gaze, they all lowered their heads in shame. Earlier, they had said they wanted to deal with Wang Yu and make a good impression in front of Anna, showing off a bit. But now, seeing that even a level 5 sub-superpower like Sun Yu was utterly defeated by Wang Yu. Don't even mention a one-on-one fight. Even if they all came at him together, it wouldn't be a match for Wang Yu. What kind of show? More like making a fool of themselves. As a result, they all fell silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to provoke Wang Yu again. So, you're a special forces soldier. No wonder, Chen Jiwoo suddenly realized. No wonder you have the confidence to resume school and take the college entrance exam after missing half a year of classes. Although your academic performance is a bit lacking and there are many things you can't catch up on quickly, with your combat skills, it's very likely you'll be specially recruited by a military academy. The teacher looks forward to your performance. He offered some words of encouragement and then turned to Anna. Anna, your suggestion was indeed excellent. excellent. Our classmate Wang Yu's practical combat skills have already surpassed me as a teacher, so if you want to spar and learn through practice, why not ask Wang Yu instead? Originally, for such a distinguished international student, Chen Jiwu had planned to personally spar and impart techniques. After all, it concerns diplomacy and the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. We can't let people say that the princess came to the Dragon Kingdom and learned nothing. What a joke. But now that there's Wang Yu, a student with stronger practical abilities, he can only step back to a secondary role and teach theory. It's not that I'm being lazy, it's just that my abilities are limited. If Anna minds. Before he could finish, Anna immediately shook her head and interrupted. I don't mind. Teacher Chen, your arrangement is very good. I like it very much. Moreover, I have a very special relationship with Wang Yu. Besides that, I also hope you can arrange for us to sit together. As for that Sun Yu, he smells bad and is so weak, I don't like him. Anna looked at Sun Yu, wrinkling her nose in great disdain. I originally thought I could force Wang Yu to use his vampire powers. In the end, Wang Yu easily subdued Sun Yu using only the strength of an ordinary person. This made Anna completely unable to hide her disgust for Sun Yu. Originally, Sun Yu had already been doubting his life after being defeated by Wang Yu despite using all his strength. Now hearing Princess Anna's words, it was even more heartbreaking. How am I weak? A level 5 sub-superpower warrior is considered a relatively strong superior soldier even in the army, okay? And how am I smelly? Obviously, I just took a shower last night. Princess Anna just doesn't like him, that's why she said such things. And the person responsible for all this is Wang Yu. What Sun Yu couldn't accept the most was, what does it mean to have a special relationship with Wang Yu? Anna, seeing how useless he was, has already become more fond of Wang Yu and is now openly revealing her relationship with Wang Yu. Despite his efforts, it ended up giving Wang Yu a chance to shine, turning him into a stepping stone for Wang Yu. This allowed Wang Yu to completely capture Princess Anna's heart. Thinking of this, Sun Yu felt immense pain. Jealousy and anger burned within his heart. At this moment, Wang Yu approached him with a frown. Are you okay? Sorry, I might have been a bit too rough just now. I didn't want this, but since you insisted on making a move, I had no choice. He first exchanged a few polite pleasantries, then cautiously asked, can I ask a question? Why do you smell so bad? He knew it might be a bit inappropriate to ask at this moment, but he just couldn't hold back. Anna's words just now reminded him of another reason for his irritation with Sun Yu. This guy had an unpleasant stench on him. You see, after becoming a vampire, everyone smelled fragrant to Wang Yu. It was the scent of food, an allure etched into the genes of vampires. Even his good brother Zhang Boyong smelled fragrant, but Sun Yu emitted a foul odor. No, initially, it was barely noticeable. However, after he showcased his strength, the smell became extremely strong. Princess Anna smelled it and immediately didn't want to share the same table with him anymore. Meanwhile, Wang Yu thought of more and had a vague sense of foreboding. Sun Yu had already been filled with resentment and jealousy because of Wang Yu's playing dumb to outsmart him and stepping on him to rise. Now seeing Wang Yu openly mocking him, he was even more furious. Wang Yu, don't think you can get cocky just because you won by luck. I'm telling you, in a month, who's strong and who's weak is still uncertain. No, I'm not being cocky, Wang Yu hurriedly explained. I just wanted to ask, have you eaten anything different recently, or used any medicine or something that could affect your blood? Otherwise, he originally wanted to say, why do I smell such a stench on you? For vampires, a stench must mean there's something wrong with the blood, possibly even a terminal illness. Just like how spoiled human food smells unpleasant. But on second thought, he didn't want to expose himself as a vampire. So he immediately changed his words and said, otherwise, why would Princess Anna say you smell bad? You know, she's a vampire. If she says you smell bad, there must be something wrong with you. After listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Sun Yu's face changed dramatically. It wasn't because Wang Yu's words reminded him and made him alert, but because Wang Yu had truly gone too far. What do you mean? Mocking him wasn't enough, he even had to use Anna to mock him. What does it mean that Anna thinks he stinks? This was simply stabbing him in the heart and rubbing salt into his wounds. At this moment, his jealousy and anger could no longer be contained. Wang Yu, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the end. Sun Yu let out a beast-like roar, then charged at Wang Yu once again, attacking him like a madman. Wang Yu once again responded cautiously, and after a few moves, he was able to find a flaw and throw Sun Yu to the ground. However, a level 5 sub-superpower warrior's enhancement is not limited to just strength but also includes physique. Although Wang Yu could defeat Sun Yu repeatedly, his display of only ordinary human strength was unable to inflict effective damage on Sun Yu. Moreover, he had only learned combat punches and kicks and had not yet had the chance to learn grappling, making it impossible to restrain the current Sun Yu, who was like a raging bull. If it were an ordinary person, they would be exhausted to death by Sun Yu. In the end, for an ordinary person to defeat a superpowered creature barehanded is still too difficult. What? Sun Yu can make countless mistakes and fall countless times. But if Wang Yu were truly just an ordinary human, then a single mistake might result in him being seriously injured by the enraged Sun Yu. If not handled properly, it could cost a life. Sun Yu, stop. Don't Don't fight anymore. At this moment, the teacher and classmates also realized the problem. Homeroom teacher Chen Jiwoo watched for a while and couldn't help but step in, taking Wang Yu's place to fight against Sun Yu. Sun Yu, are you crazy? Stop right now, he reprimanded sternly. But Sun Yu's eyes were red, as if he couldn't hear anything, and he continued to launch frenzied attacks. Moreover, not only was his stamina not depleted by the frenzied attacks, but his strength was actually growing stronger. Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. In just a few breaths, Sun Yu's strength had reached the level of an 8th level sub-superpowered warrior. Chen Jiwoo immediately felt a wave of pressure. As a martial arts instructor, he had been admitted to the normal university back in the day, received the state-issued superpower enhancement serum, and his strength was quite remarkable as well. But after all, the body is only at the level of a 7th level sub-superpowered warrior. Although Sun Yu's combat skills are still quite a distance from his, the gap is not as vast as that between him and Wang Yu. After a few moves, Sun Jiwoo was already drenched in sweat. Student Sun Yu seems to have lost his composure and fallen into some kind of berserk state. Classmates, quickly evacuate, return to your classrooms, lock the doors, and ensure safety. Li Lin, hurry to the office and ask the principal to issue an emergency shelter announcement. Also, call all the PE teachers over. Okay. The students immediately sprang into action. Wang Yu also ran towards the classroom with them. Just before leaving, a quick glance back revealed that the unpleasant smell on Sun Yu had become even stronger, and his skin seemed to be getting darker and darker. How did Sun Yu suddenly turn into a black man? By the window, all the students of Class 10 crowded together, watching the battle on the playground. At this moment on the playground, Sun Yu was furiously attacking the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwoo. As time went by, his skin grew darker and darker, to the point where he resembled an African native. Moreover, as Sun Yu's skin darkened, his strength also seemed to grow. Every punch he threw carried increasingly powerful impact. At first, Chen Jiwoo could barely fend off Sun Yu's attacks with all his might. But now, he can only keep dodging and blocking, gradually feeling a bit overwhelmed. He's already reached the level of a 9th grade sub-superpowered warrior, and his strength is still increasing. Something's wrong. He was shocked in his heart because the changes in Sun Yu before him had completely exceeded his understanding. Under certain circumstances, humans can indeed enhance their strength to become sub-superpowered warriors, or even superpowered warriors. For example, gene enhancement fluid, or also called superpower enhancement fluid. He himself became a level 7 sub-superpower warrior only after using the enhancement fluid. However, this transformation not only requires the injection of the enhancement fluid, which is strictly regulated by the military, but also years of rigorous training to stimulate the body's potential and fully utilize the effects of the enhancement fluid. It took Chen Jiwoo a full 5 years to go from an ordinary human to a level 7 sub-superpower warrior. Moreover, the further he progressed, the harder it became to advance. For the entire following decade, he remained stagnant, with no improvement in his strength. But what about Sun Yu? In less than 5 short minutes, his power skyrocketed from a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior straight to level 9. The speed of this growth left him utterly shocked, and Sun Yu's irrational and frenzied killing spree made him extremely worried. The classmates in the classroom were even more terrified, their faces pale. My God, so strong. Sun Yu's transformation is too bizarre, a classmate said in horror. Could it be that he got infected with some terrible abyssal virus and mutated? Another classmate guessed, their voice full of fear. How could this happen? Abyssal creature. This is something even more terrifying than superpowered creatures. Superpowered creatures still retain biological instincts, such as stopping unnecessary hunting and killing once they are full. But abyssal creatures represent absolute slaughter and death, and Sun Yu's current behavior bears some resemblance to abyssal creatures. Bloodthirsty, berserk, with only battle and slaughter in his eyes. Sun Yu, snap out of it. Chen Jiwoo felt increasingly uneasy. While fending off the attacks, he tried to wake up Sun Yu, but Sun Yu turned a deaf ear, and his attacks grew even fiercer. Seeing that he was about to lose his grip, a series of hurried footsteps came from the distance as several PE teachers rushed over. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions instantly turned grave. Mr. Chen, we're here to help, a physical education teacher shouted, and then several people immediately joined the fight, trying to subdue Sun Yu together. However, Sun Yu, in his berserk state, possessed astonishing strength. Without harming him, even with several teachers working together, they were unable to subdue him successfully. The scene fell into a stalemate. Could it be that Sun Yu, like me, came into contact with something forbidden? Wang Yu looked at the situation before him, pondering silently in his heart. His father was able to turn him into a vampire to save his life, so it's very possible that Sun Yu also sought other supernatural powers for strength. And extraordinary power often means an extraordinary price. For example, the life and death situations he and his father have faced these days, their precarious circumstances. Or, for instance, Sun Yu's current dangerous state. Looks like I'm not the only one with secrets. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Turns out he has the means to back it up. I'll have to be even more careful in the future. Wang Yu felt that he had been too impulsive. If he had known Sun Yu was this troublesome, he would have been more cautious and kept a lower profile. Fortunately, the teacher stepped in today, otherwise, he would have had to reveal his true strength and identity. Just as Wang Yu was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred on the field. Initially, under the combined efforts of several teachers, Sun Yu had gradually been subdued. But just as the teachers were about to completely restrain Sun Yu, he let out a furious roar, and his strength erupted once again. Like a madman, he struck several consecutive palms, actually forcing several teachers to retreat several meters. Then his body began to rapidly expand, his muscles bulging high, and his skin becoming rougher and darker. His face started to deform, and a layer of black fur even grew on his face and hands. The classmates screamed in fright. Wang Yu's expression changed again, feeling that Sun Yu's transformation seemed vaguely familiar. At this moment, Anna beside him suddenly cried out in shock. It's a werewolf. I remember now, that disgusting feeling is the scent of a werewolf. Werewolf? Hearing Anna's exclamation, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a chill surged through their hearts. Werewolf? How could it be a werewolf? A classmate said in horror, their voice filled with disbelief. Bang! Because werewolves are different from vampires. Roar! The Dragon Kingdom not only allows vampires to enter the country but even permits its own citizens to transform into vampires. As long as they register and file records according to the law, abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, and do not use illegal means to attack humans for blood, the Dragon Kingdom's authorities do not object. Bang! 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 But werewolves are different. They usually appear no different from normal humans, except for their greater strength. However, once they transform into their werewolf form, they lose human memory and consciousness, becoming a pure killing beast. Is this still a human? In this form, it is impossible for them to abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, often leading to heinous murder cases whenever a werewolf enters the country, sometimes even massacres. Therefore, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom explicitly stipulate that werewolves are not allowed to enter the country, nor are citizens allowed to privately transform into werewolves. Even in special circumstances, activities must be conducted under the supervision of superpowered warriors. With the strength and enforcement of the Dragon Kingdom, there has never been a case of werewolf-related crimes for many years. What? But now, Sun Yu has suddenly turned into a werewolf. This caused a level of shock and terror among the students no less than someone entering a campus with a gun in the old era and shooting indiscriminately. He won't rush in here, will he? It's said that after werewolves transform, they possess immense strength, each with the combat power of a super soldier. Can the teachers handle it? Are we going to die? Everyone was extremely frightened, causing chaos. Even Anna's face turned a little pale. After all, werewolves are the natural enemies of vampires. In the midst of the panic, only Wang Yu, who had truly experienced life and death battles, could quickly regain composure. So that's the reason why that guy smells so bad. As the natural enemy of vampires, werewolves are instinctively despised by vampires. So, although humans are completely unaware, in the sense of smell of vampires, werewolves stink to the point of being nauseating. Even in human form, the scent of a werewolf can make vampires feel disgusted and uncomfortable. It's just that Sun Yu's situation is even more special. Although Sun Yu originally had a different scent on him, it was very faint. Even Wang Yu, who possessed a super sense of smell, couldn't quickly detect it. Only when he went all out and unleashed the power of the werewolf did this scent become increasingly intense. Moreover, since it was his first time being a vampire, he lacked knowledge and experience in being one, and in this regard, his reactions were even slower than Anna's. Otherwise, with his super sense of smell, he should have long discovered that Sun Yu already possessed werewolf bloodline. He felt a bit regretful and remorseful, then raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. The doors and windows of our school are specially made, strong enough to withstand the full impact of an insect-level superpowered warrior. Plus, with the teachers here, Sun Yu can't possibly break in. If we lock the doors and windows, nothing will happen." Squad leader quickly called the police. He was prepared to do his best to avoid the panic and harm caused by Sun Yu, as a way to make up for the previous oversight of not discovering it in time. But to avoid further trouble, Wang Yu didn't even want to personally make the call to the police. "Oh, okay." Class monitor Li Lin quickly dialed the emergency number. Only then did everyone feel slightly relieved and continued watching the battle on the field. At this moment, Sun Yu had completely transformed into the appearance of a wolf. His clothes were completely torn apart, revealing pitch-black skin, pitch-black fur, and terrifying fangs. On all fours, it let out a series of deep growls. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, exuding endless ferocity. A werewolf! Homeroom teacher Chen Jiwu's heart sank to the bottom as he recognized the creature before him. As a teacher, he knows more clearly that once a werewolf completes its transformation, it possesses at least super warrior level strength. With his abilities, it is absolutely impossible to defeat it. Even with the help of a few colleagues, it would still be impossible. But he is well aware that the situation is critical at this moment, leaving no room for retreat. "Sun Yu, wake up, don't hurt anyone." Chen Jiwu shouted loudly and charged toward the werewolf Sun Yu, attempting to strike first. However, the transformed werewolf Sun Yu reacted extremely quickly. With a powerful push of his four limbs against the ground, his figure flickered and easily dodged Chen Jiwu's attack. Then it extended its front paw and swung it backward with a swipe. The massive claw, accompanied by a whooshing sound, fiercely swept toward Chen Jiwu. Chen Jiwu quickly leaped backward. However, after completing his transformation, the werewolf Sun Yu's speed had improved significantly. Although Chen Jiwu had dodged in time, the claw still grazed his shoulder. The sharp claw tips instantly left several bloody scratches on his shoulder. Chen Jiwu gasped sharply. The werewolf's immense strength and incredible speed far exceeded his imagination. However, the good news was that after transforming into a werewolf, Sun Yu had completely lost his memory and intelligence, leaving only the instincts for killing and fighting. When another teacher launched an attack on him, the target shifted, and he began an instinctive resistance and biting. Otherwise, if they focused solely on relentlessly pursuing him, it wouldn't take long before he met his end in the wolf's jaws. Even so, the battle was not easy. One of the teachers seized the opportunity, leaping high while the other two teachers were engaging the werewolf Sun Yu head-on, and delivered a heavy punch towards Sun Yu's head. Only a muffled bang was heard, and the teacher felt as if his fist had struck a hard rock, leaving his arm numb from the shock. However, the werewolf Sun Yu remained completely unfazed. Not only was he uninjured, but he also took the opportunity to open his gaping maw and bite toward the teacher's arm. The teacher was horrified and struggled desperately to break free, but Sun Yu held on tightly with his bite. With a forceful jerk of its head, it sent the teacher flying several meters away. The teacher landed heavily on the ground, arms bloodied and bruised. Not good. As the two teachers were injured, several more soon suffered wounds and bruises. It was clear that not only was Teacher Chen struggling, but even the 5 PE teachers who had rushed to support were gradually beginning to falter. A wave of fear once again spread rapidly among the students. Swish! Done, the teachers are all about to collapse. What should we do? SSS. A student said with a sobbing tone. Are we all going to die here today? Another student murmured in despair. The classroom was filled with an atmosphere of extreme fear, and many students had already started trembling. At this moment, the class monitor, Li Lin, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked at Anna. Princess Anna, aren't you a powerful Baron-level vampire? You must have the strength to defeat that werewolf, right? That's of course. Anna's face was pale, but she still raised her chin proudly. That's great, Li Lin suddenly said with hope. Then could we ask for your help in dealing with that werewolf? Damn! Hearing this, all the classmates looked over with hope, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Princess Anna is a Baron-level vampire. Her strength is incredibly powerful. Moreover, the vampires are not only powerful but also very kind-hearted. They even protect small animals and have funded countless animal protection organizations over the years. Princess Anna is even the ambassador for animal protection and environmental conservation. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Please lend a hand to help the teachers. Oh my god. The students spoke up one after another. Under the influence of media promotion, they had already been fervently idolizing vampires, and their admiration for the incredibly beautiful vampire Princess Anna was even more fanatical. Anna is now regarded as the only lifeline. As long as Anna agrees to help, she will become the sole saint and goddess in everyone's hearts. However, upon seeing everyone's hopes and pleas, Anna's expression turned extremely unpleasant. Her eyes flickered, and she instinctively took a step back. That's right. Why should I take action? Honorable Princess Anna, Teacher Chen and the others are in such danger because they were protecting us, Li Lin said anxiously. We want to help, but we are just ordinary humans, too weak. If we go out, we'll only be a burden and won't be able to assist the teachers. But you are different. You are a noble and powerful vampire baron. If you take action, you can definitely save them. Save everyone. Yes, Princess Anna, we beg you. More classmates chimed in, their voices tinged with sobs. That's right. Their eyes were also filled with hope. However, Anna frowned, looking impatient. I don't want to. Li Lin widened her eyes, and everyone couldn't believe their ears. Princess Anna, you don't want to help? You clearly have the ability to do so. Does having the ability mean I have to help? Anna curled her lips disdainfully and said, if they can't beat that werewolf, it's because they're too weak. What does that have to do with me? I am a noble vampire princess. How could I easily get involved in such dangerous matters? Besides, logically speaking, it's their responsibility to ensure my safety. Anna spoke with conviction, as if it were only natural. But if this continues, the teachers will all die. Class President Li Lin said loudly, tears welling up in her eyes. Die if they must. What does it have to do with me? Anna continued to sneer coldly. What's the big deal about a few humans dying? I certainly don't want to put myself in danger just to save them. Don't forget, I'm a guest here for exchange and learning. Making this princess encounter such filthy creatures like werewolves is already outrageous enough, and now you want this princess to risk her life fighting such lowly beings to save humans? I don't want to. What? Everyone was stunned by Anna's attitude. Your Highness, how can you be so cold-blooded? You clearly have the ability, yet you choose to stand by and do nothing. Mr. Chen just took such good care of you. Even Zhang Boyang couldn't help but speak up, his eyes revealing showing dissatisfaction and anger. But Anna remained completely unmoved. That's what he deserves. Anyway, I wouldn't fight such filthy creatures and ruin my newly bought dress. After speaking, Anna arrogantly raised her head high, walked to the other side of the classroom, and sat down gracefully. She leisurely opened the textbook that Sun Yu had previously offered her in an attempt to please her and began to read it at a relaxed pace. The late morning sunlight spilled onto the side of her face, illuminating her fair skin with a radiant glow, as if a goddess had descended from the heavens. In the past, when the boys saw such a scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly captivated. Even girls would be unable to resist screaming with envy. But now, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In Anna's eyes, the lives of Mr. Chan and so many other teachers were actually worth less than one of her dresses. The classmates looked at Anna's carefree demeanor, their hearts surging with shock and anger like a tidal wave. Once, in their eyes, Anna was a noble princess from the mysterious bloodline, with graceful manners and a captivating aura, like a figure from a dream. But at this moment, the indifference and selfishness she displayed completely overturned everyone's perception of her. Is this the true face of Princess Anna? Everyone was stunned. Only Wang Yu was not surprised at all. He sneered coldly. What did I say? There's not a single good vampire. Those things in the video are all lies. Counting on vampires to save people? If they don't stab you in the back and suck your blood, you should consider yourself lucky. People were speechless. If it had been in the past, Wang Yu would have certainly faced opposition and resistance from everyone for saying such things. In fact, one of the main reasons Wang Yu had poor relationships, was unsociable, and was often neglected was precisely this. Whenever vampires were mentioned, everyone was filled with longing and admiration, feeling that the blood race was the most magnificent and noble of creatures. They are intelligent and have contributed many scientific achievements. They are wealthy, and among all the billionaires in the world, the blood clan alone accounts for more than half. In addition, they are kind, elegant, and noble. But whenever Wang Yu mentions the blood clan, he looks as if he has a deep-seated hatred, constantly saying that vampires are nothing good. Originally, they didn't believe it at all. But now, we were all wrong? Putting oneself in another's shoes, if one has the ability, any person from the dragon country would choose to step forward in the face of such a dangerous situation. But Anna actually chose to stand by and watch, and so matter-of-factly, without even a shred of conscience or hesitation. Could it be that Wang Yu is right? Indifference, selfishness, ruthlessness, this is the true nature of vampires? Everyone was provoked by Wang Yu's words. Even Anna was no exception. She frowned, closed her textbook, and looked at Wang Yu with displeasure. Wang Yu, how dare you be so rude? Insulting this princess, insulting the blood clan. Oh, upon hearing these words, everyone immediately rekindled their hope. Princess Anna, Wang Yu misunderstood you. We all misunderstood you, didn't we? You are actually very kind and want to save people. Wang Yu, you foul-mouthed guy, hurry up and apologize to Princess Anna. Everyone glared angrily at Wang Yu. One by one, they stood with hands on their hips, sternly reprimanding him and defending Anna. However, Anna didn't care at all about such defense. She didn't even bother to glance at the crowd but instead widened her eyes and looked angrily at Wang Yu. That is the derogatory term you humans use for my bloodline. Stop calling me a vampire. Wang Yu, remember this. You are about to officially become a noble member of the bloodline, so get rid of your foolish human prejudices as soon as possible. And also, you're not allowed to take action. This princess does not permit her bloodkin to risk their life to save a few mere humans. What? Everyone was shocked once again upon hearing this. Bloodkin? Princess Anna, did you say Wang Yu is your bloodkin? What's going on here? Class monitor Li Lin asked with a face full of confusion, her eyes wide open. Anna snorted coldly and raised her chin proudly. That's right, Wang Yu is about to become this princess's bloodkin. This was supposed to be an unparalleled honor, yet this guy actually tried to cover it up, hiding his power all along, even wearing colored contact lenses to deliberately conceal the fact that he had already become one of us vampires. How ridiculous. But Wang Yu used to always badmouth vampires. How could he? A classmate, unable to comprehend, couldn't help but interject. That was his ignorance in the past. Anna cast a glance at Wang Yu, her eyes carrying an undeniable authority. But after this period of contact, he has deeply realized the greatness and nobility of our bloodline, so he willingly follows me and becomes my blood progeny. So, does that mean Wang Yu has become a vampire? Everyone looked at Wang Yu in shock. Afterward, many people's faces revealed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder Wang Yu had been so sick that he had to take a leave of absence, and there were even rumors that he was terminally ill and about to die, yet he suddenly returned to school full of energy. Even his strength suddenly became incredibly powerful. It turns out he gained the favor of Princess Anna and became a vampire. No wonder Princess Anna is so affectionate towards Wang Yu and even claims to have a special relationship. Originally thought to be a cross-species romance, it turned out that Wang Yu had inherited Anna's legacy, forming a mother-child relationship in the sense of the bloodline. Stop! Don't look at me like that. Wang Yu quickly shook his head, looking disdainful, and loudly retorted, Anna, stop spouting nonsense. nonsense here. I have never admitted to being your blood descendant, nor will I ever agree with the actions of your blood clan. What I said before still stands. Vampires are selfish, cold, ruthless, cruel, and filthy creatures. You. Anna was so enraged by Wang Yu's words that her breathing quickened, and her face turned ashen. Wang Yu, how dare you go back on your word and deceive me? For her, Wang Yu saying he needed to think about it was no different from agreeing. Now, upon hearing that Wang Yu wanted to go back on his word, she became even more furious. Don't forget, as long as I want, I can make you a true member of the blood clan anytime, or ensure you can never set foot in the blood clan's world. I don't care about the blood clan or whatever at all. Wang Yu said firmly, I only know that in such a critical moment, if you have the ability and choose not to save someone, it is an immoral act. Whether human or vampire, everyone should have at least a basic conscience. With that, Wang Yu directly opened the window, preparing to jump out and assist the teachers. As for his identity as a vampire, if it can't be hidden, so be it. The situation is urgent, saving lives is the priority. You, stop right there. Seeing that Wang Yu dared to ignore her command and warning, Anna finally erupted in fury. Her nails elongated rapidly, and with a sharp cry, she lunged at him. Hearing Anna's enraged shout, Wang Yu showed no intention of stopping. He had already swung one leg over the windowsill. But at that moment, Anna approached like a phantom, her sharp nails glinting coldly as she clawed fiercely at Wang Yu's back. Wang Yu felt the gust of wind from behind and secretly thought to himself that something was wrong. He had no time to turn around and could only muster all his strength to leap forward, jumping out of the window. Swipe! Anna's nails grazed his back, tearing his clothes and leaving several bloody scratches. Hiss! The intense pain made Wang Yu gasp sharply. However, he did not let the pain affect his movements. With a flip in the air, he landed steadily on the lawn outside the school building. Yet, before he could steady himself, Anna also leaped out of the window, like a fierce leopard, charging at Wang Yu once again. This princess said you're not allowed to go. Didn't you hear me? Anna moved at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Wang Yu, her hands clawing towards his throat like eagle talons. The immense power and fierce moves made it impossible for Wang Yu to continue restraining his strength to the level of an ordinary person. He quickly stepped back a few paces while raising his arms to block. Anna's strength was overwhelming, and Wang Yu's arms went numb from the impact, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Oomph! A strike was blocked. Anna's eyes widened in anger, and her movements became even more fierce. She kicked toward Wang Yu's abdomen, but Wang Yu sidestepped to dodge, and her kick grazed his body before landing on a nearby tree. Crack! The tree trunk snapped with a loud crack. Then Anna clawed at Wang Yu again. Wang Yu dodged again. Swish! The circular shrub on the lawn was neatly sliced in half by Anna's claw. Oh my god, so this is the power of a Baron-level vampire? It really doesn't seem any weaker than the werewolf son you transformed into. Although people were deeply disappointed by Princess Anna's behavior, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shock and admiration for the immense strength she displayed. But what shocked them even more was Wang Yu's performance. They saw Princess Anna's attacks, which even trees and iron fences couldn't withstand, being effortlessly countered by Wang Yu in a single move. Not only did he dodge many attacks, but he also directly blocked quite a few of them. Although Wang Yu still primarily relied on his exquisite combat skills, focusing on using minimal effort to achieve maximum effect. But to be able to counter and maneuver under such a powerful attack, and even counterattack, the strength displayed by Wang Yu has genuinely reached the level of a sub-superpowered warrior. In terms of power, he even seems much stronger than the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen Jiwu. In other words, Wang Yu is truly not an ordinary person. Moreover, as his strength became apparent, Wang Yu's fangs could no longer be concealed. The eyes hidden behind the colored contacts also seemed to reflect a strange red glow under the sunlight. This guy is actually a vampire. Wang Yu is really a vampire. My goodness. After thoroughly confirming this news, people were once again stunned. At the same time, on the playground, the battle between the teachers and the werewolf son Yu had also reached a fever pitch. The teachers, though covered in wounds, still refused to give up their resistance. The homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, endured the excruciating pain in his shoulder and charged at the werewolf son Yu once more, trying to draw its attention to give the other teachers a chance to catch their breath. Come on, beast, come at me, Chen Jiwu roared. But the werewolf son Yu completely ignored him and charged straight toward Wang Yu and Anna. It was only then that Chen Jiwu saw Wang Yu and Anna had already started fighting. Seeing Wang Yu unexpectedly display the speed and strength of a level 9 sub-superpowered warrior, he couldn't help but narrow his pupils. He secretly cursed his own bad luck. As a homeroom teacher at an ordinary high school, his strength was merely at the level of a level 7 sub-superpowered individual. Now, he was suddenly tasked with hosting a vampire baron, and not just any baron, but a vampire princess. It was already enough to exhaust him and give him a headache. As a result, just one day after they arrived, a werewolf appeared in their class. Now, unexpectedly, Wang Yu also suddenly displayed such strong abilities and started fighting with Anna. Not long ago, Anna had already been attacked, causing quite a stir. What if Wang Yu is also a werewolf and ends up biting Anna to death? If that's the case, he probably won't need to be a teacher anymore. Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhou, it seems like there's another one in our class. We'll hold them off. You go and help quickly. If anything happens to this little princess, we can't afford to take the responsibility. Understood. The two PE teachers exchanged a glance and without hesitation, lunged straight at Wang Yu. At the same time, Chen Jiwu sidestepped and reached out to grab one of the werewolf Sun Yu's claws, attempting to trip it. However, Sun Yu's strength was too immense. With just a slight shake, it broke free from Chen Jiwu's grip and immediately swiped another claw at his chest. Swipe! Unable to dodge in time, deep gashes were torn across Chen Jiwu's chest, blood gushing out. He staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing. The other teachers, witnessing this, grew extremely anxious. Originally, the 6 sub-superpowered warriors were already struggling to hold back a true superpowered werewolf. Now, they had even lost their 2 strongest allies. Without regard for their own injuries, they immediately closed in again. One teacher picked up a baseball bat and, mustering all his strength, swung it at Sun Yu's hind leg. With a crack, the bat snapped in two. In response, the werewolf Sun Yu kicked out, sending the teacher flying. Another teacher, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a finely tempered steel cleaver. The result was a loud clang echoing through the air. With all his strength, he struck, only to leave a faint white mark on the werewolf's body and chop off a few strands of wolf fur. He couldn't even break through its defense. Meanwhile, the werewolf Sun Yushao, now free from the restraint of 2 teachers, seemed to have been provoked and became even more ferocious. Madly pounced toward Anna. The homeroom teacher, Chen Jiwu, tried to block it but was struck heavily twice, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. This werewolf is practically invulnerable. The teachers are no match at all. The students in the classroom witnessed everything, and their fear reached its peak. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, watching the 2 aggressive PE teachers charging toward him, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Teachers, go fight the werewolves. Why are you coming at me? Cut the nonsense, one teacher shouted sternly. You look like a werewolf too. Do not attack Anna. Another teacher shouted loudly, Anna, don't be afraid. Your teacher Chen sent me to save you. With that, they flanked from both sides and, together with Anna, launched a frenzied attack on Wang Yu. Injustice, Wang Yu hurriedly explained. But the 2 teachers, eager to resolve the issue of Wang Yu, who had not yet completed his transformation, completely ignored his explanation and sent him back to help. They went all out right from the start. One was the homeroom teacher and physical education teacher of the 2nd year experimental class, and the other was the homeroom teacher and physical education teacher of the 3rd year experimental class. Their strength was even greater than Chen Jiwu's, with their power reaching the level of 9th grade sub-superpowered warriors. Besides, his superb combat skills are even a notch above Chen Jiwu's. 2 top experts, plus a Baron-level Anna, instantly made Wang Yu feel immense pressure. Damn, why are you hitting me? It must be a misunderstanding. Wang Yu almost laughed in anger. Isn't it just a vampire? Why bother caring whether she lives or dies? You guys really love to suck up. But on second thought, it's not entirely incomprehensible. After all, Anna's identity is special, and if anything happens, it would be a serious diplomatic incident. Whether out of a sense of responsibility or to protect the students, these teachers cannot allow anything to happen to Anna at school. Right now, they don't know the cause and effect. They only see him suddenly fighting with Anna, so of course, they would step in to stop it. And with the 3 of them joining forces, Wang Yu finally felt immense pressure. Self-preservation is still manageable, but wanting to save Chen Jiwu was beyond his capability. There's no other way. After being sent flying by teacher Wu's sidekick, Wang Yu steadied himself. He understood in his heart that if he didn't give it his all, he might really fall here, and could even end up taking a severe beating. If something really happened to the key homeroom teacher Chen Jiwu and the other teachers, he would absolutely feel guilty. Even though he had become a vampire, his heart was still human. It was impossible for him to be as indifferent to human life as Anna. He took a deep breath. The power within him began to surge, and his eyes turned even bloodier red. Power also suddenly reached the Baron level. Swish, swish, swish. Knock, knock, knock. With one move, he threw the 3 of them far away. Ha, what? How is this possible? The 2 PE teachers were completely stunned. In that instant, Wang Yu actually displayed overwhelming strength that crushed them, and they are already 9th level peak sub-superpowered warriors. In other words, Wang Yu's strength has already reached the standard of a superpowered warrior, making him a genuine insect-level superpowered warrior. Moreover, while displaying such power, Wang Yu didn't transform, not even showing any signs of transformation. This guy isn't a werewolf? Really made a mistake? At the same time, Anna was also dumbfounded. Baron-level power. This guy Wang Yu is nothing more than a wild type transformed privately. As a result, in just a mere 10 days, Wang Yu had actually displayed the strength of a Baron. That formidable power was even stronger than hers, who had long since grown to the Baron level. This guy has already advanced to Baron? How is this possible? While the 3 were still in shock, Wang Yu had already kicked off with both feet and charged toward the werewolf Sun Yu. So fast. Even Wang Yu himself was surprised by his current speed. Now, he had reached the level of a vampire Baron, which, in the Dragon Nation, was equivalent to an insect-level superpowered warrior. When exerting his full strength, his power reached a terrifying level of 1,000 kilograms. In an outburst, he could even unleash a horrifying force of 1,000 kilograms. Under such power, his speed was also unprecedentedly enhanced. The asphalt playground surface was instantly stamped with 2 deep footprints by him. He himself shot toward the werewolf Sun Yu like an arrow leaving the bow, so fast that the surrounding air emitted a sharp whistling sound. Swish! In a flash, he passed by the homeroom teacher Chen Jiwu. What just passed? Mr. Chen was originally concentrating fully on fending off the werewolf Sun Yu, who was lunging at him, feeling that he might be seriously injured again this time. But at that moment, he suddenly felt his vision blur. Then he saw a somewhat familiar figure appear in front of him. Swinging his fist, he fiercely smashed it onto the claw coming from the werewolf. Don't! He reached out his hand and opened his mouth, trying to stop it. Because the werewolf in front of him had officially reached the level of a superpowered warrior, with immense strength that even the most powerful sub-superpowered warriors at second high, Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhou, could not match. A student in a school uniform rushed forward and dared to confront the werewolf head-on. It was simply courting death, but by then, it was already too late. The student moved with astonishing speed. Before Chen Jiwu could even finish shouting a single word, the student's fist collided with the werewolf Sun Yu's thick, powerful forelimb. It's over. Chen Jiwu could already picture the scene, the student being swatted away, bones shattered, limbs torn apart. Even ready to sacrifice heroically, determined to save this foolish yet passionate student at all costs. But the scene that followed left him dumbfounded. Bang! After a loud bang, the anticipated tragic scene did not occur. Instead, the werewolf Sun Yu was sent flying far away by this sudden and powerful strike. After landing, he rolled over several times before standing up again. What? Such immense strength. Being able to clash head-on with a werewolf, he's an insect-level superpowered warrior. Chen Jiwu was greatly shocked. Even the most talented student in the experimental class is now only a level 7 sub-superpowered warrior. In this mediocre high school, where did a freakish genius of insect-level superpowered warrior suddenly emerge from? Roar! In a moment of shock, the werewolf Sun Yu let out a furious roar, revealing sharp fangs and swinging his razor-sharp claws as he charged forward again. This time, his target was Wang Yu. Vampires and werewolves are natural enemies. This is true for vampires as well as for werewolves. From the moment Wang Yu and Anna jumped out of the window, the intense scent and the genetically ingrained hostility made it change its target of attack. Now that Wang Yu actively approached, it completely unleashed all the brutality and bloodlust in its veins. It pounced and bit even more ferociously. It's getting more ferocious, be careful. Chen Jiwu's eyelid twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. As an experienced teacher, he could tell that the werewolf's strength was actually still dominant. He was very concerned about whether this genius student had enough combat skills to cope. If it's just a straightforward clash, even a bug-level super soldier would find it hard to be a match for a werewolf. But Wang Yu was no brute who only knew how to act recklessly. He charged fearlessly toward the werewolf. However, at the moment of imminent contact, he did not choose to clash again. He extended his right hand, grabbed the werewolf's front paw, and flung it forcefully. Relying on the immense strength of a Baron-level vampire, combined with the combat technique of using force against force, he hurled the werewolf Sun Yu as if tossing a sack. The combined forces caused the werewolf Sun Yu to lose balance instantly. His massive body traced an arc through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Boom! Dust rose everywhere. The same over-the-shoulder throw, the same instant kill. Even after transforming into a werewolf, Sun Yu was still no match for Wang Yu. At this moment, Chen Jiwu finally saw Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu? You're actually a super warrior? What's going on? Chen Jiwu was completely stunned. He never expected that the super warrior who saved him in danger, the student with monstrous talent, would turn out to be his own student, Wang Yu, the sickly kid who was always at the bottom of the class and only recently recovered. Teacher Chen, Wang Yu was just about to explain, but at that moment, roar! The werewolf Sun Yu, who had been slammed to the ground with all his strength, suddenly roared and leapt up in the blink of an eye. With a beastly roar, it opened its bloody maw and lunged at him to bite. Damn thing, it's annoying as a human, and even as a werewolf, it clings on endlessly. Wang Yu cursed inwardly and hurriedly threw himself back into the fight. He felt that the werewolf's strength was actually much greater than that of a vampire. If it really came down to a battle of physical prowess, he truly wouldn't be a match for this werewolf, Sun Yu, in front of him. But the drawback of werewolves is that they completely lose their sanity after transforming, and they lack any combat skills or experience. What they rely on is only the instinct for brutality and slaughter. Wang Yu, on the other hand, learned a wealth of combat and hunting experience during the 12 years of compulsory education in the Dragon Kingdom. As superpowered warriors, Teacher Chen and the others can rely on their combat skills and experience to contend with the werewolf Sun Yuzhou. Now Wang Yu has even revealed the power of a Baron-level vampire, steadily aiming for the level of a super soldier. Dealing with a big brute who only has raw strength but no sense is completely a one-sided beatdown. Boom, boom, boom. The werewolf Sun Yu charged over again and again, only to be slammed to the ground each time. Amid a series of dull thuds, the sturdy asphalt surface of the playground was smashed into terrifying craters one after another. This is not a battle at all, it's a complete and utter domination. Oh my goodness. The later arriving Teacher Wu and Teacher Joe were dumbfounded at the scene. So it turns out this kid really isn't a werewolf but came over to help out with good intentions. Oh no, we hit the wrong person earlier and misunderstood this kid. How is this kid so fierce and impressive? Teacher Wu, the homeroom teacher of the second-year experimental class, felt a wave of regret, followed by a burst of surprise and admiration. TSK, a superpowered warrior at the insect level, and with such combat and fighting skills in actual battle, I might not even be a match for him at the same strength. Teacher Chen, not bad. You have such a talented and outstanding student in your class. With this level, getting into a prestigious military academy is a sure thing. Much better than the students in Teacher Joe's class. Teacher Joe, standing nearby, also nodded repeatedly in amazement. That's right. Teacher Chen, this student is called Wang Yu, right? Who would have thought, without saying a word, you managed to find such a genius? Yes. Look at those skills, those moves, TSK. Seeing Wang Yu steadily suppress the werewolf Sun Yu, the teachers all relaxed and couldn't help but give Wang Yu a thumbs up, praising him with admiration. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The werewolf Sun Yu, who had been beaten down all along, suddenly let out a wolf howl. Subsequently, his physique changed once again. The already robust wolf's body swelled rapidly, with its bones emitting loud crack sounds, as if being reconstructed. Its limbs became even sturdier and more powerful, with muscles bulging like steel, propping up its already thick fur, causing each strand of hair to stand upright like steel needles. At the same time, it stood upright on two legs, rising like a human. The originally weakest abdomen now revealed 8 sharply defined abdominal muscles. Under the contrast of pitch-black skin and sparse fur, it emitted a faint metallic sheen. What was once just a slightly fierce wolf had now completely transformed into the classic image of a werewolf, exuding a chilling aura of terror. At this moment, Sun Yu had finally fully become a werewolf. Oops, it evolved again. The mother entity's level is very high, it's a complete form. The expressions on the teachers' faces instantly turned extremely grim. If it transformed into the form of a feral giant wolf, that wouldn't be the scariest part, because that was just the lowest level of werewolf. Even within werewolf society, it was the most despised and lowest existence. Its strength was weak, and its combat ability was quite average. If it weren't for the fear that it might escape and harm innocent civilians and students, the teachers wouldn't have had to risk injury to fight it to the death. But werewolves capable of transforming into a half-human, half-wolf form are different. Their strength is even greater. Although still in a state of losing their sanity, they retain the combat methods and instincts of a human. Having just completed their transformation, they immediately began using martial arts techniques to fight Wang Yu. They even relied on their overwhelming strength to fling Wang Yu away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Damn, this guy can still transform. He's surprisingly fierce. Wang Yu felt as if his internal organs were about to be smashed into mush from the impact. Fortunately, the vampire's powerful regenerative ability came into play, and he regained mobility in just a moment. Turning over and dodging, he directly avoided the werewolf Sun Yu's flying kick from above. Teacher, give me a knife. Wang Yu hurriedly shouted to Chen Jiwu on the side. Without any hesitation, Chen Jiwu reached out and tossed a fine steel machete, which Wang Yu caught in one swift motion. Better to spare his life if possible, Chen Jiwu said with a grave expression, his instructions brief. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, forcing him to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Even if it meant joining forces with Wang Yu to kill Sun Yu, he was willing to go that far. Understood. Wang Yu nodded, then swung his blade with a backhand strike. Squish! The immense power allowed Wang Yu to break through the werewolf Sun Yu's defenses. Then, swish, 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 a series of consecutive slashes followed. His blade technique was skillful and seasoned, striking with precision and ferocity, directly severing the major muscles in Sun Yu's arm and thigh. The teachers couldn't help but applaud. Several teachers had already prepared alloy ropes, ready to restrain the frenzied Sun Yu. But at this moment, a distinct hissing sound came from the body of the werewolf Sun Yu. White mist rose, and the terrifying injuries on his body began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then lunged at Wang Yu again. What terrifying regenerative ability! Wang Yu was startled and re-entered the battle. Then he finally understood why Anna was so terrified and refused to join the fight no matter what. Because werewolves completely overpower vampires. Vampires are strong, but werewolves are even stronger. Vampires have powerful regenerative abilities, but werewolves' regenerative abilities are even greater. In addition, Wang Yu also discovered that wounds inflicted by werewolves are extremely difficult to heal. It's as if they were harmed by a silver weapon. As for werewolves, even if they are scratched by a vampire's claws, they still recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Additionally, vampires deplete their strength quickly, whereas werewolves seem tireless. It can be said that, under normal circumstances, a werewolf of the same level is fully capable of easily defeating a vampire of the same level one-on-one. Does this guy have no weaknesses? Even Wang Yu had to fall into a tough battle. Foolish guy. At this moment, Anna had already retreated into the classroom and locked the windows tightly. In her eyes, there was nothing but anger and resentment toward Wang Yu. As a vampire far more experienced than Wang Yu, she was naturally well aware of the strength and terror of werewolves. They were practically the nemesis of vampires. What was even more terrifying was that if a vampire were bitten by a werewolf, it would result in a fatal injury. If they don't receive the blood bestowed by a higher-level vampire to save them, they will die within a very short time. Even the vampire's healing ability, dormancy, cannot recover from such injuries. This princess kindly tried to stop you from courting death, and yet you dared to lay a hand on me. That damned wild breed, better off dead, serves them right. Her original goal was to kill Wang Yu, but due to the protection of the Long Kingdom's authorities, she had no choice but to settle for making him her blood descendant, turning Wang Yu into a true vampire. Now, Wang Yu was being so disobedient, defying her, attacking her, and even shamelessly deceiving her by hiding his true strength. Anna wished Wang Yu would just die, so she continued to watch coldly, still with no intention of helping. Even though Chen Jiwu had someone save her first in an extremely dangerous situation with a severe lack of manpower, she still felt it was only natural. She felt no impulse or sympathy for Chen Jiwu and Wang Yu being in danger. The classmates all felt that Anna was cold-blooded. Obviously, Wang Yu was barely able to contend with the werewolf Sun Yu, and if the Baron-level Anna joined the fight, it would surely be foolproof. But Anna just stood by and watched, because vampires are cold-blooded creatures. Except for their direct bloodline, they rarely have any feelings for their kind, let alone for insignificant humans or lowly wild breeds. However, as the battle continued, Anna gradually became moved, because Wang Yu's combat strength was truly formidable. Clearly, his power was only at the level of a newly promoted Baron-level vampire, yet he could engage in one-on-one melee combat with a werewolf of the same rank. Strength, skill, and even endurance were far superior to those of an average Baron-level vampire. And all of this is thanks to Wang Yu's time-eater talent. The physical qualities of vampires are inferior to werewolves, with less strength and faster energy consumption. If it were an ordinary Baron-level vampire, they would have already been exhausted and no match for the werewolf. However, his time-eater talent allows him to continuously replenish energy during the battle. This ultra-long standby endurance and combat capability made Anna's heart flutter. If she could truly turn Wang Yu into her blood progeny, she would gain an extremely powerful guardian, far stronger than Edward and his original group of blood servants combined. So she changed her mind again. Idiot! Use the weapon bestowed upon you by this princess. Oh, this sudden reminder jolted Wang Yu as if awakening from a dream. That's right, he finally remembered. Not only do vampires fear silver weapons, but werewolves are also afraid of them. Many vampires carry silver weapons with them partly to prevent conflicts and ambushes from their own kind. The other purpose is to guard against and deal with werewolves, so they immediately pulled out the silver dagger from their pocket. At this moment, the werewolf Sun Yu roared ferociously, baring his fangs and claws, as he saw Wang Yu charging toward him. He swung his massive claws fiercely at Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu seized the opportunity, sidestepped swiftly to dodge the claws that could tear through steel, and at the same time, drove his silver dagger fiercely into Sun Yu's shoulder. Shoo! Wang Yu had originally thought that the strength of silver weapons was too weak to inflict damage on the werewolf's formidable defense. But when the tip of the dagger touched the werewolf Sun Yu's fur, a strange phenomenon occurred. At that moment, it was as if dry wood met a raging fire, or a branding iron met solid ice. The instant they made contact, Sun Yu's fur began to sizzle. Then wisps of blue smoke rose, and his fur quickly carbonized and decayed. The silver dagger seemed to carry a certain cursed power, effortlessly breaking through the werewolf's defenses and plunging deep into its muscles. Oh whoa! After being stabbed, the werewolf immediately let out a painful howl. In fact, this wasn't the first time the werewolf Sun Yu had been injured by Wang Yu. However, when Wang Yu used a steel machete before, even if the wounds were larger and deeper than this time, Sun Yu had no reaction. It seems as if there is no sense of pain at all, and these wounds would heal rapidly within just a few seconds, accompanied by a sizzling sound and white mist. However, this time, it cried out in an unusually miserable manner. Not only did the wound fail to heal, but it also began to fester rapidly. Sun Yu let out a shrill and miserable scream that echoed across the entire playground, the pain contained within it sending chills down one's spine. Black blood gushed out from the wound, emitting a pungent odor. As it dripped onto the ground, it corroded small pits into the surface. It works, and the effect is actually this good. Wang Yu's spirits lifted, and he suddenly felt that the werewolf in front of him wasn't so terrifying after all. Swish, swish, swish. He swung the blade repeatedly. As the werewolf Sun Yu howled in pain and struggled to fight back, he took the opportunity to slash a long wound. Each contact between the silver dagger and the werewolf's body felt like a torment. Black mist continuously rose from Sun Yu's wounds. Dark blood gushed out, and the strength in its body gradually faded away. Swipe! Seeing that the werewolf Sun Yu's movements had slowed, Wang Yu seized the opportunity. opportunity. Aiming precisely at the joint in Sun Yu's leg, he exerted force once more. Squish! The silver dagger plunged accurately into the joint. This strike exhausted all of Wang Yu's strength. As the dagger plunged deep, the muscles and bones in the werewolf Sun Yu's leg were instantly destroyed. His strength seemed to be drained in an instant. His leg gave way, and his massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, Teacher Chen and several other teachers also rushed forward. Working in perfect coordination, they used specially made alloy ropes to tie up the werewolf Sun Yu, completely stripping him of his ability to move. 5 minutes later, the police arrived. After understanding the situation, they took the werewolf Sun Yu away. Class teacher Chen Jiwu was also taken to the hospital by ambulance. Phew, that was close. In the classroom, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they all gathered around Wang Yu. The students surrounded Wang Yu, their eyes full of admiration and curiosity. Wang Yu, you're incredible. Even those few teachers together couldn't defeat Sun Yubian's werewolf, but you managed to take him down all by yourself. Class monitor Li Lin was full of excitement, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Yeah, we never knew you were this awesome before. You're practically a superhero. The chubby Zhang Boyang squeezed through the crowd, waving his arms excitedly. Among them, the girls were even more excited. Wang Yu, you're actually a vampire. Oh my god, that's incredible. Becoming a vampire is extremely difficult. You have to go through all kinds of tough trials. I never thought you could become one of them. No wonder you suddenly became so handsome. Yeah, and you're even a rare daywalker. Wang Yu, you've been fighting for so long just now and even got injured. You must be hungry, right? I heard that vampires love the blood of virgins the most. Why don't you drink mine then? As she spoke, a short girl named Li Yu blushed deeply and moved closer to Wang Yu, even tugging at her collar to expose her fair neck more fully. Drink mine, drink mine. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. 7 or 8 other girls also hurriedly rushed over. They had previously been under the propaganda and brainwashing of the Blood Clan, deeply worshipping vampires. Now, seeing Wang Yu display his great power to save Teacher Chen and the others, indirectly saving everyone, they admired him even more. For a moment, fair and delicate necks swayed chaotically in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, the combination of his injuries and the intense exertion had left him feeling parched and craving blood, instinctively longing to hunt for fresh sustenance. The virgin blood of an innocent high school student was naturally irresistible to a vampire, fragrant and alluring. In addition, Wang Yu possesses a super sense of smell and, in his current state, this fragrance becomes even more irresistible. It's as if he's experiencing a drug addiction, making him unable to resist taking a sniff. Even his fangs involuntarily emerged. However, he forcibly restrained himself. No, I am different from those vampires. I don't drink human blood. Thank you for your kindness, but I'd better not. He still resisted his identity as a vampire and didn't want to feed on human blood. But at this moment, he discovered a problem. He noticed among the 7 or 8 snow-white necks swaying in front of him, 3 of them had a scent that was not so pleasant. Not only was it unpleasant, but there was also a faint, barely noticeable bad smell. Wait! He suddenly grabbed Li Yu, who looked a bit disappointed, and brought his nose close to her neck to sniff carefully. It's not an illusion. This smell is just like Sun Yu before his transformation. Under the talent of super smell, Wang Yu finally recognized this scent, and his pupils contracted sharply. If this is the smell of a werewolf, doesn't that mean that Li Yu in front of him will also turn into a werewolf one day? Not only that, Zhu Linlin, Guo Shui. Wang Yu also smelled the same scent on the other 6 girls and 9 boys in the class. In other words, out of the 43 students in the class, nearly half of them turned out to be werewolves. Even a single werewolf is already so difficult to deal with. Just now, even the silver dagger broke inside the werewolf Sun Yu's body. Although it was retrieved, it was no longer usable as a weapon. And since the price of silver is too expensive, the others don't even have silver weapons. If all 15 werewolves transform at the same time. Hiss. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Originally, he thought that after dealing with Sun Yu, the danger was over. But now it seems that the real danger is still far from over. Wang Yu, that's enough already. The group is being polite to you, and yet you're acting all picky. Seriously, I strongly suspect you're taking advantage of the girls in our class. The grumbling of the chubby Zhang Boyan brought Wang Yu's thoughts back to reality. It was only then that Wang Yu realized he was acting like a creep, leaning close to a girl's neck and sniffing repeatedly. But this girl named Xin Meng was not as bold and open as Li Yu and the others, nor was she as fanatical about vampires as they were. At this moment, she kept retreating, her face turning pale with fright. Wang Yu, go drink someone else's blood. And my blood doesn't taste good. Her voice trembled, and her gaze toward Wang Yu was extremely peculiar, because Wang Yu's behavior of sniffing people's necks everywhere really looks very perverted. Moreover, Wang Yu is a Baron-level vampire with the powerful strength of an insect-level super soldier. Even Sun Yu, who had just transformed into a werewolf, was no match. If Wang Yu insisted on sucking her blood, she would have no way to resist. As the hero who had just bravely fought the werewolf, if she pursued Wang Yu over this, she might might even face ostracism from her classmates. For a moment, she was so frightened that she lost her composure. Her small mouth quivered, and she was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. Wang Yu hurriedly let go. After apologizing, he returned to his seat, full of worry. To prevent causing panic, he did not immediately expose the matter. He needed more information to decide what to do next. At this moment, his deskmate had already become Anna. How about that? Seeing Wang Yu return, Anna raised an eyebrow and said proudly, the power of the vampires and the reward from this princess allowed you to defeat the werewolves and become a hero. See how noble and admired my vampire identity is? If you want blood food, just enjoy it directly. They will all be happy about it, so why pretend to be so hypocritical? Embrace your bloodline. Trust me, this will be your greatest honor. After the recent incident, the classmates no longer showed the same enthusiasm for Anna as before, but she still carried herself with a strong sense of superiority. Like a proud swan, it raised its snow-white neck high. Damn it, you wicked vampire, I really want to take a bite out of you. Wang Yu grumbled inwardly. However, without Anna's dagger and her warning today, he wouldn't have one so easily. It seems that Anna, as a seasoned vampire, understands werewolves better. So, pinching his nose, he patiently said, Anna, I want to ask you a question. How do humans turn into werewolves? Oh, Anna glanced at Wang Yu with some surprise. Are you starting to acknowledge your bloodline and want to learn more about those detestable guys? Have you decided whether to become this princess's blood descendant? You actually dared to deceive this princess, defy this princess, and even lay hands on this princess. No matter what, if you want this princess to forgive you, accept you again, and teach you precious knowledge, you must first show loyalty and the most basic respect to this princess. Wang Yu really wished he could just bite this arrogant creature to death. Come on, forget I asked. He chose to search online directly. But to prevent anyone from using werewolves against the vampires had long used their immense wealth to strictly block all information and knowledge related to werewolves. And to prevent anyone from using werewolves to commit crimes and harm civilians, the Dragon Kingdom implemented similar measures. This has led to information and knowledge about werewolves being treated almost like a taboo. People only know the general appearance of werewolves, that they are powerful, brutal, and fear silver. Apart from this, the vast majority of people know nothing about werewolves. So when Sun Yu transformed, even the teachers were a bit slow to realize it. There is no useful information available online. Of course you can't find it. Information about werewolves is only accessible to the nobles of our blood clan, as well as the high-ranking officials and professionals of your Dragon Kingdom and other nations. Anna noticed Wang Yu frowning and curled her lips into a smile full of superiority. However, considering you defeated a werewolf, I can tell you a little. The saliva of a werewolf contains a special virus that, once injected into the human body, alters the genetic structure of humans. This virus is like a seed, taking root and sprouting in the soil of the human body. At first, the infected person might only feel some physical anomalies, such as heightened energy, increased appetite, or enhanced strength. But as time goes on, these effects deepen and eventually lead to a transformation under certain stimuli. Especially on the night of a full moon, that seed will fully erupt. Anna narrowed her eyes slightly, a trace of fear flashing in them. Her voice lowered a few notches, creating a mysterious atmosphere. On the night of the full moon, humans infected with the werewolf virus will begin to undergo terrifying changes. Bones twist, muscles swell, hair grows uncontrollably, and they eventually transform into a mindless werewolf. Moreover, once someone becomes a werewolf, it's very difficult to turn back into a human, unless... At this point, she deliberately paused, leaving a suspenseful gap. Does that mean Sun Yu still has a chance? The teachers refrained from using lethal force when dealing with him, clinging to a sliver of hope. After all, they don't have the authority to grasp knowledge, but they've always heard the legends. It is rumored that some werewolves, after transforming into werewolves, can still turn back into humans. They retain normal memories and can live normal lives. Some werewolves can even retain human rationality during their transformation. It is said that back in the day, there was once a powerful nation established by werewolves. However, due to their inherently violent and brutal nature, they were eventually exterminated by the combined forces of humans and vampires, disappearing from the world ever since. Hearing that there was still a chance to make amends, Wang Yu hurriedly urged, unless what? Don't leave your sentence hanging, then apologize to this princess. Anna smiled triumphantly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Fine, I apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden my power from the great princess, and I definitely shouldn't have raised my hand against her highness. I'm guilty. I hope the princess, with her magnanimity, can forgive me. Is that enough? That's more like it. Although Anna spoke the Dragon Kingdom's language very fluently, he still hadn't grasped some of its subtleties. For example, any apology or confession, as long as it is followed by the 3 words alright, is not sincere. It is merely a compromise and perfunctory response he makes under duress. However, Anna thought these 3 words were a sign of emphasis and pleading. She even believed that Wang Yu had accepted his identity and fate, completely bowing down to her. So my mood instantly improved. Since you sincerely apologized, this princess will reluctantly accept and graciously tell you. Once infected with the werewolf virus, unless you find an extremely rare antidote in the early stages of infection. However, the formula for this antidote has long been lost, making it nearly impossible to find. So most humans bitten by werewolves ultimately cannot escape the fate of becoming werewolves. And also, since you survived, let me tell you another piece of news. Luckily, you were fortunate enough not to be bitten by a werewolf. Otherwise, for us vampires, being bitten by such vile creatures would pose a life-threatening danger. The werewolf virus is nothing short of a deadly poison to us vampires. So that's how it is. So, it seems the chances are slim. Wang Yu nodded, and the image of Liu and her classmates all turning into werewolves flashed through his mind, making him shiver involuntarily. Without hesitating any longer, he directly dialed Lei Peng's number. "Hello, nephew, what's up? If it's not too urgent, I'll hang up first. Your uncle's a bit busy here." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of battle came from the other end of the phone, and faintly, there were also the howls of wolves. "Wait, Uncle Lei, werewolves, there are werewolves at our school. I can hear the sounds on your end. Could it be that werewolves have appeared elsewhere too?" "Ha!" Lei Peng was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily. "Damn it, those bastards. How are you? Is that brat Anna okay? Damn, how could I forget? This thing loves biting vampires. If that girl gets eaten, it'll be a huge mess." He had taken away Anna's strongest vampire guards. If something happened to Anna because of this, Prince Tanya would definitely not let it go. Things don't look good on the Dragon Kingdom's side either. At that time, not only him but even his superior will be disciplined. "Wait a moment, I'll be there right away." Lei Peng hurriedly hung up the phone. Half an hour later, an 8-member Special Forces team stormed into Fengcheng No. 2 High School. Turns out they've already been caught. Mountain Eagle, Hunting Falcon, you two stay behind to protect Anna and him. Everyone else, follow me. After understanding the situation, Lei Peng hurriedly prepared to leave again. Although capturing werewolves is not their primary task, just 2 team members are enough to protect Anna and Wang Yu from mere werewolves. Superpowered combat personnel are in high demand everywhere, and werewolves are not something ordinary people can easily deal with. They have no choice but to work overtime to protect as many civilians as possible. "Wait, Uncle Lei, may I have a word with you?" Wang Yu stopped Lei Peng and pulled him into a corner where no one was around. "What's wrong, nephew? Are you scared? I heard it was you who caught that werewolf and even got promoted to Baron? Not bad, not bad. Once this busy period is over, I'll handle the special recruitment for you to join the army." For Wang Yu to advance so quickly and even defeat the werewolf, Lei Peng was quite surprised. However, he wasn't too shocked. To him, it wasn't surprising that the son of the legendary class monitor could achieve these things. That's not the issue. Wang Yu hurriedly grabbed Lei Peng and said, "Uncle Lei, I have important news to tell you about the werewolves. But can you first tell me how these werewolves came to be?" Sigh. Lei Peng sighed deeply and immediately patted his forehead upon hearing this. This thing is really strange. Normally, people turn into werewolves after being bitten by one, but we caught one the day before yesterday and 3 yesterday. Their families all said they had no experience of being bitten. Counting the one from your school today, that's already 5, and we still haven't figured out why. "I see." Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Judging by the shocked and frightened expressions of those students after seeing the werewolf, it doesn't seem like they've been bitten by one. Moreover, given the brutality and bloodthirstiness of werewolves, it's absolutely impossible for them to sneak a small bite and then leave. So, this virus is spreading in a different way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused so many people to unknowingly contract the werewolf virus. And the specific mode of transmission hasn't been identified yet. Uncle Lei, is there any hope for someone infected with the werewolf virus? Do we have corresponding drugs and technology in our dragon country? What about those who have already transformed? And what about Teacher Chan and the others? It seems like they were just bitten too. What should we do about them? "Oh, you actually know about the werewolf virus?" Lei Peng was a bit surprised, then suddenly understood. "It was that little girl who told you, right? Alright, I won't keep it a secret. Our dragon nation has already developed a vaccine for this werewolf virus. Your teacher and the others will be fine. But for those who have already transformed, it's difficult. We'll hand them over to the research department to see if there's any chance of saving them. Damn it, if only we could identify who has been infected with the werewolf virus. One shot of the vaccine, and problem solved. Otherwise, at this rate, who knows how long it'll take to catch them all. Can't this virus be detected?" Wang Yu asked further. "Don't even get me started on this, it makes my blood boil. During the incubation period, this thing is practically undetectable. It only shows up on tests after the transformation kicks in. But by then, even a blind man could tell it's a werewolf. Who needs their tests at that point? Those useless good-for-nothings in the tech division, all they do is sit around and leech off the system. Can't we just each get one vaccine shot?" Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. If possible, he really didn't want to reveal too many differences between himself and ordinary vampires. "You little rascal, you're such a clever devil." Lei Peng rolled his eyes at Wang Yu in exasperation upon hearing hearing this. Do you think vaccines are like tap water, available whenever you want? The cost of producing this stuff is almost as high as secondary enhancement fluid, and werewolves have been extinct in the country for years. The reserves and production capacity are extremely limited. Let alone one dose per person. Just vaccinating those injured in the past 2 days has nearly depleted the reserves of Confronting Fortress. They're currently applying to higher-ups for emergency transfers from other cities. From what you're saying, you still want one dose per person? Just the Confronting Fortress alone has a population of 5 million. Even if we transported all the vaccines in the country, it wouldn't be enough. Alright, your uncle is really busy today. What exactly do you want to say, kid? After the introduction, Lei Peng glanced at the message on his phone and started to get anxious. It seemed like someone had transformed into a werewolf again and was calling for backup. After transforming into a werewolf, the chances of turning back are very slim. It could even be said to be almost the same as being dead. Hesitating for even a moment more might cause someone to lose their chance of being saved. What his father, a retired veteran, taught him the most in daily life was to step forward in the face of danger. This time, it was ultimately the Dragon Kingdom that saved his life from the vampires. Faced with a disaster involving so many people, even if Wang Yu wanted to keep lying low, he couldn't afford to anymore. So Wang Yu gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Uncle Lei, I can identify werewolves in their incubation period. What? Lei Peng was stunned upon hearing this. He stared at Wang Yu in shock, even reaching out to touch Wang Yu's forehead. Kiddo, are you okay? This is something that even the most advanced technology in our dragon country can't detect, and you say you have a way to identify it? Could it be that the silver bullet from those bastards last time knocked you silly? Don't mess around, your uncle has serious business to attend to. With that, Lei Peng was about to leave again. Uncle Lei, Wang Yu hurriedly said seriously, it's true, I swear on my dad's name, I'm not lying. I'm a vampire, and werewolves are mortal enemies of vampires. I can identify who was infected with the werewolf virus during the incubation period. However, even so, Lei Peng still didn't believe him. Stop talking nonsense. I carried out several missions specifically targeting vampires with your dad back in the day. Do you think I don't understand vampires? If they could identify werewolves in their latent phase, there wouldn't have been so many incidents of vampires being suddenly attacked by transformed werewolves. Wang Yu, I used to think highly of you. It's just a werewolf, no big deal. Are you really that scared? Learn from your dad, be strong, act like a man. Lei Peng patted Wang Yu's shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, he dispatched 6 special forces members via the walkie-talkie to 3 different locations. I can stay with you for a while to help you calm down, but if there's an emergency, I must go to provide support. It's not that, Wang Yu said anxiously. Why is it that Uncle Lei is a good person, yet people always don't trust him? But on second thought, he suddenly realized that what Lei Peng said actually seemed to make sense. Ordinary vampires really seem unable to detect werewolves in their incubation period. Only when the werewolf virus breaks out and the infected person begins to transform can they smell that unique unpleasant odor specific to werewolves. For example, Anna, given her level of fear toward werewolves, if she knew that half of the class had already been infected with the werewolf virus and could transform at any moment, she definitely wouldn't be sitting so calmly and quietly in her seat. In other words, his ability to identify werewolves in their incubation period wasn't just because he had become a vampire. It was also because of a talent he gained after drinking Edward's blood. Super sense of smell. With this talent, vampires can detect humans infected with the werewolf virus in advance through a unique scent. This way, they can kill the person before they transform and gain immense power, or escape in advance to avoid danger. It must be said that just based on this alone, this is an extremely powerful life-saving skill. Now, when faced with groups of werewolf virus infectees, this skill becomes even more crucial. Not only can it help him avoid risks in advance and save his own life, but it can also assist the authorities in identifying werewolves during their incubation period, thus reducing the damage. Otherwise, if a large number of werewolves begin to awaken and transform, the entire Confronting Fortress will be plunged into massive casualties and disaster. It might even turn into a hellish city overrun by werewolves. But the problem is, how could he explain this to Lei Peng? It must be noted that he is currently just a vampire baron, and theoretically, he should only have the 2 talents of Daywalker and Bloodshaping. Previously, before reaching the baron level, he displayed 2 talents. It could still be excused by saying he was injured, his realm had fallen, and his strength was limited. In fact, he had long been a vampire baron. It's just that his injuries recovered in the past 2 days, and his strength returned. But if another talent suddenly appeared now, there would really be no way to explain it away. A vampire at merely the baron level possessing 3 talents is simply unheard of. Even the most talented vampire only advances faster or awakens rarer and more powerful abilities. There has never been any vampire with an unexpected number of abilities. None. If it is revealed that he also possesses the super sense of smell, not only will the vampires become more interested in him, but even the Dragon Nation will set their sights on him. Might even end up as a lab rat, caught and dissected for research. But if he doesn't even say it, Lei Peng won't believe him, watching helplessly as it turns into an unprecedented disaster. What should we do? Wang Yu struggled internally. At this moment, the communicator by his ear rang again. Captain Lei, 3 werewolves have appeared at Fengcheng number 17 high school, requesting support. Alright, hold on, I'll be there right away. Although Wang Yu couldn't hear what the other party said, judging from Lei Peng's response, something must have happened again. Can't hesitate any longer. Uncle Lei. Just as Lei Peng was about to leave, Wang Yu finally made up his mind and said, I can really identify werewolves in their incubation period, because I have the talent of super smell. What? Lei Peng was stunned once again. You must know that the talent of super smell is extremely rare. Even among the vampires, those who can awaken such a rare talent are 1 in 10,000. For the vampires, the appearance of any individual with this talent is considered a precious treasure and a rare talent. Even those vampires who have undergone the complete embrace ritual transformation could only dream of obtaining such a rare talent. And yet, Wang Yu, a vampire casually transformed through an unconventional method, actually awakened such an extraordinary talent? You've awakened super smell? How is that possible? Something's wrong. After a brief moment of shock, Lei Peng fell into an even deeper state of astonishment. That day, you clearly used the blood-shaping ability, and you're still a daywalker. And now you're saying you've also awakened the super smell ability. Baron-level vampires have 3 talents. How the hell is that possible? Lei Peng turned his head in shock, his face full of disbelief. Uncle Lei, I don't even know how to explain it to you right now, but I swear on my father's name, everything I said is true. I have the talent of super smell, and vampires with this talent can completely identify werewolves in their incubation period. Follow me. Wang Yu had no better way to prove himself, so he had to take Lei Peng to the back door of the classroom. Pointing at the classmates inside who were infected with the werewolf virus, he said, that female classmate, Liu, and that male classmate, Zhe Shuai. He pointed out 17 people with a serious expression and said gravely, they all have a unique scent on them, exactly the same as Sun Yu before he transformed. Ordinary people might not be able to smell it at all, and even most vampires wouldn't notice. But to me, it's as obvious as pork going bad. Uncle Lei, I know we've only met a few times, and you don't know me well enough, but for something this serious, I wouldn't lie to you. Could you trust me just this once, for my dad's sake? Lei Peng hesitated for a moment. He was still somewhat skeptical, because whether it was vampires being able to identify werewolves in their latent phase, or Baron-level vampires having 3 talents, both defied basic common sense. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Just as Lei Peng was still hesitating over the unbelievable information Wang Yu had shared, a sudden loud noise erupted from the classroom. The short girl, Liu, suddenly slapped the desk and jumped up. The loud sound startled everyone. Looking closely, they saw that the sturdy solid wood desk had been smashed in half with just one slap from Liu. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden table legs and books scattered all over the floor in an instant. That scared me. Liu? How is she so fierce? All the classmates were a bit dumbfounded. You are not allowed to laugh at me anymore. Liu was seen with a face full of anger, her eyes red. Wang Yu doesn't refuse to drink my blood because he hates me, saying I'm not a virgin. I'm not that kind of casual girl. It turns out there has long been a well-known belief about vampires. They are said to crave the blood of virgins above all else. Some high-class vampires even refuse to feed on blood from non-virgins. Just moments ago, Wang Yu had caught the distinct scent of a werewolf on Liu and instinctively reacted with disgust. To the classmates watching, it seemed as though Wang Yu, using his vampiric senses, had detected that Liu was impure and thus refused to feed. So, taking advantage of the teacher's absence, they began gossiping about her in hushed tones. Under normal circumstances, Liu shouldn't have been able to hear them. But after being infected with the werewolf virus, even during the incubation period, a person's physical condition and senses become heightened. As luck would have it, Liu overheard every word clearly, and this, precisely, struck a deep and painful chord within her. Roar! No sooner had the words been spoken than a bestial snarl erupted from Liu's throat. Her skin rapidly darkened, and the bones in her face and hands began to contort and reshape. Thick, dark fur sprouted relentlessly from her face and hands. Wolf, werewolf. It's a werewolf. Liu is actually a werewolf too. Everyone had just witnessed Sun Yu's transformation process with their own eyes, so they were no longer unfamiliar with werewolf transformations. Instantly recognized that Liu was transforming into a werewolf. Run! Thinking of the strength and terror of the werewolf Sun Yu, someone screamed and bolted. But more people were so frightened that they froze in place. Because Liu was short and seated in the front row, most people trying to run to the door had to pass by her position. Escape through the window? What if you're attacked while turning your back on the werewolf Sun Yu and end up dying even faster? You must know that any supernatural creature associated with beasts often carries the habits of beasts as well. At this moment, whoever runs first shows weakness, and they will be the one caught and bitten. Whoever will die. Oh my god, it's over. A powerful sense of fear instantly seized everyone's hearts. Then very quickly, roar! Another beast-like low growl came from a classmate's mouth. Oh my goodness. Zheng Boyang initially wanted to run, but upon seeing the situation, he couldn't help but plop down on the chair. What a joke! A werewolf transformed by Sun Yu was barely manageable even with the combined efforts of 6 teachers. In the end, it was only through Wang Yu's outburst of strength that they managed to achieve a narrow victory. Now there are as many as 16 or 17 werewolves. Just now, the 2 special forces soldiers who ran into the classroom claiming to protect Anna received another mission and left early. Excluding Wang Yu and Anna, even if it were just one werewolf, the entire class together would still be no match. Now, with 16 or 17 suddenly appearing, it's almost one werewolf per untransformed classmate. What's the point of running anymore? It's over. Class monitor Li Lin also had a face full of despair, completely losing the will to resist or escape. However, at that moment, 2 figures rushed in. Bang! Wang Yu threw a punch, knocking away Li Yu, who had transformed first and was charging at class monitor Li Lin. Then, with a kick, he sent flying a half-transformed werewolf that was lunging at the chubby Zhang Boyan. Quick, follow me, he shouted loudly, then grabbed the 2 of them and rushed out the door. The situation was urgent, so he could only choose to save these 2 classmates with whom he was most familiar and had the best relationship. As for Lei Pang, he was much stronger. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 werewolves who had half-transformed and started going berserk were already kicked into the corner of the wall. At the same time, the classmates attacked by the corresponding werewolves were directly grabbed by the collar and thrown out the door. Wang Yu saw this and couldn't care about much else. Taking advantage of Lei Pang's rampage, he hurriedly imitated the method and threw the chubby guy and Li Lin out as well. Hey, old Wang, be gentle. Zhang Boyan was thrown into a complete daze, while Li Lin was much quieter, because Wang Yu had deliberately thrown her onto Zhang Boyan. With such a chubby guy acting as a cushion, Li Lin was completely unscathed. Ouch! Old Wang, you did that on purpose. You value romance over friendship. Zhang Boyan let out another howl, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, his deskmate and good buddy Wang Yu turned into a vampire, instantly gaining the strength of a super soldier. Otherwise, his little life might not have been spared today. He definitely remembered this life-saving favor. Old Wang, you should run too. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted loudly. However, at this moment, bang, 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 Lei Peng had already thrown all the untransformed classmates of Class 10 out of the doors and windows at lightning speed. Then he completely shut all the doors and windows. Even Wang Yu, who hadn't had time to slip away, was locked inside the door. Uncle Lei, I haven't left yet. Me. Wang Yu's heart immediately started pounding wildly. Lei Peng was indeed incredibly powerful. Judging by his thunderous moves and lightning-fast speed, even if these 17 werewolves completed their transformation, they probably wouldn't pose a threat to him. Even his intervention to save Zhang Boyan was unnecessary for Li Lin. Even if it were just Lei Peng alone, he would have saved him completely. But the problem is, why does this guy only think about others and not about himself? Just one werewolf already had him sweating profusely. Even with the sharp instincts unique to vampires, when facing the werewolf Sun Yu, he didn't dare to use his blood manipulation ability. Fortunately, he didn't, because according to Anna later, if his blood weapon had been bitten by the werewolf even once, he might have been done for. It was only with great difficulty and the help of a silver dagger that he managed to deal with the werewolf Sun Yu. And now, good grief, there are suddenly 17 of them, and they won't even let him leave. Isn't this going to cost him his life? Uncle Lei, is this how you treat the son of an old comrade? In a moment of desperation, Wang Yu couldn't help but question Lei Peng. But Lei Peng, after a slight twitch of his eyelid, remained silent. Not only did he not step in to rescue, but he even retreated to the doorway. He completely ignored those who had already transformed into crazed werewolves and no longer took action. Roar! 2 werewolves immediately let out beastly roars and pounced toward Wang Yu. So unfair. Wang Yu cursed Lei Peng in his heart for being unreliable. But at this moment, 2 werewolves had already charged aggressively toward him, leaving him no time to think. He could only stomp the ground forcefully, unleashing the power of a Baron-level vampire, and using the counterforce to leap high into the air, narrowly avoiding the werewolves' attack. The moment he landed, he rolled forward smoothly, quickly got up, and locked his gaze firmly on the enemies in front of him. One of the werewolves missed its strike and roared as it charged forward again. At this moment, the werewolf had completely finished the first stage of its transformation, taking on the appearance of a wild wolf. It was about 1.5 meters long, and its claws were incredibly thick and powerful. Its front claws rose high, stirring up a gust of wind, and then fiercely swiped toward Wang Yu. Roar! This strike was both fierce and swift. For an ordinary person, this claw would have torn them to pieces and sent them to their grave. But Wang Yu now possessed the formidable power of a Baron-level vampire. Swish! Moreover, not only was his combat foundation solid, but he also had experience fighting werewolves. So, in the face of such a ferocious attack, he was able to handle it. With a swift sidestep, he narrowly and dangerously dodged the fierce claw strike. At the same time, he reached out to grab the werewolf's arm and gave it a forceful fling. Under Wang Yu's tremendous explosive strength of a full 1,000 kilograms, the massive body of the werewolf was directly thrown out by him. Wang Yu's Yu's full strength combined with the werewolf's pouncing force amounted to more than 1,000 pounds. The werewolf immediately crashed heavily into the nearby desk without any resistance, smashing it to pieces. Precise, decisive, ruthless. Bang! With just one move, he completely neutralized the werewolf's ferocious attack and launched an effective counterstrike. Lei Peng saw this and a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Clang clang clang. At the time when Wang Yu was fighting the vampire, there was simply no opportunity for close combat, so even he, who was secretly protecting Wang Yu, was unaware of Wang Yu's combat skills. But now, he could be certain. Okay, Wang Yu's combat techniques could be described as exceptionally solid. When an expert makes a move, you can tell if they have the skill. Even compared to many veterans who have served in the military for over 2 years, their reactions to the werewolf's pounce just now might not have been as clean and swift as Wang Yu's. Wang Yu himself also felt that his move was quite impressive. But before he could celebrate for long, another werewolf launched a surprise attack from the side. With a swoosh, it leaped into the air, opening its bloody maw and biting straight toward Wang Yu's shoulder. Whether it was the angle or the timing, it was extremely tricky, and the situation seemed a bit critical. Ah, Wang Yu, watch out. Zhang Boyang outside the door was instantly scared out of his wits, but Wang Yu still remained calm. Turning sideways and lowering his head, he dodged the lunge and bite, then seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut, striking the werewolf's abdomen heavily just as it leaped over his head. The werewolf howled in pain, crashing into the roof with a bang before slamming back down with another thud, smashing yet another desk into pieces. Before he could catch his breath, the first werewolf that Wang Yu had knocked down rolled up from the ground and lunged at him again. Awah! And Wang Yu hurriedly delivered a flying kick. Crash! Fighting two werewolves at the same time, the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. The two werewolves were incredibly ferocious, abnormally fierce, and seemed almost unkillable. No matter how brutal the heavy blows they received, they could immediately leap up and pounce on Wang Yu to bite. Bang! 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 Simply two violent killing machines. Ordinary people would be drenched in sweat encountering just one. Encountering two would mean certain death. If the ones who transformed on the playground just now were two werewolves, then Teacher Chen and the others would likely have met a grim fate. But Wang Yu was still able to handle it with ease. He weaved back and forth between the two werewolves, moving swiftly and effortlessly, as if it were second nature. Moreover, he was not merely running away or dodging. Every dodge was followed by a powerful counterattack. Each of his moves was perfectly timed, not only neutralizing the werewolves' attacks but also delivering a strong retaliation. The two werewolves under his control were like drowned rats, beaten and howling in chaos. This unexpected scene left everyone dumbfounded. Is this still Wang Yu? Li Lin widened her eyes and murmured in disbelief. She had just seen the scene of Wang Yu fighting the werewolf Sun Yu. But at that time, there were 6 teachers cooperating with Wang Yu in the attack. She only knew that Wang Yu became extremely powerful after turning into a vampire. But she never expected him to be this powerful. To think that one person could handle 2 werewolves alone. It must be noted that even a first-stage transformed werewolf possesses the terrifying strength of an insect-level superpowered warrior. Moreover, their defensive capabilities and reaction speed are downright monstrous. Yet, these 2 terrifying creatures could only take a beating at Wang Yu's hands. That's awesome, old Wang. This werewolf is Zhang Zhibo transformed. This guy mocks us for being at the bottom every day. Let's beat him up. Zhang Boyang's face was flushed with excitement as he clenched his fists and waved them in the air, shouting at the top of his lungs. Students from other classes outside the door were drawn by the shouting. Seeing the doors and windows tightly shut, they also gathered around. Seeing Wang Yu effortlessly handle 2 ferocious werewolves on his own, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Wow, Wang Yu is amazing. He can actually hold his own against 2 werewolves. Are vampires really this powerful? I thought they weren't good at close combat. This is great. With Wang Yu here, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Everyone whispered to each other, filled with curiosity and admiration for Wang Yu. Even the shock and fear of seeing their classmates suddenly transform into a werewolf diminished significantly. Lei Peng, witnessing such a scene, couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He thought to himself that this kid really had some skills, able to fight 2 insect-level superpowered warriors hand-to-hand and still have the upper hand. This level of combat ability and skill is already on par with a veteran who has served in the military for 5 years. Moreover, they are among the best, even standing out as someone with rich combat experience. They have already barely reached the standards for recruitment into special forces. It seems I underestimated this kid. Weak since childhood, yet trained to this extent, no wonder the squad leader is the squad leader. He was very satisfied in his heart. The reason he specifically kept Wang Yu behind was to see whether he would fight with all his might when facing danger or, like the other classmates, have his legs go weak from fear. By the way, let's also see what level Wang Yu's actual combat ability is. Now it seems that Wang Yu's performance has made him very satisfied. In that case, letting Wang Yu join the army and come under the military's protection shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Lei Peng's lips curled into a smile, and he laughed happily. However, at this this moment, the situation on the field changed once again. After being kicked away by Wang Yu once more, the werewolf Liu suddenly let out a howl, and her body underwent another transformation. Her front and hind paws suddenly grew thicker and longer, then she stood upright. Her torso also swelled up. When transforming into the wolf form, the clothes that were still hanging on the body were finally completely torn apart, revealing the dark, chiseled 8-pack abs underneath. Even the height increased significantly. Liu's original height was only 1.55 meters, and her figure was rather slim, making her a very petite girl. RIP! But now, after fully transforming into a werewolf, she had turned into a muscular hunk over 1.8 meters tall. The thick thigh muscles, the massive biceps, and the sharply defined 8-pack abs would make any fitness enthusiast green with envy. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Sun Yu was already a guy, tall and strong, with impressive physical strength. After transforming into a werewolf, Wang Yu was not surprised at all by this appearance. I'll go. But Li Yu's transformation being so exaggerated did indeed scare him. The body suddenly became so large, and the strength increased along with the transformation. This doesn't comply with the law of conservation of mass and energy. Moreover, Sun Yu looks quite innocent, but why is her underwear lace and even a bit transparent? Could it be that she only appears timid and introverted, but is actually the reserved and flirtatious type? He wiped his eyes, wanting to see what differences there were between the werewolf's body structure and that of a human. But at this moment, the fully transformed werewolf Sun Yu had already charged at him again. Facing off again, Wang Yu immediately felt the pressure. The standard explosive strength of a normal insect-level superpowered warrior is 1,000 kilograms, and Wang Yu is currently at this level. However, the strength of a casual strike from the werewolf Liu is at least over 2,000 kilograms. Bang, bang, bang. As the saying goes, strength overcomes skill. If the opponent's strength exceeds yours by a full ton, how can you even compete? Fortunately, after transforming into werewolves, both Liu and Sun Yu retained only a small amount of human combat instinct. Wang Yu relied on his exceptional skills to use force against force, leveraging minimal effort to achieve great results, and was still able to cope. But at this moment, Zhang Jibua, another werewolf, also completed his second stage transformation and began flanking him together with Liu. The two werewolves possessed immense strength, astonishing defense, and terrifying regenerative abilities, simply unbreakable and indestructible. After another fierce fight, Wang Yu finally fell into a disadvantage. Even so, it still made Lei Peng's eyes light up. This kid actually already has the strength of a mid-level insect rank. Bang, bang, bang. It should be noted that even super warriors of the same level have differences in strength. This depends not only on their power but also on their combat skills, practical abilities, and the type of special abilities they possess. In terms of strength alone, Wang Yu has indeed just reached the standard for the lower rank of the insect level. However, Wang Yu's combat skills are very advanced. Apart from that, Wang Yu's endurance is also quite astonishing. In some ways, super warriors are actually just like ordinary people, only with stronger abilities, but the basic principles are not much different. Even if a person possesses great strength, how long can he truly exert this power in a battle and keep going? For example, the boxing champion Tyson from the old era. It is said that he can deliver a punch with a force of 800 pounds. But this is only his peak punch. Not every punch can achieve such power. In most matches, being able to deliver one or two punches with this level of force is already impressive. Firstly, not every strike has the right timing to allow someone to unleash their full strength. Secondly, even if a sandbag is placed there for someone to hit, if they go all out every time, they won't last for long. Under full exertion, a person's strength and stamina are rapidly consumed, quickly declining, and unable to maintain peak performance. Even super soldiers are no exception. But Wang Yu is different. Under such intense life-and-death combat, he was able to rely on his exceptional fighting skills to find the best opportunities and angles every time, unleashing his full strength. Moreover, after fighting continuously for over 10 minutes, there were no signs of his strength waning. With this level of combat skill and endurance, Wang Yu is capable of taking on mid-tier insect-level super warriors. The evidence is that when Wang Yu faced two werewolves with mid-tier insect-level strength, despite being at a disadvantage, he was still able to remain undefeated. Lei Peng's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. If Wang Yu's earlier performance made him satisfied, then Wang Yu's current performance simply delighted him. The people outside the door were pleasantly surprised to see Wang Yu still holding on like this. Alright. But at this moment, there was one person who was very unhappy. As Wang Yu once again threw the werewolf Liu out, smashing one of the few remaining desks, a figure crawled out from under the desk. Anna jumped up furiously, pointing at Wang Yu and shouting, "Wang Yu, you damned guy, why do you keep throwing these filthy werewolves into my hiding spot? Are you trying to get this princess killed?" Bang! Oh whoa! Anna's appearance immediately attracted all the werewolves. Enough! Werewolf Liu and werewolf Zhang Jibua unexpectedly abandoned Wang Yu, who was fiercely battling them, and lunged toward Anna. The remaining werewolves also seemed to be provoked by some kind of stimulus. In an incredibly short time, they completed 2 stages of transformation. A dozen werewolves howled in unison, frozen and pounced toward Anna together. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. He had thought that, apart from himself, everyone else had been thrown out and protected by Lei Peng. Unexpectedly, this vampire princess had also slipped through the cracks. It wasn't Wang Yu's fault for not thinking of this. For Wang Yu, although Anna was detestable, she was quite proud. He would never have thought that this dignified princess would actually crawl under the table. Moreover, from what Anna said, she had done it more than once. Whenever the table she was hiding under was about to be affected by the fight between Wang Yu and the werewolf, she would quickly crawl under the table next to it. Thinking about the lofty vampire princess being so scared that she crawled under the table and in the end, with nowhere to go, was forced into a flustered rage, Wang Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Who would have thought? The dignified vampire princess, being timid and cowardly is one thing, but to perform so poorly in the face of unavoidable danger? But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Anna. 2 fully transformed werewolves were already enough to make even him feel immense pressure. Now, more than a dozen werewolves, all in their fully transformed state, were charging at her. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. "Anna, get out of the way!" he shouted loudly, then pushed off the ground with both feet, rushing quickly to support Anna. That's right, he hated vampires, especially Anna's arrogant, selfish demeanor, looking down on human life, which made him feel she deserved to die. But she absolutely couldn't die here at this moment. Otherwise, if they angered Prince Tanya, both he and his father would suffer. There was no other choice but to do their best to save her life first. However, Anna's reaction at this moment once again stunned Wang Yu. Anna was terrified upon discovering a werewolf and refused to go near it no matter what. Her eyes were tightly shut. Help! It was as if as long as she couldn't see, these werewolves would cease to exist. Are you kidding me? Wang Yu was stunned, his whole body frozen. Anna, after all, is a Baron-level vampire with physical abilities far superior to ordinary people. Damn! Even if she still can't compare to these werewolves. As a pampered princess, one can't expect her to have exceptional combat skills. But if she can't fight, can't she at least run? In the werewolves' encirclement, his direction was the weakest. Originally, he thought Anna would break through and flee in his direction, and then he would rush forward to repel the 2 werewolves chasing her. Afterward, he would reunite with Anna and cooperate to reach Lei Peng's side. The 2 of them were, respectively, the son of an old comrade and a foreign princess. They had already rushed to their side. Lei Peng couldn't possibly still stand by idly and let the 2 of them be bitten to death, could he? But now, Anna's performance was making Wang Yu anxious and restless. He cursed under his breath, stomped the ground fiercely again, and with immense strength, reached an incredible speed in the blink of an eye, feeling the wind whistling past his ears. However, due to Anna's poor performance, the 2 werewolves still managed to get to her first while he was still some distance away. A werewolf let out a howl, extended its sharp claws, and fiercely swiped at the tabletop. Idiot! With a crack, the sturdy tabletop was instantly shattered by the claw, sending wood chips flying. Anna was exposed in front of the wolves, as if the last layer of psychological comfort had been stripped away. Yet despite this, she still did not choose to run away. She tightly closed her eyes, her face pale as paper, clutching her head with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. Facing life and death, a vampire with extraordinary powers actually played the ostrich, ready to accept her fate. The werewolves, of course, showed no mercy to Anna. The second werewolf lunged directly at her. Then came the third, the fourth. It was about to turn into a bloody scene of wolves tearing apart their prey. Damn it! Wang Yu had no choice but to use his last resort. Flying through midair, he suddenly stretched his hand far toward Anna. Crimson blood immediately seeped rapidly from the pores of his entire body, then, at an even faster speed, flew toward Anna. Just before the first werewolf's claw tore open her neck, a blood shield formed around her body, blocking the fatal strike. Then came the second strike, the third strike, blood shaping. A series of violent impacts made Wang Yu feel as if he had been solidly hit by one heavy truck after another speeding down a highway. Bang! Although this impact was much weaker compared to being directly struck, the frenzied blows of over a dozen werewolves were still beyond what a newly promoted Baron vampire like him could withstand. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu suffered severe injuries, spitting out fresh blood. Lei Peng, standing nearby, had a glint in his eyes upon seeing this. He had almost forgotten that Wang Yu possessed a blood molding talent. Poof! This is considered a very powerful and rare talent even among the Blood Clan. Oh, every vampire who awakens this talent can be called a genius. And this talent can also bring vampires immense combat power. Wang Yu, even without using the blood-shaping talent, has already reached the level of a mid-tier insect class. Lei Peng did want to see what kind of power Wang Yu could unleash and how long he could persist after using this talent. So he immediately withdrew his hand, which was covered in blue arcs of electricity, crossed his arms, and continued to observe. Wang Yu seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his whole body trembling violently. However, his movements did not stop in the slightest. Rushing forward, he immediately flipped and landed on both feet. With a move of consecutive flying kicks, he struck away 2 werewolves with gaping bloody mouths lunging at the blood shield, then quickly darted out in the opposite direction direction using the reactive force. Then he extended one hand, gripping and pulling forcefully in Anna's direction. The blood shield instantly seemed to come alive, transforming completely from a hemispherical shield into a sphere, enveloping Anna entirely. Bang! Bang! Then, as if pulled by an invisible thread, it swiftly flew toward Wang Yu. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu actually rescued Anna from the claws and jaws of the werewolves. The classmates outside the door were all stunned by Wang Yu's magical performance. What kind of move is this? Swipe. I know, it's the blood-shaping talent. This is extremely rare and incredibly powerful among the Blood Clan. I didn't expect Wang Yu to be so formidable. Oh my god. No wonder even Princess Anna has to look at Wang Yu differently. This is just too strong. It can do that too? Exclamations of amazement echoed one after another. Even Lei Ping couldn't help but nod, secretly thinking that this kid is truly lucky. Blood-shaping talent, this is a rare gift that even orthodox vampires find extremely difficult to awaken. Yet Wang Yu, a vampire who transformed himself through unconventional means, managed to awaken such a powerful skill. It's truly remarkable. Now, as long as Wang Yu can make good use of this talent, he might even directly exhibit the strength of a higher-tier insect level. Just after advancing to the Baron-level vampire, he already possesses the combat capability of a higher-tier insect level. If that's the case, Wang Yu really gave him a huge surprise. If they want to specially recruit Wang Yu, not only will there be no resistance, but there might even be people vying for him. After all, Wang Yu's performance proves that he is a super soldier with unlimited potential and a rare vampire warrior. Any special forces team that brings him in will see a visible improvement in combat power and overall capabilities. And Wang Yu's performance did not disappoint Lei Peng. After pulling Anna back to his side, Wang Yu immediately split his hands, transforming a blood shield into a sword and a shield. With weapons in hand, Wang Yu's combat effectiveness was significantly enhanced once again. He wielded a sword in his left hand for slashing and held a shield in his right hand for defense. In the blink of an eye, not only did he block the attacking werewolves, but he also slashed bloody wounds into the bodies of 7 or 8 of them. This combat power is undoubtedly at the upper tier of the insect level. It even rivals some peak insect level super warriors. This kid, Lei Peng shook his head. He originally thought he needed to take care of Wang Yu, trying every possible way to pull strings and use connections to get Wang Yu into his team and under his protection. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu turned out to be so formidable. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to freely transform weapons added an extra layer of support to the squad's combat logistics. What's more, Wang Yu already has such combat power now. What will it be like when he grows up in the future? No one else. I've struck gold. Lei Peng saw Wang Yu's performance and was simply overjoyed. However, at this moment, he noticed a problem. Wang Yu always hesitates and holds back during battles. Clearly, sometimes he could simply use the blood shield to block and then counter with a slash to cut down the werewolf. But Wang Yu insists on dodging and evading. Sometimes, he would even rather take a claw from the werewolf than directly block its attack. Is it because the difference in strength is too great? No, that's not right. Lei Peng's eyes flickered, and he quickly discovered the pattern. Wang Yu would often use the blood shield without hesitation to block the low-level werewolf's claw strikes and slaps. Even if the disparity in strength is significant and he gets hit hard, he has ways to dissipate the force through techniques like spinning and rolling. But when facing the werewolf's bites, even if they don't seem that ferocious, he doesn't dare to use the blood shield to block them. He suddenly slapped his forehead forcefully. Almost forgot this kid is a vampire too. Werewolves are naturally equipped to counter vampires, and their fangs contain a toxin known as the werewolf virus. Ouch! This virus not only has the ability to turn humans into werewolves but is also a deadly poison to vampires. The weapons formed by Wang Yu's blood-shaping technique are, ultimately, his own blood. If he were to be bitten by a werewolf, his fate would be grim. So, despite Wang Yu using his blood-molding talent, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. No, if this continues, I'll lose sooner or later. If one of those blind wolves bites me, it's over. At this moment, he noticed that all the werewolves were rushing toward him with bloodshot eyes, and the originally sought-after Anna was crouching in the corner behind her like an ostrich, hugging her head, and surprisingly, not a single werewolf went to attack her. Even if 1 or 2 werewolves were accidentally struck by Wang Yu and landed near Anna, those werewolves would howl angrily twice, then charge back with bloodshot eyes. Wang Yu's heart sank. It was as if they didn't see Anna at all. It's blood. Wang Yu quickly figured out the key point. Werewolves are the natural enemies of vampires. Vampires are very sensitive to the scent of werewolves, and the reverse is also true. Previously, because Anna was a higher level, more pure-blooded vampire, all the werewolves attacked her. But now he has unleashed the blood-shaping talent. The scent emitted by the vampire's blood directly exposed to the air is far stronger than that of the unharmed Anna. As a result, this group of werewolves all went mad and started attacking him. And rather than targeting him, their focus was more on the blood shield and blood blade in his hands. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, a mere vampire who has just been promoted to Baron could never hold out for so long under the siege of more than a dozen werewolves, especially when he's being being overly cautious, afraid that these werewolves might bite his blood-forged weapon. Damn it, if only he had a silver weapon. His blood-forged longsword is indeed effective, but the werewolves' regenerative abilities are incredibly astonishing. A freshly inflicted wound often heals within a few breaths. To inflict substantial damage on werewolves and weaken their combat power, one must target their fear of silver and use silver weapons. But the only silver dagger happened to break accidentally during the recent fight with Sun Yu. This Anna is absolutely infuriating. The material of silver is so soft and fragile. When choosing a silver weapon, you should at least pick one with an alloy dragon bone. Wouldn't it be fine to just silver plate the blade? But this girl actually chose a pure silver one. Looks good but useless, breaking as soon as it's used. Now, he has half a handle without a blade in one hand, and half a blade without a handle in the other. How is he supposed to use it? Thinking of this, Wang Yu suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Since he can create a complete blade with blood, why can't he make a hilt? As long as he makes a hilt and attaches the broken blade to it, wouldn't that work? Ha! Oh, right. Or even more exaggerated, he could just create a blood guard, allowing him to hold the blade and fight directly. But vampires are also afraid of silver. What if I fail to hurt the werewolf and end up countering myself instead? Can't think about it too much. In a moment of desperation, Wang Yu didn't have time to think. He directly covered his palm with fresh blood, then wiped it on the broken imprinted blade and slashed at the werewolves lunging at him again. The specialized weapon proved to be effective. As soon as the imprinted blade appeared, it severely injured 3 werewolves. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the wounds on the werewolves' bodies quickly festered, and even the blood flowing out turned from red to pitch black. 3 werewolves howled in agony, collapsed to the ground, and writhed in pain, seemingly losing the strength to continue fighting. Swish, swish, swish. With a single strike, 3 werewolves were dealt with. Wang Yu's blow was truly overwhelming and incredibly graceful. Even Lei Peng, in shock, withdrew his hand once again. Oh whoa, this kid has silver weapons too? This is a rare item. Even silver-plated weapons are ridiculously expensive, and not even their special forces squad could afford to equip them. With combat abilities on par with peak-level insect-class super soldiers, combined with a restraining weapon, Lei Peng suddenly stopped worrying about Wang Yu. It feels like these mere dozen or so werewolves could be handled by Wang Yu alone. Little did he know, Wang Yu was now so terrified that his soul was about to leap out of his body. Because he had struck too hard just now, the blade of the dagger pierced through his blood gloves and cut his palm. Having been hit by a silver bullet once before, Wang Yu clearly understood the restraining power of silver against vampires. Once injured by a silver weapon, not only is the wound extremely difficult to heal, but it also causes mental agony and physical numbness. Any part injured by silver will become immobile. It's over. And now, in the midst of a fierce battle, if one of his hands suddenly becomes unusable, the result would be disastrous. But he quickly realized that, in fact, the outcome wasn't as bad as he had feared. His palm only hurt slightly, without the searing pain that felt like nerves being torn apart as before. At the same time, there was no sense of numbness. The wound that was cut quickly healed completely under the vampire's equally powerful regenerative ability. Wang Yu continued to fight with the printed blade, and this hand remained incredibly agile, showing no signs of being affected in any other way. What the heck? Such an incredible thing happened, and Wang Yu could only think of one possibility: his talent. Since advancing to the rank of Baron-level vampire, he still didn't know what talent he had awakened. He only knew that it was at least not an active type. Otherwise, if it were a blood-molding talent, he would feel as if the blood were like his limbs, able to be controlled with a mere thought and actively used. As for passive types, one can only wait for them to be triggered by chance before gradually discovering them. For instance, with talents like Daywalker and Light Eater, if not for a fortuitous coincidence forcing him to do so, knowing full well he was a vampire, he would never dare to casually expose himself to sunlight. But now, it seems he has acquired yet another heaven-defying talent for a vampire. My talent is actually not being afraid of silver? So abnormal? After noticing his own peculiarity, Wang Yu was slightly stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Not afraid of silver? Then he's really made it. The biggest weaknesses of vampires are sunlight and silver. Now he's neither afraid of sunlight nor silver, and he doesn't even have to rely on bloodsucking. Doesn't this mean that all the inconveniences and drawbacks brought by the vampire lineage have completely disappeared? Thinking of this, Wang Yu's heart stirred, and with a wave of his hand, he used the imprinted dagger to severely wound 2 werewolves. However, just as Wang Yu was about to press on and finish off this group of werewolves, a figure suddenly pounced on him from behind. Wang Yu heard the sound of the wind and, without thinking, swung his blade backward. Swish swish. But at this moment, he noticed that this werewolf was somewhat different. At that time, even the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to save his life. If things go wrong, he might even be convicted of murder. But in the midst of an intense battle with over a dozen werewolves eyeing him fiercely, how could Wang Yu afford to be so distracted? Anna barely managed to pull back her hand, but in doing so, she disrupted her own balance and rhythm of attack and defense. The 2 lunging werewolves instantly tore into his back with their claws, needing no resistance. His clothes were shredded, and his skin and flesh were gouged by the werewolf's sharp claws, leaving deep bloody trenches. Caught off guard by the overwhelming force, Wang Yu's body was sent flying violently through the air, rolled on the ground 7 or 8 times before finally stabilizing his posture. Then, looking at Anna who had been swept into his arms, he flew into a rage. Splash! Damn it, what the hell are you messing around for? Upon hearing this, Anna's eyes instantly turned red. She had been the apple of Prince Tanya's eye since childhood, even the apple of the entire vampire clan's eye, and had never suffered the slightest grievance. But ever since coming to the Dragon Kingdom, she was first attacked by humans and had much of her precious blood drawn. Now, she had even encountered terrifying werewolves and almost lost her life. Finally, someone stepped forward to help, but Wang Yu ended up being so harsh to her. Wang Yu, you! She was both embarrassed and annoyed, both angry and aggrieved. She couldn't help but want to bring out her princess temper and give Wang Yu a good scolding. But seeing the werewolves behind her glaring menacingly, Anna couldn't help but shiver. I didn't mean to. Wang Yu, you are very good, very strong. I can forgive all your rudeness, but you must save me. Anna's voice carried a sobbing tone, and all her previous arrogance had completely vanished. TCH, you scoundrel! Why the heck would I need your forgiveness? Wang Yu felt a surge of anger in his heart, wishing he could slap Anna hard twice. But at this moment, he had no time to respond. He had to focus all his energy on dealing with the ferocious werewolves in front of him. He hurriedly flipped over and leaped up. Dodge, slash, spinning kick. A smooth combo of moves once again sent a werewolf flying with serious injuries. But before he could catch his breath, Anna screamed and lunged at him again. Werewolf! Wang Yu, this werewolf is lunging at me. Help me take him down. Wang Yu was also afraid that something might really happen to Anna, so he had no choice but to slash with one hand, forcing back 2 werewolves, while using his other hand to catch the lunging Anna and retreating with her. But when Wang Yu looked closely, he realized there was no werewolf pouncing on Anna. That werewolf was clearly the one Wang Yu had severely injured and kicked away. Save me! Now it was rolling and wailing, completely incapable of launching another attack. After all, Anna was also a Baron-level vampire, just like him. The strength is not weak, and even combat has been learned, looking quite decent. But when it really came to a situation requiring a fight to the death, it turned out to be so disappointing. Because of such a werewolf who was no longer dangerous, his battle was disrupted again. Can't even win by doing nothing? I'll use blood to attract the werewolves. You just hide properly on the side. If you don't carry the game, go AFK. Wang Yu cursed angrily, then directly flung Anna from his arms, throwing her heavily to the ground. But in the blink of an eye, Anna pounced again. She did not know that the strongest person in the room, the one most capable of ensuring everyone's safety, was Lei Peng, who stood at the door watching coldly. At this moment, all she knew was that when her life was in danger, it was Wang Yu who risked everything to use blood manipulation to pull her out of the wolf's jaws. She only knew that it was Wang Yu who unleashed his might, defeating the terrifying werewolf and forcing it to retreat in disarray. Now, Wang Yu was her only hope. Don't say that Wang Yu just scolded her. Even if he had really slapped her twice, she still wouldn't want to leave Wang Yu's side. I won't. Werewolves are really terrifying. Wang Yu, you are the blood heir I chose. You must protect me. Blood heir, my foot. Without another word, Wang Yu grabbed Anna's arm as she lunged at him and threw her over his shoulder. I won't be anyone's son, let alone someone like you. He originally intended to feign civility for a while to buy some time, but becoming the blood heir of such a pathetic person was simply too humiliating, even considering it would be an insult to him. Wang Yu, how dare you? How dare you offend this princess like this? Do you have a death wish? Seeing Wang Yu actually dare to lay hands on her, Princess Anna's temper flared instantly. She rushed over, ready to grab Wang Yu and settle the score. However, what greeted her was an even heavier over-the-shoulder throw. However, thud. Without even making a move, he was once again fiercely thrown out by Wang Yu. Anna was in disbelief. Clearly, he had defeated Wang Yu in the hallway. How could it be that on the playground, even with 2 teachers teaming up, they still couldn't defeat Wang Yu? Wang Yu. And now, she couldn't even withstand a single move under Wang Yu's hand. She, a dignified vampire princess, a once-in-a-century genius from 2 years ago, couldn't defeat a werewolf, and now couldn't even beat a mere newly transformed wild vampire? I'll fight you to the death. This is impossible. In the end, Wang Yu couldn't even be bothered to listen to her screaming anymore and directly reached out to throw her down. You useless pig teammate. So you got me injured, huh? This isn't a game. You can't attack your teammates. Today, I'll let you taste the iron fist of socialism. Seeing this absurd scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Has Wang Yu gone mad? He actually dared to hit Princess Anna. That's just too much. Several boys were somewhat indignant. Although they had known Anna for no more than a day, Anna was simply too outstanding. Not only was she unbelievably beautiful, but she was also a noble vampire princess. Every gesture exudes an air of noble elegance, lofty and commanding admiration. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the irreplaceable goddess in their hearts. Now, seeing their perfect goddess being strung up and beaten by Wang Yu without the slightest pity, they were utterly shocked. Their hearts were instantly filled with with immense anger. But at this moment, Zhang Boyang widened his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and said, "What's so excessive about it? I think she deserved it." When Sun Yu transformed just now, not only did she not help Teacher Chen, but she also stopped Wang Yu from stepping in, almost getting Teacher Chen killed. And she even said that human lives are worthless and that they deserve to die. Are you all deaf and didn't hear that? Just now Wang Yu was playing so well, and this guy went up to cause trouble, making Wang Yu get injured. He totally deserves to be beaten. The chubby guy was quite loyal. Although he was once infatuated with Anna, when something happened, he really dared to stand up and speak for Wang Yu. "Fatty, what did you just say?" Song Chao immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to show his strength. The vampires are naturally noble, so what if they look down on humans? If you have what it takes, pass the vampire's test and become a noble vampire yourself. Stop whining here and slandering the noble Princess Anna. As soon as the words fell, several other boys also gathered around. Even many girls showed expressions of indignation. There was a strong vibe of wanting to beat up Zhang Boyang to stand up for Anna. That's right, Wang Yu is absolutely right. You bunch of idiots, you've been brainwashed by those damn vampires. I'm telling the truth, I said it, so what? Zhang Boyang was not to be outdone. He usually stayed closest to Wang Yu and knew well about Wang Yu's hatred for vampires. He had also heard many disgraceful deeds of vampires from Wang Yu's mouth, not at all as glamorous as reported by major news media. Now, upon witnessing Anna's overly disappointing behavior, they immediately accepted the harsh reality of vampires. But Song Chao and the others had already formed preconceived notions. It felt natural for the noble vampire princess to do anything. It is normal for her to stand by and do nothing, normal for her to sabotage her teammates, and even normal for her to repay kindness with enmity by targeting Wang Yu. I heard that in the old era, there was a group of people who, despite being descendants of dragons, insisted on spiritually worshipping foreign nations. They went on to become so-called elite rice molecules and elite sun molecules. Now, Song Chao is a typical elite ghost molecule. Even if their own compatriots are about to be killed by vampires, or even killed by their own hands, they still shout and serve their spiritual masters. Not only Song Chao, but also a large group of boys and girls behind him. Almost everyone was united in anger, glaring at Zhang Boyang and standing up for Anna. Are you all spiritual vampires? The brainwashing by vampires is truly terrifying. And then there's this bunch of brainless, spineless people. Goodness, what a damn bunch of lowlifes. Even Wang Yu became a vampire, but he's not like you guys at all. Anna doesn't even bother to glance at you, yet you treat her like a deity. You guys really know how to suck up. Zhang Boyang's grades aren't great, but he's sharp-tongued and spares no feelings. Song Chao became furious and embarrassed upon hearing this. Fatso, are you looking for trouble? For a moment, the tension was palpable, and the atmosphere outside the classroom was filled with hostility. Class monitor Li Lin frowned and said, "Stop arguing, all of you. Song Chao, if you really have the skills, then open the door and go in to help Wang Yu deal with the werewolf and protect your Princess Anna. Bullying Zhang Boyang here, what kind of hero does that make you?" Alright, when Song Chao heard this, he immediately deflated. If they had the ability, of course they would want to fight the werewolf and save the beauty like heroes. But the problem is, they don't have that skill, do they? Wang Yu does have this ability. But such a great opportunity, this kid actually doesn't know how to cherish it. Not only did he fail to perform well, but he even dared to assault the noble vampire princess, the sacred goddess in their hearts. It's truly outrageous. At this moment, the incident in Class 10 had already alarmed all the school leaders. After arranging for lockdown and ensuring safety, several people in suits and ties walked over. Seeing Wang Yu beating the noble vampire princess Anna, everyone was utterly shocked. "Wang Yu, what are you doing?" Principal Zhao Anmin questioned loudly. "Stop it immediately. That is the princess of the blood clan, show some respect." Director of Education Lan Bo also shouted anxiously. They were all both shocked and puzzled in their hearts. When did a student with such powerful super abilities appear in their school? And what kind of grudge does this classmate have against Princess Anna to act so ruthlessly? At this moment, Anna, under Wang Yu's torment, had already become disheveled. The originally gorgeous and pristine attire became tattered and torn, stained with the blood shed by the werewolf, looking utterly disheveled. A delicate little face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Tears welled up in the eyes, seemingly about to burst out from being tormented by Wang Yu. Why is this happening? Anna screamed in despair, her voice filled with endless grievance. She couldn't understand why, even though they were both Baron-level vampires with similar strength. Why was she so powerless in front of Wang Yu? Even with so many werewolves attacking, plus herself, they still couldn't pose a fatal threat to Wang Yu. On the contrary, he was beaten while being hung up by Wang Yu. But what puzzled them even more was the werewolf who was beaten alongside Anna. After going berserk, their limited intelligence couldn't comprehend why the two vampires started fighting. Even more baffling was how one of the vampires, in the midst of the fight, turned into a werewolf. The scent emanating from her entire body was exactly the same as that of a werewolf. But by then, Wang Yu had finally grown impatient with Anna's persistent pestering. With a swift backward swing, he slashed the silver blade toward Anna. Instantly, a long gash appeared on Anna's delicate, smooth skin, carved by the silver blade, from the fair and smooth neck, extending all the way to the chest. Just a few inches deeper, and it could sever Anna's throat and pierce her heart. Swish! Especially the heart. As the most vital organ for vampires, if injured by an imprinted weapon, it could pose a life-threatening danger. Anna let out a scream. The paralyzing effect and fear induced by the silver weapon on vampires made him freeze instantly, not daring to move. Then Wang Yu, while dealing with the werewolf, coldly said, "Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take your life." Before the words had finished, two werewolves suddenly lunged at Anna. The werewolves' eyes were blood red, and they opened their gaping mouths to bite Anna. The other werewolves also quickly changed their targets and rushed toward Anna. Wang Yu was slightly stunned but quickly reacted. Previously, the werewolf focused on biting him and ignored Anna because he used the blood-shaping talent. The vampire's blood, directly exposed to the air, created a deadly temptation for the werewolf. An irrational werewolf doesn't understand the concept of multitasking. It only knows how to act like a beast, fixating on the juiciest prey to fight over and tear apart. Especially after Wang Yu smeared Anna with werewolf blood, Anna became indistinguishable from their kind in the eyes of the werewolves. Thus, when Anna recklessly attacked Wang Yu, she still wasn't targeted by the nearby werewolves. However, with that recent strike, Wang Yu, aiming to intimidate Anna, ended up drawing her blood as well. The pure bloodline of a third-generation vampire is even more enticing to werewolves than his own blood. Otherwise, the werewolves wouldn't have all turned to focus their attacks on Anna the moment she appeared. And now, guided by the fragrant scent of Anna's blood, the werewolves once again shifted their targets to her. Seeing this, Anna was completely petrified with fear. Aside from screaming, she couldn't even manage any proper attempts to dodge or resist. Wang Yu cursed under his breath and had no choice but to make a move again. Beating Anna up to vent his anger was fine, but Anna couldn't die. At least not here, not in front of him! Exclamation point. Otherwise, Prince Tanya would never let him or his father off the hook. Hold me tight. After kicking away the two werewolves, Wang Yu didn't waste any words and coldly commanded in a tone of authority. He then held a silver dagger in one hand and a blood shield in the other, continuing to fight fiercely against the werewolves lunging at him. This time, Anna was surprisingly obedient. Directly hugged Wang Yu tightly, clinging to him like a koala. At the same time, she tightly closed her eyes, not daring to look at the werewolves rushing in like a tide. "Wang Yu, save me. As long as you can save me this time, I can forgive all your offenses. If you are unwilling to accept my first embrace, that's fine. I can reward you by allowing you to accept the first embrace from my father or the elders of the council, making you a noble third-generation vampire and my blood knight. I have already contacted the guards. They should be here soon. You must hold on." It must be said, Princess Anna's combat skills are not impressive, but her ability to make promises is quite remarkable. Even at this point, she still doesn't forget to offer great benefits to make Wang Yu serve her. She did not completely fail to live up to her identity as a vampire princess. It's just a pity that her current state of tightly clinging to Wang Yu, not even daring to open her eyes, somewhat undermines the dignity of a princess. It wasn't just Wang Yu, even the classmates outside the door were utterly astonished. However, their reaction wasn't disdain for Anna, but rather deep envy toward Wang Yu. Princess Anna actually took the initiative to hug Wang Yu. This guy's luck is just too good. In their eyes, being embraced so intimately by Princess Anna, even in such a dangerous situation, was an incredibly enviable thing. Led by Song Chao, many male classmates looked at Wang Yu with eyes full of jealousy, secretly thinking to himself, why is it him? If it were me, how great would that be? Such a heroic rescue of a beauty, not only thrilling but also sure to win the favor of Princess Anna. Receiving the first embrace of a prince-level vampire and becoming a noble third-generation bloodline. For those who have always admired vampires, the temptation is simply irresistible. Let me in. I need to save Princess Anna. Damn Wang Yu, let go of Princess Anna. Let me handle this. Under the immense temptation, their fear of the werewolf diminished significantly. There was always this feeling that if even a loser like Wang Yu could handle it, then I could do it too. Among them, Song Chao boldly went to open the door. The massive beast's roar and the shockwaves of the battle instantly came through the crack of the door. Song Chao and the eager boys behind him were directly blown far backward, then heavily fell to the ground. Lei Ping noticed the commotion behind him, turned to look, and then shook his head disdainfully. A whoa, roar, boom. The intensity of indoor combat nowadays has reached a level where even peak-level superpowered warriors must tread carefully. A few ordinary human students wanting to join in with just their passion is simply courting death. Seeing a few of them scared by the aftermath of the battle, falling to the ground trembling and unable to get up, Lei Peng shook his head helplessly. Students these days are really getting worse with each generation. Unlike my time, when we had to go outside the fortress to fight mutant superpowered creatures starting from elementary school. As long as you have sufficient experience, even ordinary people wouldn't be so helpless in front of superpowered creatures. These kids are really just greenhouse flowers. But fortunately, Wang Yu is different. With the comparison to others, Lei Peng liked Wang Yu Yu even more when he looked at him. Just advanced to a Baron-level vampire, yet capable of fighting against more than a dozen werewolves whose strength nearly reaches the upper rank of the insect level. Even able to protect Anna in the midst of these werewolves' attacks. This overall capability has elevated Wang Yu's combat power to the standard of a peak insect-level super soldier. Even in an ordinary special operations team, he would be considered a seasoned special forces member. Ha, not bad, not bad. Lei Ping's wide-open mouth could hardly close. He secretly thought to himself how wise he was. Not rushing to take action and letting Wang Yu fully unleash his potential was truly a wise decision. Good brother Zhang Boyang, seeing this, became even more smug. What's the matter, Song Chao? Weren't you guys planning to play the hero and save the beauty? Why aren't you going in? What are you doing lying on the ground? Wang Yu is holding Princess Anna, rolling and tumbling around. He's having the time of his life. Why don't you guys go in and hold her? What, you don't want to? Zhang Boyang. Everyone was fuming with anger upon hearing Zhang Boyang's sarcasm. Clenching their fists, they wished they could give him a good beating. Can't beat the werewolves, but can't beat you, a dead fatso? But the problem was, all the school leaders were present now. The fact that Wang Yu, who has the best relationship with Zhang Boyang, has now turned into a vampire, makes his combat power unbelievably strong. In the blink of an eye, out of a dozen werewolves, 7 or 8 had already been severely injured by Wang Yu and lay on the ground, unable to resist. Under such circumstances, continuing to provoke Zhang Boyang would likely lead to consequences they could no longer bear. Just you wait. When I get into college and become a super soldier, I'll definitely settle the score with you. And that guy Wang Yu too. He spat out a few harsh words and then fell silent. But Zhang Boyang wouldn't let such an easy opportunity slip by. It wasn't easy to make Zhang Chao and his gang of bullies suffer a setback, so he was determined to revel in his triumph. Super soldier? Keep bragging. Talk about it when you get into a top military academy. And even if you do become a super soldier, could you possibly be a match for Wang Yu? Look at Wang Yu, then look at yourself. Princess Anna isn't blind. How could she possibly fancy you? When it comes to critical moments, you can always count on my buddy. Princess Anna is already with my buddy, so don't even think about it. Zhang Boyang, relying on Wang Yu's prestige, strutted around showing off. However, at this moment, the tide of the battle unexpectedly shifted. Facing the 3 werewolves lunging at him simultaneously, Wang Yu swiftly retreated with Anna clinging tightly to him, while slashing with a wave of his hand. This was originally a great opportunity to use the imprinted blade to injure several werewolves. But at this moment, Wang Yu was horrified to discover that the imprinted blade in his hand had suddenly broken. Moreover, it wasn't simply broken in half. Upon closer inspection, the printed blade seemed to have been completely corroded. The broken blade that flew off was just a tiny tip. As for the blade held in his blood hand, it somehow vanished without a trace. Only a thin slice remained, which quickly disappeared in his hand. Facing the ferocious werewolf, he lost his most advantageous weapon. This was absolutely a tremendous piece of bad news. Without the counterattack of the imprinted dagger, the remaining werewolves pounced even more recklessly. Wang Yu secretly thought something was wrong. It was too late to dodge, and a werewolf slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. Anna fell along with Wang Yu, letting out a terrified scream. Wang Yu landed heavily on his back, instantly feeling a wave of sharp pain. Oh whoa! Before he could recover, another werewolf had already pounced in front of him, its sharp claws reaching directly for his chest. At this moment, Anna was clinging tightly to him, and this position was exactly where Anna's back was. Once the werewolf struck with a black tiger steel's heart, this useless princess would be done for. There was no other choice. Wang Yu had to use his blood molding talent to form a layer of arm guard on his arm and block with it. The werewolf's claw strike was extremely heavy, while Wang Yu's use of the blood molding talent was still not very proficient. The thin layer of arm guard wasn't particularly strong either. This claw directly pierced through the blood-stained arm guard, deeply embedding into his arm. Shoo! It left 3 terrifying wounds so deep that the bone was visible, with blood gushing out. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, and lifted his leg to fiercely kick the werewolf that had injured him. The kick was precise and ruthless, with an extremely tricky angle. Taking advantage of the werewolf's pouncing momentum, he added a kick. Get lost. Thus, although the werewolf was much stronger than Wang Yu, it was completely unable to resist. Bang! With one kick, the werewolf was immediately sent flying far away, crashing into the wall. However, his strength was ultimately still far too insufficient against the werewolf. Now, without a silver weapon in hand, this strike did not cause much damage to the werewolf. The werewolf merely rolled over and continued to charge aggressively. The situation with the other werewolves was similar. Wang Yu no longer had a sharp weapon in hand and now had Anna as a burden. Although for a Baron-level vampire with immense strength, the weight of Anna, barely over 100 pounds, is not much of a burden. But carrying such a large lump in his arms, and occasionally holding her tightly or making small movements, really affects his agility and mobility. After just a few moves, his body, back, and thighs were scratched several times by the werewolf. You can't lose. I don't want to die, Anna cried out in panic. Wang Yu, although she didn't dare to look at such a bloody and terrifying scene. From Wang Yu's repeated falls and his muffled cries of pain, she could still judge that the situation was quite unfavorable. It was very likely that Wang Yu wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. This made her tremble all over in fear. The smooth, fair skin rubbed against him, making Wang Yu feel restless and agitated. "You won't die, stop rubbing, and stay still," Wang Yu shouted sternly, then flipped over and leapt up. A ball of fresh blood in his hand slowly transformed into a 3-foot blood sword. To be honest, he wasn't very skilled with a sword, but the werewolf's defense was simply too monstrous. Now, without silver weapons, using a blood blade to slash wouldn't cause much damage at all, so the only option is to stab with a sword, making the wound as deep as possible. This way, the werewolf won't be able to fully recover its combat strength in a short time, despite its powerful regenerative abilities. Wang Yu can't handle this either. What's there to brag about? He's about to get bitten to death by the werewolf. Song Chao saw Wang Yu fall into a disadvantage and get seriously injured, and immediately put on a smug face. He acted as if he himself had defeated Wang Yu and snatched back the long-coveted Princess Anna from Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu's brilliant swordsmanship directly blew his mind. What was considered a weakness for Wang Yu was already an unattainable ceiling for him. That's not right. However, in the next moment, swish, swish, swish. This guy is not only great at hand-to-hand combat, but also so skilled with weapons? Does he have no weaknesses? But so what? Song Chao's expression gradually turned ferocious. Without silver weapons, his blood sword is nothing but a joke in the face of the werewolf's powerful regenerative abilities. Wang Yu, you're finished. But in the next moment, the werewolves injured by Wang Yu unexpectedly fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Amidst the hissing sound, the originally narrow sword wound rapidly decayed and festered, emitting a strong stench. The wounds caused by Wang Yu's blood sword actually looked exactly like those inflicted by silver weapons. Song Chao was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Yu himself was a bit dumbfounded after seeing this absurd effect. Bro's blood can restrain werewolves now? That shouldn't be possible. In previous battles, he had used the blood blade to injure werewolves more than once. No match? But the wounds that were so hard to inflict were all healed in the blink of an eye by the werewolf's powerful regenerative abilities, until he used the silver dagger. Could it be that the blade of the dagger wasn't corroded by the werewolf's blood, but instead absorbed by his own blood? So the part attacking the werewolf outside caused little damage, but the part he held in his hand seemed to dissolve and disappeared without a trace. Oh, right. After becoming a vampire baron, the talent he awakened was not just immunity to silver, but the ability to absorb silver. Moreover, his blood, after absorbing silver, gained the same properties as silver. This allowed him to suppress werewolves and also other vampires who similarly feared silver. Wang Yu was in a state of shock. From the moment he acquired the first devouring talent, he vaguely felt as if he was born specifically to counter vampires. Thanks to this talent, he became a daywalker unafraid of sunlight, and even a light-eater who fed on sunlight. My goodness! And now, he had awakened the talent to devour silver and transform blood into silver. No matter which talent, it is a weapon to counter vampires and hunt them down. Throughout the entire history of the bloodline, there has never been any mention of such a talent. This is equivalent to drawing from a pool full of 5-star cards, and Wang Yu casually pulls out a 6-star card that even the designer hasn't had time to design. And he drew 2 at once. It seems even the heavens are preparing to help him seek revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Yu's spirits were greatly lifted. Sword light fell like rain. After a grueling 10-minute battle, he finally drove the blood sword deep into the last werewolf's thigh. As the last werewolf fell to the ground with a thud, this thrilling battle finally came to an end. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yu himself, after retracting the blood sword, also fell straight backward. Lei Peng exclaimed in shock at the sight and rushed forward to catch Wang Yu. Plop! However, at this moment, Wang Yu's eyes were blood red. Originally, a vampire's eyes would only have red pupils, but now Wang Yu's entire eyeballs had turned blood red. Wang Yu! He let out a beast-like snarl from his mouth, then revealed his fangs and turned to bite Lei Peng's outstretched arm. Lei Peng was startled and quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Wang Yu did not actively pursue him but instead opened his fangs and bit toward Anna's snow-white neck in his arms. Isn't he the hero who defeated the werewolf? Why is he suddenly biting people? Wang Yu has gone mad. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. Oh my god. Lei Peng's expression changed drastically. Then, with his fingers splayed, several arcs of electricity shot out from his fingertips and struck Wang Yu. The smell of burning filled the air, and the searing pain sharply jolted Wang Yu's nerves. The numbing effect of the electric current, combined with the intense pain, forced him to halt his movements and freeze in place. His eyes shifted back from blood red to their normal white, restoring a brief moment of clarity to his mind. Wang Yu, what are you doing? At this moment, Anna finally came to her senses and noticed Wang Yu's unusual behavior. While loosening her snow-white jade legs that had been wrapped around Wang Yu's waist, she clenched her delicate fists and kept pushing and pounding on Wang Yu's chest. But this struggle only served to further ignite Wang Yu's primal desires. No! Wang Yu felt that what was in front of him was neither a princess nor a beautiful woman with soft warmth, but rather, a delicious and appetizing food. A hunger and thirst seemingly emanating from his soul, combined with the incredibly alluring fragrance from Anna, like the whisper of a demon, quickly devoured the rare bit of rationality he had regained. In almost the blink of an eye, his clear pupils turned blood red once again. A roar identical to that of a wild beast came from its mouth. It opened its fanged maw and lunged at Anna once more. Roar! Not good, it's out of control. Lei Peng saw this and immediately felt his heart sink. Originally, he delayed taking action to test Wang Yu's strength and limits, but he forgot one thing. Wang Yu is now a vampire, and when vampires suffer severe injuries and enter a state of extremity, they generally exhibit two behaviors. The first type, vampires who have awakened their dormant talents, can choose to hibernate. Preserving vitality during hibernation enhances their ability to self-heal and recover from injuries. The second type is complete frenzy. Just like when humans suffer severe injuries and enter a near-death state, adrenaline surges, providing them with the last bit of strength and hope to survive. Vampires as creatures have a similar mechanism. When severely injured and greatly exhausted, all bodily functions will be significantly enhanced. At the same time, one will lose rationality, becoming like a frenzied beast, or even like a recently enraged werewolf. Their eyes will be filled only with predation and slaughter, recklessly attacking all living beings around them and draining their blood. This is the blood rage state of a vampire. Once entering this state, they become unrecognizable to their kin, attacking humans when they see them, and attacking vampires when they encounter vampires. As luck would have it, Wang Yu had just been severely injured and drained from his battle with the werewolf. This happened to coincide perfectly with the moment his mental defenses relaxed after defeating the werewolf, causing him to immediately enter a blood rage state. Now I have no choice but to intervene. Nephew, uncle had no choice but to hit you. Don't go complaining to the squad leader later. Lei Peng couldn't just stand by and watch Princess Anna be drained to death by Wang Yu. Muttering under his breath, he rushed forward, grabbed Wang Yu by the hair, and yanked him back forcefully. As the captain of the Jelong Special Forces, Lei Peng possessed the formidable strength of a camel-level super soldier, equivalent to the level of a vampire count, 2 whole ranks higher than Wang Yu, who had just been promoted to vampire baron. The immense power made it nearly impossible for Wang Yu to resist, even in a berserk state. In an instant, Lei Peng yanked him away, flinging him far off, and he crashed heavily against the classroom wall. The massive impact caused the entire classroom to tremble. Under such a heavy blow, Wang Yu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, with even greater frenzy, he charged toward Lei Peng. Got a bit too anxious just now, sorry for hitting too hard. Lei Peng scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. At the same time, his other hand moved swiftly to fend off Wang Yu's frenzied attacks. In his blood rage state, Wang Yu's strength and speed had both been greatly enhanced. In terms of sheer strength alone, he had already completely reached the level of the werewolves from earlier. But at the same time, Wang Yu's fighting style became more simplistic. Bang, bang, bang. Like those werewolves, he lost his rationality and only knew how to use his claws and fangs, resulting in a decrease rather than an increase in combat effectiveness. Coupled with Lei Peng's formidable strength, the outcome of the battle was beyond doubt. With just one hand, Lei Peng easily subdued the frenzied Wang Yu, preventing him from causing any harm to Anna. However, even so, the onlookers outside the door were still terrified. The students had never witnessed such an intense and bizarre scene before, each of them staring wide-eyed, not daring to breathe. Some girls even covered their eyes, peeking through their fingers. After all, when other classmates transformed into werewolves, the change was so drastic that they had completely turned into monstrous forms, making it feel less intense in comparison. Oh my goodness. But Wang Yu suddenly went berserk in his normal form. How could Wang Yu turn out like this? This is too terrifying. Song Chao muttered in horror. He was almost scared out of his wits. You should know, he was the first one to go against Wang Yu and speak ill of him. If Wang Yu suddenly pulled the same trick on him that day, his life would probably be gone in an instant. This is a vampire? His terrified gaze shifted to Anna beside him. Thinking about how such a beautiful goddess could go mad at any moment, drain her blood dry, and then tear her to pieces, Song Chao inexplicably felt a sudden tension. Zhang Boyang also looked at Wang Yu in terror. I heard Wang Yu say before that vampires, when severely injured, enter a blood rage state, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous like beasts, slaughtering humans. Back then, I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Look, this is the vampire you all worship. He pointed at the frenzied Wang Yu, shouting indignantly. Wang Yu had been isolated and excluded in the class before, largely because he often spoke ill of vampires. Whenever vampires were mentioned, Wang Yu would become extremely angry, with a look of deep resentment. Almost all the classmates thought he was sick. And now, Wang Wang Yu actually proved the primitiveness and brutality of vampires with his own actions. Their elegance and nobility are all just a facade. Bloodshed and slaughter are their true nature. In this regard, they are actually no different from those werewolves. The remaining students of Class 10, upon hearing this, all showed expressions of regret and shame. At the same time, they also displayed deep apprehension toward Anna and Wang Yu. In the classroom, Wang Yu, like a frenzied beast, kept launching attacks at Lei Peng. Each attack carried immense power, with the howling wind echoing in the confined space. But Lei Peng remained unperturbed, skillfully dodging Wang Yu's attacks. Occasionally, he would extend his hand to block, effortlessly neutralizing Wang Yu's offensive. Boom! Calm down, nephew. Don't force your uncle to go all out. Lei Peng defended while trying to awaken Wang Yu's sense of reason. Wang Yu, who was in a state of blood rage, couldn't listen at all and continued his frenzied attacks. Dear nephew, if you don't snap out of it soon, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. Helplessly, lightning flickered in Lei Peng's palm. He prepared to use heavy force, just like Wang Yu did against this group of werewolves, to render him incapable of resisting. However, at this moment, Anna suddenly screamed, "Wait a minute!" Anna sat nearby, still shaken. She looked at the crazed Wang Yu, showing a hint of hesitation. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Captain Lei, the blood fury state is already the life-saving state of my vampire clan. If he fails to hunt enough blood at this stage and instead suffers serious injuries, Wang Yu will lose his life." Lei Peng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this selfish and cowardly vampire princess to actually speak up for Wang Yu. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Oh, it seems this little princess cares about the big nephew a bit. How about he? His eyes shifted, and he immediately widened his tiger-like eyes. So what? I don't care about the reason. This kid maliciously attacked military personnel, and just for that, he deserves to die. I don't care if he's a vampire or whatever. In our dragon country, breaking the law means only one thing, death. With that, Lei Peng's entire body surged with electric light, exuding an astonishing aura. He looked ready to go all out. But you know each other, your relationship is very good. Anna said anxiously, "He's your nephew. You even went so far as to offend me and my father, and oppose my blood clan just to protect him and his father." "What nephew?" Lei Peng waved his large hand. "We people from the Dragon Nation are just being polite, and you took it seriously? That kid's father used to be my comrade in arms, but that's all there is to it. Do I need to break organizational discipline for him or offend you vampires for his sake? Besides, I'm just a squad leader. How could I have the ability to make the higher-ups step in to protect this kid? The reason I acted that way before was entirely in accordance with the rules of our Dragon Nation. Now that this kid has turned into a vampire and gone berserk trying to kill people, controlling him or even taking him down is also in accordance with the rules of the Dragon Nation." Let me say something you won't like to hear. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. This kid has turned into a vampire. Who knows how much evil he will commit and how many people he will harm in the future. Rather than letting him harm the people of Dragon Country, it's better to deal with him now and put an end to it once and for all. Let your blood clan see as well that the dignity of Dragon Country is not to be violated. With that, Lei Peng shouted loudly. Ignoring Anna's reaction entirely, he lightly stomped his foot and launched himself forward, lunging at Wang Yu. His hands clenched into fists, striking down fiercely toward Wang Yu. "Kid, prepare to die." The punch was devastatingly heavy, caving in Wang Yu's entire chest. At the same time, a powerful surge of lightning erupted from Lei Peng's fist. For a moment, Wang Yu's entire body was enveloped in blue lightning, forming a purgatory prison made of thunder and lightning. Boom! Even Anna, who was quite far away, felt her soul tremble. This lightning was simply the nemesis of dark creatures like vampires. Even she, as a daywalker unafraid of sunlight, felt a deadly danger. A tiny streak of lightning struck her body, instantly charring her delicate, snow-white skin. It was as if a whip soaked in chilly water had lashed her, tearing her skin apart and bringing a pain so intense it felt like it could rip her soul apart. Just a hair-thin streak of lightning had caused her such severe damage. At this moment, Wang Yu's entire body was enveloped in a thick blue lightning pillar. Where the lightning struck, all the tables, chairs, and books were reduced to dust. Anna stared at the scene before her, completely stunned, not even caring about the pain in her body. Under such power, being hit directly by such a restrained force, Wang Yu was most likely doomed. Wang Yu was actually killed by the thunder rock. Oh my god. Before this, she had indeed thought about making Wang Yu die. After all, as a human who attacked her and a rogue vampire who transformed without permission, either crime was unforgivable to the Blood Clan, and Wang Yu had to die. Edward and the others who had previously hunted Wang Yu were personally assigned by Anna. Even after Wang Yu was spared, Anna did not give up the idea of eliminating him. What becoming an heir and so on, it's all a lie to him. The ultimate goal is to first deceive the vampires into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. By then, how to kill Wang Yu would be entirely up to her word. For example, outwardly valuing Wang Yu, but sending him to carry out a mission destined to fail. But now, she never expected Lei Peng to suddenly strike such a ruthless blow. Watching Wang Yu suddenly die violently before her eyes, she actually felt a bit regretful. Although Wang Yu's crimes were indeed deserving of death, he had also been quite disrespectful to her before. Yet for some reason, she didn't want to see Wang Yu die like this. A person who could protect him under the siege of a group of powerful werewolves had died, and a Thunder Rock, who could easily crush her and clearly harbored hostility toward the vampires, now stood before her like a god descending from the heavens. This made her feel that losing Wang Yu was like losing her last source of support. No, don't! Anna finally came to her senses and shouted hoarsely, "Captain Lei, he has already completed the transformation and has received this princess's approval. He is now one of our vampires. He belongs to this princess. What right do you have to kill him? Stop it now!" After the scream, Anna unexpectedly found courage from somewhere and charged toward Lei Pang. After all, she is a vampire princess. No matter how hostile Lei Pang is, he would never dare to kill her with his own hands. Seeing this, Lei Pang chuckled inwardly and retracted his fist, standing upright. At the same time, the lightning enveloping Wang Yu vanished in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu was now completely charred, roasted to a crisp by the lightning, his features utterly unrecognizable. And that was indeed the truth. His frenzied state had also subsided. His eyes, once clouded, now looked clear after the electric shock, but they had completely lost their spark. All strength had left his body. The moment the lightning dissipated, he collapsed straight to the ground. It seemed, perhaps, he was truly dead? Seeing such a horrifying scene, Anna let out a cry and rushed over desperately to catch Wang Yu's collapsing body. Her heart was filled with regret and panic, completely devoid of the usual pride and composure of a princess. "Wang Yu, wake up, you can't die. Wang Yu, this time you saved this princess, and this princess hasn't rewarded you yet. This princess orders you not to die." Anna held Wang Yu tightly, her voice trembling and choked with sobs. She gently shook Wang Yu's body, her eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. At this moment, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, quickly approaching. A group of fully armed SWAT officers dispersed the onlookers and then rushed in. "It's been resolved, send them all away. Also, help me get in touch with your chief. I've already gathered some clues. This incident is likely far more serious than we imagined. We need to impose a citywide lockdown immediately." Without wasting any words, Lei Ping quickly handed over the task. Within just a few minutes, a team of special police officers had removed the dozen or so werewolves, along with Wang Yu and Anna, from the scene. "Oh my god, is Wang Yu really dead?" The students exchanged uneasy glances, then began whispering among themselves. How could it be fake? "Didn't you see? He was completely charred. What about Sun Yu and Li Yu? You said they turned into werewolves. Can they turn back? Can they survive? How did Wang Yu suddenly turn into a vampire?" "They all turned into werewolves. Could there be others who might suddenly transform too?" The chubby Zhang Boyang exchanged a glance with the class monitor, Li Lin. "Wang Yu might not be dead yet. What on earth is going on?" "Class monitor, I want to go to the hospital to check on Wang Yu's situation. Are you coming?" For a moment, people were in a state of panic. As soon as the words were spoken, the school's broadcast speakers came on. "Attention, students. Due to special circumstances, Fengcheng Fortress will be under citywide lockdown starting immediately. All public areas will be sealed off within an hour, and road traffic will be restricted within 3 hours. All residential areas, communities, and streets must complete the registration and lockdown of residents within 5 hours. Students, please return home immediately. Do not go out unless absolutely necessary. The unsealing time will be announced later." Upon hearing the broadcast, the students immediately erupted into chaos, and panic quickly spread among the crowd. Everyone realized that this incident was far more serious than they had imagined. Done. What on earth is happening? Why is the whole city under lockdown? Could it be caused by those werewolves and vampires? It feels so terrifying. The students were busy discussing while hastily packing their things to go home. The chubby Zhang Boyang and the class monitor Li Lin were no exception, but they were still worried about Wang Yu's situation. "Squad leader, how about we go to the hospital and take a look? What if Wang Yu can still be saved?" Zhang Boyang said unwillingly. Li Lin hesitated, looking at the panicked crowd around her. She knew very well that the situation was urgent. Although Wang Yu had just saved her in the most dangerous moment of her life, compared to that, her own life was, of course, more important. But now the whole city is under lockdown. Will it be dangerous for us to go to the hospital? Besides, under these circumstances, the hospital must be hard to access. We might not even be able to see Wang Yu. She looked troubled, but Zhang Boyang remained resolute. "I can't worry about all that. Wang Yu is my good buddy, and he just saved me. I can't just leave him like this. If you don't go, I'll go by myself." With that, she directly shouldered her backpack and headed toward the school gate. Meanwhile, Li Lin hesitated for a moment in place. To be honest, she wasn't actually that close to Wang Yu. It was only due to her role as the class monitor that she had to frequently look after and show concern for Wang Yu, the sickly underachiever. But today, Wang Yu's performance left a very deep impression on her. Not only had he become more spirited and handsome, but he had also grown so powerful. Even the werewolf that several teachers couldn't defeat together was easily overcome by Wang Yu. Later, amidst the siege of so many werewolves, he was still still able to protect her and Zhang Boyang, as well as protect Anna. In the end, he even defeated all the werewolves. Although Wang Yu's final frenzy did indeed scare her a little, his powerful, mysterious, and dangerous aura only served to stir the heartstrings of a young girl even more. Especially the way he descended from the sky to save her, it was simply too cool. No matter what, we should check on Wang Yu first. So she bit her lip and hurriedly chased after him. Zhang Boyang, wait for me. Wang Yu and Anna were taken to the hospital. Wang Yu was immediately rushed into the emergency room, where the doctors were busily working in tension. Anna stayed outside the emergency room, anxious and restless. Meanwhile, on the other side, scenes of Wang Yu fighting the werewolf to protect her kept flashing through her mind, along with images of her own cowardice and helplessness, filling her heart with regret. If only she had been braver at that moment, fought alongside Wang Yu, or at least not held him back, then Wang Yu would never have ended up like this, barely alive, yet on the brink of collapse. As a vampire, she knew better than anyone that being injured to this extent while in a state of blood rage meant Wang Yu was essentially at the end of his rope. Unless a very powerful high-ranking vampire was willing to pay the price of severely damaging their own strength to help Wang Yu sustain his life. Otherwise, under the power of lightning, which is exceptionally restraining to vampires, it would definitely be a matter of life and death, with no choice but to await doom. But Wang Yu, as a vampire who was transformed without trial or first embrace, how could there be a powerful vampire willing to sacrifice so much for him? Even if it were an order from her, the princess, Adams and Edward would absolutely not agree. Thinking of this, Anna suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She herself is a noble high-ranking vampire. Although in terms of strength, she still cannot compare to Wang Yu. Wait, but in terms of lineage, as a third-generation vampire born of Prince Tanya, she is incomparably noble. Within the entire vampire clan, there are only a mere dozen or so second-generation vampires of prince level whose bloodline is purer and nobler than hers. If her blood could be used, it might save Wang Yu's life. But the problem is, Lord Blood Ancestor once left an ancestral command: under no circumstances should a wild vampire who has not undergone the first embrace be allowed to live. Even more so, such a vampire must not consume the blood of a higher-ranking bloodline. Otherwise, it would bring a very serious disaster to the bloodline. On one side was Wang Yu's life, and on the other was the ancestral teachings passed down by the Blood Ancestor. Anna was caught in hesitation and struggle. In the past, she wouldn't have even needed to think about it and would have chosen without hesitation to let Wang Yu die. But now, she was in a foreign land, attacked by werewolves, with her guards absent and even her bodyguards nowhere to be found. What should we do? The immense fear and unease made her feel that Wang Yu was the only one of her kind she could rely on at the moment. Only Wang Yu is the sole lifeline who can step forward to protect her in times of crisis. Wang Yu cannot die. Driven by this thought, Anna gritted her teeth and made a decision that went against her ancestors' principles. Let me in. I can save Wang Yu. Anna forcefully knocked on the operating room door, and when a doctor opened it to check the situation, she rushed straight in. Captain, will everything be alright? In the distance, a special forces member said worriedly, vampires are nothing good, all selfish, cowardly, and afraid of death. The more noble they are, the worse it gets. And this princess is the worst of them all. She can sacrifice herself to save Wang Yu? What if she follows the vampire tradition and takes the opportunity to kill Wang Yu? The werewolf incident still needs him. Before the words were finished, Lei Peng interrupted with a wave of his hand. Are you teaching me how to do things? He glared. What the hell do you know, kid? This is called feigning retreat to capture. Everything's already been arranged. Now that brat Wang Yu is going to score big, just wait and see. Keep a close watch and don't let outsiders disturb. I'm going to a meeting. 5 hours later. Wang Yu stared at the familiar ceiling, lost in thought. Now he had truly become the legendary Endurance King. Yes. Moreover, he found that not only was he not dead, but he was also in surprisingly good condition. I'm not dead? Not only had all his injuries healed, but his body was also filled with strength. At this moment, he clearly felt his heart beat violently once. Then, immediately after, a second beat, and a third. Plop, plop, plop. Splash. His long silent heart unexpectedly began to beat continuously. At this moment, Wang Yu felt as if he had turned back into a human, with a normal heartbeat rhythm. But he also clearly knew that he hadn't turned back into an ordinary person and was still a vampire. Because after each heartbeat, an even greater force would fill his entire body. This feeling, this way of enhancing strength, is undoubtedly unique to vampires. But the problem is, the speed at which he becomes stronger is simply too exaggerated. For normal vampires, under conditions of sufficient food, it takes a whole year for their heart to beat once, and their strength increases accordingly. But he's doing just fine. In just these short 2 minutes after waking up, his heart had already beaten 70 to 80 times. In other words, he only needed 2 minutes to achieve a speed equivalent to 70 or 80 years for an ordinary vampire. If this continues like this, it's likely that in less than a day, his strength could crush the Blood Ancestor. However, it turned out that Wang Yu was overthinking. When his heartbeat reached over 80 beats, it began to slow down, and the intervals grew longer and longer. Finally, when his heart beat for the 99th time, it completely fell silent. Why don't you shiver one more time? Wang Yu hated iron for not becoming steel. You must know, a Baron-level vampire only needs their heart to beat a full 100 times to usher in the next transformation and promotion, becoming a Viscount-level vampire. Damn! In comparison to the Dragon Nation's system, this would be equivalent to a superpowered warrior one level higher than the insect class, mouse class. By then, if they encounter that previous group of werewolves again, dealing with them would be much easier. Even without the heaven-defying, bug-level talent of Silver Blood, he could easily handle it. Silver Blood, this was the name he gave to the new talent he awakened. As for his initial talent, Wang Yu decided to call it Plunderer, based on its characteristic of allowing him to acquire the talents of vampires by absorbing their blood. There was no other choice. These were talents that had never appeared on the vampire talent tree before, so he had to name them himself. Carefully counting, he now already possesses 5 talents. Apart from the 2 ultra-rare talents he awakened himself, Plunderer and Silver Blood, there are also Blood Shaping and Super Smell, which he acquired through Plunderer. One can enhance combat power, while the other boosts reconnaissance and heightened perception abilities. The combination of the two can be considered quite formidable. Besides, he also possesses the Light Eater ability, which evolved from the Daywalker. The sunlight that other vampires fear the most is, for him, the best source of nourishment. Under normal circumstances, as long as he basks in the sun for a day, the accumulated energy is enough to make his heart beat once. In other words, the progress that other vampires struggle to achieve in a year, he can easily catch up with by sunbathing for just one day. This is definitely a heaven-defying, bug-level development talent. As long as he is careful not to expose himself and manages to survive, becoming a peerless powerhouse who dominates the world might not just be a dream. But the problem is, he has already been exposed. Before engaging in battle with the werewolves, he revealed the fact that, as a Baron-level vampire, he possessed 3 talents in order to prevent the werewolves from running rampant. I don't know how Lei Peng will handle this matter after learning the news. Moreover, Lei Peng's power is simply too overwhelming, especially the kind of lightning power he uses, which seems to have a natural and powerful restraint against vampires. Even he, who feeds on sunlight, was struck until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Faced with such power, there is simply no resistance. It seems that besides sunlight and silver, there are many other things vampires fear. After all, the price to gain both immortality and immense power is too great. Although I've gotten much stronger now, it's probably still not enough to withstand Uncle Lei's slap. Better stay low-key. Wang Yu was pondering in his heart. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came through. Dear nephew, I heard you woke up. How are you feeling? As soon as the words were spoken, Lei Peng had already pushed the door open and stood in front of Wang Yu. Ha ha ha. He grabbed his arm, turning it over and over to examine it, then nodded repeatedly. Not bad, recovering well. Such a serious injury healed so quickly, and you even look more energetic. That woman surnamed Mei is quite capable. Ha, kid, I never thought you'd turn into a vampire and still have such a sturdy build. You're really tough. Lei Peng laughed heartily while forcefully slapping Wang Yu's shoulder. Wang Yu grimaced in pain, his face full of bitterness. You still have the nerve to say that. Uncle Lei, why did you go so hard on me? Even if I went into blood fury, you should have been able to control me without getting hurt, right? And you even struck me with lightning. Your lightning ability is such a counter to vampires. What if you really ended up killing me? He. Lei Peng scratched the back of his head with one hand, grinning awkwardly. Just as he was thinking about how to explain this to Wang Yu, he saw Wang Yu's expression turn serious. Go ahead, Uncle Lei. What plan do you have this time? Lei Peng was greatly surprised. What did you figure out, kid? Isn't it obvious? Wang Yu spread his hands. Oh, Uncle Lei, with your immense strength and power to counter vampires, if you really wanted to kill me, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough for me to survive. But if you didn't want to do something, dealing with a small fry like me wouldn't require using supernatural abilities either. So Uncle Lei, you're hitting me like this to show that Anna, right? Can you tell me what exactly you want to do? Hearing Wang Yu's analysis, Lei Peng was completely stunned. Originally, he thought that Wang Yu, a vampire who had just been promoted to the Baron level, being able to unleash such formidable combat power was already quite remarkable. Never would have thought, this kid is actually a genius. What? Without any explanation from him, he had already figured out the cause and effect, and grasped the general idea of the situation. He even guessed that he did this on purpose for Anna to see. You, how did you even figure that out? Am I that obvious? Oh no, if that little girl also sees through it, all my acting will have been for nothing. After the shock, Lei Peng was filled with worry again, but Wang Yu just shook his head. She won't, because she's stupid. He simply didn't believe that Anna, this useless teammate, could see through such a high-level trick as the self-inflicted injury ploy. That dead fool Edward was illiterate and died from sheer stupidity, and Anna probably isn't much better, still calling themselves nobles. The young masters and ladies of the aristocracy in Squidland don't even have the cultural level of an average elementary school student in Dragonland. They're practically a bunch of savages, even beasts devoid of humanity. What the hell do they know about the 36 stratagems? Don't Don't worry, Uncle Lei. So, what exactly is your plan? Wan Yu pressed again. After being beaten half to death for no apparent reason, he at least deserved to know why. Lei Peng was left speechless. After a while, he suddenly felt a bit guilty and said, that girl may be foolish, but this time she really is. Sigh, forget it. I won't say anymore. You'll see for yourself in a bit. Let's talk about the important matter first. Speaking of this, Lei Peng's expression turned serious. Based on my investigation afterward, the list of classmates in your class who transformed into werewolves matches exactly with the list of latent werewolves you provided me earlier. So, you really do have the super sense of smell talent and can identify latent werewolves? Just as Wang Yu was about to respond, Lei Peng raised his hand to stop him again, his expression becoming unusually grave. Wang Yu, this matter is very important. It not only concerns you personally but also the great disaster about to sweep through the entire Fengqing fortress. Think carefully and then answer me truthfully. As he spoke, Lei Peng's gaze occasionally darted toward the corner of the room. Wang Yu frowned, immediately becoming alert. That's right, with no one around, how did Lei Peng know he had woken up and arrived so promptly? There must be a surveillance camera installed somewhere in this ward. His every move, as well as his current conversation with Lei Peng, is definitely being monitored by someone. Lei Peng couldn't say it outright and could only hint at it in this way. Either keep your secret and stay out of trouble, or stand up but expose yourself in the process. As for the choice, Lei Peng left that decision to him. Uncle Lei, I'd made up my mind. After a brief hesitation, Wang Yu nodded earnestly. Anyway, he had already been exposed. Even if he had only told Lei Peng, a secret that is spoken is no longer a secret. Instead of trying to cover it up and make it more conspicuous, it's better to be honest. Believe in Lei Peng, who once saved my life, and also trust the Dragon Nation's authorities. All of this is true. I do indeed possess this talent and ability, and I am willing to cooperate to resolve this disaster. But the problem is, I need to be very close to identify it through smell, at least in the same room with me. The number of infected people is currently unknown, and Fengqing Fortress has a large population. Checking one by one, I fear. Wang Yu didn't finish speaking, but the meaning was clear. Fengqing Fortress has a population of 5 million. If he were to sniff them out one by one, it would take forever. I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before the remaining werewolves reach their transformation time. By then, Fengqing Fortress would still turn into a city of werewolves filled with nothing but bloodshed and slaughter. He did not hesitate to expose his secret in front of the authorities, just to use his abilities in cooperation with their power to prevent this disaster. If the disaster couldn't be stopped and his trump card was exposed, losing both the advantage and the resources would be a huge loss. You don't need to worry about that. Let that woman May figure it out. Lei Peng let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then he grinned widely, beaming as he patted Wang Yu's shoulder. Good job, nephew, very good. After inexplicably praising him and laughing for a while, Lei Peng hurriedly left the ward again. He didn't even close the door. Wang Yu really wanted to go out and take a look. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Since someone was monitoring him, it must be because they were uneasy about his identity as a vampire, fearing he might lose control and hurt someone again. In that case, it's better not to wander around and cause trouble for others. He sat down and looked around, discovering that the ward's environment was quite nice. A water dispenser, a refrigerator, and even a small lounge and kitchenette. It was almost comparable to a two-bedroom apartment. After the new era greatly compressed human living spaces, this could already be considered luxurious. At least it's much better than the cramped rental room he and his dad lived in. It's even a south-facing ward with plenty of sunlight. As long as he lies in bed, he can bask in the warm sunlight. For someone with the talent of a light feeder like him, it's practically leveling up while lying down. Besides, seemingly worried that he might go hungry, the four-stand was fully loaded with 4 bags of whole blood. The bedside cabinet was also packed with blood bags. A rough count suggested there were at least a dozen or 20 of them. It was safe to say he had no worries about food or drink, living in comfortable conditions. Under these circumstances, even if he were being monitored like a lab rat, it didn't seem so bad. So Wang Yu simply lay back without a care, grabbing a few blood bags. He sniffed them and finally picked the one that smelled the most appealing. Baring his fangs, he pierced through the packaging and began to drink freely. He was actually very resistant to drinking human blood, especially right after losing his sanity and going berserk. This would remind him that he had turned into the very vampire he despised the most, dirty and vile, a beast devoid of humanity. Even though he could usually pretend to be like a normal person, and even act like those shameless vampire elites from Squid Nation, preaching about morality, righteousness, freedom, and democracy. But when it came to critical moments, they would only see others as prey. Even when facing his own kind, even when facing family and friends, it is the same. He doesn't want to become such a beast, so he refuses to accept the lifestyle of vampires. But now, it's different. He is already being watched. At this moment, the best disguise is to act like a real vampire. He could indeed reveal some secrets to resolve the crisis and save more people. But beyond that, he must continue to hide his true trump cards and secrets secrets as much as possible. The talent of the time eater and the ability to rapidly advance by basking in the sun without needing to eat should be concealed for as long as possible. This is called using the opponent's strategy to your advantage and quietly making a fortune. So he tried his best to act as if no one else was around, relaxed and natural. Meanwhile, pairs of eyes were closely watching his every move. It seems that Wang Yu has indeed regained his composure. Moreover, they are very willing to trust and cooperate with our official actions. In the conference room, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face and a stern appearance looked at Wang Yu on the screen while slowly tapping the table and said, "I think Lei Peng's plan is worth considering. This Wang Yu might very well be the key to solving this disaster." "I disagree." As soon as the words were spoken, a soldier in his 30s with a resolute face immediately stood up. "He's a vampire. This is a serious matter. We can't pin our hopes on a vampire." "I oppose it too." Soon, 7 or 8 more people stood up. "Isn't it just werewolves?" "That's right. This time, our Jielong commando team will fully mobilize. No matter how many appear, we'll take care of them all. Why rely on a vampire? Who knows if he's a spy from Squid Nation, deliberately coming here to create panic and deplete our Dragon Nation's military resources. Even if he is a kind and patriotic citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, once a vampire completes the transformation, they will be absolutely loyal to their superior vampire. His identity already proves that he has become a potential enemy and cannot be trusted." The first to stand up in opposition, Zhao Yong added sternly and righteously. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also nodded in agreement. As the captain of the Jielong assault team, they often deal with vampires. Their understanding of vampires is far deeper than that of ordinary people. They are well aware of the evil and filth of this species, spreading chaos everywhere, creating panic and fearing peace in the world. There is even evidence suggesting that this werewolf virus outbreak is intricately linked to a certain vampire family in Squid Nation. At this moment, making a vampire the key to solving the disaster has met with opposition from most people. "Everyone, please calm down." Squad leader Kang Anguo reached out and pressed down in the air, then gently waved his hand. Lei Peng immediately stepped forward and distributed a copy of the documents to each team leader. The matter of Wang Yu turning into a vampire is being investigated and handled by Comrade Lei Peng. Here is the action report he compiled, which includes Wang Yu's personal information and the details of the incident where he turned into a vampire. In addition, it also describes his behavior after becoming a vampire. It's all clearly written. Take a look first before making a decision. The crowd was somewhat reluctant. However, they were all temporarily summoned back from various places and indeed did not know enough about this incident. Even if it was just to grasp pre-battle information, they should first take a look at Lei Peng's action report. So they all sat down and began to read. Just after flipping 2 pages, Zhao Yong was suddenly startled. "Squad leader? This Wang Yu is actually the son of the old squad leader? How did I not know this?" He glared fiercely at Lei Peng, then looked at Kan Anguo. "Platoon leader, back when we were in the reconnaissance platoon, we were all your men. Why did you send Lei Peng when something happened to the old squad leader and I didn't even know about it? You're being way too biased." "Zhao Yong." Kan Anguo's eyes widened slightly. "If I send you, can you be as obedient as Lei Peng? Already a captain, yet still acting like a stubborn mule. Behave yourself and follow orders." Facing the imposing Kan Anguo, who exuded authority without anger, Zhao Yong had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure silently. He shot Lei Peng a fierce glare, then sat down and meticulously reviewed the operation report. In his heart, he thought that as long as he could find even the slightest mistake by Lei Peng, he would find a way to take this task for himself. Yes, he held his breath and steeled himself, but soon, he couldn't hold it in anymore. This kid is a wild vampire personally transformed by the old squad leader, and on the very day of transformation, he counter-killed 3 vampires. One of them was already close to the level of a baron? What? Even Edward, a baron-level vampire, was slaughtered by this kid? What? My goodness, this kid is already a vampire at the count level, and has peak insect-level combat power. Those dozen or so werewolves from Fengcheng No. 2 High School were all dealt with by this kid? Damn, am I seeing things? This kid is just a baron-level vampire, yet he has 3 talents? The old squad leader's son is this impressive too? Every time he read a section, Zhao Yong would exclaim loudly, jumping up and down repeatedly. This caused several squad leaders nearby to frown and quietly move their chairs, putting some distance between themselves and Zhao Yong, so as not to let his foolish aura affect their intelligence. However, each of their faces was also filled with amazement. For vampires, only by accepting the complete embrace can they fully acquire the powers of a vampire. Otherwise, even if one transforms into a wild vampire on their own, they would still be of the lowest rank. Both their strength and talent would be extremely poor. For Wang Yu, as a wild vampire who has not completed the embrace, having such strong combat power is already astonishing. As a result, he turned out to not only possess great strength but also astonishing talent. A baron-level vampire with as many as 3 talents, this seems unheard of in the entire history of vampires. All vampires gain 1 talent upon transformation, and then awaken 1 additional additional talent with each level up. Even prince-level vampires are no exception. But Wan Yu was distinctly different from the others. It seems this Wan Yu is indeed extraordinary. Yes, setting aside his abilities for now, the fact that he killed that Edward alone is enough to some extent to prove he's not on the vampire side. Several squad leaders exchanged nods. You must know, Edward Newgate is the direct descendant of Prince Newgate, an elder of princely rank in the Squid Kingdom. Although the Squid Kingdom has its fair share of covert power struggles, they never target each other's direct descendants. That's right, Edward has been committing crimes and getting away with it, relying on his status as Prince Newgate's descendant to wreak havoc. Even Prince Tanya was helpless against him, but he ended up being killed by this Wan Yu. This kid really has some skills. Ha, indeed, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Bold and promising. Originally, upon learning that Wan Yu's father was also a member of the Jelong Commando and served in the same unit as them, everyone felt a sense of closeness. When they saw that Wan Yu had personally killed several vampires and even took down Edward, a vampire noble akin to a celestial dragon, they felt even more exhilarated. For a moment, even though Wan Yu was a vampire, it became much easier to accept. Some even expressed admiration for Wan Yu. Now, does anyone still object? If you have any opinions or concerns, feel free to bring them up. Manhwa asked again. This time, everyone remained silent. But no one expressed agreement, not even Zhao Yong. After all, although Wan Yu's background was clean, he passed the political review, and his performance was outstanding. He was, after all, still a vampire. And between humans and vampires, there has never been any trust to speak of. At this moment, Lei Peng stood up. Comrades. He glanced around the room, finally fixing his gaze on Zhao Yong. I would like to add a detail here. Yuang possesses a super sense of smell and the ability to identify werewolves during their incubation period. This wasn't something I discovered, he told me about it himself. A Baron-level vampire possessing 3 talents, and being a wild vampire at that, if this were to become known, it would surely bring trouble. He's a very smart child and couldn't possibly be unaware of this. In fact, you all should have seen it just now. I made it quite clear that there was surveillance in the room, and the child obviously noticed it too. Yet he still chose to speak up. I want to ask everyone, why? Everyone's expressions changed. Isn't it obvious? To save someone. Zhao Yong suddenly stood up from his seat. This kid must be just like the old squad leader, risking his own life to save others when danger comes. My life was saved by the old squad leader. Ha, like father, like son. I didn't expect this kid to be such a tough one. Platoon leader, no, I mean squad leader. I agree with Comrade Lei Peng's proposal and solution. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and make a decision to execute it. Also, can you temporarily merge me and Lei Peng together to handle this matter? Let me spend more time with this kid. And what about the old squad leader? Where is he locked up? Since I'm already here, can't I see him? Sit down. Kanonwa said in a low voice with a stern expression, once again calming the slightly agitated Zhao Yong. He then cleared his throat and concluded, you've all seen the information, and Lei Peng has finished speaking. I have a few thoughts here. First, although Comrade Wang Hoxiong, Wang Yu's father, made mistakes in his actions, his background is clean, and his stance is firm. Second, although Comrade Wang Yu has become a vampire, he has not committed any actions that violate the laws of Longhua from beginning to end. On the contrary, he has used this power to protect his teachers and classmates, and even disregarded personal gains and losses, preparing to use his abilities to help Fengqing Fortress overcome this disaster. Subjectively and objectively, he not only has no faults but has also saved lives and made contributions. So I think, overall, Comrade Wang Yu is a good comrade. Since he trusts us, we might as well trust him this time, and use his abilities to resolve this disaster. As for some comrades who still have doubts, we can always draft a few backup plans. Having been a leader for a long time, although he still retained the resolute and courageous demeanor of a soldier, he casually spoke a string of bureaucratic cliches. Finally, his expression turned serious, so I have decided to make the following arrangements. Teams 9 and 10, each of you come up with a backup plan and make the necessary preparations. The rest of the teams, coordinate with Comrade Lei Peng's Team 7. Using Comrade Wang Yu's abilities as the starting point, identify all the werewolves in their incubation period and strive to end this disaster as soon as possible. Does anyone have a different opinion? After speaking, Kanonwa swept his gaze across the room, and everyone nodded slightly. After all, the incident happened suddenly, and they didn't have a better solution for the time being. Moreover, Wang Yu's identity and actions indeed made them willing to temporarily trust him and give it a try. Very well, carry out the order. I'm going to have a meeting with the local leaders of Fengqing Fortress to form a disaster response guidance team. Lei Peng, if there's anything you need assistance with, feel free to contact me anytime, and I'll help coordinate. A meeting that could significantly impact Wang Yu's fate quietly came to an end. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained completely unaware. Like a greedy child, he kept reaching for the blood bags around him. Yes, he bit into them, one after another, and gulped down the contents. Vampires are essentially transformed from humans, so their physical structure is quite similar to that of humans. The most significant difference, however, however, lies in their fangs. Sharp and somewhat resembling human canine teeth, but longer and more pointed. The muscles and bones at the base allow them to extend or retract. At their fullest extension, they can grow about a centimeter longer than normal teeth. Though not excessively long, this length is just enough for vampires to pierce through a human's carotid artery and sink their fangs deep into it. And behind the tip of the fangs, there is a blood groove. Once an artery is bitten, blood will actively flow into the vampire's mouth along this groove. Then, with swallowing, it enters the body. Through absorption and transformation, it becomes the vampire's blood and power. This feeling is quite magical, somewhat like eating, yet a bit different. The biggest difference is the incredible appetite. An average person can only eat about 100 grams or 200 grams of rice per meal. Some people eat 800 grams of rice in one meal during a class reunion, which becomes a legendary story remembered by all their classmates for a lifetime. But vampires are different. Under Wang Yu's deliberate testing, he drank 20 blood packs in one go, completely emptying them, yet still felt he had considerable capacity left. You should know, each of these large blood packs contains 400 milliliters, enough to satisfy hunger. 20 packs combined amount to 8,000 milliliters, a full 16 pounds. You should know that a normal human body contains at most only 6,000 milliliters of blood. In other words, a vampire completely draining a human of their blood might just barely fill their base needs. No wonder there are always incidents of vampires draining humans to death. In the past, he always thought these vampires were too foolish. Why not drink a little less each time? Wouldn't sustainable practices be better than exhausting the supply? But now it seems that it really won't work. According to this feeding standard, for a vampire to have a full meal without affecting human health, at least dozens or even hundreds of people would need to provide blood simultaneously. Only the noble vampires and wealthy individuals who have been turned into vampires have such conditions. As for ordinary low-level vampires, they either attack a large group of people to hunt, which then provokes public outrage and leads to their collective counterattack and death. Either catch one and suck fiercely, sucking them dry until death, as the dead won't seek revenge. Therefore, no matter how strictly it's prohibited, incidents of vampires draining human blood still occur from time to time. The conflict between humans and vampires can never be reconciled. Just like now, many people still in the conference room who haven't left are stunned by Wang Yu's astonishing appetite. Damn it! How can he eat so much? Before, I only ever saw vampires biting people and never paid attention to how much blood they could suck. This is way too much. 20 bags in one go, without even catching his breath. If Wang Yu were really allowed to suck to his heart's content, who knows how much he could take? I'm afraid the blood of 3 or 4 people combined wouldn't be enough for him alone to suck dry. In shock, everyone couldn't help but look toward Kananwa's original seat. If he hadn't left, they really wanted to ask him properly. Draining 3 colleagues in one go, this is what you call a good comrade? Everyone frowned deeply, but the eyes of a female captain grew brighter and brighter. To actually witness a vampire feeding with my own eyes, this opportunity is too rare. Maya, the captain of the Dragon Commando Team's 12th squad, excitedly adjusted her glasses and stared intently at Wang Yu on the screen. It seems as if they can't wait to crawl out of the screen directly to Wang Yu's side, in order to observe Wang Yu's eating process more closely. Although the vampire race is quite famous and has plenty of public information available, it is still very mysterious overall. Those vampires who can appear in public often have significant economic power and high social status. Unwilling and impossible to accept human experimentation, letting all the situations and weaknesses of vampires be made public. In times of peace, obtaining a vampire as a test subject is truly too difficult, especially a wild vampire transformed through the blood of a third-generation vampire. Not to mention, Wang Yu is an extremely rare daywalker vampire. This was simply an irresistible temptation for Maya, who had always been obsessed with biological research. Captain Lei, as long as it doesn't affect the mission, can I borrow Wang Yu for a bit? Our understanding of vampires is still too limited, and the higher-ups, for the sake of the bigger picture, won't allow us to forcibly capture vampires for human experiments. Now that he's willing to cooperate, he can be my little guinea pig. Nonsense! Lei Pang immediately slammed the table and stood up. May, cut the crap. Wang Yu is the son of my old squad leader, not your test subject, and certainly not some lab rat. I'm warning you, stay away from him. Due to his overwhelming excitement, Lei Peng's lightning ability was involuntarily released. Blue arcs of electricity shot toward Maya, scorching the tables along the way into charred blackness. The power was immense. Zap! But Maya merely glanced at Lei Peng indifferently and, completely unguarded and unconcerned, said, "TCH, don't be so nervous. I know this little guy's identity is extraordinary, and his abilities are especially important for the current situation. But this way, he becomes even more valuable for research, even more suitable to be my little guinea pig. Don't worry, such a rare little guinea pig is even more precious to me than to you. I'll be careful and definitely won't break him carelessly." That's enough. Lei Peng's electric light flickered wildly along with Maya's words. Finally, unable to hold back, he let out an angry roar, quickly closed in, and was about to grab Maya by the collar. But at this moment, Zhao Yong stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Old Lei, calm down." Then he turned to Maya, who was once again staring at Wang Yu with a love-struck expression, showing a somewhat awkward yet ingratiating smile. "Ahem, Dr. Mei, don't mind him, old Lei is just like that." However, Wang Yu, after all, is not an ordinary vampire, and the most important thing right now is to deal with the epidemic. "You're a biology expert, do you think it's?" Faced with the straightforward and outspoken squad leader Kang Anhwa, Zhao Yong suddenly became hesitant and faltering. Lei Peng was so furious that he started cursing loudly. "Zhao Yong, you pathetic simp. Do you still not know who Wang Yu is? The class monitor saved your life for nothing? You haven't even won her over yet, and you're already whipped. Why don't you dare to stand up to that Mei guy?" On one side was a good comrade and brother, and on the other was the goddess he had pursued for years. Zhao Yong looked left and right, scratching his head anxiously. Lei Peng glared angrily, while the other captains were all holding back their laughter. "Captain Lei, please don't joke like this." Maya's playful expression suddenly turned serious. "I already have a plan. Do you want to hear it?" Upon hearing this, everyone became serious. Even Lei Peng calmed down and sat upright. "Speak." Everyone perked up their ears. Maya pointed at Wang Yu on the screen and said, "Look, I mixed 2 packs of infected blood into Wang Yu's blood supply, and he precisely picked them out, refusing to consume them. He even threw them into the trash like garbage. In other words, he might be able to distinguish infected individuals and patients in the latent phase of the werewolf virus just by their blood. So we don't need to let him smell one by one, we just need to conduct a nationwide blood collection, then send the blood samples to him for identification." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded, agreeing that the plan was feasible, because this would indeed greatly improve efficiency. Even Lei Peng couldn't help but admire it. It turns out that this Maya, who seemed unreliable, had already started trying to find a solution. However, the fact that she began experimenting on Wang Yu without informing anyone made Lei Peng very displeased. "Dr. Mei, conducting experiments on Wang Yu without permission is against the rules. Werewolf blood is highly toxic to vampires. If Wang Yu can't distinguish it, what if something goes wrong?" He felt a sudden wave of fear, but Mei Ye shrugged indifferently. "That just means he doesn't have the ability to identify werewolves in their incubation period. If something happens, he can serve as my guinea pig, saving you all the trouble of wasting time on him." Lei Peng was once again furious, his anger reaching a boiling point. But Maya didn't care about his expression at all and said to herself, "However, it seems that his performance is pretty good. I now believe that he is a vampire with a super sense of smell, but what I just used was the blood of a mutated and late-stage werewolf, already beginning to mutate. Whether he can really identify people who have just been infected with the werewolf virus solely by smell, and what the speed and accuracy of his identification are, all need further experiments to verify. So, even if it's just to fight the epidemic, the little guy still has to obediently be my guinea pig. Captain Lei, this time you shouldn't have any objections, right?" Lei Peng fell silent for a moment. The thing he feared the most had still happened. Wang Yu, because he trusted him, even revealed the huge secret of possessing 3 talents. But in the end, he still couldn't prevent Wang Yu from becoming the test subject of this twisted woman. In the end, does the son of an old comrade still have to be the guinea pig? He couldn't bear it, nor was he willing to accept it. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. "But let me make it clear, if anything happens to Wang Yu, I won't let you off." I know. Faced with Lei Peng's furious glare and threats, Mei Ye remained completely unfazed. "I'm off to see my little guinea pig. Okay, I wonder what kind of surprises the little guy will bring me. Vampire, daywalker, and 3 talents. Oh my, just thinking about it makes me so excited." She was overjoyed, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. As she spoke, she couldn't wait any longer and jogged all the way to the door. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned back to Lei Peng and said, "All right, Captain Lei, I think I might have some clues about your lightning ability research. Don't forget to draw a few extra tubes of blood and send them to my temporary lab later. It'd be even better if you could slice off a few pieces of tissue. You already know how to prepare histological sections, right? Just preserve them for me, no need to wait." After Mei Ye turned and left, Lei Peng finally lost his temper and slammed his hand down, collapsing the round conference table in front of him. "Mei, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm here to cooperate with the inspection, not to be treated like a lab rat. And Wang Yu, if you dare to conduct any strange experiments on him, I won't let you off." All right. Zhao Yong hurriedly stepped forward to hold Lei Peng back. "Dr. Mei may have a sharp tongue but a soft heart, you know that. This time, it's thanks to Dr. Mei that Wang Yu recovered and woke up so quickly. And if we're talking about going too far, I should be asking you." He pointed at Wang Yu on the screen and loudly questioned, "The injury that almost killed this kid, you're the one who caused it, right? With the way you are, you still have the nerve to threaten Dr. Mei? You have to explain this clearly to me, or else we won't be done today." "Lei Peng, old Zhao, how about we discuss our next steps?" On the other side, Wang Yu finished drinking the blood bag prepared in the ward and lay idly on the hospital bed. He closed his eyes, carefully savoring the sensation after a vampire's feeding. The first was warmth. It felt as as though he had truly become human again, his entire body enveloped in a warm, soothing sensation. This feeling was different from basking in sunlight. Sunlight warmed you from the outside in, almost forcing the heat upon you. But after feeding on blood, even though the blood itself had long lost its warmth, it still left Wanyu with a blazing heat that seemed to radiate from within. It's like drinking alcohol, fiery and dizzy. It gave Wanyu a genuine sense of being truly alive. In contrast, a vampire's senses are usually cold and numb, especially in terms of touch. Sleeping on a soft bed and lying on the cold ground made almost no difference to Wanyu after transforming into a vampire, until he drank this blood. Consuming a large amount of blood finally gave him the sensitive touch of a human, along with an indescribable sense of dizziness and happiness. Even a certain part of his body, which had been inactive for a long time, began to slowly rise. I was wondering how Prince Tanya had Anna with a human. So it turns out this thing can be used temporarily after sucking blood. Wanyu looked left and right, then covered his body with a blanket, secretly touched it with his hand, and finally felt relieved. Not bad, as long as it works, it's good. Although he didn't expect to hit the bullseye like Prince Tanya and miraculously give birth to a vampire offspring. At least he didn't become a eunuch. This is very important for a man's self-esteem. It's just unclear how long this state will last. Little white mouse. As Wanyu was carefully sensing the condition of his body, a voice filled with excitement and joy came from outside the door. Then the hospital room door opened, and a figure in a white coat rushed directly in front of him. Tell me, how do you feel now? And what about the taste of these blood samples? How do they seem to you? Are you still able to continue feeding normally? Now that I'm this close to you, do you feel any urge to feed or attack me? The rapid-fire questions were starting to give Wanyu a headache. But what made Wanyu feel even more uncomfortable was the way this intruder addressed him. Lab rat. From the moment he walked into the lion's den, he had prepared himself to be treated as a lab rat for research. But for this person to blatantly and directly call him a lab rat right off the bat still left him feeling a mix of surprise and discomfort. Goodness, not even pretending anymore? May I ask who you are? Wanyu looked at the visitor with confusion and caution. She was tall and graceful, with jet black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, a delicate oval face adorned with a pair of thin-framed glasses. The brown eyes behind the lenses are deep and exude wisdom, sparkling with excitement and a thirst for knowledge. Dressed in a white lab coat, she appears even more intellectual and graceful. She's a beauty too. Is she the one who's going to study me? If it's a female researcher, she might be softer-hearted. Wanyu speculated silently. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Maya, captain of the 12th squad of the Jelong Assault team. You can also call me Dr. May. From now on, you are my little lab rat. Be obedient, okay? Hello, Dr. May. Wanyu couldn't help but frown at Maya's straightforward and piercing way of addressing him. My name is Wanyu. Moreover, even if it's a lab animal, it should at least have a number, right? Isn't it a bit impolite to just call it a white mouse? Maya gave Wanyu a serious look upon hearing this, feeling somewhat surprised. She had originally thought Wanyu's reaction would be more intense and harder to accept. Unexpectedly, this little guy accepted the fact of becoming a test subject so easily. I know your name. She smiled faintly. But that's really too troublesome. Look, when I call little white mouse, you immediately know I'm calling you. Isn't that great? There's no need to stress over unimportant details. Let's begin the experiment. With that, Maya promptly pulled out a notebook from her pocket and collected all the blood bag pouches Wanyu had discarded. She recorded their serial numbers and then asked, one by one, how was the taste of this one? The texture, and how did it feel after drinking it? This one? Alright, seems like a research fanatic. Wanyu felt a bit helpless, then started answering very cooperatively. On one hand, he had no other choice. On the other hand, she also wanted to deepen her understanding of her own body and vampires through Dr. May. His greatest enemy has always been vampires. To know oneself and the enemy is the only way to survive better and seek revenge more effectively. In comparison, being treated like a lab rat and studied was not so unbearable for him. As long as they didn't dissect him for samples, he was fine with anything. Before long, Maya's notebook was densely filled with recorded information. What's the point of asking all this? Wanyu finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. This Dr. May kept asking him from start to finish which blood pack tasted better. He even specially brought in a batch of blood packs on the spot for him to taste and evaluate, forcing this vampire, who was extremely averse to drinking blood, to become a blood connoisseur. Both the aroma and the taste had to be described in meticulous detail. Until Wanyu drank until he was full, the first wave of experiments finally came to an end. Such monotonous and tedious tests made Wanyu truly wonder what their purpose was. He felt as if he had been deceived, simply being toyed with like a real guinea pig by the beautiful doctor in front of him. However, after organizing the data, Maya showed an extremely excited and satisfied expression. Who said it's useless? Little white mouse, you are so useful, completely different from some uncooperative big rats. Maya excitedly pointed at the data on the notebook and said, look, we've measured the amount a vampire consumes in one feeding, and we also know that a vampire vampire feeds roughly once a month. This way, we can roughly estimate the number of vampires in a region based on the blood consumption and the extent of personnel injuries in that area. Additionally, we have also gained a general understanding of the feeding preferences of vampires. Vampires tend to prefer the blood of women and young people, especially virgins aged 14 to 18, which are the most enticing to them. We don't have blood supplies from younger individuals, but the general trend is that the younger the age, the stronger the fragrance and the greater the allure. So it's reasonable to speculate that those so-called lowly islands might actually be blood stations for some vampire nobles. Of course, this is just speculation. To confirm it, I'll find a way to get some blood from a lowly volunteer for you to taste before drawing any conclusions. That won't be necessary. Wang Yu's face was full of black lines. What do you mean by a lowly volunteer? If someone donates blood to support your scientific research, at least call them a child volunteer. Forced to suck blood, not to mention enduring the psychological discomfort of describing the feeling of sucking blood. At the same time, constantly worrying that this Dr. May is too capable and might discover some secrets he doesn't want to reveal. The psychological pressure is overwhelming. It seems being a lab rat is really not an easy job. Fortunately, the conditions here are quite good. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and even a private bathroom. It's still much better than being a lab mouse truly locked up for research. Otherwise, Wang Yu was really afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on. However, just as Wang Yu was feeling relieved about the decent living conditions, Meiya's voice came in from outside the door. Wow, so vampires use the bathroom too? This is quite a groundbreaking discovery. Little mouse, are you excreting or urinating? Number 1 or number 2? How does it feel compared to when you were human? Can you describe it for me? By the way, don't flush it down the toilet directly. This is important experimental material. Can you look around for a container to catch it? Why don't you open the door and let me in? I'll observe and take samples myself. The results will be the best. Ugh. Wang Yu had just caught his breath, only to be disgusted by what Meiya said. Not even letting someone use the bathroom in peace. Do you have any humanity? Do you really think I'm your lab rat? However, come to think of it, vampires really don't seem to need to use the bathroom. At least for now, Wang Yu didn't have that feeling. He just wanted an excuse to find some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, Dr. May wouldn't even let this slide. Forget it. I don't feel like going to the bathroom anymore. In order to stop Maya from rambling on, Wang Yu had no choice but to leave the bathroom. Really? Maya didn't believe him and rushed straight into the bathroom. After rummaging around and confirming that Wang Yu hadn't hidden any research materials, she said with a look of regret, "What a pity. Little guinea pig, next time you want to use the bathroom, you must notify me. No sneaking off, okay? If you're too embarrassed, I can also install a camera, observe remotely, and then tell you what to do." Wang Yu, no need, I won't go to the bathroom for the rest of my life. At first, he thought the researcher was a young-looking beauty, so it should be a bit easier. But now, damn it, this beautiful doctor is a bit of a pervert. So another hour passed, and when Wang Yu saw Lei Peng again, he almost burst into tears. "Uncle Lei." Wang Yu, as if seeing a family member, rushed straight to Lei Peng with his pants in hand. "Why are there perverts in your unit? I want to go home. Do you think I can back out now?" Lei Peng looked awkward for a moment. Frowning, he suppressed his anger and said, "May, what are you doing? My nephew is indeed a bit handsome, but you can't be this desperate. We agreed it would just be simple observation and research, but what are you doing?" "I'm conducting research." Meiya licked her seductive lips and said confidently, "Prince Tanya can actually reproduce sexually, and this little white mouse was transformed using Princess Anna's blood, making it closely related to Prince Tanya. I plan to take samples to investigate whether this little white mouse also has the ability to reproduce sexually. But this little white mouse refuses to cooperate, so I have no choice but to do it myself." Damn! This time, Lei Peng understood why Wang Yu was acting this way. Fighting life and death against more than a dozen powerful werewolves, Wang Yu never asked him for help. But now, like a useless child, he goes back on his word and even cries about wanting to go home. So it turns out, it's Maya acting crazy again. "May, that's enough. Let me emphasize this again. Your authority is strictly limited to conducting limited observation and research on Wang Yu for the purpose of addressing the pandemic. If you carry out any unnecessary or strange research again, I will report to Captain Kong and have someone else take over." No! Upon hearing this, Maya finally panicked. "Captain Lei, don't be angry, okay? Fine, I'll stop researching this for now. Is that not enough? I like this little white mouse so much, and if I miss this one, I'll never find another so interesting. Please, be kind, don't replace it. If it really doesn't work, can't I just reduce the sampling frequency and the number of control experiments on you? Give me a chance, I'm begging you." Maya clasped her hands together, pitifully making a gesture of praying to Buddha. It was as if she had suddenly transformed from a twisted witch into an innocent college girl. But the words from her mouth made Wang Yu even more terrified. Goodness, so it wasn't just him. Lei Peng was also within this witch's scope of research? "Uncle Lei, could it be that you also?" He widened his eyes, looking utterly incredulous. Lei Peng's old face flushed red. "Ahem, well, for humans, there are still many secrets about about superpowers. This is all necessary research. Dr. May is an expert in this field. Sometimes, the desire for knowledge can be a bit intense, so everyone needs to understand. Wang Yu, do you understand? Understand what? My foot. Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. No matter how intense, you can't just directly pull off someone's pants. Fortunately, this Dr. May isn't very strong in combat, otherwise his innocence would have been ruined. Do lab mice really have no dignity? But it seems like there really are experiments studying animal reproduction? Alright then. After a bout of frantic internal complaints, Wang Yu finally nodded helplessly. There was no other way things had come to this point. Even Lei Peng was going to be dissected for research, so it was probably impossible for him to avoid the same fate. Changing 100 people wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, although Dr. May is perverse, their professional skills are very strong. In just a short time, Wang Yu gained a much deeper understanding of vampire habits and his own body. If this research fanatic continues, there will likely be more results very soon. Furthermore, the current epidemic is urgent, and every minute of delay could result in several more transformed werewolves. He doesn't want to waste time. Dr. May's abilities truly lived up to expectations. In less than an hour, he designed a series of scientifically rigorous experiments using the blood samples brought back by Lei Peng. The results proved that as long as the blood is infected with the werewolf virus, even if it was just recently infected, Wang Yu could identify it. The accuracy reached an astonishing 100%. Oh my god. Meiya was completely stunned. Even the most advanced scientific methods can't detect the werewolf virus during its incubation period, yet you can identify it so accurately just by smelling. The super sense of smell of vampires is truly incredible. Little white mouse, I need to take a sample from your nasal tissue for research. With that, Meiya unexpectedly pulled a pair of sampling forceps out of her pocket. With a devilishly excited smile, she moved them around twice and was about to insert them into Wang Yu's nasal cavity. Cough, cough. Lei Peng hurriedly interrupted. Stop. What if taking a sample now affects the normal function of his sense of smell? Before the words were finished, Meiya had already acted swiftly, extracting a piece of tissue from Wang Yu's nasal cavity and carefully preserving it like a treasure. Then she chuckled. Oh, it's just a tiny bit. With a vampire's strong regenerative ability, it won't have any effect. I'm off to study the secrets of the little white mouse's abilities. The remaining work on the pandemic is up to you now, big white mouse. With that, she jogged out of the ward, leaving Wang Yu and Lei Peng staring at each other in confusion. Has she always been like this? Wang Yu's expression was peculiar. No matter the time, he never forgot to study. He truly is a research fanatic. Pretty much. Lei Peng apologized. Nephew, I'm really sorry. I didn't want things to turn out this way either. When this is all over, I'll definitely make sure that crazy woman stays far away from you. Really? Wang Yu looked at Lei Peng suspiciously, not believing such a thing. After all, just having a super sense of smell already holds significant research value. If a method to identify werewolves during their incubation period could be developed through this research, it would be a major technological breakthrough. Even without considering Dr. May, the research fanatic, the Dragon Nation's authorities would find ways to further study it to prevent similar disasters. Since he chose to expose himself, the fate of the little white mouse was inevitable. I just hope that Dr. May's abilities aren't too strong and that he doesn't uncover his more important secrets too soon. Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Lei. He agreed verbally, and after Lei Peng left, he reached into his pants and grabbed the hard object inside. Of course, it wasn't just to reward himself once. Rather, it was the silver dagger Anna had given him, along with half of the handle that he had hidden on himself. He awakened the blood of silver, which allowed his blood to suppress werewolves and vampires by absorbing silver. To avoid complications, he decided to take advantage of Anna's time spent researching to absorb the silver handle as well. Scarlet blood flowed from the palm, enveloping the silver dagger, followed by a squirming motion. It was as if chewing food, slowly chewing, digesting, and finally absorbing it completely. At this moment, Wang Yu's sensation was also very peculiar. It felt as though he was truly eating something, except the organ for consumption had shifted from Fang jaws to his own blood. He could even sense a tempting fragrance emanating from the silver. After absorbing it, he could also feel a strange sense of satisfaction. So comfortable that Wang Yu's body trembled, his face flushed. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he wrapped the non-silver parts of the handle with tissue paper, pretended nothing had happened, and carefully stuffed it to the bottom of the trash can. This kid, could he have secretly done something after being teased? Lei Peng looked at Wang Yu's actions on the monitor, his expression immediately turning strange. Then he angrily muttered, "Damn crazy woman, all she thinks about is research, doesn't even consider the impact. What if she ends up corrupting the kids?" Just as he was furious, he suddenly saw Wang Yu jump up from the bed. Looking around, he opened the door and rushed out. Oh no, this kid might really be scared and is going to run away. May, just you wait. After saying that, he hurriedly chased in the direction where Wang Yu had fled. At the same time, he immediately called his team members. Mountain Eagle, Falcon, Wang Yu might be trying to escape. You two block the front and back doors. Gray Carving, you come with me to flank him. This guy guy has some skills, don't really let him get away. Several people immediately sprang into action. But halfway through the chase, they discovered that Wang Yu's direction was not toward the exit. Instead, he sped all the way to the front of an operating room. The in-surgery light was on. At the door, a girl in a school uniform was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and crying bitterly, her body covered in blood. Squad leader? Wang Yu's already tense heart sank once again. Because the blood on class monitor Li Lin was filled with the scent of his good brother Zhang Boyang. After his strength greatly increased, the ability of his super sense of smell also improved accordingly. After absorbing the silver, it seemed to have strengthened even further. Even on different floors, this familiar smell was recognized. Originally thought it was an illusion, but now it seems real. A good brother is in trouble. Why are you here? How is Zhang Boyang? He hurriedly grabbed Li Lin's shoulders and asked. Li Lin looked up and saw Wang Yu appear, immediately crying even louder. Woo woo woo, Wang Yu, I finally found you. So you really are okay. Zhang Boyang and I wanted to check on you before the city was locked down, but we didn't expect to encounter a suddenly transformed werewolf halfway. Zhang Boyang was severely bitten while protecting me, and we don't know if he can be saved. Sob sob. What? Wang Yu was shocked. He never expected the mutation to spread so rapidly. Even less did he imagine that among the first victims would be one of his closest friends. Damn it, who the hell is behind all these infected? If I ever find out, I'll make sure they pay with their lives. Old Zhang, you have to hold on. Due to hatred, Wang Yu had been withdrawn since childhood. The chubby Zhang Boyang could be said to be his only good brother. Upon hearing that his good brother was in trouble, and it was because of him, Wang Yu was instantly filled with worry and immense anger. Lei Peng, who arrived later and saw the situation, wisely remained silent. The entire corridor was left with only Li Lin's intermittent sobbing, until half an hour later. Doctor, how is the person inside? The moment the operating room door opened, Wang Yu rushed forward. The doctor hesitated and asked, you are? I'm his classmate. Please, you must save him. Sigh. Wang Yu's plea made the doctor let out a sigh. We will do our best, but this patient is very seriously injured. With the current medical technology, I'm afraid. If you have a way, it would be better to contact his parents as soon as possible. With that, the doctor hurriedly left. Soon, two older doctors joined him and entered the operating room together. But after more than 10 minutes, these two seemingly very experienced doctors also shook their heads and sighed as they left the operating room. We've done our best. Inform the family and prepare for the aftermath. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu stood frozen on the spot. It should be noted that this Fengcheng First People's Hospital is the best hospital in Fengcheng Fortress. If none of them can save him, then Zhang Boyang is truly beyond saving. How is this possible? Wang Yu was unwilling to believe this cruel reality. No, impossible. Old Zhang will be fine. There's no way he could just leave like this. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his body trembled slightly. Zhang Boyang was his only friend and brother, and this good brother unexpectedly died before he could achieve anything after gaining power. He died out of concern for his situation. This was something he simply could not accept. For a moment, my mind went completely blank. Li Lin collapsed to the ground, her cries growing even more heartrending. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been too scared to move, Zhang Boyang wouldn't have. Sob sob. Ahem, nephew, don't rush. Let me ask. At this moment, Lei Peng suddenly cleared his throat and approached the doctor. Is the person inside still breathing? No, but... The doctor was just about to explain when Lei Peng interrupted. That's good. Please continue the rescue efforts and try to buy some more time. I'll go find Dr. Mei. When the doctor heard the name Dr. Mei, he was instantly startled, his eyes widening abruptly. After noticing the insignia on Lei Peng's combat uniform and his face, he was even more surprised and glanced at Wang Yu. Then, without any hesitation, he stood straight like a soldier. Yes. After speaking, he directly returned to the operating room. Lei Peng didn't say much either and turned around to leave. Before long, he brought over Dr. Mei, who looked extremely reluctant. Captain Lei, let me make it clear. I am the captain of the Dragon Strike Team's 12th Squad, a camel-level super soldier, a national senior researcher, not some doctor from a small clinic. I don't have time to treat headaches and fevers, nor am I obligated to stay in the operating room every day saving people. What's the use of saving one or two people? My research can save millions. Can you afford to waste my time? Dr. Mei's face was full of complaints, and his entire demeanor radiated resistance. Only when she saw Wang Yu did she reveal a hint of a delighted smile. Hey, little mouse, why are you here too? That's great. It's all because of this nasty big rat that my precious research materials were wasted. Come on, cooperate a bit. Big sis just needs a tiny bit of tissue structure, it won't hurt at all. While speaking, Maya casually pulled out a small petri dish and sampling tons from her pocket. Breaking free from Lei Peng, she excitedly lunged toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu was quite resistant to the nickname Lab Rat and was even a bit afraid of the somewhat eccentric Dr. Mei. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the strange nicknames and overly enthusiastic research desires in Dr. Mei's words. He grabbed Maya's arm and said loudly, Dr. Mei, please save Zhang Boyang. He's my only good brother, and he got hurt just to come see me. You're so amazing, there must be a way. I'll cooperate with your research in the future. Whatever you want me to do, as long as you save him. Maya was momentarily stunned by Wang Yu's sudden action and urgent expression, her petri dish and sampling tongs frozen mid-air. Looking at Wang Yu's almost desperate expression, she put away the playful and teasing look on her face and slightly furrowed her brows. When she heard Wang Yu say he would definitely cooperate and even do anything, her eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. Tisk, look at you, all pitiful like this. Alright then, since you're begging me so much, I'll reluctantly give it a try for you. Let me be upfront, I can't guarantee that I can save him. But even so, remember your promise to your sister, little guinea pig. Dr. May said this while stuffing the item in her hand back into her pocket. She straightened her clothes and strode toward the operating room. Can Dr. May handle it? Looking at the door of the operating room closing again, Wang Yu said worriedly, isn't she a crazy research fanatic? Could she really be a doctor? She's indeed not a doctor and has never been interested in treating illnesses. Lei Peng's first words immediately made Wang Yu's heart sink. But then, Lei Peng quickly changed his tone. But don't worry, she's a superpowered individual from the medical field. A superpowered individual from the medical field? Wang Yu widened his eyes and looked at Lei Peng in astonishment. What does this mean? He only knew that the Dragon Nation had many superpowered warriors, possessing strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. Among the elites, some even possessed all kinds of extraordinary abilities. Take Lei Peng, for example, who awakened the ability to control lightning. Combined with a powerful physique, his combat power is off the charts. When dealing with dark creatures like vampires and werewolves, he is even more in his element. But a superhuman with medical abilities, this is the first time he's heard of such a thing. There are too few healers among the superhumans, so it's normal that you haven't heard of them. Lei Peng nodded slightly and patiently explained, it's somewhat similar to how vampires awaken their talents. There's a certain probability of awakening superhuman abilities. The most common ones, of course, are various combat-related abilities, but there are also a very small number of people who can awaken some extremely rare abilities. For example, medical-type superhumans possess extraordinary abilities beyond ordinary understanding, enabling them to treat injuries with remarkable effectiveness. Dr. May is considered outstanding in this field. Her abilities can even repair injuries that seem irreparable. I dared to go a bit harder on you before because I was counting on that crazy woman. Who would have thought that vampire girl had? Anyway, don't worry. As long as the crazy woman is willing to put in the effort, no one will die. Lei Peng patted his chest in assurance, seemingly very confident in Dr. May. Oh, Wang Yu's heart was instantly stirred upon hearing this. Wang Yu could tell that Lei Peng had a strong opinion about this Dr. May. The relationship between them was definitely far from harmonious. Whenever Dr. May was mentioned, Lei Peng would angrily and disdainfully refer to her as that May woman or crazy lady. But now, Lei Peng rarely praised her abilities, and he even appeared so confident. It seems that Dr. May's medical superpower must indeed be very powerful. So powerful that even Lei Peng, who had such a strong opinion of her, trusted her immensely and couldn't help but praise her. There is also another aspect that can prove Dr. May's abilities. In terms of strength alone, Dr. May is not considered powerful. His strength is roughly comparable to that of an ordinary lower-tier insect-level super soldier. It is much weaker than his current strength. Otherwise, given Dr. May's intense research desire, his chastity would have been long lost in the ward. Although 1,000 kilograms of explosive power for a woman can already be called a mother T-Rex, but for a super soldier, it is merely the entry-level standard. Logically speaking, Dr. May should be classified as a bug-level super soldier. However, Wang Yu just heard Dr. May personally say that her level is camel-level super soldier. Wang Yu speculated that the value of that medical-related ability must be so great that it allowed the combatant Dr. May to leap 2 levels and be directly rated as a camel-level super warrior. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Yu's eyes. So, old Zhang can be saved? Lei Peng patted Wang Yu's shoulder. Although I can't guarantee it 100%, since she agreed to help, the chances of success have indeed greatly increased. She usually immerses herself in various research and has little interest in treating ordinary patients. But since she agreed to help you, she will likely give it her all. The two were talking when a strange green light suddenly emanated from the operating room. The light scattered through the crack of the door, carrying a gentle yet vibrant aura. Wang Yu and Lei Peng exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It seems she has already started using her abilities. Although medical abilities are powerful, they also consume a lot of energy from the ability user and are generally not used casually. Since she's willing to try, it means there's hope. Don't worry, Lei Peng continued to offer comfort. In fact, as an ordinary person, Zhang Boyan was not qualified to have Dr. May use her medical abilities on him. He wouldn't risk provoking Maya for an ordinary person who has nothing to do with him. Even if that person were to die, it would be the same. They have more important tasks, and their abilities are needed elsewhere. Using such valuable resources on an ordinary person is truly a waste. But he still felt guilty because he couldn't prevent Wang Yu from becoming a guinea pig. Seeing Wang Yu so excited, he had no choice but to help him within his capabilities. Thank you, Uncle Lei. Wang Yu nodded heavily. He also realized that this seemed to be a privilege Lei Peng had granted him. Otherwise, the treatment from a top-tier healer with supernatural abilities, exclusive to the nation's elite special forces, is absolutely not something an ordinary person could enjoy. He felt deeply grateful in his heart, but since Lei Peng didn't mention it, he chose not to bring it up either. He could only keep this gratitude, along with the previous life-saving favor, in his heart. Great kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. I can only wait for an opportunity in the future to properly repay him. What followed was an incredibly long wait. Finally, just as Wang Yu's heart was about to sink into despair once again, Dr. Mei walked out of the operating room. Done. Maya's face was somewhat pale, and her voice was weak as she said, "But this guy is too severely injured. Half of his internal organs are gone. Although I can save his life, it has greatly depleted his potential. I can't guarantee what kind of recovery he'll have." What? Wang Yu was dumbfounded. He had heard that Zhang Boyan was seriously injured, but he didn't know it was this severe. Half of his internal organs were gone. No wonder even the doctors at Fengqing's top hospital were at a loss. Yet, against all odds, Dr. Mei actually managed to save him from such a fatal injury, and the time it took was even shorter than the doctor's earlier resuscitation efforts. In the blink of an eye, bringing the dead back to life, saving someone who was destined to die. So this is the power of a camel-level medical superhuman. That's enough. Wang Yu's eyes reddened with excitement as he hurriedly stepped forward to tightly grasp Dr. Mei's hand. "Dr. Mei, thank you so much. You are like a second parent to old Zhang and a benefactor to me. TCH. Dr. Mei curled her lips, pulled her hand back, and said, all right, cut it out. If it weren't for the fact that you're such a precious little white mouse, no matter how much that big rat begged me, I wouldn't use my valuable abilities on an unrelated ordinary person." She cast an annoyed glance at Lei Peng. "Stinky rat, don't blame me for not warning you. Tell the others to be more careful when carrying out missions. If within 10 days, someone else gets seriously injured, let them take the place of that little chubby guy inside and die instead. When the time comes, you can write a self-criticism report to Captain Kong yourself. I won't take the blame for this." Lei Peng's whole body stiffened, his face looking somewhat unpleasant. But he quickly straightened up and said seriously, "All right, if anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Dr. Mei, thank you for your hard work. Next time, I will definitely cooperate with the research as well. Letting Mei join him on an adventurous side job and causing her significant exhaustion, Lei Peng felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he promised and even unusually addressed her as Dr. Mei. Tisk, always causing trouble for others. Maya glanced at Lei Peng disdainfully, then turned to Wang Yu, a faint smile of delight tugging at the corners of her mouth. "However, I can't say I came away empty-handed. Little lab rat, you must remember what you promised your big sister, okay? Be good and cooperate with her research in the future. No matter what your big sister asks you to do, you have to agree, okay? Does it really have such a big impact?" Wang Yu was even more shocked upon hearing this. Unable to use medical superpowers for 10 days. In other words, if during these 10 days, a special superpowered soldier suffers a severe injury that only Dr. Mei's abilities can save, it would mean exchanging the life of a special superpowered soldier for Zhang Boyang's life. It seems that Lei Peng has sacrificed far more than I imagined to help me. Although Mei claims to be irresponsible, if something really goes wrong, she probably won't be able to escape the blame. This time, I owe a huge favor. Not just to Lei Peng, but also to Dr. Mei. So he hurriedly nodded. Absolutely. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. From now on, whatever research you want to conduct, I'll cooperate unconditionally. At this moment, the nurse pushed Zhang Boyang out of the operating room. "Old Zhang!" Wang Yu exclaimed and rushed forward. Zhang Boyang's face was still pale, but his breathing was steady, and he was no longer in life-threatening danger. Phew, thank goodness. Looking at his unconscious close friend, his heart was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Squad leader Li Lin let out a long sigh of relief and stopped crying. When will he probably wake up? Wang Yu turned his head and asked Dr. Mei. Hard to say, maybe a few hours, maybe tomorrow. It depends on his own recovery ability. Dr. Mei yawned. I'm exhausted. I need to go back and get a good sleep. Unless it's an issue with the pandemic or my lab mice are dying, don't call me no matter how big the matter is. After speaking, Maya left with somewhat unsteady steps. Zhang Boyan was sent to the intensive care unit, and class monitor Li Lin stayed outside, waiting for his parents to arrive. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, after waiting with Li Lin for a while, was called back to the ward by Lei Peng. This time, what lay before him was a row of vacuum blood collection tubes, densely packed on a shelf. It looks like there might be hundreds or even thousands. Hey, nephew, we've got work to do. Lei Peng pointed at the rack full of blood collection tubes. These are blood samples from your senior classmates at Fengqing No. 2 High School. Later, there will also be samples from the first and second year students, as well as from all their family members. Currently, your school has the highest number of mutated werewolves. We need to prioritize identifying the latent infected infection cases among them. At the same time, we must use this as a breakthrough to help the Criminal Investigation and Epidemic Prevention departments trace the source of this outbreak. This is very important, so try to speed it up. Alright, the situation was urgent, and Wang Yu wasted no words. He immediately opened a test tube, sniffed it slightly, and began the identification process. This one doesn't have it. This one doesn't have it. This one has it. After a night, Wang Yu finally completed the preliminary identification. What? So many? Big nephew, are you kidding me? Lei Peng was completely stunned after seeing the results. Among the 2,752 teachers and students at Fengqing No. 2 High School, 835 were actually infected with the werewolf virus, including Sun Yu, Li Yu, and the others who had already transformed. The number reached an astonishing 849. That is to say, more than 30% of the people were infected with the werewolf virus. If it hadn't been discovered in advance, with over 800 people transforming into werewolves, the scene would have been. Even the immensely powerful Lei Peng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart at the thought. After all, although he possessed lightning-based abilities to restrain werewolves, his powers were not unlimited. This thing, like physical strength, also gets depleted and needs time to recover. Moreover, the recovery period is even longer. For example, Dr. Mei, after using her ability once, needs to rest for 1 or 2 days at the shortest, and over a month at the longest to regain her ability's energy. Combat-type abilities recover slightly faster, but even then, it takes at least a few hours at the shortest and more than 10 days at the longest. Enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Dealing with a dozen or 20 werewolves, Lei Peng could still handle it with ease and confidence. But if hundreds, or even several hundred werewolves appeared at once, even Lei Peng's special forces team might suffer heavy losses, or even face the danger of total annihilation. And the population of Fengqing Fortress is 5 million. If calculated at such a terrifying ratio of 30%, wouldn't that mean 1.5 million people have already been infected with the werewolf virus? Hiss. Since joining the army many years ago, Lei Peng has faced life and death without ever being afraid. But this time, he was truly scared. He felt that this disaster was far more severe than he had imagined. I examined it very carefully. There's absolutely no mistake. Wang Yu was also startled by this result. He hadn't expected the infection rate of the werewolf virus to be so high and the numbers to be so large. If it were to completely break out, the entire Fengqing Fortress might truly cease to exist. Alright, you've worked hard. Please continue identifying the remaining blood samples. I'm going to coordinate with the Criminal Investigation team and Captain Kong. Lei Peng hurriedly left the ward with the blood samples and identification results. Wang Yu continued to analyze the blood samples of the other students' parents. At this moment, he noticed a significant difference. The infection rate among students' parents is significantly low, accounting for less than 10% according to statistics. Moreover, among these cases, a considerable portion consists of children and the elderly. The main targets of the virus are the elderly and children. Could it be because their immunity is low, making them more susceptible to infection? No, that's not right. High school students are generally between 16 and 18 years old, and the new era places great emphasis on physical fitness and combat training. Besides, many parents buy and give their children various nutritional supplements to help them achieve better health and better academic performance. This is precisely the stage when a person's body is at its peak and immunity is strongest. Why is it that the infection rate is highest among people in this stage? Could it be the nutritional supplements? Another day and night passed. Wang Yu stared at the results in front of him, lost in thought. Gradually, there was finally a bit of a clue. That's right, it's nutritional supplements. The elderly and children are the groups that use nutritional and health supplements the most, many of which claim to effectively strengthen the body as super enhancement liquids. And after being infected with the werewolf virus, a person's senses and strength do indeed improve, making it seem as if those health and nutritional supplements actually worked. Recalling the behavior of Sun Yu and others after being infected with the werewolf virus, Wang Yu gradually confirmed his suspicions. He then handed over both the results and his hypothesis to Lei Peng. As for whether the facts were as he suspected, it would be up to Lei Peng and the Criminal Investigation team to investigate. What he could do was to continue making the most of his time to analyze the blood samples being sent over continuously, providing more data support and assistance in controlling the epidemic. Fortunately, vampires are extremely energetic, so even going without sleep for more than 10 days is no problem. Wang Yu worked tirelessly for another 3 days and nights, finally completing the identification of another 20,000 blood samples. During this time, Dr. Mei came to collect samples several times, and Wang Yu kept his promise, cooperating fully. 2 days later, Lei Peng came to find Wang Yu again. This time, his tired face finally showed a hint of excitement. Found it, haha, my dear nephew, you were absolutely right. The source of the infection is an illegal factory producing unregulated health and nutrition products. They claim it's some kind of super enhancement serum, saying one injection can transform you completely, but in reality, it's just a werewolf virus reagent. Damn it, these people care only about money, not lives. They're truly harmful. Lei Peng cursed and swore, while Wang Yu was pleasantly surprised. Already found out? So fast. It's important to know that tracing the origin of a pandemic virus is extremely complex and troublesome. During the old era, there was a global pandemic that lasted for over 3 years, and even by the end of it, the source of the virus could not be identified. Although various pieces of evidence indicated that it was the work of Eagle Nation, the matter ultimately ended inconclusively. Now, the Dragon Nation's authorities have managed to trace the source within just a few days, showcasing a significant improvement in capability compared to the old era. Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his homeland in his heart. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Uncle Lei, awesome. Lei Peng looked at Wang Yu with a face full of amazement. Hey, what's so awesome about me? I've just been running errands these past few days. Instead, it's you. Lei Peng looked at Wang Yu with a burning gaze, his face full of amazement as he said, you have no idea, when I told the criminal investigation team about your hypothesis, they were all stunned. It's precisely because you, kid, could even casually provide the investigation direction that the case-solving speed was so fast. This mission's success is absolutely thanks to you, kid. Who would have thought, kid, that you're such a promising talent? After a couple of years of training in the army, you might even surpass your dad back in the day. Was my dad really that strong? Wang Yu asked curiously. In his mind, his father was indeed impressive, but only to the extent of being able to contend with a vampire of the Viscount level. As for Lei Peng now, he was already a camel-level superpowered warrior, equivalent to a vampire earl, a whole level higher than his dad. Wang Yu didn't quite understand why the more powerful Lei Peng held such high regard for his father, who was comparatively weaker. Of course he's stronger. You don't know, kid, that's because, well, nephew, we have confidentiality rules. Even though your dad is retired, he can't tell you, so I definitely can't say anything either. Please try to understand. Alright. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu helplessly nodded. It seems this involves military secrets. Even his own father kept it a secret from him, so expecting Lei Peng to tell him was completely unrealistic. However, just as he had already given up, Lei Peng suddenly changed the subject. But, my dear nephew, if you want to know, I happen to have an opportunity right now. Are you willing to join our Jiaolong commando team right now? Ha! Wang Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Me? Join the Jiaolong assault team? He originally thought that Lei Peng's idea of finding a way to get him into the military was just to casually assign him to some ordinary local unit, or even to some support unit responsible for logistics. That way, he could both be protected by a military identity and comply with the recruitment procedures. After all, he is now a Baron-level vampire, essentially a superhuman. Even if he enlists after graduating from high school in a while, he can still join these units. Moreover, he would be considered one of the stronger elite talents among them. In this case, Lei Peng recruiting him in advance through special selection is quite reasonable. But now, Lei Peng is actually saying he wants to recruit him directly into the Jiaolong Commando? You have to know, the Jiaolong Commando is one of the top special forces in the country. Although the total number of personnel in the unit is small, every single one of them is an elite. It is said that even peak-level soldiers of the insect rank, or even superpowered warriors of the mouse rank, would find it extremely difficult to join this unit, no matter how hard they tried. And now, he actually had such an opportunity? Am I qualified for this? He felt a bit unsure of himself, as if he were dreaming. Of course you are. Lei Peng said matter-of-factly, nephew, you still don't realize how capable you are, do you? I'm telling you, even in the military, the number of superpowered warriors is extremely rare. Usually, only one superpowered individual emerges out of 100 sub-superpowered soldiers. Out of 100 superpowered individuals, only one can awaken a special ability. As a Baron-level vampire with the powerful combat talent of blood manipulation, you've just reached the insect level in strength, and already possess peak insect-level combat capabilities. In the military, you'd be considered an elite soldier among thousands. Just based on this alone, you've already met the recruitment standards of our Jiaolong assault team. Really? Am I that strong? Wang Yu was stunned. However, on second thought, it does make sense. After becoming a vampire, his talent was simply too overpowered. His strength advanced quickly, and he could seize the talents of other vampires, making him a superpowered individual with abilities in a very short time. Relying on the blood manipulation talent he plundered from Edward, his combat power was indeed stronger than that of ordinary insect-level superpowered warriors. At the same time, Wang Yu also caught the implied meaning in Lei Peng's words. My super sense of smell is useful too? Of course. Lei Peng said enthusiastically, you're not as dumb as you look. I'm telling you, your super sense of smell talent isn't just useful for distinguishing werewolves to fight the epidemic this time. This type of superpower is considered a sensory ability among superpowered individuals. It allows us to gain battlefield information during combat, effectively reducing casualties and greatly improving combat efficiency. This is as rare as the abilities of medical superpowered individuals. Our 7th squad has always lacked a sensory type member. So, kid, how about joining the Jiaolong Commando and becoming part of our 7th squad. You can carry out missions with Uncle Jen in the future, and even directly work with Lei Peng's team. Wan Yu became even more excited upon hearing this, because apart from his father and his good brother Zhang Boyang, the person closest to him and most trustworthy now was Lei Peng. Although some of his behavior was rather peculiar, and he often hesitated and spoke vaguely, keeping many secrets from him, Wan Yu could tell that Lei Peng genuinely treated him well. As long as it's within my ability, I'll try my best to protect him and take care of him. If I can become a member of Lei Peng's team, it would definitely be the best choice. But at the same time, Wang Yu still had a layer of concern, because that perverted research maniac Dr. Mei is also part of the Zhelong Commando. If I join the Zhelong Commando, I'm afraid I'll always be his guinea pig in the future. If she really manages to research something incredible, even Lei Peng won't be able to protect him. Wouldn't that be the end? Uncle Lei. He felt it was better to stay away from that research maniac Dr. Mei and develop quietly. So, dragging out the tone, he pondered how to refuse. But at this moment, Lei Peng dropped another bombshell. Wang Yu, don't you want to know who the murderer that killed your mother is? Don't you want to know the truth about why those vampires killed your mother 10 years ago? These things are all in the top secret files of the Zhelong Commando unit. With my current rank and clearance, I can't access them at all. As for your Uncle Lei here, this little bit of skill is probably all I'll amount to in this lifetime. You, kid, look like you're better than me. So, how about it? Want to give it a try? What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes immediately turned red. The murderer who killed my mother. Although he has always hated vampires over the years and has been deeply etched with the image of the vampire who killed his mother, he has never had any clue about the identity of that beast. Searching aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The question he has always dared not even think about is that even if he becomes invincible, he may still not be able to find the murderer from back then. But now Lei Peng actually told him that the Zhelong assault team had the information on that beast. Then no matter how dangerous it was, he had no reason to hesitate. Uncle Lei, I want to join the Zhelong assault team. I knew it. Lei Peng grinned. Alright, now I announce that Comrade Wang Yu officially joins our Zhelong assault team's 7th action squad, codename. You're a vampire and possess the blood manipulation talent. How about we call you Blood Eagle? Blood Eagle, I hope you stay true to your original aspirations and remember your mission, fighting for the interests and justice of our motherland. Become an outstanding soldier, just like your father. He looked solemn, and finally, he stood at attention and saluted Wang Yu. Wang Yu had admired his father since childhood and never imagined that he could join a top-tier special forces unit like the Zhelong Commando as soon as he entered the military. So he also gave a standard salute and said excitedly, "Yes, sir." Okay. Lei Peng looked at Wang Yu's spirited appearance and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Blood Eagle, I will now issue your first order. I hope you can excellently complete the task assigned to you by the organization. Yes. Wang Yu responded instinctively, but after speaking, he realized the content of Lei Peng's words. Wait a minute, Uncle Lei. No, Captain Lei, I just joined. I'm not familiar with anything, and I haven't trained or learned anything yet. How can there be a mission so soon? He remembered his father telling him that when he joined the Zhelong Commando, it was only after passing the test of the entire army's competition that he became a reserve member. Afterward, he underwent rigorous training in physical fitness, shooting, tactics, and more, taking a full 2 years to officially become a team member and start carrying out missions. Although he is now part of the team, he is probably equivalent to a reservist. Apart from having passable combat skills, he knows nothing about other military knowledge and capabilities. He originally thought it would take 2 or 3 years of hard training to truly become a member of the Zhelong Commando unit. So, judging by Lei Peng's attitude, does this mean he's going to directly assign him a mission and involve him in combat? This isn't right. I don't know anything yet. A person who knows nothing joining the team is more dangerous than an enemy who knows everything. At that time, he will undoubtedly become the black sheep of the team. Just like that little useless Anna, becoming a teammate who can't be helped. Good for nothing, #1 at dragging down teammates. If it weren't for Anna holding him back, he wouldn't have been seriously injured and exhausted, entering a state of bloodthirsty rage. Wang Yu could hardly believe it. Lei Peng would make such a hasty decision. You're not supposed to understand. Lei Peng gave a mysterious smile. Kid, you figured it out. I hate you for that little girl Anna to see. But do you know why? Because I'm planning to send you to that little girl's side as an undercover agent. If you don't understand anything, it will just make those cunning old vampires less suspicious. Wang Yu was stunned again upon hearing this, and then he finally understood. The reason Lei Peng detained Anna's group of vampire guards was not only to protect him but also to create opportunities for him to interact with Anna. It's the same when in the classroom. At that time, in his extreme nervousness, he didn't notice Anna's presence in the classroom, but Lei Peng must have noticed. Yet he neither exposed it nor saved Anna, and after that he was even more reluctant to take action. Apart from testing him, it was probably also to give him a hero saving the beauty opportunity. In the end, he even seriously injured him, making Anna feel that he was just an ordinary vampire hated and abandoned by the Dragon Kingdom. This way, it provided provides a reasonable excuse and explanation for his defection from the Dragon Kingdom to join the vampires. Captain Lei, did you plan for me to go undercover from the very beginning? That's way too sneaky of you. Wang Yu looked at Lei Peng as if he had seen a ghost. This guy seemed simple-minded and strong-limbed, with a silly and naive appearance. Unexpectedly, he was so cunning and scheming. From the very beginning, he had been plotting against him and Anna. Hee, you little rascal, don't talk nonsense. I just picked up a few tricks from your dad. If it were your dad, he'd definitely be much more cunning than me. Lei Peng scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly, then solemnly explained the reason for doing this to Wang Yu. Although vampires are already widely known as supernatural beings, many of their abilities and circumstances remain highly mysterious. Even the most powerful dragon kingdom in the world cannot grasp all their secrets. For example, the fact that the super sense of smell can identify werewolves in their incubation period is a crucial piece of intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom has never known. In addition, the methods and principles of vampire inheritance, the factions and power structures of vampires, and so on, are also unclear to the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, these things didn't matter much, as long as there was a way to kill them when the vampires attacked. But now that Prince Tanya has begun establishing diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom and has even sent Princess Anna over for exchange and study, it is necessary to gain a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of vampires. On one hand, the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom will exchange information with Prince Tanya's side to enhance mutual trust. On the other hand, the Dragon Kingdom must also be prepared with a backup plan, having its own independent channels for obtaining intelligence and information. And Wang Yu's vampire identity happens to provide such an opportunity. Of course, at least on the surface, we are still on friendly terms, so we won't assign you a mission to assassinate Anna. On the contrary, if Anna encounters danger, you must do your best to protect her safety, just like you did at school a few days ago. We will provide you with an official identity. From now on, you will be the personal security officer assigned to Anna by the military of Dragon Country. Got it. Just acting as both a spy and a bodyguard. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. Although the task sounded complicated and tricky, he understood its importance. Captain Lei, what exactly should I do? Where is Anna now? I can't just sit here and wait, can I? And why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have hit her in the classroom. What if she holds a grudge and I can't get close to her anymore? Ha ha ha. Lei Peng burst into laughter upon hearing this. He patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, shook his head, and said, "Don't worry about that. To be honest, when I saw you hit her, I was a bit stunned, but somehow this little girl ended up getting even closer to you. You have no idea, when you went berserk, this little girl even risked her life against me for you." Ha! When Wang Yu heard this, he could hardly comprehend the Chinese language. He simply couldn't imagine that the useless princess, who only knew how to flee and scream, could muster the courage to risk her life. And to top it off, against a supremely powerful super soldier like Lei Peng. A single Lei Peng is far more terrifying than dozens of transformed werewolves. If Anna dares to charge, it would be nothing short of suicide. Is she really that brave? Captain Lei, you're not just tricking me because you're annoyed with her, are you? Does she have the guts to scare that pack of werewolves like that? Wang Yu was full of disbelief. Lei Peng didn't explain further but instead gave another mysterious smile. Kid, don't believe it? If you don't believe me, go and meet her. Just hope that by then you won't be so captivated by the pretty young girl that you forget all about the mission. That's absolutely impossible. Wang Yu shook his head resolutely. Then Lei Peng informed him of Anna's location and current situation and continued to remind him, after approaching her, first and foremost, you must do your best to gain her trust. Try to integrate into her social circle, pay attention to her daily words and actions, and maybe you'll discover some important information about vampires. And then, can useful information really be obtained just by observing? Wang Yu was somewhat skeptical. Of course, that's not all. Lei Peng smiled faintly. You also need to find opportunities to talk to her about topics related to vampires, subtly learning about their culture, abilities, and internal situation. For example, how many vampires are currently in their group, how many major clans there are, the factions, and what their respective strengths are, and so on. But remember, don't make it too obvious, or it will easily arouse her suspicion. Wang Yu nodded, indicating he understood. There's more. Lei Peng continued, if there's a chance to get in touch with others around Anna, such as her attendants or people from other vampire factions, you must find a way to extract information from them. However, this step requires extra caution. Vampires possess infinite lifespans, and their appearances are often frozen at the moment they were turned into vampires. Some of them may look young but are actually centuries or even millennia old. Those old ones are not as simple as Anna. That's why I detained the others first this time. But it's only under the pretense of cooperating with the investigation. They will be released soon. Anna is not the one to worry about. The ones you really need to be cautious of are them. Got it. This task is no easy one. Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Exactly. That's why we chose you. Lei Peng looked at Wang Yu, his gaze full of trust. You have the identity of a vampire as cover, and you've already established some contact with Anna. Anna currently trusts you a lot, which is an advantage no one else has. Alright, I'll do my best. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, determined to take on this task. Beyond fulfilling the mission, he also had his own purpose. Although Lei Peng said that the Jialong assault team had information on the murderer, vampire, even Lei Peng himself didn't know the specifics, so who knows if it's reliable. So he might as well take the opportunity to get close to Anna, gather intelligence, and investigate the matter at the same time. With a two-pronged approach, the chances of finding the murderer and avenging the crime would be greater. By the way, don't forget to improve your own strength while carrying out the mission. Lei Peng reminded, in the world of vampires, strength is the only hard truth. Only if you are strong enough can you access more secrets, complete tasks better, and protect yourself. Do you understand? Wang Yu understood. Lei Peng, alright, let's start the mission. Ha! Wang Yu was stunned once again. Captain Lei, are we carrying out this mission now? What about the pandemic? Wang Yu pointed at a pile of blood samples waiting to be analyzed and said, aren't we testing these samples? They're no longer needed. Lei Peng took out a vial of transparent liquid from his pocket and dripped it into the blood samples Wang Yu had already analyzed. It was observed that the blood of the healthy individuals showed no changes, while the blood samples of the infected quickly turned black. This is a test reagent developed by someone named Mei based on your super olfactory talent. It can, just like your ability, detect the werewolf virus during its incubation period with 100% accuracy. Wang Yu was stunned once again. From the time Dr. Mei began studying his ability until now, how much time had actually passed? Less than 10 days. In such a short time, this research fanatic actually uncovered the secrets of super smell and developed a test reagent for the werewolf virus? Dr. Mei's scientific research abilities are simply insane. No wonder they could become the team leader of the Jialong Commando. At the same time, it also gave Wang Yu an immediate urge to run away. It took less than 10 days to uncover the secrets of super smell, so the secrets on him probably wouldn't even take Dr. Mei half a year to study. By then, it might not be as simple as just taking a bit of his nasal tissue. The best solution now is to quickly slip away under the guise of a mission. Next, leave the identification and epidemic prevention work to us. You just focus on completing your task. Of course, you are still the main contributor in our fight against this epidemic. Once the epidemic is initially under control, headquarters will award you merit points based on your contributions, and you can use these merit points to exchange for some very useful items. You'll find out the specific details later. Lei Peng continued to explain some matters and provided Wang Yu with some simple temporary training. However, Wang Yu had already been impatient. Little white mouse. Upon hearing Dr. Mei's devilish voice, he hurriedly turned and ran. Captain Lei, rest assured, I guarantee to complete the mission. Dr. Mei, I'm sorry, I would love to cooperate with your experiment a bit longer, but I have a mission now, and the circumstances just don't allow it. On the table, there's the nasal tissue I prepared. Take it for research. If it's not enough, contact me. I'm off now. As the words fell, Wang Yu's figure completely disappeared. Only the stunned Meiya was left, glaring at Lei Peng with a hint of annoyance. You actually assigned tasks to my little lab mouse? Clearly, it was you who said he could better assist with my research. That's the only reason I joined you in submitting a report to Captain Kong to get special approval for him to join the Jialong assault team. And now you've sent him away? Captain Lei. She enunciated each word, her gaze revealing an extremely dangerous glint, making Lei Peng shrink his neck in fear. Ahem, Dr. Mei, let me explain. Lei Peng was in a fit of rage when Meiya opened the door. What are you talking about? Since you still have so much energy, why not provide me with some more blood samples? Your body is quite strong, and your recovery is impressive, so give me 2,000 milliliters. How about it, lab rat? After saying that, Meiya actually took out an oversized syringe, seemingly intending to directly draw Lei Peng's blood. Lei Peng was so frightened that his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Alright, Lei Peng hurriedly said, I suddenly remembered I still have a combat mission, so I can't afford to lose too much energy right now. Sorry, Dr. Mei, maybe another day, another day. After saying that, he bolted away as if fleeing, running several times faster than Wang Yu. But even so, the devilish voice of Meiya still came from behind. Still running? Heh, you can't escape. Once you join the Jialong Commando, you all become my lab rats. Sooner or later, you'll end up on my lab table, thoroughly studied by me. None of you can escape. This Dr. Mei, why does she seem like an evil witch, acting so twisted? Wang Yu felt a lingering fear, but there's no denying that her abilities are equally extraordinary. Not only did she crack the secret of super smell in an incredibly short time and develop a detection reagent, but she also managed to perform what seemed like a miracle, pulling Zhang Boyong back from the brink of death after he had one foot in the grave. Originally, half of his internal organs had been torn apart or even eaten by the werewolf, and the remaining half were severely damaged. But now, he was completely intact. Apart from some weakness, there was no sign that he had ever been injured. Fatty, are you okay? How are you feeling now? Wang Yu asked again, still worried. I'm really fine, but... Zhang Boyong hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but say, I feel extremely weak. Been awake for 3 days days now, and there don't seem to be any wounds on my body, but I just can't move. My mom said I've got a lot more white hair on my head. Won Yu, do you think I might turn into someone with a short life and die soon? His voice trembled slightly, because after waking up, he also heard from class monitor Li Lin and the nurses and doctors just how serious his injuries were. It was simply a situation of certain death. Although he was later lucky enough to be saved by a medical superpower user, he didn't believe that such a recovery came without any burden on his body. He felt as if his life had been overdrawn. Wang Yu fell silent, because he also didn't know the principles behind the healing abilities of medical superhumans. This kind of content is already knowledge that can only be accessed in universities, or even prestigious universities. I'll help you ask Dr. May about it. Seeing his good friend's uneasy and fearful expression, Wang Yu ultimately couldn't bear it. Bracing himself, he found Dr. May and asked about her abilities. You're asking about my abilities? Little mouse, are you curious about your big sister too? Then let's start studying each other. Let me check first if you even have the ability to reproduce. Damn! Wang Yu immediately regretted it, feeling like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Fortunately, Dr. May's combat ability wasn't strong, so she couldn't force her way. In the end, Wang Yu managed to get Dr. May to agree to temporarily set aside research on reproduction by offering a piece of skin tissue every day. Alright, the skin of a daywalker vampire. This is indeed an intriguing research material. In that case, I'll let you go for now. As for my abilities, she sized up Wang Yu for a moment, seemingly hesitating. Finally, she flicked her hair and said, this is a military secret. However, since you've joined the Jelong Commando and are everyone's favorite little guinea pig, I'll reluctantly tell you. But, little guinea pig, you're not allowed to tell anyone else, including your friend. Dr. May's intelligence was exceptionally high, and she immediately guessed the purpose of Wang Yu's visit to inquire about her abilities. Okay, the capabilities of Special Forces medical superhumans are indeed highly classified military secrets. Even if Dr. May didn't say anything, he couldn't directly tell Zhang Boyang, because doing so would only harm him. He just needed to figure out whether his good brother's life was truly overdrawn. Give him an answer to put his mind at ease. However, the truth left Wang Yu somewhat disappointed. Simply put, Dr. May's medical superpower stimulates rapid cell division and repair in the human body. Under the influence of powerful supernatural abilities, incredible things like organ remodeling and limb regeneration can be achieved. So even though the fat man lost half of his internal organs, Dr. May still managed to save him. However, the number of times ordinary human body cells can divide is limited. Once this limit is reached or approached, the body will age rapidly and die. So, in this matter, the fat man's feelings and guesses were actually correct. So this ability really is overdrawing life. Why does it seem not as strong as I imagined? He felt a bit disappointed. Originally, I thought the medical superpower could directly bring someone back to life at full health. It turned out that not only did Dr. May pay a huge price, but the person being treated also had to bear such a painful cost. Little white mouse, you're so greedy. This kind of superpower can completely heal injuries that even the most advanced medical techniques can't treat in an extremely short time. Saying it's like getting a life for free wouldn't be an exaggeration. Having an extra life and wanting to pay no price at all, do you think that's possible? If nothing unexpected happens, that little chubby guy has at most 10 years to live. Even if he injects the superpower enhancement serum and becomes a super soldier, he definitely won't live past 15 years. However, at this point, Maya became excited again, her eyes blazing as she looked at Wang Yu. There is one exception, unless he becomes a vampire like you, with endless lifespan. I've already tested it. Vampire cells can almost achieve infinite division under my ability. Theoretically, a vampire's body combined with my ability equals immortality, though it lacks experimental support. So, little lab rat, how about letting Big Sis cut out a few of your organs to test it? Don't worry, Big Sis's anatomy skills are rated SSS. I guarantee the cuts will be beautiful, and there won't be any real danger to your life. Come on, little white mouse, let Big Sister take a slice. With that, Maya directly picked up the scalpel. Panicked, Wang Yu hurriedly resisted. After a fierce struggle and leaving behind a piece of skin, he quickly fled for his life. Whoosh! Seeing that Maya did not chase after him, Wang Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at his rapidly healing wound, he shook his head. Being too special really isn't a good thing. It attracts the attention of lunatics. In such a short time, Dr. May was already contemplating cutting out his organs. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of twisted experiments might await him in the future. Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh. He sighed over his own misfortune and also felt regret and pity for Zhang Boyang. At most, he could live another 10 to 15 years, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhang Boyang. Should he tell him? While Wang Yu was hesitating, a scream like a pig being slaughtered came from the ward belonging to Zhang Boyang. What? Only 10 years left? I haven't had enough of living yet. Upon walking in, it turned out that a doctor was holding a medical report and had just informed Zhang Boyang of his general condition. Zhang Boyang let out a wail of despair, unable to accept it. His parents, who were taking care of him nearby, were also stunned on the spot upon hearing this. Yan Yang can only live for 10 more years? What? Doctor, you must be mistaken. My son is only 18 this year. How could he possibly have only 10 years to live? Zhang Boyang's mother, Yu Guifan, collapsed directly to the ground, tears streaming like a flood, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Boyang's father, Zhang Dashan, also had reddened eyes. His lips trembled, but he couldn't speak, just stood there dazed, as if the entire world had collapsed. Wang Yu slowly walked into the hospital room, his heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. He knew that any words of comfort at this moment would seem so pale and powerless, but he still forced himself to speak. Old Zhang. Zhang Boyang lifted his tear-streaked face, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, why did this happen? Why me? I still have so many dreams unfulfilled. I haven't taken my parents on a proper trip yet, and I haven't had a passionate love affair. What about Li Lin? I haven't even had the chance to confess to her. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but burst into loud sobs again. Wang Yu stepped forward and tightly held Zhang Boyang's hand. Old Zhang, calm down first. Medicine is always advancing. Maybe within these 10 years, there will be a way to cure you. I'll also help you think of a solution. What solution could you possibly have? Zhang Boyang immediately retorted. However, he looked at Wang Yu and suddenly stopped crying, his eyes lighting up. That's right, a vampire. He turned around and tightly grasped Wang Yu's hand, as if holding onto the last straw of hope. Wang Yu, aren't you a vampire? Can you turn me into a vampire too? In this way, I won't have to die, and we can be best buddies for life, alright? And my dad and mom, you can bite them too while you're at it, so they can also live forever. We'll all never die. Wang Yu, our bond is so strong, you will definitely agree to this, right? With that, Zhang Boyang suddenly perked up and sat up straight. Pulling open his collar with his hand to reveal his chubby neck, he leaned toward Wang Yu. Come on, Wang Yu, if we're brothers, bite me. Wang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Boyang to suddenly make such a request. Looking at his friend's expectant eyes, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Old Zhang, things aren't as simple as you think. Wang Yu tried to explain. Turning someone into a vampire isn't as easy as a werewolf bite. It involves many complex factors and requires a ritual called the embrace. And I'm just a rogue vampire who was turned without permission, so I don't know how to perform the embrace to turn a human into a vampire. Besides, not everyone can endure the pain and consequences of the transformation process. What consequences? I'm not afraid, Zhang Boyang said eagerly. As long as I can survive, as long as I can be with my family and friends, I can endure any pain. Wang Yu, stop hesitating and just do it. Wang Yu sighed helplessly and continued, I really can't do it. And even if the transformation succeeds, after becoming a vampire, you'll lose a lot of things. You won't be able to live under the sunlight like a normal person anymore, and your diet will change drastically. You'll need to consume fresh blood to survive. Moreover, your personality and way of thinking might also be affected, and you may no longer be yourself. He recalled the state of his blood-fueled rage at the time and felt a wave of fear. Because in that state, things like friendship and family ties meant nothing. He would become unrecognizable, mercilessly hunting down every living being around him and draining them of their blood. Even his biological parents or his own child would not be an exception. Don't say that Wang Yu doesn't have this ability. Even if he does, what if one day one of their family of 3 goes berserk and kills the other 2? When that person regains clarity, what kind of hellish mental torment would they go through? Moreover, such vampires who haven't been recognized by the blood clan would also be regarded as wild vampires. Just like him, they would face the hatred in pursuit of the entire blood clan. But now he can hardly protect himself, let alone protect Zhang Boyang, or even his entire family. I don't care, Zhang Boyang interrupted Wang Yu. None of this matters. Compared to only living for 10 years, what does all this count for? Besides, you haven't turned into a vampire, and you're still fine, even able to bask in the sun. I can become a vampire in any way you can. Wang Yu, if you really consider me a brother, then help me. Zhang Dashan and Yu Guifan, standing nearby, also came to their senses. Although they were half believing and half doubting about the vampire matter, at this moment, they couldn't help but be moved for their son's sake. Wang Yu, just give it a try. As long as it can save Yan Yang, we're willing to do anything. Yu Guifan said tearfully. Yes, Wang Yu, it doesn't matter what happens to us. Yan Yang is your deskmate and your good buddy. Uncle hopes you can save him. No matter what it takes, we are willing. Zhang Dashan also spoke up to plead. Uncle, aunt. Wang Yu looked at the expectant eyes of Zhang Boyang's family, feeling deeply conflicted. He knew very well that turning someone into a vampire carried enormous risks. Statistics showed that the success rate of transforming wild vampires through non-embrace methods was less than 1 in 10,000. His father had taken the risk to use it on him because he was already critically ill. If he doesn't take a gamble like this, he only has a few days left to live. But Zhang Boyang is different. Although his condition is bad, he still has at least 10 years of life. For an 18-year-old, 10 years may seem too short, but it's enough to accomplish many things. On the contrary, if one were to transform into a vampire through the same unconventional means as him, there would be a significant risk of sudden death. Even if one were lucky enough to survive like him, the situation would still be far from optimistic. If the Blood Clan were truly determined to eliminate vampires, employing various assassination methods, even the official authorities of the Dragon Nation wouldn't be able to provide protection. Doing so might not only harm Zhang Boyang but could also trigger a series of unpredictable consequences. Old Zhang, I really can't do this. Wan Yu gritted his teeth and said resolutely, this is not a joking matter. I have to take responsibility for you. Let's think of other ways. There are many other capable and extraordinary individuals out there. Maybe we can truly find a way to cure your illness. He wanted to explain further, but at that moment, Zhang Boyang's gaze suddenly dimmed, filled with disappointment and anger. You're not helping me. To think I was worried about your life and death, even risking danger to come see you, but when I needed you the most, you refused to lend me a hand. What kind of brother are you? Go away. From today on, I, Zhang Boyang, no longer consider you a friend. With that, he let go of Wang Yu's hand, lay back on the bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and ignored everyone. Wang Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart, wanting to continue explaining his difficulties. But he knew that Zhang Boyang was furious at the moment and probably wouldn't listen, so he silently walked out of the hospital room, deciding to speed up his search for a way to save Zhang Boyang. And the nearest hope was in Princess Anna. Wang Yu arrived at Anna's hospital room. In fact, without Lei Peng saying anything, Wang Yu could rely on his super sense of smell to determine Anna's location. But he had always avoided meeting Anna. Whether it was his mother's death or Anna's terrible behavior, both made Wang Yu more disgusted and hateful toward vampires. Even though he received the task of approaching Anna from Lei Peng, Wang Yu was quite resistant in his heart. But now, he had no choice but to come to her. The fat man was right. Currently, the only thing that could solve his problem was vampire bloodlines. This point can also be confirmed from Dr. May's words. So if there really is no other way to save Zhang Boyang, Wang Yu must also prepare an alternative for him. After all, it's better to live miserably than to die well. If absolutely necessary, let him become a vampire to continue living. Moreover, it was through Anna that he became a vampire through official channels. This way, the fat man wouldn't have to live in constant fear like him, struggling to survive in the cracks between the Dragon Kingdom and the vampire clan's power plays. Wang Yu, you've recovered. The moment Anna saw Wang Yu, her face was filled with excitement. But soon, she put on a stern little face. You've recovered so well, yet you're only coming to see this princess now. You're really too rude. You were injured? Sorry about that. I might have lost my mind a bit back then and laid hands on you, and maybe a bit too hard. Sorry for hurting you like this. Looking at the frail and weak Anna on the hospital bed, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. He had beaten Anna up in front of so many people in the classroom. In his moment of madness and loss of reason, it seemed he had almost bitten her to death. Could it be that this timid and selfish princess is holding a grudge against him? If that's the case, both the matter with the fat guy and the mission would be in danger. Nonsense. Anna, lying on the sickbed, immediately clenched her fists like an angry little cat whose tail had been stepped on and said indignantly, this princess is a Baron-level vampire, the first daywalker in the 2,000-year history of the bloodline. My talent is unmatched, my strength unparalleled. You, a wild vampire who has only recently transformed, think you can harm me? That's simply a joke. After the werewolf attack incident, Anna reflected deeply and felt that her performance was far too disappointing, unworthy of her noble status as a vampire princess, and a disgrace to the royal family, so she simply denied it outright. Really? Then your injury? Wang Yu pointed at Anna with suspicion. On her snow-white neck, there was a thick layer of bandages wrapped around. It was obvious that there was an injury on her neck, and the location happens to be the most common spot where vampires bite when attacking humans. The artery here is closest to the heart, allowing them to drain the blood from a human's body in the shortest amount of time. Therefore, not only vampires in a conscious state but even those in a blood rage, having lost their sanity, will instinctively attack this spot. Wang Yu initially deduced that he must have lost his sanity in a blood rage and directly attacked Anna, who was in his arms at the time. At that time, Lei Peng was a bit far away and couldn't stop it in time, so he ended up biting Anna. Moreover, the injury seems to be quite severe. Otherwise, with the vampire's powerful healing ability, there wouldn't be a need to keep wearing bandages after so many days. Could this wound have been caused by me during my blood rage? Did you still have the ability to resist me back then? Similar to how humans can unleash potential under the influence of hormones when near death, vampires also experience a corresponding increase in strength when entering a blood rage state. Although losing their sanity makes such vampires easier to deal with, that only applies to those with rich combat experience, courage, and the strength to fight them. However, Princess Anna was clearly not cut out for this. Wang Yu did not believe she could put up any resistance. And no, that's not true. After sensing Wang Yu's disdain, Anna became even more embarrassed and angry. Wang Yu, don't be so full of yourself. This princess did not fight at that time. It was to give you a chance to prove yourself, to test you, to see if you were qualified to officially become a noble member of the Blood Clan, and if you are worthy of being this princess's guard. You, a mere wild vampire, are far from being able to harm this princess. princess. This injury is. Anna's gaze shifted evasively, trying to come up with a suitable reason. She absolutely could not let Won Yu know that she had willingly allowed him, who was in danger, to absorb her blood in order to save him. A princess, a noble third-generation vampire, actually offered her precious blood to a lowly wild vampire. This was truly humiliating. In the vampire's perspective, this was no different from a human princess taking the initiative with a beggar on the roadside. It is simply self-deprecating and a great humiliation, especially since Won Yu already looked down on her a bit. She absolutely couldn't reveal this matter. She had to maintain her noble and dignified image as a princess in front of Won Yu. She must come up with an explanation to cover this up. But being spoiled and pampered, she didn't seem very good at lying and quickly ended in failure. Anyway, it's none of your business. Anna clenched her sharp, white teeth like tiger fangs and said angrily, Won Yu, don't be so full of yourself. If you truly dare to harm this princess, even with the protection of the Dragon Kingdom, this princess can still have you executed. You are so annoying. This princess doesn't want to see you right now. Get out of here. Won Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Ha, don't want to see me? Just now, you were blaming me for being late. There's also this injury, which is clearly self-inflicted. Obviously, she could have taken this opportunity to morally coerce him, but Anna stubbornly refused to admit it. She really is so prideful. Seems like this princess is quite tsundere. Won Yu secretly found it amusing in his heart. However, he didn't want to dwell too much on this topic as he had come here with an important request. Princess Anna, you are right. I overestimated myself. Don't. With my meager strength, how could I possibly be your match? How could I possibly harm you? Even those werewolves were unable to exert their full strength under the intimidation of your powerful abilities, princess. I was only able to defeat those werewolves by relying on your majestic presence, princess. Won Yu followed Anna's words and said, as long as you know. Anna's mastery of the Dragon Kingdom's language was excellent, and she immediately grasped the essence of Won Yu's flattery. The whole person felt a bit lightheaded from the praise. Even enduring the pain, she still raised her fair neck high. Won Yu, since you know this, you should understand that following this princess is your best choice. This princess not only possesses great strength but also holds a noble status. No matter what wish you have, this princess can easily fulfill it. You're getting a bargain. She looked smug, wearing an expression of you've struck a good deal, which left Won Yu speechless and almost unable to resist retorting. But thinking about his mission and purpose for this trip, he finally held back. Your Highness, you are absolutely right. Won Yu continued to follow Anna's words and said, I've also thought it through during this time. Only by following your Highness can I have a bright future. Your Highness, actually, I came today because there's something important I need your help with. Oh, Anna, hearing that such a powerful warrior like Won Yu was pledging allegiance to her and even seeking her help, felt even more pleased with herself. Raising her chin, she smiled and said, good that you know your place. Speak, you performed quite well when fighting that damned werewolf. This princess might consider rewarding you. Won Yu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, Princess Anna, I have a good friend who is gravely ill. The doctor said he has at most 10 years to live. You know this person too, it's Zhang Boyang from our class. In this world, only vampires, no, only the noble bloodline of my kind can save him. So I want to humbly ask you, could you allow him to become one of the noble bloodline as well? Won Yu felt a wave of disgust in his heart, but there was no choice. For the mission, for his good brothers, and to uncover the identity of the murderer as soon as possible to seek revenge. Won Yu had no choice but to pinch his nose and start pretending to get along with Anna. In fact, his eyes and expressions had already betrayed his inner thoughts. If it were some older, more experienced vampires, they could easily see through his ulterior motives. But Anna, as the only naturally born vampire in 2000 years, is now about the same age as Won Yu, only 17 or 18. Having been pampered since childhood, she originally didn't have much scheming, and now Won Yu's flattery has left her completely disoriented. She didn't notice Won Yu's unusual behavior at all. Moreover, Won Yu's request left Anna quite surprised. Anna widened her eyes, looking at Won Yu in disbelief. What? Won Yu, you haven't even fully accepted the embrace yourself to officially become a noble vampire. And yet, you waste this rare opportunity of my royal favor to ask me to turn a foolish human into a vampire? She had originally thought Won Yu would take this chance to formally become a vampire. As a result, unexpectedly, he actually gave the precious opportunity to Zhang Boyang. Do you know that transforming humans into the Blood Clan is no small matter? Won Yu quickly nodded. I know, this is not exactly a secret. Vampires are very cautious and careful when it comes to turning humans to develop new members. So over the years, many secrets about vampires remain completely unknown, even to the Dragon Nation's authorities. You don't know. Won Yu, you know nothing. Do you know what conditions must be met for our bloodline to transform new members? Won Yu was stunned. What conditions? He had only heard that it was very difficult and required going through numerous trials. But as for the specific conditions, he naturally had no idea. As expected, you really don't know. Since you've sincerely begged me, this princess will mercifully carefully tell you. Anna proudly raised her head. There are generally 3 ways to become a noble vampire. The first way is through money. As long as you can offer enough wealth to the blood clan, there will be a family that accepts you and arranges the embrace for you. As for how much to offer, different families have different standards, but we blood clan have a consensus. It must be no less than 100 kilograms of silver or assets of equivalent value. How much? Wang Yu was immediately shocked upon hearing this number. It should be noted that in the new era, due to the vampire's manipulation and monopoly, the price of silver has skyrocketed. It has long surpassed gold, reaching an astonishing over 5,000 per gram. 100 kilograms of silver converted into Dragon Country currency is worth a whopping over 5 billion. It must be said, these conditions are indeed a bit harsh. You should know, even on a global scale, there are no more than 3,000 people with a net worth exceeding 5 billion Dragon Country currency. And this, surprisingly, is still the lowest threshold for these vampires. This is way too much. Even if you bought all of us together, we wouldn't be worth this much. Then what's the second option? One, you directly rejected this method. The second way is through the trial of my blood clan. First, one must swear to become a servant of my blood clan, following a member of the blood clan, providing them with service and blood. At the same time, one must hone their combat skills. After a period of testing, if their loyalty and abilities satisfy their master, the master will recommend them to participate in the blood clan's decennial scarlet trial. Through brutal competition and slaughter, the last survivor among the 10 participants is chosen to go to the sanctuary to receive the blessing of the blood ancestor, and only then can the ceremony be held to complete the transformation. Still have to meet the blood ancestor? Wan Yu was startled upon hearing this. Is it possible not to meet? He originally thought that even if he went along with the plan to infiltrate the enemy, accepting that so-called embrace ceremony wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, he was already a vampire, so it should just be a formality. But upon hearing that he was going to meet the blood ancestor, Wang Yu became a little flustered. As the progenitor of all vampires, the blood ancestor's power was incredibly immense, reportedly even rivaling that of the gods. If the blood ancestor were to notice something, or if he fell into the blood ancestor's trap, he would be doomed. Of course not. Anna said matter-of-factly, the blessing of the noble vampire lord is the most important part of the entire embrace ceremony. Only those who receive the recognition and blessing of the blood ancestor can officially become a member of the vampire clan. Otherwise, even those who have been transformed in advance will be directly eliminated by the blood ancestor. This rule cannot be broken, not even by my father. Wang Yu was speechless. Getting a recommendation spot, that's easy to handle. Anyway, this Anna is quite easy to fool, so getting a spot isn't difficult. But after that, there's still a life and death battle with a survival rate of less than 10%, and even the need to gain the blood ancestor's approval, with the risk of being directly eliminated. What worried Wang Yu the most was the blood ancestor, but based on his understanding of Zhang Boyang, given his limited abilities, he probably wouldn't even survive long enough to meet the blood ancestor. After all, Wang Yu's last place ranking was due to his extremely poor physical condition, which prevented him from fully utilizing his skills. But Zhang Boyang's second to last place was well deserved. He was simply untalented. Sending him to participate in the trial would be no different from sentencing him to death. Damn it, it's either ridiculously expensive or dangerously life-threatening. Wang Yu didn't expect that becoming a vampire would be quite difficult. If his dad hadn't attacked Anna and directly helped him complete the transformation, he probably wouldn't even have the qualification to change. What about the third option? Isn't there another option? Can I choose the third option? It seems the first two options are out of the question. Wang Yu pinned his hopes on the last method, but Anna shook her head again. Because the last one requires you to be a descendant of a certain prince-level vampire. No. Ha! Wang Yu was stunned once again upon hearing this. Aren't you vampires supposed to be childless? How can you have descendants? He blurted out, then immediately realized something was off. Don't we vampires bear a curse alongside our immense power, making it impossible to produce offspring through normal reproduction? From what I know, since the new era, aside from your unique existence, all other vampires have been transformed from humans, and none have been able to produce offspring normally. Exactly, Anna said proudly and smugly, referring to her uniqueness. She didn't even bother to hold Wang Yu accountable for his momentary slip of the tongue, even feeling smug because of Wang Yu's ignorance. Hateful guy, isn't it just because of this princess's noble bloodline that you have a tiny bit of strength? How dare you look down on this princess? You even dare to lay a hand on this princess. If it weren't for this princess's magnanimity, not stooping to your level, you'd have already gone to meet that damned god. Now you know how formidable this princess is, you foolish country bumpkin. Anna waved her pink fists, baring her fangs, as if to prove her strength. Then, with Wang Yu stammering nervously, she said with satisfaction, normal vampires certainly cannot bear offspring, not even the blood ancestor. But the noble second-generation princes, before becoming the offspring of the vampire lords, many of them already had families and descendants. They grew and thrived with the support of the princes, passing down their lineage, and are called the holy holy lineage. And the holy descendants wanting to become part of the bloodline neither require any contributions nor need to undergo the crimson trial. Every 10 years, the holy families select some outstanding family members who are personally brought before the blood ancestor by the princes to receive blessings and become true members of the bloodline. And this has been our bloodline's primary method of inheritance for a very long time. Those wealthy individuals and blood slaves who passed the trials were merely incidental at the beginning. Until, well, no, the rest of the content involves the secrets of our vampire clan. You haven't officially become a member of the clan yet, so I can't say anymore. In short, the reason I've said so much is to tell you that your friend also wants to become a vampire, but that's simply impossible. You don't think joining the vampire clan is something you can just do on a whim, do you? You're just lucky, otherwise, even you wouldn't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu fell into a long silence. He unexpectedly obtained quite a bit of information. For example, the method vampires use to develop offspring and the general process of the first embrace. He could even vaguely discern the organizational structure of vampire society through this. The blood ancestor rarely appears, only showing up when the clan incorporates new members. Usually, it is some second-generation prince-level vampires who hold power and the right to speak. The families they belonged to before becoming vampires also rose to prominence along with them, becoming holy lineage families and forming the core of vampire power. As for the wealthy individuals and humans who joined later through trials, they were merely tools for the vampires to amass wealth and wage wars. Moreover, even to become such tools, the threshold and cost are exceedingly high. In this case, even if he wanted to turn Zhang Boyang into a vampire to extend his life, it would be completely impossible. Wang Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Something's wrong. Don't we vampires have a talent called transformation that can directly turn people into vampires? After you became a baron, the second talent you awakened was this one, right? Isn't Bob and his group transformed by this talent of yours? Does this also require the approval and blessing of the blood clan? He finally discovered the key point. As a well-known public figure and even a celebrity, much of Princess Anna's information cannot be hidden. This includes her second talent. It is said that she can transform humans into vampires without the need for a complex embrace ritual. This method is much simpler and faster, and it is unlikely to require the consent of the blood ancestor. After all, although vampires are not particularly numerous compared to humans, their numbers are still quite considerable. The awakened and transformed vampires are probably not just one or two, that's simple. If every transformation required the blood ancestor's consent and blessing, then he wouldn't have time to do anything else. Wang Yu didn't believe that Guy would be such a workaholic. That's not necessary. Anna seemed a bit displeased after Wang Yu discovered the flaw. She wrinkled her nose fiercely and immediately retorted, "But do you think such a transformation is that easy? Every vampire who has awakened the transformation talent can only transform a very limited number of people. If someone has a special skill or is particularly valuable, it might be worth considering. Otherwise, why waste such a precious ability on useless people?" I must have been out of my mind to waste my abilities on Bob and those useless fools. From now on, anyone who can't even defeat you is unqualified to be my servant. Then you might find it hard to have any servants in the future. Wang Yu muttered to himself silently. All his talents are absolute nemeses of vampires. Seizing the talents of vampires has made his combat power far superior to that of ordinary vampires, and most people are simply no match for him. Using him as a benchmark, it can only be said that the standards of these blood ancestors remain as high as ever. It's hard to imagine how a vampire clan with such high standards could produce useless individuals like Bob and Edward, including Anna. I'm afraid they fit the third scenario, all of them being that holy descendant. Anna is even a descendant unprecedentedly born to Prince Tanya, practically the most connected of the connected. The performance was unsurprisingly the worst. It seems that some people from the old era were right. The essence of the world is connections. Since that's the case, if he persuades Anna a bit more and lets Zhang Boyang become a beneficiary of connections, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. After all, no matter how bad Zhang Boyang is, he's still much better than that idiot Edward, who isn't even as good as an elementary school student. Princess Anna, although my friend is just an ordinary person, he's really smart, quick-witted, and incredibly loyal. If he could become your servant, he would definitely be of great help to you. Moreover, if during this time we can find another way to solve the problem he's facing, it might not even require using your precious abilities. Wang Yu began to use all his skills, trying to persuade Anna. Although he still had doubts about the path of becoming a vampire, there was no better option for now. Anyway, let's first prepare a way out for his good brother. After Wang Yu's persistent persuasion, Anna finally showed a slight sign of relenting. Anna curled her lips disdainfully. "Oh, since you have so sincerely begged me, this princess will consider it. But before that, you must first pass this princess's test." "There's a test too?" Wang Yu said in surprise. "Of course." Anna raised her chin, her face full of pride. "Do you think becoming a vampire is such an easy thing? Wild vampires must obtain unanimous approval from my father and the 5 elders to meet the blood ancestor. If you want to ask this princess for a favor as a vampire, you must at least first gain the recognition of their representatives. Anderson. Speaking of this, Anna suddenly shouted at the air beside her. Then Wang Yu was shocked to discover that the air in that direction actually rippled. A pitch-black figure slowly emerged. The figure gradually became clear. It was a tall man with a stern face. He was dressed in a black tailcoat, his gaze deep and mysterious, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Yu had seen this guy before. Among the 4 vampires who had once hunted him down and fired silver bullets at him with a handgun, this guy was one of them. His strength was incredibly powerful, and he possessed the talent of blood manipulation. A casual strike, and Wang Yu at the time was completely unable to resist, leaving a very deep impression on him. But the most crucial thing is, this guy is actually in Anna's hospital room. When did he get here? Why did my super sense of smell not detect anything at all? In the midst of surprise and doubt, Anna solemnly and gravely commanded, Anderson, this princess has decided to officially let Wang Yu join my blood clan. According to the rules of the blood clan, arrange a test for him to participate in. Your Highness. Anderson frowned slightly, opening his mouth as if to say something, but he quickly bowed slightly, his voice low and hoarse. I will obey your orders, Your Highness. May I ask if you have any specific requirements for the test content? Anna pondered for a moment and said, let's go with the assessment standards for newly turned vampires. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Yu, revealing a hint of slyness and playfulness. But this guy was transformed through the noble bloodline of this princess. He should be a bit stronger than ordinary vampires, shouldn't he? The difficulty can be appropriately increased. Although on the surface Wang Yu had already bowed to her, she, the most noble vampire princess, had not forgotten the fact that Wang Yu had beaten her. Now, taking advantage of the assessment opportunity, she planned to have Anderson teach Wang Yu a good lesson and vent her anger. Afraid that Anderson might not understand, she slightly covered her mouth with one hand and loudly conspired, that hateful guy actually dares to underestimate this princess's combat skills. Teach him a good lesson for me and let him see the power of our vampire clan. Does she really think I can't hear her? Wang Yu felt a bit strange inside, and his face was somewhat stiff, unsure whether he should pretend not to hear or do something else. Anderson, on the other hand, remained expressionless. He responded mechanically, devoid of any emotion, coldly. Yes. Then he looked at Wang Yu with a hoarse voice. Follow me. Looks like a tough character. Wang Yu secretly lamented in his heart, but at this moment, he had no other choice and could only brace himself to follow Anderson to participate in this so-called vampire assessment. The other party took him to the hospital's underground parking lot and got into a black business car. Although it was during a lockdown due to the pandemic, Anna and her group had special status and possessed travel permits, allowing them to pass unimpeded. Wang Yu originally wanted to see where they were going, but perhaps because vampires fear sunlight, the interior of the car was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. He couldn't see the situation outside at all. Brotherin? Wang Yu tried to strike up a conversation. After all, Lei Peng's task for him was to try to build good relationships with the people around Anna in order to gather more information. But after several attempts, all he received in response was a deathly silence. Thus, the two remained silent along the way. After about another full hour, Anderson finally brought Wang Yu to a secluded underground location. This place is very desolate, with a pervasive atmosphere of decay, and various strange instruments are placed all around. Wang Yu looked at these ancient items and almost thought he had traveled through time. Where is this? It's hard to imagine that there is such a secret vampire lair within the Fengqing Fortress. This is the trial ground my blood clan built in Fengqing Fortress. Anderson finally spoke, his voice echoing in the empty space, making it particularly eerie. Next, you will undergo 3 trials. The first trial, the test of strength. He seemed unwilling to waste a single word. As he spoke, Anderson raised his hand and waved. Whether it was magic or something else, a massive stone ball slowly rolled out from one side of the field following Anderson's gesture. The surface of the stone sphere is covered with mysterious patterns, and it looks extremely heavy. Push this stone sphere around the field within 10 minutes. Anderson said coldly. So this is what you call a trial? Wang Yu looked at the massive stone sphere in front of him, estimated its weight in his mind, and couldn't help but be astonished. Although the stone sphere was large, judging by its volume, it was estimated to weigh only about a ton. Asking a newly promoted Baron vampire to lift a 1-ton object and carry it around the field would indeed be somewhat challenging. After all, among all superpowered creatures, vampires are not considered a species known for their strength. Without awakening a special talent, strength often only reaches the minimum standard for the corresponding level. In other words, the strength of Baron-level vampires is basically 1000 gene. Only a brief burst of strength can reach 1000 kilograms. It is simply impossible to carry a 1-ton heavy object and move for a long time. But the problem is that the requirement is just to push it along, and the stone is spherical. Not to mention that he is already a Baron-level vampire with immense strength. Even an ordinary person with slightly more strength should be able to do it, right? But when Wang Yu placed his hand on the stone sphere, his expression changed. Because he had already used 20% of his strength, yet the seeming seemingly easy-to-push stone sphere didn't budge an inch. It seems that the superpowered race, which has been passed down for over 2,000 years, is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Wang Yu hurriedly put away his underestimation and exerted more strength. 40%, 60%, 80%. Wang Yu gradually increased his strength until veins bulged on his forehead, his feet sank deeply into the ground, and he used all his might. Only then did the stone sphere finally begin to move slowly. Moreover, at this moment, mysterious curved runes lit up simultaneously on the stone sphere in the ground. It seemed as if there was an extraordinarily powerful suction force between the stone sphere and the ground. With each step forward, Wang Yu felt as if he were pushing a small mountain, an incredibly arduous task. To think that he had to exert his full strength right from the first trial. Damn! It seems that this test arranged by Anderson is really not that easy to pass. Wang Yu's heart sank at the sight. Even I have to give it my all. Isn't this Anderson deliberately making things difficult for me? Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a new sense of doubt. It must be noted that after his awakening this time, his heart had beaten a full 99 times. Although he was still one crucial beat away from breaking through again to become a vampire of the Viscount level, the improvement was still significant. Both his strength and innate abilities had been greatly enhanced. According to Wang Yu's estimation, his current static strength can reach 1,000 kilograms, and his explosive strength can even reach a terrifying 2,000 kilograms. This is exactly twice the strength of a newly promoted Baron-level vampire. But such terrifying strength is only just enough to barely push the stone sphere. Although Anna did indeed mention increasing the difficulty before she left. But this difficulty has doubled, isn't it a bit too hard? Could it be that this guy doesn't want me to pass the test at all? Recalling Anderson's initial hesitation to speak, Wang Yu speculated silently. However, the more it was like this, the more determined he was to complete the test. The identity of the bloodline doesn't matter, but for his mother's revenge and the fat man's future, he must give it his all. He exhaled loudly, mustered all his strength, and slowly pushed the stone ball forward. Drink! As time ticked by, Wang Yu's stamina was rapidly depleting, but he never gave up. Finally, after more than 9 minutes, Wang Yu pushed the stone ball with difficulty around the field, completing the first test. Anderson was secretly taken aback upon seeing this. It should be noted that he had directly adjusted the difficulty of the strength trial to the highest level. A static pushing force of a full 1,000 kilograms, even he, who had been a vampire baron for nearly a century, could not achieve it. Unless they are vampires who have awakened a talent in the aspect of power, newly promoted baron vampires shouldn't even think about passing this highest level test. But Wang Yu actually managed to do it. To Anderson, Wang Yu's talents were clearly Sunwalker and blood shaping. Sunwalker allows him to not fear sunlight, avoiding a fatal weakness. Normal actions can also be carried out during the day, making it more convenient. The blood shaping talent allows Wang Yu to possess combat power surpassing that of an ordinary vampire baron. Coupled with Princess Anna, an absolute noble among vampires, who has been pampered since childhood. Wang Yu being stronger in combat than Princess Anna, and even capable of defeating werewolves, does not seem strange to him. But now Wang Yu actually possesses such powerful strength, causing his pupils to contract in shock and unease. First trial, passed. After a brief moment of shock, Anderson, without waiting for Wang Yu to rest, announced expressionlessly, second trial, speed test. As soon as the words fell, the strange runes on the ground lit up again. Dozens of black shadows suddenly emerged around the venue. These shadows moved extremely fast, darting back and forth across the venue, making it dizzying to watch. Catch at least 10 within 5 minutes, and you'll pass. Timing starts now. As soon as the words fell, those black shadows immediately moved faster. Damn, can't even catch a breath? Wang Yu cursed silently in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the direction with the most shadows. At the same time, he recalled Anna's fighting style in his mind. With a thought, his fingernails quickly grew 2 or 3 centimeters out of thin air, forming a pair of beast-like claws. Then he fiercely swiped forward. His idea was that as long as he charged fast and hard enough, at least 1 or 2 of them wouldn't be able to dodge. However, these shadows seemed to sense Wang Yu's intentions. The moment he charged forward, they quickly scattered and kept changing directions. At this moment, Wang Yu finally realized that these shadows were actually black bats. They were somewhat different from ordinary bats, with blood-red eyes. They flew extremely fast and had exceptionally strong perception. No matter how Wang Yu lunged and chased, they could always evade and scatter instantly. He lunged several times but repeatedly missed, gaining nothing. Although the black-winged blood bat is not very powerful, it is extremely fast. For a newly promoted baron in the bloodline, catching one within 10 minutes during a trial is already considered a very good result. Moreover, you need to focus on one bat and pursue it relentlessly, exhausting its stamina before you have a chance to catch it. On the surface, it seems like a speed trial, but in reality, it tests speed, agility, observation, and intelligence all at once. But this guy is just recklessly charging forward, truly a brute with nothing but brute strength. Anderson saw this and immediately revealed a trace of contempt. Suddenly, he felt as if he might be overreacting and making making a fuss over nothing. A mere wild vampire with such limited abilities didn't warrant too much vigilance from him, not to mention that he deliberately raised the difficulty to such a level. The trial time was shortened from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, and the goal changed from catching 1 to catching 10. Fortunately, Princess Anna was not very aware of the specific content and difficulty of the trial. At that time, just tell her the result and then drive Wang Yu away. Wang Yu, a mere wild vampire, Anderson would never let him obtain the noble status of the Blood Clan. This second challenge is guaranteed to make Wang Yu back off. However, just as there was only 1 minute left, amidst Wang Yu's chaotic flailing and chasing, he suddenly flicked his hand and threw a blood-colored flying knife. Although he still couldn't manipulate the blood blade in midair to change direction and attack enemies like Edward. After 99 heartbeats, he felt a significant improvement in his control over his own blood. Accelerating the speed of the blood dagger was something he could manage. The black bat flew fast, but it couldn't outpace the blood-colored dagger. Whoosh! With a sound, it was directly struck by Wang Yu's throwing knife and pinned to the wall. Afterward, Wang Yu simply utilized all the blood he could muster, condensing it into 20 or 30 blood-throwing knives in one go. With a single thought, these blood-throwing knives scattered like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Although the accuracy was a bit off, after several volleys, quite a few bats were hit by the knives. Swish, 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 nailed to the wall, or directly cut in half. Then Wang Yu hurriedly seized the time to collect. He pieced together several half-bodied bats, and in the end, not only managed to gather 10 bats to complete the task but even had 2.5 extra. Anderson's pupils contracted sharply once again at the sight. What? He never expected that Wang Yu would complete this seemingly impossible trial in such a way. Even more unexpected was Wang Yu's development and mastery of the blood-shaping talent, which had reached this level, simultaneously wielding 20 to 30 blood weapons. Although Wang Yu's control over the blood weapons was clearly still lacking, achieving this level was far beyond what an ordinary vampire who had just been promoted to Baron could accomplish. Moreover, the speed Wang Yu displayed during the recent chase was not to be underestimated. Whether it was strength, speed, or the development and control of his talents, this mere wild vampire Wang Yu was almost on par with him, and in some aspects, even stronger. This is impossible. How could this kid be so strong? Anderson looked at Wang Yu, falling into immense shock. You must know, back in the day, he had served as a servant and blood slave for his vampire master for a full 20 years, running errands, risking his life, and even offering his own blood as food for his vampire master. It was only after great difficulty that he earned a chance to participate in the blood trial to become a vampire. Since then, nearly 100 years have passed. Diligent and conscientious, enduring hardships without complaint, he finally achieved his current status and strength, just one step away from being promoted to a Viscount-level vampire. He had thought that, compared to other humans who became vampires but were not of holy lineage, he was already the most outstanding and glorious. Even if someone is stronger than him, it's only because they've put in more effort than he has. But Wang Yu? A lowly wild vampire who hasn't even obtained an official vampire identity. The transformation into a vampire took no less than a month in total. However, within just this 1 month, Wang Yu not only skipped over more than 20 years of dedication to directly become a vampire, gaining immense power and endless lifespan, but also instantly became a vampire baron. Moreover, he immediately possessed strength far surpassing that of an average vampire baron, reaching a level close to that of a viscount. He basically achieved the same level as him without paying any price. This is simply unforgivable. Generally speaking, anyone who possesses Wang Yu's level of strength and completes the assessment to such an extent is bound to gain the satisfaction and welcome of the Blood Clan. But jealousy had completely distorted Anderson, and he had no intention of giving Wang Yu the chance to become an official member of the Blood Clan and surpass him. With a sinister smile, he coldly said, "I'm sorry, you did not pass the test." Wang Yu immediately felt very unconvinced. What? Didn't I catch enough? Why say I didn't pass? Anderson remained expressionless. The test's objective was to catch 10 blackwing blood bats to assess your speed, but you used other means to kill them all, so you didn't pass the test. Wang Yu became anxious as soon as he heard Anderson's words. Anderson, this is clearly cheating. The assessment requirements just mentioned catching 10 bats, but didn't say they couldn't be killed. Just tell me, did I catch them or not? Besides, I did gather 10 bats. How did I fail the test? Anderson's face darkened. Since Her Highness the Princess entrusted me with arranging the assessment, the rules are naturally up to me to decide. I said you didn't pass, so you didn't pass. A wild vampire dreaming of becoming a true bloodline? You might as well give up on that idea. The fate of wild vampires has always been the same, complete annihilation. Last time, I failed to kill you, and you were saved by those Dragon Nation soldiers. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Anger and jealousy made the usually taciturn Anderson talkative. He even revealed sharp fangs, showing no attempt to hide his hostility and murderous intent toward Wang Yu. Still thinking about killing me, huh? Damn! Wang Yu was burning with rage, wishing he could kill this hateful vampire right now. But his goal has not yet been achieved. Acting impulsively at this moment might ruin all his previous efforts. Anderson, this is unfair. If you judge that I failed because the rules are unclear, I'm afraid Princess Anna won't be pleased either. How about this? Release the bats again and conduct the assessment once more. This time, I'll only catch them without killing. Wang Yu suppressed his anger and made the greatest concession. Anderson let out a cold laugh. Oof, catching 10 blackwing blood bats within 5 minutes without killing them is something even he absolutely couldn't do. Although Wang Yu's strength is astonishing, upon closer thought, he's actually about the same level as him. Aside from being slightly stronger, in other aspects, he's even slightly inferior. In addition, the dim environment here makes it difficult even for vampires to track the flight path of the black-winged bloodbat. In that case, he was willing to let Wang Yu try again. Letting him lose convincingly would also make it easier to report back to Princess Anna. Alright, since you're so confident, I shall give you another chance. Anderson's lips curled into a malicious smile. But if you fail again this time, don't delude yourself into thinking you can become a noble vampire. With that, Anderson waved his hand, and a swarm of black-winged bloodbats appeared in the arena once more. These bloodbats circled and fluttered in the air, emitting sharp cries, creating a rather spectacular scene. Timing starts, Anderson announced coldly. Wang Yu took a deep breath, channeling the vampire power within him to push his speed to the limit. His figure moved like lightning, weaving through the swarm of bloodbats. At first, the bloodbats seemed to sense the danger and scattered in all directions, causing Wang Yu's initial attempts to strike to miss completely. But Wang Yu was not discouraged. His silver blood not only made him unafraid of silver, restraining werewolves and vampires, but also further enhanced his senses. With the flow of silver blood, his vision remained as clear as daylight even in the dim crypt. He carefully observed the flight trajectories of the bloodbats, searching for their weaknesses. Gradually, Wang Yu found a pattern. He focused on the flight path of a bloodbat, anticipated its movement, and reached out to grab it. Sure enough, he caught one firmly. Smack! Looking around, he spotted a cloth bag, so he placed the bat into a cloth bag and hung it at his waist. Then, he repeated the process 1, 2, 3, more and more bloodbats fell into his hands and were placed into the cloth bag at his waist. As time ticked by, Wang Yu's movements became increasingly skillful, and his speed at catching bloodbats grew faster and faster. When the countdown reached the final minute, Wang Yu had already caught 9 bloodbats. Anderson watched from the side, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had initially been certain that Wang Yu would fail this time, never expecting that Wang Yu would actually manage to catch all 10 bats through sheer skill and speed. Completing the assessment, Wang Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the final bloodbat. This particular bat seemed exceptionally clever, deftly evading capture in midair. Wang Yu focused his energy, fully unleashing his speed, and instantly charged toward the bloodbat. Just as the bloodbat thought it could escape once again, Wang Yu suddenly extended his other hand, drawing an arc in the air and precisely catching it. Wang Yu shouted loudly, then held up the cloth bag containing 10 bloodbats in front of Anderson. Hand it over. I've done it. This time, it should count as me passing, right? Wang Yu was panting heavily from exhaustion, but he was extremely happy in his heart. Not only because he had completed the difficult task Anderson had deliberately set to embarrass him, slapping him in the face, but also because he truly felt himself becoming much stronger during the process. Whether it was strength, speed, or the sensitivity to perceive information during combat, all aspects of his physical abilities had been comprehensively enhanced. After experiencing his own strength, he even felt as if he had been completely reborn. It was as if he had just transformed from being on the brink of death into a powerful vampire, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, soaring into the sky. This feeling of becoming stronger was simply amazing. Thinking about it this way, it seems that obtaining the identity of a vampire through the trial isn't so bad. After all, this way, he could grasp more secrets about vampires. He could also interact more with vampires and have more opportunities to grow stronger. However, Anderson's response once again left him utterly surprised. Unfortunately, no. Wang Yu, you're out of time. Anderson had a sly, mischievous grin on his face. In fact, Wang Yu was not out of time. But the more outstanding Wang Yu's performance was, the more Anderson disliked him. This time, Wang Yu was truly anxious. What did you say? He had been keeping an eye on the time himself and definitely hadn't exceeded the limit. That Anderson was clearly causing trouble for him on purpose. Anderson, don't push it too far. He clenched his fists, beginning to consider whether he should take action immediately. If reason couldn't get through to him, then he'd have to resort to force. Anderson's expression also shifted uncertainly as he weighed whether now was the right time to kill Wang Yu. Although the Dragon Nation's authorities will not let it go easily, there are internal disagreements within the Squid Nation about whether to execute Wang Yu immediately, but there are still those who support his execution. Even if accountability is pursued later, someone will protect him. He might even receive certain rewards, because his master and the corresponding forces behind him advocate for the immediate execution of Wang Yu. The only concern is that Princess Tanya's attitude is ambiguous, while Princess Anna seems to admire and value Wang Yu quite a bit. Kill, or not kill? Fight? Still not fighting? For a moment, both of them were struggling internally. The atmosphere was tense, like a drawn sword. Just as the two were at a stalemate, a voice suddenly came through. "Enough, Anderson, what are you doing?" Wang Yu didn't need to turn around. Hearing the voice and with a slight twitch of his nose, he immediately knew the person was Anna. She had originally planned to stay in the hospital to recover, but she simply couldn't wait to see Wang Yu get beaten up. So, curious at heart, he came over to take a look. At this moment, 3 people were following behind him. One of them had short golden hair, exuding an aura of authority without anger, resembling a golden lion, and radiating a regal and commanding presence. It was the kind of aura that only someone who had long held a position of power could possess, with a confident yet proud demeanor similar to that of Princess Anna. I'm afraid their identities are also extraordinary. There's another one with golden hair, exuding elegance even in the way they walk. The last one, with short brown hair, has a fierce gaze that reveals cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Wang Yu remembers these 3 clearly. They are precisely the other 3 vampires who attacked him that day. It seems that during the days he was busy analyzing blood samples and studying under Dr. May, they had all been released by Lei Peng and regained their freedom. Wow, everyone's here. One of them is even a vampire of Viscount rank. If a fight breaks out again, the odds won't be in our favor. With a quick glance, he immediately slid forward and arrived in front of Anna. Wang Yu's heart sank. "Your Highness, the princess." He pointed at Anderson, indignantly saying, "This guy is picking a fight. You promised to arrange an assessment and give me a chance to prove myself to join the Blood Clan, but he is deliberately making things difficult at every turn. It's obvious he doesn't want to give me a chance and doesn't respect you, Your Highness, the princess." "Really?" Anna immediately looked over with some displeasure. "Anderson, what's going on here?" "Your Highness, princess, this one you did not complete the task according to the assessment requirements. He killed all the Blackwing blood bats, and I was just about to determine that he failed the assessment." Anderson respectfully addressed Anna, but a trace of unwillingness still flickered in his eyes. Anna glanced at the ground full of Blackwing bloodbat corpses, then looked at Wang Yu, secretly finding it amusing. "I didn't expect Wang Yu to complete the assessment so unexpectedly." "Anderson, this princess remembers that the assessment rules didn't say killing the Blackwing bloodbats was prohibited, right?" Anna asked. "Well, Your Highness, although it's not explicitly stated, according to past conventions." Anderson tried to explain. "Humph, who cares about rules or no rules? If I say he passes, then he passes." Anna interrupted Anderson, speaking willfully. "Your Highness." Anderson let out a scream, his face full of disbelief. He never expected Anna to side with Wang Yu. "What, do you have a problem?" Anna glared at Anderson. "Don't forget, although you are a descendant of Prince Ford and hold a noble status, during this visit to the Dragon Kingdom, you are merely a subordinate of this princess. Do you dare to question my decision?" Although Anderson felt dissatisfied, he dared not disobey Anna's orders and could only lower his head. "I wouldn't dare, Your Highness." "Very good," Anna said with great satisfaction. "In that case, let him pass directly and proceed to the 3rd test. This princess will personally oversee it and has specially invited Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, and Baron Hans to join us. The 3rd test is a one-on-one combat. Wang Yu, you must perform well, okay?" Speaking of which, Anna almost couldn't help but laugh, and her purpose in having Anderson evaluate Wang Yu today was to have him give Wang Yu a good beating on her behalf, because she was well aware that Baron Anderson was a seasoned vampire who had been a baron for nearly a century, a powerful being on the verge of advancing to Viscount. Moreover, as a non-pureblood vampire who had passed the Crimson Trial, Anderson's combat skills were nearly unmatched among vampires of the same level. Unlike Edward and the others, Anderson became her guard only after going through multiple rounds of selection. As a newly promoted vampire baron, how could Wang Yu possibly beat him? Halfway there, she suddenly remembered that when Wang Yu hit him, there were many people watching, so she simply called Viscount Adams and the others over as well. Today, she was determined to give tit for tat, to make Wang Yu lose face and vent the anger in her heart. Wang Yu listened to the tone of her words, looked at Anna's expression, and then glanced at the scene behind her. He finally started to understand. Oh, so this girl had arranged today's trial and even dragged her weak body over here just to see him make a fool of himself. "Even you want to scheme against me? Goodness gracious," he sneered coldly in his heart. But on the surface, he deliberately pretended to look scared. "Fight against the mighty Baron Anderson? What? Isn't this a death sentence for me? Your Highness, for the sake of me protecting you from the werewolves before, spare my life." Wang Yu shouted in mock fear while secretly observing everyone's reactions. Anna, seeing Wang Yu's behavior, felt even more pleased and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Adams, standing at the back, kept his gaze straight ahead, completely ignoring him. Baron Andrew, with his long golden hair, lazily yawned, looking utterly bored. Only Baron Hans, who appeared particularly bloodthirsty and savage, licked his lips with a hint of excitement. "Your Highness, are we finally taking action? Let me handle it. I've been wanting to taste what this boy's blood is like for a while now." Seeing this, Anderson looked at Wang Yu with even greater disdain, his tone dripping with mockery. "What's the matter? Scared? You lowly wild breed, if you're scared, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and maybe maybe it's not too late. Since your dragon kingdom insists on protecting you, we might as well spare your lowly life for now. But the premise is, you must recognize your place, you lowly wild breed. As Anderson finished speaking, the others curiously looked over, because he has never been so talkative, let alone done anything meaningless. Today, before taking action, he actually mocked and humiliated Wang Yu. This was rather unusual. Even the disinterested Baron Andrew and the indifferent Viscount Adams couldn't help but take another look at Wang Yu. "Oh, my dear Anderson." Andrew, who appeared so elegant that it bordered on pretentiousness, said in an infuriating tone, "It seems you're quite angry with this lowly wild breed. But you should be careful. We still have important collaborations with the Dragon Kingdom, and this wild breed cannot die just yet. If you go against Lord Darcy's wishes, what awaits you will be a hell more terrifying than death. Oh, my dear companion, I don't want to see you nailed to the cross with silver spikes, enduring the pain of the sun's punishment." As soon as the words fell, Anderson's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. Andrew's words seemed like a reminder, but in reality, they were meant to embarrass him in front of everyone. This blatant threat clearly showed no regard for him at all. He was angry in his heart, but a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. For a holy lineage vampire like Andrew, his identity as a blood clan member transformed from a blood slave through trials was considered quite lowly. No matter how furious he was, he could only grit his teeth, bow, and respectfully say, "Yes, Lord Andrew, I will certainly not do anything that would displease you or Lord Darcy." However, this wild one dared to steal the princess's blood and even caused her harm. He must face the appropriate punishment. In the upcoming trial, I will make him taste the feeling of a fate worse than death. If I go too far, I'll have to trouble Lord Andrew to spare the life of this lowly wild breed. Very well then, my dear Anderson. Andrew's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint, elusive smile. "Do as you please. With my superior blood healing technique, you're sure to have a great time. But remember to be quick, there are still 2 Eastern beauties waiting for me to savor." With that, Andrew lazily leaned to the side, looking as if he was ready to enjoy the show. "It seems that at least my life is not in danger today." Wang Yu listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes flickering as he quietly put the signal device back into his pocket. He dared to come alone with Andrew to participate in an unclear trial, so of course, he couldn't have come unprepared. The signal device in his pocket was given to him by Lei Peng. In an emergency, he only needed to press it to send his location. At that time, Lei Peng will arrange the rescue as quickly as possible. But he still needs to try his best to infiltrate the inner circle of vampire society. It's better not to expose this final trump card if it can be avoided. After all, he is a vampire with an incredibly powerful regenerative ability, so getting hurt is nothing to fear. Moreover, that Andrew also has some kind of blood healing technique. Although Wang Yu had never heard of such talents and abilities of vampires, just from the name, it was clear that it should be a talent similar to Dr. May's abilities, the ability to quickly heal injuries and save lives. That Andrew also seemed to advocate against killing him. In this way, even if he truly wasn't a match for Anderson, he wouldn't have to fear losing his life outright. What's more, he has become much stronger now, and he also has the silver blood, a trump card specifically designed to counter vampires. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win or lose. "Wang Yu, are you scared? What is it?" Anna saw that Wang Yu didn't react to Anderson's taunts, and his expression kept changing. She thought Wang Yu was timid and afraid to fight, which made her very displeased. I'm not afraid." Wang Yu bit his teeth, as if summoning all his courage to speak. "Her Highness the Princess has given me this opportunity. Even if it costs me my life, I will do my best to prove myself." He made up his mind that if he got the chance later, he would teach this Anderson a harsh lesson. Constantly nitpicking and finding fault is one thing, but now they even want to beat him half to death. Not teaching him a lesson would be a disservice to his own talent for restraining vampires. However, with powerful enemies surrounding him, to avoid these guys playing dirty, he must give Princess Anna a heads up in advance. "It's just that Baron Anderson is so strong, I have to use my full strength. If I accidentally hurt him, and Her Highness the Princess blames me, I wouldn't be able to bear it." "Humph, just you?" Before Anna could respond, Anderson sneered disdainfully, "You're just a newly transformed wildling. Do you think stealing Her Highness the Princess's noble bloodline and gaining a bit of power makes you remarkable? Despicable creature, you have no idea how to wield such great power. If you can so much as scratch me, I'll consider it your skill." Anderson was infuriated at the sight of Wang Yu's arrogant demeanor. A vampire who has just transformed for less than a month and doesn't even have the status of a blood clan. What gives him the right to be so arrogant? That's not necessarily true. Wang Yu pretended to be scared and said, "Lord Anderson, you must promise that if I hurt you, you won't seek revenge on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to use my full strength against the noble blood clan." "All trying to scheme against me?" Wang Yu's eyes shifted, and he thought viciously to himself, "That foolish Anna wants to use someone else to do her dirty work, and Anderson also wants to take this chance to give me a good beating. Are you all trying to scheme against me? Humph, let me also calculate and scheme against you." As long as Anna or Anderson agrees in advance not to hold him accountable, he can act recklessly without restraint. restraint. Take this opportunity to give Anderson a thorough lesson. If not kill him, at least beat him half to death. Lei Peng once said that the world of vampires is cruel. Only by showing your strength and making the other party suffer will they possibly fear and respect you. Otherwise, these guys will keep calling him a lowly wild breed, and he's had enough of it. Anderson became even angrier upon hearing this. What? This despicable wild breed actually has the audacity to think it could possibly defeat him? Damned wild breed, you. He was about to thoroughly humiliate Wang Yu, but at that moment, Viscount Adams frowned and interrupted. Enough, stop wasting time. Quickly put an end to this boring farce. I don't have time to keep watching you kids bicker. Anna had long been eager to see Wang Yu get beaten up, so she urged, yeah, what's the deal? Just fight and we'll know. All of you, go ahead and fight. With Baron Andrew here, as long as the heart and brain aren't completely destroyed, there won't be any life-threatening danger. As long as no one dies, this princess won't hold anyone accountable. The winner will even receive a generous reward from me. The assessment begins. As soon as Anna's voice fell, Anderson, who had been unable to hold back, moved instantly. His figure was like a black lightning bolt, swiftly pouncing toward Wang Yu. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Yu, his right fist carrying a whistling wind, directly smashing toward Wang Yu's head. This punch was both fast and fierce. Not bad. Wang Yu's gaze sharpened at the sight. Seeing Anderson's first attack, he immediately judged that his strength was formidable. Fast speed, strong power, and clean, decisive moves without the slightest hesitation. Far stronger than Edward back then. If the one who had caught up with Wang Yu at that time was Anderson in front of him, Wang Yu definitely wouldn't have had any chance to escape. But that was in the past. Now Wang Yu's strength has greatly increased, with significant progress in both power and speed. He can now handle such attacks with ease. However, he still appeared flustered as he stepped back a few paces, narrowly avoiding the strike. While shouting aloud, he secretly gathered strength in his steps, preparing to face the next attack. That was close. Anderson missed his strike, followed by a flurry of attacks. His punches and kicks poured down on Wang Yu like a raging storm. Swish, swish, swish. The attacks were a mix of boxing, judo, taekwondo, muay thai, and even incorporated many moves from Dragon Kingdom martial arts. His fighting skills were clearly a level above Edward and Anna. Moreover, the moves are often swift and powerful, simple yet effective. At a glance, it's clear these are combat techniques honed through countless real battles, even life and death struggles. Under the relentless offensive, even Wang Yu found himself struggling to catch his breath for a moment. Ha, Wang Yu, is dodging all you can do? Where's your spirit? If you just take the hits without fighting back, you won't be able to defeat Baron Anderson. Anna mocked from the side. Back then, in the classroom, she was thoroughly beaten by Wang Yu when he got serious, and was even defeated in one move several times. Looking back, it was truly frustrating. Now seeing Wang Yu being forced to retreat step by Anderson, completely unable to fight back, she couldn't be more delighted. However, she failed to realize that although Wang Yu was dodging left and right, seemingly in a sorry state, he managed to evade Anderson's attacks perfectly every time. He appeared to have the upper hand, pressing Wang Yu so hard that he couldn't lift his head, but he hadn't caused any substantial harm to Wang Yu. At the same time, Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, and Baron Hans also revealed disdainful smiles on the side. Wow, this wild breed is quite strong, and its speed isn't bad either. It can actually dodge such a fierce attack from Anderson. Heh, not bad, but that's all there is to it. It must be the noble bloodline of Her Highness the Princess that has given this guy such great power. But having power without knowing how to use it is useless. Anderson is our vampire clan's 3-time consecutive fighting champion. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, there's no way he can be a match for Anderson. The few people looked relaxed, discussing with faces full of disdain. In their eyes, this battle was completely one-sided. Wang Yu was only recently turned and was still a wildborn. Moreover, just an 18-year-old high school student. Even if strength and speed barely match Anderson's, combat isn't something that can be won with just strength and speed alone. A human with a mere 18 years of short life, a wild vampire who hasn't even been transformed for a month, could never be a match for Anderson, this powerful vampire warrior. Only Anderson himself grew more and more alarmed as the fight went on. He originally thought Wang Yu was just a fledgling, a wild breed who had gained some power by stealing the princess's bloodline. As for himself, he had been a vampire baron for nearly a century and was about to be promoted to viscount, a powerful bloodline. Apart from his strength, what he was even more proud of was the combat and fighting skills he had honed over the past century. It could be said that in close combat, there were hardly any opponents within the entire vampire clan who could match him. Such strength should make dealing with Wang Yu, a fledgling student, a piece of cake. But when they truly crossed hands, he realized Wang Yu was far from as simple as he had imagined. Wang Yu's timing in evading attacks was incredibly precise, as if he had anticipated his moves in advance, always managing to dodge at the very last moment. Moreover, even under such an intense barrage of attacks, Wang Yu's footwork remained steady, and his breathing showed no signs of disorder. Sometimes, even after seemingly panicked evasions, he could still find the perfect opportunity to counterattack. This is absolutely not something an ordinary newly promoted promoted vampire baron could achieve. Anderson, unable to break through after a prolonged assault, felt both shocked and somewhat impatient. This is impossible. If he couldn't even deal with Wang Yu, his reputation would take a huge hit today. He must fight quickly and decisively, not allowing Wang Yu to hold on and continue stealing the spotlight. Timid little mouse, take this, he shouted loudly, abandoning defense and launching an even more frenzied attack on Wang Yu. However, this was precisely the moment Wang Yu had been waiting for. He keenly noticed that Anderson was becoming increasingly impatient under the continuous attacks. His breathing started to become somewhat disordered, and slight flaws began to appear in his movements. Just as Anderson attacked again, Wang Yu suddenly stopped dodging. He advanced toward Anderson's attack, swiftly reaching out with both hands and precisely grabbing Anderson's arm. Oh no! What? Anderson's heart skipped a beat as he tried to break free, only to find Wang Yu's hands gripping him like iron clamps, holding him tightly. How is it possible? Anderson couldn't believe how Wang Yu was able to pinpoint his weakness so precisely. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Yu suddenly exerted force and flung Anderson away. With a whooshing sound, Anderson's massive body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a ring of dust. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Plop! Anna widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Baron Anderson, he was actually struck by this guy? She could never have imagined that, facing Anderson, who was about to be promoted to Viscount and had won 3 consecutive combat championships, Wang Yu could turn the tables and send him flying. This is impossible. Viscount Adams finally broke the silence again and said in astonishment. Baron Andrew and Baron Hans also looked shocked. They had been certain that Wang Yu would be easily defeated by Anderson, but reality completely defied their expectations. Our vampire clan's 3-time consecutive combat champion was actually beaten by a human, by a wild one? Everyone was left in a state of stupor. Even Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. He's still the champion? Wang Yu found it hard to believe. Anderson's practical combat skills and fighting ability were indeed strong, but to Wang Yu, they were just barely passable. A bit stronger than Sun Yu from before, but not by much. It's probably about the level of our homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen. People with this level of fighting skill are a dime a dozen in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't even mention a national championship. Even winning a grade level championship or a neighborhood championship would be tough. And yet, this level of skill can win a championship among the Blood Clan? Won 3 consecutive championships? Seriously? Is this all your champions got? Are there no more capable people in your vampire clan? Looking at the embarrassed Anderson who had fallen, Wang Yu posed a soul-searching question, because he felt that defeating Anderson was really not difficult. Even without the initial feigned weakness and Anderson's impatience, he was confident he could win if they fought again. This contemptuous tone and arrogant attitude instantly made Anderson furious with shame. Despicable wild breed, that was a sneak attack. How annoying. He couldn't swallow his pride. As a renowned combat champion among the vampires, he was actually beaten so miserably by a newly turned wildling. This time doesn't count. I want to challenge you again. With that, he charged at Wang Yu once more. This time, Anderson was not the least bit careless and gave it his all. Bring out everything you have felt and learned over the years to the fullest. However, this time, Anderson, who gave it his all, was surprisingly and steadily suppressed by Wang Yu. After more than 30 moves, Wang Yu used his favorite over-the-shoulder throw to once again hurl Anderson out forcefully. Plop! The whole person hit the wall upside down, then fell headfirst onto the ground, falling so hard that they were covered in dust and dirt, with their head bleeding. The whole person looked as disheveled as could be. Well, what about this time? Does it count? If the so-called trials and assessments are only at this level, then it doesn't seem that difficult. Wang Yu clapped his hands and said with a relaxed expression, to be honest, this trial was not simple at all. If it weren't for Wang Yu having a special forces father who had carefully trained and sparred with him since childhood, the average person at his age would be far from reaching such a high level of combat skill. Let's not talk about distant examples. If it were the chubby Zhang Boyang, even if he had the same strength and speed as Anderson, he would still be utterly crushed with just one hand. But Wang Yu would never say something that boosts the opponent's morale. Just now, this guy kept calling him a lowly wild breed, and all he could do was nod submissively. Now, it's finally his turn to strike back with a heavy blow. If this level is enough to pass the trial of the Blood Clan, then any high school student from our school would qualify. Seeing Anderson lose to Wang Yu once again, everyone was shocked once more. Oh my god, no one expected Wang Yu to be this powerful. At the same time, they all frowned and looked at Anderson. Especially Anna. Let him teach Wang Yu a lesson, but instead, this guy ended up being taught a lesson by Wang Yu. It was simply humiliating for her and for the entire vampire clan. This made Anderson feel utterly ashamed. Wang Yu's few words directly made Anderson's face turn pale with anger. Despicable wild breed, don't be too arrogant. How annoying. Fighting, this vulgar activity, is nothing more than a pastime for the Blood Clan after enjoying blood meals. You've completely enraged me. Next, I'll show you the true power of a Blood Clan warrior. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and a thick, eerie blood mist surged around around him. As the mist churned, it emitted a nauseating stench. "You damned wild breed, I'll make you pay a terrible price." Anderson roared furiously and unleashed the extremely rare blood-shaping ability of the vampire clan. With a single wave of his hand, the blood mist began to rapidly condense, transforming in the blink of an eye into several razor-sharp blood blades that glimmered with a sinister light under the dim basement lighting. "Go to hell!" Anderson swung his hand fiercely, and those blood blades shot toward Wang Yu like arrows leaving the bowstring. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The whistling sound of the blades cutting through the air signified that each blood blade contained immense power. If hit, Wang Yu would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. It can be played like this? Wang Yu himself also possesses the blood-shaping talent, but he never thought about releasing blood in the form of a blood mist outside the body and then condensing it into a weapon. In this case, it is indeed faster. It seems that this Anderson, apart from his combat skills, also has some unique insights into mastering and utilizing the blood-shaping talent. In this regard, he is also better than that foolish Edward who died. If Wang Yu had encountered such swift and powerful blood blade formation and attacks back then, he wouldn't have had time to evade or escape. Even now, Wang Yu struggled to dodge them. In the first wave of blood blades, 3 managed to strike him, carving long gashes into his arm and body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Crimson blood welled up from the wounds. A single encounter, and Wang Yu was already injured. Anna saw this and a trace of delight flashed in her eyes as she shouted loudly, "Wang Yu, do you think you're so great? Don't be so full of yourself. Duke Anderson, that's it, teach him a good lesson for me." This time, Anna didn't even bother to pretend. Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, and Baron Hans all showed expressions of enjoying the spectacle, although close combat skills were almost irrelevant to these genius vampires who had awakened the blood manipulation talent. But after all, this was Baron Anderson's most prideful ability. Wang Yu actually defeated him in the area he was most proud of and mercilessly mocked him. Anderson was clearly utterly enraged. Faced with Anderson, who had unleashed his blood molding talent, they believed that this time Wang Yu was absolutely doomed. Confronted with this sudden attack, Wang Yu's expression grew serious. Hiss! He could sense the danger contained within these blood blades and didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Just as the blood blades were about to strike again, Wang Yu's figure flickered, moving with unparalleled speed and leaving behind a series of afterimages in his original spot. The blood blades hit the ground with a series of dull thuds. Thump, thump, thump. The stone floor was deeply embedded with the blades, sinking in by over 10 centimeters. If these had struck him directly, the consequences would have been unbearable. This time, Wang Yu skillfully avoided most of the blood blades, but one still grazed his shoulder, tearing his clothes and leaving a deep gash. Had he been even a fraction slower, his arm might have been severed entirely. The pain fueled Wang Yu's anger. "Damn, Anderson, that's enough. You're hitting so hard. Are you sparring or trying to kill me? I'm warning you, if you keep this up, I won't hold back." Wang Yu warned loudly while dodging. However, at this moment, Anderson, who had the upper hand, was determined to avenge his previous humiliation and paid no attention at all. Anderson turned a deaf ear, his face full of ferocity, as he frantically drove the blood blade to attack Wang Yu once again. This round of attacks was even more ferocious than before, with the blood blade weaving into an impenetrable net in the air, cutting off all of Wang Yu's escape routes. "Alright, you're determined to go all out with me, huh? Fine." Wang Yu secretly hated in his heart, knowing that if he kept dodging, he would eventually be hit. So he gritted his teeth and decided not to evade anymore, unleashing his blood manipulation talent. A flash of light surrounded Wang Yu, and a layer of crimson blood mist instantly spread out. If observed closely, this blood mist was somewhat different from Anderson's red blood mist. Amidst the crimson, there were traces of pale silver, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Anna and the others, upon seeing this, instantly became unsettled. "What? Turned blood into mist? Wang Yu, this guy actually. Anna stared in shock at the blood mist surrounding Wang Yu. How is this possible? It wasn't the discovery of the anomaly in the silver blood, but the blood mist itself that already explained a lot. After vampires awaken their blood-shaping talent, they cannot control all the blood in their bodies, but only a portion of the talent blood. Under normal circumstances, being able to condense this portion of talent blood into simple weapons, such as a blood blade, is already considered a decent mastery of the blood-shaping talent. To transform it into a mist of blood and quickly and evenly disperse it around the body requires an extremely delicate control over one's own blood as well as profound vampiric innate power as support. Generally, vampires who awaken the blood-shaping talent need to practice continuously, constantly accumulating the quantity and energy of their innate blood. It usually takes about 40 to 50 years to master this technique. A genius like Anderson, who is diligent and hardworking, is said to have taken a full 20 years to reach this stage. And now, how long has Wang Yu been transformed? Viscount Adams widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is not something an ordinary baron can achieve. How long has it been since his transformation? No one has even taught him. How could he possibly have such a strong ability to control the blood of talent? Baron Andrew also frowned slightly, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. It seems this this Wang Yuan is far more troublesome than we imagined. Baron Hans clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. That damned wild breed, just how many hidden abilities does he have? At this moment, Anderson was also stunned for a moment. He never expected that Wang Yu could also display such a technique, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered. So what if you have the blood-shaping talent too? Let's see how a freshly turned wildling like you can withstand this round of attacks. With that, he swung his hands forcefully, and the dense barrage of blood blades surged toward Wang Yu like a storm. Wang Yu let out a cold snort but didn't respond. Humph. With a mere thought, the blood mist swirling around him began to spin rapidly, forming a massive crimson vortex. The vortex seemed to possess a powerful suction force, and as Anderson's blood blades drew near, many were pulled straight into it, vanishing without a trace. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Anna exclaimed, feeling as though her understanding of reality had been completely overturned. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Wang Yu controlled the blood-colored vortex, slowly advancing toward Anderson. With each step forward, more blood blades were swallowed by the vortex, and Anderson's attacks gradually lost their power in the face of this blood-colored vortex. He's forcibly devouring Anderson's blood of talent. Viscount Adams suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and fear. What? Is that even possible? Baron Andrew's voice trembled involuntarily. The blood of talent of the vampires is extremely precious, not only containing immense power but also being closely tied to their abilities in life. It's just like one of your own organs. Although it's a liquid, every time it's used, as long as it's not damaged by an overly powerful or overly restraining force, it can be retrieved intact. It's just like how you can normally pull your hand back after hitting someone. There's no chance of two people's gifted blood getting mixed up. But now, Wang Yu could actually devour Anderson's blood of talent directly through the blood-colored vortex. It's like you reach out to hit someone, but the other person directly cuts off your hand and attaches it to themselves. Then your hand becomes their hand. This is simply unheard of. Oh no! Anderson also noticed something was wrong. He was horrified to find that more and more of the blood blades he shot were being absorbed by Wang Yu's blood-colored vortex. As the blood blades disappeared, he could clearly feel the power within his body continuously draining away. Even his soul was racked with a heart-wrenching pain. It felt as agonizing as having his limbs severed. You monster! What have you done to me? You can't do this! Anderson roared in terror and frenzy, trying to halt his attack and retract the blood blades, but it was already too late. Wang Yu's expression remained icy as he manipulated the crimson vortex, pressing forward relentlessly and devouring the blood blades Anderson had failed to withdraw in time. Under the restraint of the silver blood, Anderson's blood sizzled as if being burned and corroded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, the innate power of the devourer in Wang Yu's bloodline also emitted a mysterious force. It directly seized Edward's gifted blood with dominance, then swiftly devoured and claimed it. This was a method he came up with on a whim, because what he wanted to do most, without a doubt, was to absorb Anderson's blood and seize his talent. Although he already possessed the blood molding talent, if he guessed correctly, absorbing multiple portions of blood with the same talent could further upgrade the corresponding ability. But the problem was that absorbing Andrew in front of so many vampires would be far too conspicuous. So he decided to directly use the blood of talent to absorb the other party's blood of talent. Who cares if it's with the mouth or with blood? Isn't it still sucking? Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect the results to be unexpectedly good. Each time he successfully devoured a blood blade, Wang Yu felt as if he had drunk his fill of fresh blood or basked in the sun for an entire day. His whole body was brimming with power. He could clearly feel that the amount of his gifted blood seemed to be rapidly increasing, and even his control over the gifted blood was continuously strengthening. This time, with a single thought, the blood mist condensed into several blood blades belonging to him. Swish, swish, swish. In the past, he was unable to effectively control the weapons formed by his blood-manipulating talent. He could only perform simple actions like accelerating, reshaping, or retracting, and even those were not very fast. But now, these blood blades were freely flying up and down at his will. Where the mind goes, the blade follows, as if an extension of his arm. My God, it really swallowed it. His innate ability is getting stronger. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Anna kept shaking her head, muttering to herself. The scenes unfolding around Wang Yu had completely exceeded her understanding of common sense. She simply could not accept everything that was happening before her eyes. Baron Hans, seeing the situation take a sudden turn for the worse, immediately revealed a hint of vigilance and cruelty. He squinted his eyes and said to Viscount Adams and Baron Andrew, "There seems to be something wrong with this wild breed. We can't let this guy live any longer. Why don't we just kill him here? Anyway, we are of noble status. Even if we kill this wild breed, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't dare do anything to us." Faced with Baron Hans' proposal to kill Wang Yu, Adams' eyes flickered, showing some hesitation. Even Andrew, who had earlier argued against killing Wang Yu, began to waver. The power Wang Yu had displayed was too bizarre, so bizarre that it instilled fear even in them. Suddenly, Wang Yu shuddered as if struck by a heavy blow. However, at this moment, he staggered back several steps, then spat out a large mouthful of blood with a choked cough. Wang Yu coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. The blood blade and blood mist around him quickly flew back into his body. When he looked up again, blood was flowing out of his nostrils, eyes, and ears. Everyone was stunned, and then the strongest among them, Viscount Adams, suddenly let out a cold laugh. What's going on? Hee, to dare use the blood-shaping talent in such a way, truly a foolish wild breed. You know absolutely nothing about the talents of my bloodline. Now you should understand why one of the precepts of my bloodline forbids devouring the opponent's talent blood during battle. The others, upon hearing this, all showed expressions of sudden realization mixed with some other emotions. There is indeed such a rule in the admonition, but isn't it because the bloodline talents of others cannot be devoured? Andrew asked in confusion. That is the case most of the time. Viscount Adams continued to explain. A normal vampire who possesses the blood-shaping talent cannot directly devour the bloodline talents of others because, apart from blood-shaping, the other types of talents are different. There is a strong repulsion between bloodlines with different types of talents. Unless one consumes and digests the other's blood, converting the talent power within it into energy, it is almost impossible to directly devour or infuse someone else's talent blood into one's own. However, this is not always the case. There are two exceptions. Adams slowly extended a finger. First, the talents of the two bloodlines are completely identical. Then extend the second one. Second, one vampire's other talents are far stronger than another vampire's. Princess Anna is the first daywalker in our vampire lineage in over 2,000 years, capable of being immune to sunlight, the greatest weakness threatening our kind. The power of the daywalker talent is incredibly strong. This boy was lucky enough to inherit Princess Anna's daywalker talent, and with it, he can forcibly devour the blood of other vampires' talents if he wishes. Wang Yu felt a sudden realization upon hearing these explanations. So that's how it is. No wonder he encountered such a powerful force of resistance when devouring. He initially thought it was just Anderson manipulating his own blood blade to resist. It turns out there is an innate repulsion between the bloodlines of talents. But since he forcibly devoured it successfully by relying on his stronger talent, why did this blood suddenly go berserk in his body? While he was puzzled in his heart, Princess Anna proudly raised her head. Turns out it still depends on the noble bloodline of this princess. Then she furrowed her brows, somewhat confused and displeased, and said, but since this princess's bloodline has already helped Wang Yu forcibly devour Baron Anderson's blood of talent, why is he suddenly bleeding from all 7 orifices, as if he suffered a severe injury? Could it be that this princess's talent isn't strong enough? It's not like that, my princess. Faced with Anna's inquiry, the usually proud and aloof Viscount Adams, who rarely showed kindness to anyone, finally revealed a hint of respect and flattery. He bowed slightly and said, while the princess's bloodline is undoubtedly powerful, recklessly devouring the gifted blood of others comes with very severe consequences. The repulsion between different gifted powers can cause internal chaos within the body, and in severe cases, it could even lead to an explosive death. It's similar to how humans forcibly transfuse incompatible blood types into their bodies. Not only does it fail to work, but it also triggers rejection reactions, leading to serious consequences. This kid is overestimating himself, thinking he's found some shortcut. He must be suffering now. Even if he doesn't die, he will surely be seriously injured. Oh, upon hearing that it wasn't an issue with her own talent, a hint of delight flashed in Anna's eyes. The previously displeased expression instantly vanished, replaced by a face full of schadenfreude. Humph, I told you he couldn't stay arrogant forever. Now look, I don't even need to think of a way to teach him a lesson. He's done for on his own. Hey, Wang Yu, now you know how powerful it is, right? If you don't officially become a noble vampire, you won't even know how to use the power this princess has bestowed upon you. She was smug. As for Wang Yu being seriously injured, it didn't matter to her at all. He felt as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his internal organs, and every inch of his meridians seemed to be burning in a raging fire. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, almost completely shattering his willpower. His body trembled uncontrollably, and unbearable pain radiated from every part of his limbs and bones. It was as if a violent force inside his body was rampaging, trying to break free from him. Amid a muffled sound, blood unexpectedly burst through his flesh, uncontrollably gushing out of his body. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu's entire body was completely transformed into a blood-soaked figure. A beast-like, agonized roar emerged from his throat, as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. Ah! In the dimly lit underground room, it appeared especially terrifying and chilling. Blood streaming from all 7 orifices had completely stained his features, making him look like a true demon, both terrifying and utterly wretched. Seeing this, Baron Hans wasn't frightened but instead burst into excited laughter. This kid is done for. Ha ha ha, what a fool. If we'd known he'd so easily get himself killed, why did we even bother? That Edward really died for nothing. Wang Yu felt that Edward, who lacked common sense, was an idiot, while Hans and the others similarly thought that Wang Yu, who didn't even understand the most basic precepts of the Blood Clan, was an idiot. Although Baron Andrew did not mock loudly like the others, his face face showed a relieved expression, glad that he no longer had to waste energy dealing with Wang Yu, this troublesome and bizarre opponent. Everyone seemed relaxed and cheerful, except for one person. Anderson, having suddenly lost a large amount of gifted blood, was now in no better condition than Wang Yu. Wang Yu, he weakly knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You foolish bastard. How dare you ignore the warnings and forcibly seize my gifted blood? You deserve to die. I'll kill you." After roaring in fury, he struggled to his feet and staggered toward Wang Yu. Anderson's eyes were bloodshot, his steps unsteady yet filled with deadly intent as he lunged at Wang Yu. "Go to hell." He stretched out his emaciated, blood-stained hands, aiming to choke Wang Yu's neck and end his life. Though Wang Yu was in excruciating pain, his survival instinct kept a sliver of clarity in his mind. Seeing Anderson charge at him, he endured the agony and sidestepped. Anderson couldn't stop his momentum and crashed headfirst into the stone sphere nearby. Swish! With a dull bang, Anderson's head was smashed open, and blood slowly trickled down the wall. "Anderson!" Anna exclaimed in shock, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. She only wanted Wang Yu to suffer a little but never intended for him to actually lose his life here. After all, Wang Yu was someone she had saved at a great cost. If Anderson really took the opportunity to kill him, she would feel like she had suffered a huge loss. "Alright, today's trial ends here. You may step back now. You've been injured because of this, and this princess will properly compensate you." Under normal circumstances, Anderson would never disobey Anna's orders. However, gifted blood is extremely important to a vampire. It can be said that the vast majority of a vampire's power comes from gifted blood. At this moment, Anderson had lost a large amount of gifted blood because of Wang Yu. He, who was originally about to advance to the rank of Viscount, might now be unable to advance for another decade or even several decades. Moreover, he was humiliated so miserably by Wang Yu, a newly turned wild vampire, in front of Princess Anna and Viscount Adams. This is simply an utter disgrace. "No, Your Highness the Princess." Anderson staggered to his feet, his face covered in blood, looking even more ferocious and terrifying. "This trial is not over yet. I must settle the score with this guy. This guy actually dared to forcibly seize my blood of talent. The noble bloodline cannot be humiliated by such a lowly wild breed. Lord Fort above, I must cleanse this shame." With that, he ignored his weakened state and the wound on his head, charging at Wang Yu once again. He continued to curse relentlessly, "Wang Yu, you damn bastard. You don't even understand the most basic principles, causing me to lose so much of my precious gifted blood. You fool. You can't escape. Today will be your end. Damn it, is this never going to end?" Wang Yu secretly cursed in his heart. This Anderson was so relentlessly persistent. Yet he was countered by this guy's blood of talent, leaving him unable to move. Could it be that today he would really lose his life due to his recklessness and ignorance, dying foolishly like Edward? Wang Yu knelt halfway on the ground, his head lowered, with his hair covering his expression, making it impossible to discern his thoughts at the moment. His body trembled slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. But at this moment, his body shook slightly, sensing something different. The previously raging blood of talent unexpectedly calmed down at an astonishing speed. It was as if a certain power within his own bloodline had awakened, quickly devouring, absorbing, and transforming the power within Anderson's gifted blood. Not only did it relieve his pain, but it also brought him a peculiar sense of comfort and satisfaction. He felt that both his strength and the quantity and concentration of his gifted blood had significantly increased once again. "It's finally here." Seeing the appearance of his devourer innate power, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, the so-called backlash simply doesn't exist. Not only that, Anderson's gifted blood was actually a great supplement for him. Backlash? Common sense? Ha, bet you didn't see that coming. My initial talent is Devourer, specifically countering you damned vampires. You bunch of fools, trash, and you still want to talk common sense with me? What I'm breaking is your so-called common sense. His heart suddenly lifted. In a place unseen by others, the corners of his mouth curved into a barely noticeable arc. While secretly channeling the power within his body to further integrate the blood of talent he had just absorbed, he outwardly continued to feign a look of unbearable pain and near-death weakness. "Lord Anderson, what are you doing?" Wang Yu staggered to dodge Anderson's attack, clumsily and with great difficulty responding to his moves. "Stop it immediately." At the same time, he pleaded, "Lord Anderson, I really didn't mean it. We have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who don't know are not to be blamed. Please calm down and stop. I will definitely find a way to compensate and apologize to you." Compensation is definitely out of the question, and apologizing is just wishful thinking. But since Wang Yu has gained the upper hand, he plans to quit while he's ahead. Without the trouble of backlash, he can actually defeat Anderson with ease. However, doing so would inevitably arouse suspicion from Anna and the other vampires, so he decided to put on an act first. Anderson had no intention of listening to Wang Yu's pleas for mercy. His eyes bloodshot, he attacked relentlessly, snarling, "Compensation? Atonement? With what? Today, you must die." As he spoke, he conjured a blood arrow and shot it straight at Wang Yu. Wang Yu pretended to be too slow to dodge, and the blood arrow struck his shoulder shoulder, sending blood splattering. He let out a pained cry, swaying unsteadily and nearly collapsing before dropping to one knee, his face contorted in agony and fear. "Oomph, let's see how long you can last." Seeing this, Anderson thought Wang Yu was on his last legs and intensified his attacks wildly. Gathering the last of his gifted blood, he launched several more blood blades toward Wang Yu. Seizing the moment, Wang Yu subtly sidestepped as the blood blades were about to hit him while secretly activating his devourer talent, absorbing each incoming blood blade. "What's happening? My blood blades, oh my god." Anderson was shocked to find that his attacks had been inexplicably neutralized by Wang Yu. Moreover, his connection to the blood arrow and blades had been severed once again. It felt as if his limbs had been severed, and once again he experienced a soul-piercing pain. "Wang Yu, how dare you? How dare you devour my innate blood?" In his agony, he was utterly terrified. Anna, Baron Hans, and Baron Andrew nearby also noticed something unusual. Anna frowned and said angrily, "Wang Yu, what are you doing? We've already said that devouring others' blood of talent is a very dangerous act. It will backfire, and you'll die. Didn't you hear that? You are already extremely lucky to barely survive with the talent power of this princess. How dare you still do such a foolish thing? Stop it right now. This princess forbids you to die." She stomped her feet in anger. In fact, the reason she saved Wang Yu, apart from being too terrified of the werewolf at the time and needing Wang Yu as support, was that she wanted a chance for revenge. Just like today, when she's in a good mood, she finds someone to beat Wang Yu up. If Wang Yu were to die just like that, her efforts would be utterly worthless. However, at this moment, Wang Yu's eyes had already turned red. Enough is enough, isn't it? Anderson's life-threatening attack method also ignited Wang Yu's anger. Since showing weakness is useless, it's time to teach him a lesson. So he turned a deaf ear to Anna's yelling. Gritting his teeth, he got up and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Anderson. "Anderson, that's enough. I originally intended to let it slide, considering you are a member of the Blood Clan and a guard under Princess Anna. But you have repeatedly pushed your luck, trying to take my life. Even if it costs me my life, I, Wang Yu, will fight you to the death." As he spoke, a burst of blood mist suddenly erupted from Wang Yu's body, engulfing the blood arrows and blood blades that were still embedded in him and had not yet fully consumed him. The powerful backlash once again caused Wang Yu to bleed from all 7 orifices, leaving him in a pitiful state. Bang bang bang! But at the same time, the devourer's talent also began to rapidly absorb the power within Anderson's blood of talent. The vampire's powerful regenerative ability also protected Wang Yu's vital organs from fatal damage. But outsiders couldn't see any of this. They only saw Wang Yu once again being miserably overwhelmed by an even stronger backlash. As if in a desperate stance, dragging his battered body, he resolutely charged toward Anderson. "Wang Yu, don't. Anderson, stop. You all, make them stop." Anna kept shouting, but neither Wang Yu nor Anderson paid any attention. The only vampire, Viscount Adams, frowned slightly, took a few steps back, crossed his arms, and said coldly, "Princess, this is Wang Yu's trial. According to the vampire code, I cannot intervene." Baron Andrew shook his flowing golden hair and said in an elegantly irritating tone, "Oh, my dear princess, you shouldn't worry about such a trivial matter. Your loyal knight, Baron Andrew, is here. The magical blood healing technique of the Darcy family will surely not let your beloved plaything and loyal guardian lose their lives so easily. Until then, please enjoy this trial to your heart's content." Baron Hans, on the other hand, laughed gloatingly on the side. "Ha, look at these two fools, insisting on fighting to the death. Let them fight it out. It would be best if they both died. It's been a long time since I've tasted the flavor of a wild breed and a formal vampire." Slurp. As he spoke, he even drooled. It was obvious that whether it was Wang Yu's blood or Anderson's blood, this guy was craving it like crazy. "You all!" Anna grew increasingly anxious, stomping her feet in frustration. She could only turn her attention back to the scene. Just then, Wang Yu, dragging his battered body, charged toward Anderson like a frenzied beast. A flicker of panic flashed in Anderson's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. He roared, "Bring it on! I'll send you to hell today." With that, he mustered all his remaining strength and lunged at Wang Yu. The two instantly started grappling with each other again. Fists landed heavily, blood splattered. Bang bang bang! Although the battle was brutal and intense, both of them were weakened and their strength greatly diminished. For a moment, neither could overpower the other. But over time, the situation changed. Wang Yu, relying on his tenacious will and the devourer talent, gradually resolved the backlash force. He could even use the Anderson's gifted blood he devoured to recover from injuries each time he was hurt, and his strength continued to grow. As for Anderson, although he initially seemed to have the upper hand, but as the blood of talent was continuously devoured by Wang Yu, his strength gradually weakened and his movements became sluggish. "You, why aren't you dead yet?" Anderson looked at Wang Yu in horror. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand why Wang Yu could keep fighting under such a powerful backlash and even grow stronger as the battle went on. Wang Yu grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "You think you can kill me that easily? Ha ha! Even if I have to die today, I'll make sure to drag you down with me." With that, Wang Yu seized the opportunity and delivered delivered a heavy punch to Anderson's chest. Caught off guard, Anderson's defense faltered, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! He let out a miserable howl, struggling to get up. But Wang Yu gave Anderson no chance to catch his breath. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he instantly closed in. A powerful and heavy friendship breaker punch was about to land on Anderson. Even if he can't be killed, he must be beaten until his bones are broken and he's left barely alive. However, at this moment, Anderson, who was right in front of him, suddenly vanished. In an instant, Anderson disappeared without a trace from Wang Yu's sight, leaving only the empty ground and swirling dust. Oomph! Invisibility? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. It seems this is Anderson's other talent besides blood manipulation. Moreover, he had already seen this talent once in Anna's hospital room. Therefore, he also clearly knew the flaw of this talent. Smell. In fact, when he first entered Anna's room, he noticed a scent that was different from Anna's. However, he didn't think much of it at the time, which is why he failed to realize there was another person in the room. Now, right in front of him, Anderson still wants to use the same old trick to play such a petty game. It's like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. You should know that for someone with a super sense of smell like him, Anderson would still be unable to hide even if he were completely invisible. He took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring sharply, and his keen senses captured the faint trace of blood in the air along with Anderson's unique scent. He then charged full force in the direction of the smell. Having just endured the torment of 2 backlashes, Wang Yu's speed was not very fast, but Anderson lost a large amount of gifted blood, and the situation was also very dire. Moreover, Anderson, who activated his invisibility talent, seemed to face additional restrictions in his movements. His actions were very slow. Although he tried his best to dodge and avoided Wang Yu's pounce, he was still tightly locked onto by Wang Yu using his super sense of smell. Come out now! After a few moves, Wang Yu shouted loudly, accurately grabbing Anderson in his invisible state with both hands and slamming him to the ground. Anderson's figure slowly appeared in the transparent air. Anderson let out a terrified scream, twisting his body desperately in an attempt to break free from Wang Yu's grip, but Wang Yu's hands were like forged steel, holding him firmly. You, how did you find me? This is impossible, this is impossible. Anderson let out a desperate roar. The invisibility talent was his greatest trump card. He had used this talent more than once to attack and assassinate superhumans. Even superhumans stronger than him would meet their end under his enigmatic and unpredictable invisibility talent. Using this talent to attack ordinary people, draining their blood amidst their shock, fear, and despair, was one of his greatest pleasures. However, today, this trump card of his unexpectedly failed in front of Wang Yu. Besides Lord Edward and Lord Adams, no one else could possibly locate me so precisely. Wang Yu, what other abilities do you have? Baron Anderson, who activated his invisibility talent, was effortlessly found and instantly killed by Wang Yu. Oh my god. Everyone present, whether it was Anna, Adams, Baron Andrew, or Baron Hans, was stunned speechless by the scene before them. Anna widened her eyes and covered her mouth in disbelief. How is this possible? Anderson's invisibility talent has never failed. Unless someone has a special talent, no matter how strong they are, they simply can't find him. Wang Yu, how did he do it? A hint of emotion appeared on Adam's previously indifferent face. He frowned slightly and murmured to himself, could it be that he has other talents? Like me and Edward, who can use the super sense of smell talent to locate Anderson's position while he's invisible. He only has the strength of a baron. It's impossible for him to possess more than 2 talents. No, this is impossible. This wild one named Wang Yu can actually so easily see through Anderson's invisibility talent and locate him. Moreover, he can defeat Anderson, who was about to advance to Viscount, despite the backlash from the conflict of talent blood. It seems we underestimated him before. In great shock, Viscount Adams finally looked directly at Wang Yu for the first time. Baron Andrew's elegant demeanor instantly collapsed, his mouth wide open. Despite trying his best to stay calm, he could hardly hide his shock at this moment. Oh, my lord of blood. This is simply unbelievable. To still be able to move after suffering a bloodline backlash, what kind of monster is he? Baron Hans could no longer muster a smile. The fat on his face quivered slightly in astonishment. Saliva had just been hanging at the corner of his mouth, yet he was completely unaware. This kid, so powerful? Even Anderson was defeated by him. If it were me instead. Hans couldn't help but shudder all over. Although he had always looked down on Anderson, a vampire transformed from a non-holy blood slave, he still acknowledged his strength, especially Anderson's invisibility talent. Once used, it was almost impossible to guard against, even he felt he wasn't a match. However, Wang Yu, despite being severely injured from backlash, effortlessly dragged out Anderson, who had activated his invisibility talent, and easily defeated him. Doesn't this mean that, under normal circumstances, even he, an Orthodox blood clan member, is no match for Wang Yu, a wild vampire who was only recently turned? So wild ones are this terrifying? No wonder the blood ancestor has classified them as taboo. Then we definitely can't let this kid live. His expression turned sinister and ruthless, and he was already intent on killing. The injured nail quietly extended, shifted, preparing to launch a sneak attack while others were not paying attention, aiming to kill Wang Yu in one strike. However, at this moment, the one who most wanted to kill Wang Yu was not Hans, but Anderson, who was being firmly pinned to the ground by Wang Yu with one hand. Anderson's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Wang Yu with venomous hatred. Although his body was restrained and unable to move, he still screamed hoarsely, "Wang Yu, you lowly wild breed, how dare you humiliate the noble blood clan like this? Let go of me. I will kill you. You're dead." Shouting, Anderson's eyes instantly turned even redder. He let out a series of beast-like, unintelligible roars, and his strength rapidly increased. It quickly reached a level that Wang Yu could no longer suppress, and this state was no longer unfamiliar to Wang Yu. It's a blood rage state. He's lost too much gifted blood. He's gone berserk. Not good. Wang Yu's heart sank. He originally just wanted to teach this guy a good lesson and show him his strength, also to let Anna and the other vampires see his skills. In this way, he could better establish himself in this small vampire group and complete his undercover investigation mission more effectively. However, now that Anderson was in a blood rage, things had become tricky. If no one else intervened, he and Anderson would already be in a fight to the death. Roar! Just as Wang Yu's thoughts raced, Anderson let out an angry roar. A surge of immense brute force erupted from his entire body, flinging Wang Yu away. Then, as if using the last shred of his sanity, he somehow gripped a dagger in his hand and charged at Wang Yu with a frenzy of slashes. Not good. Anderson is in a blood rage. Protect Her Highness the Princess. Adams and Andrew were also taken aback at the sight and hurriedly escorted the stunned Anna far away, one on each side. Even Baron Hans, who wanted to take the opportunity to kill Wang Yu, cautiously pulled back a distance. Wang Yu flipped in the air, barely stabilizing himself, as Anderson charged at him like a madman, brandishing a dagger. Each slash came with a whooshing sound, carrying incredible force. Wang Yu didn't dare to take it head-on and kept dodging with his agile movements. Anderson, having lost his rationality, attacked chaotically, but his strength was immense, and his speed was extremely fast. Even Wang Yu felt tremendous pressure. I can't go on like this anymore. Seeing that the nearby vampires had no intention of intervening, Wang Yu gritted his teeth. Seizing an opening, he attempted to counterattack, throwing a fierce punch at Anderson. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Anderson's vital heart. Even for vampires, the heart is an extremely important organ, and it could even be said to be the source of their power. Wang Yu thought that hitting the heart would inflict the most effective damage on Anderson. However, he still didn't understand vampires well enough. Roar! After being hit, Anderson merely took half a step back under the impact, then roared and charged forward. Like an indomitable and unbreakable humanoid weapon, he endured Wang Yu's frenzied attacks and relentlessly pursued him. Finally, he seized the opportunity and thrust a dagger toward Wang Yu. Poof! The dagger plunged straight into Wang Yu's chest. Wang Yu let out a muffled groan as intense pain surged through him, but he did not back down. Taking advantage of Anderson's close proximity, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Anderson's neck. Ow! Anderson let out a painful howl, struggling to break free from Wang Yu, but Wang Yu clung tightly and refused to let go, sucking hard as the remaining blood in Anderson's body frantically surged into Wang Yu. The two rolled and tangled in a fierce struggle. Finally, the blood in Anderson's body could no longer sustain even the last burst of his berserk state, and his strength began to wane. Under the intense fight and his injuries, Wang Yu's stamina also gradually drained away. Finally, the two came to a stop. Anderson was on top of Wang Yu, his dagger plunged deep into Wang Yu's chest. It seemed he had gained the upper hand, but his neck was clamped in Wang Yu's fierce bite. After a few final struggles, he fell completely still. Dead? The final result is that these two guys perished together? Anna's face turned pale, her lips trembling, utterly stunned. Then came a wave of anxiety and anger. Want me dead? Not that easy. Stop. Wang Yu, release Baron Anderson for this princess immediately. Anna shouted angrily. It must be noted that Anderson and the other vampires were not only her subordinates and guards but also direct descendants sent by the 5 elders of the Vampire Council. The death of Edward was already a significant loss. Now, if Anderson were also drained of blood and killed by Wang Yu, she would have no way to explain herself to Prince Ford in the Elder Council. One Prince Newgate has already left Prince Tanya in a difficult position. If Prince Ford were added to the mix, the wrath of 2 prince-level vampire elders would be something even her father, Prince Tanya, would struggle to face. How annoying. Damn wildling. I never should have granted you a second chance at life. Seeing that Wang Yu completely ignored her command, Anna gritted her teeth in frustration and stomped her foot. She urgently turned to Viscount Adams and Baron Andrew beside her and said, "Go save Baron Anderson now." "Yes, at once, my dear princess." Both of them acknowledged and sprang into action. Viscount Adams moved with incredible speed. Wang Yu barely had time to register the blur before an overwhelming force struck him. Anderson, whom he had been biting down on fiercely, was torn away, and Wang Yu himself was kicked hard. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the dagger embedded in his chest, with terrifying force. It drove the hilt, which had been protruding outside, deep into his chest. After a dizzying spin and a series of impacts, Wang Yu's body was sent skidding flying far across the ground. Finally, the tip of the dagger pierced through his back, pinning him semi-upright against the wall. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from Wang Yu's lips. Severe pain struck him, and he felt as if all his ribs and half of his internal organs had been shattered by this blow. Is this the power of a Viscount-level vampire? Wang Yu was in so much pain that his mind was blurry, and even opening his eyes was extremely difficult. He could only hear Anna's voice by his ear. Andrew, how is Anderson? You must save him. I will do my best, my esteemed princess. Andrew hesitated a little and said, but what about that wild one from the Dragon Kingdom? He was already suffering from the backlash of the blood of talent, and now Anderson's silver weapon is lodged in his body, plus he was attacked by Lord Adams. His condition is even worse than Baron Anderson's. If we don't treat him with blood healing immediately, he will die. Of course, Baron Anderson's condition is also very critical. My blood healing technique isn't sufficient to handle two such challenging cases at the same time. It's very likely that only one of them can be saved. Your Highness, how should we choose? This. A trace of hesitation flashed in Anna's eyes, but soon, she gritted her teeth and said, of course, save Anderson. Wang Yu is very powerful, and if he can be brought under one's command, he would be a very reliable guard and blood descendant. Anna is indeed quite moved by him. She is even willing to sacrifice her precious blood to save Wang Yu, but compared to a representative sent by a vampire elder, Wang Yu's value is truly insignificant. What's more, Wang Yu is not only suffering from backlash but also had his body pierced by a silver weapon, the most effective restraint against vampires. The situation was so dire that even Andrew's blood healing technique could hardly take effect. So rather than continuing to save Wang Yu, an unstable factor, it was better to take the opportunity to show some regard for the vampire clan and the five elders. Thus, she immediately put on a proud and disdainful expression. How can this wild species possibly compare to the noble life of the blood clan? His death is just right. Consider it as Baron Anderson avenging Baron Edward. Let him rot and stink in this dark basement. Let's save Baron Anderson first. Yes, everyone agreed unanimously. At your command, my princess. Then let's quickly take Anderson away. Lord Adams, Baron Hans, I need your help. As the sound of hurried footsteps quickly faded away, only Wang Yu was left alone in the dimly lit basement, like a forgotten corpse, motionless for a long time. Cough, cough. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yu finally let out a light cough and regained consciousness. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the sound of his heavy breathing echoing in the empty basement. The dagger embedded in his chest made every breath excruciatingly painful, yet his gaze revealed resilience and defiance. Damn, vampires really are all scum. He started off with a curse, practically wishing to greet all the female relatives of these vampires 18 generations. Wasn't it supposed to be just a trial? But then Anderson, that guy, went ahead and inexplicably started fighting him to the death. As for Hans, he was constantly itching to take him on. The most detestable one has to be Adams. That last moment almost directly cost him his life. And then there's Anna. She painted a grand picture, but at the critical moment, she abandoned him without hesitation. He even had to use his death as an opportunity to win people's hearts. Not very brave, not very smart, but definitely quite ruthless. In the end, the one who seemed the most annoying, Andrew, turned out to care about him the most. As for the rest, every single one of them just wanted him dead. But if you think you can just let me die like this, it's not that easy. Cough, cough. Wang Yu murmured softly, his voice hoarse and weak. Yet his vitality was incredibly resilient and tenacious, because what was a deadly threat to other vampires, silver, was the best supplement for him. CHCHCH. The talent of silver blood is equivalent to a passive ability, continuously dissolving and absorbing the silver in his body even while he was unconscious. Now that he has awakened, this process has further accelerated. Amid the faint hissing sound and light white smoke, the dagger in his chest rapidly disappeared as if being corroded from within. The silver glow in Wang Yu's blood also grew increasingly brighter. After absorbing this silver dagger, his silver blood became even richer, and as the silver blood enhanced his blood, the backlash force was quickly suppressed and disappeared, like melting spring snow. Gradually, the powerful regenerative ability of the vampire also began to take effect. The fresh blood at his wounds gradually stopped, new skin began to grow, and the wounds started to heal rapidly. Meanwhile, the fractured sternum also began to slowly heal, and the damaged internal organs gradually regained vitality. Wang Yu's physical strength was also slowly recovering. After about half an hour, Wang Yu was already able to barely stand up. However, he was still somewhat unsteady, his legs weak, almost falling again. I'm not in a good state right now. This is a place of trouble. It's not wise to stay long. With powerful enemies lurking around, he decided to leave first and talk later. However, just as he was about to reach the exit, his heart sank. The scent of vampires, they haven't gone far. Hadn't even reached the door yet. Wang Yu's super olfactory talent already detected waves of a bloody scent wafting from the other side of the door, so he cautiously and stealthily approached the door. How about it? Still not enough, Lord Adams. You need to provide some more fresh blood to Anderson, and the same goes for Baron Hans. By my blood ancestors. monster. To think I have to lose precious blood because of a lowly blood slave. Is the Ford family out of people? Why must they send such a lowly creature to act with us? It's truly disgusting. As he approached, Wang Yu could vaguely hear murmurs coming from outside. Peering through the crack in the door, he saw Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, and Baron Hans, 3 vampires, busily surrounding Anderson. Baron Andrew spread his arms wide. 2 crimson beams of light emerged from his palms, enveloping Anderson's entire body. It should be what they call the blood therapy. Viscount Adams and Baron Hans stood on either side, holding silver daggers in their hands. Whenever Andrew said fresh blood was needed, one of them would cut open their palm and drip the blood into Anderson's mouth. Anna paced anxiously nearby. Wang Yu was speechless. Originally, his impression of Anna had somewhat improved. After all, although Lei Peng hadn't explicitly said it, Wang Yu could guess. The fact that he was able to wake up earlier was probably related to Anna. It is estimated that Anna used a similar method to the one in front of her to save him and bring him back. Only the pure blood of a third-generation vampire could not only bring him back to life but also greatly enhance his strength. So, although she was selfish, foolish, cowardly, and petty, Wang Yu had at least benefited from her, and thus didn't harbor as much hatred or rejection toward her. Moreover, Princess Anna was fair-skinned and beautiful. There was a moment when Wang Yu felt that going undercover all the way to becoming a prince consort wouldn't be so bad. But now, stupid woman, don't let yourself fall into my hands, or else, I'll make you taste my methods. He cursed furiously in his heart, but at the same time, he secretly lamented. The basement had only this one exit. Now the only exit was tightly blocked by them, and he himself was in such a weakened state. Adams was even a vampire of Viscount rank, with incredibly powerful strength. Once discovered, there is likely no chance of survival. What to do? Call for backup? Just as Wang Yu was about to resort to his last measure, suddenly, a strange sensation surged in his mind. It was as if some new power was stirring restlessly within his body. Oh, this familiar feeling, could it be a new talent? Wang Yu's heart stirred, so he stepped back a bit, trying to focus and channel this power. Then Wang Yu was astonished to find that his hands, his body, had disappeared right before his eyes. Reach out, clench your fist, lift your leg. These parts are clearly there, and they can all be used freely. They even have a real tactile sensation when touched, but for some reason, they just can't be seen with the naked eye. It's the invisibility talent. Wang Yu was overjoyed. He had actually acquired Anderson's invisibility talent. It must have been when the Devourer talent was absorbing Anderson's blood and talent blood earlier. Not only did it absorb his power, but it also successfully obtained his invisibility talent. Heaven never seals off all the roads for people. Wang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without further hesitation, he immediately activated his invisibility talent, ready to make a swift escape. However, just as he was about to act, he stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, he remembered something. At that time, Anderson was surprised at how he could see through his invisibility and mentioned that Edward and Adams were capable of seeing through it. Edward, of course, relied on the talent of super smell. Wang Yu was able to see through Anderson's invisibility and easily pull him out of his hidden state to defeat him by seizing this talent through the Devourer. If that's the case, then it's very likely that Adams also possesses the talent of super smell. So even if Edward was counter-killed by him back then, he was ultimately caught up by Adams and his group. Most likely, Wang Yu retreated a bit further. In that case, even with the invisibility talent, he couldn't act recklessly. At the very least, he couldn't just foolishly walk out and wait to be exposed. So Wang Yu returned to the scene of the recent life and death struggle. After a brief search, he indeed found traces of Anderson's blood on the ground. He collected the blood and carefully smeared it over his body, bit by bit, until it was truly impossible to gather more, and blood had almost covered his entire body. Wang Yu finally nodded slightly in satisfaction. Although the smell of blood was a bit strong and still somewhat suspicious, it was still better than going out directly. Adams and the others were using blood to save Anderson, and under the cover of the stronger smell at close range, it was at least easier to pass off than his own scent. Whatever happens, let's just give it a try. Wang Yu's mind was made up, and his thoughts shifted. A faint glimmer flashed, and his body gradually faded, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Then, holding his breath, he cautiously pushed open the slightly ajar door and walked toward the entrance. In addition to being wary of the super sense of smell, hearing was equally important. You should know that even without the blessing of talent, vampires have very keen hearing. Therefore, Wang Yu walked every step with extreme caution, fearing that even the slightest sound might attract their attention. Thus, although the distance was not long, it was extremely torturous for Wang Yu. Suddenly, just as Wang Yu was about to pass through the crowd, Viscount Adams seemed to sense something unusual. He suddenly stopped his actions, his sharp gaze sweeping around. His nostrils flared, then he directly locked his eyes on Wang Yu's position. Strange. Why does it seem like I smelled the scent of that wild species from the Dragon Kingdom over there? Viscount Adams frowned and muttered. No way, you can even smell that? He himself possesses a super sense of smell and had already disguised himself to what he thought was the best extent. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't fool others completely, completely, his scent wouldn't be detected. But unexpectedly, Adam's gifted abilities seemed to be even stronger than his, quickly identifying his scent despite his meticulous concealment. Wang Yu's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Adams frowned and took a few steps in this direction, making him so nervous that he felt his heart was about to jump out. However, at this moment, Baron Hans suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Baron Hans grinned, revealing a cruel smile. That guy was first backfired by the power of his bloodline and then wounded in a vital spot by a silver weapon. In the end, he was finished off by you, Viscount. He's long dead. He was full of disdain for Wang Yu, fully believing that Wang Yu had already been completely killed in Anderson's fierce battle and Adam's finishing blow. He paid no attention to Adam's so-called discovery. In his opinion, this was just a clumsy excuse Adams came up with to avoid continuing to provide blood to Anderson. So he said discontentedly, Viscount, you wouldn't be trying to sneak away and leave me to provide precious blood to this lowly blood slave, would you? I'm not that kind of fool. With that, he immediately stopped supplying blood, ran to the nearby sofa and crossed one leg over the other. At the same time, picked up a goblet and drank it all in one go. The liquid in the cup was bright red and thick, presumably blood. Hans, Lord Adams. When the two simultaneously stopped supplying blood, Andrew, who was undergoing blood therapy, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Anderson's condition is very serious. I need your help. For the sake of the Honorable Princess Anna and Prince Ford, we must save Baron Anderson. Humph. Baron Hans remained unmoved. Viscount Adams also ignored the words of Baron Hans and Baron Andrew. After the brief interruption, he continued to watch his surroundings vigilantly. His gaze kept sweeping back and forth over Wang Yu's position. Time seemed to freeze, and every second brought Wang Yu immense torment. At this moment, he felt death was so near. It seemed Adams could easily deal with him just as he had with Anderson, directly pulling him out of invisibility and killing him in an instant. He had even prepared for the worst. However, just as he was about to strike first, Adams suddenly turned his gaze toward the direction of the basement. So this is where the smell is coming from? Hans, you idiot, walking at the back and not even bothering to close the door properly, letting that awful smell spread everywhere. He waved his hand in disgust near his nose, then raised his voice and said, Daisy, Monica, hurry up and close the damn door. Open the doors and windows again, let this awful smell get out quickly. Damn it, the blood of that wild breed mixed with Anderson's blood smells truly disgusting. Yes, master. As soon as the words were spoken, two young maidens dressed as maids stepped forward and opened a crack in the doors and windows. They also brought over several screen-like objects to block the sunlight streaming in through the cracks. Oh, my dear Viscount, he is dying. I need your help. At this moment, Andrew's voice came through, sounding even more urgent. Adams glanced once more in the direction where Wang Yu was hiding, revealing a meaningful smile. Then he returned to Andrew's side again, continuing to help him provide blood to Anderson. At the same time, he called out in a deep voice, Baron Hans? Humph, if it weren't for the princess, I wouldn't waste precious blood on a lowly blood slave. Damned bastard, why didn't you die along with that wild breed from the Dragon Kingdom? After cursing under his breath, Hans had no choice but to join in once again. Several people once again devoted themselves wholeheartedly to Anderson's treatment. This sudden change left Wang Yu completely baffled. This Adams glanced more than once at the place where he was hiding. Both the direction and the focus position were completely aligned with his actual location. And then there was that meaningful smile later. He definitely discovered me. It seems that for a vampire with a super sense of smell, so-called invisibility is just self-deception. Yet in the end, this Adams not only didn't expose him or fight him but actually let him go just like that. Moreover, it seemed like he even found an excuse to open the doors and windows, making it easier for him to escape. The implication of those few words was also hinting at him to leave as soon as possible. Why? What is this guy up to? Wang Yu was stunned and couldn't figure it out for the moment. Nor was it certain whether this Adams truly wanted to let him off the hook or had some twisted fetish, deliberately toying with him. But he knew this was his only chance to escape. If not now, then when? So Wang Yu endured the pain and weakness in his body, moving as quietly as possible in the direction away from the crowd. Every step he took was cautious, his ears carefully catching any sound around him, fearing even the slightest attention. His eyes were fixed on the exit ahead, the beacon of hope for his escape from hell. As long as he reached there, as long as he stepped into the sunlight, no matter how powerful this Adams was, he would be safe. As long as I reached that place, time seemed to pass as slowly as a century. Finally, Wang Yu slipped out of the gate without incident and stood under the sunlight once again. Although in his invisible state, even the sunlight felt less warm. He couldn't even use the abilities of the Light Eater, unable to replenish energy by absorbing sunlight. But Wang Yu still felt a sense of fulfillment and reassurance. Looking back at the building that resembled both a villa and a castle, he roughly memorized its appearance before sprinting away. He dared not stop for a moment, exerting all his strength to run into the distance, terrified that the vampire inside might come out to hunt him down. It was only after running a certain distance and confirming he was temporarily safe that he stopped to catch his breath. Recalling the thrilling moment just now, Wang Yu still felt lingering fear. At the same time, he was also filled with doubt about Viscount Adams' actions. This guy had clearly discovered him, but why didn't he expose him directly? Instead, it seemed as if he intentionally let him go. He couldn't possibly let me go for no reason. What exactly is this guy planning? Wang Yu frowned, pondering deeply, but after thinking for a long time, he can only come up with one possibility. Unless Adams is also like him, an undercover agent covering for him. But if he were an undercover agent, this guy certainly didn't hold back at all. That kick in the basement completely drove the silver dagger deep into the vital spot. For a normal vampire, even with 3 lives, they'd be completely dead. A reasonable explanation is that this guy genuinely wanted to kill him at the time, but later genuinely wanted to let him go. Why is this? Wang Yu thought so hard that his head hurt, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Who cares what kind of scheme he's plotting? The best choice now is to return to the hospital as soon as possible. There are Lei Peng, Dr. Mei, and several members of the Zhelong commando team there. Even if you gave Adams and his group 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare make a move on him there. As long as nothing unexpected happens in the short term, with his extraordinary talent and rapid advancement, even Adams will soon no longer be a match for him. So Wang Yu only took a brief rest before determining the direction and speeding up. He prepared to rush back to the hospital in one go. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, he suddenly heard a shout. Help! Help! The cries for help were urgent and terrified. It must be someone in danger. Wang Yu paused slightly, and after a brief hesitation, directly ignored it. After all, they were almost at the hospital, and having the Zhelong commando team rescue them later would be the same. Otherwise, in his current terrible state, if he really encountered something dangerous, even he himself would be in trouble. So he took out his phone to call the police, then prepared to go to the hospital to report the situation. However, just as he finished dialing the emergency number, his nostrils suddenly twitched and he caught a very familiar scent. Class monitor? He quickly recognized that the scent actually belonged to the class monitor, Li Lin. Moreover, the direction it came from was exactly where the cries for help were coming from. Thinking about it more carefully, the voice calling for help also sounded very familiar. Exclamation point. Could it really be such a coincidence? Since it's an acquaintance, he can't just slip away like that. Even if it's dangerous, he has to go and take a look no matter what. Wang Yu didn't have time to think much and immediately changed direction, rushing toward the source of the cries for help. At this moment, his body hadn't fully recovered, and every step he took came with a faint pain. But the thought that it might be class monitor Li Lin in danger made him disregard all of that. As the distance closed, the cries for help became clearer. It was indeed Li Lin's voice. Especially the increasingly strong smell in the air confirmed to him that the victim was Li Lin. Moreover, a strong scent of blood suddenly wafted through the air. She was already injured. Such a strong smell, it must be serious. Wang Yu was anxious and quickened his pace. After covering a distance of several hundred meters and turning a street corner, he finally arrived at the scene. He saw Li Lin trapped inside a black sedan. She in the back seat had a pale face, with several scratches on her face and body. Her abdomen had even more horrifying wounds, with blood gushing out, staining the entire back seat a deep red. She was crying out for help in terror, but her voice grew weaker and fainter due to the increasing blood loss. The driver, who was supposed to be driving, had now turned into a sinister and horrifying figure. Completely pitch black, covered in fur, with a barely recognizable human face that was rapidly transforming into that of a beast. "Oh whoa!" He was howling while launching a frenzied attack on Li Lin in the back seat. "It's a werewolf!" Wang Yu's heart sank. Out of the ghost's lair, only to fall into the wolf's den. He is now seriously injured, barely managing to recover, and has temporarily lost the vast majority of his strength. On top of that, his frantic escape consumed too much energy, so even a newly transformed werewolf is not something he can easily handle in his current state. However, upon taking a closer look, he discovered a piece of good news. Before the werewolf transformed, it was wearing a seatbelt. After the transformation, it lost its reasoning and couldn't unbuckle it, which greatly restricted its movements. So after the initial injury, there was nothing they could do about Li Lin, who was curled up in the corner. "Class monitor, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." After confirming there was no major danger, Wang Yu rushed over directly. After all, Li Lin's injuries seemed very severe, and there was always the risk of being harmed again by that werewolf driver. Instead of waiting for the police to rescue, it would be more practical for him to take action and save the person himself. Besides, Li Lin is a stunning beauty. Long legs, slim waist, fair skin, and gorgeous looks, definitely the school belle. Since Anna appeared, she has been the dream goddess of countless boys, the object of their adoration. Still the head prefect who combines gentleness and strictness, she used to show much care and concern for him, the sickly underachiever. For Wang Yu, who had no female friends at all, she was practically like a white moonlight. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Wang Yu had a bit of a crush on Li Lin. Li Lin's status in his heart was so high that even his good brother Zhang Boyang had to take a back seat. Being able to step forward at this moment to rescue his beloved, playing the hero to save the damsel in distress even if there was danger danger, let alone none, Wang Yu would still go for it. Wang Yu. Li Lin was in the depths of despair when she suddenly saw Wang Yu rushing over, and she was instantly filled with surprise and joy. You, how could you, cough, cough. Bright red blood was coughed up by Li Lin, splattering onto the car window. Don't speak yet, save your strength. Wang Yu hurriedly tried to calm him down, then forcefully pulled at the car door. However, this car was a Type 99 explosion-proof sedan produced by Longwei Northern Industries, specifically designed to resist attacks from superpowered creatures, and its build was extremely sturdy. Moreover, with Wang Yu's current weakened strength, even after several attempts, using both hands and feet and exerting all his energy, he still couldn't manage to pull the car door open. Hit it hard a few times, even using the blood condensation ability to form a pointed stress hammer, but still couldn't break the car window glass, because superpowered creatures are incredibly strong, and many of them have sharp teeth and claws. Swinging with full force, the effect is no worse than the stress hammer. If breaking the window by force were that easy, this car wouldn't be able to withstand superpowered creatures. Wang Yu, the driver's cabin. Just as Wang Yu was busy and overwhelmed, Li Lin's weak voice came through. There's a button on the car door. Press it, and the door will open. Following the instructions, Wang Yu found the button, and the window of the driver's cabin was half open. As long as he reaches in, he can press the button and rescue Li Lin. But the problem is, the werewolf, drawn to him, abandoned Li Lin and lunged directly at him. Moreover, the scent of a vampire is even more delectable and tempting to a werewolf. The already frenzied werewolf became completely berserk. A whoa! Smack! The car window that Wang Yu couldn't damage no matter what actually developed fine cracks under the slaps of the werewolf driver. Even though it didn't shatter directly, it still startled Wang Yu. The strength of this werewolf driver seemed to be even greater than his own at his peak. It was also much stronger than the werewolf classmates in the classroom. Now, he probably doesn't have the strength to subdue it at all. Moreover, Wang Yu would never be foolish enough to risk pressing the button in such danger. But this is no challenge for him. A whoa! Bang! 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 This werewolf has lost its sanity, unaware of danger, only knowing how to attack. The strong vampire scent on Wang Yu attracted it to the extreme, even stretching a pair of sharp claws covered in black fur out of the car window, trying to grab Wang Yu. But this just gave Wang Yu an opportunity. I originally heard that werewolves might still recover, so I didn't want to hurt you, but the class monitor's situation is critical. Sorry. Wang Yu murmured softly and, in the blink of an eye, used his blood-shaping talent to create a blood tang sword, slashing forcefully at the werewolf's outstretched arm. Shoo! Crack! After acquiring the silver hemostasis talent, Wang Yu's blood gained properties similar to silver, allowing him to counter werewolves to a certain extent. Having just absorbed a silver dagger from Anderson's basement, the effect of his silver blood became even stronger. After feeling slight resistance, he severed the werewolf's arm cleanly at the root. Next, as long as the other arm is also cut off and a blood shield is formed to prevent being bitten, the button can be safely pressed. However, just as Wang Yu was about to swing the knife again, he heard Li Lin's piercing scream. No! Wang Yu, what are you doing? Stop immediately! Don't hurt him! Wang Yu froze in place, the blood-stained tang sword in his hand suspended midair, looking at Li Lin with a face full of astonishment. Squad leader, why are you doing this? He's a werewolf now, very dangerous. I know you mean well and don't want to hurt innocent people, but your injuries are too severe. If you don't deal with this guy quickly, you won't make it, Wang Yu said anxiously, unable to understand why Li Lin was stopping him at such a critical moment. That's not okay either. Li Lin, with a resolute expression and great urgency, said, He's my dad. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Goodness, so this werewolf driver is actually Li Lin's dad? But on second thought, it does make sense. This car is not a taxi. What's more, under the current citywide lockdown, even ride-hailing cars couldn't possibly come out to pick up passengers. It could only be her own private car, and the driver who brought him out could only be her guardian. In other words, with this slash, he directly disarmed the arm of his would-be father-in-law. He felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly hid the blood-stained tang knife behind his back. Scratching his head, he said awkwardly, so it was Uncle Lee. Ahem, Uncle Lee, it's our first meeting. Sorry for any offense caused. This is your arm, my apologies. Wang Yu quickly made a 90-degree bow, returning the item intact. But the only response he got was even more frenzied roaring. At the same time, he snatched the severed arm from Wang Yu's hand and began tearing into it with his teeth. Seeing this, Wang Yu inwardly cursed. The situation was getting increasingly dire, even devouring his own arm. Li Lin's father had clearly lost all rationality and was beyond any possibility of communication. Squad leader, what do we do now? Uncle Lee has completely lost control. If this continues, not only will he be in danger, but you will be too. Wang Yu anxiously looked at Li Lin, seeking her opinion. But at this moment, Wang Yu noticed that Li Lin was already in a critical condition. Her face was as pale as paper, her breathing was extremely weak, and her voice had become almost inaudible. That doesn't mean you can hurt her. Wang Yu, please think of a way. Before she could finish saying the word way, Li Lin's head tilted, and she fainted. It was clear that she was too severely injured and had lost too much blood. If this situation is not treated and addressed in time, death could occur within just a few minutes. I can't worry about that now. The situation was critical, and Wang Yu knew he had to make an immediate decision. Clenching his teeth, taking a deep breath, he raised the bloodstained Tang sword once again. With another clean slicing sound, the father-in-law werewolf's other arm was severed at the root. Amid the agony of losing his limbs and the corrosive pain of the silver staunching his wounds, the father-in-law werewolf let out a roar filled with utter anguish and despair. Blood gushed from the stumps, dyeing the entire driver's seat crimson. Yet, even in this state, the father-in-law werewolf remained a threat. Opening its gaping bloody mouth, it continuously lunged and bit in Wang Yu's direction. Even the seatbelt restraining him creaked under the strain, seemingly on the verge of giving way. The situation was still very dangerous, but Wang Yu couldn't afford to think too much, quickly forming a blood shield to block in front of himself. Then, he reached through the car window without hesitation and pressed the door button. The car door slowly opened, and Wang Yu hurriedly carried Li Lin out from the back seat. "Squad leader, wake up. Don't fall asleep. I'll take you to the hospital right away," Wang Yu called out while performing first aid on Li Lin. Fortunately, since the new era, first aid, like combat and hunting, has become a mandatory course for students in the Dragon Kingdom to counter superpowered creatures. Although Li Lin's injuries were extremely severe, Wang Yu was not at a loss. He quickly performed simple bleeding control and bandaging on her. The intense pain jolted Li Lin awake with a soft groan. Then she saw the werewolf in the driver's seat howling in agony. By now, it had lost both arms, and its teeth had fallen out. Its entire head was corroded beyond recognition by Wang Yu's silver blood, continuously emitting black smoke. The werewolf, which had been ferocious just moments ago, was now left with only painful howls and rolling struggles. "Wang Yu, you!" Li Lin was overwhelmed with grief and anger. She had just let out a cry when her injuries were aggravated, causing her to faint once again. "Class monitor, the situation is urgent. Sorry about this." "Don't worry, werewolves have strong vitality. Your dad will be fine." Wang Yu quickly closed all the car doors, ensuring there would be no accidents before the police arrived, then hurriedly held Li Lin tightly and rushed toward the hospital. Along the way, his steps were hurried, not daring to pause for even a moment. At this moment, the streets were filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Occasionally, strange sounds could be heard from afar, as if the entire city was shrouded in an unknown fear. "Werewolves, it's the werewolf virus again," Wang Yu silently recited in his heart, feeling an immense anger within. His good brother was bitten by a werewolf, leaving him with only 10 years to live. Now even his white moonlight is on the brink of death. Even his future father-in-law has turned into a werewolf father-in-law. If he ever found out who was behind this, he'd drain their blood and skin them alive. Driven by rage, Wang Yu pushed his limits even further. A distance that would normally take over 10 minutes by car was covered in under 10 minutes as he sprinted into the hospital. "Ouch! Doctor, please save him." The hospital was in chaos at the moment, with patients bitten by werewolves everywhere. Medical staff hurriedly moved through the crowd, their expressions anxious. Wang Yu shouted loudly, "Doctor, doctor, there's a seriously injured person here." A nurse heard the call and rushed over. Upon seeing Li Lin's injuries, her face changed, and she quickly called for others to bring a stretcher. "Quick, take her to the emergency room," the nurse said. Wang Yu followed and brought Li Lin to the entrance of the emergency room. Watching Li Lin being pushed inside, her face ashen, his heart was in his throat. Outside the emergency room, Wang Yu paced back and forth filled with anxiety. After a while, a doctor came out of the emergency room. Wang Yu hurriedly stepped forward. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor took off his mask, his expression grave. "The patient's injuries are very severe. We will do our best to save her, but the current situation is not optimistic. You need to be mentally prepared. Also, where are her family members?" Wang Yu froze for a moment, thinking of Li Lin's father, who was still in the car, transformed into a werewolf and half dead from his silver blood. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. "Doctor, her family, the situation is complicated right now, and they can't come for the time being. I'm her classmate. Please, I beg you, save her." The doctor nodded. "We will do our best. Please go and complete the procedures first." All right. Wang Yu hurried to handle the procedures. Then he rushed straight into Dr. May's laboratory. "The white mouse hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened to it? That damned lab rat Lei Pang insisted on sending my little white mouse to be an undercover agent. It's so dangerous. What if something happens to my little white mouse? No way, I'll wait another half an hour. If the little white mouse still doesn't come back, I'll go find that damned lab rat and demand him back." In the laboratory, Meiya was staring at the monitor showing Wang Yu's hospital room, muttering to herself with a worried expression. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, and Wang Yu stormed in like a whirlwind. "Who are you?" Maya was startled and a bit angry, but when she turned around and saw it was Wang Yu, her anger vanished completely, and she said with some surprise, "Little mouse, you're back. Wow, how did you get hurt like this? Those vampires really are no good. Come here and let your big sister take a good look at you." She spoke while quickly approaching, with a faint green glow emanating from her palm. Although using her power powers again in such a short time would place a heavy burden on her body. Maya, the research fanatic, couldn't care less when it came to the invaluable test subject that was Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu grabbed her hand, interrupting her spell. Dr. May, I'm fine, but my classmate is in great danger right now. Please, help me again, save her one more time. Oh, upon hearing this, Maya instantly felt a bit displeased. Little lab rat, you're really pushing your luck, aren't you? Using my abilities on someone outside the team without permission. If something goes wrong, big sister here will be the one getting punished. I've already made an exception to help you once. Why are you here again? Maya crossed her arms, slightly furrowing her brows, her tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. But Wang Yu was extremely anxious, ignoring Maya's attitude, and hurriedly said, Dr. May, this time the situation is truly urgent. My classmate is seriously injured and is still in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, their life hanging by a thread. You are so capable, you must have a way to save her. Humph, another classmate? Maya snorted lightly, her face cold, showing no mercy as she said, you have so many classmates. One comes today, two come tomorrow. Is my ability meant to serve as a private doctor for your classmates? If hooligans fighting require our Jelong commando team to intervene, then what about the places that truly need special forces? Wang Yu was left speechless. Indeed, good steel should be used on the blade. If Dr. May's precious medical abilities are wasted to save a civilian, resulting in the death of a special forces member, it would be an immeasurable loss. No one can bear that responsibility. But the problem is, the person who needs saving is Li Lin, his classmates, the class monitor, and, anyway, no matter what, Wang Yu had to find a way to save her. After thinking it over, Wang Yu felt that the only way he could impress Dr. May was by offering himself as a test subject for her research. So Wang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Dr. May, I know you've always treated me as a test subject. From now on, I can cooperate even more with your research. No matter what experiment you want to conduct, I will fully support it without any hesitation. Just please help me one more time. Wang Yu had already staked everything, yet Maya still sneered disdainfully. TCH, little lab rat, don't you think those words sound very familiar? You said the exact same thing when you begged me to save your last classmate. Now you're coming to me again trying to get something for nothing. Do you think I'm some low IQ child? Wang Yu's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Dr. May to be so unyielding. Given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to stop hesitating. For a research fanatic like Dr. May, only by demonstrating greater research value could he truly win her over. This time is different. Wang Yu said eagerly, Dr. May, as long as you're willing to help me this time, I promise I won't let you down. See for yourself. With that, Wang Yu immediately demonstrated his newly acquired invisibility talent. After a slight distortion and blurring in the air, Wang Yu abruptly disappeared in front of Dr. May. What? Maya stared in shock at the scene before her. As a superpowered warrior, even though she wasn't a combat type, she could confirm that Wang Yu hadn't moved at all. It wasn't a matter of speed being too fast for the naked eye to catch, but Wang Yu just disappeared right in front of her eyes. The only explanation is that Wang Yu can turn invisible. This is the invisibility talent of a vampire. Lab rat, you actually have this kind of ability? Maya murmured in disbelief, even stammering as she spoke. As a Baron-level vampire, Wang Yu possessing 3 talents was already enough to astonish people. But now, Wang Yu had actually displayed a 4th talent in front of her. This was the number of talents that only a normal count-level vampire could possess. Maya was instantly stunned. Then she became excited in an instant. It must be noted that the invisibility talent of vampires inherently holds considerable research value. If it could be studied and replicated through technological means, its tactical value in actual combat would be immense. Little white mouse, don't move, she shouted, then took out an instrument to take photos and scan in Wang Yu's direction. However, before she could start her research, Wang Yu deactivated his invisibility. He interrupted directly, Dr. May, you saw everything, right? I also have talents and abilities you don't know about, and I assure you, this is not the only one. As long as you're willing to help, I will let you study these abilities of mine without any reservations in the future. A vampire with multiple talents at the Baron stage, such a rare specimen, I believe you'd definitely be interested. With such value, I wonder if it's worth you making an exception to help me one more time. Really? Maya was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. She truly hadn't expected that as many as 4 talents still wouldn't be Wang Yu's limit. And a vampire who possessed so many talents during the Baron stage had research value that was simply immeasurable. If things went well, the vampire race itself might be completely revolutionized because of her research findings. This is equally invaluable to her. Staring intently at Wang Yu, as if seeing a rare treasure. Little lab rat, you really know how to surprise your big sister, but you also know how to give her a headache. However, just saying you have other abilities isn't enough. How do I know you're not just trying to sweet-talk me. So this time, if you want me to help you, be honest and tell me, what other secrets are you hiding? Or in other words, what is your true talent? Ha! Hearing Dr. May's question, Won Yu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that throwing out one or two talents would barely be enough to deal with this research fanatic for a while. He never expected that Dr. May, in addition to her strong research abilities, would also possess such high intelligence. Just based on this bit of information and his behavior, she managed to deduce that he had another true, crucial talent he was hiding. This was his most important secret, and also his foundation. If he even confesses this, then he would have completely sold himself out, leaving no secrets or privacy at all. Utterly at the mercy of others, like fish on the chopping block. What should he do? Should he say it or not? He hesitated a little. But thinking of Li Lin, who was in imminent danger, she could only grit her teeth and say, since Dr. May has already discovered it, fine, I'll tell you. Actually, my true ability is that I can acquire the talents of others by absorbing the blood of vampires. What? May's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, there's actually such a talent. This is simply incredible. Her breathing became rapid, and countless research ideas instantly flashed through her mind. As long as he keeps absorbing the blood of different vampires, he can continuously acquire new abilities. If Won Yu truly possesses such a heaven-defying talent, it means he is like a mobile treasure trove of abilities. Studying Won Yu alone is equivalent to studying the entire vampire race. From now on, the vampire race will have no secrets left in front of humanity. The research value and the joy of exploration made Maya tremble with excitement just thinking about it. No wonder you only have the rank of Baron, yet possess so many talents. So that's the reason. So, as long as you're willing to cooperate, I will uncover all the secrets of vampires. Maya murmured to herself, her eyes revealing an almost mad excitement. Dr. May, I've already told you the biggest secret. Do you think you can go save her now? Won Yu interrupted, she's really about to collapse. Now he had already burned his bridges, and the only thing he cared about was whether Dr. May would be moved by his terms and help him save her. If not, then. He clenched his fist, his breathing quickened. Maya finally came to her senses and patted Won Yu's shoulder. My cutest little guinea pig, so nervous. You only told me your true ability just now? That's not very obedient of you. Dr. May. Won Yu called out anxiously, and the latter shook his head upon seeing this. Alright, don't be so worried. Medicine is very advanced nowadays. As long as they're sent to the emergency room, things won't go wrong so quickly. Fine, seeing how sincere you are, I'll help you out one more time this time. Lead the way. That's wonderful. Won Yu was overjoyed, his eyes reddening. Thank you so much, Dr. May. I will forever remember your great kindness. Over here, follow me. As he spoke, Won Yu impatiently pulled Dr. May toward the operating room. The strong grip made Maya's wrist ache slightly. The hurried steps caused her to stumble. Couldn't help but mutter softly, why are you in such a hurry? Who knows what kind of classmate it is that made you, this naughty little white mouse, sacrifice so much, even selling your lifeline to your sister. Won Yu ignored Dr. May's rambling and pushed her into the operating room in one go. Only when the familiar green light inside the operating room lit up did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hope she'll be okay. Not sure how Uncle Lee is doing now. Won Yu waited anxiously at the door of the operating room while briefly checking his own condition. Now the backlash force of the bloodline had completely disappeared, and the Devourer talent had fully refined Anderson's talent blood. Not only did it grant him Anderson's invisibility talent, but it also subtly enhanced his blood-shaping talent. Using it became even more effortless. However, the change in the blood-shaping talent was minimal and did not undergo a qualitative transformation like the Daywalker talent evolving into the Light Eater. It was probably due to the insufficient amount of blood absorbed. If he follows the evolutionary pattern of transitioning from a Daywalker to a Light Eater, he must absorb the blood of 3 vampires with the blood-shaping talent to complete the evolution of this ability. Currently, Edward counts as one, and Anderson counts as another. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as he absorbs one more, his blood-shaping talent should undergo a qualitative transformation. By then, who knows what kind of extraordinary abilities might emerge. Phew! Fortunately, Dr. May doesn't know that talents can evolve. Thank goodness, at least there's still a little bit left. Thinking of this, he finally felt a bit comforted. Then there's the fact that his current situation is a bit dire. Although his injuries had mostly healed, his body was still very weak. Logically, he should hurry to bask in the sun and consume some blood packs to replenish his strength. However, he still felt somewhat repulsed by drinking human blood. When he didn't need to perform, he avoided drinking it if he could. As for basking in the sun, he didn't want to leave the entrance of the operating room. Want to know about Li Lin's situation as soon as possible. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Dr. May finally came out of the operating room. She looked utterly exhausted. She opened her mouth, but the usually playful and carefree her seemed to find it hard to speak. The "in surgery" sign had not been turned off. Dr. May, what's wrong? Could it be that even you can't save her? Splash! Won Yu seemed to have the last bit of strength drained from his body and collapsed directly onto the chair behind him. Little white mouse, don't worry. It's not not that exaggerated. Wang Yu raised his head full of hope. But at this moment, Dr. May dragged out his words and said, however, the situation is indeed very tricky. She has lost too much blood, and my abilities haven't recovered much yet. Even with my powers, it's hard to guarantee that she can be saved. At most, it's just barely keeping him critically ill but alive. Who knows how long he can hold on, unless, oh, forget it, it's impossible. She hesitated to speak, sighing deeply, which made Wang Yu even more anxious. Unless what? Dr. May, say something. No matter how impossible it seems, I must give it a try. Dr. May did not answer his question but instead gave him an intrigued and meaningful look. That young girl inside, is she really just your ordinary classmate? She's quite pretty. She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? And no, she's not. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly denied it. Then you must be chasing after her. Not that either. Wang Yu shook his head again. Oh, I see. Maya suddenly showed a look of sudden realization. So, you have a crush on her. I knew it. Why else would you, this sly little white mouse, make such a big sacrifice for no reason? That other classmate was hurt even worse, and you didn't act like this. So it turns out you want to save the girl you like. In that case, I do have a way to save her. It just depends on whether you're willing to take this risk for the one you care about. Dr. May, do you really have a way? Wang Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Who hasn't had a crush on a pretty girl in their youth? Who doesn't long for a hero saving the beauty? Before he became a vampire and gained extraordinary powers, Wang Yu had fantasized more than once about saving Li Lin from a speeding car. He even imagined getting injured in the process, lying in her arms, confessing his feelings to her as she cried uncontrollably, and making a heartfelt declaration of love. Now that he truly had the opportunity, he certainly didn't want to miss it. As long as I can save her, I'm willing to take the risk. What should I do? With that, Wang Yu stood up directly. It seemed as if all the pain and exhaustion vanished instantly, and his entire being was eager to give it a try. There is a momentum of raging for the sake of a beauty, advancing despite 1,000 obstacles. Oh, little white mouse, you get so spirited when your sweetheart is mentioned? Maya raised an eyebrow and said, alright, then go now and suck the blood of that Princess Anna to seize her talent. Ha! When Wang Yu heard this request, the excitement on his face instantly froze, replaced by hesitation and inner conflict. Suck Princess Anna's blood? Dr. May, this. Although he didn't mind drawing the blood of vampires, Princess Anna's identity was special. On the surface, she was here for studies, but in reality, she was equivalent to a diplomatic envoy. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were attacked, how could they directly deploy a special forces unit like the Jelong Commando? Targeting Princess Anna is no small matter. Maya noticed his hesitation, raised her eyebrows again, and said, what's this? Just now you were swearing you were willing to take the risk, and now you're scared? Princess Anna possesses the transformation gift, which allows her to directly turn humans into vampires. Once transformed, no matter how poor their health was as humans or what terminal illnesses they had, all of it can be cured without medicine, and they gain eternal life. If you drink her blood and take this gift, you can personally save the one you love. From now on, you two can be together forever. Isn't that wonderful? And then be your guinea pig forever, right? Wang Yu's face darkened, realizing that Dr. May might not have good intentions. And then? Maya neither confirmed nor denied Wang Yu's accusation but instead dropped her flippant demeanor. She tidied her hair, straightened her chest, and said provocatively, just because of this, you don't want to save your beloved? I can tell you, right now there's only one way to save the one you love. If you don't make up your mind quickly, she will die. Little white mouse, you don't even dare to do this, and you still have the nerve to say you like her? This. Wang Yu clenched his teeth tightly, an intense inner struggle raging within him. On one hand, Li Lin was in critical danger, and he had finally found a glimmer of hope to save her. On the other hand, targeting Princess Anna is indeed too risky. Moreover, as a military figure, Dr. May actually incited him to target Anna. This attitude made him feel that there might be even more hidden truths behind this matter. What exactly is this Dr. May trying to do? Wang Yu was indeed somewhat emotional, but he hadn't completely lost his head. He looked directly into Maya's eyes with a sense of vigilance and said, Dr. May, you know very well that this isn't a matter of courage. Anna is surrounded by several powerful vampire guards, including one who is at the Viscount level. They've already suffered a loss once. Trying to attack their princess again right under their noses would be extremely difficult. Moreover, Anna's special status means that targeting her would undoubtedly trigger a major diplomatic incident. At that point, forget about saving Li Lin. We might not even be able to protect ourselves. As soon as the words were spoken, Maya let out a cold laugh. You're certainly thinking far ahead. But don't forget, Li Lin's life is in your hands right now. If she ends up dead because you hesitated and feared this or that, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? A trace of pain flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Maya's words hit his sore spot. The thought that Li Lin might perish like this made his heart feel as if it had been fiercely wrenched. Wang Yu was just about to speak, but Maya interrupted him again. Don't hesitate, little white mouse. Maya took a step forward. Since I'm asking you to do it, I naturally have the confidence to handle the aftermath. As long long as you successfully seize Princess Anna's transformation talent and save your beloved, I will help you deal with the subsequent matters. Really? Wang Yu frowned and asked suspiciously, do you really have a solution? Dr. May, if we need to extract enough blood to seize the talent, Anna might die because of it. Are you sure you can even solve this? Don't make random promises just to get me to take risks. I must remind you, based on the characteristics of my talent, only if I stay alive will I be of greater value to your research. I don't need you to tell me that, of course I know. Maya crossed her arms confidently and said, no one understands the value of you, this little lab rat, better than I do. Don't worry, as long as you bring Anna back with you, I'll find a way to keep her alive. This attack might cause you some trouble, like confinement or imprisonment, but don't worry, you definitely won't die. I think compared to these consequences, you should focus on figuring out how to quickly kidnap that Anna White princess. What? Wang Yu instantly shot a sharp glance at Maya. This guy just now wanted to say Anna is a lab rat, right? To think she even wants to use the noble and special status Princess Anna as a lab rat for research, this Dr. May is truly insane. And yet, her abilities and the conditions she offers make it impossible to refuse. Okay, Wang Yu finally reluctantly agreed. However, before setting off, there is a very important issue that needs to be resolved. I can use my invisibility talent to sneak closer, increasing the chances of a successful attack, but the opposing Viscount-level vampire named Adams also has a super sense of smell, making invisibility useless in front of him. If only we could completely eliminate the smell on us. Dr. May, do you have any ideas? Well, Maya frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, eliminating the smell. This is indeed a bit tricky, but I have done some research on masking biological scents before, maybe it could come in handy. Follow me. Speaking, Dr. May quickly led Wang Yu back to the laboratory. Walking to a cabinet nearby, she rummaged for a while and took out a small metal box. Wang Yu opened the box and saw several vials emitting a faint blue glow inside. At this moment, Maya introduced, this is the concealment serum I developed. It was originally intended to help agents hide their presence during special missions, evading detection by police dogs and other sense-sensitive superpowered creatures. Although it can't completely eliminate the smell, it should significantly weaken it, at least to the point where it won't be easily noticed. But the ingredients for this are rare, so I can only give you one, Maya said as she picked up a vial and handed it to Wang Yu. Each vial is effective for 5 minutes, so make sure to use it at the right time. Only 5 minutes? If we move a bit faster, it should barely be enough. The question is, how effective is this thing really? Wang Yu took the potion and examined it carefully. Is this thing really effective? Viscount Adams' super sense of smell is no joke. Can you let me try one first to see? Believe it or not, Maya said irritably, supernatural items are extremely precious, and every single one is strictly regulated and documented. I can privately provide you with one, so just be grateful for that. Use it if you want, or don't. Dr. May said this as he was about to snatch the reagent back. Wang Yu hurriedly turned sideways to dodge. Dr. May, once something is given away, there's no reason to take it back. Wait here for a moment, keep a close eye on Li Lin, and I'll be back as soon as possible. After speaking, Wang Yu did not delay any further, put the reagent in his pocket, and prepared to leave. But just as he reached the door, Dr. May called out from behind, wait a moment. Something else? Wang Yu turned around, only to see Dr. May walking up and grabbing him. Pointing at the blood and wounds all over him, she said, you can't go in this condition. Such a heavy scent of blood can't be covered up with just medicine and concealment. Go take a shower and change your clothes first, and also, Maya grabbed her snow-white neck with one hand, exposing it more fully, then leaned toward Wang Yu. Drink, replenish your strength properly. Ah, this. Wang Yu swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Dr. May is still quite charming. Ah, a feast for the eyes. No, that's not right either. He was truly hungry. The fair and tender neck in front of him, along with the incredibly alluring scent, strongly tempted him. It was as if a voice in his mind kept telling him, bite down, drink her blood dry. But another voice was telling him, no way. In that case, how would he be any different from a real vampire? Does it mean that as long as the body becomes a vampire, one must turn into a decayed and degenerate beast like them? Absolutely not. Wang Yu's reason and instinct engaged in a fierce struggle at this moment. On one hand, the feeling of hunger surged like a raging tide, and Maya's blood had a fatal allure for him. On the other hand, he was fully aware that once he bit down, the situation might spiral out of control. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drink, don't waste time, Maya urged, her eyes carrying a hint of a different meaning. Wang Yu reluctantly looked away, struggling to suppress the impulse in his heart. Dr. May, this doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Maya said indifferently. In your current state, how can you complete what we agreed on without replenishing some blood? Do you want to watch your beloved die because of your weakness? Mentioning Li Lin, Wang Yu's heart tightened. In order to save Li Lin, he had already decided to take the risk of seizing Princess Anna's talent. How could he back down now because of a little hesitation? After all, he was already a vampire and had already drunk human blood. Whether it was directly sucked or not was merely a self-deceptive psychological comfort. heart. At this moment, there was no need to continue being pretentious, acting virtuous while doing otherwise. Useless hesitation will only waste time. In this regard, Dr. May is much clearer-headed than him. Okay. Won Yu gritted his teeth and slowly leaned closer to Mei Ya's neck. When his lips touched that delicate skin, a current-like sensation spread throughout his body. Dr. May also trembled all over, as if struck by electricity. For the first time in her life, she was so intimately touched by the opposite sex, and she felt a strange sensation, her gaze momentarily dazed. She was actually being, by a high school student, by a little lab rat. But soon, she regained her composure and rationality. Opportunities for research like this were truly too rare nowadays. What would it feel like to be bitten by a vampire? Apart from blood loss, what other physical changes would occur, and what psychological changes would take place? Why is it that in vampire society, there are never any rebels or informants? These things are no longer something that test subjects alone can tell her. Moreover, in a short period of time, Maya couldn't find a suitable test subject, so she decided to do it herself. In the silence, Wang Yu's fangs unconsciously extended, gently piercing Maya's skin. Blood flowed into Wang Yu's mouth, and the rich taste instantly filled his palate, making him feel as if he were in the midst of a wonderful feast. The blood of other humans, or even the blood of Edward's group of advanced vampires, pales in comparison to Dr. May's blood. Is this the blood of a super soldier? It's absolutely delicious. Wang Yu was almost overwhelmed by the immense pleasure, greedily sucking it. Moreover, he quickly noticed that Dr. May's blood carried the same unique fragrance as the virgin blood samples from earlier experiments. Could it be that Dr. May is still a... No way! His mind raced with wild speculation, but he soon became aware of another extraordinary quality of this blood. As the blood continued to flow into his body, he could feel his strength rapidly recovering. This recovery speed is far faster than consuming the blood of ordinary humans. Even the talents of the Eaters of Light are somewhat incomparable to Dr. May's blood. By analogy, ordinary blood might be like regular charging, while the Eaters of Light are like fast charging. But Dr. May's blood is like directly replacing the battery with a fully charged one. Wang Yu, who had originally been exhausted to his limit, instantly regained all his energy. Not only that, the remaining wounds on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were even signs that his strength was slowly increasing. His entire body felt comfortable, experiencing an unprecedented sense of well-being. Maya trembled slightly but did not push Wang Yu away. She stood there quietly, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, anticipation and a hint of barely detectable excitement. After a moment, Wang Yu finally released his bite, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. His body had already returned to its peak condition, with the previous fatigue and injuries vanishing without a trace. It even seemed that his strength had increased. Not only could it resolve hunger and become an unparalleled delicacy, but it could also instantly restore stamina and heal injuries. Moreover, even his abilities could be enhanced to a certain extent. This is the power of super blood. Wang Yu looked at the changes in his body, feeling the surging strength and vibrant vitality within him, filled with amazement. Only then did he finally come to his senses and looked at Maya with an embarrassed expression. Ahem, Dr. May, I'm really sorry. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly, because Maya's current condition looked really bad. Her entire face was deathly pale, and she seemed on the verge of collapse. As soon as she left his embrace, she staggered unsteadily. It was obvious that he had been too greedy just now, absorbing too much blood. As soon as the words were spoken, Maya directly fell backward, looking up at the sky. Whoa, careful. Wang Yu hurriedly caught Maya. Dr. May, you've lost too much blood. How about I quickly take you to the emergency room for a blood transfusion? Saying this, he was about to take action, but Dr. May shook his head. No need. Super soldiers are no longer the same as ordinary people. Transfusing ordinary human blood, regardless of the blood type, will cause rejection. It's probably similar to the backlash that happens when forcibly merging with a vampire's abilities. Wang Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this. Then Dr. May continued, don't worry, the life force of super soldiers is very resilient. My ability is in the medical category, so it's even less likely for anything to go wrong. Instead of worrying about me, why not worry about your sweetheart? Or could it be that this little lab rat has developed bad intentions? After drinking your sister's blood, you've also started fancying your sister? Big sister, you can do it. Then forget it. Wang Yu hurriedly found a place to set Dr. May down. It's not because Dr. May is too ugly. On the contrary, Dr. May has fair skin, a beautiful face, and a curvaceous figure. She is even more attractive than Li Lin, with the added charm of maturity and sensuality. But Wang Yu is not like a Casanova, falling for everyone he meets. Besides, Dr. May's unpredictable personality and obsessive research desires make Wang Yu keep his distance. Also, the way this guy is talking, he's probably just teasing him like a toy or a pet. In her eyes, he was most likely just a little lab mouse to be toyed with at will. Dr. May, take care of yourself. Take care of my classmate for me. I'll be back soon. After leaving 2 sentences behind, Wang Yu hurriedly left Dr. May's laboratory. Fatally, Dr. May's last words seemed to echo in his ears. hours. Already feeling shy? Hee hee, what an amusing little lab rat. Be careful, okay? If you die, your sister will be heartbroken. If it really doesn't work out, then don't go. Having your sister as your girlfriend isn't impossible, you know. Wang Yu started running. He jogged out of the laboratory, and the air outside helped him calm down a bit. Dr. May's words and actions seem suspicious no matter how you look at them. Under the seemingly absurd behavior, there might be plans he can't discern. But the problem is that he has no choice but to trust Dr. May for now. The situation with the fat guy can still wait, but with Li Lin, it really can't be delayed any longer. So he quickly cleaned the bloodstains off his body, changed into clean clothes, and headed toward the luxurious villa where the vampires were. On the way, he kept planning his course of action in his mind while silently praying that the potion Maya had given him would work. Finally, Wang Yu arrived outside the villa based on his memory. It was a relatively secluded standalone villa, surrounded by tall walls, with several bodyguards patrolling the area. Especially at the exit of the main gate, there are people guarding it at all times. Under the sunlight, those bodyguards move freely without any fear, and their scent is clearly different from that of vampires. They should be human bodyguards hired by them. Moreover, judging by the scent, none of them have a scent intensity that reaches the level of a super soldier. Only about 20 level 7 sub-superpower warriors, 7 or 8 level 8 sub-superpower warriors, and 1 level 9. Normally, as long as he used his invisibility ability, these people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. But after experiencing the thrills of this day, Wang Yu realized there was still so much he didn't know. To be on the safe side, Wang Yu first hid in the shadows and observed for a while, figuring out the bodyguards' movement patterns. He discovered that every once in a while, a group of bodyguards would change shifts, which was a good opportunity. So he seized the moment and quickly ran to the wall during the shift handover. Swipe. Thanks to Dr. May's superpowered blood, Wang Yu had now returned to his peak, in an exceptionally good state. The immense strength brought incredible explosive power, and with a light jump, he easily leaped over the wall. After landing, he quickly hid in the nearby bushes. Then, he crawled stealthily through the undergrowth. Only when he got closer to the villa's entrance did he take out the concealment potion given to him by Maya and drink it in one gulp. Super olfactory talent has a very limited range when not deliberately activated. This distance should still be considered safe, right? Wang Yu silently activated his super sense of smell talent, sensing the scent on his body. Soon, he discovered that the unique scent on his body had truly disappeared. It wasn't just covered up, it had completely vanished. This is truly amazing. However, at the same time, Wang Yu felt a chill, as if his whole body had been frozen stiff. Coupled with the restricted movement effect of invisibility, his actions became even more difficult. It was estimated that if he ran at full speed now, his speed would only be half of his normal pace. But being able to trade this bit of mobility for such excellent stealth, Wang Yu was still very satisfied. It seems Dr. May is quite reliable. He nodded in satisfaction and cautiously made his way toward the interior of the villa. Inside the villa, the view was completely blocked, but it was brightly lit, illuminating the luxurious decorations inside, which were extremely dazzling. Golden lacquer and jade pillars, exuding sheer luxury. These vampires are such damn tycoons. To think they can afford a standalone villa in the heart of this fortress, where every inch of land is worth a fortune, and even make it so resplendent, like a palace. Wang Yu sighed as he relied on his invisibility talent, carefully avoiding the maids and servants moving back and forth. When he approached the living room, he finally heard the sound of a conversation. What? That kid is missing? Baron Hans widened his eyes and shouted. We saw with our own eyes that he was devoured by the power of the bloodline and had his heart pierced by a silver dagger. He was long dead. How could he be missing? Andrew, you wouldn't have hidden the kid's corpse to claim the credit for yourself, would you? When did the descendants of the Darcy family become so despicable and shameless? At this moment, they were speaking their native language, and Wang Yu could only understand bits and pieces, but he got the general idea. Baron Hans, you are insulting me, insulting the great Darcy family. Even though not even I, who has mastered the art of blood healing, know how he could have survived, the fact remains. That wild seed named Wang Yu is not dead at all, and I have no idea what method he used to escape. Moreover, I just collected the scattered blood of that wild seed, and I discovered that the wild seed is far from as simple as we imagined. His blood possesses the power of silver. What? Wang Yu hid in the shadows, and upon hearing this conversation, his heart began to pound violently. This Andrew actually discovered his silver blood. This is a secret he has temporarily kept even from Dr. May. Could it be that this secret is about to be exposed so soon? These damn vampires are actually quite clever. In great shock, Wang Yu almost directly disrupted his stealth state, exposing his figure. He hurriedly tried his best to stabilize his emotions and perked up his ears to continue listening. Silver's power? Andrew, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Baron Hans looked full of doubt, his voice unconsciously rising again. This is absolutely impossible. Silver has always been a force that restrains our bloodline. Even the great blood ancestor cannot possess the power of silver within their blood. That guy is just a mere wild breed. How could he have blood with the effects of silver? Faced with Hans's shock and disbelief, Andrew nodded solemnly. solemnly, his tone also carrying an unmistakable sense of astonishment. Whether you believe it or not, my friend, that's the truth. His blood indeed possesses the power of silver. I tested it myself, and there is no mistake. By the blood ancestor above, I swear I didn't get it wrong. Oh my god. A wild one, whose blood actually carries the power to restrain his own kind, to restrain us, the blood race. This is simply unheard of. Baron Hans widened his eyes, muttering in disbelief. No wonder that Silver Dagger failed to take his life. Turns out this guy isn't afraid of silver at all. A bloodline unafraid of silver. If the news gets out, the entire vampire world will probably be shaken. I told you earlier to execute him immediately. After the initial shock, Andrew clenched his fists, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The emergence of a wild breed had already violated the taboo of our vampire clan, and now this guy has acquired such terrifying power. He was able to defeat Anderson in such a short time after his transformation, and he possesses such forbidden blood. His existence is too dangerous. If we let him grow, the threat to our blood clan will be immense. We must find him immediately and execute him. This guy is seriously injured. He definitely can't run far. Lord Adams, your super sense of smell can locate him, right? Let's go quickly. As he spoke, Hans had already stood up abruptly, revealed fangs and sharp claws, displaying a combative stance. It was clear that they couldn't wait to eliminate Wang Yu, this enormous threat. Andrew, standing to the side, hesitated slightly and said, although the prince's orders are to spare his life for now and prioritize the cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom, this kind of ability is still too dangerous. Lord Adams, I also believe we should immediately eliminate this wild breed. Now that Anderson's condition has stabilized and Her Highness the Princess has returned to her room to rest, let's go deal with this trouble right away. Originally, the only one advocating for Wang Yu's protection, Andrew, was also greatly frightened by Wang Yu's silver blood. He directly decided to eliminate this major threat to the vampires. However, at this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Viscount Adams' mouth. Oh, do you think that Wild One's ability is a threat, isn't it? Andrew and Hans were utterly confused upon hearing this. Hurriedly emphasized, that's silver. My dear Viscount Adams, even an ordinary person with a silver weapon can fight against powerful vampires. What's more, he is a wild breed who has stolen the noble bloodline of our vampire clan and already possesses formidable strength. If we let him continue to grow, it would be truly terrifying for any member of our vampire clan. Oh, Adams continued with a faint smile. Baron Andrew, do you really think so? Is it that the Darcy family has truly fallen, or have you completely forgotten the supreme mission issued by the blood ancestor to our major families, neglecting the research on the forbidden blood? Of course, I haven't forgotten. Andrew hurriedly said, Lord Blood Ancestor instructed us to find a way to resolve the curse within our bloodline. Among them, Prince Tanya's achievements are the greatest. He and a human gave birth to Princess Anna, the noble daywalker vampire, giving our kind the possibility of no longer fearing sunlight from now on. What our Darcy family is researching is how to make our kind no longer fear the power of holy light, and we've already made some progress. Apart from that, there's also fire, holy water, WHI. Just as silver was about to be mentioned, Andrew finally realized, since Wang Yu's blood could possess the power of silver, he naturally wouldn't fear silver. That's why, even after being wounded in the heart by a silver dagger, he was still able to survive. And this kind of bloodline that doesn't fear silver is precisely what vampires have dreamed of for 2,000 years. I remember now, it's the forbidden blood. This wild one actually possesses the forbidden blood that our vampire clans have been researching for over 2,000 years. In that case, my dear Baron Hans, we cannot kill this wild one. On the contrary, we need to recruit him, win him over, and uncover the secret of not fearing silver from him, even able to master the power of silver like him. But what if he refuses to cooperate? Baron Hans showed a worried expression. After all, Anderson really did try to kill him before, and Lord Adams even took action personally. If he holds a grudge, it seems unlikely that he would easily submit to us. How about? Hans was clearly still in favor of killing Wang Yu. At this moment, Viscount Adams sneered, then used both coercion and persuasion. Let me tell you, I was the one who let him go. Today, when I noticed he wanted to escape, I didn't immediately catch him. Instead, I helped him escape. And he should have noticed as well. I think this should leave a good impression on him. By then, I hope he will choose to accept the bloodline of the Winston family and become a member of our family. No, my dear Lord Adams, I think he should join our Darcy family instead. Andrew hurriedly said, after all, only I and our Darcy family never intended to eliminate him from the very beginning. Only for now. Adams snorted coldly again. If it hadn't been discovered that he possesses forbidden blood, your Darcy family would be the least tolerant of wild bloodlines. That's slander, Andrew said indignantly. For a moment, the two actually started arguing over whose family should recruit Wang Yu. Silence. Finally, Viscount Adams said coldly, whoever can obtain that wild breed, it will depend on their own abilities. But there's one thing I need to say in advance. This wild breed is under the protection of the Winston family. Before the dust settles, no one is allowed to make an attempt on his life. Otherwise, it means becoming an enemy of our Winston family and the great Prince Winston. Adam showed his fangs after speaking. The powerful aura of the Viscount-level vampire made it almost impossible for the other two to breathe. I feel the same way, Andrew hurriedly said. No matter what, the research on the forbidden blood is the most important. Even our visit to the Dragon Kingdom this time is largely to leverage its power to further study the secret of Princess Anna, the Daywalker. So this Wildborn is even as important to our blood clan as Princess Anna. Anyone who dares to harm him or eliminate him is equivalent to opposing our entire Darcy family and the great Prince Darcy. Even the entire blood clan will not spare them. Baron Hans, you'd better curb your tendencies and stop killing people at will. Hans was speechless for a moment. Goodness, after all this time, you've turned into the umbrella protecting Wang Yu, this wildcard. One of you has been showing goodwill to Wang Yu from the start, while the other secretly went easy on him to earn some favor. So, in the end, he's the only bad guy here, huh? Damn it. If I had known that Wang Yu actually possessed the precious forbidden blood, I would have shown goodwill and gone easy on him to earn some favor. Coming to the Dragon Kingdom with the same honorable mission, if Adams or Andrew managed to recruit a vampire with forbidden blood while he only earned Wang Yu's hatred, he might very well be killed outright by the irritable Prince Rachel. Of course, I wouldn't kill a guy with forbidden blood. However, that's not right, Lord Adams. You deliberately let that wild one go when we were providing blood for Anderson, didn't you? Could it be that at that time, you had already determined he possessed forbidden blood? Moreover, we were all there at the time, and that wild one was seriously injured. How exactly did he manage to escape? Well, Adam's eyes flickered. It doesn't hurt to tell you, because the power of the forbidden blood of that wild breed is not singular. Not only does his blood contain the power of silver, but he also possesses Anderson's invisibility talent, breaking through the rules and limits of the abilities mastered by our vampire clan. What? This is impossible. Baron Hans widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The rules for vampires mastering talents have never changed since the new era. Vampires at the Baron level can only possess 2 talents. How could this wild one break the limit and possess 3 talents at the same time? The presence of silver's power in the blood was so unbelievable that they couldn't even determine if it counted as a talent. But they were simply too familiar with the stealth talent. In other words, Wang Yu's forbidden blood not only allows vampires to no longer fear silver but also enables them to break their limits and possess more talents at the same time. And more talents often mean greater combat power and stronger survival abilities. This is an extremely deadly temptation for every vampire. Andrew was also shocked, but he quickly realized that what Adams said might be true. After all, the various extraordinary behaviors Wang Yu had displayed could no longer be explained by the common understanding of vampires. If that's really the case, then the value of this wild breed would be immeasurable. Andrew murmured to himself. Adams nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his expression. That's right, at the time I vaguely sensed he was extraordinary, so I deliberately left him a chance to survive. Facts have proven that my judgment was correct. The secrets he harbors might bring an unprecedented transformation to our vampire clan. And with this excellent experience, this wild one will surely be deeply grateful to this Viscount. He must belong to our Winston family. No, he belongs to the noble Darcy family. Our Rachel family will not give up either. The three ghosts once again quarreled over Wang Yu's allegiance, leaving Wang Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, speechless. Belongs to you? Keep dreaming. Once I get up, I'll wipe you all out. But speaking of which, he had underestimated the vampire race before. Dr. Lien Mei, the perverted research maniac, couldn't even discover the silver blood, yet they found it so quickly. Moreover, each of them has their own schemes and a bit of cunning. If it weren't for this infiltration revealing Adam's intentions, he might have actually felt a slight bit of goodwill toward Adam's leniency. But now, these vampires only see him as a guinea pig for studying forbidden blood, a mere tool. If they fail, it's fine, but if they succeed one day, it will be the day of his death. In this regard, it's far more dangerous than being a guinea pig for Dr. May. He really wants to get rid of these 3 insiders and continue keeping his secret among the vampires. But the problem is that his strength simply doesn't allow it. The gap between a Viscount-level vampire and a Baron-level vampire is simply too great. Even with a sneak attack and the addition of silver blood, he still wasn't confident in delivering a fatal blow to Adams. What's more, Dr. May's concealment potion is not perfect. If he gets too close, there's a high chance of being discovered by Adams in advance. Moreover, the potion's effect is about to wear off. For now, saving Li Lin is the priority, so Wang Yu had no choice but to abandon the idea of using invisibility to kill in silence. Well, it's not too bad. Now they're all scrambling to bribe me. Doesn't this mean that from now on, I'll also have the so-called holy lineage vampire family backing me? In that case, even if I take a little sip from Princess Anna, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Yu reassured himself while quickly seizing the last moments to sneak into Princess Anna's bedroom. To his utter surprise, Princess Anna was in the middle of bathing. There she lay, completely naked in the bathtub. Scarlet blood was the ingredient for her bath. Snow-white arms and delicate jade-like feet splashed lightly in the blood, sending droplets flying. La 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 la. She hummed an unknown cheerful tune. Next to her, there were also two maids dressed as attendants serving her. It was the first time Wang Yu saw someone using blood to bathe, and doing it so happily. He was immediately filled with anger. If vampires drink blood because of biological instincts to sustain life, that could be excused. After all, Anna did save his life once. Even if she ultimately discarded him like an old shoe, there was nothing to say. He was a wild-born. Even he didn't consider vampires as his own kind, so it was impossible for Anna to place his importance above Anderson, a true member of the bloodline. But now, Wang Yu was completely free of any psychological burden and the last trace of hesitation. Wang Yu shouted inwardly, suddenly made his move, and directly knocked out the two maids beside the bathtub. Who are you? Who's there? Anderson, you're awake? How dare you use your invisibility talent to spy on this princess bathing? Bold, why aren't you getting lost already? Anna had thought that only Anderson could use the invisibility talent. She hurriedly covered her private parts and sternly rebuked. But at this moment, she felt a hand directly gripping her neck. No, Anderson definitely wouldn't have the guts to do this, and his life is hanging by a thread. Andrew said he wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days to half a month, let alone have the strength to activate the invisibility talent and still have so much energy. You're not Anderson. Anna finally realized something was wrong. She hurriedly raised her voice and shouted loudly, come. However, before she could utter a single word, Wang Yu firmly covered her mouth. Princess Anna, if you want to stay alive, you'd better keep quiet. Wang Yu revealed his figure. In fact, he didn't want to end his invisibility so soon. But there was no choice. Anna's figure was even better than imagined. After pulling her out of the blood-filled bathtub, those proud, perky white rabbits kept swaying before his eyes. In addition, there was her fair skin, delicate texture, flat stomach, and he couldn't look any further down. It might be because Dr. May's superpowered blood was too nourishing. Wang Yu directly had 2 streams of nosebleed. With his energy and blood disrupting his mindset, the invisibility effect vanished instantly. Wang Yu, is it you? How is this possible? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Seeing Wang Yu, whom she thought was surely dead, appear right in front of her, Anna was filled with shock and fear. Are you human or a ghost? The one who hurt you was Anderson. The one who killed you was Adams. If you want revenge, go after them, don't come for me. Her mouth was tightly covered, and these words couldn't be spoken. She could only make muffled mm sounds. But from her shocked and terrified eyes, Wang Yu could roughly guess what was going on. Princess, didn't expect this, did you? I'm not dead. I'm here to settle accounts, but not to take your life. You and your subordinates made me suffer so much. I'm asking you for a small favor. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Don't make a sound. I'll let you get dressed, and then you'll come with me. If you don't cooperate, you'll be the one to suffer. Got it? If you understand, blink your eyes. Anna blinked furiously. Then Wang Yu slowly let go of his hand. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire villa. Oh no! Wang Yu's heart sank. Does this woman not consider the consequences of her actions? Should have just taken it away directly from the start. But now that things had come to this, Wang Yu could no longer afford to regret or hesitate. Who dares to offend Her Highness the Princess? How audacious! The furious roars of Adams and Andrew had already erupted. The powerful Adams was the first to rush to Princess Anna's door. Princess, what happened? Daisy? Monica? He called out a few times, but no one answered. Tried to open the door, but it was unexpectedly locked from the inside. Then immediately activated the super sense of smell ability. This scent, it's that guy Wang Yu. Not good. Your Highness, please forgive my sins. After speaking, Adams directly kicked the door into pieces and rushed in. In sight, there was Anna wrapped in a bedsheet, and Wang Yu holding her while standing by the window. So strong. Wang Yu's eyelid twitched at the scene. Such power, such speed. With the strength of this Viscount Adams far surpassing others. Even in his current peak state, he is hard-pressed to match him. Fortunately, Anna is a daywalker vampire. The room she lives in not only faces the sun but also has very large windows. The curtains were drawn open, and the room was filled with sunlight. Even someone as powerful as Viscount Adams could only shy away when faced with sunlight, the ultimate nemesis of vampires. So Wang Yu felt a bit more confident and pretended to smile casually, saying, "Oh, greetings, Your Excellency Viscount." Wang Yu, you've recovered so quickly? Seeing that Wang Yu was full of energy and showed no signs of injury, Adams was taken aback. How did you do it? But then, a wave of anger followed. That lowly wild breed Wang Yu had actually managed to break into Her Highness the Princess's bedroom under their strict watch. Looking at this situation, they even want to abduct Princess Anna. If they succeed, it will undoubtedly be an even greater humiliation for him. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? Hurry up and release Her Highness the Princess. Considering that you once protected the princess, I can spare your life. When you escaped just now, I deliberately didn't expose you. You should know that. You can trust my promise. Yo-ho! So quick to come and ask for a favor? He's panicking. Wang Yu secretly found it amusing in his heart. Really? The corners corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. Is it that you're trustworthy, or is the forbidden blood in me too valuable for you to kill me just yet? Adams's expression changed again upon hearing this. Did you hear everything just now? At this moment, Andrew arrived driving the Bloodwings. Lord Adams, letting this kid overhear such classified information seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Hans also arrived late, gloating. It seems Lord Adams' super sense of smell is not as good as Edward's. If that guy Edward were still here, he would have discovered this guy long ago. Lord Adams, you must take full responsibility for this leak and the attack on the princess. Furthermore, speaking of this, he licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Kid, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. You look really sturdy. Hurry up and put down Her Highness the Princess, and play with me. As long as you can withstand my attacks, I might consider giving you a chance to join the Rachel family. Yes, Wang Yu. Andrew hurriedly added, the guilty have their culprits, and the ones who hurt you are Baron Anderson and Viscount Adams. If you want revenge, you can go after them. Please release Her Highness the Princess. As long as you release Her Highness the Princess, I, Andrew, swear in the name of the Darcy family to the blood ancestor that we can let bygones be bygones and even allow you to join the esteemed Darcy family. You too. Seeing these two still trying to poach at such a critical moment, Adams was instantly furious. Wang Yu, you should join our Winston family. As for offending the princess, as long as you let go immediately, I will take full responsibility for all the consequences. Ha! Princess Anna was dumbfounded upon hearing the three of them speak. What on earth is going on? She was inexplicably taken hostage by someone who was supposed to be dead, and these people were actually competing to win over the hostage taker? What are you doing? Anna, completely naked, was wrapped up like a burrito with a bedsheet by Wang Yu and carried over his shoulder, with only her head barely sticking out. The situation could be described as quite embarrassing. She had been burying her head forcefully, not wanting anyone to see her in such a sorry state. But after hearing the words of these three vampires, she couldn't help but be filled with rage. She raised her head, looking at the three in disbelief, and angrily rebuked, "Are you crazy? Look at the situation right now. I've been kidnapped, and instead of figuring out how to rescue me, you're here fighting to win over this kidnapper? Do you even see me as your princess? Do you still respect the rules of the bloodline?" Princess Anna trembled with anger, her voice sharp as she roared, "Viscount Adams, Baron Andrew, Baron Hans, as nobles of the Blood Clan, doing such an utterly absurd thing, if word gets out, the entire Blood Clan will become a laughingstock." This, Adams and the others, after being reprimanded by Princess Anna, immediately showed embarrassed expressions. "Please calm your anger, Your Highness," Adams hurriedly said. "We are also thinking about the future of the Blood Clan. This Wang Yu possesses the extremely precious forbidden blood, which is crucial to the development of our Blood Clan. As long as we can win him over, our Blood Clan might usher in a new turning point." Forbidden blood? Anna couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Wang Yu. As the princess of the Blood Clan, and even more so as the first possessor of forbidden blood within the Blood Clan, she was naturally no stranger to this name. Vampires are naturally powerful and possess various magical talents, but at the same time, they are also accompanied by some formidable curses and weaknesses. For example, fear of sunlight and fear of silver. For so many years, the most important task for all vampires has been to follow the orders of the blood ancestor and find ways to overcome these curses and weaknesses. But breaking a curse seems to be regarded as a taboo by the heavens. The entire vampire clan spent over 2,000 years researching with all their might, yet they never succeeded even once. It wasn't until a little over a decade ago that Prince Tanya, after paying a tremendous price, successfully brought forth Anna, the descendant of a daywalker. This gave the entire vampire clan their first taste of forbidden blood and a glimmer of hope to no longer fear sunlight. So Anna became the apple of the entire vampire clan's eye almost from the day she was born. Not only Prince Tanya, but also the other blood ancestor princes, and even the blood ancestor himself, regarded her as a treasure. Now that she has come to the Dragon Kingdom, all 5 princes have sent their direct descendants to protect her. It shows just how precious a vampire with forbidden blood is to the entire vampire clan. However, such a precious bloodline, it's acceptable for her to possess it as a noble princess. Wang Yu, a lowly wild breed, how could he possibly possess the forbidden blood? Stop joking. He indeed lucked out and gained the talent of a daywalker, but that was bestowed upon him by my noble bloodline as a princess. This derived secondary species cannot be considered forbidden blood. No, that's not it. Adams quickly shook his head and said urgently, "Your Highness, the power within Wang Yu is far more than just a secondary species. Not only does he possess the talents of a daywalker, but his blood also contains the silver power that restrains our vampire clan. Moreover, he has broken through the upper limit of the rules governing the mastery of talents among vampires and has acquired Anderson's invisibility talent. This is an ability that even you, Your Highness, do not possess. The blood flowing through him must undoubtedly be true forbidden blood." What? Princess Anna was startled upon hearing this and looked at Wang Yu again with a more complex expression in her eyes. No wonder Wang Yu could turn invisible, sneak into her room, and spy on her while she bathed. It turned out he also possessed the gift of invisibility. She had originally thought Won Yu had merely gained a derivative ability of her own gift by chance, but she hadn't expected that he might actually possess the true forbidden blood. How is this possible? Princess Anna murmured to herself. If he truly has forbidden blood, why has it never manifested before? How could I not know at all? Andrew interjected, Your Highness, perhaps he was unaware of the special nature of his blood before, or maybe he didn't trust us and deliberately concealed it in our presence, only revealing it when Anderson forced him into a life or death situation. Regardless, the fact is now clear. The forbidden blood in him holds great significance for our bloodline. That's why we're trying our best to win him over for the benefit of our kind. At this moment, Hans chimed in, Yes, Your Highness. If we can use his forbidden blood to find a way to break the vampire curse and weaknesses, our kind will surely usher in unprecedented glory. We hope Your Highness will consider the bigger picture and endure for now. Once we handle this matter properly, we will surely atone for our actions and make it up to you, Your Highness. Really? Seeing that everyone spoke in unison, Princess Anna had no choice but to believe that Won Yu truly possessed forbidden blood. But while she was bathing, she was suddenly attacked by Won Yu. At that moment, her guards did not prioritize protecting her but instead scrambled to win Won Yu's favor. This left her feeling furious and indignant. For the future of the Blood Clan? Princess Anna sneered coldly. Then you don't care about my safety? Before leaving, you swore that you would sacrifice your lives for me and never let this princess face any danger. But now, when I'm in danger, you're doing something so incomprehensible. This guy is the kidnapper who abducted this princess, a wild breed who violates the Blood Clan's rules. I now order you to eliminate him immediately. Adams and the others looked at each other upon hearing this, each showing a troubled expression. Adams forced himself to say, Your Highness, it's not that we disobey your orders, but the forbidden blood in Won Yu is far too important. If we eliminate him now, our Blood Clan might never have another chance to find a way to break the curse. The loss would be simply too great. Andrew also hurriedly pleaded, Your Highness, please reconsider. While we certainly value your safety, the future of the Blood Clan is equally significant. If we can make use of Won Yu's forbidden blood, it might free the entire Blood Clan from 1,000 years of hardship. This would be an immense blessing for every member of the Blood Clan, including yourself. I know the reckless Won Yu must have offended the honorable princess, but I hope you can prioritize the greater good of the Blood Clan and temporarily set aside personal grievances. You all! Princess Anna trembled with anger, her eyes flashing with fury. You dare defy my orders for the sake of an outsider. I am the princess of the Blood Clan now. Does what I say no longer count? Won Yu listened to their conversation on the side, secretly amused. These vampires, for the so-called forbidden blood in him, were even willing to abandon the princess. Now, they still dare to defy the princess's orders. So, does that mean I become a hot commodity? In that case, the purpose of his silent waiting during this time had been achieved. Successfully figured out the attitudes of these three vampires. With this talisman-like identity, he felt even more confident about his upcoming escape. He then gave a faint smile and finally spoke. Are you done talking? If we're done talking, goodbye. Li Lin's life is still in danger and requires Anna's transformation talent to save her. Therefore, Won Yu was unwilling to delay even for a moment. After confirming that these vampires wouldn't recklessly attack him while he turned around to leave, he simply waved his hand. Then, carrying Princess Anna, he used her head as a battering ram to smash through the window and jumped out. Anna let out a miserable cry of pain. Even though her Baron-level vampire body was already incredibly strong and wouldn't suffer any serious injuries from breaking through a window, she was still left dazed and in excruciating pain from the impact. You, audacious scoundrel! How dare you be so rude to this princess, peeping at me and even using me as a weapon? I will kill you! Princess Anna was both shocked and furious, screaming while struggling desperately on Won Yu's shoulder. However, she was firmly restrained by Won Yu and couldn't break free at all. Adams and the others were horrified at the sight and hurriedly gave chase. Won Yu's eyelid twitched at the sight. Judging by Bloodblade's stance, he was about to directly sever his legs to forcibly keep him here. With his current strength, even if he resisted with all his might, he would still be seriously injured. Not to mention, he was also burdened with someone like Anna, a complete liability. But immediately after, Won Yu was filled with immense joy, because Adams did not possess the Daywalker talent. Not only was he himself afraid of sunlight, but even the Bloodblades he launched were completely restrained by it. Even such a powerful attack quickly evaporated under the sunlight. By the time it reached behind Won Yu, the Bloodblade that was originally enough to sever his legs had already shrunk to just about a foot in size. It was caught by a large blood hand formed by Won Yu's blood manipulation ability. With a gentle squeeze, it was effortlessly devoured without a trace. If you're leaving, just leave. Why bother with gifts? Viscount, since you're so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your gifted blood. No need to see me off. Goodbye. Won Yu mocked smugly and quickly climbed over the wall. My gifted blood! Adams cried out in pain. Although the Bloodblade formed from the gifted blood was destined to dissolve under the the sunlight the moment it was launched. The fact that such precious gifted blood was forcibly devoured by Wang Yu still made his heart ache. This guy did it on purpose. He has a way to resist the backlash force and forcibly devour and absorb the gifted blood of other vampires. After experiencing it personally, Adams finally understood another ability of Wang Yu. Oh my god, by the blood ancestor above, his forbidden blood is actually this powerful. Andrew and Hans, who were nearby, were amazed at the sight and then gave up the idea of making a move. Sunlight's restraint on vampires is simply too severe. Even the powerful Viscount Adams returned without success. Taking action would only be asking for trouble. But at this moment, they were all even more determined to capture Wang Yu. Being able to forcibly devour the bloodline talents of other vampires, doesn't that mean that as long as we grasp the power of this guy's forbidden blood, we can become incredibly powerful in a short time? We absolutely cannot let this guy escape. Wang Yu felt relieved when he saw that the three most powerful vampires hadn't managed to chase after him. However, at this moment, the patrolling bodyguards had already been alerted and surrounded him. Catch him. Adams, suffering from multiple injuries, looked deathly pale. Knowing that it was still daytime and under the threat of sunlight, even though he was much stronger than Wang Yu, he couldn't continue to make a move at this time. Can only hide in the shadows, shouting orders to the bodyguards, don't let him escape. Yes, although the bodyguards were not individually strong, they were well trained. They quickly formed a circle, trapping Wang Yu in the middle. Moreover, the bodyguards were holding specially designed weapons that emitted a faint silver glow, clearly intended for dealing with vampires and werewolves. Quick action. Wang Yu frowned slightly, not expecting these bodyguards to react so swiftly. At this point, he had no choice but to charge out. He glanced at Princess Anna, who was still struggling on his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "You'd better behave yourself, or when the fight starts, blades and swords won't show mercy. Weapons don't care if you're a princess or not." Humph. Princess Anna glared fiercely at Wang Yu, but at this moment, she didn't dare to struggle violently anymore. She was also well aware that the weapons in the hands of these bodyguards posed a threat to her as well. Originally, these bodyguards were equipped with silver weapons to prevent werewolf attacks, as the werewolves had been rampant in Fengcheng Fortress recently. Unexpectedly, the first time these weapons were used, they ended up threatening her instead. "If it weren't for you, how would I, the princess, have encountered such danger?" A man who appeared to be the leader of the bodyguards shouted loudly. Wang Yu sneered, "Just you lot?" As he spoke, a layer of blood-red light surged around him, signaling the activation of his blood manipulation talent. The surrounding air seemed to distort as strands of blood converged from within his body, forming a blood-red shield in front of Wang Yu. And that's not all. After devouring Anderson's blood, not only did he gain the invisibility talent, but his mastery of the blood-shaping talent also improved further. Oomph, try this. With a wave of Wang Yu's hands, the blood shield in front of him instantly transformed into countless sharp blood spikes, shooting toward the surrounding bodyguards. Not good. Get out of the way. The bodyguards saw this and dodged one after another. Some raised their weapons to block, and the blood spikes collided with the specially made weapons, producing bursts of sizzling sounds. Silver light and blood-red light intertwined with each other. Although most of the blood spikes were blocked, quite a few still broke through the defense line and struck some of the bodyguards. Ah! The bodyguard who was hit screamed repeatedly, with blood gushing from the wound, and soon collapsed to the ground. But quite a few bodyguards managed to evade the attack. Don't back down, attack him. Vampires fear silver the most. Use silver weapons to slash him. The head bodyguard shouted and led the charge toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu, unafraid, carried Princess Anna and charged toward the bodyguards. He moved nimbly, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. His strength was immense, and with every punch or kick he could take down a bodyguard. And the weapons that struck him were easily neutralized by the protection formed by his blood manipulation talent. Ding ding ding. Amidst the chaotic clanging of metal, Wang Yu used the blood barrier formed by his blood manipulation talent to remain completely unscathed under the assault of numerous silver weapons. This, although they had mentally prepared themselves, Wang Yu's performance still left the three vampires in the villa stunned. It also shocked Anna, who was carried on his shoulder. You actually aren't afraid of silver." Looking at the scene before them in utter astonishment. Under normal circumstances, weapons and blood blades formed from the blood of vampires with the blood-shaping talent are also, like their bodies, afraid of silver. If blood blades and blood weapons collide, the blood will be more easily corroded and cut amidst a sizzling sound. Correspondingly, it will also cause certain damage and pain to the attacking vampire. But for Wang Yu, it's completely different. In the face of Wang Yu's gifted blood, these silver weapons, which used to be the most effective against vampires, are no different from ordinary weapons. Due to the softness of silver, these silver weapons performed even worse than ordinary weapons in front of Wang Yu. Dang! Crack! Amid the clash of immense forces, the sound of weapons breaking echoed continuously. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 silver weapons were sliced in half by Wang Yu's blood-stained Tang Dao, split into 2. As a vampire, how are you not afraid of silver? How did you do it? Anna was completely shocked. She was able to become the first Daywalker vampire of the Blood Clan, possessing the forbidden blood blood, which was achieved through the immense efforts and great cost of Prince Tanya. It was only barely successful after almost exhausting the entire strength of the Tanya family. But Wan Yu was just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, a student who hadn't even graduated from high school. I heard he's still a bottom-of-the-class student with poor grades. Why is he able to possess such mysterious and powerful forbidden blood without even fearing silver? Ha ha ha. Wan Yu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Is that so difficult? Let me tell you, my blood not only isn't afraid of silver, but it can even suppress silver. Come to me. As soon as the words fell, several silver weapons in the hands of the bodyguards were pulled away under the influence of Wan Yu's gifted blood. 7 or 8 silver weapons gathered in mid-air, enveloped by Wan Yu's gifted blood. Ch. After a burst of noise, these silver weapons seemed to have been rapidly corroded and disappeared without a trace. Only some non-silver parts were discarded like trash. Crash! The silver on these 7 or 8 weapons amounted to at least 2 kilograms. After Wan Yu's blood absorbed this silver, the silver glow became even brighter and more solid. Previously, the hardness of his blood weapon was slightly inferior to the refined steel swords sold in regular weapon shops. It was only slightly stronger than those flimsy printed weapons. Often, a single collision could only break a silver weapon. But now, after his blood absorbed a large amount of silver again, the hardness of the blood weapon had faintly surpassed that of refined steel swords. Against these not-so-hard silver weapons, it was like a divine blade, cutting through iron as if it were mud. Swipe! With one slash, it directly severed the weapons in the hands of 3 bodyguards. Oh my goodness! The bodyguard captain was instantly shocked and horrified. Not afraid of sunlight, fine, but not afraid of silver either, and even able to freaking consume silver? Is this still a vampire? What kind of monster is this? The bodyguard captain's terrified shout made the surrounding bodyguards even more fearful, their gazes toward Wan Yu filled with terror and awe. They involuntarily took a few steps back, creating distance between each other, no longer daring to recklessly charge forward and attack as they had just moments ago. Wan Yu took the opportunity to carry Princess Anna and quickened his pace to break through. Although he really wanted to absorb the other silver weapons as well, time was pressing. The most urgent task was to leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. Take Anna away and save the goddess he had secretly admired for many years. The villa's bodyguards, when combined, actually numbered over 100, and almost every one of them was a high-level sub-supernatural being. Normally, with so many sub-supernatural experts, combined with silver weapons designed to counter vampires, even if Adams and his team personally took action, they would likely meet a tragic end. But Wan Yu was different. He not only does not fear silver, on the contrary, silver is his greatest nourishment and support. Without the restraint of silver, even when surrounded by a large number of people, Wan Yu can rely on his stronger power to achieve single-point breakthroughs. Swish, swish, swish. Ah. Finally, amidst Wan Yu's courageous breakthrough and the bodyguards' painful cries as they fell, Wan Yu had already broken through to the edge of the encirclement. Inside the villa, Baron Hans threatened loudly. Wan Yu, who was about to successfully break out, paused, secretly thinking that things were not looking good. He had long known that these vampires had guns. Although they were captured by the Dragon Kingdom's authorities and detained for a period of time on that basis, Wan Yu did not believe they were law-abiding good citizens. He had already mentally prepared for the fact that they had guns. Previously, he deliberately stayed behind to observe and test, mainly to see how likely they were to use firearms for an attack. He thought that with the princess in hand and his forbidden blood, these people wouldn't go so far as to resort to firearms. But unexpectedly, he still couldn't avoid it in the end. He felt the deadly threat from the dark muzzle of the gun and dared not make the slightest move. Now he was only 70 or 80 meters away from the villa, still within the effective range of a handgun. Although his body had been strengthened to be far more robust than an ordinary person, he still couldn't be sure if he could withstand a close-range gunshot. Hans, do you dare to shoot? Don't forget that Princess Anna is still in my hands. If I die, don't think you can get the forbidden blood either. Don't you want this ability that doesn't fear silver and even uses it as nourishment? Wan Yu shouted loudly. Hans's face showed a look of hesitation. Wan Yu's performance in the battle just now, he had witnessed it all firsthand. Not only is it truly unafraid of silver, but it can even absorb silver to enhance its own strength. If one possessed such power, then, thinking that he might no longer have to fear the threat of silver like Wan Yu in the future, Hans was incredibly tempted. Then, he hesitated, pondering how to resolve the current predicament. Princess Anna cannot be harmed, and Wan Yu cannot be killed. But now, apart from using guns, they no longer have any means to threaten Wan Yu, leaving them with no leverage to negotiate with him. Then you must ensure Princess Anna's safety. Otherwise, even if you possess the forbidden blood, the wrath of the Blood Clan is not something you can bear. Helplessly, he could only use the Blood Clan to threaten Wan Yu. A show of strength masking inner weakness. The corners of Wan Yu's mouth immediately curved into a faint smile. Even in a perilous battle, he forced himself to display the ability of silver blood to devour silver, just to make these guys even more apprehensive. It seems that it has succeeded now. I will guarantee it. Wan Yu said in a deep voice, the princess's status is special. Killing her would bring me no benefit. I just had to resort to this measure to have her help me with a small favor immediately. Once it's over, I will return her safely to you. I hope you can show mercy and let me go. If so, I might consider joining your family and allowing you to study the forbidden blood within me. To avoid being shot in the head and losing his life, Wan Yu had no choice but to use himself as a bargaining chip once again. But just at that moment, bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Wan Yu felt a piercing pain in his calf even before he heard the sound. With a splatter, a blood flower bloomed. He had been shot. Turning his head, in the shadow of the villa, a blonde vampire's handgun was emitting faint smoke. Lord Adams, why did you fire the gun? That's forbidden blood. And the princess is also in his hands. What if the princess gets hurt? Are you crazy? Andrew and Hans were terrified out of their wits. Firing from 70 or 80 meters away, with Wan Yu and Anna standing so close together. One wrong move, and Wan Yu might walk away unscathed while Anna ended up dead. So Hans aimed for a long time but didn't dare pull the trigger. Now Adams actually dares to open fire recklessly. Accidentally killing Wan Yu was already a huge loss. Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing Her Highness the Princess? Stop immediately. This is too dangerous, my dear Lord Adams. Please stop at once. Aim, then pull the trigger. The muzzle erupted with a fierce flame. Almost simultaneously, Wan Yu, 70 meters away, was hit in the shoulder again. Although the silver bullet fired from the muzzle had no restraining effect on Wan Yu, the destructive power brought by its immense kinetic energy caused him excruciating pain. Meanwhile, breakthrough quickly with faster and more urgent speed. He was shot in the left leg by Adams, greatly reducing his mobility. If he doesn't quickly escape the encirclement and flee, there will be no chance. However, just as he thought using Anna as a shield would keep him safe, bang! The gunshot rang out for the third time. Wan Yu felt a piercing pain in the palm of his hand. This time, the bullet hit his right hand holding the bloodstained Tang sword. So accurate? Wan Yu was incredibly shocked. It must be noted that as a Baron-level vampire, and a powerful Baron whose heart had beaten a full 99 times after advancing to Baron, his strength was immense, and his speed was terrifyingly fast. The speed at which he swung his blade was faster than the blink of an eye for an ordinary person. But in such a short time, this Adams was able to precisely hit the hand he was holding the knife with. Must be a lucky shot. Wan Yu refused to believe it. He used his right arm to hold Anna and continued to shield his head and torso, while switching the knife to his left hand to keep breaking through. CHCHCH. The vampire's powerful regenerative ability began to quickly heal his injuries. But in a short time, he no longer had the strength to wield the knife again. Several bodyguards took the opportunity to swiftly close the gap he had struggled to break through. Both hands were injured, rendering him unable to use weapons, and one leg was also wounded. He can't get out. Adams. Wan Yu condensed two blood blades in front of him, threatening the approaching bodyguards, then turned back angrily and said, I'm just asking your princess to help with a small favor. I won't harm her life. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? If you fire again, the next one to be hit will be your princess. Humph. Adams snorted coldly, Wan Yu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because of the power of sunlight and forbidden blood. The princess was kidnapped once. I will never let such a humiliation happen again. Stay willingly, or I'll make you stay. You only have one choice. As for accidental injuries, even Her Highness the Princess has no objections, so there's no need for you to worry. The power of my bloodline is not something a wildling like you, who happened to obtain forbidden blood by chance, can comprehend. Bang! As if to prove his point, the moment Adams finished speaking, gunfire rang out once more. This time, Wan Yu believed he had dodged quite well, had perfectly used Anna to shield his body, blocking all of Adams' shooting angles. But the bullet grazed Princess Anna's neck and hit the tiny bit of his shoulder that was just exposed. Damn, this guy must be cheating. What kind of talent is this? After the shock, Wan Yu finally realized something was wrong. Adams was always able to hit him at such critical moments, and it definitely wasn't just about accurate marksmanship. Judging by the situation, it was combined with some kind of vampire talent, and Anna obviously knew about it. Not only aware, but also full of confidence in this talent. Otherwise, this coward couldn't possibly remain so calm after a bullet grazed his neck. So Wan Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of being hit by several bullets, and shouted angrily at Anna, what kind of talent is Adams using to hit me so precisely? Speak quickly, or else I'll kill you. Princess Anna's face finally showed a trace of fear, but she quickly forced herself to regain composure. Humph, do you dare? If you kill me, you're doomed too. I won't say anything. Then go to hell. Wan Yu directly unleashed a blood blade, slicing through the sheet and cutting the skin on Anna's back. Wan Yu's icy killing intent and the sharp pain in her back immediately brought Anna an even stronger sense of fear. No, I'll talk. Adams possesses one of the top talents of the Blood Clan, the Eagle Eye. This talent allows him to clearly observe every move of his target, capturing even the slightest changes, thereby predicting the target's next action. Combined with his perfect marksmanship, no matter how well you hide or how fast you move, under his eagle eagle-eyed vision, there's nowhere to escape. Isn't this basically an aimbot? After learning about Adam's gifted ability, Wang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Being able to observe subtle movements and predict the next action? Duga 9 swords? No wonder I got hit even though I moved so fast. What an unbelievably abnormal talent. Wang Yu felt the situation was extremely tricky. These bodyguards are not a cause for concern, because he is not afraid of silver. Even though he is seriously injured now, he can still manage to cope. Andrew and Hans also don't need to worry. It's not dark yet, so they don't dare to come out under the sunlight to pursue. Dare not shoot casually, for fear of accidentally injuring or even killing Anna. But the troublesome one is that Adams. To think he has such a bug-like talent. In other words, he can't show himself at all now. If he does, he's done for in an instant. Not even a single large movement was allowed. As soon as he made a big move and left Anna, the living shield, he would almost certainly get shot. What to do? He looked at the bodyguards closing in on him, as well as Adams in the distance, whose sharp gaze was fixed on him like a predator, and felt a wave of anxiety. So Lord Adam's third talent is actually the eagle eye, one of the top talents of our bloodline. With this talent, the vampires can fight as if they can foresee the future. Ha, Wang Yu, Lord Adams is so powerful, you have no way to escape. Surrender obediently. Andrew shouted loudly, with a hint of pride on his face, as if he had defeated Wang Yu himself. Hans also joined in the jeering, saying, that's right, since Lord Adam's third talent is this, you don't stand a chance. Surrender, give up and stop resisting pointlessly, so you won't suffer needlessly. If you're smart enough to join our Rachel family, I might even plead for you before the princess and help you gain her forgiveness. Hee hee. The surrounding bodyguards also relaxed, just tightly surrounded Wang Yu, without rushing forward to attack. They felt that in such a desperate situation, Wang Yu should surrender. These damn bastards. Wang Yu was furious in his heart. These guys were so arrogant. He simply didn't take him seriously. But he was also well aware that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He held Princess Anna tightly, his mind racing as he tried to come up with a countermeasure. Do you think you can force me to surrender like this? Dream on. Wang Yu shouted back, what damn eagle eye. Today, no matter what, I'm taking Anna with me. Not even a god could stop me, I said it. With that, Wang Yu grabbed one end of the bedsheet and yanked hard. Swish! Under the immense force, Anna, tightly wrapped in the bedsheet, spun uncontrollably on the spot. Then, to her horror, she realized the sheet enveloping her was growing thinner and thinner. After spinning in place 7 or 8 times, she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. That guy Wang Yu had unexpectedly pulled away the bedsheet, leaving such a noble princess completely exposed under the broad daylight. Without the constraint of the bedsheet, Anna could now move. She could even try to take the opportunity to escape from Wang Yu's side and free herself from his captivity. But the intense sense of shame made her immediately squat down, trying her best to cover her sensitive areas. And after this fleeting moment was wasted, she no longer had any chance. Swish! Wang Yu took a quick step forward, then opened his arms and rushed to embrace Anna. Oh my god, this is simply too rude. What is he going to do? Bastard, stop it. Amidst a cry of alarm, the gunfire rang out again. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yu's thigh, ankle, and chest were hit in succession. But after 3 shots, Adams frowned and stopped shooting, because Wang Yu actually used bedsheets and his blood manipulation talent to create a very simple tent. It just happened to firmly cover Wang Yu and Anna within it. With the line of sight blocked, even with his eagle-eyed vision, he dared not fire recklessly. Otherwise, it was very likely he would either accidentally kill Wang Yu or accidentally injure Princess Anna. No matter the outcome, none of it was something he could accept. This cunning wild one, damn it, charge at him now and shred the damned piece of cloth. Catch that despicable guy for me. Adams continued to order the bodyguards to act, and he was only angry, not overly flustered. After all, he had just inflicted enough damage on Wang Yu. Next, these human bodyguards, carefully trained by their vampire clan, would fearlessly stop Wang Yu. However, in the next moment, a terrified and furious scream from Anna came from the tent. No, nobody move. If anyone dares to come closer, I'll kill myself right in front of you. Viscount Adams and the others were subjects, and these bodyguards were nothing more than servants. The earlier outburst had already left Anna utterly humiliated and furious. If they barged in again and saw everything, her dignity as a princess would be completely ruined. So there was no need for Wang Yu to threaten her further. Anna screamed, Adams, quickly order your blood slaves to leave. If you dare to act recklessly again, this princess will be forced to her death by you. When Adams heard Princess Anna's resolute cry, his expression instantly turned extremely grim. Although his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, he did not dare to truly defy the princess's orders. Stop right there, all of you. Adams gritted his teeth and shouted at the bodyguards who were about to charge forward. The bodyguards, upon hearing the order, could only stop in their tracks and stand still. Your Highness, please calm down. This Wang Yu has ulterior motives and has been so rude to you. We can't just let him off like this. Rest assured, everyone here is your loyal subjects and servants. No one will speak of what happened today. Adams tried to persuade Anna. Shut Shut up, Anna shouted angrily. Do you even see me as a princess? If it weren't for your incompetence and recklessness, how could I have suffered such great humiliation? Stop immediately, or you can explain to father yourself how his daughter ended up dead. Adams felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. The Tanya family behind Princess Anna wields immense power, and Prince Tanya is the most influential and prestigious elder in the entire vampire clan, second only to the blood ancestor. He even established the Squid Kingdom and became its king. His status and strength surpassed those of the other 5 great elders combined. If Anna were to lose her life because of him, it wouldn't just affect him, the entire Winston family behind him would also be implicated. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "As you command, my princess." But now, what should we do? Speaking of the next plan, Anna was also at a loss. She could only bite her silver teeth tightly and look at Wang Yu. "Hey, you damn pervert, I'm asking you, what are you planning to do next?" I'm not a pervert, and I don't have those worldly desires toward you," Wang Yu tried to explain. "Bah!" Anna retorted indignantly, "Not a pervert? If you're not a pervert, why were you peeping at me while I was bathing? If you're not a pervert, why did you kidnap me while I was naked, tie me up like this, and stare so blatantly? Humph, you filthy human, you despicable scum. Sooner or later, I'll tear you to pieces." Her eyes were filled with rage and hatred. If looks could kill, Wang Yu would have died a gruesome death. "TCH, isn't it your yelling that caused all this trouble? If you hadn't yelled, I would have waited for you to get dressed, and you could have just come with me obediently. Wouldn't that have saved us all this hassle? You brought this on yourself. I told you long ago, if you don't listen, you're the one who's going to suffer." Anna was at a loss for words. She regretted it deeply now. Had she known Wang Yu's threat meant this, she should have cooperated a bit more back then. That said, Wang Yu does have his merits after all. When kidnapping her, he could still think about her. Bah. What are you thinking? He's just a pervert, a big jerk. This princess will never forgive him, not even in death. She felt a fierce inner struggle, shook her head, and stomped her foot, saying, "Then tying me up like this definitely doesn't make you a good person either. And what are you looking at? Stop staring. If you keep looking, this princess will gouge out your eyes. I tied you up precisely to prevent you from gouging out my eyes." Wang Yu secretly cursed in his heart. He currently had several gunshot wounds on his body, making it difficult to move and significantly reducing his strength, while Anna, no matter how useless, was still a Baron-level vampire. Wang Yu naturally had to guard against her becoming desperate. Moreover, after being shot several times by Adams using his eagle eye talent, Wang Yu had become more cautious. If he didn't use the blood manipulation talent to form a blood rope to tightly bind Anna and keep a close watch on her, who knows what other tricks these vampires might pull out. This was his last and most useful card, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Moreover, slurp, it truly looks amazing. I have to say, Princess Anna's appearance and figure are both top-notch. Her skin is like the finest mutton fat jade, smooth and radiant. Especially when I was holding her just now, that feeling, TSK. Tender, smooth. Anyway, he has already taken advantage of this. A pervert is a pervert, so be it. Hurriedly shook his head repeatedly. Go ahead, I'll listen to you. Okay. Wang Yu pondered slightly and said, "Have them open the main gate outside and withdraw all the people. And also, bring over the car I was in this morning, fill it up with gas, and no tricks." Princess Anna gritted her teeth. Although she was extremely reluctant, under Wang Yu's threat, she had no choice but to comply. She raised her voice and shouted outside the tent, "Adams, listen up. Open the main gate outside and have everyone withdraw. We also need a car and fuel." What? Hearing Princess Anna's shout, Adams frowned deeply, filled with doubt and reluctance in his heart. "Your Highness, are you really going to let him go like this? Or what?" Facing Adams' question, Anna's anger flared even more. "If you had discovered this guy earlier and stopped him in time, would I, the princess, have been so humiliated? Stop talking nonsense. Do as you're told. At this point, do you still intend to defy the orders of this princess?" Adams' face turned ashen. After weighing his options, he ultimately dared not defy Anna's command. "Yes, Your Highness." He gritted his teeth and responded, then turned to instruct his subordinates. "Do as the princess said. Open the gate, move everyone inside, and bring that car over. Fill it up with fuel." Yes. The subordinates obeyed the order and began to get busy. In no time, everything was ready. Wang Yu pulled Anna into the car, then stepped on the gas. Buzz. Amid the roar of the engine, the car shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. How annoying. Adam's face was dark with fury. Humiliated and enraged, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Chase after them. Find out where the damn bastard has taken the princess and report back to me. If you can't even manage this, then you and your families can obediently offer up all your blood and go straight to hell." Yes. The bodyguards dared not slack off and hurriedly drove to give chase. At this moment, Wang Yu finally panicked, because he didn't know how to drive. Initially, driving the car away was already quite difficult for him. Now, seeing several cars chasing from behind, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His purpose in kidnapping Anna was to absorb her transformed talent through bloodsucking, then use it to save Li Lin. This required some time, so he had to shake off these tales while on the road. road. Wang Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force, and large beads of sweat continuously rolled down his forehead. The car, under his panicked operation, swerved unsteadily on the road, occasionally scraping against the roadside trees, producing a piercing screech. From time to time, it would drive into potholes or over speed bumps. Do you even know how to drive? Princess Anna screamed in terror, swaying uncontrollably. If this keeps up, we're all going to die. We're going to crash. Shut up. Wang Yu shouted anxiously, if you don't want to die, stay quiet. At this moment, the cars in the rearview mirror were getting closer and closer. If this continues, they'll definitely catch up. So Wang Yu gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. A fork in the road appeared ahead. Wang Yu had no time to think about the consequences and sharply turned the steering wheel, rushing into the small path on the left. The small path was rugged and narrow, flanked by dense woods. Branches occasionally scraped against the car, and the road conditions became even bumpier and harder to navigate. Princess Anna let out another terrified scream, her face pale as a sheet. The bodyguards behind didn't expect Wang Yu, who was driving so erratically, to dare to turn into the small path, catching them off guard for a moment. But they were all seasoned professionals. After quickly turning around, they also charged in. Clang, clang, clang. Knock, knock, knock. You recklessly sped through the small path, relying on sheer determination and luck to temporarily widen the gap between him and his pursuers. However, the small path was intricate and complex, and Wang Yu soon lost his way. Done, what should I do now? Wang Yu muttered to himself, feeling a bit helpless. In addition to not knowing how to drive, he was also somewhat directionally challenged. At this moment, he had to focus all his energy on operating the car and couldn't activate his super sense of smell talent to guide him. While he was aimlessly wandering, Anna in the passenger seat suddenly spoke up. Turn left. Wang Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Are you sure? I'm warning you, if you lead me to a dead end, you'll be the one in bigger trouble. Am I not already in trouble now? Anna said irritably, damn pervert, deliberately driving into such a narrow road, intentionally making this princess look bad. Either you die right now, or get this princess back on the main road immediately. Embarrassed? Wang Yu was stunned again, and only then did he finally react. It should be noted that due to the urgency of the situation just now, Wang Yu didn't even have time to retrieve the bedsheet when he got into the car. Princess Anna was now completely naked, without even a bedsheet to cover herself. Tied tightly to the passenger seat with blood-formed ropes, she couldn't shield her private areas. This meant that certain prominent parts of her body bounced with every jolt of the vehicle. After the car turned onto the rough, uneven path, this became even more noticeable. Although Wang Yu was fully focused on driving, he no longer had the energy or mind to appreciate such scenery. But this exposure and swaying made Anna feel utterly humiliated and furious. Hurry up and turn, you stupid pervert. This princess's disheveled appearance must not be seen by those lowly servants again. Alright, anyway, he's like a headless fly running around aimlessly now, so we might as well follow this guy's instructions for the time being. If something goes wrong, he'll settle the score with her later. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and turned left as instructed. Yes, speed up, turn right at the next intersection. Hurry up. Anna immediately took on the role of Wang Yu's navigator, constantly urging him to speed up. Wang Yu slammed on the accelerator, and the car darted left and right like a wild horse. The intense jolting made Anna scream again, filled with both embarrassment and anger. Don't drive into the pit on purpose, you idiot. After twisting and turning for a while, unexpectedly, a wide road appeared ahead once again. We're out. Wang Yu looked at Anna with a burst of joy. Unexpectedly, you're quite impressive, with such a strong sense of direction. I used to underestimate you. Of course. Anna, hearing Wang Yu's rare compliment, immediately puffed out her chest with pride. Then she once again felt the chilly breeze on her chest, completely uncovered. His face instantly turned red. You pervert. Peeking again. Turn your head away, you're not allowed to look. If you look again, I'll kill you. Yes. Talk to me again when you have that ability. TCH, who cares to watch anyway? Wang Yu curled his lips. Considering that Anna gave him directions, he decided not to argue with her. But Anna, seeing this, refused to let it go. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why are you smirking and rolling your eyes again? You dare look down on me, the princess? Didn't you tell me not to look? Since she had so sincerely invited him, Wang Yu decided to spare a glance amid his busyness. You totally wanted to peek. Anna immediately shrieked. And you still dare deny you're a pervert? When you laid out your conditions earlier, you didn't even ask for clothes for me, and you specifically drove onto bumpy roads. You just wanted to take advantage of me. You bastard, pervert, freak. Wang Yu, how could I even care about that? If you care so much, then why don't you take it yourself? I'm a perverted freak. Then what are you, an exhibitionist? Wang Yu curled his lips again, leaving Anna speechless with just a few words. She froze for a moment, then burst into tears with a loud wail. Scoundrel, bastard, how dare you bully this princess? My father will never let you off if he finds out. You're doomed. Woo. Can't win the argument, so you're resorting to being unreasonable, huh? Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? As expected of a princess, arrogant, willful, and full of princess syndrome. Wang Yu frowned, snorted coldly in his heart, and then closed his mouth. At this moment, the bodyguards in the back struggled on the path for a while before finally managing to catch up, but Wang Yu was already nowhere to be seen. Damn it, he got away. The head bodyguard angrily slammed his fist on the steering wheel. How are we supposed to explain this to Lord Adams when we go back? No, we must find him, and find Her Highness the Princess. Keep chasing. Wang Yu sped down the avenue in his car, only relaxing slightly after confirming there were no pursuers behind him. He was just feeling irritated by the crying. Moreover, continuing like this was indeed a bit excessive. He didn't want this princess to hate him so much that she would want to kill him. That's more like it. Anna sobbed as she took the clothes, glared at Wang Yu, and muttered under her breath, "If you dare to drag this princess around like that again, this princess will strip you naked and parade you across the country. No, across the whole world. And then nail you, you perverted scoundrel, to a cross, slowly drain your blood, and just when you're down to your last breath, save you again. This princess will torment you every day, making you unable to live or die. Only then can I vent my anger." Wang Yu couldn't help but shiver. This princess is quite beautiful, but her heart is way too vicious. Vampires truly are the bloodiest and most brutal creatures. However, after seeing Anna put on her clothes, Wang Yu was somewhat dazed. Anna's fair, jade-like skin appeared even more translucent and delicate against the light blue hem of her dress, as if it could break at a touch. Her face was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Her exquisite features were like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, and her large eyes resembled sparkling rubies, radiating a mysterious brilliance amidst their clarity. At this moment, she was glaring at Wang Yu with a hint of annoyance, which only added a touch of playfulness to her demeanor. Beneath her high, straight nose were lips as red as cherries, now slightly pouting as if expressing endless grievances. Wang Yu stared blankly, and in a daze, he felt that Anna before him bore some resemblance to the mother in his memories. The same natural beauty, the same captivating charm, but his mother's beauty carried the tenderness of years gone by, while Anna's beauty was filled with youthful vitality and exuberance. This strange sense of similarity made Wang Yu momentarily dazed. "Mom!" For a moment, Wang Yu suddenly felt an impulse to rush forward, hug Anna, and cry his heart out in her arms. But at this moment, Hannah suddenly looked in the mirror, pouting and complaining, "What kind of lousy clothes are these? They're so outdated and ugly. No, this princess wants to change into something else. This princess would never wear such outdated clothes to meet people. It's too embarrassing." Wang Yu immediately sobered up. Hearing Anna call his mother's clothes outdated, he felt displeased, frowned and said impatiently, "At a time like this, you're still being picky. It's already good enough to have something to wear, so stop causing trouble for me." But Anna was resolute. "No, if you don't stop, I'll die right here and now. Anyway, wearing such ugly clothes is worse than being dead. Without this princess, you won't be able to accomplish anything, and the vampires won't let you off either." A trace of cunning flashed in Anna's eyes. Wang Yu was incredibly powerful. She was absolutely no match for him. Falling into Wang Yu's hands, she could only be at his mercy. But Wang Yu actually stopped specifically to find clothes for her, clearly showing that he still cared about her feelings as a princess. Then she said she must give Wang Yu a hard time, venting her anger first before anything else. Wang Yu felt a wave of frustration in his heart. This Princess Anna was truly too willful and unreasonable. But what she said wasn't wrong. If something really happened to her, the vampires definitely wouldn't let it go, and his plan to save Li Lin would completely fall apart. Right now, Wang Yu really didn't dare to do anything to her. Even to avoid her holding too much of a grudge later, he had to try to please her. So he gritted his teeth, forced down his anger, and said, "Fine, then come with me." Wang Yu brought Anna back to his home. "What a dump. Why is it so small? Is this a place fit for humans to live? You humans live in such small spaces? It's just like cockroaches." As soon as she entered, Anna started complaining non-stop. After taking out her mother's clothes one by one for Anna to try on, the latter complained even more incessantly. "What is all this? The color is just like something an old lady would wear. This style is so outdated. If I wear this out, people will laugh at me," she muttered while looking at herself in the mirror from different angles, her face full of disdain. "Ugh, this princess is so fussy." Wang Yu stood by, completely out of patience, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to endure listening to her endless nitpicking. Just like that, Anna tried on almost every piece of clothing, and each one she wore was accompanied by a string of complaints. After trying everything, Anna stood in front of the mirror, her gaze shifting back and forth between the outfit she was wearing and the clothes scattered on the bed. After a moment of silence, she let out a soft sigh and said to Wang Yu, forget it, let's just go with the first one." "What?" Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, a wave of anger surging in his heart. "Didn't you always say that one didn't look good? Messing with me? Humph." Anna rolled her eyes at him triumphantly. "So what if I am? Although that one wasn't great at first, by comparison, it turns out to be the most presentable here. The others are simply unbearable to look at. Unexpectedly, you, a big pervert, actually have some taste. Besides, why are you in such a hurry? Being able to see this princess wearing different styles of clothing is your good fortune. You big pervert." Your eyes were clearly glued just now. This time, Wang Yu was not wronged. Watching Anna, such a beautiful girl, try on his mother's clothes one by one, Wang Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought. His mind drifted involuntarily back to the days he had spent with his mother. Those warm memories flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. His mother's gentle smile and kind words seemed to echo in his ears. Then one day, a vampire suddenly barged in. The screen of memories shattered, and the whole world seemed filled with bloodshed and cruel sneers. "Oomph, you filthy, vile, and utterly hideous vampire, who wants to look at you? I'm just afraid you'll ruin these clothes." Wang Yu's expression instantly turned icy, and with a stretch of his hand, he restrained Anna once again. Then he lowered his head and carefully folded and preserved these relics of his mother. "Hey, why are you grabbing me again? Explain yourself clearly. Who is dirty? Who is ugly? This princess is super clean and super beautiful, okay?" Anna screamed in protest, but Wang Yu completely ignored her. After tidying everything up, he directly took Anna to the hospital. All the way there, he didn't show Anna any kindness. "How can you change your attitude so quickly? You were just obeying my every command, and now your attitude has turned so bad all of a sudden? Why you? What exactly do you want to do to me?" Seeing Wang Yu reveal his fangs and stare intently at her fair neck, Anna finally panicked. "I warn you, I am a noble vampire princess, the bearer of forbidden blood. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, my father and the entire vampire clan won't let." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yu lunged directly at her. Swish! Wang Yu's movements were as fast as lightning, and Anna only felt a dark shadow flash before her eyes. There was no time to react at all. Wang Yu's hands firmly clamped down on her shoulders, leaving her unable to break free in the slightest. His mouth moved close to Anna's neck, and the sharp fangs faintly glimmered with a cold light under the dim illumination. You're crazy." Anna's eyes widened in terror, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. She never expected that Wang Yu, who had always been somewhat restrained, would now seem to have completely lost his mind. Wang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, emitting a chilling ferocity, completely ignoring Anna's shouting. "Aren't you the noble vampire princess? Always so arrogant, aren't you? Are you scared now?" Wang Yu said through gritted teeth. He hated vampires, but he hated himself even more. For a while, he actually found Anna in front of him somewhat adorable. Not only did he not want to kill her, but he even felt a bit like protecting this foolish creature. How could he face his deep-seated hatred? How could he face his mother who was cruelly murdered by vampires? I was wrong. Please, don't hurt me." Anna's voice trembled, fear completely taking over her heart. The once arrogant and domineering princess had finally let go of all her pride in the face of the threat of death. "Wrong? Don't you think it's a bit too late to say that now?" Wang Yu snorted coldly, his fangs just inches away from Anna's fair skin. Just a little closer, and he could easily pierce her skin and drink the blood that contained immense power. I can help you. Aren't you trying to save your friend? I can use my transformation ability to help you save them. Please don't kill me." In her panic, Anna suddenly remembered that Wang Yu had previously asked her for help to save someone, and she quickly shouted, "Hope to save his own life with this." Wang Yu's movements paused for a moment, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his previously crazed eyes. If Anna were willing to directly use her transformation ability to save someone, then he indeed wouldn't need to go to such lengths to avoid drinking her blood and being constantly troubled afterward, leading to endless complications. However, everything was too late. Anna reminded him of his mother, making him even more aware that he was an avenger. He still had a deeply ingrained blood debt to make these vampires repay. Moreover, his mother had told him something before she died. Never trust any vampire. Instead of relying on this capricious and arrogant princess, it's better to gain the transformation ability yourself and save people on your own. So Wang Yu no longer hesitated and bit down directly. The first taste of fresh blood entered his mouth, and Wang Yu was completely captivated by the sensation. Dr. May's superpowered blood was already incredibly fragrant and alluring. Wang Yu had thought nothing in the world could compare to the deliciousness of Dr. May's blood, but now, he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Princess Anna's blood was actually more than 10 times more delicious than Dr. May's. It's as if Dr. May's blood were a favorite dish, a favorite dessert, making one want to swallow their tongue. But Anna's blood was like a drug to Wang Yu. Just one sip, and it felt like entering a paradise, floating in ecstasy. At the same time, the power in Anna's blood seemed even stronger, more intimate, and more compatible with Wang Yu. Wang Yu felt an unprecedented surge of powerful energy rushing through his throat and spreading to every part of his body. The energy was scorching and blazing, as if it was about to ignite his entire being. Every drop of blood seemed like a key, unlocking the door to unknown potential deep within his body. Let go of me. No, Yamit. Anna let out a piercing scream of despair, shouting all her words of refusal in one breath, her delicate body struggling desperately. But under Wang Yu's iron grip, it was completely futile. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. You bastard, pervert, scoundrel. I won't let you get away with this. Anna sobbed and shouted intermittently, her voice full of resentment. Wang Yu, however, was immersed in the strange sensation brought by the blood, unable to extricate himself. As blood continuously flowed into his body, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and strange images began to surface in his mind. It was a mysterious and ancient space, shrouded in a blood-colored mist. Deep within the mist, there seemed to be a powerful presence calling out to him. In the real world, Wang Yu's body was also undergoing astonishing changes. His muscles began to swell, and his bones emitted cracking sounds, as if they were being reshaped. The originally ordinary clothes were torn to shreds, and a faint blood-colored glow appeared on the skin. Meanwhile, Anna's body rapidly weakened, her once radiant face turning pale as paper, and her gaze gradually losing its luster. Her vitality was being drained bit by bit along with the loss of blood. "No, don't," Anna weakly called out, her voice growing fainter until it was almost inaudible. Finally, her head tilted to the side, and she passed out completely. Enough! Just as Wang Yu was still savoring the moment, Dr. May rushed in and shoved him aside. "Lab rat, you really intend to kill her, huh?" Pushed abruptly by Dr. May, Wang Yu staggered and nearly fell. He looked up as if waking from a dream, his eyes still glazed with a bloodshot haze, and asked Dr. May, how did you get in?" At that moment, he was still immersed in the strange and frenzied state following his feeding on Anna's blood, his thoughts tangled and chaotic. Dr. May frowned, her expression stern as she looked at Wang Yu, then glanced at Anna, who had lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. "If I hadn't come in, you would have messed things up. Don't forget her identity. As long as no one dies, it's manageable. But if she dies, not only will you and your dad suffer, I'll be dragged down with you. Damn little lab rat, do you have a death wish?" Wang Yu licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste of Anna's blood in his mouth, and murmured, "I never really intended to kill her, but her blood is just so. It's like I'm possessed. I simply couldn't resist." "Forget it." Dr. May was stunned upon hearing this, then shook his head and sighed. "I should have thought of this earlier. If vampires could freely control their desire to suck blood, they wouldn't harm so many people. This isn't your fault." After saying that, Dr. May stepped forward and checked Anna's vital signs. Fortunately, she just fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss and is not in any immediate danger. She turned to look at Wang Yu and said in an unquestionable tone, "You go out for now. I'll handle this briefly to ensure she's safe, then I'll come find you." "All right." Wang Yu cooperatively left Dr. May's laboratory and waited patiently in the hallway. At the same time, he carefully sensed the changes within his body. Unlike directly using the blood of talent to devour the opponent's blood of talent, this time there was no backlash or discomfort. On the contrary, Wang Yu felt incredibly comfortable all over his body. Not only did the gunshot wound caused by Adams earlier heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his strength also increased significantly. Unfortunately, his heart still did not beat. Failed to take the final step to advance to the rank of Viscount-level vampire. "Little white mouse, how are you feeling?" At this moment, Dr. May walked over. Somewhat tired, yet a bit excited, she asked, "Did you acquire her transformation ability? Come quickly, I need to conduct a thorough examination and record on you." A trace of anticipation flashed in Dr. May's eyes as he hurriedly pulled Wang Yu toward the laboratory. If Wang Yu had truly succeeded in acquiring the transformation talent, it would be of great significance. All right, Wang Yu was very cooperative. The two entered the laboratory, and Dr. May quickly activated various instruments, signaling Wang Yu to lie down on the examination table. As the instruments started, beams of light scanned Wang Yu's body, and various data rapidly flashed across the screen. Dr. May stared intently at the screen, her eyes revealing both tension and excitement. After a while, suddenly screamed sharply, "Found it! Little white mouse, I found a venom sac at the root of your fangs. Previously, your body didn't have this structure, and Anna's scan results also show the same venom sac. This is very likely the key to the transformation ability. My god, you actually have the ability to acquire other vampires' talents by absorbing their blood." Previously, Maya was still somewhat skeptical, unwilling to believe that a vampire could truly gain another's talents just by drinking their blood. She thought Wang Yu was just making up nonsense to persuade her to break the rules and save someone. But now, with the facts laid out before her, she had no choice but to believe it. The Wang Yu in front of her was simply a walking treasure trove of talent, the most precious experimental subject that would allow her to thoroughly study the vampire race. "This is an astonishing discovery. It seems I underestimated you before, my dearest little lab rat." Maya's hands trembled with excitement as she tightly grabbed Wang Yu's arm, as if afraid he might run away. "From today on, your sister will eat and live with you. You are not allowed to leave my sight again. You are mine." Looking at Dr. May's excited and greedy expression, Wang Yu knew that he probably wouldn't have any good days ahead. This guy, who knows what twisted methods he'll come up with to study my body and abilities. But fortunately, after all the hard work and trouble, he finally managed to obtain the transformation talent as he wished. Just like acquiring the invisibility talent, there's no need to directly kill the vampire. As long as enough blood is absorbed, the corresponding talent within the blood can be obtained. This is undoubtedly good news, meaning that if he wants to acquire other new talents, the difficulty has been significantly reduced. Of course, that's a matter for later. For now, there is only one thing that matters most. "Dr. May, can we save the person now?" Wang Yu said anxiously. "Save people?" Dr. May was slightly stunned stunned, then seemed to recover from the excitement and joy. Yes, yes, save the person. Follow me. After saying that, he immediately took Won-yu to the operating room. The operating room was brightly lit, with various advanced medical equipment neatly arranged, exuding a cold metallic aura. Several doctors and nurses were busily working, sweat dripping from their foreheads, while the monitors for vital signs beeped chaotically. And there on the operating table, Li Lin lay quietly. She was once the class beauty, the class monitor, and the goddess in the hearts of many boys in the class. She was also a rare ray of light in Won-yu's dim life filled with anger and hatred. Every smile and frown was so dazzling, as if brimming with vitality and energy. But at this moment, her face was as pale as paper, devoid of any life. Tightly closed eyes seemed to lock away all vitality, evoking deep sorrow. What should I do? Won-yu looked at Dr. May, his eyes filled with anxiety and tension. How would I know? What Won-yu did not expect was that Maya shrugged her shoulders and said, although we have long known that some vampires possess the transformation talent, enabling them to turn humans into vampires without the initial embrace. But these vampires have always kept this a secret. For over 2,000 years, no one has been able to uncover the truth. So how exactly it's done, how it works, even I don't know. You mean you don't know how to save them? Won-yu was instantly dumbfounded. Even Dr. May didn't know, leaving him completely in the dark. You didn't know? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dr. May, if something happens to Li Lin, I won't let you off. In an instant, Won-yu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Dr. May. If you don't know how to save him, then why did you make me go and seize the ability? If I had known this, I might as well have let Anna come directly. Don't be discouraged, my little guinea pig. Facing Won-yu's accusation, Maya smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, this is the very reason for your existence. It's precisely because I don't know that I need you to demonstrate for me, so I can observe and study carefully. As for letting Anna do it directly, that's not entirely out of the question. However, any vampire transformed through the conversion gift will unconditionally obey the orders of the one who transformed them. Are you sure you want to hand your beloved over to someone else? If that's the case, I'll go figure out a way to wake Anna right now. With that, Maya decisively turned around. Wait, Wang-yu frowned. Since his mother was murdered, he has harbored deep hatred for vampires and tried every means to learn all information about them. Moreover, his father, Wang Hoxiong, was once a member of the Dragon Commando unit, granting him access to considerable information about vampires. Therefore, Wang-yu knows far more about vampires than the average person. As for what Dr. May mentioned, he naturally had heard about it as well. That's why he agreed to Dr. May's plan, to gain the transformation ability himself and save Li Lin. Although making the goddess he secretly admired obey his every command sounded a bit perverse, like some plot from an island nation's adult film, it was still better than handing Li Lin directly over to Anna. Of course, that's not what I mean, but now you should at least tell me what I should do. You should ask yourself. Maya stopped, turned around, and said with great interest and a hint of excitement, the instincts of living beings never lie. Since you've awakened this talent, you should naturally know how to use it. Just like many animals in nature, no one has ever taught them what to do, not even their parents or peers, yet they are born knowing how to eat and mate. How about you try biting her first to see? She pointed at Li Lin, then at Wang-yu. Since the venom sac is located on the fangs, it must require biting someone during the transformation. Why don't you try biting first? Maybe it's like mating, once you take off your pants, you'll naturally know what to do. Can you use a healthier metaphor? Wang-yu shot Dr. May a fierce glare. It feels like she's not a biology PhD, but rather a fertility PhD. Talking about serious matters, yet making dirty jokes. But at this moment, he didn't have time to worry about all that. Alright, then find a few better doctors, and you need to keep a close eye on it too. In case anything unexpected happens, you must help immediately. Hee, you care so much about your sweetheart? Maya chuckled at the words, then waved her hand and said, don't worry, my little guinea pig. This is the first time humans have observed the entire process of a vampire transformation. I wouldn't want to miss even a second of it, not even a blink. And now, not only you, but even your pretty little girlfriend is my precious little guinea pig too. I will absolutely not let anything happen to my little white mouse. Don't worry. Maya rarely tried to comfort anyone, but Wang-yu didn't feel the slightest bit comforted. Damn, this crazy scientist is truly a bona fide research fanatic. Even Li Lin wasn't spared. She even wants to treat Li Lin as a guinea pig for her research. He was somewhat angry. It's one thing for him to be a guinea pig, but does she really want his girl to follow in his footsteps? But looking at the critically ill Li Lin, he felt a bit helpless, because Wang-yu knew he had no other choice. You'd better keep your word. Also, she's not my girlfriend yet, so don't talk nonsense. What a well-behaved little white mouse. Dr. May became even happier upon seeing Wang-yu cooperate so well. It's been such a long time since I've come across such an obedient little white mouse. Don't worry, even if I used it this time, I absolutely won't let your little girlfriend be in any life-threatening danger. Go ahead and bite her without worry. As for whether she's your girlfriend, based on what I know, once you successfully transform her, even if you ask her to be your maid, she'd agree immediately. It's only a matter of time. How exactly do vampires make their converts obey them completely? And as for you, little lab rat, would you take the chance to order them to do some embarrassing things? I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to see. I'm not as perverted as you. Wang Yu curled his lips. Although there was a trace of hesitation in his heart, the thought of Li Lin's dangerous situation at this moment made him dare not delay any longer. So he slowly bent down, gently opened his mouth, revealing those sharp fangs. To prevent the situation from becoming uncontrollable, he did not choose the neck but instead chose the arm and bit down. The moment the fangs pierced Li Lin's delicate skin, a familiar suction instinctively arose. Due to the instincts of a vampire, Wang Yu involuntarily took a sip of Li Lin's fresh blood. What should have been salty and nauseating blood to humans was completely different for Wang Yu, who had already become a vampire. The delicate and fragrant aroma of virgin blood instantly blossomed on his taste buds. It made him unable to resist the urge to seize and draw more. It was as if treating Anna, wishing to drain every drop of blood from her body. But no matter what, Li Lin was just an ordinary human. Although the fragrance of virgin blood is extremely delicious and tempting to vampires, it is no match for Dr. May's superpowered blood. Compared to Anna's superior blood, it is even more inferior. Wang Yu instantly regained his composure and stopped drinking blood. Then Wang Yu immediately noticed something different. He felt as if his venom sac was like another stomach, allowing the blood he absorbed to directly enter this venom sac. At the same time, he could also control his own blood to enter the venom sac and mix with Li Lin's blood. And later he discovered that this blood could neither return to his body nor be digested. The only way out repeatedly was, spit it back out? As this thought emerged, Wang Yu acted on it immediately. The blood was immediately injected back into Li Lin's body through the fangs bit by bit. Gradually, Li Lin's originally faint and almost imperceptible heartbeat began to grow stronger. The face that had been as pale as paper slowly started to show a faint blush. Dr. May kept staring intently at the various monitoring instruments, his eyes wide open. Seeing such rapid changes, their eyes were instantly filled with surprise and disbelief. It's working. Heart rate and blood pressure are steadily rising, and all the key indicators are moving in a positive direction. Amazing, truly amazing. Even if I used my abilities, it wouldn't have such an immediate effect. Little white mouse, not bad at all. You're quite capable, aren't you? Keep going, she exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt a surge of immense joy. Bolstered, he didn't dare relax in the slightest and continued his actions. He steadily drew blood from Li Lin's body into his venom sac, mixed it with a portion of his own blood, and then returned it to her system. As time ticked by, Li Lin's physical condition improved more and more, and her once tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It was as if the pain was slowly leaving her. But Wang Yu felt increasingly weak, because every time he had to mix his own blood, it meant he was losing blood each time. And blood, as the foundation of a vampire's existence and the source of their power, has an immediate and significant impact on a vampire when lost. No wonder Anna is reluctant to use this ability casually. It turns out that transforming a human into a vampire consumes so much. Wang Yu suddenly realized. At the same time, one has to admit that Dr. May really does have some skills. This transformation talent truly seems as if it's written into the genes. Once the pants are off, the rest doesn't need to be taught. Instinct takes over and knows exactly what to do. So he persisted, continuously channeling his essence into Li Lin. His relentless efforts yielded remarkable results. All vital signs have completely returned to normal. Lab rat, your little girlfriend is completely out of danger now. Really? Wang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. But just as he was about to stop, all the monitoring instruments suddenly started blaring. The medical staff nearby and Dr. May also changed their expressions. Not good. The patient's blood pressure is dropping and has already fallen below the minimum threshold. The patient's heart rate is rapidly decreasing. Now it's only 40, 30, 20 per minute. Oh my god, it's down to just a dozen beats. This, I've never encountered such a situation before. Can this person still survive? All the medical staff were dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock and some in panic. Even the two senior experts with 30 or 40 years of medical experience couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Dr. May, quickly tell this young man to stop. If this continues, the patient will be done for soon. Please trust us and give us another chance to save the patient. Director of the emergency department, Huang Xuecheng, was so anxious that he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. Dr. May's supernatural ability is indeed quite miraculous, but after all, she is not a professional doctor. Instead of focusing on saving the patient properly, she brought in some strange guy to bite the patient's arm. After just a few bites, all the vital signs were almost gone because of him. Isn't this ridiculous? If it weren't for Dr. May's special status, he would have stopped serving long ago. Don't rush. Dr. May frowned, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Everyone, don't act rashly. This is a new type of treatment, and it's possible for some abnormalities to occur. What new type of treatment? This is simply playing with people's lives. Huang Xuecheng, his face flushed with urgency, pointed at the equipment and shouted, "Look, the heart rate is down to single digits per minute, and the blood pressure pressure has long dropped below the limit. This is no longer an abnormality. This is a life-threatening situation. Why haven't you stopped it yet? Dr. May, I know you're from the higher-ups and a medical system ability user. But if the patient dies, no ability can bring them back. You can't gamble with the patient's life. Won Yu heard the crowd's exclamations, and his heart skipped a beat. The movement of his mouth also stopped. He raised his head and looked at Dr. May with a face full of worry and confusion. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine just now? How did it suddenly worsen? Didn't you promise to help? Now that there's a problem, why aren't you stepping in? Dr. May gritted her teeth. I'm not sure if this is the problem. I suspect that maybe this is a special stage in the transformation process. If interrupted, all previous efforts will be in vain. Little white mouse, trust me, it can't be interrupted easily now. Continue. What? Keep going. Huang Xuecheng widened his eyes, looking at Dr. May in disbelief. This goes against medical protocols. You're killing people. In a certain sense, I am indeed killing people. Dr. May narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly. Then, without paying attention to Huang Xuecheng's objections, he turned to Wang Yu and said firmly, Lab rat, continue. Trust me, vampires naturally have no blood pressure or heartbeat. Don't you already know that? So in this case, it just proves that she has already started transforming. What you did should be correct. As long as you continue, she will definitely succeed in transforming into a vampire. What? A vampire? Wang Yu's identity as a vampire is confidential. In this hospital, only a very few people are aware of it. But Director Huang of the emergency department and all the medical staff present happened to not be among them. They were merely following the dean's arrangements, assisting Dr. May in the rescue. When they saw Wang Yu biting Li Lin's arm, they didn't think much of it. After all, in their view, Meiya was a superpowered warrior with medical abilities, so Wang Yu should also be a superpowered warrior with medical abilities. It was a helper brought by Meiya. The ways in which superhumans activate their abilities are bizarre and unpredictable. Even biting an arm wouldn't be surprising. At this moment, upon suddenly hearing that Wang Yu was actually a vampire and even tried to turn the patient into a vampire, everyone was instantly shocked. Vampire? This is simply absurd. Huang Xuecheng widened his eyes, as if he had heard a fantastical tale, and the shock on his face instantly turned to anger. Dr. May, you should know that using vampires to transform humans is absolutely forbidden in our dragon country. You actually violated the rules to conduct such experiments that go against the law and human ethics. I warn you, stop it immediately. The surrounding medical staff also burst into an uproar, whispering to each other. This is too terrifying. We actually participated in something like this. How can you turn someone into a vampire? Is it even legal? Did the Blood Clan agree? What if it's an unauthorized illegal transformation? What if we end up being ostracized and targeted by the Blood Clan too? Everyone's face showed an expression of terror. But upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt much more at ease. That's right, he was now going to turn Li Lin into a vampire, not perform any kind of treatment. It seems that the previous restoration of vital signs was just a brief prelude and an additional effect. To truly complete Li Lin's transformation, she must completely lose all blood pressure and heartbeat. He had just been overly concerned and panicked, but the seemingly unserious Dr. May turned out to be so reliable at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Wang Yu gritted his teeth, ignoring the shock and fear of those around him, and bent down again to continue transferring blood and power to Li Lin. Indeed, Manhwa has laws prohibiting citizens from transforming into vampires. Anyone who wants to transform into a vampire and join the Blood Clan is considered to have automatically renounced their nationality. In serious cases, they will be treated as spies. What Wang Yu is doing now does indeed somewhat violate legal regulations, but no matter what, he cannot just stand by and watch Li Lin die. As Wang Yu moved, the data on the monitoring equipment continued to fluctuate. Li Lin's blood pressure kept dropping, and her heartbeat grew increasingly weak. The medical staff gathered around, some paced anxiously, while others clenched their fists nervously, their faces filled with worry. Huang Xuecheng stomped his feet in anger, yet he was helpless. Dr. May has a special identity and is also a superhuman. The things she decides are simply not something they can oppose. They can only watch helplessly as this seemingly crazy treatment continues. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to stay here. I'm going to find the director. He stormed out of the operating room in anger, and the next moment, Li Lin's heart stopped beating. Beep. Amid the piercing alarm of the monitor, all vital signs dropped to zero, and Li Lin, lying on the hospital bed, showed no signs of movement. There was not the slightest indication of a successful transformation or rescue. The entire operating room was instantly shrouded in an atmosphere of deathly silence. The piercing alarm sounded like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into everyone's hearts. The medical staff were stunned, staring blankly at the straight lines on the monitoring equipment, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Dead? She's really dead? A young nurse's lips trembled, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. This is all you're doing? Another doctor glared angrily at Dr. May and Wang Yu, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with rage. She might have still had a chance chance to be saved. Although she could have ended up in a vegetative state, at least there was still hope. But now, she's been killed because of you. Hearing these words, Wang Yu's heart seemed to plunge into an endless abyss of darkness. He stopped what he was doing and slowly raised his head. He exchanged a glance with Dr. May. "We failed?" he murmured in disbelief, then stared intently at the lifeless Li Lin on the hospital bed. Could it be that his method was still wrong, unable to achieve successful transformation? Otherwise, if it had succeeded, it definitely wouldn't be like this, completely motionless. He might have personally caused Li Lin's death, the girl he liked. Dr. May, that bastard, is actually spouting nonsense. He really wanted to give Dr. May a good scolding, but under the immense blow, for a moment, his throat felt like it was choked by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. Dr. May's face also turned extremely unpleasant. Although she had firmly believed before that this was a necessary stage of transformation, at this moment she witnessed Li Lin's death with her own eyes. After personally conducting tests, she found that Li Lin's condition perfectly met the standards of a corpse in every aspect. Under normal circumstances, she could have directly signed off for cremation. Moreover, in this situation, even after she used her abilities several times, it was to no avail. Li Lin remained completely motionless, just like a corpse, without the slightest reaction. Thus, a trace of unease inevitably welled up in his heart. Don't panic, none of us know exactly what the transformation process looks like. This might just be a normal part of the transformation. Let's wait a bit longer. Everything is aligning with my predictions, it can't possibly fail. Let's be patient and wait a little longer. She tried to comfort everyone, but her voice sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. After all, it was her first time conducting such an experiment. As a result, even fewer people were willing to believe her words. The medical staff cast angry and questioning glances, and the murmurs gradually turned into fierce accusations. What normal process? This is clearly murder. Exactly, acting on a mere guess, playing with someone's life. This is nothing short of a cruel and inhumane human experiment, utterly heartless. Just as the scene descended into chaos, Li Lin, who had been lying quietly on the operating table, suddenly twitched slightly. This subtle movement instantly drew everyone's attention. She moved, someone exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, she's come back from the dead." Several timid nurses were so frightened that they huddled together, but Wang Yu and Meiya were filled with excitement and exhilaration. "There's a way." At this moment, Li Lin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her hands gripped the bedsheet tightly, and even her fingernails turned pale. A look of pain appeared on her face, as if she were enduring immense torment. Finally, amidst the terror and unease of others, as well as Wang Yu and Meiya's excitement and anticipation, the seemingly lifeless corpse of Li Lin suddenly experienced a soul-shaking tremor throughout her body. She abruptly opened her eyes wide. It worked! When Wang Yu saw Li Lin's red pupils, identical to those of a vampire, his emotions instantly surged with intense excitement. But the most excited one was Meiya. "We did it, little white mouse, we did it!" The first time witnessing the transformation from human to vampire, and the entire process was monitored by the instruments, obtaining all the data. This experimental result is truly invaluable. "Oh my, I thought I was going to waste a little white mouse and make my most precious little white mouse hold a grudge against me. It really scared me to death." She patted her ample chest, feeling a wave of relief. "So, all you care about is your experiment, huh? You research maniac, you heartless freak. How could the authorities allow someone as crazy as you to join the army?" Wang Yu cursed inwardly with frustration and gave Meiya a fierce glare. However, overwhelmed by immense joy, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Squad leader, you're finally awake. How is it? How do you feel? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Li Lin slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on Wang Yu. Her eyes revealed unfamiliarity and confusion, as if she didn't recognize him. After a long while, she finally spoke softly, her voice hoarse and dry. Where am I? Why do I feel like I have no strength in my body, and I'm so hungry?" Speaking, she unconsciously licked her lips. Even her fangs were slightly exposed. Wang Yu's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly said, "Class monitor, you're in the hospital. You just underwent a special treatment, and now everything is fine. If you're hungry, we'll figure out a way to get you something to eat later." If it were somewhere else, finding blood for Li Lin would be a bit difficult. But this is a hospital, and there are plenty of blood bags. "Okay." Meiya, excitedly recording data on the side, responded without even looking up when she heard Li Lin's words. It's normal for her to be hungry now. After all, she just completed the transformation. "After my examination, her injuries have healed, and her body structure has completely undergone transformation. The recent distortion and pain should be because of this. After such significant modifications and changes, her body urgently needs to replenish energy. However, fresh blood must be prepared for her, as ordinary food can no longer meet her current needs." Fresh blood? The medical staff were once again in an uproar upon hearing this. "So, you're saying she has really turned into a vampire? How could it be fake? Didn't you see? She came back to life, rising like a corpse. Look at her eyes, her fangs. Aren't they exactly like the vampires we see on TV? Oh my god, it's true." Li Lin listened to these discussions, her face instantly full of astonishment. Vampire? I've also turned into a vampire? Why is this? How did I end up here? How did I turn into a vampire? She held her head, trying hard to recall what had happened before. However, he only felt a sense of confusion. When he thought about it more carefully, a sharp pain came to his mind. Squad leader, you don't even remember this? Wang Yu was slightly stunned. It was you who got hurt, and I took you to the hospital. He really didn't want Li Lin to remember what happened before she passed out. After all, at that time, he didn't know that the one who transformed into a werewolf was Li Lin's dad, and he personally cut off her dad's arm. And because the situation was urgent, he cut off the other one as well. Originally thought it was a perfect plot of a hero saving the beauty, but in the end, it almost killed her father. Wang Yu couldn't wait for Li Lin to forget everything completely. But wouldn't this imply that his transformation had some flaws? After all, when he transformed into a vampire and woke up, he hadn't lost any memories. On the contrary, memory has decreased significantly. Take the super sense of smell talent as an example. As long as a scent is smelled once and carefully remembered, it can be remembered forever. But Li Lin showed obvious symptoms of amnesia, which made him quite worried. Really? Li Lin said blankly, I only remember my dad bringing me to the hospital to see you and Zhang Boyang. Later, I seem to have been injured and passed out. Could it be a car accident? My dad, how is he? Li Lin was quickly drawn to the new topic. There was no longer any doubt or resistance about becoming a vampire, as if she was born to be one. This made Wang Yu feel somewhat at ease. Otherwise, he would have transformed her without consent, turning Li Lin into a thorn in the side of the vampires and altering her originally good life trajectory. He might even lose a lot of points in the eyes of the goddess. Now that Li Lin has accepted it so quickly, it truly made him pleasantly surprised. But in that case, it's hard to directly tell Li Lin about her dad's situation. I can't exactly say your dad turned into a werewolf and made me chop off my entire arm, can I? Wang Yu secretly groaned inwardly. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to temporarily withhold part of the truth. Class monitor, your dad, he's fine, just suffered a minor injury and is resting in another ward. You just had surgery, so don't think too much about it for now. Focus on recovering. He casually offered some comfort. He didn't really expect such a perfunctory explanation to fully convince the always smart top student, Li Lin. After speaking, he racked his brains, thinking about how to muddle through. But I'm in the same car as dad. If there was a car accident, and I was injured so badly that I needed surgery, how could dad possibly? Li Lin, upon hearing this, indeed raised the issue inside. But before finishing her sentence, she suddenly froze. Her entire body became completely petrified like a puppet, with a trace of red light appearing in her pupils. Moreover, this eerie red light grew increasingly intense. When she came to her senses, Li Lin suddenly spoke. Yes, my dad is fine. I can't overthink it. I need to rest well. Wang Yu was stunned again. What's going on? He leaned close to Dr. May's ear and whispered, why does it seem like the class monitor not only has a bit of amnesia but the whole person seems a bit strange? Kind of dazed, it seems. And also, seems especially obedient? Is it possible that I did something wrong, causing a defect in the transformation and turning people into fools? Who knows? Dr. May recorded while displaying an enigmatic expression. Then a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I do have an idea, but I'll need you, my little guinea pig, to cooperate for a test. Ask her to take off her clothes. What did you say? How is that acceptable? Wang Yu widened his eyes, looking at Dr. May in disbelief. Dr. May, stop joking. There are so many people here, and besides, she's just an ordinary classmate to me right now. Suddenly making such a request, I'll definitely be seen as a pervert. I still want to pursue her in the future. Research maniac, don't ruin this for me. He had the urge to strangle Dr. May. Dr. May, however, was unfazed, still wearing that mischievous smile. Oh, what do you know? It's precisely this kind of outrageous request that can yield results. Try it, with a firmer tone. See if he complies with your orders or opposes them. Dr. May's words reminded Wang Yu. That's right. Dr. May had indeed mentioned it, and there was indeed such a rumor about vampires. Lower-ranking vampires will completely obey the orders of their superiors. This is especially true between the transformer and the transformed, as well as between blood relatives and their descendants. Vampires promote this as a superiority of their race, claiming that every vampire possesses the excellent qualities of loyalty and steadfastness. But Wang Yu has always believed this is pure nonsense. Li Lin's current behavior further confirmed this point. Upon careful sensing, Wang Yu was even more astonished to discover that he seemed to be able to control her. It was as if he were manipulating the blood with his blood manipulation talent, controlling the blood within Li Lin's body to influence her movements. He quietly tried to control Li Lin to move her finger, and it actually moved. Although it felt a bit sluggish and not as smooth as commanding one's own arm, he truly and genuinely could control Li Lin's actions. Besides this, Wang Yu faintly had a very mysterious feeling. It felt as if whatever he said, or even thought, could influence Li Lin's mind. I can control the class monitor? Impossible. Wang Yu was startled by his own feelings. Being being able to control someone else's body and even manipulate her thoughts and mind. If this is really the case, then this method is simply too perverse. However, whether this feeling is accurate or not still needs to be verified. Just like Dr. May said, you have to make Li Lin do something she would absolutely never agree to or do under normal circumstances to see if it's Wang Yu's orders at work. Wang Yu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and decided to try as Dr. May suggested. Okay. However, he dragged out his words and looked at the medical staff around him. This experiment was a bit twisted, and he didn't want so many people to witness it. Oh, the surgery is over. You can all leave now. Remember, all of you have signed confidentiality agreements. If you disclose anything you saw or heard here today, you will be held accountable. Dr. May finally calmed down a bit from the excitement and dismissed all the medical staff. After watching everyone leave, Wang Yu approached Li Lin. Try to make your tone sound firm and unquestionable as you said. Class monitor, you, take off your clothes immediately. Wang Yu, what are you talking about? How can I? Li Lin's face immediately showed confusion and anger. But at this moment, she felt a headache once again. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and the strange red light in her eyes flickered once more. Afterward, her gaze became somewhat vacant, and her expression turned a bit dazed. Alright, I need to take off my clothes immediately. Seeing that Li Lin really obeyed his outrageous order, Wang Yu felt a wave of unease. But Dr. May, seeing this, excitedly rubbed his hands on the side, his eyes fixed intently on Li Lin's every move. Muttering incessantly, interesting, it seems there really is this obedience mechanism among vampires. Even if the subordinate's own consciousness resists, it will be forcibly overridden by the superior's will and command. No wonder vampires are such cunning and despicable creatures, yet there has never been a traitor in vampire society. For more than 2,000 years since the beginning of the new era, they have been able to perfectly protect all important secrets. This discovery is truly significant. She waved her hands and feet excitedly, then wrote furiously. Hurriedly jot down the phenomena observed, the conclusions, and the new hypotheses bursting forth in the mind along with ways to verify them through experiments. Never mind your discoveries for now. Wang Yu became even more anxious upon seeing this, although the class monitor has come back to life and successfully turned into a vampire. But the problem now is that she's become so abnormal, it's as if she's turned into my puppet. You didn't tell me before that it would turn out like this. What do we do now? How can we make the class monitor return to normal? While Wang Yu was questioning Dr. May, Li Lin had already unbuttoned her coat, revealing her fair body in delicate, cute underwear. Stop. Class monitor, don't take it off. Really? Wang Yu hurriedly said. Class monitor, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Hurry, put your clothes on quickly. He turned his head, too embarrassed to look. But even with just a fleeting glance, the image of the goddess half-dressed was deeply imprinted in his mind. That youthful and energetic slender waist, along with that smooth and flat abdomen. Moreover, after becoming a vampire, not only did the wounds and surgical scars caused by the werewolf miraculously disappear from Li Lin's body, but her skin also became even fairer and more delicate. Under the illumination of the shadowless lamp in the operating room, it seemed to emit a faint halo. Paired with Li Lin's innocent and charming face, she appeared pure and beautiful. It makes people unable to resist wanting to touch and ravage. And under the influence of this magical superior-subordinate relationship, Li Lin probably wouldn't resist either. I'm a decent person. I can't have such dangerous thoughts. Just as Wang Yu was experiencing an intense inner conflict, Li Lin had already started putting on her clothes. As the buttons were gradually fastened, her eyes grew brighter, and her expression became increasingly natural. But at this moment, Dr. May suddenly pursed her lips and said discontentedly, "Why did you stop? If you stop like this, how am I supposed to continue my experiment? Little white mouse, hurry up and let her keep undressing." Ha! Wang Yu was dumbfounded and looked at Maya. Dr. May, I knew you were twisted, but I didn't know you were this twisted. You saw it too. The class monitor is indeed under my influence now. Isn't the experiment already over? Could it be that you also? Could it be that you're still craving the squad leader's body, trying to take the chance to sneak a peek? He hurriedly pulled Dr. May to a distance, leaned close to her ear, and questioned in a low voice, afraid that Li Lin might hear and realize she was now being controlled by him. I'm not as shallow as you. Maya rolled her eyes at Wang Yu, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and said seriously, this is just a normal experiment and test. I just observed signs of struggle in mouse number 2, which indicates that she still has her own consciousness. Perhaps this obedience could change with other factors. For example, when your demands are too excessive and cross her bottom line. Will the resistance grow stronger at that time? Will it break free from your control? Figuring this out is of great significance to my research on the transformation and hierarchy mechanisms of vampires. So don't waste time, let her continue undressing. Subject number 1. Don't disrupt the progress of my experiment, okay? Wang Yu was instantly exasperated upon hearing Maya's words. What number 1 lab mouse, number 2 lab mouse? This Dr. May even went ahead and assigned numbers on her own. Now is not the time for you to conduct experiments, and the class monitor is not your test subject. Dr. May, you can't just give up when you can't achieve your goal. If you're going to be this deceitful, I won't cooperate with any of your experiments anymore. Upon hearing that her most important lab rat was going on strike, Maya was finally moved. Lab rat, don't get so worked up. I'm doing this for your own good, to help your girlfriend lab rat return to normal sooner. I already said she's not my girlfriend, let alone a lab rat. Wang Yu protested loudly, but he quickly realized that this might not mean anything to a research fanatic like Maya, so he sighed. Fine, call it whatever you want. First, tell me how I can make her return to normal. That's more like it. Maya nodded in satisfaction. Now this is my dearest little guinea pig. But as for the way to make your girlfriend guinea pig return to normal, your big sister doesn't know that either. Wang Yu clenched his fists in anger, then helplessly loosened them, glaring fiercely at Maya. Aren't you just messing with me? You say it so casually without even knowing. Maya, however, didn't take it seriously and said with a cheeky smile, oh my adorable little guinea pig, why are you in such a rush? Although we don't know now, as long as we continue our in-depth research, we'll definitely find a way. Think about it, if we can completely unravel the mystery of control and obedience between vampires and their subordinates, not only can your little girlfriend return to normal, but we might even discover something that could change the world. By then, we can expose the true nature of these vampires. Little white mouse, don't you hate vampires the most? Maya carefully reviewed Wang Yu's information and accurately pinpointed his weak spot. Uncover the secrets of vampires and expose the disgraceful controlling relationships they maintain. In this way, the blind admiration humans have for vampires will instantly diminish significantly. Even those who eagerly compete to become vampires will greatly decrease. After all, under the constraints of such a relationship, once you become a vampire, you will become a puppet and plaything of the superior. Not only will you lose physical freedom, but even your mind can be manipulated. This is truly terrifying. In this way, the hypocritical masks of these vampires can be torn off. And to achieve this, real experimental data is needed as support. He, along with Li Lin, must fully cooperate with Dr. May's experiments. Wang Yu was somewhat tempted but still snorted coldly. Stop trying to sell me dreams. So tell me, what's the plan for the next stage of research? Surely I can't keep directing the squad leader to do those outrageous things, right? Besides, whether this kind of research should proceed must depend on whether the squad leader himself agrees. Alright. Maya adjusted her glasses and agreed without hesitation. Considering you're my most precious little guinea pig, I'll grant you this request. I will seek the opinion of guinea pig number 2 himself. However, speaking of this, Maya dragged her words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before that, I still need to test it. After all, when consulting her opinion, I must be able to explain clearly how serious the matter is, right? Or are you planning to hide the fact that you can control her, not letting us know to what extent, and then secretly doing something unspeakable? Of course not. Wang Yu hurriedly denied. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. Then what should I do? It's very simple. Maya revealed a sly smile. Just let her keep taking it off. Wang Yu fell silent. He felt extremely, utterly uneasy. But for the moment, there seems to be no better solution. So he came to Li Lin and said, Class monitor, you'd better take off your clothes. Why? Li Lin asked in confusion. Oh no, why isn't it working this time? Wang Yu secretly groaned in his heart and stammered as he explained. Class monitor, it's like this. Dr. May wants to conduct a test. This test is very important for us to understand your current condition. Maybe through this test, we can find a way to help you return to normal. So please cooperate a little. A test? Li Lin tilted her head, looking at Wang Yu with a face full of suspicion. But I don't understand. What does taking off clothes have to do with returning to normal? Wang Yu, I used to think you were just a bit of a loner, but I didn't expect you to be so perverted. You actually made me broken. How did Li Lin return to normal at this moment? For a moment, Wang Yu didn't know whether to be happy or to cry. Suddenly rendered speechless by the question, fine beads of sweat appeared on the forehead, and the eyes looked toward Maya for help. Seeing this, Maya stepped forward and smiled at Li Lin, saying, Little Li Lin, this is actually a very scientific study. Your body is undergoing some special changes right now. Through this test, we can more accurately understand these changes and find the key to solving the problem. Don't worry, there won't be any adverse effects, and it's all for your own good. Li Lin didn't seem to fully understand what Maya said, her eyes still filled with confusion. Even Wang Yu felt something was off. Why did Dr. May's tone sound like a big bad wolf coaxing a little white rabbit? At this moment, Maya suddenly turned her head and said, Little white mouse, is this what you wanted me to say? In that case, it really would be tricking a young girl into taking her clothes off for you to see. Sister is testing your ability, hurry up and use it. That? Wang Yu was taken aback for a moment but quickly realized what Dr. May was referring to. What Dr. May needed wasn't the act of making Li Lin undress itself. It was for him to use that ability, the one even he couldn't fully explain, to control Li Lin once again. To see how much control this ability held when making Li Lin do something she would definitely resist. Of course, this was unfair to Li Lin, but the temptation to expose the vampire was too great for Wang Yu. This is all necessary experimentation. Won Yu comforted himself in his heart, then had no time for too much explanation. Sorry, class monitor, I have to offend you. After apologizing, he quickly found that magical feeling, and then a red light flashed in his eyes. Take off your clothes right now. Li Lin was filled with countless doubts and confusion. Just as she was about to ask further, her mind suddenly went blank. Then, a red light flashed in her eyes, and her whole demeanor became somewhat dazed again. Got it. After a mechanical response, Li Lin once again unbuttoned her clothes. Rustling sounds, her snow-white body was glistening and radiant, dazzling to the point that Won Yu dared not look any further. But at this moment, Dr. May excitedly widened his eyes, staring intently at Li Lin's actions. To think even this could be achieved, it's truly amazing. Then the action slowed down slightly. She's resisting. I'm going to conduct a full examination and take blood samples from her immediately. As for you, little white mouse, don't stop. Strip her. Playing so perversely? Won Yu now feels 20% uneasy. However, there is currently no one else in the operating room. He has already turned around to avoid peeking as much as possible, but Dr. May is still a woman. It should not have much of a consequence, right? So Won Yu once again found that feeling and continued giving orders. Continue, strip naked. Yes, at your command, my master. After a long while, Li Lin finally responded mechanically, then resumed her actions. What? Master? No way, is this ability really that overpowered? Amid Wang Yu's shock, Li Lin had already taken off her bloodstained blue jeans, revealing smooth, pale, and slender yet firm thighs. And then, finally, as her hands reached her last piece of clothing, the pink underwear, Li Lin stopped again. Her eyes flickered with a red glow, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, suddenly there was a thud as he fell onto the bed. He closed his eyes and stopped moving. Stopped? So this kind of control isn't limitless after all. It's more like a form of hypnosis. If the person being controlled resists too much or has a strong will, they can stop being controlled further. In that case, it's not like there's no way to resolve it. Maya muttered to herself as she quickly walked over to Li Lin's side, reached out to check her breathing, and then lifted her eyelids to examine her pupils. Her expression relaxed slightly. She's just unconscious. There shouldn't be any danger to her life. Won Yu leaned in anxiously, his face full of worry. When will she wake up? She won't have any lasting effects, right? Maya rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? We'll only find out after further examination. But judging from the current situation, this experiment has been quite fruitful. She looked at the large amount of experimental data and several collected blood samples, as if she were gazing at a treasure. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she grabbed Wang Yu and said, "Oh right, there's also you. Just now, I was so focused on mouse number 2 that I completely forgot about you. You'll have to leave me a few blood samples too, at least 2, one with your ability activated and one without." With that, they took out the sampling test tube. Wang Yu cooperated with the blood collection, frowning and looking guilty. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to you and done this to the class monitor. What should I do if she wakes up and blames me?" Maya waved her hand dismissively. All right, stop being so wishy-washy. We're doing this for scientific research, to uncover the secrets of vampires. A little sacrifice is inevitable. Besides, we not only saved her life but also helped her find a way to solve being controlled. Once we succeed, she might even thank us. Hope so. Wang Yu sighed helplessly, knowing it was too late to say anything now. He silently helped Li Lin adjust her clothes, trying to make her look as presentable as possible. Then Dr. May arranged for Li Lin to be placed in a special single room, right next to Wang Yu's ward. She herself took all the samples and data and dove straight into the laboratory. About half an hour later, she found Wang Yu again. "I've got some preliminary results here, my adorable little guinea pig. Do you want to hear them?" "Of course." Wang Yu gave Dr. May a sidelong glance and said irritably, "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, we have to listen. Why is she so obedient? Why did she lose her memory? And why did she suddenly call me master?" He looked utterly frustrated. "I thought for half an hour but still couldn't figure out why Li Lin suddenly said such things before fainting. It made him seem like he really was a pervert." "Well, maybe you should ask yourself." Dr. May didn't directly answer Wang Yu's question but instead asked back, "Lab rat, what were you thinking about when you were performing the blood transfusion transformation on lab rat number 2? Wang Yu was slightly stunned. "Does this have anything to do with it?" "Of course it does," Dr. May said seriously. "According to my findings, not only does it have a connection, but it's significant. You need to honestly share all your thoughts first, so I can confirm whether my findings are correct. You must be truthful, without any concealment, otherwise it will affect the accuracy of my conclusions. Ruining your sister's research will also bring bad luck to your little girlfriend." All right. Hearing how serious the matter was, Wang Yu had no choice but to recall and share all his thoughts from that time. The strongest thought, of course, was the desire to successfully transform and save Li Lin. But during the long transformation process, Wang Yu couldn't help letting his mind wander in many directions. For example, he was a bit worried. What if Li Lin wakes up and asks him about her dad? Another example, he was also worried that, like himself, she might find it hard to accept the identity of a vampire. And and another example that can already be roughly confirmed. Dr. May adjusted his glasses after listening to Wang Yu's recollection, revealing a thoughtful expression as he said, while organizing the data, I discovered that during the transformation period, the brainwaves of mouse number 2 exhibited intense fluctuations. Generally speaking, such fluctuations are caused by the brain's conscious thought activities. But the problem is, during this period, her fluctuations actually had 2 frequency bands. In other words, during this time, an external consciousness was stimulating her brain, forcibly implanting thoughts and awareness into her mind. And those fluctuations were almost identical to your brainwave fluctuations at the time. What? Wang Yu was dumbfounded. You even monitored my condition? Of course. Maya looked smug and said matter-of-factly, this is the precious first transformation experiment, and you're the most important protagonist. How could I forget to monitor my cutest little lab rat? She pulled out a small remote control and waved it in front of Wang Yu, the latest remote sensing device developed by the Academy of Social Sciences. This way, not only can I observe your condition, but I can also catch you completely off guard to ensure the experiment's authenticity. How about that? Impressive, right? With this, and now with your confession, I can confidently draw a conclusion. It was your thoughts that altered hers, even her memories. It wasn't that the transformation failed, causing her amnesia, but rather that the transformation was so successful that she could accept your control, completely erasing what you didn't want her to remember, resulting in amnesia. As for why she suddenly called you master, it must also be the wish of you, the little guinea pig. What's wrong, my adorable little guinea pig? A pervert still trying to deny it? I did not. Faced with Maya's accusation, Wang Yu instinctively wanted to deny it. But soon, he suddenly remembered. It seems like he did have a similar thought. Before the transformation began, Dr. May had once told him, forget about being a girlfriend, even if you asked her to be a maid, she would agree immediately. So during the transformation process, Wang Yu couldn't help but think of that sentence. Then he recalled the maids he saw when sneaking into the villa. One by one, they were dressed in maid outfits, gentle yet seductive. Especially the 2 maids attending to Anna's bath, they had both the looks and the figure. Paired with meticulously designed maid outfits, they were truly stunning and captivating. This made Wang Yu lose focus, imagining the scene where Li Lin could really become his maid, wearing a maid outfit and then attending to him during his bath. The thought originally flashed through his mind and was too dirty, so Wang Yu didn't dare to mention it to Dr. May. Unexpectedly, the problem really did stem from this. I was just thinking randomly. Wang Yu's momentum instantly weakened, and he asked somewhat guiltily, ahem, does this really matter? Of course you are. Dr. May suddenly said seriously, not only is there, but it's very significant. According to the experimental data, the thoughts and ideas you input during the transformation period are the strongest and most unchangeable. You've heard of brainwashing, right? It's equivalent to you brainwashing her, forcibly engraving these ideas into her mind, even making her fundamentally believe that these are her own thoughts. It's like the genes of a living organism, the underlying code of a program. Once written, it cannot be changed. By comparison, the later effects are much lighter. If your orders go too much against her will, she can resist on her own. The coma you saw was the result of her body being unable to execute 2 completely contradictory commands. So that's how it is? Wang Yu listened in stunned silence, his face full of regret. Then what should we do now? Does this mean the class monitor will always be affected by this in the future? Thinking that Li Lin would soon find out about this result, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. She wouldn't see him as a complete pervert and ignore him from now on, would she? He had originally wanted to play the hero saving the beauty and pursue his goddess in an upright manner. But unexpectedly, things turned out like this. Dr. May, why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? I didn't know at the time either. Maya said innocently, unless you go ask that Anna. But this kind of thing is a secret of theirs, the vampires. Even if you ask her, she won't tell you. Besides, Maya frowned and thought for a moment before slowly saying, it's not entirely impossible. Since we know where the problem lies, I can try to address it specifically. But this won't be an easy task. It will require a lot of time and effort, as well as conducting various complex experiments. So when the time comes, you'd better cooperate properly, Mr. Perverted Little Lab Mouse. The white mouse is already excessive. Don't add any strange modifiers. Wang Yu's face was full of black lines. Just as he was about to say something, a nurse ran in with a panicked expression. She glanced at Wang Yu, then turned to Maya with a look of terror and said, Dr. May, something's wrong. 3 vampires came from outside and rushed into Miss Anna's ward without saying a word. Then they rushed out, specifically asking for Mr. Wang Yu, saying that if Mr. Wang Yu wasn't handed over immediately, they would start a massacre. It must be Adams and his group. Wang Yu's face instantly changed dramatically upon hearing this. The sky isn't even dark yet. How did they get here so quickly? This is bad. Why are you panicking? Dr. May said calmly, Anna isn't in any life-threatening danger. Although abducting her to suck her blood was excessive, it's not a crime punishable by death. Besides, this is the Dragon Kingdom, and this hospital is one of the bases of the Jelong Commando Unit. A few mere vampires, how dare they go on a killing killing spree here. What gives them the right? Don't worry, if these guys dare to act recklessly, they would have already been subdued by now. By then, I'll arrange to compensate them with some superpowered fresh blood. Considering the Dragon Nation's reputation, this matter will most likely be resolved. It's not that simple. Wang Yu let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Dr. May only knew that Anna had been taken away by him, but was unaware that this lofty princess had been abducted by him while she was bathing. This already involved the dignity of the Squid Kingdom's royal family and the princess's reputation and honor. Matters concerning the royal family's face and decorum cannot be resolved with mere compensation and apologies. This time, he's most likely in trouble. What worries him even more is another matter. Dr. May, it wasn't me, it was the class monitor. That Viscount-level Adams, one of his 3 talents is a super sense of smell. He can easily distinguish between humans and vampires by their scent. If he finds out that the class monitor is also a vampire who was turned without their internal consent and approval, then the class monitor will be in danger too. You don't need to worry about me. They already know a lot about my abilities and even said my blood is some kind of forbidden blood. It seems like they've been researching it for a long time without success, treating it as something very precious, so I probably won't die. Hurry up and think of a way to protect the class monitor first. Oh, upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Maya finally became serious again. So, besides the Daywalker, they really are researching other ways to break the limits and restrictions of vampires, huh? This is indeed very useful information. Do they now know all of your abilities? Invisibility, blood manipulation, Daywalker, super sense of smell, and silver to stop bleeding. Wang Yu answered without hesitation. Silver blood? Maya instantly caught an unfamiliar term, then squinted her eyes at Wang Yu. When you confessed your abilities to me, why didn't you mention this? Little lab rat, you're being naughty. Tell me, what else about your abilities do I not know? Damn, I was too careless this time. Wang Yu's heart sank. Originally, he kept something hidden to preserve the final secret. This way, he could have more trump cards and greater value. But unexpectedly, this ability was discovered by the vampires so quickly. In a moment of urgency and carelessness, he directly told Dr. May. With this, his already bleak experimental career might face even more challenges. More critically, if Dr. May stops trusting him because of this and keeps trying to uncover all his secrets, it would be disastrous. Being targeted by such a research fanatic is definitely not a good thing. From how quickly she figured out the basic principles of vampires controlling subordinate vampires, I'm afraid even the last secret of his devouring talent evolution won't remain hidden for long. This won't do. Dr. May, don't misunderstand. Wang Yu was startled and hurriedly explained, I forgot, I was in a rush to save someone at the time, I really forgot. And now that things have come to this, can you help solve the problem first before saying anything else? As for the silver blood, I'll tell you everything slowly after the matter is resolved, and I promise not to leave out a single detail. Really? Maya looked skeptical, feeling that Wang Yu, this little lab rat, wasn't being entirely honest and was still hiding something from her. Really? Absolutely true. Wang Yu nodded hurriedly, his eyes filled with urgency and sincerity. Maya stared at Wang Yu for quite a while, seemingly trying to judge the truthfulness of his words. Then she let out a soft snort. I'll trust you this time, but you'd better keep your word. If you dare to deceive me again, you'll regret it. Come, let me draw a few vials of blood first, then go stall those vampires for a while. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. This research fanatic, even at a time like this, was still obsessing over their research. Moreover, he had already lost a significant amount of blood while transforming Li Lin, leaving him extremely weak now. He might have to face such a powerful vampire like Adams later, and he really didn't want to be drained of blood at this moment. But the situation was urgent. Even though he was extremely reluctant, given the current circumstances, he could only grit his teeth and agree, alright, just hurry up and do it. Don't waste any time. Hee, that's a good boy. Come on, my little guinea pig. Maya smiled brightly and quickly took out the blood collection tool she had prepared in advance. Skillfully inserting the needle into Wang Yu's arm to draw blood, her movements were crisp and efficient, showing no signs of panic despite the urgency of the situation. After drawing a full dozen or so tubes of blood, she finally placed the samples securely with satisfaction and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Alright, considering you've used up quite a bit, let's just settle for drawing these for now. Go on, and remember to hold out as long as you can. Wang Yu nodded helplessly, then turned and walked toward the hospital lobby. Along the way, he kept calculating in his mind how to deal with Adams and the others. Although he possessed some special abilities, the opponent was, after all, an experienced vampire whose strength could not be underestimated. Especially Adams. Although the blood blade earlier did not cause him any harm due to the weakening effect of sunlight, its powerful force, capable of easily slicing through concrete walls, left a deep impression on him. Moreover, he was currently very weak. If a fight were to break out, he feared he would have no power to resist. I'm afraid I can only rely on the so-called emergency hemostasis identity to maneuver for now. Hand over Wang Yu. When Wang Yu arrived at the hospital lobby, Adams and the other two were standing in the center. Around them, some unconscious medical medical staff and patients were lying scattered in disarray. Several special forces personnel are pointing guns at the heads of a few troublemakers, but there is no fear on their faces. The most irritable among them, Baron Hans, shouted loudly, "Our noble Princess Anna has been repeatedly kidnapped and attacked since arriving in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead of dealing with the kidnappers and attackers, you are pointing your guns at us. This is indulgence, sheltering, and murder. Hand over Wang Yu immediately, hand him over to us vampires to deal with. If you and the Dragon Kingdom can't handle this properly and can't give us a satisfactory explanation, then step aside and let us resolve it in our vampire way. Or do you really have the guts to kill us?" "Mr. Hans, please calm down," a special forces member said in a deep voice. "We will investigate and handle the situation you mentioned, and we will certainly try to provide a satisfactory solution. But please do not implicate others or harm innocent civilians and people." "Investigate?" Baron Hans sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. "Your dragon country has always been so sluggish in handling matters. On the surface, you speak to us in official tones, but in reality, you secretly cover things up. The culprit behind the last attack on the princess has yet to receive the punishment they deserve. Who knows how long it will take to get a result this time? Even though we of the Blood Clan have endless lifespans, we don't have the time or patience to waste with you. Someone must pay the price for the suffering the princess has endured. Injuring a few of you and drinking a bit of your blood is merely a warning to you. Besides, you lowly creatures, akin to livestock, should consider it a great honor to have your blood sucked by me and to serve as my food. At worst, we'll just compensate them with some money. We vampires have plenty of that." Hans was arrogant and looked down on everyone. "You!" Another special forces member tightly gripped the gun in his hand, struggling to control his emotions, and said in a stern tone, "Don't be too arrogant. No matter what, on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, you must abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. You openly caused trouble in the hospital, harming innocent people. This is absolutely intolerable. Give up resisting immediately. We are going to arrest you according to the law." This wasn't originally their job, but the opponent was a vampire, and Adams was a powerful Viscount-level vampire. Only their special forces could handle this. "Law?" Adams narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, exuding a dangerous aura. "For us vampires, there is no law that can restrain us. A bunch of lowly livestock. What's the harm in sucking a few drops of blood?" But our noble Princess Anna, not only was she attacked and kidnapped, even her precious blood was forcibly taken. This is simply unforgivable. If you don't hand over Wang Yu, the culprit, today, don't blame us for slaughtering all of you ignorant livestock. What? The crowd was instantly stunned upon hearing Adams and his group's words. On television, in the news media, and in some film and television works, vampires are always portrayed as refined and courteous gentlemen. In almost everyone's mind, vampires are powerful, elegant, and noble creatures. Beautiful, yet mysterious. Countless people yearn for and dream of encountering a beautiful or handsome vampire, developing a wonderful romance just like in the movies, even becoming a member of the vampires. But now, Adams and the others before them are so arrogant, brutal, and disregard human life. Even more exaggerated. The premise of disregarding human life is that the other party at least still considers people as human. And these vampires, without any scruples, equate them to livestock. Right in front of the Dragon Nation's Special Forces members, they dare to brutally attack innocent Dragon Nation civilians and drink their blood cruelly. Moreover, they too were attacked and had their blood sucked. When humans face such encounters, it seems taken for granted, but when it happens to these vampires, it becomes unforgivable. Simply too double standard. This vampire, how is it different from what I knew before? How can they do this? Even Wang Yu was dumbfounded at the sight. These guys are just way too arrogant, aren't they? He wasn't surprised at all by the cruelty and bloodthirstiness of vampires. What surprised him was how arrogant and conceited these guys were. In front of the members of the Special Dragon Squad, they dared to openly attack civilians and even uttered the absurd claim that humans are nothing but livestock. Have they not experienced the beatings of socialism? Enough! Just as Wang Yu expected. As soon as Adams finished speaking, Mountain Eagle Chen Feng frowned and sternly shouted, "Adams, Hans, and Andrew, we respect your status as foreign guests, which is why we haven't taken immediate tough action. But I tell you, you have seriously violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, I solemnly warn you to immediately stop this atrocity, lay down your weapons, and surrender. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures to defend the nation's dignity and the safety of its people." Chen Feng's voice was steady and powerful. Although he was just an ordinary member of the Jiaolong Special Forces, he seemed to carry an undeniable authority. However, Adams sneered disdainfully, his face full of mockery. "Necessary measures? With just you? A bunch of ants, livestock, and you dare to spout such nonsense in front of me? I'd like to see what you can do to us." Adams had witnessed Lei Peng's strength. If Lei Peng were here, or any of the other captains of the Jiaolong Special Forces team, he would undoubtedly choose to restrain himself. But now, the opponents are merely a few ordinary foot soldiers. He, Hans, and Andrew are all once-in-a-century geniuses among the Blood Clan, and he himself is a super genius who advanced to the rank of Viscount-level vampire in less than 10 years after transformation. A Viscount-level vampire is already a rather formidable existence within vampire society. Just a few human soldiers, judging by the scent of their blood, not a single one is at the Viscount level. At most, he is just an outstanding figure at the Baron level. That is, what human society refers to as a peak insect-level super warrior. From an energy perspective, he should be on par with Andrew and Hans, without even one at an equivalent level to him, so he doesn't take them seriously at all. Baron Hans saw Adam's attitude and immediately knew that he had used his super olfactory talent to detect that the other party did not have a strong presence. So he joined in the commotion, letting out a piercing, strange laugh. Ha ha, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't waste our time here. Otherwise, you'll all die a horrible death later. TSK, the blood of superhumans. It's been such a long time since I've had a taste. If you bunch of fools don't know better, I don't mind draining your blood dry to satisfy my appetite. Chen Feng frowned deeply upon hearing this, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew well that reasoning with these arrogant vampires was utterly meaningless. Only force could make them submit. He then slightly tilted his head and said, "Brothers, these guys are incorrigible and resisting law enforcement. Prepare for battle. Falcon, Warhawk, you two handled the evacuation and protection of the civilians. Vulture, Snow Eagle, Night Owl, let's go." Yes. With Chen Feng's command, the three team members codenamed Vulture, Snow Eagle, and Night Owl immediately charged toward Adams and his group like tigers descending a mountain. Among them, the team member codenamed Vulture was the fastest. He moved with agility, heading straight for the most formidable Adams. He held a specially crafted alloy longsword in his hand and, using the momentum from his run-up, leapt high into the air. The blade gleamed with a cold light, slashing straight toward Adams' head. Swish, the strike was incredibly fierce. Whether in terms of power, speed, or angle and position, it was lethally precise. It's just like the most standard textbook on knife techniques, making Wang Yu marvel in admiration. Excellent knife technique. This person's knife skills seem even better than my dad's. With my current strength, I might not even be able to withstand such an impressive strike. The Jialong assault team truly has hidden talents. Even an ordinary member possesses such strength. Adams did not expect these frail humans to dare to take the initiative to attack and even abandon the advantage of firearms in favor of cold weapons, which made him slightly startled. But he quickly reacted. He neither dodged nor evaded, activating his blood-molding ability to form a layer of blood armor on his hand, raising it to block upward. He actually managed to catch this fierce strike with just one hand. With a loud clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the hall. The Vulture only felt a tremendous force traveling along the blade, making his hand go numb and his arm ache. Adams truly lived up to being a Viscount-level vampire. Wang Yu was once again filled with amazement. A move may be short, but experts can tell its worth as soon as it is executed. He could see that Adams, whether in terms of strength, speed, or the durability of his blood armor, was significantly superior to him. If he were to face him in combat, even in peak condition, he could only try to see if relying on the Silver Blood's ability to counter vampire traits might offer a glimmer of hope for victory. However, under the crushing weight of absolute power, even that hope seemed exceedingly slim. According to official data, the maximum power output of a normal bug-level super soldier and Baron-level vampire is only 2,000 kilograms. Meanwhile, the base strength of the higher-tier rat-level super soldier and Viscount-level vampire reaches a terrifying 10,000 kilograms. At the same time, speed, reaction ability, and other aspects are also exponentially enhanced. Therefore, even though the Vulture had almost delivered a peak strike of a bug-level super soldier, it was still easily neutralized by Adams. There's no way, the gap in levels is simply too vast. Even Wang Yu felt a sense of despair. However, the Vulture did not back down. He flipped over smoothly and landed steadily, immediately followed by a series of swift knife moves, attacking Adams like a raging storm. One move after another, one technique following the next. Whether in the connection of moves or their power, there was not the slightest flaw. Thus, under such exquisite knife techniques and ferocious attacks, Adams, who was a full level above the Vulture, could no longer find any opportunity to counterattack. Can only keep dodging and blocking. The strongest vampire genius, Adams, actually fell into a disadvantage the moment he faced a human one level lower than himself. How is this possible? Adams was suddenly startled in his heart. How can these guys be so strong? He hurriedly looked at Hans and Andrew. At this moment, the snow sculpture had already joined forces with Hans. He excelled in close combat and was exceptionally agile. Now, like a phantom, he circled around Baron Hans, launching attacks incessantly. Although Baron Hans possessed immense strength and delivered powerful attacks each time, the Snow Eagle skillfully used its movements and agility to evade his strong strikes and counterattack at the right moments. Seizing the opportunity, it dashed forward with a quick step and delivered an uppercut to Baron Hans' chin, leaving the usually confident and powerful fighter dazed and staggering. As for Andrew, who was even less skilled in combat, his situation was even worse, completely unable to fight back. After being easily overpowered by the Night Owl in a few moves, he was directly captured. The owl, owl, now free, cooperated with the Snow Eagle to defeat and capture Hans. As the fight began, one of the vampire trio was suppressed and the other two were captured. From start to finish, the entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. It was Wang Yu's first time witnessing the actions of the Jiaolong Commando team members. Seeing even the most ordinary team members able to fight so cleanly and decisively, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, shocked by the strength of the Jiaolong Commando team. But Wang Yu was somewhat mentally prepared for this. After all, his father used to be a member of the Jiaolong Commando team. That formidable strength and swift, decisive skills, he had seen them to some extent before. In comparison, what was even more shocking was Adams. What? Adams widened his eyes, watching everything happening before him, hardly able to believe his own eyes. In his understanding, humans were nothing more than inferior creatures. They are merely their mobile blood banks, some lowly livestock. Even if there are some superhuman beings, they are not as innately powerful as the blood race. Especially humans who are one level lower than themselves, they should be utterly powerless in front of him. Yet now, he, a dignified vampire viscount, is being forced into retreat step by a peak insect-level human, completely losing the upper hand. Hans and Andrew were even more exaggerated. In less than 2 minutes after the battle began, they were easily defeated by humans of the same level. This is impossible. Adams roared, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. His eyes turned blood-red, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, like a beast cornered with no way out. You insignificant humans are nothing but defective products of nature. How could you possibly defeat the noble bloodline? Adams roared as he pushed his power to the limit. The black tailcoat on his body fluttered violently, and a powerful aura spread outward from him, distorting and warping the surrounding air. Immediately, blood surged rapidly from within his body, forming a layer of blood-red armor on his surface. At the same time, a slender rapier appeared in his hand. In an instant, it seemed he transformed from a nobleman in a black suit into a powerful knight clad in armor. Today, I will make you reckless humans pay a devastating price. Adams roared furiously, stomping the ground with force, and his entire body shot toward the vulture like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that the people around only saw a blurred streak of blood flash by. Watch out! Mountain Eagle Chen Feng shouted loudly in warning. The Special Forces soldier codenamed Vulture dared not let his guard down in the slightest upon seeing this. He gripped his long blade tightly with both hands, focusing all his attention on Adams. When Adams rushed forward, he suddenly let out a loud shout and swung at Adams with all his strength. Drink! This strike embodied the Vulture's years of rigorous training and fearless courage, the blade slicing through the air with a swish, swish sound. However, Adams had now fully activated his blood molding talent, his strength vastly improved, and his speed reaching a new level. He simply tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the Vulture's fierce attack. At the same time, the rapier in his hand darted out like a venomous snake, its tip thrusting straight at the Vulture's throat. The Vulture quickly stepped back, trying to create some distance, but Adams relentlessly pursued, launching a flurry of swift and ferocious sword strikes at the Vulture like a raging storm, each move aimed directly at the vital points. All together, seeing that Adams had actually started to kill, the other commandos were momentarily worried. At that moment, they couldn't bother with any notions of chivalry. With a low shout, Snow Eagle and Night Owl flanked from both sides without hesitation. At this time, Night Owl, wielding a pair of short daggers, moved nimbly through the gaps in Adams' attacks, looking for an opportunity. Snow Eagle launched an attack from the other side. He was barehanded, but his punches and kicks were swift and powerful, each strike carrying immense strength. With the addition of the two, the Vulture's pressure was suddenly reduced. With a forceful push of his toes against the ground, he swung his long blade and charged back. Among the three, one excelled in swordsmanship, another in short weapons, and the third in unarmed combat and grappling. Moreover, they are all top-notch elites in their respective fields. Under the siege of the three, each displaying their unique skills, even the fully committed Adams could not secure victory. He could only rely on his immense strength and speed to gain a certain advantage when forced into direct confrontations. However, the Vulture, the Owl, and the Snow Eagle worked in perfect harmony, supporting each other, often leaving Adams overwhelmed. Adding to this, the Mountain Eagle Chen Feng watched intently from the side, ready to join the fray at the first sign of Adams' weakness. Then he would strike and retreat immediately, never lingering in battle. Despite Adams giving his all, under the coordination of the four, he was still firmly suppressed. Even. Swish! In the intense battle, a flash of blade light appeared. Adams' blood armor at his knee was suddenly slashed open, and uncontrollable blood gushed rapidly from the wound. Ah, you lowly beasts, how dare you harm me? Damn it, all of you, die. Behold the true power of the noble bloodline. Supreme Blood Ancestor, please grant me infinite power to completely annihilate these livestock who dare to offend the Blood Clan. Die, blood rain everywhere. Adams muttered some language that sounded utterly unscrupulous, as if reciting some kind of magical incantation. Then, the western sword in his hand pointed straight at the ceiling. In an instant, the blood armor on his body suddenly transformed into sharp blood arrows, shooting explosively in all directions. This guy is at the end of his rope. Desperate enough to use his ultimate move. Chen Feng gave a low shout to warn. Wang Yu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the group. After all, he had witnessed the full power of Adam's blood-shaping talent. Even thick concrete walls could be easily split in two. Now, enraged and muttering under his breath, he was definitely preparing to use an even stronger move. Who knows if these few commandos can hold him off? Wang Yu's nerves tightened, ready to step in and help at any moment. At this moment, the vulture reacted swiftly, immediately gripping the long blade with both hands and spinning rapidly with himself as the center. The long blade carved silver rings in the air, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected the blood arrows shooting toward him. Each collision between the blood arrows and the long blade sent blood splashes flying, the immense force numbing his palms and almost causing the blade to slip from his grasp. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he refused to stop his actions. The night owl wielded a pair of short daggers, his movements as agile as a phantom. He weaved skillfully through the gaps of the blood arrows, relying on his keen observation and nimble reflexes, using the daggers to precisely deflect the blood arrows approaching him. The snow eagle, on the other hand, displayed extraordinary physical prowess. He was bare-handed, yet showed no trace of fear. Whenever a blood arrow shot toward him, he would either sidestep swiftly to dodge it or use his arm or palm to block it directly. The muscles in his arms were taut, veins bulging, and relying solely on his physical body, he possessed an incredibly strong defensive power. Then, with immense strength, he would shatter the blood arrows. Although some blood arrows grazed his skin, causing blood to seep out, these injuries were not serious. What? Seeing that most of the blood arrows had already been fired, the few people still held their ground firmly, showing no sign of retreat, and none of them were seriously injured. Adams widened his eyes in disbelief, completely stunned. This move, Blood Rain Over the Sky, was his most powerful ultimate technique, highly effective even against Viscount-level opponents. Often, once used, it can secure victory. But now, he can't even harm a few humans who are a level below him? No, this is impossible. Adams roared, his voice filled with madness and disbelief. He couldn't understand, no matter how hard he tried, how could his proud killing move have no effect on these seemingly ordinary humans? You damned livestock, how dare you rebel against me? Adams was furious, his murderous intent burning like a raging fire. He originally thought that as long as he could use violence to deal with these ordinary soldiers in front of him, he could forcibly take Wang Yu away. Then, using the excuse that Wang Yu had attacked Princess Anna, he could keep Wang Yu in his grasp and thoroughly study the secrets of the forbidden blood. But now, even his strongest killing move failed to deal with these few ordinary soldiers. However, Adams did not lose his sanity in his anger. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then Adams controlled the remaining blood arrows, no longer aiming at Chen Feng and the others, but instead shooting the rain-like arrows toward the densely packed civilians. Swipe! The moment the offensive weakened and the arrowhead turned, Chen Feng's expression changed instantly. Not good. This guy is going to attack the civilians. Quick, cover them. At the command, Warhawk and Falcon, who were evacuating the crowd, hurriedly rushed forward to fend off the attack with all their might. But he still gritted his teeth, fighting to the death without retreating. No! When Chen Feng and the others saw their comrade so severely injured, their eyes instantly turned red. They didn't even have time to fend off the blood arrows attacking them. With a strong push, they rushed toward the Warhawk and Falcon, shielding the two in front of them. But at the same time, Adams finally found the defensive flaws of the group. Swish, 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 pop, pop, pop. The remaining blood arrows shot out explosively, immediately piercing through the bodies of 4 people. In an instant, all 6 members of the Dragon Special Forces team were seriously injured. With this shift in momentum, the roles of offense and defense were instantly reversed. Even combined, the 6 of them struggled to withstand Adams' terrifying barrage of blood arrows. Yet, they gritted their teeth and held their ground. When they couldn't deflect the blood arrows, they used their bodies as shields. Because behind them were medical staff and patients who hadn't yet been evacuated. They were unarmed, innocent civilians. However, Adams seemed to have figured this out. This time, he didn't even need to attack them directly. He simply aimed his blood arrows at the civilians, knowing they would willingly throw themselves in the way. This shameless tactic immediately threw the 6 into a flurry. In order to protect the civilians, they became even more vulnerable, repeatedly hit by arrows. Adams, don't go too far. Seeing that the injured 6 were truly unable to protect so many civilians comprehensively, Chen Feng had no choice but to negotiate. We can treat your reckless actions as a misunderstanding, but the premise is, do not target innocent civilians anymore. Do I? Adams retorted shamelessly, a hint of a provocative smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, angrily pointing at Adams and said, You still dare to deny it? Everyone saw it clearly. You deliberately shot the blood arrow at us, forcing these soldiers to be unable to dodge your attack. You're using our lives to threaten them, you shameless bastard. A young mother nearby tightly protected the child in her arms, her eyes filled with fear and anger. Oh my God. When I was watching dramas, I always thought vampires were just like they were portrayed on TV, elegant and noble. I never expected these guys to be so cruel and heartless, so to speak. despicable. Yeah, resorting to dirty tricks when they can't win. How can you be so shameless? So this is the true face of vampires. We've really been deceived. The surrounding crowd also chimed in, their accusations surging like waves one after another. How shameless, truly lacking virtue for 8 generations. No wonder vampires can't have children. Serves them right to be cut off from descendants. Humph. Various angry voices intertwined, echoing throughout the hospital lobby. Adam's face grew increasingly grim. As a noble vampire, and even a saintly aristocrat among vampires, he was being accused and cursed by these livestock-like creatures. The anger in his heart surged to its peak in an instant. Shut up! His eyes turned blood red in an instant. The bloody aura emanating from him grew even stronger, and he seemed like a fiend crawling out of hell. You ignorant livestock, how dare you humiliate me like this? Humiliate the noble blood clan. Adams roared, his hands flailing wildly as he chanted incessantly. In an instant, the blood arrows, which had already been significantly depleted, seemed to gain new life. Not only did their numbers surge once more, but each arrow glimmered with an eerie light, exuding a chilling sense of dread. These blood arrows seemed to come alive, swirling and dancing in the air, emitting sharp, piercing whistles. Then, with overwhelming force, it lunged fiercely at the civilians. Adams seemed to have completely lost his mind. He was about to go on a killing spree. The power of this wave of attacks was even more terrifying than before. The air was split by blood arrows, leaving twisted traces as if the very space was about to be torn apart. Such an attack would be difficult to withstand even for superpowered warriors. If any blood arrow falls on a civilian, they will undoubtedly die. Not good. Chen Feng and the others deeply understood the unprecedented magnitude of this crisis. They were even facing a choice between life and death, but they did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately supporting each other, gritting their teeth, and forming a line to create a human wall. Quickly retreat, we'll go up. With that, they charged forward shoulder to shoulder toward the blood arrows without hesitation, ready to use their own bodies, even their lives, to shield the innocent civilians from this nearly unstoppable fatal blow. Even if it meant being shattered to pieces, they were determined to fight for a sliver of hope for the civilians behind them, because this is their mission. You fools, you fell for it. Adams felt a surge of pride at the sight, because his goal from the very beginning was these special forces members. The reason for attacking civilians is that they are difficult to deal with, so their concern for civilian lives is used to threaten them, forcing them to be restrained and severely injured. Now, it can even allow him to turn the tide in one move and completely defeat these annoying individuals. Even if they are not killed, they must pay a heavy price. However, just as he burst into laughter, thinking he was bound to succeed, a curtain of blood suddenly appeared in front of several members of the Dragon Commando team. This curtain of blood appeared extremely abruptly, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Its texture was thick, crimson with a faint silvery sheen. It emanated a strange and powerful energy fluctuation, forcibly blocking Adam's storm-like barrage of blood arrows outside. CH. Amidst a corrosive sound, Adam's seemingly razor-sharp and unstoppable blood arrows appeared to be naturally restrained, unable to pierce through the thin blood curtain. Moreover, the ripples vibrating across the blood curtain suddenly seemed to transform into countless greedy, gaping maws. These maws gradually devoured the blood arrows that had been blocked outside. In the end, over 100 blood arrows were astonishingly absorbed into this peculiar blood curtain before them. What is this? The members of the Jiaolong Special Forces were all stunned. They certainly didn't recall anyone on their side possessing this kind of special ability. Moreover, this method of fighting with blood was clearly a technique unique to vampires. Could it be that a sensible vampire elder has finally come to stop Adams? The group looked around but never found the imagined target. However, Adam's target immediately locked onto the newly appeared Wang Yu. The power of silver that restrains vampire abilities, along with the ability to forcibly absorb other vampires' blood-stopping talents during battle. Currently, throughout the entire vampire clan, there is only one person who possesses this power. Wang Yu, you finally decided to show yourself. Despicable scoundrel, how dare you forcibly extract even the blood of my talent? Adam's face was deathly pale. Just now, in order to deal with Chen Feng and the others, he not only resorted to despicable means but also had to use the secret technique of vampires to unleash potential. Originally, after this final strike, it would normally result in weakness. But now, after unleashing his potential, those precious bloodlines carrying the overdrawn potential of his body were unexpectedly confiscated by Wang Yu. This left him even more severely weakened. Not only did so many years of accumulation vanish into thin air, but he also almost fell directly from the rank of Viscount to Baron. You're courting death. Give me back the blood of talent. Adam's eyes were almost spitting fire. This time, he truly lost his mind, going mad and recklessly charging toward Wang Yu. As fast as a phantom, it instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters and appeared in front of Wang Yu in the blink of an eye. Extending its sharp claws, accompanied by a whistling wind, it viciously lunged at Wang Yu. Its stance seemed eager to tear Wang Yu into pieces immediately. Oh my god, not good. It's Wang Yu. Chen Feng and several other special team members were all startled at the sight. Their primary task in staying behind was to ensure Wang Yu's safety. Earlier, they had been tricked by Dr. Mei, causing Wang Yu to leave alone, return injured, and even abduct Princess Anna, creating a major disaster. This was already a serious dereliction of duty. If something happens to Wang Yu now, they might as well die. As members of the Jelong Commando team, they can't even look after a child or protect him properly. If Lei Peng finds out, he might directly kick them out of the team. For a soldier, this is an enormous disgrace. They would rather sacrifice themselves than see such a result. But the problem is, they now barely have the strength to stand. They could only grit their teeth and shout, "What are you doing here? This guy is extremely dangerous. We'll hold him off. You go quickly." After saying that, he was about to muster his last breath to break through the blood curtain and fight Adams desperately, buying time for Wang Yu to escape. After all, Adams and his group came today, loudly declaring they wanted to settle accounts with Wang Yu. If Wang Yu showed up, it would be far more dangerous than those commoners. Just looking at Adams' behavior made that clear. It was as if taunted. With red eyes, he charged straight at Wang Yu. But at this moment, Wang Yu did not choose to run away. He extended one hand, and the blood curtain in front of the group quickly flew back to his side. In an instant, it transformed into a solid blood shield, perfectly blocking Adams' vengeful strike. The powerful countershock force made Adams involuntarily take several steps back. It also completely stunned Chen Feng and the others on the spot. What? Blocked it. And this blood curtain, it was actually used by Wang Yu. How is this possible? They all widened their eyes, staring at Wang Yu in shock, with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Originally, they thought this blood curtain could so easily withstand the berserk strike of Adams, a Viscount-level vampire, and assumed it must have been an Earl-level vampire elder who had appeared. So even when they saw Wang Yu at the time, they never thought it was him who had made the move. He does indeed have the talent for blood manipulation, but isn't he just a newly promoted Baron-level vampire? How could he possibly withstand such a powerful attack? That's a Viscount-level vampire. One-on-one, head-to-head, even we wouldn't be a match. Wang Yu, that kid, is actually this strong? Chen Feng and the others were full of disbelief, their mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg inside. Wang Yu stood firmly in place, his gaze fixed intently on Adams. "Everyone, don't worry about me. Go quickly and tend to your injuries. I'll handle this guy." Chen Feng was still a bit uneasy. After all, in his view, Wang Yu was just a high school student and a newly promoted vampire. Letting him deal with Adams now was still too much of a stretch. But at this moment, Wang Yu seemed to exude a particularly calm and steady aura. It was as if he were not a student, but a seasoned veteran who had fought on the battlefield for years. It made him unable to resist wanting to treat Wang Yu as a reliable comrade and entrust his back to him. This guy, is he really this steady? Maybe he really has a way to deal with Adams. As expected of his son, Chen Feng murmured softly, then his expression turned resolute. "Okay, be careful, though. We've already called for the captain's support. Don't force it, just focus on buying time." With that, Chen Feng led the other team members to slowly retreat to the side and began tending to each other's wounds. Although the others were also deeply worried, Wang Yu's displayed strength and composure made them choose to trust him. Wang Yu nodded slightly to indicate he understood, his gaze never leaving Adams. At this moment, Adams' face was filled with shock and anger. He simply couldn't accept that Wang Yu, a mere Baron-level vampire, could remain unscathed under his full-force attack. Even more unacceptable, Wang Yu was so arrogant and conceited, delusional enough to think he could take on a powerful vampire of the Viscount rank all by himself. "Wang Yu, you, a mere Baron-level wild breed, only managed to make me suffer a minor setback through sneak attacks. Do you really think you're so impressive? How dare you dream of opposing me? Very well, you've successfully angered me. Today, I will show you the great power of the blood race, something a lowly wild breed like you could never hope to contend with." Adam's combat ability is surprisingly not weak. When watching the battle earlier, Wang Yu didn't feel it was very obvious. He only felt that Night Owl's swordsmanship was simply too formidable, completely overwhelming Adams, who was a level higher than him. But now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized that Adams also had considerable skill. These moves, are actually no weaker than that so-called number one of the Blood Clan, Anderson. Goodness, turns out he's been hiding his true strength. Wang Yu was startled, his pupils slightly contracting. However, he remained calm. At the moment Adams was about to strike, he slightly shifted his body, skillfully dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength, and struck fiercely at Adams' side. Damn wild breed. Adams noticed Wang Yu's counterattack and found it quite troublesome. At the time, he had seen the fight between Wang Yu and Anderson. Although he thought Wang Yu had some skills, it was nothing extraordinary. Although Anderson is known as the number one fighter among the Blood Clan, that's only because Adams didn't participate in the competition. After all, for a vampire noble like him, such competitions are akin to a coliseum, purely a spectacle for entertainment and amusement. He is a holy descendant, a noble, an upper-class being who swirls a goblet, savoring the delicious blood of virgins while taking pleasure in such crude and barbaric duels. How could he lower his status to participate in such a competition? What's more, his most powerful powerful and formidable combat ability is his blood manipulation talent. So in his view, even if Wang Yu could defeat Anderson, it was nothing extraordinary. As long as he made a move, even at the same level and with equal strength, he could still defeat Wang Yu. What's more, the final outcome was that Wang Yu and Anderson both ended up severely injured, almost perishing together. To him, Wang Yu was just a minor character who could be easily eliminated. So when Wang Yu was severely injured and on the verge of death, he didn't hesitate to deliver the final blow. Although killing a subordinate that Princess Anna wanted to cultivate might cause some trouble, but killing someone who seemed doomed to die anyway to earn Anderson's favor and the goodwill of the Ford family behind him was undoubtedly a profitable move. Until he discovered that Wang Yu was not dead and might possess the forbidden blood, he changed his mind. Even so, he still did not take Wang Yu seriously. That's why he deliberately let Wang Yu go, to win his favor. Because in his eyes, Wang Yu, a weak wildling in terms of strength, even with the special abilities of the forbidden blood, was nothing more than a minor character he could easily manipulate and hold in the palm of his hand. However, he was soon slapped in the face by Wang Yu. Not only did Wang Yu abduct Princess Anna right under his nose, but he also withstood his strongest attack. Even his powerful and precious talent for blood-stopping could be forcibly absorbed. The silver power in that blood also brought him fear and apprehension, make him no longer dare to recklessly use his most arrogant blood-shaping talent, but instead choose close combat. And in the skill of close combat, the gap between the two was surprisingly small. In fact, Wang Yu's techniques and experience were even superior to his. Despite having the advantages of a higher level, superior strength and speed, and striking first, he was still able to evade smoothly, still able to fight back. Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Let you know who the real strong one is. Adams gritted his teeth, quickly twisted his body, and used his elbow to block Wang Yu's punch. A muffled bang echoed. Wang Yu staggered back several steps under the powerful recoil force. Adams was also forced to stumble by the tricky angle and immense power of the punch. The airflow generated by the clash of forces formed a small wave of air around, ruffling the hair of those nearby and sending scraps of paper flying. Subsequently, the two clashed at an extremely fast speed. Muffled sounds echoed continuously, accompanied by constant explosive roars. Bang, bang, bang. The aftermath and airwaves caused by the collisions grew increasingly intense. Gradually, the speed of their exchange had surpassed the ability of ordinary eyes to keep up. Only a flash of shadows was seen, and the two collided with fists and feet, producing a loud bang. Another flash of shadows, and the two separated again, glaring at each other like tigers eyeing their prey. After dozens of rounds, neither of them gained the upper hand. The people around, witnessing such a battle, immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my god. Originally, they thought that Adams, this obviously powerful vampire, would easily crush Wang Yu. But the scene before them was completely beyond their expectations. Doesn't this guy still look like an ordinary high school student? How could someone that even several special forces soldiers couldn't handle be stopped by a high school student? This is just too outrageous. A middle-aged man opened his mouth wide, stammering as he spoke, his eyes filled with shock. Although Adams relied on despicable means to defeat Chen Feng and the others, his strength cannot be denied. With a single move, he severely injured 6 superpowered special forces soldiers. Adams' power is simply despair-inducing. However, at this moment, a young man from the Dragon Kingdom, who looked like he was only in high school, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked this terrifying vampire. This was simply unbelievable. Even more shocking were Chen Feng and a few other special forces members. Damn, Wang Yu, this kid is way too strong. To think he could fight evenly with a Viscount-level Adams. Although part of it is due to Adams being significantly drained, this is still too unbelievable. The few of them looked at each other in astonishment. You have to understand, even in a weakened state, Adams undeniably possesses Viscount-level strength. In every gesture, there is at least 10,000 kilograms of terrifying power. As for Wang Yu, being a Baron-level vampire, even when unleashing his maximum strength, he only has a force of 2,000 kilograms. The difference is a gap of 3 to 5 times in strength. Yet Wang Yu is able to fight Adams to a standstill despite such a massive disparity in power. Is it possible that this kid can really challenge someone of a higher level? The Vulture muttered in shock. As the strongest close combat striker in the squad, being able to briefly suppress Adams with full force was already quite difficult and something to be proud of. After all, this is a challenge against someone of a higher level. Under the overwhelming gap in strength, even he did not dare to hope that he could truly defeat Adams. Later, when Adams unleashed his trump card and went all out, it took 3 special forces soldiers to fight him to a draw, and 4 special forces soldiers working together to barely suppress him. But now, Wang Yu actually managed to do it alone. A wild vampire? This is insane? Why not talk to Dr. May and ask her to study how to turn me into a wild vampire too? The Vulture was filled with envy. However, at this moment, Chen Feng shook his head. No, it's not that wild vampires are powerful. Chen Feng's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, according to the data, the survival rate of wild vampires after transformation is extremely low, and their strength is also weaker than that of normal normal vampires. The reason for this is that this Wang Yu is somewhat special. Take a closer look at his moves. After being reminded, the others quickly fixed their gaze on Wang Yu, focusing intently on every detail of his fierce battle with Adams. Oh, only to see Wang Yu, during the intense fight with Adams, moving with agility and grace, every offensive and defensive action crisp and decisive, fully showcasing a professional demeanor. Look quickly, doesn't Wang Yu's moves resemble the combat techniques of our Jelong Commando unit? Night Owl suddenly widened his eyes, his tone full of surprise. With his reminder, the other team members also suddenly came to a realization. That's right. The punching posture and the movement of the steps are so similar to the combat style of the Jelong Special Forces, especially that move just now, dodging sideways followed by a counterattack, so precise and ruthless, a textbook Jelong Special Forces combat technique. The more they watched, the more amazed they became. Every move and technique Wang Yu displayed exuded the unique style of the Jelong Special Forces. It was as if Wang Yu had already joined the Jelong Special Forces and was one of them. Not only that, Wang Yu's application of these combat techniques in actual battles is exceptionally skillful. Moreover, he can perfectly integrate these techniques with his own vampire abilities. This isn't just about imitating the moves. His mastery of these techniques is so proficient that it must have been honed through extensive practical training. Night Owl exclaimed in amazement. Yeah, even if an ordinary person learned the combat techniques of the Jelong Special Forces, it would be hard to perform so flawlessly in such high-intensity battles. This kid Wang Yu probably has quite extensive combat experience. It's as if someone on the inside had meticulously trained him. Another team member chimed in. The Night Owl suddenly frowned. How could a high school student master the combat techniques of the Jelong Special Forces and possess such extensive combat experience? There must be some hidden secret behind this. Our Captain Lei seems to treat this kid particularly well. Could this kid be Captain Lei's illegitimate son? Wang Yu's identity information was classified as top secret. Among the regular team members, only Vice Captain Chen Feng, who was a key training prospect, knew more. The others only knew that Wang Yu was a vampire, but had no knowledge of any other detailed information. Seeing Wang Yu display such skillful and seasoned combat techniques, uniquely characteristic of the Dragon Commando unit, the team members couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. I heard Captain Lei is totally henpecked at home. Really didn't expect that, TSK tisk. Night Owl muttered softly while keeping his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Upon hearing these baseless speculations, Chen Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Hurriedly warned, Night Owl, you better stop spouting nonsense here. Be careful, if Captain Lei finds out, you'll get another round of electrotherapy. After pausing for a moment, Chen Feng's expression softened slightly, and he continued, I can only tell you this kid has a deep connection with our Jelong Commando unit, and can barely be considered one of us. Also, don't underestimate him. His combat skills are exceptionally strong, and you absolutely cannot treat him like an ordinary high school student. That's true. Vulture and the other team members nodded in agreement. Judging by Wang Yu's current performance on the battlefield, his combat skills indeed surpass those of some elite soldiers in regular armies, fully reaching the standard of a Jelong Commando unit member. If the strength is evenly matched, team members like Night Owl and Snow Eagle, who excel in close combat, might still have a chance to exchange a few moves with Wang Yu. But team members like Warhawk and Falcon, who mainly focus on long-range sniping and firearm combat, probably wouldn't stand a chance against Wang Yu in close combat. But this still doesn't make much sense. Night Owl furrowed his brows again and said with a puzzled expression, speaking of close combat ability, this kid may be impressive, but he can't possibly be stronger than the Vulture, right? Even the Vulture can only suppress Adams temporarily. When that guy goes berserk, it takes the three of us together to barely hold our own against him. Now it's just Wang Yu alone. How is he managing to hold out against Adams for so long? Could it be that Adams is deliberately going easy on him? As he spoke, Night Owl carefully observed the battlefield, then shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. He looked full of suspicion. After all, judging by Adams' ferocious and utterly insane demeanor, it was clear that he wished to kill Wang Yu immediately, showing no signs of holding back. Your observation is still not meticulous enough. Chen Feng extended his finger, pointing at the fiercely battling Adams and Wang Yu, and calmly analyzed, take a closer look. Adams' strength and speed now are far inferior to when he was fighting the Vulture earlier. Although he still retains the strength of a Viscount, he has already fallen from being among the stronger Viscounts to barely reaching the level of a Viscount. Simply put, it's like dropping from mid-level rat rank to low-level rat rank, with his strength weakened by about half. In my opinion, it's most likely due to the excessive consumption from the earlier battle. Everyone followed the direction Chen Feng pointed to and, after careful observation, all felt that Chen Feng's words were quite accurate. Adams had previously engaged in a fierce battle with the Vulture and others, even using some kind of mysterious power to unleash a powerful attack, which undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of energy. At this moment, facing Wang Yu, although still holding the advantage in strength and level, he was no longer in his peak state. I knew it, so it turns out we contributed to this as well. I thought this kid was stronger than me right from the start. heart, scared me to death, huh? The night owl scratched his head and laughed heartily. But at this moment, Chen Feng shook his head again. No, the greatest credit here probably belongs to that kid Wang Yu. At this, everyone was completely stunned. Ha! Chen Feng looked at the puzzled expressions of everyone, turned his gaze back to the battlefield, and said slowly, think carefully. When Wang Yu first appeared, didn't he use blood to absorb Adam's blood? And after that, didn't Adams become weak and extremely angry? The team members all showed expressions of recollection. They remembered the scene when Wang Yu appeared. At that time, Adams was using the lives of civilians as a threat, forcing them to block the blood arrows with their bodies, already prepared for sacrifice. But at this moment, a curtain of blood blocked their path. Wang Yu used his blood manipulation ability to form a barrier, protecting them, and that curtain of blood not only blocked the attack of the blood arrows but also absorbed all those terrifying blood arrows completely. Wow, really? The Night Owl suddenly exclaimed, Eagle, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. This guy can actually absorb the blood of other vampires, and not by drinking it, but by using the blood he controls to directly absorb the blood weapons used by the opponent for attacks. Is this normal? So, after all this fighting, the one who caused the most damage and depletion to Adams was actually Wang Yu? Exactly. Chen Feng nodded and continued to explain, for vampires, blood is not only a means of attack but also a source of power. Adams had his blood devoured by Wang Yu, which must have severely weakened him, naturally reducing his strength significantly. Moreover, precisely because of this, Adams dared not easily use blood to attack Wang Yu. After all, once he unleashed blood-based attacks, Wang Yu could very likely take the opportunity to devour more of his blood, further weakening his strength. But Wang Yu had no such concerns. Adams seemed to lack the ability to devour the blood of other vampires, so he could attack Adams with blood without any reservations. With this back and forth, Adams was restrained, unable to fully exert his strength. Chen Feng analyzed it with clear logic. Then his expression suddenly became a bit awkward. As for this ability to absorb the opponent's blood weapon during battle, to be honest, I've gone through all the team's materials on vampires, but regarding this, I don't know either. Exactly. The vulture also noticed the issue and slapped his thigh. I've never heard of any vampire having such an ability either. And absorbing whatever comes their way, doesn't that mean this kind of sinister vampire attack would be useless against Wang Yu? This is the main attack method for many vampires. If Wang Yu faces this kind of vampire, wouldn't he be invincible? That kid Wang Yu, he's clearly a vampire himself, yet he has such an ability to counter vampires? How did he do it? Everyone was astonished, looking at Wang Yu in disbelief. At this moment, Wang Yu was fully focused on his fierce battle with Adams, completely unaware of his teammates' amazement and discussions on the sidelines. Moreover, his situation was far less optimistic than Chen Feng and the others had assumed. Indeed, he possessed many extraordinary abilities that set him apart from ordinary vampires. Forcibly absorbing the talent to stop bleeding was one of them. But forcibly absorbing the opponent's gifted blood comes at a price, especially when absorbing the gifted blood of a vampire like Adams, who is one level higher than oneself. Now, Wang Yu's body has long been turned upside down by the backlash force within. The blood throughout his body feels as if it's about to boil. Wang Yu even felt that he might explode and die at any moment. Fortunately, at this moment, Adam's storm-like attacks came rushing in. The turbulent and violent blood, combined with the powerful external force, unexpectedly formed a peculiar balance, allowing Wang Yu to resist Adams while miraculously enduring the backlash. Moreover, he tried his best to appear calm and steady, not wanting Adams to realize that he was merely holding on by a thread. Even Chen Feng, a seasoned Special Forces member with exceptional observational skills, was deceived. But Adams suddenly remembered something and let out a cold laugh. Wang Yu, stop pretending. My innate bloodline is far superior to that of Anderson, that useless fool. How does it feel to endure the power of bloodline backlash? Wang Yu's heart tightened, but he still forced himself to appear calm. What nonsense are you talking about? What backlash? Your little bit of blood is far from being able to cause me trouble. I've already easily absorbed it and made it my own. Despite his tough words, Wang Yu knew deep down that Adams had likely already noticed something unusual about him. Seeing this, Adams immediately laughed even more wildly. Haha, still being stubborn? Do you think you can fool me? In our vampire clan, forcibly absorbing another's gifted blood is a major taboo. For a lower-ranked vampire to dare absorb the blood of a higher-ranked vampire is nothing short of suicide. You, a mere wild breed, a lowly baron, dare to draw the blood of a viscount like me, and even absorb so much at once? You're truly courting death. Saying this, Adams no longer rushed to attack but began pacing around Wang Yu, his eyes full of mockery and smugness. You must be feeling terrible right now, with your blood surging and your bloodline power in chaos. A slight inability to suppress it could lead to the danger of the body exploding and dying. Without external pressure, the power of bloodline backlash becomes even harder to control. Adams, as a seasoned vampire and an enthusiastic member of the emergency blood-stopping research team, has a far deeper understanding of vampires than ordinary people, and far beyond that of typical vampires. It was easy to guess Wang Yu's current situation. So, in an instant, there was no more urgency or anger. Instead, it seemed as though Wang Yu's weakness had been grasped. Smugly said, "You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to use such dangerous methods just to save those lowly humans? Now, I and the vampires have a way to save your life. Why don't you surrender to me quickly and beg me properly? If you are willing to sincerely pledge allegiance to me, become my offspring, and serve me from now on, I might consider showing great mercy in saving your life." Dream on. Wang Yu thought bitterly upon hearing this. This Adams is not only powerful but also quite smart. He's completely different from the likes of Edward and Princess Anna. In this case, it will be hard to deal with him. Now, the 6 members of the Dragon Commando team are seriously injured and can no longer continue fighting, and my own situation is also very bad. Although support was called, there's no knowing when it will arrive. If Adams wins before that, things will get troublesome. At that time, forcefully transform him and turn him into this guy's offspring. Moreover, if the effect of this transformation is the same as when he transformed Li Lin, wouldn't he become a puppet at the mercy of others in the future? That damned guy, how dare he harm the citizens of our dragon nation for no reason? I'll fight you to the death. Wang Yu decided to end the fight quickly. Finding a random excuse, he let out a loud roar and charged directly at Adams. And this time, enduring the backlash of pain, he forcibly condensed a long blood blade. Time was pressing, and Wang Yu gave it his all. Swish, swish, swish. Moreover, after witnessing the battle between the Vulture and Adams, he gained new insights into swordsmanship. Both the sharpness and power had further improved. It was quite confident to deal with Adams, who could originally fight evenly without weapons. However, at this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Adams' mouth. In a flash, Adams' mind stirred, and the blood manipulation talent activated once again, forming a curved blood shield in front of him. Swish! Wang Yu's blood longsword struck heavily against the blood shield, producing a loud clash of metal. Clang! The powerful impact caused Wang Yu's arm to go numb, and the force of the bloodline backlash he had just suppressed began to stir again. After a muffled low sound, several blood holes suddenly burst out on Wang Yu's skin without warning. Bang bang bang! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chen Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Not good. Wang Yu's situation is not looking good. I'm afraid that Guy Adams was telling the truth. Wang Yu must have paid a hefty price to absorb the blood arrow in order to neutralize his attack. I knew such a heaven-defying ability wouldn't come without a cost. The few of them felt their hearts sink. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Yu must have done something like this to Anderson from that vampire team before, fully aware of the backlash. But to save them, Wang Yu still used this extremely dangerous move. Originally, they stayed behind to protect Wang Yu, but now, not only did they fail to protect Wang Yu, they were instead saved by Wang Yu at the risk of his own life. This moved them deeply while also making them feel immense shame. Vulture, Night Owl, Snow Eagle, Warhawk, Falcon. Chen Feng didn't say anything unnecessary, he simply called out a few people's code names quickly. The few exchanged glances, their eyes briefly meeting in mid-air, and they immediately understood each other's resolve. Let's go! Yes! With that, they helped each other up, forcing themselves to stand. They were ready to sacrifice themselves to create an opportunity for Wang Yu to escape. However, in this critical moment, the battle on the field changed once again. Adams took advantage of Wang Yu being counterattacked to launch a counteroffensive, severely injuring Wang Yu and knocking him to the ground. Ha ha ha! However, at this moment, he gave up on continuing the pursuit and laughed wildly toward the sky. Wang Yu, look at you now, like a dying ant struggling in vain. How ridiculous! Did you really think that with your meager strength you could contend with me? Utterly overestimating yourself. Tremble, submit, in the face of my absolute power, you are no different from other livestock. Opposing me is nothing but a path to your own destruction. Adam's face was full of mockery and ridicule. As a noble of high status, a powerful Viscount-level vampire, he had actually been made so miserable by Wang Yu, a mere wildborn, a minor Baron-level figure. So at this moment, he wanted to mock Wang Yu to his heart's content and fully enjoy the joy of victory. You dared to overestimate yourself by absorbing my gifted blood, and what happened? I remain completely unharmed, but you've ended up in such a miserable state. Now, you can't even stand steadily, let alone resist me. I'll give you one last chance, submit, you lowly livestock, foolish ant, despicable wild breed. You have no choice but to bow before the noble and powerful me. Adams stopped in his tracks, looking down at Wang Yu with contempt in his eyes. This despicable guy, how dare he be so narcissistic? Everyone scoffed at Adams' words. Noble? Truly noble words would not be followed by such despicable and dishonorable actions as before. Everyone was burning with rage, but given Adams' formidable strength and brazen behavior, they were angry but dared not speak out. Even Chen Feng and the others did not dare to further provoke Adams at this moment. Pretend to show off if you want. As long as he doesn't kill Wang Yu immediately, everything can be negotiated. Just wait until Lei Peng comes back. Let's see how he can still act up. However, just when they thought they should endure it and let it pass, Wang Yu struggled to get up. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling somewhat weak, yet utterly fearless careless as he said, "Viscount, have you ever heard a saying? Cough, cough. What saying?" Hearing Wang Yu address him so politely, Adams immediately became smug and said, "Wang Yu, have you finally decided to submit to me? Heh, heh, you should have made this decision earlier. As long as you follow me, wealth and status will be easily within your grasp." Are you trying to say that there's an old saying in Longwei, a wise man submits to circumstances? That's right, pledging allegiance to me is indeed your wisest choice, ha. At this moment, Adams's tail was practically wagging up to the sky. Although today's losses were significant, as long as Wang Yu could be subdued, everything would be worth it. A vampire with forbidden blood, and a wild one at that, with no intricate forces backing him. As long as he is subdued and the secret of the forbidden blood in him is uncovered, he and his family will immediately possess incredibly powerful capital. By then, the first family of the blood clan will no longer be the Tanya family, but their Winston family, and he will also, because of Wang Yu, ascend to a position he never dared to imagine before, possessing power he never dared to dream of. It might even be possible for him to become the first non-second generation prince-level vampire in history. At the thought of this, Adams was overjoyed and couldn't even be bothered to hold Wang Yu accountable for all his offenses and transgressions. However, at this moment, Wang Yu spat a mouthful of blood heavily onto the ground. "You want me to be a dog for you shameless vampires? Dream on. Bah! What I want to tell you is, villains die because they talk too much. That was your last chance." With that, Wang Yu pointed a single finger toward the ground. The blood that had just flowed out of his body and spilled onto the ground seemed to come alive in an instant. It transformed into blood arrows, shooting toward Adams. "Damn it, you cunning bastard." Adams didn't expect Wang Yu to have this trick up his sleeve, and he was startled. He hurriedly used a blood shield to protect his entire body. The blood arrow was easily blocked by the blood shield, and Adams became smug once again. "Ding ding ding, is this your trump card? Humph, a petty trick." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed, because he discovered that these blood arrows were neither deflected and knocked down by his blood shield, nor did they attack again under Wang Yu's control. Instead, they just stayed on his blood shield, putting pressure on his shield. The force wasn't strong, but it brought him a piercing pain. Sizzle sizzle. These blood arrows were actually corroding his blood shield. Adams finally panicked. Not good, because he remembered that one of the major abilities of Wang Yu's forbidden blood is that his blood possesses the same properties as silver. It is most effective against vampires, including the weapons and shields formed by the vampire's blood manipulation talent, without exception. "Great blood ancestor, please grant me your power, blood's embrace," he muttered to himself, hastily using all his remaining strength to reinforce the blood shield. However, it was already too late. Under Adam's full effort, the color of the blood shield deepened, and its thickness increased. It was also accompanied by a tremor and a buzzing sound, as if trying to shake off Wang Yu's blood arrows in this way. However, those blood arrows clung like a bone-deep affliction, refusing to fall off. Moreover, it emitted a peculiar power, continuously corroding Adam's blood shield at an extremely rapid pace. Soon, accompanied by a sizzling sound, tiny cracks began to appear on the shield. Slightly silver-tinted blood-tipped arrows emerged from within the shield, as if they could pierce through this final layer of defense at any moment and strike Adams. Adam's eyes widened, his bloodshot gaze filled with terror and disbelief. No, impossible. He had originally assumed that Wang Yu would not dare to use the ability to forcibly devour the blood of talent, which is why he felt confident enough to use his blood-molding talent in battle. Moreover, his blood-molding talent had already reached a certain level of strength. Even against ordinary silver weapons, he could deflect them with a blood shield or sever them with a blood blade. Although silver still restrained vampires, for vampires who had mastered the blood-molding talent, silver was no longer as lethal. At most, it just means enduring more pain and losing some gifted blood. But now, he could never have imagined that Wang Yu's silver blood would actually be more effective than silver weapons, because Wang Yu also possesses the blood-shaping talent. His blood is the weapon, and the weapon is the blood. Even if they were blown away, even if they were severed, Wang Yu could immediately control them to make a comeback. Soon, the blood shield he had poured everything into was overwhelmed by the corrosion of Wang Yu's silver blood. Finally, with the sound of shattering, the blood arrows controlled by Wang Yu pierced through the broken blood shield and struck Adams. After a series of sounds, Adams let out a piercing scream as the blood arrows mercilessly pierced into his body. Wang Yu swiftly moved and placed the bloodstained long knife against his neck. "Move recklessly, and I'll take your head. Don't move," Wang Yu warned in a deep voice. Then a faint, mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Viscount, next time, before confirming your opponent has no strength to fight back, maybe don't rush to show off. The villain dies from talking too much. If you have the advantage, remember to finish them off first." What? Adams, who originally thought he had the upper hand and was flaunting his power, was subdued by Wang Yu in an instant and reduced to a prisoner. A Baron-level vampire actually managed to counter-kill a Viscount-level vampire in an instant and defeat Adams? Even though Adams had already consumed a significant amount of energy before Wang Yu made his move, it was still too unbelievable. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and stood frozen in place by by the dramatic scene unfolding before their eyes. Chen Feng widened his eyes, filled with surprise and disbelief, muttering to himself, Wang Yu, he actually did it. He actually defeated Adams in a one-on-one fight. The likes of Vulture and Night Owl also opened their mouths wide, unable to hide the shock on their faces. They had originally been prepared to sacrifice themselves to give Wang Yu a chance to escape, but they never expected such a dramatic reversal of the situation. Wang Yu's performance had completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. Aren't vampires supposed to have stronger innate powers the higher their rank? Why does Wang Yu's blood manipulation ability seem even stronger than Adam's? Adam's blood shield, created with all his might, was like paper in front of Wang Yu's blood arrows. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? In their understanding, there was absolutely no such thing as the silver blood, a bug-level existence. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out why Wang Yu was able to defeat Adams at the last moment in such an inconceivable way. And even more shocked than them were not the onlookers, but Andrew and Hans standing nearby. Oh my god, my lord of blood, what did I just see? Andrew and Hans widened their eyes, their expressions seemingly frozen in disbelief. As vampires, they are extremely familiar with the power hierarchy within the bloodline. The gap between high-ranking vampires and low-ranking vampires is like a chasm, utterly insurmountable, especially when high-ranking vampires and low-ranking vampires possess the same kind of talent. The talent of low-ranking vampires is completely useless in the face of the talent of high-ranking vampires. But now, Wang Yu had forcibly shattered their understanding. He was actually able to use the blood arrow formed by the blood manipulation talent to break through the blood shield formed by Adam's blood manipulation talent. To allow a low-level vampire to challenge and defeat a high-level vampire, could this be the power of the forbidden blood? So strong. The two looked at each other, feeling a wave of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, the one fighting Wang Yu was Adams. If it had been them, they probably wouldn't be a match for Wang Yu even if they joined forces. With Wang Yu's formidable combat skills and the terrifying suppression of vampires by the silver blood, they would likely be turned into pincushions by Wang Yu's silver-powered hemostatic talent within a few rounds. If things go wrong, there might even be a risk to life. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, they were not feeling well either. Phew! Their faces were pale, and they looked emaciated. It was obvious they appeared to have lost too much blood. Everyone had a fresh bite mark on their necks. It was obvious to the discerning eye that they had been bitten by a vampire. Wang Yu, not only did you attack the princess, but you also dared to forcibly extract the blood of Andrew and Hans. Despicable. You actually dared to use this method to enhance your power, ambushing them when they couldn't fight back. You vile scoundrel. Adams quickly identified the problem and immediately shouted, what you're doing violates the taboo of our bloodline. The Rachel family and the Darcy family won't let you off. Quickly put down your weapon and release me. As long as you obediently submit to me, I can help you when the time comes. Among everyone, Adams still reacted the fastest. While others were still shocked by Wang Yu's achievements and marveling at the power of the silver blood, he once again extended an olive branch to Wang Yu. Moreover, this time, his attitude was no longer so condescending. At worst, I'll have my mother help you complete the ceremony and make you my younger brother. Hearing Adam's words, Chen Feng and the others nearby were once again taken aback. Hans and Andrew were also dumbfounded. You must know that Adam's mother is an extraordinary figure among the Blood Clan, the most powerful Duchess of the Blood Clan, the eldest daughter of Prince Winston's first bloodline, and before her transformation, she was also Prince Winston's biological daughter in the mortal world, the current actual controller of the Winston family, one of the 6 great sacred vampire lineages. Lisa Winston. Not only is she incredibly powerful herself, but she also has the authority to command several other Duke-level 3rd-generation vampires. She controls the vast Winston family, holding nearly endless wealth and resources in her hands. Anyone who can become a blood descendant of this duchess can be said to have reached the pinnacle of success. Adams actually offered such a benefit just to win over Wang Yu? Wasn't he just defeated by Wang Yu and seriously injured? Just a moment ago, he was acting all aggressive, shouting about life and death, and now he's promising such immense wealth and fortune. Is this guy crazy? Why does he act so impulsively? Chen Feng and the others had no idea about the value of the forbidden blood Wang Yu possessed to the vampires, leaving them completely puzzled. Wang Yu, these guys are cunning and deceitful. Not a single one of them is trustworthy. Don't believe him. Although he didn't understand, Chen Feng couldn't let Wang Yu be bewitched by Adams right under his nose. Just as he was thinking about how to wrap things up, Andrew suddenly interjected, Wang Yu, Lord Adams hasn't told you the truth. The Duchess Lisa is a conservative among our blood clan. She would never allow anyone outside the Winston family to become her blood progeny. If you want a higher status, you must join our Darcy family. My mother, Duchess Dana, is a powerful, open, and inclusive noble, as well as a wise and valiant queen. She will surely be willing to accept you. Another heavyweight figure, Duchess Diana, the head of the Darcy family. The entire United Not-to-Be Kingdom is under the control of the Darcy family. It can be said that, apart from the Tanya family that controls the Squid Kingdom, the Darcy family is the largest among among the 6 prince-level elders of the vampire clan. At the very beginning of the new era, Princess Diana took on various identities to control the disunited kingdom for 1,000 years. Until her identity as a vampire was exposed, she stepped directly from behind the scenes to the forefront, becoming the only supreme queen in the region for a millennium. Queen Diana's fame even surpassed that of Prince Titania. What the heck? Is this guy such a big deal? Even Wang Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. No wonder this Andrew is so arrogant. Many times, he can be even more pretentious than Princess Anna. After all this time, it turns out to be royalty. Although Queen Diana only rules a secular nation, which is a declining island country where the sun has already set, her status within the vampire clan is not as high as that of Prince Tanya. But she is still a queen of a country and once had her moments of glory. The resources she controls are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If one could become Queen Diana's blood descendant, it would be equivalent to skyrocketing to the top, starting off as a prince. In a certain sense, Andrew's offer was indeed more tempting than Adam's. This made Hans, standing to the side, flush red with frustration. Although he was also a noble third-generation vampire's blood descendant, a noble Duke-level vampire. But his father was far inferior to Duke Lisa and Duke Diana in terms of reputation and status. The power and resources he controlled were also significantly less. In this regard, there was simply no way to compete with Adams and Andrew. However, after witnessing Wang Yu use the power of forbidden blood to challenge across levels and defeat Adams, he likewise could not give up the opportunity to win over Wang Yu. Otherwise, his fate will be extremely miserable. Wang Yu, don't listen to them. They talk a good game, but they're just giving you empty promises. Hans said anxiously, it's better to join our Rachel family. As long as you agree, I can immediately transfer the 3 silver mines I own to your name. Based on the current market price, each one is worth at least 1 billion Longwood currency. How much? 1 billion. 3 mines make 30 billion, 30 small targets. Even Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit tempted this time. As for becoming someone's blood heir or who holds more power and influence, he still had no clear concept. But Wang Yu understood the value of 3 billion. Based on the purchasing power of Longwood currency, it was enough for someone to live comfortably as a local tyrant anywhere in the world for a lifetime. In the past, that was a number Wang Yu couldn't even dream of. But now, it seemed he could easily get it with just a nod. Wang Yu, don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Feng was also panicking. Goodness, he can be a prince and also gets 30 billion. Today, Wang Yu showed no mercy, seriously injuring one person and sucking the blood of 2 others. But why do these vampires, who used to be so arrogant and condescending, now seem completely indifferent and even eager to curry favor with Wang Yu? Chen Feng said anxiously, Wang Yu, they definitely don't have good intentions. How could they give you so many benefits so easily? Who knows what kind of conspiracy is hidden behind this? The vulture and the owl quickly chimed in. That's right, Wang Yu, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Don't let money cloud your judgment. Wang Yu said nothing in response, but his heart stirred. This was indeed a good opportunity to see how much foundation these guys' families truly had. At the same time, it was also a chance to see what value his forbidden blood held in their eyes. So he looked at Hans, his gaze scrutinizing. You say you want to transfer 3 silver mines to me. How can you prove you have the ability to do so? And how can you guarantee this isn't just empty talk? I can guarantee it, Hans hurriedly said. Wang Yu, I can immediately contact my family and have them prepare the relevant transfer documents. As long as you agree, within an hour, no, half an hour, you can have the legal ownership certificates in your hands. Our Rachel family has an excellent reputation in the business world and would never deceive you on such matters. Adams, seeing that Wang Yu seemed very interested in money, grew anxious and quickly said, Wang Yu, so you like money? My mother manages the Winston family, whose wealth rivals nations. What are 3 silver mines compared to that? As long as you come with me, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, you'll have 10 times that wealth. 10 times? In other words, 3 billion in 10 minutes? This can indeed be said to rival a nation's wealth. Wang Yu was startled. Who would have thought that Andrew would not be outdone at this moment? Wang Yu, the Darcy family once controlled an empire on which the sun never set, with assets spread across the globe. Tens of billions or hundreds of billions are nothing at all. As long as you become a member of our family, money will never be a problem in the future. Just nod, and I can immediately transfer 3 trillion Dragon Country currency to you. Young Master Duo? Wang Yu was stunned. If Andrew hadn't emphasized at the end that it was Dragon Country currency, he would have thought it was ghost money, joking with him. So much money, he only ever saw it when visiting his mother's grave. And now, he could get it just by nodding his head? Wow, so you all are this rich? 300 billion? Such an outrageous number. Do you think I would believe it? Seriously? Although Wang Yu was shocked, without any evidence, he couldn't believe it. Maybe they were just bragging. Believing you have 300 billion is less believable than me being Qin Shi Huang. Send me 50 and I'll make you a general. Although Wang Yu is relatively reclusive, he often goes online. He is also quite familiar with some internet memes from 2000 years ago. Upon hearing this, Andrew immediately explained with a confident confident expression. Wang Yu, how could I joke about something like this? It's true. Don't be fooled by the fact that the United Kingdom is now just a small country. Back in the day, we were the most powerful nation in the world. When the Eagle Kingdom was established, the Darcy family had already infiltrated it, controlling the entire economic lifeline of their country. Until now, we still have 3 nuclear-powered money printers from the Eagle Nation in our hands. We can print as much money as we want. Although converting this money into Dragon Nation currency in the short term is a bit challenging, Eagle Nation currency is a global currency. Trust me, the Darcy family's resources far exceed your imagination. 300 billion Dragon Nation currency is nothing but a drop in the ocean for our family. All you need to do now is nod and agree. Once the embrace ceremony is completed, I will immediately arrange the transfer, making you the richest person in Dragon Nation. By then, whether it's luxury mansions, sports cars, or beautiful women, you can have as much as you desire. Moreover, after you become Her Majesty's blood heir, she will also gift you a small island and hundreds of untouched, pure maidens as your maids. Andrew was completely flustered, the promises growing more and more extravagant. Hans, upon hearing Andrew offer such generous terms, immediately turned red with frustration. After thinking for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and say, Wang Yu, he's deliberately exaggerating, just to lure you in. And excessive wealth is nothing more than a number. As noble vampires, why bother pursuing these things that only humans desire? Vampires should seek blood, should seek power. Why not join our Rachel family? We've controlled a war between the U Nation and the Bear Nation that has lasted over 2,000 years. The one thing we lack the least is human blood, even the blood of superhumans. Otherwise, in non-war zones, superhuman blood isn't so easy to obtain. Speaking of this, Hans licked his lips, his eyes once again revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. Even his fangs were exposed, and he felt reassured because of this bargaining chip. The blood of superhumans is incredibly delicious, and it has a very significant and crucial effect on enhancing the power of our bloodline. My friend, I guarantee you will fall in love with this taste. You too. Adams was very angry upon hearing their remarks. Yes, Wang Yu's forbidden blood is indeed very important. If this power can be mastered, let alone mere money and blood food, it would be worth paying 10 times more. But the problem is, such a hefty promise would also make humans realize Wang Yu's importance. Vampires naturally have inherent conflicts with humans. If humans were to discover Wang Yu's extraordinary nature and research the secret of how he can restrain vampires, the bloodline would be in danger. Therefore, the 3 of them immediately shouted for a fight, intending to seize Wang Yu under the charge of abducting and harming the princess. Previously, he extended an olive branch, but it was mainly in the form of a threat. But now, these 2 guys are actually trying to bribe Wang Yu so blatantly, and the price they offer keeps increasing. Isn't this clearly telling these humans that they are determined to get Wang Yu? So after the initial bidding and follow-up, Adams finally calmed down. He angrily growled in a low voice, "You 2 idiots, shut up. We are noble vampires. Using such lowly methods to lure and deceive a wild one, don't you feel ashamed?" Ha! Andrew was puzzled. "Dear Lord Adams, wasn't it you who first?" He was about to question Adams when he noticed the latter constantly winking at him. Then he turned his gaze to Chun Feng and the other members of the Jelong Commando, and suddenly understood. Andrew instantly grasped Adams' meaning. It turned out he didn't want to reveal the vampire's intense desire for Wang Yu in front of these humans. He quickly shut his mouth, though a trace of unwillingness still lingered on his face. Hans was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and awkwardly withdrew his greedy, bloodthirsty expression, forcing himself to appear calm as he said, "Humph, Adams, you make it sound so easy. Isn't it because you, a dignified viscount, couldn't defeat a few Baron-level opponents? The Dragon Kingdom only gave us 1 slot to bring a Viscount-level vampire into the country, and you took it. Yet you can't even beat a wild Baron level 1. Then why don't you tell me, what better way is there to make Wang Yu willingly join us? Is there any way to take him away and punish him for offending Her Highness the Princess?" Hans grumbled for a while, but finally changed his tone when he saw the fiery look in Adam's eyes, attempting to muddle through. However, it was already too late by then. Chen Feng and the others, who had been closely monitoring the situation, had already noticed the problem. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Oh my god, 30 million, plus a small island, and even a maid, are they holding Wang Yu accountable for hurting the princess? This is practically making Wang Yu the emperor. The night owl was dumbfounded. His face was full of shock and confusion. Wang Yu had snatched their lofty vampire princess naked from the bathtub, even sucking her blood wildly, almost turning her into a dried-up corpse, no, a dried-up ghost. Yet, instead of holding him accountable, these guys wanted to invite Wang Yu back to treat him like a king, a local emperor. What the heck kind of logic is this? For a moment, Night Owl's mind couldn't process it at all. Cold Front, on the other hand, seemed thoughtful. These cunning vampires almost managed to fool us. Night Owl and everyone else immediately gathered around. Mountain Eagle, what does this mean? What are they up to? The simple-minded owl was the first to ask. Because Wang Yu is too important to them. Chen Feng pointed at Wang Yu, who was still holding the bloodstained long knife against Adam's neck, and said, "Think carefully about the fight this kid kid just had with Adams. Normally, a Baron-level vampire is far from being a match for a Viscount-level vampire. Among vampires with the same innate abilities, the higher-ranked one suppresses the lower-ranked one. If the lower-ranked one uses their abilities, it only leads to a quicker and more miserable defeat. But their fight just now was different. That's right. Snow Eagle slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Normally, the higher level suppresses the lower level, but with this kid Wang Yu, it's actually the other way around. When Adams fought Wang Yu, he hardly dared to use his blood manipulation ability. Later, when he did use it, Wang Yu easily countered it with the same ability. In fact, brute force seemed to give him more of an advantage. After Snow Eagle finished speaking, he looked around, but everyone shook their heads. What's going on? Hey, that's really the case. I don't know. Damn it, what the hell? Compared to ordinary people, they were already the ones who knew the most about vampires. But no one had ever heard of such a bizarre thing happening, until Chen Feng spoke again. I guess the problem lies in Wang Yu's blood. Have you noticed that this kid's blood seems a bit different from Adam's and other vampires' blood? It's not as bright red, it seems to have a faint silver tint to it. Moreover, when his blood weapon comes into contact with Adam's, it often emits a corrosive sound and even weakens Adam's blood in power to some extent. It's almost like... Before he finished speaking, the snow sculpture's eyes lit up. Silver. I remember now, if you have a silver weapon in hand and strike these blood weapons, it will produce this kind of effect. If it weren't for the werewolf outbreak, the limited silver equipment would have been taken by the captain and the others. Wait, could it be that this kid's blood contains a significant amount of silver? This is impossible. Night Owl immediately widened his eyes. Isn't this kid a vampire? Silver is the most lethal thing to vampires aside from sunlight. With so much silver in his blood, wouldn't this kid have died long ago? This is absolutely impossible. Silver in a vampire's blood, this kind of unbelievable thing was something he absolutely couldn't believe. Not only did the Night Owl not believe it, but Snow Eagle, the others, and even Chen Feng himself found it hard to believe. I also feel it's impossible, Chen Feng said in a deep voice, but the fact is just that. The recent battle clearly showed that Wang Yu's blood seems to have a very strong restraining effect on other vampires. Even if it's not silver, it's close enough. So, after Huawei finished speaking, Snow Sculpture quickly added, that's why they want Wang Yu so badly. Being able to possess power almost equal to silver is incredibly valuable to these vampires. Whether it's for internal strife or dealing with werewolves, it's a powerful weapon. And if it really has something to do with silver, they might no longer have to fear silver then. Speaking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Every vampire possesses extraordinary power and innate abilities. In many cases, humans are able to fight against vampires by exploiting their weaknesses. Among these, silver and sunlight are the greatest weaknesses and the primary means humans use to target them. Now, after Anna's appearance, daywalker vampires have started to emerge incessantly, which is already worrisome enough. Now, it seems highly likely that vampires who are not afraid of silver have also appeared. Without such a restraint, they could even easily deal with their natural enemy, werewolves. This would make the vampire race even more troublesome and unstoppable. By then, thinking of the vampire's bloody and dirty methods hidden beneath the surface, everyone's expression changed. We absolutely cannot let these guys get Wang Yu. This thought almost simultaneously emerged in everyone's mind. After the small meeting ended, Chen Feng immediately looked at Wang Yu with a serious expression, his eyes full of concern. Wang Yu, you absolutely must not agree to their terms. The reason they are offering such generous conditions is because your blood contains the power to restrain vampires. But vampires are not known for their morality or trustworthiness, especially since you are a wild vampire. If they truly get hold of you and uncover the secret in your blood that restrains vampires, they will immediately ensure you meet a tragic end. Moreover, vampires are already difficult to deal with. Without silver as a powerful constraint, humanity will face utter devastation. More humans will truly and completely become the livestock they raise. His expression was very serious and also very anxious. Adams and the others referring to humans as livestock is not without reason. For one, it is because they feed on human blood. Secondly, because they had already started doing so long ago. In some regions and countries controlled by vampires, humans have completely degenerated into livestock-like existences. This is why Andrew was confident enough to promise Wang Yu hundreds of untouched virgins in one go. Because the kingdom under Darcy's control had long since turned into a large-scale human breeding base, known as the Blood Clan Womb. The blood needed by the entire vampire clan, as well as the servants, is mostly provided by them. So for them, hundreds of virgins are basically no different from hundreds of newly hatched chicks. The vulture anxiously chimed in from the side, that's right, Wang Yu, none of those vampires are good. No matter how tempting the conditions they offer now, it's all a trap. Once you fall under their control, there's no turning back. We absolutely cannot stand by and watch them grow stronger and harm humanity. Snow Sculpture continued, Wang Yu, if the special power in your blood can be properly utilized, it will definitely be a trump card for humans against vampires. But if it's handed over to them, what will we use to counterbalance these monsters in the future? This concerns the safety of all humanity. You mustn't act impulsively. Yes, yes, yes. The night owl nodded vigorously, his voice urgent. That's right, Wang Yu. Look at how far they're willing to go to get you. It just shows how important you are to them. We're absolutely not trying to stop you from making money. But first, this isn't good for you. These vampires are treacherous and deceitful. It's their usual behavior. You might live to take their money, but you might not live to spend it. Second, you can't just think about yourself. You have to consider Dragon Country and all of humanity. After Adams and the other vampires became anxious, Chen Feng and his team of special forces also grew restless. Adams listened to everyone's words, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had tried his best to conceal it, but was still discovered by these few humans. They even managed to analyze Wang Yu's abilities and importance. Since that's the case, he might as well lay his cards on the table. What do you humans understand? Wang Yu joining our blood clan is his honor. He can gain endless wealth and power, which is far more promising than following you weak humans. Exactly. Andrew chimed in from the side. You're just jealous that Wang Yu has such an opportunity. By following our Darcy family, Wang Yu can stand at the pinnacle of the world and enjoy the most supreme luxury and wealth. Hans revealed a sinister smile. Humans are always so naive, thinking they can stop the progress of the blood clan. But what is the point of your struggle? Wang Yu is already one of us, a member of the blood clan, already the vampire you speak of. Wang Yu, I remember your dragon nation has a saying, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Now that you have transformed, you are already a target that humans must guard against and oppose. Only our blood clan can truly accept you. If you are wise, you should quickly make the right choice and not be misled by them. Wang Yu shook his head at the sight. On one hand, they wanted to bribe him, while on the other, they tried to persuade him not to be bribed. It was like parents fighting over which one should get custody of the child during a divorce. They were afraid that Wang Yu's single choice could alter the fate of an entire race. The vampire wants to create new glory, but this glory, for humanity, is a tragedy. Everyone was so anxious that they broke out in a sweat. Yet among everyone, Wang Yu, the very center of the vortex being fought over, was the only one who remained calm. Everyone, I know you're anxious, but don't be in a hurry just yet. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He first reassured Chen Feng and the others, then turned to look at Adams, Andrew, and Hans. He said leisurely, your terms are indeed very tempting, but empty words are not enough. I need something I can get my hands on immediately to prove your sincerity. This is what you call reliable? Night Owl's eyes widened instantly, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. But Chen Feng frowned and stopped him. Let's see what he's going to do first. Wait a moment. Chen Feng was also quite helpless. First of all, they were all seriously injured now. Although the self-healing ability of super soldiers is very strong, much better than that of ordinary people, it still falls far short compared to vampires. In such a short time, they had barely recovered any combat strength. Under a desperate struggle, at most, they could deal with Adams, who was severely injured by Wang Yu, but they were completely powerless to confront Wang Yu himself. Therefore, even though Wang Yu had lost the ability to suppress blood, his threat to them was not as significant as Adams. However, Wang Yu was now the most crucial factor in determining the outcome of the battlefield. Whichever side he stands on will be the side that wins. When Wang Yu's stance is unclear, it's best not to act rashly. Secondly, he had considerable trust in Wang Yu's identity. The son of Wang Hoxiong, the former captain of the Jelong Commando, who also has a deep grudge against vampires, shouldn't easily collude with them. Lastly, his main goal was to stall for time anyway. As long as they didn't leave immediately, they could talk about whatever they wanted, however they wanted. Anyway, as soon as Lei Pang or any team captain comes over, or even just a random special forces member, the scales of victory will immediately tilt completely in their favor. You mean Andrew and Hans? What? What use is their negligible combat ability, which is nothing but hot air? Besides, they were first arrested and tied up, then had quite a bit of blood drained by Wang Yu, and now they can barely stand. Not worth worrying about at all. So the others all stopped, acknowledged Chen Feng's judgment, and obeyed the orders. This made Adams feel quite proud. Wang Yu, you really know how to adapt to the situation. You didn't disappoint me. Since that's the case, why don't you move your weapon away? Don't worry, since you're willing to negotiate terms, there's no need for me to resort to force. Since the plan to forcibly take Wang Yu by strength had failed, and Chen Feng and the others had already seen through it, Adams no longer tried to hide anything. He simply and boldly pushed aside Wang Yu's blood blade with his hand and laid his cards on the table. Your ability is indeed very important. State your terms, whatever you want, as long as it's not excessive, we can fulfill it. But don't think that we are begging you. After all, you are just a wild breed, yet you dared to attack Her Highness the Princess, bringing shame to her and the entire blood clan. Without the full protection of the power behind our family, neither Her Highness the Princess nor Prince Tanya would spare you. If you want to survive, you must choose a family to pledge allegiance to. Adams stared intently at Wang Yu. A seemingly gentle smile, but one that hides calculation, hung on his face. Wang Yu, think carefully. Joining our Winston family is a great opportunity to rise to the top. Although my mother is somewhat conservative, I will will definitely persuade her to make an exception and accept you as a blood heir. My mother is one of the most powerful beings among all the blood clans, second only to a few second-generation princes and the blood ancestor. Even the mighty Prince Tanya has to show my mother some respect. And my grandfather is none other than the incredibly powerful Prince Winston. As long as you nod your head, not only will wealth and power surge toward you like a tide, but you will also have the strongest mother and a grandfather who can stand on equal footing with Prince Tanya to protect you. No one will be able to harm you anymore. Forget Princess Anna, even Prince Tanya won't dare. Seeing that temptation failed, Adams began to change tactics, using safety and life to threaten and entice Wang Yu. Andrew immediately retorted, unwilling to admit defeat, Wang Yu, our great Darcy family can achieve these conditions just as well. Moreover, in addition to this, you can choose any official position you desire within the kingdom and fully enjoy the pleasure of wielding power. Not to mention Lord Adams' Winston family, even Her Highness the Princess wouldn't be able to easily accomplish this. When it came to the stage of offering conditions, Hansa's expression once again turned somewhat awkward. Get lost. I'm not that perverted. Wang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm still a high school student, okay? Who in their right mind enjoys killing for no reason? Can't even make empty promises, TSK. He gave Hans a fierce look of disdain. At the same time, he was also speechless toward the other two. Don't you have any skills when handling things? Just relying on your words, moving your lips to make empty promises? What about something tangible? No matter how much you say, it's better to show something real. Wang Yu spoke while rubbing his fingers, the meaning self-evident. I am Wang Yu, the possessor of forbidden blood. Want to bribe me? Words are useless, just send the money. The three of them immediately found themselves in a difficult situation. They could certainly understand Wang Yu's intentions. Wang Yu's value was entirely worth the promises they made. But to actually come up with so much in such a short time, they simply didn't have the capability. Reporting for approval, capital turnover, and fund operations all required time. More than 300 billion directly transferred to Wang Yu? Bragging is fine, but if Wang Yu really wanted it immediately, even the family behind them wouldn't act so quickly. Moreover, before Wang Yu accepts the initial embrace of the corresponding power and officially becomes a member of the family, it's impossible to give him so much. But if they don't give it, Wang Yu won't agree to join them. A single-minded approach has turned into a deadlock on both ends. Wang Yu shook his head at the sight. Sigh. He thought to himself that these guys were a bit smarter than the foolish Edward, but not by much. So he further clarified his request. Why are you shaking your heads? I'm not asking you to give me hundreds of millions or tens of millions all at once. Just transfer me 500,000 to see your capability. What? Adams, Andrew, and Hans were all stunned when they heard Wang Yu only wanted 500,000, their faces full of surprise. They originally thought Wang Yu was dissatisfied with the conditions they offered and would make an exorbitant demand, proposing a figure that would give them a headache. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu's appetite turned out to be so small, a mere 500,000. For these Baron-level vampires, the cost of casually hosting a banquet would exceed 500,000. 500,000 to buy off a vampire with forbidden blood, it's like a pie falling from the sky. After a brief moment of astonishment, the three of them were overjoyed. Really? Adam's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a proud smile, and he immediately said, no problem, Wang Yu, just 500,000. What's your account number? I'll transfer the money to you right away. As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone and began operating it skillfully. Andrew was not to be outdone. While quickly pulling out his phone to make a transfer, he said, Wang Yu, 50,000 is really too little. I'll transfer 1 million to you first. You must seriously consider this. The Darcy family is definitely your best choice. Hans, upon hearing that 50,000 was enough to gain Wang Yu's trust and consideration, broke into a wide grin and hurriedly said, Wang Yu, I thought you were a greedy guy asking for 50 trillion. Turns out it's just a mere 50,000. That's no big deal. The transfer has already been initiated, and it should reach your account soon. As the words fell, Wang Yu's phone rang continuously, receiving 3 text messages. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. Not bad. It seems you really have some capability. Wang Yu's pupils slightly contracted. 3 million yuan was credited to his account in the blink of an eye, something he could never have imagined before. Not to mention 3 million, even 300,000 or 30,000 would have been a huge sum for Wang Yu. When Lei Peng left him 30,000 yuan at the time, he was so moved that he was overwhelmed with gratitude. And 30,000 yuan was also no small amount for Lei Peng. Thinking of this, Wang Yu's eyes flashed as he looked at Hans. Especially Baron Hans, you offered the least chips just now, yet you turned out to be the most generous. It seems the Rachel family is the strongest among all the families. I will definitely give it special consideration. Wang Yu looked full of admiration and gave Hans a thumbs up. Then he looked at Adams and Andrew, his gaze turning contemptuous and disdainful. Unlike some guys, who brag more than anyone else, but when it comes to the real deal, they're stingier than anyone. Seems like neither their personal status nor family strength is anything impressive. Tisk TSK. Hearing Wang Yu's sarcastic remarks, Adam's face instantly instantly turned bright red. He just thought about it a bit too simply for a moment. When Wang Yu asked for 500,000, he transferred the amount right away. Unexpectedly, Andrew and Hans turned out to be even more cunning than he imagined. Their strength was far inferior to his, but when it came to money, these two were determined to outshine him in front of Wang Yu. A trace of displeasure flashed in Adam's eyes. What is a mere 2 million? Hans' Rachel family is the poorest among all the families in our bloodline. The Bear-Wu War was able to last for 2,000 years only because of the support from the other major families of our bloodline. And now, you have the audacity to use the money we provided to compete with me? I will report this to mother later and cut off the Rachel family's aid. Wang Yu, don't be deceived by him. I'll offer 3 million and transfer it immediately. Andrew hurriedly said in an anxious tone. Wang Yu, don't misunderstand. This 1 million is just the beginning. As long as you're willing to join the Darcy family, there will definitely be no shortage of benefits for you. I'll offer 5 million. Hans became even more anxious and also angrier, saying, Lord Adams, don't make your words too harsh. Our Rachel family is in trouble. Isn't it all to help all vampires fight against Bear Country? We contribute our efforts, you provide the money, that's how it should be, perfectly justified. This money was earned by our Rachel family through life and death struggles and bloodshed. Why can't we use it freely? I'll offer 8 million. 3 people argued while raising the price, as if it were an auction. Soon, the highest bid had already been raised to 18 million. From this, one could also see the economic strength of their 3 families. Andrew was only a Baron-level vampire, but the amount of money he could immediately produce was the highest, and he looked relaxed, with energy to spare. Adams came in second with a disadvantage of 1 million. As for Hans, his face turned red with frustration. He had to switch through several accounts to barely scrape together 15 million. But unlike an auction, where the highest bidder wins and only the highest price is collected, Wang Yu managed to pocket all the money from the 3 of them. He only needed to use a small trick, and 500,000 instantly turned into 50 million. A whopping 50 million in super wealth made him feel overjoyed inside. But on the surface, he forced himself to remain calm and said, very well, I can see your sincerity now. In that case, all the past unpleasantness will be written off. That's great. The 3 of them were overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, they had more or less offended Wang Yu before. Even Andrew couldn't escape the blame of standing by and doing nothing. Now that Wang Yu was willing to let bygones be bygones, their money was not spent in vain. Andrew, overjoyed, seized the opportunity. Wang Yu, in the end, it's clear that I am the most sincere. Shouldn't you give me a definite answer? Are you willing to join our Darcy family or not? Well, Wang Yu drew out his words, slowly shook his head, and said, Baron Andrew, that's not how the math works. Although you've offered the most, it's clearly not everything you have, whereas Baron Hans has already given his all. What I want to see is sincerity, and in terms of sincerity, Baron Hans's is actually more substantial. So for now, my top priority is the Rachel family. However, Baron Andrew's Darcy family is indeed wealthy and powerful, and cannot be overlooked. Then there's Viscount Adams's Winston family, which is not only powerful but also has the strongest vampire duke, making it another key consideration. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng and the others nearby were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this basically choosing nothing at all? This kid, is he trying to get something for nothing? Such an outrageous thing. Would those vampires agree to it? Could it be that he's so enraged that he wants to fight Wang Yu to the death? Everyone became tense. In terms of recovery speed, vampires are definitely faster than them. Adam's strength is too overwhelming. If they were to fight again now, even if Wang Yu had a significant advantage over the vampires, they weren't sure if they could win again. Maybe this is also an act by these vampires to buy time for their recovery. However, amidst this suffocating tension, Adams was the first to speak. You make a very good point. Sincerity indeed cannot be measured solely by money. Our Winston family has always valued talent. As long as you are willing to delve deeper, you will surely feel our sincerity and heritage. His wallet was almost emptied, yet he still couldn't beat Andrew, so he had no choice but to switch sides to Hans, arguing that victory shouldn't be determined solely by the amount of money. Andrew frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased, but he still suppressed his emotions and said, Wang Yu, I understand that you need to think carefully. However, no matter how much you consider, the Darcy family is still your best choice. Hans was all smiles, looking extremely excited. Wang Yu, you truly have great insight. Our Rachel family will definitely not disappoint you. Next, I will arrange for someone to connect with you and provide a detailed introduction to the family's various generous benefits and development prospects. As for me kidnapping Princess Anna and harming her, Wang Yu dragged out his words. Hans immediately widened his eyes. Kidnapping? What kidnapping? It was clearly you who took Her Highness the Princess out for some fresh air, but ended up being attacked by a group of despicable werewolves. Not only was Her Highness injured, but she was also frightened, and her memory seems to have been affected a little. Yes, that's exactly it. Andrew quickly chimed in, everyone knows this. It was those werewolf bastards who caused this mess, and it has nothing to do with you, Wang Yu. Although Adams wasn't too happy about going along with Hans and Andrew's version of events, he could only nod helplessly at this moment. That's right, it was the werewolves stirring up trouble. Wang Yu, you also did a lot to protect the princess, and we all saw it. These guys will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, even twisting Wang Yu's kidnapping and harming of the princess into protecting the princess. Vampires are truly shameless. Wang Yu felt a wave of contempt in his heart, but also a hint of secret joy. After all, if these three and their families were to help, the impact of his attack on Anna this time should be minimized. So he put on a grateful expression. That's good. If that's the case, the three of you will have been a great help. I was worried that this matter would cause me immense trouble. After all, the princess is of noble status. If it really can't be resolved, then I won't trouble you all any further. Upon hearing this, Hans immediately waved his hand and said heartily, it's no trouble. Not troublesome at all. Wang Yu, just put your mind at ease. It's settled then. Leave this matter to me. As long as you consider joining our Rachel family in the future, everything else won't be an issue. Adams was moved and smiled as he said, yes, the Winston family will also contribute to this matter. Wang Yu, no matter which family you choose in the end, we hope to maintain a good relationship with you. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. Although he was the most powerful, he had already lost to Andrew in terms of wealth, and he couldn't match Hans in poker. So he laid the groundwork in advance, preparing to leave himself more options. As long as they can gain Wang Yu's friendship and interact with him more, even if they can't fully bring Wang Yu under their banner, their chances of understanding and mastering the forbidden blood are still very high. No matter what, it's still better than the other families who haven't gained Wang Yu's favor. Andrew also understood Adam's meaning and immediately said, that's right, there's a saying in your dragon country, the more friends you have, the more paths you have. Moreover, our Darcy family is rich in resources, and we might be able to provide you with considerable help in the future. The news of the princess being attacked has already been sent back. In that case, let's contact the family now. First, let's help you resolve this matter with the princess, and then see how many resources the family is willing to provide, so they can come up with a more concrete plan. Once our three families have all presented their plans, you can compare them and decide later. I'll take care of it right away. After speaking, Andrew radiated a red glow all over his body and cast a blood healing spell on himself. After regaining some strength, he staggered out of the hospital lobby. Adams and Hans quickly followed. Wang Yu, just wait for my good news. Believe in the sincerity and resources of the family, they will surely satisfy you. Chen Feng and the others were dumbfounded again. Ha, 50 million just like that? Not just 50 million, they even took the initiative to help resolve the matter of attacking and kidnapping the princess. Are these vampires crazy? Damn it, since when did these sneaky and cunning guys become so eager to help? A group of people looked at each other in dismay. Once the three vampires left, everyone gathered around. Wang Yu, you really have some nerve, daring to extort 50 million from these vampires. Night Owl looked at Wang Yu with a face full of astonishment, then turned to Chen Feng and said, Mountain Eagle, does this count as fraud? With so much money, we can't confiscate it all as illicit funds, can we? Chen Feng also looked at Wang Yu in shock, taking a while to regain his composure. It shouldn't count, right? I'm not too sure either. After all, something like this has never happened before. A human? No, Wang Yu is now a vampire. A wild vampire who casually managed to get a full 50 million from these arrogant vampire nobles. And these vampires even looked as if they were afraid it wasn't enough, afraid that Wang Yu wouldn't be satisfied. This is absolutely unprecedented. After all, if it were an ordinary wild vampire, it would have been forcefully eliminated by those guys long ago. If the direct approach doesn't work, they'll resort to underhanded tactics. In any case, once targeted by a vampire, even a head of state often finds it hard to survive. Although Wang Yu's abilities are highly effective against vampires and can even challenge those of higher levels, he defeated Adams. However, barely managing to defeat an already somewhat weakened Adams is far from enough. While a Viscount-level vampire is considered quite powerful among vampires, it is still far from being truly strong. Above Viscounts are Counts, and above Counts are Dukes. And above the Duke, there is the Prince. Any one of these levels could easily crush Wang Yu with just a flick of their finger. In shock, Night Owl scratched his head again, his face full of confusion as he said, I really don't get it. These vampires have always been selfish and self-serving. How come this time, just to win over Wang Yu, they can even compromise on such a principled issue as the princess being kidnapped and attacked, and are even willing to spend so much money? It should still be because of Wang Yu's abilities. Chen Feng frowned and analyzed. To possess a power similar to silver, it seems this ability is even more attractive to vampires than we imagined. By the way, Wang Yu, your blood can actually restrain vampires. What's going on here? If I remember correctly, your talents should be daywalker and blood manipulation. How did you suddenly gain such a peculiar ability? Wang Yu's expression stiffened, and he felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Originally, he thought his secret could be kept for a long time, waiting until he became invincible to reveal it. But within just a few days, first Dr. May, then those vampires led by Adams. Now, even these ordinary special forces members have noticed something. In a few more days, even the street vendors selling grilled cold noodles might find out. However, even so, so, Wang Yu would avoid speaking if he could. Brothers, this is a bit of a small secret. Dr. May specifically instructed me not to say anything. How about you go and ask Dr. May? At the mention of Dr. May, their expressions immediately changed. As if thinking of something terrifying, they all shrank their necks. Then forget about it. But Wang Yu, you really need to be careful. Money from vampires isn't so easy to take. These guys are insidious and cunning, so don't let them trick you. Yeah, Wang Yu, I advise you to return the money. That way, if anything happens, it will be easier for the higher-ups to step in and help you negotiate. If you take the money, and take so much of it, the nature of the matter will be completely different. Although Wang Yu received a huge sum of money, not a single person felt happy for him. Instead, they were filled with worry. Chen Feng pointedly remarked, "That's right, if a member of our Zhelong commando team accepts a large amount of funds from vampires, it violates organizational discipline. If it is not returned, the only consequence will be expulsion from the team and dismissal from military service." At present, Wang Yu's joining the Zhelong commando unit is considered classified information. Apart from Dr. May and the senior officials of the special forces, only Lei Peng and Chen Feng are aware of it. Moreover, it cannot be disclosed to anyone. Therefore, in the presence of other team members, Chen Feng could only hint at Wang Yu's misconduct in this manner. "Don't worry, Deputy Captain Chen. I know what to do. You all go tend to your injuries. I still need to make a trip to Dr. May." With that, without waiting for a response, Wang Yu turned and staggered away. His steps were chaotic and hurried, because at this moment, he was truly feeling terrible. Using the transformation ability to turn Li Lin into a vampire consumed a large amount of his blood. Although he temporarily drank Andrew and Han's blood, replenishing a little, it still couldn't make up for the massive consumption. The battle with atoms was even more thrilling and intense, consuming a great deal of energy. The most crucial thing is that he forcibly devoured Adam's blood of talent. Although he appeared calm, the backlash force of the blood in his body was already almost unbearable. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Yo, what's wrong, my little lab rat?" And there's something else continuing to disrupt the stability of the blood and body structure. It seems to be some kind of special immune rejection reaction. After discovering this, Maya's eyes lit up instantly. "Is this because I've absorbed a new talent, trying to let me better observe the whole process and figure out the principle of talent absorption? Little white mouse, you're so thoughtful. Big sis will start researching right away." "Research what? Can you save me first?" Wang Yu wailed internally. But at this moment, the backlash was growing stronger and stronger. The formidable enemy was gone, and as his spirit relaxed, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Even his mind was in a daze. Help me," he murmured with his last bit of strength. But Maya seemed completely immersed in her own world of research. While quickly calibrating various instruments and connecting various patch cables to Wang Yu, she also drew blood samples. Some were saved for later research, while others were placed in the blood analyzer to observe and record real-time changes. Muttering to herself, "This data is so precious. If we can use it to fully understand the principles behind the vampire's talent, it would definitely be a major breakthrough." She was immersed in her research, seemingly completely forgetting that Wang Yu was still a seriously ill patient. It wasn't until all the instruments were successfully connected and calibrated that she suddenly slapped her forehead. Maya looked at Wang Yu's worsening physical condition and finally began to worry. "Ah, little white mouse, the destructive power is so strong. My precious little white mouse wouldn't have just died like this, would it? That won't do." She hurriedly came to Wang Yu's side, holding Wang Yu's hands with both of hers. A faint green glow slowly lit up, and a peculiar force gradually flowed from Maya's body into Wang Yu's body, stimulating his cell division, continuously repairing the damaged body. But another destructive force was equally powerful. After a period of time, not only did Wang Yu show no improvement, but his condition became even worse. Maya grew anxious, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead due to excessive exertion. "Not good. What should we do?" Although she possesses a medical-related ability, this power also has its limitations. In a short period of time, she first helped Wang Yu save Zhang Boyang, and then saved Li Lin. Later, she had no choice but to forcibly use her ability to save Anna, who had been drained of too much blood by Wang Yu. And prior to this, she had already been drained of a significant amount of superpowered blood by Wang Yu. At this moment, no matter how much she could endure, she felt powerless, like a lamp running out of oil. "That damned little lab rat, I should have known better than to listen to you. Saving a bunch of irrelevant people has instead put my most precious little lab rat in mortal danger. I should have saved you first and dealt with the research later." Maya continued to increase her output while muttering regretfully. At this moment, bursts of roaring sound sounds unexpectedly came from Wang Yu's body. The rejection reaction is getting worse. If this keeps up, he might really die. Maya's face instantly became even more grim. Although vampires have extremely strong vitality, Wang Yu, this special vampire, might possess countless peculiar abilities. Even if left alone, Wang Yu might be able to overcome the crisis and come back to life. But as her most precious little lab rat, Maya couldn't just leave it to fate. She still had one last method that might roughly save Wang Yu. But this method, Maya hesitated for a moment, looking at Wang Yu's young and handsome face, and suddenly blushed a little. However, seeing Wang Yu's tightly furrowed brows and pained expression, she could only grit her teeth. And from the cotton above, a continuous stream of warm energy kept flowing into his body, constantly repairing his injured body and soothing his restless and agitated blood. It was as if someone with indigestion had taken a digestive aid. With the help of this energy, Wang Yu's blood finally began functioning again, devouring, absorbing, and digesting the innate power within Adam's blood, continuously dismantling the forces of rejection and destruction. Everything started to get on track. Just like that, without knowing how much time had passed, Wang Yu finally opened his eyes again. And then he saw a stunningly beautiful woman holding him, chest to chest, skin to skin, tightly embracing him like this, muttering, "Little white mouse, you absolutely must be okay." It's like the final embrace before a life and death separation. So sad to see me in trouble? Turns out Dr. May is quite humane after all. A thought flashed through, and Wang Yu's eyes suddenly widened, because she discovered a big problem. Dr. May, she wasn't wearing any clothes. May, Dr. May, what are you doing? Ah, Maya propped herself up in surprise, looking at Wang Yu. Another round of inspection and probing scared Wang Yu even more out of his wits. Dr. May, calm down. I admit, I am a little handsome, and I became even more handsome after turning into a vampire, but you can't lose control of yourself like this. To be honest with you, after becoming a vampire, I no longer have those worldly desires. Please behave yourself. That's great. Maya completely ignored what Wang Yu was saying. After confirming that Wang Yu had passed the most dangerous stage, she cheered loudly. Then I realized my chest felt chilly. I hurriedly turned around and buttoned up my clothes. It's all your fault, you pesky little white mouse, leaving me with almost no supernatural power. Bah! In order to better transmit the healing ability, I had to find a way to increase the contact area. It's not what you think. Ugh, you pervert. Then your treatment method doesn't seem quite right either. Back to back, is that okay? Leg to leg, is that okay? Do you really have to charge into people with the ball? Wang Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly. But after understanding the reason behind it, he also felt very embarrassed. Ahem, so that's how it is. Dr. May, I'm really sorry. I wasn't thinking clearly just now and was talking nonsense. Thank you for saving my life. That's more like it. Maya rolled her eyes at Wang Yu and said irritably, "Humph, at least you have some conscience. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful to my research, I wouldn't have bothered going to such lengths to save you. This time, to help stabilize your body and stimulate the potential in your blood to counteract the rejection reaction, I expended a significant amount of my abilities. I even had to. Anyway, I really took a big loss this time. From now on, half your life belongs to your sister. You must cooperate even more with my research, got it? So, how about it? Have you gained any new abilities now?" Dr. May's attention quickly returned to the research she was so deeply engrossed in. A new talent? Wang Yu was taken aback, carefully sensing the changes in his body, and murmured, "It doesn't seem like there's any noticeable feeling. It's just that my eyesight seems to be a bit sharper than before. Just now, in a fleeting moment, I clearly saw that the doctor, ahem, has a small red mole on that spot." Wang Yu. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Dr. May lost her temper for the first time. She didn't even call him little white mouse anymore and gritted her teeth, saying, "I'm talking to you about serious matters." Ahem, well, what I said is actually serious too. Wang Yu snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained with an embarrassed expression, "Dr. May, don't get angry yet, listen to me. A Viscount level Adams possesses 3 talents: blood manipulation, super sense of smell, and eagle vision. The first 2 talents I already have, so I feel that this time the talent I gain should be the eagle eye. Not only has my vision improved, but my observation skills have also been enhanced. It's like having a digital scope installed. Even details I didn't intentionally look at are crystal clear. I swear it wasn't on purpose. Ugh, pervert." Dr. May once again gave Wang Yu the same evaluation as Anna. Then, she composed herself and began testing Wang Yu's vision. "Come, sit properly and take the vision test seriously. If you dare to slack off, you'll be in trouble." Maya rummaged through the cabinet beside her and took out a set of vision testing equipment, slamming it angrily in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu obediently sat down and started the vision test according to Maya's instructions. As the test progressed, Maya's expression gradually turned to surprise. The best vision for a normal person is only 1.5. Superpowered warriors and supernatural beings like vampires can reach 3, which is twice that of a normal person. How is this possible? But your vision is actually 15, a full 10 times that of a normal human. Even compared to supernatural beings, it's 4 or 5 times higher. And you can even see at night. With the naked it by capturing infrared and ultraviolet light. This is simply unbelievable. Maya looked at Wang Yu in disbelief, especially at his pair of eyes. Let me dissect and take a look quickly. What's the structure of your eyes? Wang Yu was initially happy because he truly believed he had gained the talent of eagle vision. After all, he had personally experienced the power of this talent. Combined with marksmanship, it could even easily achieve perfect accuracy. It was still extremely useful in close combat situations, able to see through the opponent's moves like the Duga 9 swords and respond in advance. Adams actually hasn't put much effort into martial arts, but relying on this talent, his actual close combat ability is stronger than Anderson, who has trained for years, and he himself already possesses a fairly high level of martial arts skill, which, combined with the eagle eye, will surely take him to the next level. Perhaps he might even have the strength to fight against Adams at his peak. But suddenly hearing that Dr. May wanted to slice his own eyes for research, he was instantly startled. He finally understood why all the Special Forces members were afraid of Dr. May. This guy really wants to slice everything. He's practically a living king of hell. So he hurriedly shrank back. Dr. May, you must be joking. Taking some blood or a small slice from other places is one thing, but if you cut out an eye, can it grow back? Cut it, why not? Dr. May looked disdainful. As long as I have my abilities, cutting out an eye is nothing, even if it's cutting. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Wang Yu's lower body. Then he shook his head and changed the subject. Forget it, my abilities are completely drained right now. Research on vision and the natural reproductive abilities of vampires will have to wait for another time. Your little girlfriend is inside. Since Adams and the others haven't come to cause trouble for now, you'd better take her away quickly. You have 2 hours to help her deal with whatever she needs to handle. After 2 hours, the people I've arranged will take her away from Fengcheng Fortress to avoid future trouble with these vampires. Next, I need to take advantage of the freshness to study and analyze the data and samples I just collected. Unless it's something extremely urgent, don't bother me. With that, Maya buried herself in the data and samples. She was so busy, it seemed as if she had completely forgotten Wang Yu's presence. It wasn't until Wang Yu left the laboratory with Li Lin and the sound of the door closing echoed that she let out a long sigh of relief. Lowering her head, she glanced at her still slightly chilly chest and muttered in embarrassment, there are so many ways to increase contact. Why did I lose my mind back then and insist on using this? And of all times, that damned little guinea pig just had to wake up when it shouldn't have, and it wasn't even behaving. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you next time. Humph. After a brief moment of anger, Dr. May once again immersed herself wholeheartedly in her research. On the other side, Wang Yu brought Li Lin back to the specially arranged hospital room. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Wang Yu awkwardly glanced at his former crush, the class monitor and goddess of his past. After she turned into a vampire, she became even more beautiful. Her skin became fairer and smoother, her figure more slender and curvaceous, with perfect contours. A pair of red eyes unique to vampires seemed to possess a magical charm. Originally, although she was pretty, she was only at the level of an ordinary class beauty. But now, she completely outshines the school beauty. Even compared to the famously beautiful and noble Princess Anna, she is no less impressive. She seems to radiate a goddess-like aura, making people irresistibly want to chase after her, to get closer, hoping that one day, they could kiss her youthful and vibrant rosy lips. Then Wang Yu noticed a flash of red light in Li Lin's eyes, and her eyes instantly became dazed. At the same time, she slowly approached, stood on tiptoe, and her lips gradually moved closer to Wang Yu. Wang Yu was so frightened that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The goddess I've had a secret crush on for years is about to offer a kiss? Am I dreaming? Class monitor, I. He stammered, feeling flustered and panicked. Although risking danger to play the hero and save the beauty was indeed to win the goddess's favor, also dreaming of something happening with the goddess. But he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. At this moment, Li Lin's eyes showed a struggle and she stopped her actions. Then she hurriedly took 2 steps back and bit her lip. Wang Yu, Dr. May said that your thoughts and commands will affect me. Why, you better not think of anything weird. You pervert. No, I didn't. Wang Yu wanted to deny it. But thinking of her own thoughts just now and Li Lin's behavior, she realized that what she said was correct. Just now, even without deliberate effort, she still controlled Li Lin's actions. It was simply a case of thought becoming intention, and words becoming law. If, after experiencing that so-called first embrace ceremony, higher-ranking vampires also have this kind of influence over lower-ranking vampires, then that would be truly terrifying. At that time, even if these vampires promised him more money, status, and resources, what use would it be? Even if it was given to him or transferred under his name, what use would it be? It's just like how he thinks he can control Li Lin. With just a single thought or word, they could make him return it all untouched. These guys seem generous, but also a bit foolish. He casually opened his mouth, and millions were transferred to his account. But in reality, not a single one of these guys probably has good intentions. His heart tightened, and he shivered all over, finally regaining his composure from the somewhat romantic atmosphere. Sorry, class monitor, you've become even even more beautiful, I just couldn't help but don't worry, I absolutely won't use this to force you into doing anything strange again. Making you take off your clothes in the operating room, that was also for Dr. May's experiment. Li Lin listened to Wang Yu's stammering explanation, with head lowered, toes scuffing the ground, feeling somewhat complicated, a bit relieved, a bit shy, a bit surprised, and a bit helpless. You don't need to explain, she said softly. Dr. May just told me, this isn't your fault, and I heard that you took great risks and caused a lot of trouble to save me. Just now, you got hurt like that, and it was also because you saved me that they came to retaliate, right? Wang Yu, thank you. Not entirely. Wang Yu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, they targeted me for my own reasons too. Squad leader, it's really nothing. The situation was urgent at the time, and I couldn't just stand by and watch something happen to you. Besides, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. As long as you don't blame me, that's enough. No need to thank me. Li Lin lifted her head, looked into Wang Yu's eyes, and said earnestly, no. Wang Yu, no matter what, I am very grateful to you. Back when we were in school, I already thought you were a very reliable person, and now it seems even more so. Wang Yu blushed at the goddess's straightforward compliment. Just as he was unsure how to respond, Li Lin added, Dr. May has also told me about my dad's situation. Mentioning her father turning into a werewolf, Li Lin's shoulders trembled, and she couldn't help but sob. Class monitor. Wang Yu hesitated, not very good at comforting people. Facing the goddess, he was even more tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. He called out, wanting to pat her shoulder to comfort her, but then withdrew his hand. At this moment, Li Lin suddenly seemed to have an emotional breakdown and threw herself into Wang Yu's arms. Woo woo woo, Wang Yu, the doctor said she doesn't know how to turn a transformed werewolf back into a human. My dad might. Woo woo woo, Wang Yu, you're so amazing. Can you help me save my dad, please? My mom passed away from illness when I was very young. My dad is my only family. Please, think of a way, help me save him. Li Lin sobbed and pleaded in Wang Yu's arms, leaving Wang Yu at a complete loss. If it were about vampires, he might barely have some ideas. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve something even Dr. May couldn't? Don't even mention begging him, even offering yourself to him wouldn't work. Who would have thought that at this moment? Li Lin suddenly seemed to sense something, stopped crying, and looked up at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Wang Yu, as long as you can save my dad, then I can. Seeing this, Wang Yu suddenly felt a wave of panic. What can I do? Wang Yu felt a bit guilty, muttering to himself inwardly. Could it be that Li Lin knows all of his little thoughts? That would be too terrifying. I can. Li Lin bit her silver teeth tightly, as if summoning all her courage, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. Be your girlfriend, or even your servant. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it carried an undeniable determination. As long as you can help me save my dad, I am willing to completely accept the identity of being your blood servant. From now on, no matter what orders you give, I will obey unconditionally, without the slightest resistance. You are my master. Hearing this, Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. For a fleeting moment, an uncontrollable stir of emotion arose deep within. With just a slight nod, the once unattainable crush, who was so difficult to pursue despite all efforts, would obey his every word and be at his mercy. He wouldn't even need to truly rescue her. Relying on the superior vampire's ability to control an inferior vampire, he could easily claim Li Lin, making her his exclusive slave. But as soon as this thought emerged, Wang Yu gritted his teeth hard. If he really did this, how would he be any different from those despicable and shameless vampires? Class monitor, please don't impulsively make such a decision. Wang Yu's expression was solemn as he looked sincerely at Li Lin. That's right, I do like you. I've had a crush on you for a long time. If possible, of course, I hope you can be my girlfriend, but definitely not in this way. He frowned slightly, looking helpless. Right now, I can't even be sure whether these thoughts are truly from your heart or if they've been forcibly implanted due to the influence of my subconscious wishes. Until Dr. May completely resolves this issue, let's not discuss this topic for now. After a brief pause, Wang Yu took a deep breath and continued, as for your dad, as long as there's anything I can do to help, I will give it my all. After saying that, despite the reluctance in his heart, Wang Yu still steeled himself, stomped his foot, and gently pushed Li Lin away from his embrace. Let's talk about you first. Wang Yu tried to adjust his emotions, attempting to lighten the mood. Dr. May said someone will arrange for you to leave in 2 hours. That sounds good. Otherwise, with you suddenly appearing as a wild vampire, those guys definitely won't let you go. It's too dangerous. He looked at Li Lin, his eyes filled with concern. Is there anything you'd like to do with the time we have left? I'll stay with you. Wang Yu, thank you so much. Li Lin's expression turned complicated once again. You really are a good person. She slightly lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled with a determined light. But no matter what, I will never go back on what I promised. Even if Dr. May solves this problem, everything I said still counts. As for now, she paused. Wang Yu, can you take me to see my dad? Even if I can only see him from a distance, that's fine. I want to know how he's doing now. Also, I want to go home to pack some things. Some of them are very important to me. I don't know how long I'll be away this time, and I don't want to just leave them behind. Wang Yu looked troubled. troubled. After all, seeing Li Lin's father, who had turned into a werewolf, might worsen her psychological burden. This, and going home to pack could also pose a danger. But looking at Li Lin's pleading eyes, he still softened. Alright, but the werewolves who transform now are all officially monitored. He originally wanted to say detained, but considering Li Lin's emotions, he quickly changed his wording to officially cared for. We may not necessarily have the right or opportunity to visit, we can only give it a try. After saying that, Wang Yu took Li Lin to find Chen Feng. After explaining the general situation, the latter suddenly realized and gave Li Lin a glance. No wonder Dr. Mei incited Wang Yu to cause trouble and sent us away. Turns out she was planning something big again. Young lady, that Dr. Mei is not a good person. I'm afraid you'll be treated like a guinea pig for her research again. But at least you got your life back and became immortal. It's not a total loss for you. As for meeting your dad, it's a small matter. I'll take you there. After speaking, Chen Feng took the two of them to a temporary hospital. It was called a hospital, but it looked more like a prison. Upon closer inquiry, they found out it was actually a prison that had been temporarily requisitioned. One transformed werewolf after another was locked in narrow compartments, emitting a series of beastly roars and wolf howls that sent chills down one's spine. Although Wang Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the hellish scene before him. So many? This is just a part of it. The prison guard shook his head inside. At first, only 3 or 5 were sent over. But recently, more and more people are getting infected. Besides us, I heard that several other prisons have also been requisitioned. Fortunately, the authorities promptly organized researchers to develop a method to identify werewolves during their incubation period, brought the werewolf virus vaccines from across the country to the Fengqing fortress, and even temporarily increased production. Otherwise, even if we emptied all the prisons in Fengqing fortress, there wouldn't be enough space to hold so many werewolves. Each one of them is like a super soldier, and apart from prisons, there's really no other place that can contain these guys for the time being. To be honest, these people are really unlucky. They were perfectly fine, and then suddenly turned into werewolves. I heard it was deliberately spread by someone with malicious intent. Who could be so heartless? The prison guard frowned, letting out a sigh. Wang Yu remained silent for a moment, feeling quite helpless inside. Although he immediately chose to report it, Dr. Mei also quickly devised a method to detect the latent werewolf virus based on his abilities. But now it seems that the disaster could not be completely avoided, and there are still many victims. At least tens of thousands of people, like Li Lin's father, turned into werewolves after contracting the virus before they had a chance to get vaccinated. As for werewolves who have fully transformed, humanity currently has no records of any treatment or recovery. They can only be left to turn into irrational killing beasts. Logically, they should be dealt with like a zombie crisis, one shot per person, ending their lives. But this time, the werewolf crisis at Fengqing Fortress is too widespread, involving too many people. To avoid panic, the authorities cannot resort to a bloody crackdown. They can only imprison the transformed werewolves in jail for the time being. At the same time, they have organized researchers to conduct studies, striving to see if there is a chance to find a cure and recovery. Li Lin listened to the prison guard's account, her heart instantly filled with grief and anger. This is just too terrifying. Who could be so immoral, so evil, turning so many people into werewolves? What benefit could they possibly gain from this? These bastards. Afterward, an overwhelming sense of worry followed. Then my dad, and these werewolves locked up here, what will happen to them in the future? Li Lin asked with a trembling voice. Sigh. The prison guard shook his head helplessly. The higher-ups mean to treat them if possible, but if there's really no way, then we can only. He glanced at Li Lin and forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. But little girl, don't worry too much. What if they figure out a solution? Nobody can say for sure about this. For now, we can only keep them locked up like this, ensure their basic survival, and prevent them from running out and hurting others. Li Lin's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. He caught the unspoken implications in the prison guard's words. If no method could be found to restore the transformed werewolves, then these werewolves, including his father, would eventually be neutralized. To put it more bluntly, the authorities lacked the ability to indefinitely detain and support this group of werewolves. To prevent the disaster from spreading further, these werewolves will be executed collectively. Previously, when a fortress experienced a zombie outbreak, it was handled in the same way. In the face of this near-apocalyptic disaster and incomprehensible supernatural forces, even a powerful nation like the Dragon Kingdom must prioritize humanity's survival and sacrifice the lesser for the greater good. If no miracle occurs, then his father is essentially sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Li Lin's spirit was greatly shaken. Her delicate body swayed unsteadily, almost falling. Class monitor. Wang Yu reacted quickly and caught her. Holding the goddess's fair and smooth hand, he had no romantic thoughts at this moment, because he also knew the most likely fate of these werewolves. Thinking that the goddess he liked was almost already experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, he too felt a wave of sadness and heartache. She gently patted Li Lin's shoulder. He opened his mouth, trying to offer her some comfort, but at this moment, any word seemed so pale and powerless. Chen Feng and the prison guard met, and both shook their heads speechlessly. In silence, the three of them continued forward under the guidance of the prison guard. Along the way, the howls of the werewolves and the pungent smell nearly drove Li Lin to the brink of collapse. But she endured the pain in her heart, walking forward resolutely just to see her father one more time. Finally, the prison guard stopped in front of a relatively secluded compartment. Here it is. Just brought in today, and with the distinctive features you're looking for, otherwise all werewolves look the same. I wouldn't have been able to help you find him so quickly. Waiting for a genetic comparison? Who knows how long that will take. All the major hospitals are swamped right now. Amid the prison guard's introduction, Li Lin slowly walked to the front of the compartment and looked inside through the window of the iron door. A tall werewolf without arms was seen lying on the ground, its entire body bound by iron chains. At this moment, it seemed to sense someone's arrival and immediately leaped up. It tried to pounce but was firmly restrained by the chains fixed to the ground. Afterward, it struggled for a while, letting out a deep growl from its mouth. Dad! Although it had become unrecognizable through the tattered clothing still hanging on its body, Li Lin quickly identified the werewolf in front of her as her father. Seeing her father had turned into a completely unfamiliar beast, Li Lin felt as if the world was spinning around her. Her voice was broken and trembling, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face as her hands gripped the edge of the iron window tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Due to Wang Yu's abilities, she lost the memory of her father Li Wenhua transforming into a werewolf. The cruel reality now lay before her, delivering an exceptionally heavy blow. Class monitor, I'm sorry. Wang Yu originally wanted to comfort her, but upon seeing the tragic state of the werewolf father-in-law with even his arms gone, he couldn't help but explain. The situation at the time was just too urgent. I was afraid that if I delayed any longer, I wouldn't be able to save you, so, ahem. But don't worry, Dr. May's medical superpower is very impressive. As long as Uncle can recover, Dr. May might even be able to regenerate his severed limb. He wanted to continue, but Li Lin had already stopped sobbing and turned around. Let's go. Leave? Wang Yu was stunned. Class monitor, aren't you going to stay a bit longer with Uncle? This is very likely. Wang Yu hesitated to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Lin's delicate body trembled once again. However, she quickly took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down. Although tears were still welling up in her eyes, her gaze revealed a sense of determination. Seeing that he's temporarily fine, I can rest assured. In this situation, staying any longer has no meaning. Officer, please take good care of my dad. The prison guard nodded slightly, a trace of compassion on his face. Don't worry, young lady, we will ensure his basic living conditions according to the regulations. As for those chains, don't misunderstand, it's not that we're mistreating him. This group of werewolves at least possesses the strength of insect-level superpowered warriors, and your father is even more formidable, almost reaching the level of a rat-level superpowered warrior. Thankfully, he's missing an arm, otherwise, it would have been really difficult to handle. Even so, if we don't secure him a bit, we might not even be able to keep the prison doors shut. We treat the other werewolves the same way, so I hope you can understand. Li Lin nodded slightly. Along the way, she had already seen how the other werewolves were being detained, and it was indeed as the prison guard had said. So she suppressed her grief and said, "Understood, please take care of it." Nothing more was said after that. The three left the prison and made their way to the residential complex where Li Lin lived. It was a very upscale neighborhood. Wang Yu was surprised to discover that Li Lin's home was actually a villa. Although it was just a two-story townhouse, it was still spacious and expensive. The furniture and decor at home are also very high-end. No wonder they can afford such a nice car. It turns out the girl I secretly have a crush on is not only beautiful, gentle, and elegant, but her family is also well off. A classic rich and beautiful girl. Even if it still falls far short compared to those luxurious villas of the vampires, it's not a condition that a poor loser like him could ever deserve. Originally, this was a well-off and very happy family, but a sudden and unexpected upheaval almost equated to her losing the father she depended on for survival, losing her only relative. Wang Yu thought Li Lin would break down in tears, would collapse, but unexpectedly, after a brief period of sadness, she became extremely calm. After entering the house, Li Lin even found him slippers, poured him a glass of water, and politely asked him to wait on the sofa for a while. Only then did she slowly walk to the bedroom and begin methodically packing her things. From start to finish, she never showed any trace of sadness or fear again. It's as if her father was just away on a business trip and temporarily unable to meet, and her escape to avoid the deadly threat of vampires was merely an ordinary journey. She was simply too calm, so calm that it made Wang Yu a little afraid. Class monitor. Wang Yu couldn't help but come to the door of Li Lin's bedroom. If you're feeling sad, just have a good cry. Don't keep it bottled up inside. After rehearsing it in his mind several times, he finally managed to say a decent comforting sentence, but Li Lin remained unmoved. She gently placed a family photo into the suitcase, closed it, and then picked up a white ragdoll cat from the corner. Wang Yu, this is pudding. I can't take it with me. While I'm away, I'll have to trouble you to take care of it. It's very well behaved. Just feed it cat food twice a day and provide it it with clean water. As she spoke, she handed the cat to Wang Yu. Then she walked into the kitchen, took out a bag of cat food, along with a pile of canned cat food and cat treats, and placed them in front of Wang Yu. These should be enough for pudding for a while. Here's some money. If the cat food runs out, just go to the pet store downstairs to buy more. It's always been eating this brand. After settling the matter of the kitten, Li Lin took a set of keys out of her pocket and handed them to Wang Yu. These are the house keys. I don't know when I'll be back, and I don't know what I'll face when I get there. If you don't mind, you can move in. It'll be more convenient to take care of pudding this way. Wang Yu took the keys and looked at Li Lin, who was calmly arranging everything as if she were making final preparations. He felt both admiration and heartache. Class monitor, are you really okay? If you're feeling too upset, don't force yourself. Li Lin smiled faintly, though her smile carried a hint of bitterness. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not some fragile little girl. Before you became a vampire, you couldn't even beat me. Now, thanks to you, not only did I survive, but I also became a vampire. I can feel the power it has given me. And doesn't my dad still have hope? Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. After all, when it comes to saving my dad, I can't rely entirely on you or others. I have to pull myself together too. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth forced a faint smile. Alright, Wang Yu, don't worry. I'm really fine. Could it be that you regret I can't stay and be your maid, my master? Wang Yu quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. Class monitor, please don't tease me. How could I have such a thought? I'm just worried about you. After going through so much, you must be feeling terrible inside. He lowered his head to look at the obedient pudding in his arms, then raised his head to look at Li Lin. Don't worry, I will take good care of pudding. Once you're settled, I'll figure out a way to send it to you. Li Lin nodded and gently patted Pudding's head. Pudding is very lively. If it gets mischievous, don't be annoyed with it. Pudding, mommy has to leave for a while. You have to be good, okay? Eat properly, don't shout, and also, listen to your dad. At the end, she looked up at Wang Yu, then lowered her head again, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Wang Yu's heart suddenly surged with warmth because of Li Lin's utterance of the word dad. Under the light, the goddess who had haunted his dreams in the past was now standing gracefully right in front of him. Moreover, between the lines, it seemed she had already accepted him. This gave him immense courage. Class monitor, He stepped forward, wanting to seize the opportunity to confess. However, at this moment, bang, 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 a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Then Chen Feng rushed in, looking anxious, and said, not good, there are vampires sneaking in, and they have guns. What? Wang Yu quickly exchanged a glance with Li Lin. Vampires? Are Adams and his group causing trouble again? They still found the class monitor? Want to kill and eliminate the wild species? Damn it, why are these guys so persistent? Quite possible. Chen Feng said with a frown, these vampires have always been insidious and cunning, and they never give up until they achieve their goal. When they realized they couldn't do it openly at the hospital, they decided to play dirty. I'm afraid they not only want to eliminate the newly emerged wild vampires but also intend to forcibly take you away. We can't delay any longer. Let's go quickly. With that, Chen Feng took the lead. Wang Yu pulled Li Lin, and Li Lin dragged the luggage as the three of them moved swiftly together. Phew, luckily, this door is of good quality. It seems to be high-end, capable of withstanding bullets, explosions, and even attacks from superpowered creatures. Chen Feng and Wang Yu both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chen Feng drew a pistol from his waist, opened the door slightly, and fired back in the direction of the gunfire. Clap, clap, clap. After a few gunshots, the gunfire outside paused slightly. However, soon a denser burst of gunfire rang out. At the same time, several dark figures took advantage of the gunfire and the cover of night to slowly approach the entrance. This isn't going to work. They're clearly prepared, and we don't know how many of them there are. Besides, I'm almost out of bullets. We have to find a way to break out. Chen Feng whispered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If the two people beside him were members of the Jelon Commando unit, he wouldn't be worried. The three of them, considered the most well-trained superpowered special forces across the entire Dragon Spine, could easily retreat unscathed even in the face of an ambush. But now, he is only accompanied by two high school students. Although Wang Yu's combat skills are strong, he is still not much better than an ordinary person when faced with the truth. As for Li Lin, he had even less hope. A young girl who had just experienced the pain of losing her father. Being able to neither cry nor make a fuss is already a blessing. Moreover, even he himself was seriously injured, barely able to move. He wasn't confident about taking on these heavily armed vampires while dragging along two burdens. Forget it, the situation is dangerous. We can't charge in recklessly. Fortunately, the doors and windows are sturdy enough. We'll hold our ground and wait for reinforcements. Seeing that the enemy's firepower was too strong and their numbers too great, Chen Feng immediately changed his strategy. At the same time, he kept looking for opportunities to shoot outside, slowing down the enemy's advance. But very soon, crack, 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 as the pistol in his hand clicked empty, the situation took a turn for the worse. No bullets left. And once there's no counterattack with the pistol, the vampire's assault will become even more reckless. More dark figures rushed over swiftly. Don't move, I'll go to the car to get the gun and bullets. Chen Feng said this and was about to rush out. But at this moment, Wang Yu stopped him. Deputy Captain Chen, give me the car keys. Leave this task to me. But, hearing Wang Yu's request, both Chen Feng and Li Lin couldn't help but feel worried. But just as the two were about to speak, Wang Yu in front of them suddenly became blurry. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared right in front of them. Then, he suddenly reappeared. Don't worry, I'll stay invisible. The gunfire has stopped, and their people have moved in, so they won't shoot recklessly anymore. As long as I'm careful, nothing will happen. What? Chen Feng and Li Lin widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They never expected Wang Yu to have such an ability. Wang Yu, you actually have another ability. How is this possible? The matter of a vampire's first level innate talent is not considered a secret. But Wang Yu, apart from being a daywalker and bloodshaper, had successively displayed other abilities. Previously, Li Lin had not seen it. Even though Wang Yu turned her into a vampire and was able to control her, Li Lin didn't think much of it. After all, she had heard that vampires have a ritual called the First Embrace. Even without special talents, this ritual could be used to turn humans into vampires. But now, Wang Yu defied common sense, clearly still a Baron-level vampire, yet displayed a third talent. This left her so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Feng felt the same way. The talent of silver blood had already made Chen Feng feel that Wang Yu was extraordinary and of exceptional value, thinking that even if he had to sacrifice himself, he couldn't let the vampires get Wang Yu. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu's extraordinary qualities were not limited to just these. But he knew that this was neither the time to be shocked nor the time to dig deeper. Chen Feng snapped back to his senses and immediately handed the car keys to Wang Yu. In that case, you are indeed the best candidate. Be extremely careful, go quickly and come back soon. With that, the three concealed themselves and opened the door. Bang, bang, bang. Another barrage of bullets came flying in, instantly turning the room into a storm of splinters and riddling it with holes. Meanwhile, Wang Yu used his invisibility technique and his figure vanished in an instant. Waited until the shooting paused, then quickly dashed out. The vampires slowly closing in only felt a gust of wind pass by, but couldn't see any figure. They immediately looked around in a panic, glancing left and right, scanning everywhere, gripping their guns tightly in vigilance. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of random gunfire. Damn, why are you shooting this way? Are you trying to kill me? Why do I feel like someone just passed by? Who? Stop being so paranoid. We're powerful vampires now, and we have guns. What the hell are we afraid of? Attack! So what if they are soldiers? Today, no matter who stands in our way, they must die. After a brief murmur, the figures continued forward. Wang Yu successfully made his way through the crowd and obtained the firearms and ammunition box. But when he returned, a problem arose. In the darkness, a bag of guns and a box of ammunition floated forward in midair, like a ghost. This eerie scene immediately caught the attention of the vampires. Damn it! What is that thing? A vampire shouted in terror. With that, he raised the muzzle of his gun. A bullet whizzed through the air. Not good. Inside the villa, Chen Feng and Li Lin instantly broke into a cold sweat for Wang Yu. Wang Yu, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness. His current invisibility ability is limited. He can only make himself and the clothes he's wearing invisible. As for the guns and ammunition boxes, he was completely powerless. It seemed that sneaking back secretly was already completely impossible. However, after coming out of hiding, he made a new discovery. This group of guys didn't seem to be any kind of professional team. Cowardly, not to mention terrible marksmanship. Compared to Adam's group of well-trained bodyguards, it's like night and day. They're simply a rabble, not the same league. In this way, he could take advantage of his invisibility to ambush them first. So, after rolling to dodge, he didn't rush to return the firearms and ammunition but instead darted straight toward the nearest vampire. He approached silently and, taking advantage of the moment when the vampire was still staring in panic at the suddenly motionless ammunition box, struck swiftly. He covered the vampire's mouth with one hand, quickly twisted its neck with the other, and with a forceful snap, the vampire collapsed to the ground without even a groan. Plop! The other vampires heard the commotion and immediately pointed their guns in this direction, shouting loudly, "Who's there? Come out!" At this moment, Wang Yu had already changed his position. He concealed himself, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and quickly moved behind another vampire. This time, he didn't act directly but instead reached out and gently patted the other party's shoulder. The vampire shuddered all over and instinctively turned his head, but saw nothing. Just as he was filled with doubt, Wang Yu whispered into his ear, "There's a ghost behind you." Ah! The vampire screamed in fright and fired recklessly behind him, shouting, "A ghost! He gone, there's a ghost, a ghost!" This sudden action caused even more chaos among the surrounding vampires, who thought they were under attack and began shooting wildly. "Don't shoot, it's one of us," an elderly voice said sternly. "What on earth is going on? Something is ambushing us." The vampires' cries rose and fell, creating a chaotic scene. Wang Yu moved nimbly among them, occasionally giving a vampire a little scare or simply taking one out directly. In the blink of an eye, 6 more vampires fell. 4 of them were taken down by Wang Yu, while the remaining 2 were shot and knocked to the ground by the panicked vampires, like startled birds. What's going on? Li Lin inside the villa heard the bursts of gunfire and chaotic shouts coming from outside, feeling a bit confused. And she was worried. How is Wan Yu doing? Don't worry, Wan Yu is using invisibility to deal with them. They seem to be in disarray. He said not to worry, but his level of concern was no less than Li Lin's. The fact that several vampire nobles were willing to go all out to compete for him speaks volumes about Wan Yu's importance. If he acted on his own and got hit by a barrage of bullets, breaking his invisibility, and then got swarmed, the consequences would be severe. This kid, young and impulsive, must have gone off to play the hero. I should have known better than to let him go. Chen Feng clenched his fists, closely monitoring the battle, ready to rush out to save Wan Yu at any moment. But what he didn't know was that Wan Yu wasn't acting on a whim. His deliberate act of mystifying things had another purpose. And after successfully attacking a few vampires and then teasing and intimidating a few more, the goal was finally achieved. He gone, there's a ghost, a ghost. A group of vampires gathered around an elderly, white-haired vampire, trembling all over as they said, could it be that what we've done is too wicked, and now a ghost has come to get us? Or maybe it's because we were supposed to protect Li Wenhua and her daughter. Otherwise, how could we be so unlucky, first running into a skilled special forces soldier and then encountering a ghost? Otherwise, let's run away. Yeah. The voices were a jumble, both male and female. There were young ones, and even a few who sounded like old folks in their 50s or 60s. One by one, their voices trembled, terrified out of their wits. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem like a professional team of assassins. Adams can't seriously think of dealing with me using this ragtag bunch, can he? Wan Yu became even more certain that the backer behind these vampires wasn't Adams. Who is that? Li Wenhua? And a girl, uncle seems to be called Li Wenhua too. Do they know the class monitor? Could it be that they came specifically for the class monitor? Out of curiosity, Wan Yu used invisibility to quietly approach. The elder referred to as master, he said, shut up. At this point, do we still have a chance to regret? And don't forget, killing Li Wenhua and taking back the things he stole, this is Lord Henry's order. Do you intend to defy Lord Henry? At the mention of Lord Henry's order, the eyes of the group of vampires suddenly glowed faintly red. The few who were trembling with fear suddenly seemed unafraid. That's right, no matter what, we must carry out Lord Henry's orders. We have strength in numbers, guns in our hands, and we are powerful vampires. We have nothing to fear. Forget about ghosts or whatever. For Lord Henry, let's charge in. After speaking, a group of vampires surprisingly ignored the paranormal event caused by Wan Yu and rushed straight toward the villa. Not good. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Wan Yu quickly grabbed his guns and weapons and charged forward as well. To avoid his invisibility state limiting his speed, he even deactivated his invisibility. Yet these unprofessional guys still failed to notice that an extra person had appeared behind them. A young man they had never seen before was shouting charge, and following behind them. Then, taking advantage of the distraction, he kicked a few people away and rushed to the door ahead of everyone. Chen Feng inside had already noticed everything. At the moment Wan Yu rushed over, he opened the door, let Wan Yu in, and then slammed it shut forcefully. The door was closed and immediately locked. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of banging on the door and gunshots alternated, but the quality of Li Lin's door seemed quite sturdy. Under such destruction, it remained completely unmoved. Phew! Several people simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yu. Just as Chen Feng was about to lose his temper, Wang Yu quickly interjected, Deputy Captain, please don't be upset. I've brought new intelligence. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, then frowned and said, that still doesn't excuse you for changing the mission objective on your own. Forget it, you haven't undergone training or professional instruction yet. It's already good enough that you completed the mission and came back. Go ahead, what did you find? Wang Yu scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, then said seriously, Vice Captain, it seems like they weren't targeting me. They didn't even know I have an invisibility talent, yet they were shouting about ghosts. Also, their boss isn't Adams. It seems like his name is Henry. Wang Yu briefly described to Chen Feng what he had just seen and heard, and shared his own guesses. Oh, by the way, it seems like they're here to kill Uncle to silence him. They also mentioned taking back the things Uncle stole. Squad leader, do you have any clues? After speaking, he turned his gaze to Li Lin and asked, what does Uncle do for a living? How could he have offended this group of vampires? Ah! Li Lin exclaimed in shock, startled by the sudden news. Kill my dad? How could that be? My dad works at a pharmaceutical factory, usually gets along well with people, and would never steal. At this point, Li Lin suddenly froze completely. Some time ago, my dad's behavior was indeed a bit off, and he even took the basement key from me. Could it be? The three of them exchanged glances. Chen Feng immediately said, no matter what, these vampires clearly have some unspeakable purpose. We can't let them succeed. Can you take us to the basement to see what exactly they want? Sure. Li Lin immediately led Wang Yu and Chen Feng through the living room to the entrance of the basement. But the three quickly and helplessly discovered that even the basement had specially designed explosion-proof doors. Even Wang Wang Yu, who now possessed 2,000 kilograms of explosive strength, couldn't forcefully break it open. Damn! Wang Yu kicked a few more times with all his strength but had no choice but to give up. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Blast-proof doors, and even blast-proof cars. Li Lin's dad seemed to have known all along that he would be attacked by superpowered creatures. Class monitor, can you tell me more about your uncle? Which pharmaceutical company does he work for? Does that pharmaceutical company produce health supplements or something similar, especially superpowered enhancement liquids? Faintly, he seemed to have guessed something. Li Lin's expression changed again. I don't know. I only know it's a pharmaceutical factory because my dad always smells like disinfectant. As for anything more, my dad never tells me and doesn't allow me to ask. Wang Yu, my dad wouldn't be a bad person, would he? That basically confirms it. He doesn't even reveal his work content to his own daughter, so it seems this uncle's job indeed has a lot of secrets. Maybe he's researching something shady. Maybe this werewolf virus incident is even related to this uncle. No wonder he becomes stronger than ordinary werewolves after transforming. Wang Yu's heart was in turmoil, but he comforted, it won't happen. I was just asking casually, class monitor, don't overthink it. But at the same time, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Feng. The hypothesis that the outbreak of the werewolf virus was spread through nutritional health products was first proposed by Wang Yu and later confirmed by the police and the commando team's subsequent investigation. Li Lin was unaware of this, but Wang Yu knew, and Chen Feng also knew. Moreover, Chen Feng knew even more details. He couldn't help but exclaim, Ruifui Pharmaceuticals. When we investigated this pharmaceutical company, all the staff and researchers were gone. All the personnel records were also completely missing. Now it seems. He looked toward the entrance, the implication clear. This group of suddenly appearing, utterly unprofessional vampires is probably those missing people. But why vampires? Just as Wang Yu and Chen Feng were puzzled, a piercing sound of an electric drill suddenly came from the main door. Not good. They came prepared. Wang Yu and Chen Feng's expressions changed, and they immediately took action. Chen Feng immediately picked up a submachine gun, opened the ammunition box, and hung the magazines on his body. Meanwhile, Wang Yu took out 2 pistols from inside. He kept one for himself and handed the other to the still-dazed Li Lin. Squad leader, stop overthinking. Things will become clear eventually. Let's get through this first. After speaking, he went to move the sofa and furniture with Chen Feng to create a cover. He pressed Li Lin close to him, hiding her behind. Kid, not bad. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately showed an approving expression. A high school student without any professional military training, being able to handle danger to the extent of Wang Yu, is truly remarkable. Calm in the face of danger, with measured actions. Not only does he avoid becoming a burden, but he can also accomplish challenging tasks like retrieving firearms and ammunition, while even gathering intelligence along the way. Moreover, he can protect Li Lin in the process. Seems quite reliable. No wonder he's the son of that legendary soldier. He sighed inwardly but said aloud, but have you ever used a gun? Do you know how to handle it? Don't worry. Wang Yu weighed the gun in his hand and said confidently, when I was a kid, my dad took me to the shooting range to practice. We even have simulation models at home. I can't guarantee anything too difficult, but I can handle the simple stuff. Squad leader, do you know how? This is how you release the safety, and this is how you change the magazine. Seizing the last moments, Wang Yu quickly taught Li Lin how to use the pistol. Wang Yu, you're really amazing. Li Lin listened attentively while watching Wang Yu's demonstration without taking her eyes off him, her gaze filled with admiration for Wang Yu. She had always thought that Wang Yu was just an ordinary classmate. Although he was somewhat handsome, he had been sickly for a long time and carried a unique melancholic aura. However, Wang Yu was introverted and unsociable, and due to health reasons, he was at the bottom of the class in the most important combat course. She had never had any special thoughts about Wang Yu. The reason for occasionally caring about him and helping him was merely out of kindness and the responsibility of being the class monitor. The previous fondness for Wang Yu was only due to gratitude towards him, or even because of Wang Yu's mental influence. But now, in this tense and critical moment, Wang Yu's calmness and capability finally made her genuinely feel admiration. It truly sparked a sense of affection in her. Hi, it's nothing, this is quite simple, you'll be able to learn it quickly too. Wang Yu seemed to notice this subtle change, and unknowingly, Li Lin had already gotten very close to him. The latter leaned in with big curious and admiring eyes, her orchid-like and musk-like breath brushing against his cheek, making Wang Yu's heart itch with delight. Although Wang Yu appeared very confident, some of his actions seemed slightly unskilled during the actual operation. It was evident, as he said, that he had only practiced occasionally and only knew the most basic usage. This made it hard not to shake one's head. With this level of firearm proficiency, expecting Wang Yu to deliver any outstanding performance was impossible. As for Li Lin, Chen Feng's only hope was that she wouldn't accidentally hurt her own people. Looks like this time it's all up to me. Not sure if I can hold out until those guys come to support. Chen Feng felt a wave of worry in his heart, but he managed to pull off a relaxed smile on his face. Good boy, not bad. Last time we couldn't coordinate coordinate, but this time we'll fight side by side and show these vampires the power of our Jelong Commando unit." The implication was that Wang Yu had been fully acknowledged as a teammate. Hearing this, Wang Yu became even more determined. "This is the first time since joining the Jelong Commando that I've truly fought side by side with the team members. I absolutely can't lose face. Yes, Vice Captain, just watch me. I promise I won't let you down." This kid. Chen Feng shook his head, still not holding out much hope in his heart. At that moment, the sound of the electric drill stopped. Chen Feng's nerves instantly tensed up, pointing his submachine gun at the doorway, ready to shoot at the vampire rushing in at any moment. However, the moment the door opened, bang! As soon as the door opened a crack, Wang Yu's gun went off. "Brat, don't be so hasty." Chen Feng was just about to reprimand Wang Yu for acting too soon. Not only does it fail to inflict effective damage on the opponent, but it also gives them time to prepare in advance. However, as the door continued to open, Chen Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. He saw a vampire clutching its thigh and falling to the ground. Then, bang bang bang, the gun in Wang Yu's hand fired another series of shots. As tons of fire kept spewing out, the sound of bullets piercing flesh echoed continuously. Finally, by the time Chen Feng saw the enemies, the 4 or 5 vampires gathered at the doorway had all been hit by Wang Yu's bullets. What? All of them? That fast? Chen Feng was startled. Although in terms of the door's opening direction, Wang Yu's position and angle gave him a slight advantage. But this slight advantage was something that no one in the team, except for the professional snipers Falcon and Warhawk, could even detect. Even he, the all-around deputy captain, found it difficult to make use of this small gap. However, Wang Yu, this rookie, a little guy whose handling of a pistol was still somewhat clumsy, was actually able to seize this tiny gap and advantage. Before he even saw the enemies, he had already taken care of all of them? This? Impossible. Wang Yu, this guy, is he actually a natural-born sharpshooter? Chen Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Originally, there wasn't much hope for Wang Yu, but this guy made a stunning debut as soon as he took action. "Well done, Wang Yu." Chen Feng couldn't help but praise loudly, his eyes full of surprise and amazement as he looked at Wang Yu. Great hit. Wang Yu didn't expect his first real combat performance to be this good. He couldn't help but chuckle proudly. "Vice Captain, I told you all that practice as a kid wasn't for nothing." In fact, his accuracy had little to do with the so-called practice. What truly made the difference was the talent he acquired from Adams, the eagle eye. This talent allowed him to capture every move of his opponent with incredible precision, even enabling him to make simple predictions about their next actions. In other words, all moving targets are no different from stationary ones to him. Moreover, his eyes are the best scope, an exaggerated tenfold magnification. The rest is just aligning the 3 points and pulling the trigger. Even a fool could become a sharpshooter. But in Chen Feng's eyes, this is simply a miracle. Indeed, all that practice wasn't in vain. Not only wasn't it in vain, you're simply a genius. Chen Feng praised sincerely. You have to know, achieving pinpoint accuracy with every shot is no easy feat. Apart from talent, a great deal of live ammunition practice is also required. Want to become a sharpshooter without firing tens of thousands of rounds? No way. When the team's snipers, Warhawk and Falcon, were training, they went through bullets like water. What about Wang Yu? He has never been a soldier, never joined the army. Even with guidance from a soldier king, even if he has been to the shooting range. But just experiencing the shooting range for fun, how many bullets could he have fired? Apart from a talent even more formidable than that of a top-notch sniper like Warhawk, Chen Feng really couldn't think of any other possibility for Wang Yu to display such terrifying marksmanship despite being unfamiliar with firearm operation. Really wish I could let that guy Warhawk take a good look at what a natural sharpshooter is. Let's see if he'd still be so smug and boastful. Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly in amazement, his perception of Wang Yu completely transformed. Originally thought to be just a rookie in need of refinement, it now seemed he was an unparalleled gem radiating brilliance even without being polished. Li Lin was also full of shock, her eyes never leaving Wang Yu, as if she were looking at a magical creature from another planet. "Wang Yu, you're just amazing. I never expected your shooting skills to be this good." Originally, discovering that Wang Yu was calm, composed, and knew how to use a gun had already made Li Lin feel that he was steady and reliable, and she admired him immensely. Now Wang Yu shows off his skills as soon as he steps up. Before they even had a chance to meet, he directly took out the first batch of vampires that showed up. What good marksmanship. It's all thanks to the talent Adams gave me. This is what they call a good gift beats good skills. Wang Yu secretly chuckled to himself but modestly said, "You're too kind, class monitor. Maybe I just got really lucky today." Luck? You can't rely on luck every time. Hitting the target with one shot might be luck, but hitting all 5 so accurately and performing so perfectly, that's definitely skill. Chen Feng said firmly, "Well done, keep it up. With you showing this kind of performance, I don't have to worry anymore. We'll definitely hold the line until reinforcements arrive." "You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so modest." After being shocked by Wang Yu's marksmanship and talent, Chen Feng was once again surprised by Wang Yu's humility. If it were Zhang Ning instead, his tail would have been wagging up to the sky by now. But Wang Yu, at such a young age, performed so outstandingly in front of Li Lin, who was obviously the girl he fancied, received her praise and admiration, and still managed to remain so modest and low-key. This is really not easy. Moreover, the shock in Chen Feng's heart went far beyond this. He deeply understood that there were too many variables on the battlefield, requiring responses to various complex situations and psychological pressures. Even if one's marksmanship is excellent during practice, it is still possible to perform poorly. But Wang Yu was able to remain so calm and shoot so accurately in his first real combat experience, which is a rare psychological quality. Wang Yu, this is your first time experiencing real combat and shooting at real people. Weren't you nervous? Chen Feng asked curiously. Wang Yu scratched his head and replied honestly, I was a bit nervous, but as soon as I saw the enemies, I couldn't think about anything else and just focused on taking them all down. And these guys are vampires, and they came with ill intentions, ready to shoot and kill. I have even less of a psychological burden. Chen Feng was startled again. Behind this seemingly simple response was Wang Yu's extraordinary combat instinct. For most new recruits, it's already impressive if they don't get so scared that their hands and feet go weak during their first battle. But Wang Yu not only performed normally, he also achieved such an astonishing result. This kid, just how many more surprises does he have that I don't know about? Chen Feng thought silently to himself. At this moment, after 5 vampires outside were instantly struck by Wang Yu, they had already fled backward, each finding a place to hide, temporarily halting their attack. After some exchanges between Wang Yu, Chen Feng, and Li Lin, there was still no sign of anyone or any movement. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. This silence made the atmosphere even more oppressive, like the calm before a storm, sending chills down one's spine. Finally, the sound of gunfire rang out again. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire hit the furniture and sofa, causing wood chips to splatter. Attention, this is suppressive fire. Once the gunfire stops, they'll charge in. At that moment, we must fire immediately and prevent them from breaking in. There are too many of them, and they have guns. If they all rush in, we won't be able to hold them. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the gunfire abruptly stopped. Several figures swiftly rushed over. Open fire. Chen Feng let out a low shout, raised his submachine gun, and began firing bursts at the approaching vampires. Dud-did-day, dud-did-day. Every time the trigger was pulled, a vampire would fall in response. Quick actions and precise shooting. Truly worthy of being a Special Forces soldier from the Zheolong Commando Unit. Wang Yu felt a surge of admiration upon seeing this. You should know, his accuracy is entirely reliant on the talent of Eagle Eye. But Chen Feng's skills and marksmanship are all genuine abilities honed through painstaking effort. His marksmanship is practically cheating, an unfair advantage. However, at this moment, he certainly wouldn't discuss ethics with a group of vampires. Immediately using the Eagle Eye, his eyes emitted a flash of blood-red light, and some data and predictions seemed to automatically reappear before his eyes and in his mind. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Clean and efficient, each shot hit its mark. Li Lin also seized the opportunity to muster her courage and fired 2 shots. But it was her first time using a gun, so she wasn't very skilled and didn't dare to shoot at people. One shot hit the wall nearby, and another hit the ceiling. She completely missed by a mile. Chen Feng, standing to the side, twitched the corner of his mouth at the sight. But he didn't say anything. Li Lin's reaction was exactly how a high school student using a gun and shooting at someone for the first time should behave. Even though since the new era, the Dragon Nation has placed great emphasis on practical combat education, the education these Ivory Tower students receive is still far from real combat. He couldn't expect everyone to be like Wang Yu, a natural sharpshooter and a born warrior. Thanks to Wang Yu's stunning performance, the two worked together seamlessly, hitting every shot without leaving the opponent any chance. Soon, the 7 or 8 vampires in this charge were brought down by the duo's relentless and incredibly precise barrage of bullets. Since they were using ordinary bullets, Wang Yu and Chen Feng tacitly avoided aiming at the vampires' hearts and heads. After being shot and falling to the ground, none of these vampires died but instead howled in pain. I've been shot. It hurts so much. Oh my god, am I going to die? I don't want to die. Engineer Zhang, quick, save me. Good boy, well done. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere on the vampire's side, Chen Feng's eyes lit up once again. First of all, Wang Yu's consistent performance completely confirmed for him that this was a natural-born sharpshooter. Secondly, Wang Yu's choice was surprisingly the same as his. Injure but do not kill. Firstly, these vampires have an unclear origin and suspicious motives. Keeping them alive can facilitate future investigations. Secondly, it allows for an ambush strategy. Disable their hands and legs so they can't escape on their own, then wait to ambush the vampires coming to rescue them. This is not a particularly advanced tactic, and as the son of a military king, Wang Yu's understanding of it is entirely normal. But in the tense and dangerous battlefield environment, facing enemies several times or even dozens of times greater in number, he still possesses such precise judgment and execution ability. This is no longer just a rough gem. The Wang Yu beside him is already a fully qualified warrior, a teammate who who can be completely trusted and relied upon. Since that's the case, he can completely adopt a more aggressive combat approach to further expand the results. Wang Yu, you stay here and continue the tactic of encircling and intercepting reinforcements. I'll go to the second floor to find a vantage point. These guys have an unknown background, and they have guns. They're extremely dangerous. We must use firepower to surround them. Don't let them escape, or who knows how many people might get hurt. How about it? Feeling confident? 2 people surrounding them? Wang Yu was startled after hearing Chen Feng's new plan. You have to understand, there are at least 40 or 50 vampires lurking on the other side. Each one is a superpowered being with incredible speed and strength, and they even have guns in their hands. On Chen Feng's side, there are only 2 combatants, and he himself is seriously injured, yet he dares to claim to surround the other side. Is this the spirit of the Jiaolong Commando? Wang Yu felt it was a bit difficult. After all, the number of people on the other side was right there, and by his side, there was only Li Lin, who could only shoot at the ceiling. He and Chen Feng took turns shooting to maintain firepower coverage. Holding the doorway was the safest choice, but Chen Feng's trust gave him immense courage. I'll do my best. Very good. Seeing that Wang Yu did not arrogantly pat his chest and make guarantees, Chen Feng felt even more at ease and admired him even more, saying, Wang Yu, I believe in your abilities. Try to hold them off. I will support you from above. If you really can't hold on, retreat inside, and I will provide immediate support. With that, Chen Feng had already rushed out with a submachine gun. Yes, Wang Yu responded while quickly raising his hand. With a bang, he shot down a vampire attempting to drag away the injured. Then he fired a few more shots at the vampire's other leg and arm, only stopping reluctantly after emptying the magazine. This wasn't entirely because he hated vampires. Vampires have strong bodies and rapid recovery abilities. Without firing a few more shots, it's impossible to ensure they are incapacitated and lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, even for those who had just been shot and fallen to the ground, Wang Yu would occasionally fire another shot, ensuring that none of them could act on their own. For those vampires, this was nothing short of doomsday. Ah, the painful wails rose and fell. If it were normal humans suffering such severe injuries, they would likely have already fainted from excessive blood loss or pain. But they just so happen to be vampires. Their tenacious vitality keeps them fully conscious. Wang Yu's follow-up shots were like a torturous execution by 1,000 cuts, making them wish for death over life, plunging them into the deepest fear. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Engineer Zhang, please save me, come save me. Mom, I want to go home. The scene was in complete chaos. Amid the confusion, a vampire indeed rushed out from its hiding place, attempting to rescue its injured companion. A rabble. A trace of disdain flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Even those who have played games know that in this situation, you should at least throw a smoke grenade before going to rescue someone. Rushing out like this is simply courting death. It seems this group is even worse than he imagined. No wonder Chen Feng concluded that the 2 of them had a chance to encircle and wipe out everyone. He sneered inwardly and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! Hit the vampire's knee directly. With a thud, the vampire fell heavily to his knees. Immediately, Wang Yu fired another shot, piercing his shoulder. Ah! The vampire let out a piercing scream. The other vampires, seeing this, were unwilling but dared not recklessly advance. They could only hide behind the cover, occasionally poking their heads out to shoot in Wang Yu's direction. However, with the enhancement of the eagle eye, Wang Yu could always predict their movements in advance. While easily dodging bullets with the help of cover, he could also deliver powerful counterattacks. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the arms of several vampires who were shooting were hit, causing the pistols in their hands to drop directly to the ground. That is to say, Wang Yu wanted to leave some alive and didn't want to go on a killing spree. Otherwise, with the unprofessional shooting of this group and Wang Yu's eagle-eye precision, it wouldn't be difficult to take them down with a single headshot each. In the blink of an eye, of the 40 to 50 vampires, less than half remained unscathed. At this moment, Chen Feng seized the opportunity and launched a psychological tactic. Listen up, you on the other side. You are already surrounded by us. Before the main forces arrive, if you surrender and hand over your weapons early, you can still receive lenient punishment. If you resist stubbornly, there is only one path left: death. Wang Yu's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. So many people, yet they were surrounded by just the 2 of them. Just thinking about it is hilarious. But at this moment, the vampires were already on the verge of tears. He gone. A vampire said in utter fear, there isn't just one soldier inside, there are 2. And they have weapons in their hands, and they're all sharpshooters. We're no match for them at all. We can't get the job done, let's run quickly. That's right. The other vampires wavered upon hearing this. Once the gunfire starts, the police and military will definitely arrive quickly. If we don't leave now, we'll be caught. It wasn't easy to become a vampire and gain immortality. I don't want to spend it in prison. Exactly. Almost everyone began to back out. Shut up. At this moment, an old voice said, do you think I don't want to run? But don't forget, if we don't get the item and fail to complete Lord Henry's orders, we're as good as dead. Compared to this, what's a few bullet wounds? We are noble vampires now, with incredibly strong vitality. Don't believe me? Look, so many of us got shot, and not a single one has died. That's right, another elder immediately chimed in. We are powerful vampires, we won't be easily killed. But if we fail to complete Lord Henry's mission, he has 1,000 ways to make us die in a very unpleasant manner. Now everyone listen to me, all of us charge together. They are few in number, and their guns need to reload. As long as we charge together, someone will definitely make it into the house. After we get what Lord Henry wants, we'll run together. Charge together, go. The two elders stirred up the crowd, and the mention of Lord Henry seemed to carry a magical power. A group of vampires immediately revealed themselves and charged forward, shouting. In an instant, the previously somewhat calm battlefield plunged into utter chaos once again. A dense swarm of vampires surged toward the villa, charging with an almost frenzied posture, completely disregarding the hail of bullets. While running, they fired their pistols toward the door. Damn, these guys are insane. Wang Yu and Shen Feng never expected that this group of extremely amateur vampires could launch such a fearless charge. They're charging. Wang Yu shouted loudly to Chen Feng. Don't panic, I'll suppress the left side. You take the right. Chen Feng's steady voice came through. Wang Yu took a deep breath, firmly gripping the gun with both hands, his gaze locked on the few vampires charging at the front. Bang, bang, bang. The gun in his hands fired continuously, bullets hitting the enemies with precision. The vampires at the forefront fell one after another. Chen Feng was equally impressive. Relying on his rich combat experience and superb marksmanship, he suppressed the enemies on the left with fierce firepower from his elevated position on the second floor. Bullets swept through in bursts, hitting many vampires and knocking them to the ground. Yet those behind continued to step over their comrades' corpses and charge forward. While Wang Yu and Chen Feng were reloading their magazines, 3 more vampires had already crossed the gate and rushed into the living room. Don't come over here! Li Lin screamed and pulled the trigger. But as expected, the shot hit the ceiling. Bang! Another shot, and it hit the ceiling again. 3 bullet holes grouped together, surprisingly neat and tidy. Wang Yu, I can't hit it. Seeing the vampire pounce over, Li Lin anxiously spoke with a hint of sobbing in her voice. At this moment, Wang Yu finally finished changing the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. 1 shot, 1 kill. After taking down the 3 vampires at the front, he quickly emptied the magazine to finish them off. Then he took the pistol from Li Lin's hand and handed his own to her. Don't worry, take your time. Help me reload the magazine. The situation was urgent, and Wang Yu didn't say much, but his words gave Li Lin immense courage. She realized that Wang Yu did not blame her for being useless. Not only that, he quickly found a job that she could handle. He didn't treat her as a burden but as a companion, a comrade, fighting side by side together. This deeply moved Li Lin. She nodded firmly, then hurriedly began to change the magazine. Finally, just as Wang Yu was running out of ammunition again, she handed him the pistol with the replaced magazine. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued, and vampires kept falling. However, there were simply too many vampires, and even though their comrades kept falling, their charge showed no signs of slowing down. There were even some tenacious vampires who, even after being shot, would get back up and continue their charge. In their eyes, the 2 humans in front of them were nothing but frail beings. As long as they could rush forward, as long as they could reach that spot where Wang Yu's gun would be rendered useless, it would be a success. As long as we reached that place, the vampires' already crimson eyes turned even redder. Soon, several vampires broke through the firepower net and charged toward Wang Yu. That's great! The vampires' spirits were lifted. When they saw that the ones suppressing them with firepower were just 2 kids who looked like high school students, they became even more excited. You little brats, how dare you mess with vampires? Go to hell! A vampire took advantage of Wang Yu reloading his magazine and lunged directly at him. His heart was both excited and proud. So what if he shoots accurately? So what if he's a sharpshooter? Isn't he still just a little brat, just an ordinary and frail human? But now, he is an incredibly powerful vampire. As long as he gets close enough, leaving no chance to fire, his claws can easily tear through the boy's heart. At the same time, he wanted to pierce Wang Yu's carotid artery with his fangs and drink the fresh blood. This is the Blood Clan, this is the mighty vampire. Little brat, I am a vampire. Without your gun, you're no match for me at all. The other 2 vampires, sharing the same thought, lunged forward from both sides. However, just as they were feeling proud and thinking they were about to succeed, dang! Wang Yu, seeing there was no time, directly abandoned reloading and smashed the butt of his gun onto the vampire's head. With an explosive force of 2,000 kilograms, he instantly sent the vampire flying 7 or 8 meters, shattering even the hardest part of its skull. At the same time, he kicked out, sending the second vampire flying backward at the speed of light. After knocking down the 2 vampires behind, he flew straight out the door. Finally, he reached out and grabbed the arm of the last vampire, exerted force, and turned around. Over-the-shoulder throw. This was Wang Yu's favorite move, and also the simplest and most direct one. The vampire, after transforming into one, thought his newfound strength made him invincible, but in front of Wang Yu, that power was utterly insignificant. Vampire? Very impressive? You bunch of trash dared to charge up and engage in close combat combat with a sharpshooter? Since ancient times, archers have excelled in close combat. Don't you even understand this simple logic? Ha, archers? What archer? This vampire seems to have never watched a certain old-era anime and failed to understand what this seemingly somewhat edgy young man is talking about. But what he does know is that Wang Yu is very strong. This young man, who looks like he's only high school age, not only has incredibly accurate shooting skills but is even more terrifying in close combat. Whether it's strength, speed, reaction, or skill, none of these guys can come close to matching it. In the blink of an eye, 2 were sent flying, 3 were knocked down, and 1 was incapacitated. Such powerful strength, the efficiency of the damage is no slower than using a gun. This dazzling display immediately intimidated the vampires behind, causing their offensive to momentarily halt. At this moment, gunfire rang out again, and Chen Feng on the second floor, taking advantage of the favorable terrain, provided cover for Wang Yu. In the blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 vampires fell. Don't stop! Quickly go after that little girl. She's Li Wenhua's daughter. If we capture her as a hostage, we can succeed. The old vampire let out a loud cry, and the vampires immediately shifted their target to Li Lin. They understood the principle of picking the softest persimmon to squeeze, so they all lunged toward Li Lin. Not good, class monitor, quickly hide in the inner room. Wang Yu exclaimed in shock and hurriedly engaged in battle. Did Chen Feng also quickly opened fire to provide cover, trying to eliminate as many enemies as possible. However, under the fearless charge, a vampire still managed to rush in front of Li Lin. Ha ha ha! The vampire's face bore a sinister grin of triumph as it extended its skeletal yet powerful claws, reaching for Li Lin's shoulder, seemingly already envisioning the dawn of victory after capturing the hostage. The other vampires were overjoyed at the sight. Li Lin was Li Wenhua's daughter and also the owner of this villa. Capturing her would not only allow them to coerce Wang Yu and Chen Feng to stop but also ensure they obtained what they wanted. In this way, although their losses today were heavy, it could still be considered a success. However, just as his claws were about to touch Li Lin, the latter did not appear as panicked and frightened as he had imagined. Li Lin suddenly turned to the side, skillfully dodging the attack. Immediately after, he raised his knee and fiercely struck the vampire's abdomen. Bang! This sudden counterattack caught the vampire completely off guard. Ugh! A muffled groan, the body involuntarily bent down. Before the vampire could recover, Li Lin followed up with an elbow strike, heavily smashing into the back of the vampire's neck. With a crack, the vampire's cervical vertebrae emitted a chilling sound. The entire body collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, twitched a few times, and then fell completely still. Is this dead? My goodness! The vampires were all dumbfounded. They originally thought this sweet-looking girl with a lovely face was a goody two-shoes, an easy target, but it turned out she was a she-tyrant. It seems the easiest to bully, but when taking action, it turns out to be the heaviest among the 3. In terms of strength, it even seems more powerful than these vampires. Goodness, what's going on? This scene happened so suddenly that it not only left the other vampires present utterly shocked but also surprised Wang Yu and Chen Feng. Class monitor, you. Wang Yu looked at Li Lin in shock. Li Lin's face was a bit pale, but seeing Wang Yu's surprised and admiring expression, she couldn't help but pat the non-existent dust off her clothes and said proudly, "What, did you underestimate me? I'm your class monitor, always in the top 3 in combat class. How could I be caught so easily? Don't worry about me, I can handle them. Be careful." As soon as the words were spoken, a dark gun barrel was already aimed at Wang Yu. A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a spray of blood, but the one who fell was the vampire who intended to use the gun. The icy threat combined with the cold corpse instantly made all the vampires fall silent, not daring to move. Then, they quickly hid in Chen Feng's shooting blind spot. At the same time, Wang Yu and Li Lin held hands and hid behind the furniture. For a moment, a tripartite standoff was formed. The vampires may have the numbers, but their shooting skills can't compare, and neither can their close combat abilities. Not to mention Wang Yu and Chen Feng, even Li Lin, who seems the easiest to deal with, can easily handle any one of them. On top of that, Wang Yu and Chen Feng's positions form a flanking angle. With the few people they have left, they can't even get close without going all in. Went all in, and would be annihilated by the other side taking the opportunity to open fire. If they turned and ran, they would face joint gunfire from Wang Yu and Chen Feng. It was simply an unsolvable dead end. At this moment, Wang Yu and Chen Feng also dared not act rashly. There are many people and guns on the other side. If something goes wrong and someone gets injured or even loses their life, that would be bad. The most critical thing is that Chen Feng didn't bring much ammunition when he went out. Now, after exchanging fire for so long, both he and Wang Yu are down to their last magazine of bullets. With this remaining firepower, using it to threaten, hold their ground, and wait for reinforcements is the best choice. Used up all the cards, leaving no trump card in hand. Thus, the two sides fell into a standoff once again. After a long while, the elderly vampire finally spoke. "Don't shoot, we mean no harm. The little girl from the Li family, Li Wenhua, is your father, right? We are all your father's colleagues. Your dad brought the company's stuff home. We just need to take these things back and leave." Where's your dad? If you don't believe me, ask him if he knows Engineer He and Engineer Zhang. Li Lin's expression darkened slightly upon hearing these people mention her father. She then furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of doubt and vigilance flashing in her eyes as she looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu shook his head at her. Li Lin immediately responded loudly, my dad has never mentioned you. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? You're carrying guns and have injured so many people, and you call that harmless? Save your sweet talk, I won't believe you. As for the things you mentioned, even if they exist, I wouldn't hand them over to thugs like you. The aged vampire hurriedly said, little girl, we really aren't lying to you. You should think carefully. Did your dad hide the item somewhere? Tell us. Otherwise, if we're pushed too far, we'll drag a few of you down with us even if we die. We're all old folks now, so even if we die, it's worth it. But you and that young man beside you are still so young. Looks like your relationship isn't ordinary, is it? Can you bear to see such a good young man risk his life and die for you just because you're sulking? The old man really had some skill. With just a few words, he immediately grasped Li Lin's thoughts, making her hesitate. Don't listen to him. Wang Yu hurriedly whispered, he's just trying to scare you. If they really had the ability, they would have rushed over already. The police should be arriving soon. Ask them what they want and stall for time. As he spoke, Wang Yu couldn't help but hold Li Lin's slightly trembling small hand. Held by Wang Yu's warm large hand, Li Lin finally felt a bit more at ease. She nodded immediately and said loudly, of course, we don't want to risk our lives, and my dad wouldn't take your things either. But maybe he took the wrong one. Tell me what it is, and if I know, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately gave a thumbs up. Although Li Lin initially appeared nervous and scared, even a bit flustered and clumsy, but just now, she actually managed to muster the courage to fight the vampire and delivered a one-hit kill. At this moment, even when faced with the vampire's threats and temptations, they could quickly calm down under simple hints and requests, coming up with a way to buy time. This adaptability truly made Wang Yu see them in a new light. In any case, they were much better than a certain princess who only knew how to hold others back. Aside from being able to recognize the way, she was practically useless. Sure enough, she's truly the goddess my buddy has his eyes on. After all the effort, I finally have a reliable female teammate too. Thinking of Anna, who always held us back in the classroom, and now looking at Li Lin, who not only doesn't cause trouble but can even help out. Wang Yu was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Just holding Li Lin's small hand, the latter felt a bit embarrassed, her face slightly flushed, and she quickly pulled it back. At this moment, the voice of the old vampire also came through. It's a black document bag. The old vampire noticed Li Lin's attitude softening slightly, and feeling delighted, he quickly said, it contains some important research materials, which are crucial to us. By the way, there's also a silver combination box. Think carefully, has your dad ever brought something like that home? Where is it? Tell me quickly. The old man's voice was particularly anxious. Wang Yu and Li Lin exchanged a glance, unable to resist looking toward the basement door. So, Li Lin's dad must have hidden the so-called research materials and the password box in the basement. Wang Yu gestured toward the vampires. Ask them. Before finishing her sentence, Li Lin pretended to ponder and said, a black file bag. I'm not quite sure. I usually don't pay much attention to what my dad brings home. You say this is research data. What kind of research is so important that it's worth you going to such lengths, even bringing so many people with guns to steal it? And also, why are all of you vampires? After stalling for time, Li Lin was already able to figure out how to extract information without Wang Yu's explicit guidance. This tacit understanding made Wang Yu unable to resist giving Li Lin 2 thumbs up. The latter felt a surge of secret joy, and even the fear in her heart dissipated significantly, her body no longer trembling. You don't need to know that much. You just need to help us find the item, the elderly vampire said impatiently. If you don't explain clearly, how do I know if I should really give them to you? What if you use this information to do something bad? Li Lin persistently pressed for answers. We won't do anything bad. This information is just helpful for our research. Young lady, stop asking so many questions and hurry up and find the stuff. Another vampire urged impatiently. Seeing that Li Lin was already able to independently deal with these vampires, Wang Yu activated invisibility on the side, poking his head out to quietly observe the vampires' movements. He noticed that although these vampires were still forcefully demanding Li Lin to find something, their eyes had already revealed a hint of anxiety. Clearly, they had also realized that this was a stalling tactic, worried that the arrival of the police would put them in an even more disadvantageous situation. He gone. We can't delay any longer. Finally, a young vampire couldn't hold back any longer. This woman is clearly stalling for time. Once the police arrive, we're all done for. We might as well fight them while we still can. Lord Henry has already said that after this job, he'll send us abroad. By then, we'll have endless money and an eternal life to enjoy. Otherwise, Lord Henry won't spare us, and Dragon Country definitely won't let us go. There's no way out now. Let's fight. As soon as the words fell, the faint sound of a siren began to wail. From far to near, it quickly became loud and piercing. Hearing the siren, the vampires were completely flustered. He gong gritted his teeth and roared fiercely, charge. Get in there. No matter the cost, we must get our hands on it. In an instant, the vampires no longer held back, charging madly toward Wang Yu and Li Lin with their guns. Dense bullets whistled through the air, shattering everything around them. Wang Yu, watch out. They're rushing toward you. Seeing the vampires all charging in the direction where Wang Yu was hiding, Chen Feng immediately shouted a warning. He raised the submachine gun and emptied the last of the bullets. Then he jumped directly from the second floor, rushing into the midst of the vampires, weaving left and right. The Special Forces soldiers' formidable skills, extensive experience, and sharp insight made him unstoppable. But these guys' target was only Wang Yu, only Li Lin behind Wang Yu. Class monitor, this is for you. In the face of the crisis, Wang Yu handed the last loaded pistol to Li Lin. Hide first, don't show yourself. When someone rushes over, empty the magazine first before making a move. After speaking, he activated invisibility and rolled out during the pause in gunfire. Wang Yu. Li Lin was moved in her heart, but her body dared not move. With a soft exclamation, she gripped the pistol in her hand tightly, silently praying in her heart for Wang Yu's safety. At this moment, Wang Yu had already gone invisible and charged into the group of vampires, moving like a phantom. He seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce kick to a vampire's wrist. The vampire cried out in pain, and the gun in its hand fell to the ground with a clang. Taking advantage of the moment, he landed an elbow strike on the opponent's temple, knocking them unconscious. Afterward, he used the same method to take down two more vampires, intending to instill panic once again among this cowardly group of vampires. However, this time, these guys seemed as if they were on steroids. They completely ignored whether the people around them had fallen, charging red-eyed in the direction where Li Lin was hiding. It was as if a group of suicide squads launched their final desperate charge, utterly disregarding their own safety. The elder vampire was even shouting commands as he charged. Forget about everyone else, grab that woman first and find the item. The police are here, we need to hurry. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a burst of gunfire, over a dozen vampires, shielded by bullets and the bodies of their companions, finally rushed to the front of the sofa. Don't come any closer. Just as a few vampires were about to pounce, Li Lin suddenly stood up. He didn't empty the magazine to protect himself as Wang Yu had instructed but instead pressed the pistol against his own head. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. The thing you want, only I know where it's hidden. The police will be here any moment, and if I don't tell you, you won't have time to find it. Without me, none of you can leave with what you want. Chen Feng was stunned, and Wang Yu was stunned. All the vampires were also stunned. No one expected that this seemingly delicate young girl would erupt with such astonishing courage at the most dangerous moment. But the shocking deterrent effect only lasted for a moment. Fire! The elder vampire referred to as Yi Gong immediately commanded. No need for her alive. As long as we get her corpse, I have a way to find out the place she mentioned. Kill her! As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen dark gun barrels instantly pointed at Li Lin. Then, one by one, the gun barrels immediately burst into flames. At this moment, only two words remained in Li Lin's heart. It's over. The agreement with Wang Yu, the way to find a method to restore her father. She would never have this chance again in her lifetime. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Wang Yu. At the critical moment when Li Lin was about to be executed by a hail of bullets, he disregarded his own safety and firmly shielded Li Lin with his body. Pop, pop, pop. The dense bullets struck Wang Yu. He let out a few muffled groans, his body swaying slightly. But he still gritted his teeth and held on, using his own body to build a flesh and blood barrier for Li Lin. Wang Yu. Li Lin screamed in terror, her eyes instantly blurred with tears. Seeing this, Chen Feng's eyes turned red, and with a furious roar, he unleashed all his strength, charging madly in this direction. At some point, a short knife had appeared in his hand, which he swung wildly among the vampires, causing blood to splatter wherever he went. You bastards, die! Blades flashed, carving a bloody path through the swarm of vampires. Oh my goodness! The vampires were startled by Wang Yu's sudden appearance and Chen Feng's frenzied counterattack. But Yi Gong still shouted viciously, don't stop, keep shooting, kill them! Bang, bang, bang! Another round of chaotic gunfire erupted, did not fall, and certainly did not take a step back. Wang Yu. Li Lin's tears could no longer be held back. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, then charged forward like a madwoman. The bullets from her pistol poured wildly toward the vampires. Tears blurred her vision, making it impossible to aim. But the vampires were too numerous and densely packed, and every shot hit someone. A round of gunfire forced the vampires to scatter and dodge. Li Lin immediately seized the opportunity to take Wang Yu to a room further inside. After locking the door, she broke down in tears. Wang Yu, why did you take the bullet for me? Why are you so foolish? Your injury is so severe. You absolutely cannot die. Li Lin held Wang Yu in her arms, her hands trembling as she tried to cover the bleeding wounds on his body. But there were too many wounds, and she simply couldn't cover them all. Blood kept seeping through her fingers. Wang Yu's face was pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly as he struggled to squeeze out a faint voice. Squad leader, don't cry, I'm fine. Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Don't Don't speak, save your strength. The police are already on their way, and the doctor will definitely be here soon. You'll be fine. Li Lin was sobbing uncontrollably. She had never felt so helpless and desperate. But Wang Yu felt that his time was running out. He had originally thought that his blood molding talent was already strong enough. It already possesses extremely formidable defensive capabilities, and later it absorbed the blood of vampires like Anderson, Andrew, and Hans, who have blood-shaping talents. The unique trait of the predator allowed his blood-shaping talent to evolve and improve to a certain extent. Especially after fully absorbing Adam's blood of talent, the enhancement of his blood-shaping talent reached an unprecedented level. It became even more effortless to use, with its strength and toughness further improved. Even Adam's ultimate skill, Rain of Arrows, could be blocked. So Wang Yu had a certain degree of confidence and assurance. At the moment he rushed forward to block the bullets, a layer of blood armor formed on the surface of his body. But he still underestimated the power of truth. He was able to withstand the rain of arrows, which were almost as powerful as Adam's bullets, because his silver blood had a restraining effect on vampires. Accordingly, it also significantly weakened and restrained the power of vampire techniques. But these bullets don't care whether you have silver blood or not. At close range, the powerful penetration of the bullets directly pierced through the defense of the blood armor and shot into his body. Hit by dozens of bullets at once, many of which struck vital parts of the torso, even a Baron-level vampire with a strong body couldn't withstand it. He felt that this time he might really be done for. Seeking revenge was impossible, and hoping for Li Lin to avenge him seemed even more unrealistic. But in his final moments, he wanted to have as few regrets as possible. So he forced himself to muster some energy and raised his hand with difficulty, gently wiping away the tears on Li Lin's face. He looked at her with gentle yet resolute eyes and slowly said, "Squad leader, I might really not make it. Before I die, there's something I must tell you." "Don't talk nonsense, you'll be fine." Li Lin became even more flustered upon hearing this. She searched everywhere for something to stop the bleeding, but after rummaging through the room, she only found a few towels. She pressed the towels firmly against Wang Yu's wound, but the blood kept seeping through. Seeing this, the tears in her eyes flowed even more uncontrollably. "It's useless." Wang Yu shook his head. "I won't make it. If I don't say it now, it'll be too late. Class monitor, actually, I've always liked you. Ever since we first met, my eyes have unconsciously followed you. At that time, I felt for the first time that, aside from killing those damned vampires to avenge my mother, there was something else I wanted to do. And that was to be with you, class monitor. But back then, I was just a sickly person, always at the bottom of the class, and could die from illness at any time. I wasn't particularly good looking, and my family's situation was even worse. I wasn't worthy, not worthy at all." "Stop talking." Li Lin listened to Wang Yu's halting confession, feeling as if her heart had been stabbed. "Worthy? Wang Yu, you are the most handsome and amazing guy I've ever met. I like you the most. Once you get better, I'll date you and be your girlfriend. You have to hold on, okay?" Li Lin was heartbroken to the core, yet completely helpless. She could only hold Wang Yu tightly, as if this could give him strength. "Wang Yu, everything I said is true. Don't talk anymore, save your strength." Li Lin's face was covered in tears as she said in a trembling voice, "The doctor will come to save you soon. You'll be fine. We still have so many places to go and so many things to do together. Once you've avenged your mother, and I've found a way to save my dad, we can be together every day, watching the sunrise and sunset, traveling together." She imagined the days she would spend with Wang Yu. "Okay." Wang Yu agreed, but both of them knew in their hearts that this was a promise that could never be fulfilled. Saying this was merely a way for the two of them to comfort each other in the final moments of Wang Yu's life. Moreover, even this final warmth and comfort were once again shattered. While Wang Yu and Li Lin were confessing their true feelings in a moment of life and death, the vampires outside did not give up. On the contrary, they became even more frenzied due to the arrival of the police and reinforcements. After a series of frenzied collisions, they finally broke open the door to the room where the two were hiding. Whoosh! For vampires rushed in the moment the door was slammed open, then quickly shut the door behind them. "Quick, block the door first." At the command of an elder vampire, the three middle-aged vampires immediately sprang into action, piling everything movable in the room against the door. "People inside, listen up." The sound of the loudspeaker immediately followed. "You are already surrounded by us. We advise you to surrender as soon as possible and strive for leniency. Do not resist stubbornly." After the police's standard persuasion lines, Chen Feng grabbed the loudspeaker. "Old geezer, if you dare hurt the people inside, you're dead. Better hand them over quickly. If they're unharmed, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces." He was now completely furious. It was not only because of the last few vampires led by He Gong, but also because of himself. If it weren't for his arrogance in wanting to capture these vampires alive to expand the victory, he should have ordered Wang Yu to shoot them in the head. He himself should have directly gone for the kill. In this way, even if it was just him and Wang Yu with combat capabilities on their side, this disorganized group with poor marksmanship would have been wiped out long ago. After all, with his and Wang Yu's marksmanship, a headshot takes less than a second and only one bullet. But to take down a vampire in and ensure they can't move requires at least 7 or 8 bullets. In the end, it not only wasted time but also wasted bullets. Before reinforcements arrived, they failed to withstand the vampire's final charge. He was injured again in the midst of the fierce battle, while Wang Yu was hit by dozens of bullets, his fate uncertain. If Wang Yu were merely human, even if he were a super soldier, Shen Feng would already be preparing to attend Wang Yu's funeral and partake in the feast. Fortunately, he is a vampire, with tenacious vitality and strong regenerative abilities, leaving a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the premise is that Wang Yu did not sustain injuries to critical areas, coupled with timely rescue efforts. So his only thought now is that the people inside can see the situation clearly and quickly let Wang Yu come out for treatment. Otherwise, he really has the urge to tear all the vampires present into pieces. If not, Wang Yu, a fine young man, a born super soldier, and a genius sharpshooter, would lose his life due to his wrong judgment and command. He would rather bash his head against the wall in regret. However, He Gong heard these threats and was completely unmoved. Nobody move. Now the people inside are in our hands. If you act recklessly, we'll kill these two inside first. He shouted threats loudly toward the outside, then turned to look at Wang Yu and Li Lin, his eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. Li Lin was startled by the sudden turn of events, trembling all over, and instinctively held Wang Yu tightly. Although Wang Yu was extremely weak, he still mustered his strength, gently patted Li Lin's hand, and signaled her not to be afraid. Jia Jia. He Gong let out a sinister laugh reminiscent of a Soul Hall elder, looking disdainfully at Wang Yu, who was covered in gunshot wounds. An overconfident brat, daring to meddle in Lord Henry's affairs. Now you know how powerful we are, don't you? At this moment, a few middle-aged vampires beside him suddenly swallowed and looked greedily at Wang Yu. He Gong, this kid's blood smells so good. Can we split this kid's blood first? He Chung Guang was stunned upon hearing this. After sniffing, his eyes also revealed an excited and greedy gleam. Your noses are quite sharp. That's right, this kid's blood is indeed incredibly fragrant, even more so than the blood of a 17 or 18-year-old virgin. Since becoming a vampire, I've never encountered blood this fragrant. This kid is pretty impressive. He might be a super soldier. This could very well be the super blood that Lord Henry mentioned. It's actually superpowered blood. A middle-aged vampire immediately rubbed his hands together excitedly. Lord Henry said that we only need to keep absorbing enough ordinary fresh blood for our strength to grow slowly, and in just 10 years, we can advance to become a powerful vampire baron. If we absorb superpowered blood, our strength will skyrocket, shortening this time to 5 years, or even 3 years. Moreover, if the superpowered fresh blood absorbed is sufficient and strong enough, it might even be possible to advance to baron in an even shorter time. This is truly a windfall from the heavens. Little girl from the Li family, step aside and let us drain this boy's blood. Exactly. The other two middle-aged vampires chimed in, step aside immediately, or else we'll drain you too. The greatest temptation for vampires is fresh blood. Yo-ha? A few people saw Li Lin's performance just now and didn't take her seriously at all. Little girl, do you think it's impressive to have the luck to defeat a vampire who was just about to transform? We are Lord Henry's trusted aides, the first among everyone to transform into noble vampires, far stronger than the others. Without this guy and that person outside protecting you, you're nothing at all. Get lost. A middle-aged vampire spoke and then charged directly forward. Seeing the vampire rushing toward her so ferociously, Li Lin was terrified, her legs trembling uncontrollably. But when she thought of the severely injured Wang Yu behind her and his figure shielding her, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. As the middle-aged vampire lunged at her with claws bared, she sidestepped swiftly, narrowly avoiding the fierce attack. At the same time, she counterattacked, striking at the vampire's vital points. She was the top student in the class, and her combat skills were the best among all the girls. This advance and retreat were executed with great precision and elegance. Just now, she had used these skills to effortlessly take down a vampire that had rushed at her. However, that vampire was indeed, as described, stronger than the others. His movements were extremely swift. Missing his first strike, he immediately twisted his body, his sturdy arm sweeping across like a steel whip, aiming to swat the obstructive Li Lin away with a single blow. Li Lin couldn't dodge in time and had to raise her hand to block. Bang! A tremendous force surged through. She felt as if her entire body had been hit by a cannonball, flying several meters sideways before crashing heavily to the ground. The vampire, seeing its attack succeed, curled its lips in satisfaction and then prepared to pounce again to enjoy Wang Yu's superpowered blood. But at that moment, Li Lin suddenly flipped up and leapt into action, exchanging a few moves with it. After being struck again, she staggered a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet she stood firmly in front of Wang Yu. You despicable bunch of scoundrels. You want to suck blood? But he's my new boyfriend. Want to hurt him? Over my dead body. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. He had originally thought he was about to die, and confessing to Li Lin was just to avoid leaving one more regret before his death. I never expected any outcome. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she openly declared that he was her boyfriend. In other words, the class monitor wasn't just comforting him earlier. earlier. Did his confession succeed this time? His heart was instantly filled with joy. It is often said that people feel invigorated when good things happen. Stimulated by the great news of the goddess he secretly admired agreeing to his confession, he suddenly felt like he could give it another shot. Class monitor, is it true? Are you really willing to be my girlfriend? Idiot. Li Lin bit her lip, warily watching the vampire in front of her, who was eyeing her like a predator. Apart from anxiety and despair, a trace of tenderness appeared on her face. Wasn't my earlier promise clear enough? Stop wasting your strength asking such things. Hold on, and don't you dare die. I have no intention of becoming a widow. If we die together. As long as I'm alive, I will never let them hurt you. Li Lin became the class monitor not just because of her good grades and high looks, but also because of her sense of responsibility and resilience. When Zhang Boyang saved her last time, she similarly stepped forward in return, holding off the werewolf until help arrived. This time, the person behind her was Wang Yu, the one she admired and had feelings for, so she certainly couldn't back down. This action and words not only moved Wang Yu but also touched the vampire across from them. However, in just an instant, the emotion was replaced by greed and anger. Stubborn girl, aren't you? Then I'll grant your wish today. I'll drain your blood first and then slowly savor this boys. The middle-aged vampire, enraged and humiliated, roared as he launched another attack. This time, he was faster and stronger. Judging by the destructive power, it was at least an explosive force of 800 kilograms. In other words, the level of an 8th grade sub-superpowered warrior. It seems that, as he said, it is a vampire with a relatively long transformation time. As for Li Lin, she only completed her transformation this afternoon. From the time the transformation was completed until now, it has only been 3 or 4 hours at most, so both her strength and speed are somewhat lacking. She is estimated to be at the level of a 5th level sub-superpowered warrior. Although for newly transformed vampires, this is already quite a powerful strength, stronger than the power of many vampires outside. After all, normally, vampires newly transformed through the transformation ability often only have an explosive strength of about 100 kilograms, which is not much different from ordinary people. Superhuman warriors have level 2, level 3, and levels 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Each level possesses explosive power equivalent to its corresponding level multiplied by 100 kilograms. But there is no level 1, because the standard for level 1 is an ordinary person. Li Lin, having just undergone transformation and already reaching the level of a grade 5 sub-superpowered warrior, has far surpassed ordinary people. The gap between each level of Kaya super warriors is a full 100 kilograms of explosive power. She was 3 levels below her opponent, which meant a difference of 300 kilograms. The power gap exceeded Li Lin's peak explosive force by more than half. Moreover, martial arts in the Dragon Nation is a compulsory course. These vampires were transformed from people of the Dragon Kingdom, which means each of them more or less possesses combat skills. The vampire in front of him might have been an excellent student during school, and their combat skills are by no means weak. So trying to win through technique, like Wang Yu defeated Bob and the others, has become impossible. As a result, every clash and encounter leaves Li Lin at a disadvantage. It could even be said to be a complete and utter domination. Ha, with that scrawny little body of yours, you think you can stop a chariot with your arms? Little brat, if that's all you've got, then you and your little sweetheart better prepare to die obediently. Looking at your delicate skin and tender flesh, and being so young and pretty, you must still be a virgin, right? You're quite capable, and your blood must taste good too. It might just satisfy my appetite. Surrender, little girl. Obediently offer your blood and body. You wouldn't want your little sweetheart to be drained of blood and die by my hands first, would you? The middle-aged vampire launched a frenzied attack while wantonly mocking Li Lin. Every strike was filled with ruthless force, each move aiming directly at Li Lin's vital points. Li Lin was beaten back step by step, with several more wounds added to her body, and her clothes were stained red with fresh blood, but she still gritted her teeth, stubbornly resisting, never giving up the position that could protect Wang Yu. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. The vampire, frustrated by the prolonged fight, threw another fierce punch in anger. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, as if an unprecedented force was surging within him. At the same time, Li Lin also felt a fire burning inside her. She was indeed a newly transformed vampire, but her transformation was different from others. If it were Anna or another formal vampire performing the transformation, they would cherish their blood greatly. When it comes to sucking and injecting blood, it is always more about taking than giving. Even if they have to give, they only provide just enough to ensure the other person transforms into a vampire. For one, he doesn't know how much of his own blood is needed to complete a transformation. But Wang Yu was different. Secondly, the one being transformed was the goddess he secretly admired. So during the transformation, Wang Yu spared no effort, merging a significant portion of his own blood and injecting it into Li Lin's body. It wasn't until he felt there was no more room to inject, having already filled Li Lin, that he reluctantly stopped. This resulted in the initial power in Li Lin's blood being extremely rich and strong. Just after the transformation was completed, she already possessed the the power of a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior. Even so, there was still a large amount of energy that had not been converted and absorbed by her body. Originally, all of this would have been slowly completed over the coming months. But now, the intense battle and consecutive injuries have stimulated the bloodline granted to her by Wang Yu, unleashing the power contained within. "I'm fine," she quickly responded to Wang Yu's concern, then charged at the vampire again. In the blink of an eye, Li Lin's figure flickered and appeared in front of the vampire. Swish! She raised her hand and delivered a punch, as fast as lightning and astonishingly powerful. The strongest Wang Yu immediately noticed her change. Speed has increased, strength has also improved, and she hasn't lost her sanity. Has the class monitor leveled up? Wang Yu looked at Li Lin in surprise. Just after the transformation, having the strength of a level 5 sub-superpowered warrior is already quite impressive. He remembered that when he first woke up, his strength was not even as good as Li Lin's just now. It wasn't until he absorbed Bob's blood and drained several other vampires that his power advanced by leaps and bounds. At the very beginning, he should have only been at the level of a level 3 sub-superpowered warrior. Originally, he thought his own leveling speed was already fast and abnormal enough, but it turned out Li Lin was even faster. She was already at level 5 right after awakening. Now, after just a few hours and a brief combat session, she somehow triggered some kind of power and suddenly reached almost level 8. She's already almost on par with her opponent. This might be hopeful now. Wang Yu's spirits lifted. However, the vampire opposite him was not aware of so much at this moment. He also noticed that Li Lin's speed had increased, but merely thought it was a desperate struggle, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, so he casually blocked it. Then his expression changed drastically. This strength, something's off. This brat, how did she suddenly become so strong? Unparalleled shock flashed through his heart. But by the time he realized the problem, it was already too late. Li Lin's punch, imbued with immense power, directly knocked his hand aside and with undiminished momentum, struck heavily on his chest. Bang! The vampire let out a miserable scream, his entire body flying backward like a cannonball. Smashed a sturdy solid wood chair into pieces, then slammed hard onto the ground. He Gong and the other vampires nearby were stunned as they witnessed all this. What? They could never have imagined that the seemingly weak Li Lin could suddenly unleash such immense power and turn the tables. Weren't they fighting just fine? How did they suddenly lose? What's going on? Tang Gong, are you okay? The vampires immediately fell into chaos. Because Tang Wenshan was among the earliest batch of vampires to be transformed, apart from Yi Gong He Qingguang and Zhang Gong Zhengwei. Not only is his strength formidable, but his combat skills are also the strongest among everyone. At this point, even He Qingguang and Zhang Wei, who transformed earlier, couldn't compare to him. Thus, the few of them quietly waited for Tang Wenshan to make a move. The initial battle unfolded as expected. A mere human girl, even if she had some skills, could hardly be a match for a powerful vampire. But now the situation has completely reversed, taking a sharp turn for the worse, leaving everyone stunned. I am fine, of course. Tang Wenshan himself was also dumbfounded. However, he would never admit the fact of his failure. Damn it, young people have no sense of honor. I was just careless and didn't dodge. Don't move, watch how I deal with her. Tang Wenshan struggled to stand up, his eyes bloodshot, filled with unwillingness and anger. The recent victory did not make her lower her guard. She was well aware that the vampire before her would not give up easily, and after a brief exchange, she had roughly gauged the opponent's strength, a rather formidable opponent. So, seeing Tang Wenshan's fierce offensive, Li Lin took a deep breath, channeled the power within her, and prepared herself for battle. At the moment Tang Wenshan was about to charge in front of her, Li Lin sidestepped deftly, skillfully avoiding the frontal impact. Swish! At the same time, using the momentum of her turn, she delivered a swift spinning kick aimed fiercely at Tang Wenshan's head. Tang Wenshan reacted quickly, tilting his head slightly to evade the fatal blow, but Li Lin's foot still grazed his cheek, leaving a faint scratch. Tang Wenshan cried out in pain, his anger intensifying. Ugh! Taking advantage of Li Lin's move being outdated and not yet fully retracted, he extended his sharp claws toward her waist. Li Lin secretly cried out in alarm and hurriedly contracted her abdomen and gathered her energy, leaping backward just in time to narrowly avoid the grab. However, Tang Wenshan gave her no chance to catch her breath, launching a series of attacks, each move incredibly ruthless. For a moment, Li Lin once again found herself in a passive defensive position. But Li Lin did not panic. While dodging the attacks, she carefully observed Tang Wenshan's flaws. After a few rounds, Li Lin gradually found the rhythm and weaknesses in her opponent's attacks. Soon, just as Tang Wenshan lunged forward with his claws again, Li Lin seized the opportunity, advancing instead of retreating, and charged straight at him. Tang Wenshan was stunned, not expecting the passive Li Lin to launch an active counterattack. At that lightning-fast moment, Li Lin had already closed in on Tang Wenshan. Clenching her fists, she gathered all her strength and struck fiercely at his chest. Stupid woman! It was only then that Tang Wenshan realized Li Lin's earlier passivity was just a feint. The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible, even injuring the lungs and other internal organs. Crack! Tang Wenshan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, blood, his whole body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the wall. A human-shaped crater instantly appeared on the wall, with dust falling everywhere. No, impossible. Tang Wanshan looked at Li Lin in disbelief. He could never have imagined that he would be beaten so miserably by this human girl who had seemed utterly insignificant in his eyes. He Gong and the other vampires were dumbfounded at the sight. They had originally thought Tang Wanshan would easily deal with Li Lin, but the situation took a drastic turn, and Tang Wanshan was utterly defeated. Only Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in his heart. He originally thought that he was already very strong, and it was his duty alone to protect the goddess, but now it seemed he was wrong, and terribly so. His goddess was far stronger and more resilient than he had imagined. The most crucial thing is that such a powerful and strong goddess has now agreed to be his girlfriend. It was because he fought fiercely against the enemy and achieved such a stunning victory. This made him feel like he was on cloud nine, far more proud and honored than defeating more formidable opponents on his own. Couldn't help but raise his chin and say, "How about it? My girlfriend is awesome, right?" As soon as the words fell, Li Lin, who had just been feeling relieved, immediately blushed with embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense." Suddenly being shown a wave of affection by Wang Yu, Li Lin felt both shy and flustered. It was as if she had completely forgotten her earlier somewhat juvenile yet passionate remarks. She quickly shot Wang Yu a glare and scolded, "At a time like this, you still have the mind to say that?" But despite her words, her heart felt sweet, as Wang Yu's words were filled with pride and affection for her. At the same time, however, seeing Wang Yu covered in terrifying scars, an even deeper worry surged in her heart. "Save your energy, don't talk." Oh, okay. Wang Yu immediately nodded repeatedly and then shut his mouth. Right now, he really didn't want to die. Moreover, after the initial fear and despair, he increasingly felt that he could handle it. It seemed that being shot dozens of times wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. First of all, his evolved blood manipulation talent reacted faster and had stronger defensive capabilities. Although it couldn't completely block the bullets, the power of these bullets had already been reduced significantly. Only the last bit of remaining force managed to penetrate into his body. The damage caused is much smaller compared to a direct hit to the body. Secondly, vampires are inherently very resilient. Even those outside, who are only at the level of 4th or 5th grade sub-superpowered warriors, or even weaker, can survive after taking 7 or 8 shots and losing a lot of blood. And Wang Yu is a Baron-level vampire. Moreover, among Baron-level vampires, he is also one of the most outstanding, just a step away from breaking through the shackles and advancing to a Viscount-level vampire. Being able to defeat atoms is enough to prove his strength. Accordingly, his vitality is also stronger than that of these lower-level vampires. Wang Yu felt like he was going to die, simply stunned, and terrified by the sudden barrage of dozens of bullets. Based on common sense, being shot dozens of times would absolutely leave no chance of survival. But the facts proved that the miraculous nature of superpowered beings and the resilience of vampires far exceeded his imagination. As long as they don't encounter things like sunlight or silver, which are their natural nemeses, vampires are practically immortal. "I can still save this." "That's great." Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. But that being said, taking dozens of shots is no joke. Right now, Wang Yu could at most rely on his tenacious vitality to ensure he wouldn't die. As for recovery, due to the severity of his injuries, the recovery process was extremely slow. Anyway, before this battle ends, he feels that it will be extremely difficult for him to recover to a functional state, making him completely useless. At this moment, engineer, he finally snapped out of his shock. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared viciously, "What are you all standing around for? Attack together. Forget about this brat, deal with that wretched girl first. Completing Lord Henry's mission is the priority." Yes. The other vampires seemed to awaken from a dream, roaring as they charged toward Li Lin. Although these vampires were not as strong as Tang Wanshan individually, they were numerous. 3 against 1, they immediately formed an encirclement. The vampire on the left extended its sharp claws, aiming straight for Li Lin's throat. The one on the right bent down and lunged at her legs, attempting to trip her. The elder vampire in the middle, He Chingguang, was the most ferocious. He opened his mouth to a degree impossible for a human. Within the blood-red maw, 2 sharp, elongated fangs glinted coldly as they aimed for Li Lin's shoulder. Wang Yu immediately began to worry for Li Lin. "Watch out!" But Li Lin was very calm at this moment. She first turned sideways in a flash, dodging the deadly grab from the vampire on the left. At the same time, she raised her knee and fiercely struck the head of the vampire lunging at her leg. The impact was tremendous, causing the vampire to reel backward in a daze, letting out a painful howl. Although it was thrilling, the first wave of dangerous joint attack was resolved. Before Li Lin could catch her breath, the elder vampire in the middle had already lunged close. In a flash, Li Lin suddenly reached out and grabbed the opponent's neck. Then, with a strong swing, she hurled the vampire toward its fellow nearby. The middle-aged vampire in front had just gotten up when he was fiercely struck by the elder vampire. The two vampires collided and fell heavily to the ground. Clearly, in terms of individual strength, these three vampires were much weaker than Tang Wenshan from earlier. Even if their powers were similar, all at the level of 8th grade sub-superpowered warriors, the elder vampire was likely at the 9th grade level. But their skills were too clumsy and poor. It wasn't because of their age. After becoming a vampire, the robust physique and immense strength had already freed the elder from the troubles of old age. But during the long years before becoming a vampire, he had gone far too long without fighting. The combat skills he learned during his school days had all been gradually forgotten. Just like how college students a few years after the college entrance exam might not be able to achieve their previous scores if retested. After transitioning to a non-combat desk job, he had long since returned all those skills and abilities to his physical education teacher. At this moment, his fighting relied mainly on his vampiric nature, relying solely on his fangs, claws, and immense strength. The other two middle-aged vampires were in a similar situation, but Li Lin was in peak condition, preparing for the college entrance exams with high-intensity training every day. Now that she had become a vampire, gaining immense strength and a powerful physique, it made her even more at ease. Roughly speaking, it was equivalent to one skilled adult fighting three unskilled adults. Therefore, facing three opponents alone, he could still hold his ground without falling behind. He even had the upper hand. However, the three vampires were like stubborn adhesive plasters, relentlessly charging forward. No matter how they were knocked down or sent flying, they would quickly rush back. Under the siege of three attackers, Li Lin couldn't find any real opportunity to seriously injure any of the vampires. "One, you can't hold on much longer. We can't keep stalling like this. We need to think of a solution." The vampires were eager to get the item, and Li Lin was equally anxious to get Wang Yu out for treatment. The intensity of the battle between the two sides escalated rapidly, soon reaching a life and death struggle. "You two grab her. Let me bite this wretched girl to death." At the elder vampire's command, two middle-aged vampires immediately charged forward. No longer caring about offense or defense, they were determined to hold her tightly even at the cost of being severely injured by Li Lin. Li Lin saw this and had no choice but to resort to her final means. Her nails grew rapidly, and her fangs were revealed. With her bloodline fully activated and exerting her full strength, Li Lin's vampire traits were completely exposed, and her power and speed reached a new height. Both claws went straight for the two people's hearts. Swish swish. "What's wrong?" This sudden change startled the two middle-aged vampires, causing them to hurriedly dodge. Even so, two deep wounds were still clawed across their chests. The elder in the middle also hastily retreated after Li Lin suddenly bared her fangs and bit back. Then all the vampires were plunged into immense shock. "Brat, you're actually a vampire too?" "Vampire?" He Chengguang was stunned. In his understanding, only the great Lord Henry could turn humans into vampires at will. Moreover, Li Lin's father, Li Wenhua, had never gained Lord Henry's trust and failed to transform into a noble vampire. And now, his daughter, who is even less connected, has suddenly transformed into a vampire. How is this possible? "I have worked tirelessly for Lord Henry for 30 years and offered everything I had, only to earn a chance to become a vampire." "Damn brat, what makes you a vampire too?" If Li Lin were just a highly talented human girl, or even an awakened sub-superpowered warrior who successfully injected the superpower enhancement serum, He Chengguang wouldn't be so shocked and furious. Because humans, even sub-superpowered warriors or even more powerful superpowered warriors, all have limited lifespans. Apart from being stronger than ordinary people, their lifespans don't show any significant changes. Even many superpowered warriors have shorter lifespans than ordinary people due to the high-intensity battles and the side effects of superpower enhancement fluids. Aside from immense power, vampires also possess eternal life. But vampires are different. Power? What's the use of power? It's just a matter of decades before one must return to the earth. Living long is the ultimate goal. So He Chengguang would stop at nothing, even racking his brains, to become a vampire. For this, he was willing to give everything, and he truly gave everything. Wife, daughter, time, wisdom, loyalty. He sold everything he had to Henry and finally got his wish at the age of 70. All the other vampires present had also made great sacrifices to have the privilege of becoming a member of the vampire family and gaining eternal life. But now, a girl of just 17 or 18 can actually become a vampire? She doesn't even know what Lord Henry wants. Why? He Chengguang was fiercely jealous. The three middle-aged vampires nearby were also fiercely jealous. Is this very difficult? Li Lin was taken aback upon hearing this and couldn't help but glance at Wang Yu. She didn't feel that becoming a vampire was particularly difficult. After getting injured and entering the operating room, she woke up already as a vampire. She didn't feel there was any price to pay. If I have to say, it's that I can be controlled by Wang Yu, even mentally manipulated. At the beginning, beginning, it was indeed hard to accept, but now, she has completely accepted Wang Yu and feels it's not a big deal. However, on second thought, it seems the threshold for becoming a vampire is indeed quite high. Many wealthy individuals in various countries would go to great lengths but still fail to seize such an opportunity. If it weren't for Wang Yu, she would never have had such an opportunity in her lifetime, nor would she have been able to come back to life and gain a second chance at life, an eternal life, no less. Thinking about it this way, offering herself to him now seems entirely justified. Just as Li Lin continued silently strategizing, He Qingguang and the other vampires completely lost their composure. How annoying, because in their eyes, Li Lin was totally showing off. He Qingguang, furious and embarrassed, his eyes almost spitting fire, roared, "You little brat, stop being so smug. Damn it. So what if you luckily became a vampire? I see you must be a wild vampire not recognized by the Blood Clan. Today, I will act on behalf of Lord Henry, on behalf of the Blood Clan, to clean house." With that, he unleashed his full power. The aged figure darted toward Li Lin like a phantom, so fast that it stirred up a chilling, eerie wind. The other two middle-aged vampires, their eyes filled with intense jealousy, roared as they charged forward. Go to hell! Moreover, this attack was even more fierce and crazed. It seemed as if there was some deep-seated hatred with Li Lin. Watch out, class monitor. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking. Although the three vampires seemed as if they were on a sugar rush, their skills were still significantly inferior to Li Lin's. Even if the three of them went berserk together, they could only match Li Lin evenly. For the time being, Li Lin shouldn't be in any danger. Since that's the case, he only needs to find a way to pass on the information and open the door while Li Lin is entangled with these vampires, allowing Chen Feng and the police outside to rush in. Sizzle! He seemed to have already heard the faint sound of his injuries healing. It was estimated that in just a few more minutes, he would regain the most basic strength to move. At that time, just quietly sneak to the door, move the furniture, and open the door. Wang Yu thought about it and couldn't help but glance toward the door. Wait! Then he noticed that the vampire, who should have been injured and lying there, was gone. He hurriedly exclaimed to alert others. Not good, class monitor. But Tang Wenshan, seeing that Wang Yu had discovered the issue, stopped hiding and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Li Lin, who was in the midst of a fierce battle. Watch out behind you! Wang Yu shouted loudly, warning Li Lin of the impending danger. Unfortunately, Li Lin was fully focused on dealing with the attacks from Yi Qingguang and the others in front of her, leaving no time to pay attention to the rear. When Wang Yu reminded her, she could no longer react. Tang Wenshan struck like a bolt of black lightning. Swish! His speed was incredibly fast. Before Li Lin could react, Tang Wenshan's sharp claws had already viciously raked across her back. Tang Wenshan, who was behind, succeeded with one strike and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Then he also rushed forward, and the four of them attacked Li Lin together. Originally, dealing with three vampires of the same level at the same time had already been a bit strenuous for Li Lin. Now, having been injured in a sneak attack and with the addition of Tang Wenshan, who was no weaker than her, she immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In just a few moves, repeatedly injured. Bang! 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 Rip! Forced into a corner, feeling both despair and shock. You weren't just defeated by me. How could you so quickly again? Li Lin was panting heavily, her voice extremely weak. It was evident that she had expended a lot of energy, and her injuries were quite severe. She appeared to have completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing this, Tang Wenshan immediately stopped, raising his head triumphantly. But Wang Yu and Li Lin both caught the keyword. Talent? Ahem, do you happen to have an impressive talent? Li Lin's eyes flickered, intending to buy some time while also extracting information from the enemy. And Tang Wenshan also felt very pleased. Seeing Li Lin's curious and shocked expression, he couldn't help but feel even more smug. He gone, don't rush to take action yet. He first stopped Yi Qingguang and the other two vampires beside him. Then he raised his head proudly. I am the only genius vampire among Lord Henry's blood servants who has awakened the talent for rapid healing. No matter how severe the injury, my healing ability is 10 times that of an ordinary vampire. The damage you caused might be a slight trouble for a normal vampire, but for me, at most, it just means lying down for 2 minutes. Li Lin was secretly startled upon hearing this. Hiss! You should know that the healing speed of vampires is already far superior to that of humans. Some minor injuries can even heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only larger injuries or those that would be fatal to humans require a certain amount of time, and even then, it's very fast. A broken bone often heals within an hour. Internal organ damage also only takes a few hours. But now, Tang Wenshan's healing ability has actually improved tenfold. Although it's unclear how this multiplier is specifically measured, the fact that Tang Wenshan, who should have been severely injured and out of action, can return to the battlefield so quickly to launch a sneak attack already speaks volumes. This rapid healing talent is definitely a very powerful ability. As long as it doesn't cause an instant fatal injury, it can keep this guy fighting endlessly. On top of that, there's also Yi Qingguang nearby, watching like a tiger eyeing its prey. Even if several people attack together, it would be very difficult for her to use use the same trick to injure Tang Wenshan again. The situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse, becoming a deadlock with no chance of victory. Li Lin was completely desperate in her heart. It's over. But Wang Yu felt a trace of inexplicable delight. Your talent is good? What? That's great. The better the talent, the more excited I get. And it's even a powerful life-saving talent. If I had this talent, these gunshot wounds might heal very quickly. I really want to get this talent right now. Wang Yu was eager to give it a try. It's just that he's too badly injured now, completely unable to move. He could only let Tang Wenshan become even more smug. What's wrong? Scared now? Tang Wenshan became increasingly smug and started rambling on. Just a stray vampire like you, popping out of nowhere without even a decent talent, dares to act arrogant in front of us. Besides, the vampire clan has strict rules. Someone like you, turned without approval, should be eliminated. We originally didn't realize you were a vampire. Instead of cooperating with us to find a chance to save your life, you insist on going against us. You're simply courting death. Enough! He Chengguang urged impatiently from the side. Tang Wenshan, why waste so many words with her? Hurry up and get rid of her, and take what Lord Henry wants. There are so many police officers outside, don't waste time. The longer we wait, the more things can go wrong. Of course I know that. Tang Wenshan glanced at He Chengguang, but he didn't seem as obedient as the others. Engineer He, while you're not wrong, have you thought about how we can get what Lord Henry wants after dealing with this wretched woman, and how we can leave surrounded by so many police officers? He Chengguang was left speechless. He originally thought that bringing so many people, along with guns, would be enough to easily snatch the item. He didn't expect to run into Wang Yu and Chen Feng, who happened to be present, and encounter such fierce resistance. 40 to 50 people, all of them powerful vampires, and now only the 4 of them were left. This bit of strength is barely enough to deal with a high school girl like Li Lin, let alone those more professionally trained and stronger police officers and soldiers outside. The reason for rushing to deal with Li Lin is simply to take it one step at a time. Now, being questioned by Tang Wenshan, he could only retort, then what do you suggest? Simple, take a hostage. Tang Wenshan's face revealed a cunning smile, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Grab this girl and use her as a shield while we slowly retreat. The police will be hesitant to act rashly, giving us enough time to find what Lord Henry wants and then make our escape. So we must change our approach. We have to capture her alive. We absolutely can't let this brat die. Otherwise, we'll be left with a stinking brat barely clinging to life. If he dies halfway, we won't have any cards to play. So, what do you think, Mr. E? Am I making sense? He Chengguang furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and realized that Tang Wenshan's suggestion was indeed the only feasible solution for now. So he nodded, alright, let's do it. Move quickly. Tang Wenshan's lips curled into a cruel smile as he slowly walked toward Li Lin, speaking as he moved. Stupid girl, did you hear that? If you behave and listen, maybe when we get out of here, I can spare your life. If you cooperate well enough, I might even introduce you to Lord Henry. As long as Lord Henry accepts you, you'll gain an official vampire identity. From then on, not only will you achieve immortality, but you'll also enjoy boundless wealth and power. Don't worry, with my impressive talents, I'm definitely one of Lord Henry's trusted aides. Anyone I recommend will surely be seriously considered by Lord Henry. Otherwise, your end will be extremely miserable. It turns out that Tang Wenshan's earlier show-off was just a setup to win people's hearts for this moment. What a mix of threats and temptations. Quite a clever move. Who would have thought that Li Lin, upon hearing these words, remained unmoved and spat heavily. What vampire identity, what wealth and power, I don't care about any of it. Bah! She was about to lash out angrily, but when she saw Wang Yu, her heart wavered. However, I do have one request. If you fulfill it, I will cooperate with you. I'll tell you where the item is and even be your hostage. Take him out first and let him receive emergency treatment immediately. Li Lin pointed at Wang Yu. She planned to deceive them into sending Wang Yu to a safe place, then fight these vampires to the death. But at this moment, He Chengguang suddenly said, no, this kid and you are a pair. Without him, what would we do if you disobey? We must take him with us. If you don't obey, we'll kill him immediately. On the other hand, if you cooperate and help us complete the mission, Lord Henry might be pleased enough to turn this kid into a vampire as well. By then, you two little ones can live forever and always be together. After changing his mindset, He Chengguang also began to use threats and inducements. But this touched Li Lin's bottom line. No way, if you don't release the person, I won't cooperate. Li Lin bit her silver teeth tightly, showing great determination. But no matter how shrewd and experienced Chengguang was, he was not easy to fool. If you don't cooperate, we won't release the person. Both sides refused to give in, creating a stalemate. Soon, the latter lost patience. Jia, Tang Wenshan, it seems your efforts were in vain. This stinky girl is not only hard to deceive, but also wants to trick us into releasing the person first. What do you say now? Follow my plan, or will you continue to act on your own? Tang Wenshan, relying on his powerful talent for rapid healing, has been rigorously training in combat, aiming to replace He Chengguang and Zhang Wei, the two elders, to become the leader of the vampires for quite some time. It was just one of his attempts. If he could could come up with a new plan, successfully win over Li Lin, and complete the task, his status with Henry would directly surpass that of the two elders. Unfortunately, not only did he fail, but he was also seen through by He Chengguang. Now, he's even being sarcastically targeted. Damn old man. Tang Wenshan's expression changed, a trace of gloom flashing across his face. But at this moment, he had no better solution and could only turn his anger toward Li Lin. Stupid girl. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for using force. As he spoke, his figure moved like lightning, swiftly charging toward Li Lin, and the two clashed again. This time, Tang Wenshan already understood Li Lin's capabilities. He fought steadily and cautiously, without the slightest carelessness. Moreover, his formidable rapid healing ability not only fully restored his injuries but also replenished much of his energy. When making a move again, he displayed his peak state and peak combat power. And what about Li Lin at this moment? The previous battles had already consumed much of her stamina, and she had suffered significant injuries from Tang Wenshan's sneak attack. With this rise and fall, it was no longer a matter of feigning weakness, she was completely no match for Tang Wenshan. After exchanging blows for a while, she sustained multiple injuries again. Tang Wenshan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, stupid woman, my rapid healing ability not only quickly repairs injuries but also restores stamina. No one can beat me in a prolonged fight. If you keep going, you're just asking for trouble. Be a good girl and surrender. After a moment of showing off, he immediately lunged forward, clawing at Li Lin from top to bottom. The claw came fiercely and swiftly. Seeing this, Li Lin hurriedly dodged backward. Swish! If you can't block it, you have to dodge, it's only natural. But Wang Yu couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. Because Li Lin's current condition is poor, the gap in strength and speed with Tang Wenshan is already significant. Dodging like this is completely ineffective and will only result in being struck by a claw, worsening the injury and further widening the gap between the two. The correct approach should be to advance instead of retreating, taking advantage of a timing difference. Before the claw could land, he used his shoulder to ram into Tang Wenshan's chest. However, this already belonged to a more advanced combat technique. Although Li Lin was a top student with quite good combat scores, expecting her to master this kind of special forces level combat ability was simply unrealistic. Otherwise, if Wang Yu himself were to step in, even in his current state, he could beat Tang Wenshan to the point of searching for his teeth on the ground. Charge forward and hit him, then hook him with your foot and follow up with a spinning kick. He's so reckless, this combo will definitely send him flying. The fight was so fast that Wang Yu didn't even have time to shout instructions. Moreover, even if she could say it, Li Lin simply wouldn't have time to react. She could only feel anxious in her heart, hoping that Li Lin would suddenly have an epiphany and throw the correct combination punches. Then something miraculous happened. Li Lin, who had already started retreating, suddenly froze completely. A claw had not yet descended when Li Lin slipped into the inner circle. Summoning all her strength, she rammed her shoulder fiercely into Tang Wenshan's chest. Tang Wenshan only felt a powerful force hit him, causing his body to sway backward uncontrollably. Thud! Before he could steady himself, Li Lin took advantage of the momentum, lifted her foot, and, just as Wang Yu had envisioned, precisely hooked Tang Wenshan's ankle. Tang Wenshan stumbled, losing his balance even more. At that moment, Li Lin had already used the momentum of the collision to swiftly turn around. A beautiful spinning kick struck fiercely at Tang Wenshan's side waist. Every move in this sequence was executed with incredible precision. Connected together, it was as smooth and seamless as flowing clouds and running water. Tang Wenshan had no time to make any defense. His whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. He cried out in pain, struggling to get up, but found the pain unbearable, making it impossible to rise for the moment. Ah! Tang Wenshan's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't this little brat in front of me almost done for? How is it that now she can still fight back and even hit him so hard and throw him down so miserably? He Chengguang and the remaining subordinate were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They could never have imagined that Li Lin, who had been on the verge of being cornered, could suddenly turn the tables and leave Tang Wenshan in such a sorry state. But Li Lin never expected it. This feeling is like being in a team battle you're destined to lose. No matter how you play, you're doomed, and then suddenly the internet disconnects. Yet, during the disconnection, your character somehow performs an unimaginable godlike move on its own and counter-kills the opponent. How is that possible? A doubt identical to Tang Wenshan's arose in her heart. But soon, she suddenly thought of something. That feeling just now was exactly the same as when she was being controlled by Wang Yu in the hospital. She looked at Wang Yu in shock, and a crazy idea suddenly emerged in her mind. Wang Yu, can you do it again? After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Yu had already vaguely guessed the reason. Now, with Li Lin's confirmation and approval, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Don't resist, I should be able to. After saying that, he focused his mind and immediately grasped that mysterious and profound feeling. It was as if he were manipulating his own blood-shaping talent, controlling Li Lin to raise her hand and kick her leg with his thoughts. I can really control it. Does that mean in the upcoming battles, I can can have Wang Yu fight on my behalf? Li Lin's consciousness realized that her body was moving without her control, plunging her into shock. At that moment, Tang Wanshan, completely unaware, finally got back on his feet. His eyes bloodshot, he glared viciously at Li Lin and gritted his teeth. Don't think you won just by luck earlier. Daring to kick me? I'll make you pay for it now. With that, he charged at Li Lin again, moving faster and with even fiercer intensity than before. Seeing this, Wang Yu focused entirely, manipulating Li Lin's body into a defensive stance. If it were Li Lin facing such a fierce assault, she would either actively counter or retreat early to avoid the brunt of the attack, but Wang Yu took no such action, because the correct approach is to gather all forces and respond at the best moment. Otherwise, acting prematurely would instead give Tang Wanshan room to react and counter. In this way, close combat would once again turn into a war of attrition, inevitably leading to being pursued and injured. So Wang Yu controlled Li Lin's body, holding her breath and preparing to strike. When Tang Wanshan approached, he finally managed to skillfully maneuver Li Lin's body to sidestep. In a split second, he seemingly avoided Tang Wanshan's frontal attack with great difficulty. Swish! Humph! Scared stiff, huh? Pretty lucky. Tang Wanshan's strike missed, but he remained full of confidence. Immediately, Wang Yu controlled Li Lin to follow up with an elbow strike, slamming it fiercely into Tang Wanshan's back. After the previous fight, Tang Wanshan thought Li Lin was already at the end of her rope and far from being his match. Unexpectedly, Li Lin's reaction this time was so swift and precise that he couldn't dodge in time. Caught completely off guard, he was struck by the elbow and staggered forward a few steps, nearly crashing into the wall. Bang! But Tang Wanshan, after all, is exceptionally strong, and with his rapid recovery talent, his condition is even better. He quickly steadied himself, turned around, and threw another punch toward Li Lin. This time, Wang Yu acted again at the very last moment. He controlled Li Lin to crouch and dodge while extending her leg to sweep toward Tang Wanshan's legs. This time, Tang Wanshan was well prepared and did not let his guard down in the slightest. He quickly jumped to dodge, flipping in midair. He thought he had perfectly avoided the counterattack, but just as he was about to land, Li Lin rushed forward and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. This punch was even more ruthless than the previous elbow strike. Tang Wanshan let out a miserable howl, his whole body curling up like a shrimp. Ugh! The body completely lost control, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. After slamming hard into the wall, he then heavily crashed to the ground. This time, he was so disoriented from the fall that it took him a long while to recover. What's wrong with this damn woman? Tang Wanshan's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Li Lin, who was clearly at the end of her strength, suddenly seemed to be aided by divine intervention. Not only was she able to perfectly counter his attacks every time, but she could also immediately launch counterattacks. Every move struck precisely and ruthlessly at his vital points. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and confusion, unable to comprehend why Li Lin had suddenly become so formidable. He Qingguang and the remaining subordinate were completely stunned. They originally thought Tang Wanshan dealing with Li Lin would be an easy task, but they didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Get her together. Don't let this brat turn the world upside down. Seeing the situation deteriorating, He Qingguang shouted at his subordinate and then lunged forward first. The remaining two middle-aged vampires also lunged toward Li Lin. The fallen Tang Wanshan gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. You wretched woman, how dare you hit me? Just wait until I catch you and see how I deal with you. With a furious roar, he joined the fray. Facing the siege of 4 people, Wang Yu felt even greater pressure. But this still did not stump him. After focusing more intently on controlling Li Lin's body, he could even share Li Lin's vision. At the same time, he still retained his own vision. With the blessing of dual vision, every movement of the few people was seen clearly by him. Coupled with the observation and analytical abilities of the eagle eye talent, every move and its target were crystal clear. This further enhanced his combat ability, which already surpassed everyone else present. Thus, he calmly observed the attack routes of the two, maneuvering Li Lin to weave flexibly between them. Whenever the enemy's attack was about to hit, Li Lin's body always managed to dodge at just the right moment, while also seizing the opportunity to counterattack. For a time, Li Lin single-handedly tangled with Tang Wanshan, He Qingguang, and 2 other vampires, without showing any sign of weakness. In fact, as the 4 repeatedly exposed flaws, Wang Yu even began to suppress them in return. This outcome left everyone present utterly shocked. What? Tang Wanshan and the others couldn't understand why an ordinary high school girl suddenly possessed such powerful combat abilities. Just now, Tang Wanshan alone was enough to leave her struggling and on the verge of defeat. But now, with Tang Wanshan and the other 3 vampires joining forces, they were instead facing a crushing defeat. Bang! 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 Just as the 4 were in shock, Wang Yu seized the opportunity and controlled Li Lin to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. How is this possible? Instantly sent the 4 people flying in 4 different directions. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he charged fiercely toward the weakest middle-aged vampire. The vampire's claws pierced directly into the heart, then twisted viciously. Put! A dull cracking sound echoed from the vampire's chest cavity. Bang! His eyes suddenly widened, then his head head tilted to the side and his whole body went limp and collapsed. The other three were even more shocked at the sight. Oh my god. For against one, not only were they suppressed, but one of them was killed in return? How did this little girl suddenly become so fierce? The most crucial thing is that even with all four of them together, they were no match. Now that one is missing, isn't it even more certain that there's no way out but death? This is not scientific. What the hell is going on? Did this damn woman suddenly awaken some kind of special talent? For a moment, their legs turned to jelly, and they all instinctively moved backward. One by one, they looked at Li Lin with eyes as if they'd seen a ghost. It felt like the seemingly harmless young girl in front of him was even more terrifying than those armed police officers outside. At the same time, Li Lin was utterly shocked in her heart. Although her body was not under her own control, when Wang Yu controlled her body to fight, she could clearly sense the movements and feedback of her body. For a moment, she felt that under Wang Yu's control, her body was 100 times more agile than when she controlled it herself. Every movement is incredibly smooth and precise. The same physical condition, the same agility and speed. In her hands, she couldn't even handle a single Tangwanshan, but in Wang Yu's hands, he could take on 4 opponents at once and still maintain the upper hand. He even won beautifully. This is Wang Yu's strength. Previously, she thought Wang Yu's outstanding performance was due to his Baron-level status, relying on the advantages of strength and speed to shine. But now, she finally felt the gap between herself and Wang Yu firsthand. My god, he's amazing. At this moment, Li Lin's admiration for Wang Yu deepened even further. It could even be said to be worship. What followed was affection and sweetness. When she couldn't win on her own, Wang Yu stepped in to help her achieve victory. Just like when a couple plays a game, and the girl gets bullied, the boy fiercely helps her take revenge. As for Wang Yu using her body in extremely bloody and brutal means to kill a vampire, she didn't care at all, and was even a little excited. She was definitely not some delicate little girl. Her dream was to get into the best military academy and become a female special forces soldier. So she even looked forward to Wang Yu taking care of the other 3 vampires as well, to get an early taste of the feeling of mastering martial arts and defeating enemies in battle. But at this moment, that feeling of being controlled suddenly disappeared. After stumbling a step and regaining control of her body, Li Lin looked at Wang Yu in shock. At this critical moment, Wang Yu, who had just stepped in to fight and was wreaking havoc, actually went offline. Then, even more shocked, she discovered that Tang Wenshan had already lunged at Wang Yu. She let out a startled cry and wanted to rush over. Watch out! But Wang Yu, summoning the last bit of his strength, said, don't move. This command-like order seemed to carry a magical power, and Li Lin's movements came to an abrupt halt. If you don't want this kid to die, then obediently do as I say. Seeing that so many people on his side couldn't match Li Lin, Tang Wenshan had no choice but to focus on the severely injured and dying Wang Yu, who had no ability to resist. Wang Yu immediately started coughing violently from the torment. Cough, cough. Uncle, take it easy. If you torment me to death, you won't have any leverage left. Class monitor, don't provoke them. I don't want to die. While reminding Tang Wenshan, he winked at Li Lin and shook his head, signaling her not to act rashly, because he realized that controlling Li Lin's body wasn't something that could be done casually. It required a certain amount of mental strength. With this mental exhaustion, he felt that he could no longer continue controlling Li Lin's body to substitute in the fight. So, in the final moments before disconnecting, he could only take down the weakest one first to weaken the opponent's strength as much as possible. Unfortunately, such weakening was still limited. If Li Lin came on her own, she probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Tang Wenshan alone. At this moment, acting rashly would have no effect at all. But if he didn't act, it wouldn't expose the real situation and could instead intimidate the few vampires who had just been scared off. As long as he stalled for a while and regained some energy, he could continue to log in and find a way to turn the tables. I'll do as you say, just don't hurt him. Okay. Li Lin quickly reacted as well. Tang Wenshan said with satisfaction, where are the things we want placed? Very good. In the basement. Li Lin answered truthfully without hesitation. Firstly, to appease Tang Wenshan and prevent him from harming Wang Yu. Secondly, the outside is full of police, and the basement's location is completely within the police's control. Even if we tell them, there's nothing to lose. Tang Wenshan was even more satisfied upon seeing this and loosened his grip on Wang Yu's neck. At least you know what's good for you. Then you better surrender obediently now. Honestly, be our hostage, cooperate with us to get the stuff from the basement and leave, and we'll spare both of your lives. Otherwise, since death is inevitable, I'll drain this kid's blood first. If I'm going to die, I'll take someone down with me. As he spoke, Tang Wenshan's saliva was almost dripping. Slurp, because Wang Yu's blood smelled incredibly enticing. The closer the distance, the harder it was for him to endure. He sneered inwardly, "Het filthy woman, once I've used you, I'll definitely drain every drop of blood from your body. One has superpowered blood, the other is a powerful vampire. Such precious blood, I absolutely won't let it go. Once I've drained you both, my promotion to Baron will be within reach. By then, Lord Henry will surely favor me, and even that old geezer will have to obediently follow my orders." Ha! The corners of his mouth mouth lifted as he kept swallowing his saliva. His inner thoughts were completely exposed. Li Lin also didn't believe these vampires could keep their word. But the problem was that Wang Yu was in their hands, and before Wang Yu regained his ability to substitute play online, she didn't have the strength to defeat these vampires. After a brief hesitation, he had no choice but to nod and say, "Alright, as long as you don't harm us, we can cooperate." As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged vampire, following Tang Wenshan's signal, tied Li Lin's hands behind her back. "Where is the basement key?" Tang Wenshan saw Li Lin comply so obediently, and his courage immediately grew. He directly let go of Wang Yu's neck and continued questioning. "Li Lin, I don't have the key to the basement. You'll have to figure out how to open the door yourselves later." "You wretched woman, trying to fool me?" Tang Wenshan's hand went back to its original position. "I didn't," Li Lin hurriedly said. "My dad took the basement key and forbade me from going to the basement. Besides, we just tried it. The basement door is very sturdy, and it can't be opened with ordinary methods." Seeing Li Lin speak so convincingly, Tang Wenshan hesitated and couldn't help but turn his gaze to He Chengguang. That is indeed possible." He Chengguang pondered and said, "The things inside the box are extremely dangerous. If mishandled, one might even get infected with the werewolf virus and transform into a werewolf. That damned traitor Li Wenhua would never let his precious daughter come into contact with something like this. Besides, this problem is quite simple. We have a hostage in our hands. When the time comes, we can make those guys outside figure out a way to open the door." He analyzed for a moment, then looked at Li Lin, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "However, whether it's true or not, I still need to verify it myself." With that, he swaggered over to Li Lin and stared at her fair neck. "It's been a long time since I've tasted vampire blood. I didn't expect to have such a treat today." What are you going to do?" Li Lin was instantly startled. Could it be that this old dang is now going back on his word and wants to tear up the ticket? "I warn you, don't touch her." "Stop." Wang Yu immediately used the last of his strength to growl, "Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." "Oh, so worked up? Hee, you save me, I save you. You two little ones really are a perfect match." Deeply affectionate. He Chengguang's expression was cold, his tone dripping with sarcasm, then he glanced at Tang Wenshan, becoming even more mocking. "You two are still useful. Not only will I not kill you, but if anyone wants to drain your blood, I absolutely won't allow it. Rest assured, Lord Henry appointed me as their leader. Everyone must obey me, no exceptions." He Chengguang looked at Tang Wenshan, his eyes full of warning. Even though this mission was a success, the losses were devastating, almost a complete annihilation. When they return, Lord Henry will undoubtedly be furious. At this moment, he absolutely cannot allow anyone to challenge his position. It is even more unacceptable to let Tang Wenshan monopolize the blood of Wang Yu and Li Lin. When the time comes, tearing up the ticket is inevitable, but the blood of both individuals is extraordinary and will surely bring a significant boost in strength. Not only can he not let Tang Wenshan monopolize it, but he must also take the lion's share. If he can be the first to advance to Baron, his position will be even more secure. Tang Wenshan recognized He Chengguang's warning and reluctantly lowered his head. Only then did He Chengguang say with great satisfaction, "As for now, I'm just extracting a portion of her blood. My innate ability allows me to directly read the other party's recent memories after extracting their blood. Whether this girl is lying or not, I can find the correct answer myself." Does such a perverse ability exist? What the heck? Wang Yu was startled upon hearing this. This time, he finally understood. According to normal reasoning, Li Lin's final choice earlier wasn't actually wrong. Using one's own life as a threat, as long as these vampires still want to smoothly obtain what they desire, they won't act rashly. Not only is it correct, but it could even be described as wise and courageous. But unfortunately, this old hag possesses the ability to read memories through bloodsucking. In this way, they don't necessarily need a living person. So at that time, He Chengguang didn't hesitate at all and directly ordered to open fire. This caught Wang Yu completely off guard, and he could only barely use his body to shield Li Lin from all the bullets. It seems that dealing with vampires still requires caution. Otherwise, acting rashly without knowing what strange talents the other party might have could very likely lead to death. So, this is how it is. Li Lin finally came to a sudden realization. She also understood how reckless and meaningless her final actions had been. If she had acted as Wang Yu had instructed, he definitely wouldn't have been so seriously injured. With Wang Yu's strength combined with Chen Feng, they will surely be able to wipe out this group of vampires. In the end, she still held them back. Now Wang Yu is gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread, and she herself has become a prisoner. She can only helplessly let this ugly old man, He Chengguang, suck her blood. "It's all my fault. Wang Yu, I'm sorry." For a moment, her heart was filled with guilt and despair. But at this moment, Wang Yu felt a trace of excitement, even anticipation. He endured with all his might until He Chengguang's fangs pierced Li Lin's skin and drew the first sip of blood. A heart-wrenching wail immediately erupted from He Chengguang's mouth. "Ah!" His body trembled violently, one hand clutching his throat, the other holding his stomach. He roared as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief. Tang Wanshan and the remaining subordinate were startled by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly at He Qingguang, at a loss for what to do. What happened? Engineer He, what's wrong with you? Tang Wanshan asked anxiously. He Qingguang wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, he could only let out hoarse and meaningless cries of pain. The body twitched uncontrollably, rolling over. Even the intensity of the twitching and rolling became smaller and smaller, and the howling sound grew weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, it was already on the verge of death. It seemed as if the vampire's tenacious vitality no longer existed within him. Just a small sip of Li Lin's blood, and his life was already in danger. He gone? Tang Wanshan was completely flustered and looked at Li Lin in anger and shame. What exactly is going on here? Stupid woman, what trick are you playing now? Li Lin was stunned. I don't know, we didn't do anything. She had already been tied up obediently and had her blood sucked. What bad intentions could a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered have? The only hope is that Wang Yu can log in remotely again soon to resolve the crisis. Unexpectedly, this old guy suddenly just collapsed. Could it be that this is also some kind of backup plan arranged by Wang Yu? She looked at Wang Yu with a blank gaze. Wang Yu was ecstatic inside. Sure enough, because ever since he got injured, he had discovered something unusual. Ordinary vampires feared silver, and they also feared his silver blood. Under normal circumstances, coming into contact with his blood should cause immense damage, as if touching highly toxic corrosive substances. But Li Lin remained completely unaffected, showing no special reaction other than feeling distressed about his injuries. So at that moment, he was certain that Li Lin must have inherited the talent of his silver blood. Her blood might be sweet and tempting, but for vampires, it is undoubtedly a deadly poison. Under such circumstances, that old man He Qingguang actually dared to suck her blood. It's simply a pure giveaway. Acting rashly without understanding the opponent's talent, some seemingly harmless actions can have the opposite effect. This not only applies to Li Lin but also to that old man He Qingguang. I don't know. He probably had a heart attack. Explaining his own abilities to the enemy, giving them preparation and a way to counter, he would never do such a stupid thing. Tang Wanshan's eyes were filled with rage. Nonsense. Vampires are immune to all diseases. How could they possibly have heart disease? Brat, do you know something? Spit it out, or I'll drain your blood right now. Then you'd better hurry up. It's a deal, double blessings. Let's see if my blood poison won't finish you off. But just as Wang Yu was hoping Tang Wanshan would also hand over a double kill for free, the latter suddenly grabbed his blood-stained shirt. He originally intended to bare his fangs face to face and give Wang Yu a proper threat. The moment it touched Wang Yu's blood, he felt a piercing pain. He cried out in pain and quickly let go. He hurriedly looked at his palm. Amidst the sound of intense corrosion, Tang Wanshan's palm began to emit smoke, the skin rapidly ulcerating, revealing the bright red muscle tissue underneath, and exuding a burnt, foul smell. Ch. Tang Wanshan immediately widened his eyes in terror, his face filled with fear and disbelief. Your blood is poisonous. Tang Wanshan shouted hoarsely, his voice full of anger and fear. At the same time, he kicked his legs and leaped backward with all his might, wishing he could get as far away as possible from Wang Yu, this terrifying harbinger of disaster, because he felt a power in Wang Yu's blood strong enough to kill him. Thinking about He Qingguang's fate, he was even more terrified out of his wits. But Wang Yu would not miss this opportunity. Correct. At this moment, Wang Yu's forcibly restrained smile finally appeared on his face. Then his expression immediately darkened. However, there is no reward. As the words fell, blood arrows suddenly shot out simultaneously from dozens of bullet holes in front of Wang Yu. Go to hell. These blood arrows were like bullets. Swish, swish, swish. Tang Wanshan was fast, but the blood arrows were even faster. Moreover, Tang Wanshan would never have imagined that Wang Yu could unleash such an attack, leaving him completely unprepared. In the blink of an eye, they reached Tang Wanshan and effortlessly pierced through his body. Severe pain, along with an intense sense of numbness, instantly drained all his strength. The intense corrosion made him feel his vitality being rapidly eroded. He could only weakly and helplessly be brought back in front of Wang Yu by the blood arrow, brought to his lips. Watching Wang Yu open his mouth, revealing those sharp fangs that were both incredibly familiar and unbelievable to him, Tang Wanshan's eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. What? He murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually a vam splash. You're a vampire? You're also a vampire? You all are vampires? The middle-aged vampire's gaze swept back and forth between Wang Yu and Li Lin, and he was completely stunned. What's going on? How can anyone become a vampire now? Then what does all their effort count for? Moreover, the two vampires in front of them seem even more special and powerful than they are. Even He Qingguang and Tang Wanshan have lost their lives right before their eyes. Oh my god. He was so terrified he wet his pants and turned to flee. However, Wang Yu gave him no chance. Two blood arrows shot out, one piercing his head, the other his heart. Swish, swish. Next was He Qingguang, and then, not even sparing the vampire killed at the very beginning, the other ends of Wang Yu's blood arrows were still connected to his own body. As the blood arrow arrow slowly retracted, the three corpses were pulled toward Wang Yu. He then bared his fangs and began draining their blood, one by one. Li Lin was initially relieved that Wang Yu could rise up and kill the enemy, feeling no regret for the tragic deaths of several people. But upon seeing such a bloody scene, she was completely stunned. Wang Yu, what are you doing? Stop it right now. She anxiously called out Wang Yu's name, but his eyes were now bloodshot. He seemed to have lost all reason, consumed by a frantic thirst for blood. Like a ravenous beast, he showed no reaction to Li Lin's pleas. After completely draining the blood of all four vampires, he turned his gaze toward Li Lin. Only greed and madness shone in his eyes. What are you going to do? Li Lin was so terrified by Wang Yu's gaze that she kept backing away, nearly stumbling and falling. Wang Yu, it's me, Li Lin. Your classmate, your class monitor, your girlfriend. Wake up quickly. Her voice trembled, tinged with sobs, filled with fear and helplessness. She could only watch as Wang Yu approached her step by step. Each of Wang Yu's steps was slow and heavy, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. A thick, metallic scent of blood hung around him, and the blood arrows writhed like tentacles outside his body, flailing wildly. This made Wang Yu seem less human and more like a demon from hell. Wang Yu, you stay away from me. Li Lin grew even more frightened. She screamed in terror and scrambled backward frantically. Soon, her back pressed against a cold wall, leaving her with nowhere left to retreat. At this moment, her hands were still bound, and she could only watch helplessly as Wang Yu drew closer and closer, utterly powerless to resist. One of the tentacles writhing outside Wang Yu's body suddenly shot toward her like lightning, sealing her despair. Swipe! Yet, just as she thought she was doomed, the tentacle veered around her and precisely struck the cloth binding her. With a shredding sound, Li Lin felt her hands go light. She was free. Then, the seemingly frenzied Wang Yu suddenly halted. A flicker of struggle crossed his face as he forced out a single word through gritted teeth. Go. Wang Yu, you're awake. Li Lin cried out in surprise and delight. Unable to restrain herself, she took 2 steps forward, arms spread, wanting to embrace him. But Wang Yu retreated further, struggling to control his blood tentacles and the primal urges of and bloodlust that seemed to emanate from his very soul. He squeezed out a few more words through clenched teeth. Don't come closer, get away. Right now. I can't control myself. Go quickly. I don't want to hurt you. I can't hold on any longer. Go quickly. As he spoke, Wang Yu controlled the only 2 tentacles he could still move and fiercely stabbed them into his own thigh. With a thud, he knelt down, completely stripping himself of mobility. Li Lin was stunned, staring at the struggling and pained Wang Yu before her, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Ah, Wang Yu, what are you doing? She screamed, but the question no longer needed an answer. No, because Wang Yu had just given her the answer. He didn't want to hurt her. Even if he fell into madness and lost his sanity, even if he hurt himself, Wang Yu was still protecting her. At this moment, she even thought that if she could help Wang Yu get through this ordeal, it wouldn't matter even if he drained all her blood. Suddenly, she calmed down. Not only did she not run away, but with tears streaming down her face, she slowly approached Wang Yu. With a touched and satisfied smile on her face, as if she was ready to give everything to Wang Yu. Oh my goodness, Auntie. Wang Yu's heart immediately let out a wail. At this critical moment, can you stop testing me, please? This vampire instinct is just like a hacker remotely logging in. I'm about to lose control. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the final moment, Wang Yu steeled his resolve. 2 tentacles shot out with a swoosh, once again darting toward Li Lin. Swish, swish. 2 tentacles came flying at high speed. This time, Li Lin did not dodge. She simply stood quietly in place, her eyes filled with determination and deep affection, because she understood that Wang Yu's current state was the vampire's instinct for survival. If he doesn't absorb enough fresh blood, Wang Yu will die here. Earlier, Wang Yu saved her twice, now it's her turn to save Wang Yu, even if it means sacrificing everything she has. However, just as she was ready to have her body pierced and drained of blood, a blood-red tentacle suddenly wrapped around her. At the same time, another blood-red tentacle brushed past her body as it flew by. The rapidly striking target was not her, but the tightly blocked door behind her. With an earth-shattering roar, the entire room, and even the whole villa, trembled. Boom! The door, along with all the obstructions, was shattered to pieces by Wang Yu's strike. Sawdust flew everywhere, raising a large cloud of dust. Immediately after, before Li Lin could react, the blood-stained tentacle flung her forcefully, throwing her outside the door at an incredible speed. Retreat quickly! What is that? Everyone outside the door was startled by the commotion. They were just about to blow the door open to rescue the hostages when the door suddenly exploded on its own. Amidst the flying wood splinters, a figure darted out. Watch out! The enemy has rushed out. Prepare to fire. Everyone was on high alert. But at this moment, Chen Feng keenly noticed that the figure flying out was Li Lin. He hurriedly rushed forward to catch her. Don't shoot, it's a hostage. A dozen bloody tentacles shot out from inside the door, stabbing at the police officers closest to the entrance. As soon as the words fell, swish, swish, swish. My goodness, what the hell is this thing? Open fire quickly. The police were startled. The guy who launched this attack is inside. Open fire inside. No way. There's still a hostage in there. What if the hostage gets hurt? Fall back, fire cautiously. The police reacted very quickly, and it was only then that Li Lin finally came to her senses after being violently thrown out by Wang Yu. Don't shoot. This is Wang Yu. Chen Feng was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then his expression changed drastically. Ha! Pointing at the blood-red tentacles continuously attacking the police, he said, "You're saying this is Wang Yu?" "That's right." Li Lin quickly summarized what had just happened. "What's going on?" "So, you're saying Wang Yu used his powers to kill those vampires after being seriously injured and then lost his sanity? This is bad. It's blood fury. Blood rage? What is that?" Li Lin widened her eyes and asked anxiously. Chen Feng frowned and explained worriedly, "When vampires are severely injured or excessively drained to the point of threatening their lives, they may enter a state called blood rage, completely losing their sanity and leaving only the instincts for killing and bloodsucking. If they can't absorb enough fresh blood during this period, they will die directly. Just now, we couldn't attend to the situation inside because many of the guys outside entered a blood rage state, suddenly going berserk and causing significant casualties and trouble. And those blood-raged vampires also died bleeding from all 7 orifices after their frenzy." My God! Li Lin's face turned deathly pale upon hearing how dire Wang Yu's situation truly was. At this moment, the blood tentacles grew even more frenzied, causing several more police officers to fall injured. The bullets from the police had little effect, and the situation spiraled further out of control. "We can't go on like this. The enemy is a vampire." Requesting permission to use silver bullets. Another round of bullets whistled through the air, striking Wang Yu's blood tendrils. "All right." Bang, bang, bang. The police secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Silver is the absolute nemesis of vampires. Whether it's the vampire's body or their attacks, they are completely restrained by silver. This volley of silver bullets should absolutely shred those damned blood tentacles to pieces. However, what happened next left them utterly bewildered. The silver bullets, upon hitting Wang Yu's blood tentacles, caused even less damage than regular bullets. Not only that, but the bullets that penetrated the tentacles weren't expelled as before. Instead, they vanished amid a series of sizzling sounds. Several tentacles even swept across the ground, scooping up the silver bullets that had missed or ricocheted and absorbing them directly into the tentacles. What in the world? This guy's blood is absorbing silver? I'm not seeing things, right? A policeman rubbed his eyes hard, showing an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. A vampire not being afraid of silver is already twisted enough. As a result, Wang Yu was still absorbing silver. What the hell is this monster? No, that's impossible. Vampires can't possibly not fear silver. Keep firing. This time, the police force emptied all the silver bullets they had brought. Bang, bang, bang. However, this still caused no harm to Wang Yu's blood tentacles. Not only that, after absorbing the silver, these blood tentacles became faster and stronger. With a casual strike, they simultaneously knocked away 3 or 4 officers holding riot shields. Boom! This guy really isn't afraid of silver, and he seems to have gotten even stronger. The police were completely dumbfounded, staring at the increasingly powerful and frenzied blood tentacles, momentarily at a loss. Chen Feng was also stunned. Previously, during the battle between Wang Yu and Adams, he speculated that Wang Yu's blood could restrain vampires and likely possessed characteristics similar to silver, but he never expected that this power actually originated from silver. Moreover, the method Wang Yu used to obtain this power was truly straightforward and crude. Being able to devour silver to enhance strength and using this method to make his blood share the same characteristics as silver. Is this still a vampire? Chen Feng muttered to himself, his face full of shock. Monster! This is simply a monster. Captain, this monster has become stronger. If this continues, there will soon be greater casualties. We need to use a rocket launcher and hit it hard. Saying this, a police officer directly took out a rocket launcher and aimed it at the doorway. Chen Feng's eyelid twitched at the sight and he hurriedly rushed forward. Wait, this is one of our commando members, even this has to be used. Are you going to kill him? He grabbed the rocket launcher and then looked at the officer in charge. Comrade, please stop the attack immediately. He is in a very dangerous situation right now. If this battle continues, it could very likely threaten his life. Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Zhao Gang, the team leader in charge of this operation, found himself in a dilemma. Comrade Special Forces, I understand your feelings, but I also have to be responsible for the lives of my police team comrades. Your team member is extremely dangerous. If we don't take necessary measures, it will not only cost the lives of our people but also endanger nearby civilians. Please understand our work and responsibilities, and prepare yourself mentally. Xiao Wu, Xiao Gao, take him away. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 agile officers immediately restrained Chen Feng from both sides. Then he said to the remaining officers, permission to fire indoors, suppress the enemy, prepare to use heavy weapons, and completely eliminate the threat. Chen Feng immediately began to struggle. Don't you dare! However, he had already sustained serious injuries during his fight with Adams earlier, and the recent battle had drained him significantly. These 2 officers are quite strong. Each of them is as an 8th-level sub-superpowered warrior. For a moment, it was impossible to break free. In a fit of rage, a heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Li Lin rushed over. "No, officer, the one inside is Wang Yu. He's not a bad person. Please don't hurt him." "Ma'am, please open your eyes and see clearly before you speak." Zhao Gang's face darkened. The battlefield had now become even more intense. Subsequently, the other tentacles seemed to have found effective targets and shot toward the vampire corpses on the ground that had yet to be cleaned up. With a muffled sound, over 20 corpses turned into dried husks in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. Afterward, even more powerful blood tentacles launched an attack on the police officers. Even Li Lin, upon witnessing such a hellish scene, had to admit that Wang Yu's rampage was far too bloody, brutal, and dangerous. Zhao Gang's heart sank even further. He knew that if he didn't make up his mind to act, the police force might face total annihilation. He gritted his teeth and gave the order. "Take action." This time, Chen Feng hesitated for a moment but surprisingly did not object. As a soldier, an excellent reserve officer, he knew he had to remain calm. Especially on the battlefield, sometimes a single decision could determine the outcome of the battle and affect many lives. He couldn't act on impulse. Li Lin became even more anxious upon seeing this and hurriedly said, "No, he's not as dangerous as you think." "Wait a moment." When he still had a trace of consciousness just now, not only did he send me out, but he also controlled these tentacles to pierce his own legs. "You don't need to harm him, just keep a sufficient distance to ensure safety." Zhao Gang's expression shifted. "Oh, that's indeed useful information." A flurry of movement in the air, but no further pursuit emerged. "Really, it didn't chase us out. Phew, that's great. I almost saw my great-grandmother just now." The officers finally let out a long breath, their spirits relaxing slightly. Zhao Gang looked at the temporarily calm situation and said to Li Lin, "Ma'am, your intelligence and suggestions have been very helpful. Thank you very much. But we will continue to surround and monitor this place. As for how to restore the sanity of the people inside, our police force is powerless. Ma'am, comrades, this is something you will have to figure out yourselves. If you can't do it, then we will have no choice but to." He wanted to speak but hesitated, yet the meaning was quite clear. If Wang Yu's sanity cannot be restored, then physical elimination is the only option. Just like the werewolves who transformed these past days, some are too threatening and elusive, leaving no choice but to neutralize them on the spot. At this moment, Chen Feng had already been released. Understood. After responding to Zhao Gang, he approached Li Lin. "I'm sorry, it wasn't that I didn't want to protect Wang Yu just now, but you don't need to explain." Li Lin interrupted Chen Feng directly, saying, "Captain Chen, I understand you have your considerations, but no matter what, I can't give up on him. So I decided to go in and see if I could awaken his reason." "No." At this moment, a woman's voice came from afar. Afterward, a group of people hurried over. Leading the group was someone in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking elegant and beautiful, but was sporting heavy dark circles under the eyes. It was none other than Dr. Mei Yamei. Following behind were Vulture, Snow Eagle, and others. They had originally been recovering from their injuries in the hospital, but upon hearing about the attack and that Wang Yu was seriously injured, they hurriedly came along with Dr. Mei. "Dr. Mei, you finally came." Chen Feng greeted her with surprise, feeling that he had never in his life been so eager to see this terrifying woman who always treated people like small animals for research. But Mei remained indifferent to this rare enthusiasm. She briskly walked up to Li Lin, adjusted her glasses, and said, "Vampires in a blood rage state have no sense of reason or familial bonds. Any creature within their attack range is merely blood food and prey. There was once a case where a family of 5, except for one, was killed by a bloodthirsty vampire in a frenzy. Even biological parents, wife, and daughter were not spared. I don't think your involvement will make any difference." Maya's words were so rational that they seemed devoid of any emotion. "But Wang Yu clearly regained some sanity when he first lost control, saved me, and sent me out." Li Lin hurriedly retorted. "Oh." Upon hearing this news, Maya seemed to finally show a trace of emotion, revealing a look of surprise and interest. "This little lab rat really is unique in every way, always able to surprise me. However, it's still not acceptable. Since the little lab rat cares so much about you, I can't let you take any risks. Besides, you're now one of my precious little lab rats too." Objection overruled. "Warhawk, Falcon, keep an eye on her for me." "Doctor." Li Lin became anxious upon hearing this, but Chen Feng seemed a bit surprised. "Dr. Mei, are you going to personally step in to save him? We should have enough manpower now. If we act together, we should be able to restrain him for a while. As long as you use your ability to resolve his fatal injury, you should be able to stop his rampage. Last time, Wang Yu was saved this way." Chen Feng immediately proposed his solution. However, Mei still shook her head. "You are all seriously injured now, and the white rat happens to be absent. I'm afraid we can't control Wang Yu very well." "No way. And my ability has been used up multiple times in a row. Even with Princess Anna, it's not enough to save Wang Yu again." Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. "Ha, this won't work, and that won't work either. Dr. Mei, does this mean that Wang Yu is beyond saving?" saving? Then what should we do? We can't just do nothing and watch him die like this. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Don't do this. Let go of me. Even if there's danger, I still want to give it a try. Li Lin became agitated again. Heh, who said I was planning to do nothing? Maya gave a faint smile without explaining and instead turned to Chen Feng beside her. Today, we caught a lot of live vampires, right? Mountain Eagle, go to the police station and bring 2 over. Chen Feng responded and quickly returned, dragging 2 trembling vampires. Okay, why you don't ask anymore? We would never say anything about Lord Henry, even if it means death. These people seem timid, but in reality, they are surprisingly resolute. Right from the start, they displayed an attitude of facing death unflinchingly. Is that so? Maya didn't mind, instead looking at the other party with a faint smile, adopting an attitude of lofty scrutiny and observation. Then can you tell me, what is your talent? Hibernation. When mentioning their talent, the vampire's demeanor weakened. After all, this is considered the most ordinary and useless talent among all vampire abilities. If it were Tang Wenshan's rapid recovery talent instead, not only would the survival ability be stronger, but the combat power would also be greatly enhanced. Capable of both offense and defense, this is true formidable talent. This is what makes a vampire a genius. Or like He Gong and He Chengguang, who awakened even rarer and more special talents, and have always been heavily relied upon by Lord Henry. However, upon hearing that the other party's talent was dormancy, Maya seemed particularly satisfied and nodded. A great talent. Based on the existing information, if one has this talent, they should be able to choose between going berserk or hibernating, right? This should be very useful for the lab mice. I didn't expect to draw the prize I wanted on the first try. My luck is really good. The ominous look and tone made the vampire across from him sense danger. Why you? What are you planning to do? Not doing anything. Maya feigned ignorance while asking someone to bring the key and unlock the vampire's handcuffs. This sudden act of kindness left the vampire a bit bewildered again. Why you mean you're going to let me go? Something like that. Maya nodded slightly and said, I can let you go, but before that, you have to complete your task. I heard that your master wants you to retrieve something special from this house. Can't get the item and you want to leave? This is Lord Henry's order, you know. The vampire looked at the blood tendrils spread throughout the room, his face full of terror. He had also witnessed the earlier battle between the police force and the blood tendrils. Such a terrifying individual that even so many heavily armed police officers couldn't handle, and even a monster that couldn't be subdued with silver bullets. In the past, he would have been walking to his death, but the words Lord Henry's orders held an extraordinary power over him. For Lord Henry. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, and he let out a loud scream before charging madly into the villa. Just as he rushed through the doorway, he was unsurprisingly pierced through the body by Wang Yu's blood tentacles. He was instantly swept away. Letting out a hurried and terrified wail, he then fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene. What? Oh my god. Dr. May, what are you doing? Chen Feng was shocked and confused. From a distance, Zhao Gang hurriedly ran over. Why release the suspect? Why kill him? What are you doing? If I didn't already know you were Special Forces members of the Jelong Commando team, I would have reason to suspect you were killing to silence witnesses. Oh, don't be so agitated. Dr. May watched the vampire's tragic death with wide-open eyes, showing no sign of reluctance. Faced with Zhao Gang's questioning, he remained calm and unhurried. Said lightly, I just used him for a small experiment. Experiment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang became even more furious. You actually used a living person for an experiment? Just a reminder, he's not a living person, he's a vampire. Maya still looked calm and indifferent, as if a life meant nothing to her. No matter what he is, conducting experiments in such a cruel way is wrong. Zhao Gang's face turned red with anger as he loudly rebuked. What's more, he's an important person involved in the case, a suspect. Dr. May, what you're doing is not only unethical but also illegal. I have the authority to arrest you right now. Morality? Law? Maya adjusted her glasses, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and madness. In the face of pursuing truth and saving more people, these are insignificant. Aren't you curious about how humans turned into vampires? Aren't you curious about the secrets behind all the abilities vampires possess? Aren't you curious why I just casually said a couple of words to him, and he went off to die without hesitation? By uncovering the secret behind all this, we can better understand the truth about vampires, the mysteries of biological evolution, and the essence of life. Of course, it can also be used to deal with vampires and prevent more disasters caused by them. She reluctantly added one last sentence. It seems that the most important content for humanity is the insignificant extra gain. Zhao Gang was moved by the last point. Moreover, he also knew that after the new era began, many morals and rules of the old era would no longer be applicable. For example, human body experiments. In order to grasp the secrets of superpowered organisms and enable humanity to better combat them, this is absolutely unavoidable. For ordinary people, doing such things might even be illegal due to lack of authorization. But Dr. May is a top researcher for the military. To master the most advanced advanced superpowered organism technology, human experimentation might truly be as simple and natural to her as eating and drinking. But just watching her so recklessly disregard human life, Zhao Gang still felt a wave of displeasure. He let out a cold snort. Even so, you can't use such extreme methods, not to mention whether what you're doing aligns with morality, procedure, and the law. The guy inside can even devour silver and grow stronger. After absorbing the blood of those already dead vampires, he's become even more powerful. If your experiment fails, not only will it cost a life in vain, but it might also make that guy completely uncontrollable. Right now, ordinary bullets are already useless against him. If it really comes to that, I hope you'll still find it so easy to mobilize your military's missiles. As the words fell, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Hiss, especially the vultures, who were still not fully aware of the situation. Turns out Wan Yu is so freakishly intense when he goes berserk, so troublesome? Well, this is truly a crazy experiment. Dr. May, if you do this, won't you turn Wan Yu into some kind of difficult big boss? The Special Forces team members looked at each other, and finally, someone asked. They have long been indifferent to Dr. May's human experiments. Not even the members of the Special Forces could escape the clutches of this research fanatic, let alone a criminal vampire. The fact that they dared to engage in a gunfight with military personnel makes them utterly deserving of death. Strictly speaking, vampires and humans are already entirely different species. Those vampires treat humans as livestock, as food, and some humans likewise regard them as a scourge to be eliminated. Therefore, although they were surprised by Dr. May suddenly using vampire lives for experiments, it wasn't too hard for them to accept. What truly worried them was what would happen to Wang Yu, especially Chen Feng. In his mind, Wang Yu's current predicament is mainly due to his own misjudgment and errors in command. Dr. May, this experiment is too dangerous. Let us try it instead. I'll take the lead. Warhawk, you provide long-range support. With that, he was about to charge forward. Are you crazy? I'll go. No, I'll go. The few of them started arguing, refusing to give in to each other. Let me go instead. At this moment, a rugged voice seemed to explode in everyone's ears. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of lightning appeared, and a towering figure stood before the crowd. Everyone was filled with surprise and joy. Captain! Because the newcomer was none other than Lei Peng, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Zhelong Commando Team, possessing the powerful strength of a camel-level super warrior, equivalent to a count-level vampire. Seeing him appear, the chaotic situation immediately calmed down. Lei Peng frowned and said, I was out on a mission for just one day. How did this kid get into trouble? What's going on? That thing inside, is it Wan Yu? Looking at the blood tentacles wildly flailing inside the villa, Lei Peng's face turned ashen. A vampire with the blood manipulation talent going berserk, he had encountered this situation before. It seemed the situation had become extremely dire. Chen Feng, I told you to bring people to protect Wan Yu, and this is how you protect him? In a fit of anger, he stopped using the code name and directly called the full name. This made the latter lower his head even more awkwardly and ashamedly. Captain, you can't blame Mountain Eagle entirely for this. Vulture hurriedly explained. Wang Yu, that kid, is too unruly. The moment we took our eyes off him, he got into trouble with those vampires from Squid Nation. And Dr. May, it's all because of her that this kid found a loophole. Now that things have turned out like this, it's also because of the vampires. When it comes down to it, it's the trouble caused by those two. Shut up, Lei Peng glared. Failing the mission and still making excuses. Vulture, are you a Special Forces soldier or a grade schooler? The vulture was so intimidated by Lei Peng's roar that it didn't dare to say another word and lowered its head. Lei Peng was about to continue scolding them thoroughly. A group of grown men, elite super soldiers and Special Forces selected from the best in the country, couldn't even keep an eye on a child and still made excuses? How could they have the nerve? However, seeing that each of them was injured and Chen Feng was covered in blood, it was clear they had just gone through a fierce battle and were forcibly enduring it. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and his gaze once again turned to the villa exuding a dangerous aura. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The most urgent task is to figure out Wang Yu. We can't let him continue to lose control like this. Dr. May, you caused this trouble. Now that it's come to this, how do you plan to resolve it? I'm telling you, if anything happens to this kid, Lei Peng, fuming with anger, was interrupted by Maya before he could finish. Oh, come on, big white rat, don't be so fierce. Actually, the problem isn't that serious. Look, isn't it working? She pointed to the villa. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, only to see that the previously raging blood tentacles had calmed down quite a bit. The speed had slowed down as well. Moreover, the shrouded area gradually shrank. In the end, it all retracted into one of the rooms inside. He recovered on his own? What's going on? Lei Peng looked at the changes before him, completely puzzled. Can the blood fury state also be automatically deactivated? Never heard of that, unless. He saw the dried corpses lying haphazardly in the room, and his face suddenly turned pale. Did Wang Yu kill someone? So many people. This. Chen Feng, what on earth are you doing? Even if Wang Yu was a wild vampire, targeted and hunted by the entire vampire race, case, he could still find a way to protect Wang Yu from the Blood Clan. But if Wang Yu goes mad and drains the blood of many people, killing numerous innocent civilians, then according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, the only thing awaiting him would be the death penalty. Let alone a mere captain like him, even if the commander came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Chen Feng lowered his head even further. The other Special Forces members were all like withered eggplants, not daring to face Lei Peng's anger directly. Only Maya remained calm and composed. Big white rat, don't get so worked up. You're supposed to be a captain, yet you start losing your temper without first understanding the battlefield intelligence. Every single one of these guys is a vampire, and not just that, they're a group of vampires without any identity verification or registration. They have guns, and even after Mountain Eagle revealed his military identity, they still chose to engage. You understand what this means, right? This, Lei Peng's pupils slightly contracted. This means that vampires have smuggled themselves into the territory of the Dragon Nation. They have secretly turned a large number of Dragon Nation citizens into vampires and even dare to control them to openly oppose the Dragon Nation. In this situation, even if it can't be classified as an invasion or the start of a war, it can at least be deemed espionage and terrorism. In that case, Wang Yu's actions not only don't count as murder but could even be considered heroic counter-terrorism. The nature of the matter changes immediately. Not to mention that what was killed wasn't human. Even if it were, it would still deserve to be killed. What's more, judging from the marks on the bodies, many were shot to death. Some were still holding guns in their hands. Since that's the case, Wang Yu is completely free of responsibility. Mei, I didn't expect you to have some skills after all. I thought you only cared about those messy studies and your supernatural talents, and didn't bother with or know about anything else. In that case, we just need to rescue this kid Wang Yu. I'll go check on this kid's current situation. With that, the figure flickered and dashed straight into the villa. These damn bastards! Lei Peng rushed into the villa, his eyes warily scanning the dried corpses around him. After noticing the sharp fangs in their mouths and fully confirming that they were all vampires, a shadow crossed his face. To carry out assassinations so brazenly on Long Country's territory, do they think so little of us? The key was so close to succeeding, these useless fools. Muttering to himself, he followed the direction where the bloody tentacle had retracted and arrived at the entrance of a room. The door to the room had already been violently destroyed, and inside was silent. He gently pushed the door open, only to see the room in complete disarray, with 4 desiccated vampire corpses lying on the ground. Wang Yu curled up in the corner, his body trembling slightly. Wang Yu. Seeing that Wang Yu had returned to his human form, Lei Peng was overjoyed. He quickly rushed over, softly calling out, "It's me, Lei Peng. How are you?" Wang Yu slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, with traces of fresh blood still on his face, looking both ferocious and terrifying, yet extremely exhausted and weak. Seeing Lei Peng, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but only let out 2 beast-like roars. Having already experienced Wang Yu's rampage once, Lei Peng was neither surprised nor afraid. He immediately crouched down to carefully examine Wang Yu's condition. His entire body was covered in horrifying gunshot wounds, especially the injuries on his legs, which were particularly terrifying. Goodness, such severe injuries, no wonder you lost control again. The wound on your leg. You brat! He didn't have time to ask for more details, but from the traces at the scene, Lei Peng had roughly figured it out. In the intense gunfight, Wang Yu was gravely injured and on the brink of death, triggering the vampire's blood rage mechanism. In the final moments, Wang Yu used his last shred of rationality to cripple his own legs, restricting his actions after losing control. That's why no one was truly hurt. Well done. Don't be afraid, we're here to save you. Lei Peng comforted. Hold on, I'll take you for treatment right away. However, before his words had even faded, a flash of blood-red light suddenly appeared in Wang Yu's eyes. The previously listless state vanished instantly, and a violent aura surged out from within him. Several thick blood-red tentacles shot toward Lei Peng like pythons with fierce speed. Damn! Lei Peng was startled, not expecting Wang Yu's blood rage state to be so unstable, erupting without warning. But as a camel-class super soldier, his reaction was extremely swift. He leapt backward, easily dodging the first round of attacks. The blood tentacle slammed heavily onto the ground, shattering the floor, sending wood chips and debris flying. Subsequently, 2 blood-red tentacles shot out from the smoke and dust, heading straight for Lei Peng's chest. Wang Yu, snap out of it. I am Lei Peng. Lei Peng shouted loudly, trying to awaken Wang Yu's reason. But at this moment, Wang Yu couldn't hear a word. He let out a beast-like roar and launched another attack. This time, the blood-red tentacles closed in from different directions, cutting off all of Lei Peng's escape routes. With no way to avoid it, Lei Peng had no choice but to clench his fists, instantly unleashing a powerful energy surge from his body. A faint blue glow appeared on the surface of his body, with arcs of electricity coursing continuously across his skin. A figure flickered, darting through the blood-red tentacles like a humanoid lightning bolt. Seizing the right moment, he unleashed a punch that struck a blood-red tentacle squarely. Zap! Lei Peng's lightning ability seemed like a nemesis to vampires. With a dull, thunderous boom, the blood-red tentacle, impervious even to bullets, bullets, was shattered into pieces by Lei Peng's immense punching force, dissolving into a pool of blood that splattered across the ground, and there was no sign of it coming together again. Amid a flash of electricity, it directly turned into wisps of green smoke. Wang Yu's attack seemed fierce, but to him, it posed absolutely no threat. With a casual punch, it could be destroyed. But Lei Peng showed no sign of joy, because he was here to save Wang Yu, not to eliminate Wang Yu. And after his punch, the other blood tentacles not only showed no sign of wilting or retreating but instead became even more frenzied. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the sound of breaking air, they rushed toward him again like venomous snakes. This kid's rampage this time seems much more intense than the last time. The level of strength and speed last time was at most equivalent to that of a Baron-level vampire. This time, his power seems to have reached the level of a Viscount. How is this brat upgrading so quickly? Lei Peng skillfully dodged the attacks while carefully observing and sensing Wang Yu's changes. He was utterly shocked. It must be understood that the power of a vampire after entering a blood rage is directly linked to their strength before the rage. Now that Wang Yu was displaying such immense destructive power, it indicated that even without going berserk, he already possessed strength close to that of a Viscount. In other words, just a few days after advancing to Baron, this kid is about to advance again? What a terrifying speed of improvement. Lei Peng's pupils slightly contracted, and then his brows gradually furrowed. Now, Wang Yu already possesses power very close to that of a Viscount-level vampire, and it's extremely violent. It wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat or even kill him, but if he wants to capture him without further harming Wang Yu, that would be challenging. Moreover, Wang Yu's current condition is also dire. If he cannot be subdued quickly for treatment and instead continues to suffer greater harm, his life could be in danger. Mei, did you bring any anesthetics? He quickly exited the villa and said to Mei, this guy is like a wild donkey right now. There's no way to get close to him. We need to figure out a way to knock him out. No. Mei rolled her eyes and said irritably, do you think I'm Doraemon, carrying everything with me? Besides, vampires are completely different from humans. The anesthetics used on humans have no effect on them at all. However, I do have a way. It just depends on whether you're willing to make a sacrifice for your dear nephew this time. Cut the crap and spit it out already. Lei Peng snapped impatiently, speaking rather rudely, but Mei seemed oblivious to his attitude, casually adjusting her glasses without a care. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation reappeared in her eyes. I heard that after vampires consume a large amount of blood from superpowered warriors, they fall into a deep sleep because they can't digest the immense energy within. They call this the blood drunkenness phenomenon. So now you have two choices. First, let the little lab rat drink the blood of a few more vampires, so he can get enough blood and energy to automatically exit the blood rage state. The problem is, the police over there don't seem too willing to cooperate. I just fed him one, and they angrily took all the remaining ones away. Second, let him suck your blood, then get drunk on it and pass out. But the downside is also obvious. You need to break free before you can't take it anymore, or you might end up being sucked to death. What? Let the captain be the one to get his blood sucked? No, absolutely not. As soon as the words were spoken, they were met with strong opposition from Chen Feng and the others. Everyone had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying Wang Yu had been moments ago. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen vampire corpses were drained into mummies. Sending Lei Peng to be drained, wouldn't that be a guaranteed death? Still use those damn vampires. I'll go talk to them. If they insist on not giving them to us, we'll shoot them and take those vampires ourselves. Chen Feng's face was full of determination. After speaking, he was about to rush toward the direction where the police were detaining the vampires. Stop right there. Lei Peng reached out and stopped Chen Feng. Calm down, kid. Can you casually attack allied forces like this? Chen Feng stomped his foot anxiously. Then what should we do? Are we really going to let the captain take this risk? No way, this is too dangerous. I don't agree. Things have escalated to this point today, and it's all my responsibility. Let me do it. I'll take responsibility for this. Yes, Captain, let's go. The other team members echoed, looking at Lei Peng with hopeful expressions. But Lei Peng pondered for a moment and then shook his head resolutely. No, sending someone directly to their death is already an extraordinary matter, let alone an important suspect. The police have their own considerations and difficulties. We are soldiers, we cannot break discipline just because we fear death. But, Chen Feng wanted to persuade further, but was interrupted by Lei Peng raising his hand. No buts, it's settled. Dr. Mei, explain in detail what needs to be done. Lei Peng looked at Mei. Mei adjusted her glasses, the excitement in her eyes growing stronger. It's simple, you get close to Wang Yu and let him bite you. That's it? Lei Peng was stunned, not expecting it to be so straightforward and blunt. Of course. Mei spread her hands. What else? There is a more secure plan for you. Get a basin here to collect your blood, then send someone to deliver it inside. It's just that the little white mouse is currently in an irrational state, left only with the instincts of a vampire to kill and feed on blood. Whether it will drink the blood in the basin is questionable. Moreover, if the person delivering the blood isn't strong enough, the outcome, there's no need to say more. I'll go. Lei Peng directly interrupted Mei Ya's next words. Since someone has to deliver it anyway, it might as well be him. Otherwise, if it were Qin Feng or any of the others, they probably wouldn't even be able to put up a fight. After all, Wang Yu's strength has been improving at an astonishing speed. If Qin Feng and his team were not injured, they would still have a chance to retreat unscathed. In their current state, even if they are well-trained elite special forces, it would be very difficult to survive under Wang Yu's hands. What's more, if it is really as Mei Ya said, that Wang Yu only knows how to drain people and nothing else, it would backfire instead. All the effort would be in vain, and the sacrifices would be for nothing. In contrast, this straightforward and blunt approach is also the most effective and has the highest success rate. Maya nodded, then her expression turned unusually serious. Remember, during the process of him sucking blood, you must closely monitor your physical condition. If you feel weak or sense any danger to your life, break free immediately. This requires immense willpower and physical strength because vampires release a special toxin while sucking blood, which causes paralysis and a sense of pleasure, making it easy for people to lose their will to resist. If you can't hold on, you're done for, and the little white mouse won't end up much better either. So big white mouse, you better not let me down. I don't want to lose the two most interesting white mice all at once. Got it. Lei Ping took a deep breath and gave Mei Ya a sidelong glance. If I can't hold on, it must be because I don't want to come back alive and continue being your lab rat, you lunatic. I don't even know what sins I committed in my past life to end up with a logistics captain like you. After saying that, he rushed into the villa once again. This time, he didn't resist much and allowed the two blood-red tentacles to wrap around him. Roar! Wang Yu let out a furious roar and sank his teeth directly into Lei Peng's neck. A powerful suction force followed, and Lei Peng felt his blood rushing out like a breached dam. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he focused intently on sensing the changes in his body. At first, aside from the complete lack of pain from the bite and a slight dizziness from the blood loss, there were no other abnormalities, but as time went on, Lei Peng gradually felt a strange numbness spreading from the bitten area, and his mind began to grow a bit hazy, as if his consciousness was shrouded in a layer of mist. It felt as though time had been infinitely stretched, and he experienced a sense of comfort, as if floating toward the clouds. It seemed as though he had arrived in the legendary paradise, making him feel addicted, wanting to maintain this state forever. What a domineering toxin! No wonder no matter how strong a soldier is, they instantly lose the ability to resist after being bitten by a vampire. Lei Peng was startled. He realized that this was the toxin released by vampires while sucking blood, as Dr. Mei had mentioned, so he bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, desperately trying to stay conscious. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Originally still relatively stable, Wang Yu suddenly began to tremble violently all over after absorbing his blood. The force of his bite on Lei Peng's neck instantly increased, and the blood-sucking tendrils tightened like steel, nearly choking Lei Peng. Didn't they say he'd get drunk on blood? Why does this kid seem even more energized? Lei Peng secretly exclaimed that things were not good, as this sudden change was completely beyond his expectations. He could feel Wang Yu's suction becoming even more frenzied, as if it could never be satisfied. His own blood was draining at an even faster rate, and the sense of paralysis and weakness was rapidly intensifying. Could it be that this kid needs too much energy, and my level is still insufficient to induce the drunken blood phenomenon in him? Lei Peng speculated in his heart, but at this moment, he had no time to think deeply. The dizziness in his brain grew worse, and various hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. One moment it was the anxious faces of his teammates, the next it was scenes from past missions. No, I can't just collapse like this. Lei Peng gritted his teeth and mustered the last bit of his willpower, clenching his fists tightly. Blue electric arcs covered his fists. All he needed to do now was throw a full-force punch at Wang Yu to break free. However, at this moment, the image in his mind froze on a battlefield from many years ago. Amid the flying flames of war, a young officer who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yu used his own body to shield him from a fatal blow. Thus, his clenched fists instantly relaxed, and all the blue arcs of electricity vanished. His entire body went limp, hanging loosely, with a trace of a wistful smile at the corner of his mouth. Squad leader, what I owe you, I'll repay it to your son today. After murmuring these words, his head tilted to the side, and he fell completely still. It was only then that Wang Yu's consciousness gradually cleared. Staring at the lifeless Lei Peng before him and the horrifying wound on his neck, Wang Yu stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. I killed Uncle Lei? What the hell is going on? After Wang Yu saw the situation in front of him clearly, his whole body went numb. He had clearly made the most thorough preparations before losing his sanity. Crippling his own legs, he deprived himself of mobility. Logically speaking, as long as he ran, no one should have gotten hurt. But now, not only was someone hurt, someone actually died right in front of him. And it was none other than Lei Peng, whom he regarded as an elder, even his family. No, this is impossible. Uncle Lei. Wang Yu was in disbelief, unable to accept it. Clinging to the last shred of hope, he shook and called out to Lei Peng, hoping he would wake up. But Lei Peng's breathing had already stopped, and even his heart had ceased beating. At this moment, a tearing pain also emanated from within his body. Ah! The pain was so intense that it instantly engulfed his consciousness once again. Wang Yu only felt his heart suddenly clench. Then he let out a miserable howl and collapsed beside Lei Peng. Not good. Something's happened. The people outside realized something was wrong and rushed in one after another. By the time Wang Yu opened his eyes again, 3 days had already passed. You're awake. Finally awake. Dr. Mei, come quickly. Wang Yu has finally woken up. The first thing that came into view was Li Lin's delighted and pretty face. After a burst of exclamations, Dr. Mei, dressed in a white lab coat, rushed straight into the ward. Aya, my little guinea pig, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of pain and somewhat groggy. However, his body felt much better. Those gunshot wounds had long disappeared without a trace, and even the horrific injuries on his legs had completely vanished. It was just like the previous 2 times he woke up in the hospital. After a good sleep, he was as good as new. There was only one thing different. This time, when he woke up, it wasn't Lei Peng waiting for him. Where's Uncle Lei? He didn't have time to answer Dr. Mei's question, nor did he have time to pay attention to Li Lin. He excitedly grabbed Dr. Mei's hand. How is he? The smile on Meiya's face froze, revealing a somewhat awkward and gloomy expression. Wang Yu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Is he really dead? Did I kill him? How is this possible? Uncle Lei is so strong. Why does it have to be him? How could it be him? Don't be so agitated. Meiya shook her head, her expression heavy as she said, Wang Yu, you need to understand, not everyone possesses such exaggerated vitality and recovery abilities like you. Humans, even superpowered warriors as strong as Lei Peng, can easily reach a point of no return after sustaining severe injuries. I have done my best. What? Seeing even Dr. Mei showing such a heavy expression, Wang Yu's last shred of hope was completely shattered. His hand weakly slid down, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Scenes of his time with Lei Peng kept flashing before his eyes and in his mind. Although the time was very short, he truly felt the recognition and care of an elder from Lei Peng. And now, this elder had suddenly died, and it was by his own hand. No, he couldn't accept it. He never thought that in the end, he still couldn't escape the curse of the vampire bloodline, killing his own family with his own hands. Wang Yu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming down like a flood breaking through a dam. His throat felt as if it were blocked by a massive stone, each breath accompanied by painful sobs. Why is this happening? Wang Yu muttered to himself, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. It was as if he had returned to the time when his mother passed away. Back then, he could still hate vampires, but now, apart from himself, he no longer had anyone to hate or vent his emotions on. Indeed, he didn't do it on purpose, everything was because of this damned vampire bloodline. But who can be blamed for this? Blame the father who turned him into a vampire? Or blame Lei Peng for being so powerful yet offering no resistance at all? None of it is possible. At this moment, he truly wanted to die. But doing so would mean betraying his father's and Lei Peng's heartfelt efforts. He finally felt the true meaning of being in unbearable pain, of being unable to live or die. In despair, Li Lin suddenly grabbed his hand and exclaimed, Wang Yu, don't be like this. Please, don't panic. Dr. Mei, he's already like this. Why are you still scaring him? Uncle Lei is not dead. Wang Yu's originally hollow and lifeless eyes instantly widened, looking at Li Lin in disbelief. What did you say? Uncle Lei isn't dead? Li Lin hurriedly nodded, glancing at Meiya with a hint of reproach on her face. Dr. Mei just loves to joke around. Uncle Lei is only seriously injured and has been in a coma. Before you woke up, Dr. Mei even said his condition had stabilized. Really? Wang Yu turned his gaze to Meiya again, his eyes full of unease. He was afraid that all of this was just Li Lin's way of comforting him. Ha ha ha. Maya suddenly burst into laughter, leaning forward and backward. Little white mouse, you're way too easy to fool. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. The big white mouse isn't dead, it's just unconscious, though the situation isn't optimistic. Think of a way, there's still a chance for rescue and treatment. How is it? Did I scare you? Was my acting convincing? Wang Yu was stunned. Never in a million years did he expect that Lei Peng would actually have a chance to survive. After all, before he passed out, he had seen with his own eyes that Lei Peng had completely lost all signs of life. Equally unexpected was that Meiya would play such a boring joke on him. Being alive is good. Being alive is good. He first let out a sigh of relief, then looked speechlessly at the overjoyed Maya. Dr. Mei, you must be really bored. Why would you prank me about something this serious? Damn it, scared me to death. In a fit of anger, Wang Yu directly burst out with foul language. Only then did Meiya barely manage to stop laughing. Little lab rat, are you angry? I'm not tricking you out of boredom. The reason I did this was to conduct a test. Test? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows skeptically. That's right, Maya said confidently. You have no idea how terrifying you are when you go berserk. I have to test how much humanity you still have after waking up. Well, so far, it seems pretty good. Saying this, Maya tugged at her collar and spoke into the hidden communicator beneath it. Target's rationality and humanity are intact, eliminating the risk of another rampage causing harm. Leave a group of sentries, the others should retreat first. Understood. Only then did did Wang Yu notice that more than a dozen powerful presences outside the door were slowly retreating. Even on the high points of the building opposite, figures holding sniper rifles flashed by. At that moment, his heart was filled with another wave of fear. What the meow? It turns out it was so dangerous just now. Wang Yu now understood. If he had lost control of his emotions earlier and done something outrageous, he would have immediately faced a thunderous and overwhelming joint attack. Dr. May, this is just too much. Wang Yu was both angry and annoyed. Thinking about how he had just been in such a dangerous situation, a chill ran through his heart. Lab rat, there's no other choice. Maya put away her smile and explained seriously, the destruction caused by your loss of control last time was too severe. We have to handle this cautiously, so we must confirm whether you remain rational after waking up and whether you will lose control again. Wang Yu gritted his teeth. Although he understood Maya's actions, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. There's no need to test me in this way, is there? Forget it. How is Uncle Lei? When will he wake up? Maya's expression became serious again. As I just mentioned, although Lei Peng is still alive, the situation is not optimistic. We need to come up with an effective treatment plan as soon as possible. What can I do? Wang Yu asked anxiously. I'll do anything as long as it can save Uncle Lei. Maya looked at Wang Yu, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Not bad, little lab rat, you're cooperating this time too. Seems like you have a good relationship with the big lab rat. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. She picked up the notebook, flipping through it as she said, I detected that your recovery ability has significantly improved compared to the previous 2 times, and the speed of cell division and regeneration has multiplied several times. This should have a very significant effect on Lei Peng's recovery. So next, I will focus on studying this change. Little white mouse, do you know why you've undergone such a change? Wang Yu hesitated slightly and glanced at Li Lin, unwilling to let her know that he could level up by absorbing blood. After all, this is a bit too scary. What if he frightens his goddess and she doesn't want to be with him anymore? But at this moment, Dr. May interrupted, saying, no need to look, little white mouse. Your sweetheart is now not only a subject of my research like you but also my assistant and student. She already knows all about your information. If I'm not mistaken, you absorbed the blood of a vampire with a recovery type talent and gained a new ability, right? What? Wang Yu was startled upon hearing this. Class monitor, you. Of course, he had considered that Dr. May, this research fanatic, probably wouldn't let go of someone like Li Lin as a research subject, but he hadn't expected this guy to succeed so quickly. Moreover, it seems that Li Lin volunteered. You, how? He had countless questions in his heart but didn't want to ask them in front of Dr. May. He had no choice but to hold back and change his words. Alright, that day there was indeed a vampire with a very special talent, severely injured, but recovered quickly. Later, I also did something to him. So now my recovery ability has strengthened, and the speed of cell division and regeneration should be thanks to this talent. Dr. May, can you really even research such an ability? Wang Yu found it somewhat hard to believe. Such an incredible ability has already surpassed the scope of human scientific development and understanding. So, since the beginning of the new era, people have referred to these incredible abilities as superpowers. Those who possess these abilities are called superpowered beings or superpowered warriors. It's hard to imagine how Dr. May plans to replicate such abilities through scientific research. Of course, Dr. May heard such a question and couldn't help but proudly puff out her chest. Do you think becoming the captain of the logistics and research team is something that happens casually? Besides, haven't you already witnessed my skills? The werewolf virus test reagent based on your super sense of smell talent is incredibly effective. Wang Yu paused for a moment, recalling the role played by the test reagent Maya had created using his talent. He had to admit she truly had some impressive skills. Alright, Dr. May, I trust you. So what exactly should we do next to save Uncle Lei? Wang Yu once again steered the conversation back to Lei Peng's treatment. Maya put away her proud expression and became serious again. Moreover, when discussing research, his expression turned exceptionally focused. First, I need to compare your current blood and tissue samples with the previous ones to identify the differences. This is most likely a hormone, a protein, or even a substance that humans have never discovered before. Then I will use various methods such as extraction to isolate this substance for research and analysis, to see if it can produce the same stimulating recovery effect on other organisms, such as lab mice. Don't get me wrong, this time I really mean lab mice in the literal sense. If animal experiments are successful, human trials will begin on white mice. This process will face many challenges, such as how to ensure these substances remain active after leaving your body, and how to make the white mice's bodies accept them smoothly without causing rejection. Maya spoke incessantly, including a lot of very specialized knowledge. Wang Yu listened attentively. Although I couldn't understand much, I could see her confidence from Maya's spirited description. At the same time, I also understood what he was going to do. So, does that mean I just need to cooperate with the sampling and do nothing else? Of course. Maya spread her hands. Isn't a lab rat just supposed to be a good test subject? Why don't you come over and be my student and assistant? Work with me on studying samples and analyzing data. Well, it's not impossible. If you come, you can even stay up late and work overtime with your little sweetheart, working hard together and sparking more love. Give me a break. Wang Yu was most afraid of academic courses, especially tedious and complicated research. What he loved most was fighting and killing on the battlefield. Although it was a bit regrettable not to work with the goddess, it was far better than embarrassing himself in front of her. I'd better obediently be the guinea pig. Good boy. Dr. May immediately beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing into slits. Then she ordered someone to bring over a whole row of blood sampling containers. Since Li Lin didn't know anything yet, Maya explained and taught while personally drawing blood. She kept drawing until Wang Yu's vision blurred, his body swayed, and he collapsed right into the valley between her two peaks, only then stopping reluctantly. Sigh, little lab rat, why are you already done? Just extracted 3000 cc, still far from the amount needed for the experiment. Wang Yu was completely speechless upon hearing this. 3000 cc and it's still not enough? Listen to that, is this even something a human would say? A normal person has a total of about 6000 cubic centimeters of blood in their body. Now, Maya directly drew half of it in one go. For an average person, they would have already gone into shock and been in critical condition. Lei Peng's main issue should also be organ necrosis and failure caused by excessive blood loss. Now, Maya has drawn so much blood from him and still thinks it's not enough. Goodness, you really think I'm an animal, don't you? Wang Yu was too exhausted to complain, and he was literally out of strength. Losing too much blood all at once caused him, who had just recovered from serious injuries, to suffer another major setback. Arranged by the two women to lie on the bed, he opened his mouth but was so weak that he couldn't make a sound. Doctor, Wang Yu, he won't be in trouble, right? Li Lin looked at Wang Yu worriedly. Don't worry. Dr. May looked relaxed and said nonchalantly, you should know how strong a vampire's vitality is, right? Especially this little guy, after gaining the talent for rapid recovery, even such severe injuries can heal automatically in a short time. From now on, I'll focus on research. The work of drawing blood and taking samples will be left to you. Just do it the way I just taught you. But, Li Lin still felt a pang of reluctance. Looking at Wang Yu's pale face and weak appearance, tears welled up in her eyes, on the verge of falling. Ah, don't be like that. Maya saw this and somehow brought out a small cart from somewhere. On it, neatly arranged, was row after row of blood bags. Then she picked up the first one, hung it up, and instead of injecting it, directly stuffed it into Wang Yu's mouth. Vampires, no matter how much blood they lose, they can quickly replenish it by drinking more blood. Don't worry, this is a hospital. There's no shortage of blood packs here. Help me move the samples first. Whatever secrets you want to share, we can talk about them later. Okay. Wang Yu, I'll go with the doctor first. I'll come back to see you later. Li Lin nodded, greeted briefly, then picked up the blood samples and left the ward, looking back every few steps. Whoosh! Left alone in the room, Wang Yu finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. With this newly acquired ability and these blood samples, combined with Dr. May's skills, there was now a chance for Lei Peng's awakening and recovery. Speaking of which, isn't Dr. May's own ability also to promote cell division and regeneration? Why must you study me? Although he also had doubts in his heart, they only flashed by briefly. No matter what, as long as Lei Peng can be saved, that's enough. Leave professional matters to the professionals. In this regard, he only needed to focus on being a test subject, an unfeeling blood supplying machine. For this reason, even the act of sucking blood no longer repelled him. On the contrary, he greedily sucked the fresh blood flowing into his mouth. As he felt his energy and strength slowly recovering, he also sensed that he seemed to have gained an additional ability. At this moment, it felt as if he was standing before the doorway of a choice. Further, it can unleash potential to go completely berserk, entering slaughter and plunder mode. But taking a step back can seal off the majority of bodily functions, channeling all energy into recovering from injuries. Thus, Wang Yu unhesitatingly chose the latter. By the time he woke up again, 7 or 8 blood bags on the cart were already empty. It's hibernation. I actually acquired this kind of talent. Wang Yu was thrilled, because this meant that the next time he encountered a similar situation, he could completely avoid losing control and hurting others. He can also choose to hibernate. In this way, tragedies like Lei Peng almost being killed by him would never have to happen again. That's great. Wang Yu was so happy that he almost jumped straight out of the hospital bed. And all these scenes were transmitted through surveillance to a certain conference room. It seems that Comrade Wang Yu's condition has been effectively brought under control. The dormant talent has also eliminated the risk of him losing control and harming the innocent in the future. Comrade Maya's research report and summary are still very credible. At the main seat of the meeting, squad leader Kang Anhwa pointed to a document in front of him and said solemnly, I believe we should give the young comrade a chance. What do you all think? I disagree. As soon as the words were spoken, a squad leader stood up and said, Captain Kong, you've seen Lei Peng's situation too. He could ruthlessly strike even the person closest to him. Who could consider such a guy a comrade? Who would feel safe entrusting their back to a monster like that? In any case, Captain Kong, if you insist on keeping him, then either let him continue dealing with those vampires as an undercover undercover agent, or have him immediately serve as Dr. May's lab rat. If one day I'm assigned to carry out a mission with a monster like that, I won't agree. As the captain, I must take responsibility for all my team members. Among the 10 squad leaders present, the only female captain, Huang Xini of Squad 9, firmly opposed. Although the other squad leaders did not speak, they exchanged glances and nodded, clearly agreeing with her statement. Even Jia Yong, who, like Lei Peng, was an old comrade of Wang Yu's father, remained silent and lowered his head. The battlefield reports have all been reviewed. Wang Yu is truly too dangerous. Even though Dr. May's final test has now proven that Wang Yu possesses the talent for dormancy and has methods to prevent losing control, it still cannot put them at ease. After all, Wang Yu is only capable of not losing control, not guaranteed to never lose control. The gap between the two is still significant. No one wants to be in a life-and-death battle while having to guard against such a super-time bomb by their side. This, Kanangwa, seeing that the majority opinion was hard to oppose, had no choice but to uphold democratic traditions and reluctantly nodded, saying, "Alright, since everyone disagrees with Comrade Wang Yu remaining in the combat sequence, starting today, he will be reassigned to Squad 12 under the full responsibility of Comrade Maya. As for his unauthorized actions, such as attacking the vampire princess, the impact is extremely negative. Comrade Maya's instigation of this act makes her even more culpable. In view of the fact that no irreparable consequences were caused, after careful consideration by the organization, Comrade Maya is hereby given a major demerit and demoted to Deputy Team Leader for observation. Comrade Wang Yu is also given a major demerit, and if there are any further violations, they will be directly expelled from the military." Does anyone have any other opinions? This time, everyone unanimously agreed. But at that moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the door. "Report! Come in!" The door opened, and Chen Feng, neatly dressed, walked in and saluted Kanangwa. "Report, Captain Kong, regarding the handling of Wang Yu, our Team 7 has something to say. He was recruited by our Thunder Team and has been a soldier of Team 7 from the very beginning. So no matter what punishment is decided for him, please make sure to keep him in Team 7. Chen Feng's sudden statement took everyone by surprise. Kanangwa's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, we just voted and passed the decision regarding Wang Yu's handling. Everyone unanimously agreed that he should be removed from the combat sequence. Now that you're saying this, does it mean everyone in Team 7 shares your differing opinion?" "Yes." Chen Feng straightened his back, his gaze firm. "This is the idea we unanimously agreed upon after discussion. Captain Kong, I understand everyone's concerns. Wang Yu's previous rampage indeed caused quite a bit of trouble and even left Captain Lei seriously injured and unconscious. But I want to say, this is not Wang Yu's fault. When he couldn't control himself, he managed to take advantage of the last moment of losing his sanity to cripple his own legs and minimize the damage. This action directly avoided a large number of casualties. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask, if it were you at that time, putting yourself in his shoes, could you have done better than Wang Yu?" This, Chen Feng's words somewhat moved the crowd. Or perhaps Wang Yu's act of crippling his own legs made them feel deeply touched. Everyone present was a battle-hardened warrior, but to say that one could decisively cripple their own legs in a critical situation is surely not something easily achievable. Based on this action alone, Wang Yu could earn their recognition and respect. Several captains couldn't help but nod in admiration, saying, "It's indeed not easy. He's a qualified soldier." The report also mentioned that this kid, on his first mission, was able to cooperate with Chen Feng, and the two of them managed to suppress this group of vampires. Even capable of handling things independently, acting separately from Chen Feng, he's a promising soldier. Even Huang Xini had to admit that even if it were her in that situation, she couldn't have done better than Wang Yu. She was very aware of Lei Peng's strength. Looking at it this way, Lei Peng's serious injury this time can't be entirely blamed on Wang Yu. However, after Huang Xini's brief moment of softness, she immediately put on a cold face and said, "But danger is danger. The battlefield is cruel. Regardless of his intentions or efforts, the fact is that he harmed his teammates and, even more so, the captain, who is the absolute core of the team. If this were a more intense battlefield, it would directly lead to total annihilation. But if it were a more intense battlefield, Captain Lei wouldn't abandon his other teammates and make such a choice." Chen Feng immediately retorted, "Captain Huang, I know your intentions are good, but please don't underestimate Captain Lei. He sacrificed himself and used his own blood to save Wang Yu only after ensuring that no one else would be in danger. This was Captain Lei's own choice. Otherwise, no matter how out of control Wang Yu became, it would have been impossible to threaten Captain Lei's life. So we believe this matter cannot be blamed on Wang Yu. We understand Captain Lei, and if he were awake now, he would definitely hold the same opinion. As for other matters, we have no authority to comment, but Captain Lei's injury is ultimately a matter for our Team 7 alone. Please, Captain Kong, and everyone, carefully consider the opinion of our Team 7. This, as soon as the words fell, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Because Chen Feng made a very valid point. Lei Peng is unconscious, but Team 7 still has Chen Feng, the vice captain, and more than a dozen team members. How How to handle the soldiers of Team 7 was decided after bypassing these people for discussion, which indeed seems somewhat inappropriate. Captain Kong, what do you think? Everyone's gaze turned toward Kanangwa. Kanangwa's eyes revealed a contemplative look, then he said expressionlessly, "It seems that Team 7 has significant objections to our conclusion regarding Comrade Wang Yu's handling. It was indeed my rashness and mistake to discuss and decide on Comrade Wang Yu's disposition without consulting Team 7. He originally intended to give Wang Yu a chance, and now he seized the opportunity to say, since that's the case, let's give Comrade Wang Yu another chance. Let him stay in Team 7, but the other penalties remain unchanged. However, Chen Feng, I must remind you of one thing. Wang Yu still poses a significant risk. Moving forward, Wang Yu needs to undergo stricter supervision and training to ensure that incidents of harming teammates do not happen again. The research on Mei Ye's side must also continue, keeping a close watch on changes in his physical condition and abilities. Additionally, during the mission, if there are any signs of instability from Wang Yu, measures must be taken immediately. Under no circumstances should the danger escalate. Team 7, especially you, Chen Feng, will bear full responsibility for this. Can you handle it? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was overjoyed. He immediately straightened his back and responded loudly, "Yes, rest assured, Captain Kong. Team 7 will give it our all and ensure the mission is completed." Captain Kong. Huang Xini frowned at the sight and opened her mouth to say something, but Kanangwa no longer gave her the chance to speak. "All right, this matter is settled. We have more important tasks to focus on. We can't keep wasting time on such trivial matters. There's new progress on the werewolf case." Huang Xini's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and she immediately closed her mouth. The werewolf case affected hundreds of thousands of people in Fengqing Fortress and almost led to a catastrophic citywide disaster. With the lives of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of citizens at stake, nothing is more important now than the werewolf case. The other captains immediately perked up their ears and sat upright. Kanangwa continued, "As it happens, according to the police investigation, the batch of mysterious vampires encountered by comrades Chen Feng and Wang Yu is very likely related to the production and spread of the werewolf virus. This is a major breakthrough. The police are conducting strict interrogations and thorough investigations on them. There might be significant actions soon, so prepare yourselves well. Be ready at all times. This time, there is no room for error. Our Jialong commando team will fully mobilize to capture the mastermind behind this and destroy their drug production base." Yes. Upon hearing such a high-level mission, all the captains perked up. After Kanangwa waved his hand, they all left the conference room to prepare for the operation. As everyone passed by Chen Feng, they either nodded at him or patted his shoulder. On one hand, it was to console him for Lei Peng's injury, and on the other, it was a form of encouragement. After all, having lost Lei Peng, a strong and absolute main force, Team 7 is likely to be the most challenging team in this mission. Only Huang Xini still let out a somewhat unwilling cold snort. "Like to act tough, huh? If something goes wrong with your Team 7, don't expect Team 11 to cover for you. Don't blame me for not warning you. This mission is very dangerous and crucial. Make sure not to bring that damned vampire along, so that if that big fool happens to wake up by some stroke of luck, your Team 7 won't be gone." With that, he turned his face away and left the conference room without looking back, leaving Chen Feng alone with a wry smile on his face. "Captain Lei, you better wake up soon. If you don't wake up soon, this tigress is going to explode." Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked out of the meeting room. Back at the hospital, the team members gathered outside Lei Peng's ward, each with a heavy heart and worried expressions. "Mountain Eagle, how's the situation? How did you handle that kid Wang Yu? A major event has occurred, and Wang Yu's identity can no longer remain a secret. The members of the 7th Squad already know that Wang Yu has become one of their team members. Moreover, Wang Yu's performance in the last operation, as well as his fight against Adams, has earned their approval. In addition, Lei Peng's special relationship and special care for Wang Yu. Thus, they unanimously agreed that Chen Feng would step forward to protect Wang Yu. No matter what kind of punishment is received, as long as one can stay in the 7th Squad, there is still a chance to redeem oneself through meritorious deeds. It would mean that Lei Peng's sacrifice of risking his life was not in vain. Everyone is very worried about whether they can successfully keep Wang Yu. After all, the trouble he caused this time is indeed quite serious. Attacking the vampire princess and injuring the captain in a frenzy. Either one of these could directly get him kicked out. Did Wang Yu stay behind? The vulture saw Chen Feng return and quickly stepped forward to ask. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "Everyone, don't rush. Listen to me slowly. First of all, Wang Yu has stayed." "That's great." Everyone was delighted. Especially the vulture, Snow Eagle, and Night Owl, who had experienced the Battle of Atoms, had long regarded Wang Yu as a qualified teammate in their hearts. After learning from Chen Feng about Wang Yu's impressive performance and decisive self-harm at Li Lin's villa, he admired and respected him even more. "Now we can give an explanation to Captain Lei. Yeah, the kid Captain Lei risked his life to save. If we let him escape like this, Captain Lei would electrocute us when he wakes up. This is good news. Let's go tell that kid." The impatient impatient night owl said he was going to inform Wang Yu, but Chen Feng reached out to stop him and said, "Don't rush, there's more." Captain Kong instructed that there has been a major breakthrough in the werewolf case. The group of vampires we encountered is very likely related to the creation and spread of the werewolf virus. Currently, the police are intensifying their interrogation and investigation. There will soon be a major operation, and our Jelong commando team will be fully mobilized. What? It's an all-out operation. The team members, upon hearing this news, revealed excitement and nervousness in their eyes. It should be noted that although the Jelong commando team consists of fewer than 200 members, they are the elite of the elite. Each one is at least an insect-level super soldier, with several more powerful rat-level and even camel-level warriors. Lei Ping is one of them. The weaponry and equipment are also top-notch. With such strength they could directly confront the main force of a regular army. Moreover, they specialize in special operations and decapitation missions. As long as the arrangements are proper, taking the head of a general from amidst thousands of troops is not a difficult task. Not to mention a regiment, even if an entire division comes, they can wipe out the command center in one fell swoop. In a past exercise, a single squad from the Jelong Commando created the legend of taking down 3 regimental-level command centers in one night. It can be said that there is almost no mission that requires their full deployment. The last time the Jelong Commando unit was fully mobilized was to combat a border drug trafficking gang equipped with heavy weapons and numbering in the thousands. And that was a long time ago. Many who joined the team later missed out. So upon hearing about such a major operation, instead of running around every day catching werewolves and doing miscellaneous tasks, everyone was extremely excited. This was a great opportunity to showcase their skills and earn merit. It can also avenge the innocent civilians who suffered in the Fengqing fortress and destroy the group producing and spreading the werewolf virus. But it requires the entire Jelong Commando to be deployed, which also means this mission will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties and extremely high risks. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone faces the risk of sacrifice. Are those guys spreading the virus really that formidable? The night owl was a bit skeptical. Don't underestimate the enemy. Chen Feng paused, his expression turning serious. Captain Kong didn't reveal much, but the fact that the entire team needs to be mobilized already indicates that the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Normally, this is a great opportunity for our Team 7 to earn merit. With Captain Lei around, not only will we be safe, but the results will also surely be impressive. But this mission is particularly challenging for Team 7. Captain Lei is injured and unconscious, and we've lost one of our most important combat forces. However, don't lose heart, everyone. Team 7 has always been united and fearless. Believe me, even without Captain Lei, we can still complete the mission excellently. Chen Feng tried to boost morale, but the atmosphere remains somewhat heavy. This was because every special operations team is built around the strength and abilities of its captain. Due to Lei Ping's overwhelming personal strength, in order to balance the overall strength of each team, the remaining members are at most peak insect-level superpowered warriors. Not even a single rat-level warrior is present. Even the vice-captain, Chen Feng, is still one step away from reaching that level. If Lei Ping falls, there is simply no one in the team capable of taking on this heavy responsibility. Even though Chen Feng is quite good in tactical command and various other abilities, he still cannot make up for the lack of absolute combat power. Mountain Eagle, we won't embarrass Captain Lei this time, will we? Yeah, dying isn't a big deal, but dying in disgrace is what we fear. Everyone was filled with worry. The night owl suddenly looked gossipy and said, "How about we borrow 2 people from Team Huang?" Considering the relationship between Team Huang and our Team Lei, they surely wouldn't just watch Team 7 make a fool of itself. Preferably Yang Lu, the Ice Beauty, and Feng Qian, the little firecracker. Let's see who has the ability to win over the ice and fire blossoms of the Special Forces team. If you ask me, it has to be me. By then, I'll have them both in my arms, experiencing the 9 layers of ice and fire heaven. Such shameless remarks were met with countless eye rolls. Get lost. Keep dreaming. You're lucky if you don't get beaten to a pulp. The heavy atmosphere was briefly alleviated. There was also a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. Huang Sini's Team 11, although composed entirely of female members, is precisely because of this that all the strong female members are gathered in Team 11. As a result, Team 11 is instead the most powerful among all the teams and is often sent to support teams in need. Among them, the Ice Beauty Yang Lu and the little chilly Feng Qian are the standouts. Not only are they beautiful, but it is also said that each of them possesses captain-level strength. Don't say everyone will come. Even if only one comes, it would be a timely help for the current 7th squad. However, at this moment, Chen Feng shook his head. Stop dreaming. Captain Huang doesn't agree to let Wang Yu stay in our squad. Things have gotten a bit tense. She said that as long as Wang Yu stays, she won't help us fill this gap no matter what. Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Could it be that with Lei Ping's downfall, their 7th squad is doomed? I do have an idea. At this moment, the usually silent vulture suddenly spoke. Oh, idea? What method? Everyone's eyes turned to the vulture in unison, filled with anticipation. The owl was so anxious that it scratched its ears and cheeks. Silent one, if you have something to say, just spit it out all at once. What exactly is the solution? But the vulture did not continue to speak and instead looked at Chen Feng, his gaze drifting in another direction. He's talking about Wang Yu. Chen Feng interjected to explain, to be honest, when I came back, I was also considering the feasibility of this approach. We all know Wang Yu's strength is very formidable. When he fought Adams before, he was even able to defeat the Viscount-level Adams. Although Adams had already been somewhat exhausted at the time, and Wang Yu took advantage of his ability to counter vampires, being able to overcome the massive gap in levels and complete a cross-level challenge is enough to prove Wang Yu's formidable strength. At least in terms of close combat and melee weapon combat, he already possesses strength that is on par with any one of us. He glanced around, and everyone nodded in agreement. Among them, Falcon and Warhawk lowered their heads in shame, because Chen Feng said this entirely to save face for the two of them. Otherwise, purely in terms of hand-to-hand combat and close-quarters battle, the vulture specializing in knife techniques and the all-around outstanding Chen Feng might not necessarily lose to Wang Yu. In this regard, only their sniper and spotter are the weakest, and they are definitely not Wang Yu's match right now. But even so, it already shows that Wang Yu is very strong. You should know, the two of them are not rookies. Either one of them, in an ordinary army, would be like a king of soldiers. The reason they are considered weak in combat is only in comparison to someone like Vulture or Chen Feng, who are abnormal kings among kings of soldiers. The fact that they feel inferior to him is enough to demonstrate Wang Yu's strength. A high school kid who hasn't even graduated yet can possess such formidable strength. With another 2 years of intense training and guidance, combined with the powerful physique of a vampire, Wang Yu could easily achieve invincibility in solo combat, becoming the top combatant in the 7th squad, second only to Lei Peng. Even now, he is already a capable fighter who can handle things on his own. As for marksmanship, Chen Feng's gaze swept over Warhawk. Falcon, this kid is simply a natural sharpshooter. If you two don't work hard, the team's sniper might be replaced. Ha! Falcon and Warhawk raised their heads, their faces full of surprise and defiance. The Falcon muttered, Mountain Eagle, although Wang Yu's skills are indeed good, you don't have to praise him so excessively. A young kid, he's only handled a gun a few times. I don't believe his shooting skills can be that great. Exactly. The Falcon quickly nodded in agreement. I'm not bragging, but the Falcon and I are the real natural sharpshooters. From the moment we enlisted, every shot we fired hit the bullseye. Over the years, in order to join the Jelong Commando, I've been training day and night, even sleeping with a gun in my arms. Even if Wang Yu is a genius, he still needs to train for several more years. How could he threaten our positions so quickly? You two really shouldn't doubt it. Chen Feng smiled and said, let me put it this way, during that gunfight with those vampires that night, Wang Yu was actually the main force. This kid indeed isn't very familiar with firearms, but under such circumstances, his speed and accuracy in drawing the gun were actually higher than mine. If you give him a little time to study and practice, you might actually be easily surpassed by him. What? The two of them, upon hearing this, immediately widened their eyes in unison, their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit inside. You two acted together, in a gunfight, and that kid turned out to be the main force? This kid is actually so fierce. This is just too outrageous. Indeed. Chen Feng sighed as he saw this and said, I was even more surprised than you are now. I originally thought Captain Lei was just doing an old comrade a favor by sending us a spoiled military brat, a privileged soldier, to cause trouble and hold us back. Who would have thought? Such an exceptional talent that's hard to find even with a lantern. Strong in actual combat, excellent marksmanship, and all sorts of unique abilities. I have a feeling that, given time, Wang Yu will definitely become someone even stronger and more versatile than our Captain Lei. If he wants, it's really possible for him to take your positions as a sniper, and it might not even take too long. Ha ha. Night Owl couldn't help but tease from the side after hearing this. Now this is going to be fun. Falcon, Warhawk, you'd better watch out, or Wang Yu, this young rookie, might really steal your jobs. At that time, hand over your precious sniper obediently and charge with me. Don't worry, bro's got your back. Get out, get out, get out. The two were still somewhat skeptical, but seeing Chen Feng's high praise for Wang Yu, both of them and the others gained a new understanding of Wang Yu's abilities. The current Wang Yu is not only not a burden to them but also a great reinforcement. He can charge forward with a blade or retreat to snipe and hold a position. Even though it still falls far short of compensating for Lei Peng's absolute core role in the team, it is still a timely help. Don't underestimate the addition of just one person. In this team of only 10 people, adding one increases at least 1/10 of the combat power. But, at this moment, Battle Eagle frowned slightly. But Wang Yu had an incident before. If something goes wrong during the mission, then, there's no need to worry too much about that. Chen Feng interrupted him, saying, I've already asked. After this period of observation and experimentation, Dr. Mei has confirmed that Wang Yu has gained the ability to control himself. Such out-of-control rampages shouldn't happen so easily again. If we're more cautious and prepare contingency plans, we can completely avoid the losses caused by such situations. In any case, everyone should trust him and also trust our own team teamwork capabilities. As long as we cooperate seamlessly, Wang Yu will definitely be a strong asset for this mission. That settles it then, Night Owl eagerly concluded upon hearing this. Since Wang Yu is so strong and there's little risk of him losing control, let's just take him along for the mission. Just let him redeem himself and perform well, so he doesn't actually get fired by Captain Kong. Eagle, you really are something. Since you've already thought all this through, why are you still being so secretive? You should have said it earlier. Let's go, we'll go talk to Wang Yu right now. In a whirlwind, they were about to drag Chen Feng to find Wang Yu. The latter shook his head. You rascal, but it's fine. Originally, I only had two concerns. The first was that you might still not be able to accept Wang Yu. As for the second, sigh. Anyway, since no one has any other objections now, let's see how Wang Yu decides next. After speaking, Chen Feng brought Night Owl to Wang Yu's hospital room. Then the two looked at each other, staring at the scene before them, utterly dumbfounded. Dr. Mei, this can't go on any longer. If this continues, Wang Yu will really die. In the hospital room, Li Lin, with a sobbing voice, anxiously grabbed Mei's arm, trying to pull her hand away. In her hand was a syringe thicker than an arm, slowly extracting bright red blood from Wang Yu's arm. As for Wang Yu, he was now motionless, his eyes rolled back. It looks like a dead fish, without any sign of life. Ah, it's nothing, Maya comforted while drawing blood. Didn't he just wake up? If a vampire automatically comes out of hibernation, it means they're out of life-threatening danger. Since there's no danger, then it's okay to draw blood. Don't worry, vampires have very resilient lives. They can survive being hit by so many bullets, so how could drawing just a little bit of blood kill them? But he just woke up, and now you've drawn so much blood that he fainted again. Li Lin's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Look, he has no reaction at all now and has fallen into another hibernation, which means his life is in danger. Dr. Mei, you can't smoke anymore. Li Lin used all her strength to pull Dr. Mei, but the vampire's immense power burst forth. However, Dr. Mei was, after all, a bona fide superpowered warrior, and she couldn't budge him no matter what. So Li Lin had no choice but to lift Wang Yu's limp head again, shaking it back and forth as she said, look, not a single reaction. If I keep drawing, someone's really going to die. Oh, is that so? Maya finally stopped reluctantly upon seeing the situation. Looking at the scale on the syringe, she muttered discontentedly, this time it stopped at just 1000 cc. Last time I managed to draw 3000. Little lab rat, get up. The experimental materials aren't enough yet. No slacking off. Ha, 2 blood draws took 4000 cc? Goodness, how much blood does a person have in total? Dr. Mei had 2 blood draws, and more than half was taken out. Chen Feng and Night Owl were dumbfounded. They had also drawn blood multiple times for Maya's research, but each time it was only 1 or 200, at most 400 cubic centimeters. At that amount, they already felt dizzy and somewhat unwell. And now, Wang Yu actually starts with 1000 at a time, and sometimes even draws 3000, half of it gone just like that? Is this just a little bit? How is this any different from murder? Could it be that Wang Yu has already had Dr. Mei draw so much blood that he died? They actually arrived a step too late. However, just as they were shocked and in despair, even thinking about where to attend the funeral banquet, Wang Yu's lips actually moved. Drawl. Keep going. I can still. Hold on. What? Chen Feng and Night Owl could hardly believe their ears. They had originally thought Wang Yu was doomed, but unexpectedly, he could still speak. Wang Yu, don't be foolish. Chen Feng hurriedly rushed over, crouched beside Wang Yu, and said with a worried expression, you're already like this, you can't smoke anymore. Captain Lei went through so much trouble to save you. Do you want to die? Amid his hazy consciousness, Wang Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized that another Chen Feng had appeared in front of him. Captain Chen. His voice was weak, yet carried a sense of determination. I'm fine. For Dr. Mei's research, this cost is nothing. Let her draw. The voice was intermittent, barely audible. It looked as if they were on the verge of collapse. The Night Owl watched from the side, instantly filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Maya with gritted teeth. Dr. Mei, you're being way too cruel. Wang Yu was saved by our Thunder Team at the cost of their lives, and now you're driving him to his death for some ridiculous research. Research day in and day out. All you care about is your lousy research. If anything happens to this kid, believe me, I'll smash all your junk to pieces. As he spoke, he even clenched his fists, looking fierce and menacing. But Maya remained completely unmoved. She shrugged indifferently and said, go ahead and smash it. At worst, I'll just have to draw blood from the lab mice a few more times. Taking it slow is fine too. At most, it just means your lab mice might never wake up again. What? The Night Owl froze. Wait, so you drew blood for Captain Lei? This kid is working so hard, also for Captain Lei? He stared at nodded Maya in shock, speechless, stammered for a long time without being able to say the next words. Of course. Maya rolled her eyes. Why else do you think I'm in such a hurry? And why do you think this little guinea pig is trying so hard to cooperate? What, don't you want the big guinea pig to wake up? I didn't. Under Maya's questioning, Night Owl immediately stammered, his momentum weakening. At this moment, Chen Feng also understood, looking at the extremely weak Wang Yu with a complicated expression. The thing he feared the most had still happened. Wang Yu, I know what happened to Captain Lei must have made you very upset, but you shouldn't blame yourself too much. The rescue of Captain Lei is indeed important, but you can't sacrifice yourself. Have you thought about how Captain Lei would feel when he wakes up? Cough, cough. Wang Yu weakly coughed and nodded with effort. I understand, Captain Chen. Don't worry, I am fine. I am a vampire, and I have special abilities. As long as I get a supply of blood and sleep, I'll be fine. Saving Uncle Lei is more important. Dr. May, see continue. I can hold on a little longer. Wang Yu, Li Lin, standing nearby, was crying like rain, because such excessive and repeated blood draws definitely harm Wang Yu far more than he makes it seem on the surface. Chen Feng and Yi Xiao both felt a lump in their throats. They are all battle-hardened warriors who have even witnessed teammates sacrificing themselves to protect others. But seeing Wang Yu so desperately trying to save Lei Peng still made them feel moved and full of admiration. Kid, you really live up to being a soldier of our Team 7. But don't push yourself too hard, and don't get into trouble again, got it? Alright. Maya stood to the side holding a syringe, looking impatient as she said, a bunch of grown men being so fussy. You're not even as good as the girls in our team and Team 11. Had enough of being sentimental? If you're done, get out of my way and stop delaying my work. Get out. After pushing Chen Feng and Night Owl aside, Maya continued drawing blood. After drawing another 500 cubic centimeters, Wang Yu finally tilted his head and completely stopped moving. Wang Yu, hey, he's gone, even his body has gone cold. Dr. May, how did you end up killing him? He was one of our Team 7 soldiers. Killing this kid means our entire Team 7 won't let this go with you. The Night Owl, after a moment of panic, immediately bristled and grabbed Dr. May's shoulders excitedly. However, Maya looked at him with an expression as if she were looking at an idiot. Come on, use your brain, will you? The little white mouse isn't human, he's a vampire. It's normal for vampires not to breathe. The reason he breathes is, first, to use the airflow to vibrate his vocal cords to speak, and second, because he just recently turned into a vampire and still retains some human physiological habits. Also, vampires are naturally cold-blooded creatures, they're supposed to be cold. Do I really need to teach you something this basic? With that, she turned to look at Chen Feng. Mountain Eagle, now that the white rat is down, is no one in charge of your Team 7? At this moment, Chen Feng had already helped Li Lin settle Wang Yu on the bed. Seeing the blood dripping into Wang Yu's mouth being successfully absorbed, he felt much more at ease. Night Owl, Dr. May is still the captain of Team 12. No matter how agitated you are, you can't resort to violence. Let go. After stopping the Night Owl, Chen Feng came to Maya. Sorry, Dr. May, he's just that impulsive. Don't take it to heart. Will Wang Yu really be okay? With the way you're drawing blood, even a vampire might not be able to handle it. Seeing the ridiculously large blood-drawing syringe in Maya's hand, Chen Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He felt that if so much blood had been drawn from him, he might already be dead by now. Anyway, as long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Maya said nonchalantly, at most, it will just drain his potential, and he'll only ever be a Baron-level vampire, unable to advance further. Not a big deal. Her tone was very relaxed, because in her view, it really wasn't a big deal. As long as Wang Yu's abilities hadn't disappeared, and he was alive, she could always use him as a guinea pig to provide experimental materials. Then Wang Yu's value did not diminish in the slightest. But to Chen Feng and Night Owl, this sounded like a bolt from the blue. What? Unable to advance for a lifetime? How is that acceptable? In their view, Wang Yu is definitely not some guinea pig. Wang Yu is a warrior, and moreover, a warrior with unlimited potential and a bright future. Destroying his future is almost equivalent to directly killing him. Dr. May, is there any way to eliminate this side effect without affecting the rescue of the Thunder Team? Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, I beg you, please think of a way. This kid is still young, and he's a promising talent with unlimited potential. He can't be ruined like this. Is this really important? Maya showed a hint of doubt. But at this moment, she no longer wanted to know the answer to such trivial details. Forget it, do whatever you want. There is indeed a ready-made solution. The blood of super soldiers is an extremely top-notch tonic for vampires. If there is enough supply of super blood, the lab rats will not only suffer no harm but may even accelerate their upgrade. However, to achieve this, the amount of blood required is likely to be substantial. The few people in your Team 7 are definitely not enough, unless you can mobilize everyone in the Jelong Commando to donate blood. I don't have that kind of ability, nor the time. If you're interested, go handle it yourselves. I'm going to do my research. Unless the big white mouse and the little white mouse are really about to kick the bucket, don't bother me no matter what happens. With that, Maya took the blood sample and excitedly returned returned to her laboratory. Wang Yu had already fallen into a state of hibernation, while Li Lin stayed by his side, crying uncontrollably. Because in her view, mobilizing an entire elite special forces unit to donate blood, especially the precious blood of superpowered warriors, for someone as insignificant as Wang Yu was simply an impossible thing to do. She doesn't even dare to hope extravagantly. But Chen Feng and Night Owl exchanged a glance, their eyes resolute, as if they had made some kind of decision. In the following days, everything proceeded methodically. As soon as Wang Yu woke up, Dr. Mei would appear on time, extracting a large amount of blood until he falls back into a dormant slumber, repeating this process over and over. Dr. Mei had already explained to Wang Yu the effects and consequences this repeated extraction would have on the body, but he didn't care. Or rather, even if he did care, he had to make this choice. No matter the cost, he must save Lei Pang, the benefactor, an elder who had saved him more than once. But Wang Yu quickly discovered the problem. After having his blood drawn several times, not only did he not feel drained, but every time he woke up, he felt even more energetic. On this day, Dr. Mei did not come to draw blood on time, giving Wang Yu the opportunity to move around and take a good look at his current situation. Performed a set of military boxing in the ward. Discovered that both strength and speed had unexpectedly improved. Even the spirit was more vigorous, and the mind became much clearer. Opened the curtains, basked in the long mist sunlight, and stretched lazily with great satisfaction. It suddenly gave Wang Yu a feeling of being full of energy, as if he were about to break out of a cocoon. Splash! At that moment, he felt his heart suddenly twitch. It was a heartbeat. After a brief moment of daze, Wang Yu's face was instantly filled with astonishment. Could it be that I've advanced? He was stunned, completely unable to believe it. You have to know, he's been living a hellish life these past few days. Every day, as soon as he woke up, Dr. Mei would draw a large amount of his blood, continuing until it fell below the safety line and triggered a hibernation state before stopping. Then, the next time he wakes up, he continues this process. And so it goes on and on. Just surviving with the newly acquired rapid recovery talent is already a great blessing. But now, not only is he fine, but drawing blood like this has even promoted him? How is this possible? Wang Yu even began to suspect he was hallucinating. But the sensation coming from his body was real. A mysterious and immense power spread out from his heart. Through his blood, it circulated to every part of his body, continuously nourishing and transforming it. Every inch of skin, every bone, every muscle could clearly feel being enveloped by a warm current. Then, at an extremely fast speed and in an incredibly unbelievable manner, he became tougher and stronger. He hurried to a device designed to test strength. This was arranged in advance by Dr. Mei to conveniently record the changes in his physical condition. In the past, Wang Yu's peak static push strength was 1,500 kilograms, and his explosive strength was 3,000 kilograms. This seemed like some kind of ceiling. No matter how hard Wang Yu tried, he couldn't break through. But now, with a gentle press of his hands, the numbers on the instrument skyrocketed. In an instant, it surpassed the level of 1,500 kilograms. Moreover, as Wang Yu gradually increased his strength, the numbers continued to rise wildly. Until the end, Wang Yu used all his strength, and this number actually reached a terrifying 5,000 kilograms. With a powerful punch, the number unsurprisingly doubled, reaching 10,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. 10 tons. Staring at the numbers on the screen, Wang Yu was dumbfounded, because this proved that his intuition was correct. He had indeed advanced. 5,000 kilograms of static thrust, 10,000 kilograms of explosive force. This is the standard physical parameter of a mouse-level superpowered warrior. In other words, even after being severely injured, he continued to draw and drain blood. As a result, not only did it cause no irreparable damage to his body, but it also inexplicably allowed him to advance. From a Baron-level vampire, he became a Viscount-level vampire. How could this happen? This isn't scientific. Something's wrong. Wang Yu's expression changed. At this moment, even if he were slower, he finally realized the problem. He hurriedly rushed back to his hospital bed, picked up a blood pack, sniffed it, then bit it open and sucked on it. An endless aroma and abundant energy instantly filled his mouth and body. This is superpowered blood. Previously, Wang Yu would always pass out before starting to consume superpowered blood. When waking up, he also thought it was because he was too weak that the blood tasted exceptionally good. It was as if a starving beggar, drinking a bowl of porridge, felt it was a delicacy, believing that the porridge provided immense energy and was highly nourishing. This blood pack, these blood packs, and even all the blood packs he had consumed recently turned out to be genuine superpowered blood. He twitched his nose. Among them, there were a few packs with particularly familiar scents. It's Captain Chen's scent. This is Captain Chen's blood. And the vultures, the night owls, they actually. Wang Yu's pupils suddenly dilated, finally understanding the secret behind his ability to advance. These guys, whom he had only met a few times, actually offered their blood voluntarily for him. And it wasn't just them, there were also many superpowered blood packs with very unfamiliar scents. One particularly important blood pack was even more special. Although it was placed as simply as the others, it emitted a chilling aura. The surface of the blood pack was even covered with a layer of white frost. The cold temperature blocked most of the smells, but even so, this blood pack still emitted a captivating aroma far surpassing other blood packs. They even have blood from mouse-level superpowered warriors. So I've been eating so well these past few days? Now Wang Yu finally understood completely. The immense help that superpowered blood provides to vampires is something he has experienced firsthand. Back then, when he was already on the verge of collapse, after drinking Dr. May's superpowered blood, he immediately revived on the spot, full of energy. And even Dr. May's blood was merely the lowest grade insect-level superpowered blood. Although Dr. May's rating in the system is very high, like Lei Peng, she is considered a camel-level superpowered warrior. But this rating is primarily due to her medical system ability, considered a comprehensive rating. From a biological and evolutionary perspective, Maya is still just at the insect level. The energy inside and the help it provides to Wang Yu after absorption are, of course, also at the insect level. Insect-level superpowered blood is already this extraordinary. Now Wang Yu has also consumed more advanced super energy blood, and he has been consuming it continuously for several consecutive days. It would be strange if he didn't level up. But the question is, what has he done to deserve such high treatment? Dr. May. Wang Yu immediately thought of Maya, the research fanatic. It felt like this behavior was akin to deliberately feeding lab mice to make them fat for research purposes. But when he found her, she responded without even turning her head, "I'm not that bored. On the contrary, the damn superpowered blood and its effects and variables have severely slowed down my research progress. It's all Chen Feng and his crew's doing, making a fuss about not cutting off your future, begging and pleading every day to bring over a bunch of superpowered blood. It's so annoying. Do you have anything else? If not, hurry up and get lost. The experimental materials are already sufficient, and I'm at a critical point in my research. Don't come and mess things up. And don't go looking for Xiao Linlin either. She still needs to help me. Whatever secrets you have, wait until we're done before talking." Maya, who was focused on her research, was unusually impatient. Li Lin was even busier, rushing around. Seeing Wang Yu energetically running over and hearing that he had been promoted, she nodded at him with great surprise and then continued to immerse herself in her intense work. The two worked seamlessly together, busily and tensely, leaving Wang Yu no chance to interject. So it was Captain Chen. After leaving Dr. May's laboratory, Wang Yu suddenly understood. At the same time, he felt a surge of emotion. It must be noted that the vampire who brutally killed his mother back then was incredibly powerful. If this injury is too severe and affects his future advancement and development, it might make it impossible for him to personally take revenge. For him, what Chen Feng did means far more than just leveling up. I wonder how much Captain Chen had to sacrifice to get so much superpowered blood. We must properly thank them. But then, something unexpected happened to Wang Yu. Chen Feng was actually not in the hospital. Not only was Chen Feng absent, but the members of the 7th Squad, including Night Owl and Vulture, were all gone as well. Even the Special Forces soldiers who had been guarding him these past days had completely vanished without a trace. Except for Dr. May, who was engrossed in her research, and Lei Peng, who was lying in the ICU. All the Special Forces members of the Zhelong Commando team previously active at this hospital base seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Wang Yu instinctively wanted to go back and ask Maya, but remembering that this was the most critical stage of the research, which focused on using his rapid healing ability to treat and awaken Lei Peng, a matter of great importance, Wang Yu stopped at the door. Retracting his hand from knocking, he pondered, so many people have disappeared all at once, there must be a major operation underway. Could it be that the werewolf case has reached its final stage? He thought it over and concluded that the only thing capable of mobilizing the entire Zhelong Commando team must be a crisis threatening the entire Fengqing Fortress. After resolving this crisis, the Zhelong Commando team would likely leave Fengqing Fortress to carry out missions and solve problems elsewhere. In other words, this is the last chance to shine. Wang Yu's heart tightened. You should know, he's caused quite a bit of trouble recently. Attacking the vampire princess, going berserk and injuring Lei Peng. Any one of these incidents alone would be enough to justify expelling him. If I can't demonstrate enough value and establish significant achievements in this final operation, the consequences will be far from optimistic. Even if I'm not completely removed, I fear I might be kicked out of the combat sequence and relegated to being Dr. May's guinea pig. And that is absolutely not the result Wang Yu wants to see. No, this time, I must join the battle. As for the location of the mission, Wang Yu closed his eyes. The operation of the Zhelong Commando is top secret. As for the location of the operation, not to mention outsiders, even Dr. May, who did not participate in this mission, probably doesn't know. It's impossible to ask about it. But this couldn't stump Wang Yu. The super sense of smell he gained from Edward not only allows him to easily identify werewolves in their incubation period but also enables him to effortlessly track them by scent. Once actively triggered, the tracking and searching capabilities of this talent expand 1,000-fold. As long as a specific scent is locked onto, even if its owner is hundreds of miles away, the direction can be quickly determined. determined. If you become familiar with the skill, you can even directly determine the approximate distance, much sharper than a dog's nose. At that time, Wan Yu was tracked by Edward's gifted ability to the point where there was no escape. If it weren't for Lei Peng's secret protection, he would have long perished in the mouth of the superpowered giant snake. Now, it was his turn to use this ability to find someone. Chen Feng's scent, locked. Search begins. Corridor, dormitory, cafeteria. All the places where Chen Feng had taken action left a very strong scent, enough to trace his past movements. Especially near Wang Yu's hospital room, the scent was fresh and intense. It seems that while he was unconscious, Chen Feng visited him quite often. He even brought him superpowered blood, which must have required an immense amount of effort to obtain. But this is not Wang Yu's goal. What he wants to find now is the freshest, which is also Chen Feng's last action route. As his nostrils twitched, he felt an indescribable energy rapidly depleting. Wang Yu had an intuition that if this energy was completely exhausted, he would no longer be able to initiate this active super scent tracking skill. So looking back, if he could have continued playing hide-and-seek with Edward a few more times, waiting for Edward's abilities to be exhausted, he might have been able to escape safely. But at that time, he knew nothing about the vampire's talent and gave up as soon as he heard about Bailey's search range. Actually, if you think about it carefully, how could there be such a convenient thing? If Bailey's range could lock onto a position anytime and anywhere without any consumption, then wouldn't vampires be invincible? In fact, based on Adam's later reactions and the feelings after acquiring the super sense of smell, this talent can only passively detect abnormal odors at relatively close distances without actively activating the ability. To achieve greater distance and clarity, it must be actively activated. Not to mention the consumption of that mysterious energy. The more odors locked onto, the greater and faster the consumption. Trying to use a vampire with a super sense of smell as a 24-hour, all-encompassing, ultra-long-range radar is absolutely impossible. No wonder that guy voluntarily exposed the range of his abilities. Turns out he was worried he couldn't hold on and was just bluffing. Damn vampires, every single one of them is cunning. Even an idiot like Edward managed to fool me. Wang Yu, while experiencing the sensation of using his ability and analyzing his super sense of smell talent, was also reflecting. Suddenly, he found it. A freshest scent, like a golden thread, guided Chen Feng's final course of action. From his ward, to Lei Peng's ward, then to a conference room in the hospital, and finally to the underground parking lot. Finally, northeast direction. Wang Yu followed the trail out of the underground parking lot and then sprinted madly in that direction. No way, his driving skills are really mediocre. The car he brought back last time from the vampire villa has already been crashed by him a few times and is now totaled. Now, with the city under lockdown due to pandemic control, it's impossible to even hail a cab. If he wants to get somewhere, he can only rely on his two legs. Fortunately, the super warriors not only possess great strength but also exceptional speed and outstanding physical endurance. Breaking an old era's marathon record is simply too easy, and Wang Yu is undoubtedly one of the best among them. After advancing to the rank of Viscount, he started running at full speed, which could truly be described as 70 miles per hour. A regular car, when driving slowly, is actually not as fast as him running. Moreover, Wang Yu possesses the talent of a time eater, allowing him to recharge simply by basking in the sun. Theoretically, as long as the sun doesn't set, he can keep running at a speed of 70 miles per hour like a perpetual motion machine. This left the residents along the street utterly astonished. What just went by? Damn, did I see that right? Was that a person? Can a person run that fast? My goodness, at that speed, even a car couldn't catch up. Is this what a super soldier is? Usually, everyone knows about super warriors and has heard that they are very powerful, but in real life, the strongest individuals they can usually encounter are often at the sub-superpower level 7 or 8. The true super warriors are all in the military or police forces, undergoing training, or carrying out those secret and dangerous missions. As for retired super warriors, they often experience a decline in strength to the sub-superpower level due to losing access to superpower resources. So, it's indeed rare to see a super soldier sprinting wildly down the main road. It might even be one of a kind. As soon as it happens, it immediately draws the attention of the residents along the street. Even the news media started reporting on it. It is reported that a powerful superpowered warrior has appeared on Changhua Avenue heading towards Urxiankyo. His way of traveling is running, and his speed is incredibly fast. Along the way, he resolved at least 3 werewolf crises, saving over a dozen lives from suddenly transformed werewolves, yet he didn't even leave his name before continuing to run. We speculate that he must be so busy because he is determined to resolve more crises and save more people. Out of gratitude, the citizens affectionately call this lovable superpowered warrior Running Hero. Due to the incredible speed of Speedster Hero, we were unable to interview him. Next, please watch our interviews with related individuals. Citizen A, whoosh, it was so fast. I couldn't even see what he looked like. Young woman B, I saw him. He's a handsome guy, so good looking. Elderly man C, I'm so grateful, truly thankful to Speedster Hero for saving my entire family. Officer Tan, saving people is good, but his behavior violated traffic rules. I wanted to stop him at the time to give him some criticism and education, and maybe record a program, but unfortunately, he ran too fast, and I couldn't catch up. I want to remind everyone that we are currently in a lockdown phase with road controls in place. Do not go out unless absolutely necessary. Even if you are out on the streets, do not run on the motor vehicle lanes, no matter how fast you are. Teenager D, Run Man is awesome. I want to run to Urshan Bridge too. During the lockdown phase, amidst the rampant werewolf virus, what people had in abundance was time, and what they needed most was uplifting big news. Thus, in just a matter of minutes, Wan Yu's heroic deeds of sprinting all the way and saving lives were being frantically broadcasted across major media outlets and portal websites. Amid all the media and self-media hype and trend-chasing, Run Hero quickly emerged out of nowhere. The speed and momentum were so great that it even reached the ears of Kanangwa, who was in the midst of deploying the final assault operation. What runaway hero? Kanangwa frowned deeply, unable to understand why his operations staff officer, Su Kai-shian, would bring up such a strange title at this critical moment right before action. Captain Kon, you'd better see for yourself. Su Kai-shian organized all the news materials and placed them in front of Kanangwa. The latter glanced over it and frowned even more deeply. Judging by this speed, it should be a mouse-level superpowered warrior. From his actions of saving people along the way, he should be one of us. But did we call someone like this for support? No, all personnel involved in the operation are already present. Su Kai-shian said, that's exactly what feels off to me. This time, we are conducting a covert operation. Before the operation, even the police assisting with the lockdown were only informed of the location by a few high-ranking officials. But the direction this runner hero is heading is straight toward the direction of our operation. I even thought, Captain Kong, that you felt Team 7 was understaffed and requested reinforcements from the local garrison at Fengqing Fortress. If not, the two of them looked at the news together, their expressions turning grave, because this indicated that their action plan had very likely been exposed without their knowledge. Notify everyone to begin the operation immediately. Also, notify the surrounding police that if they encounter this so-called running hero, they should immediately confirm his identity and report it. And stop him. Whether this guy has good intentions or bad, he cannot be allowed to disrupt our plans and actions. Yes. Su Kai-shian accepted the order and quickly departed. Kanangwa remained standing in place, his gaze fixed intently on the news report, his expression as dark as the sky before a storm. This operation is of great importance and cannot afford the slightest mistake, yet the sudden appearance of the runaway hero has undoubtedly added many unsettling factors to the entire plan. Understood. On the other side, Chen Feng received orders to act ahead of schedule. He immediately waved his hand and led his team into a cluster of buildings. It was a pharmaceutical factory, not very large and seemingly inconspicuous. However, police interrogation revealed that the potion spreading the werewolf virus was produced here, and those vampires who raided Li Lin's villa were originally researchers and staff members of this pharmaceutical factory. Even Li Lin's father, Li Wenhua, had been working there all along. As the drug manufacturing hub that nearly caused a citywide catastrophic disaster, it must be destroyed swiftly and decisively with overwhelming force. As a result, not only was the entire Jielong commando team deployed, but numerous police personnel were also mobilized to assist with perimeter lockdowns and coordination. The task of Team 7 was to break in and search an employee dormitory building. Since it was daytime, and a weekday at that, there were hardly any people in the building. The 10 of them easily searched the entire building. Search complete. They're all ordinary people, not vampires, and there's no sign of the werewolf virus infection. The snow sculpture reported. What the heck? The night owl immediately pouted. Making such a big fuss, I thought there was going to be a big fight, maybe even a disastrous outcome. Turns out they're just a bunch of nobodies, scared me for nothing. If I had known, why would they even send us? A few regular cops outside could have handled it. Don't let your guard down, Chen Feng reminded in a deep voice, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like this mission might not be as dangerous as imagined. Originally, it was thought that with Team 7 losing Lei Pang, their absolute mainstay, and most of the other team members carrying injuries, this time they would suffer heavy losses. However, the entire process turned out to be unexpectedly simple. But out of professional habit, he still kept his composure and said, the mastermind behind this might very well be a count-level vampire, so it's better to stay cautious. With that, he picked up the communicator. Team 7 has completed the objective, discovered 19 individuals, and encountered no resistance. The target area has been fully cleared. All personnel are under complete control, requesting instructions. Oh, Kanangwa hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He was even more surprised that the significantly weakened Team 7 would be the first to complete the mission. Exclaimed in surprise, Mountain Eagle, not bad. It seems that even without Thunder Falcon, your Team 7 is quite capable, being the first to complete the mission. Okay, maintain vigilance and stand by at the current location. Later, hand over the discovered personnel to the police for screening and interrogation. Understood. As soon as the words were spoken, Kanangwa's communicator began receiving reports continuously. Team 1 has completed the target mission, no obvious abnormalities. 3 teams completed their objectives without encountering resistance. In just a few minutes, good news kept pouring in. All squads reported back with news of mission success. The Jelong Commando team effortlessly took over the entire pharmaceutical factory and secured all personnel. So simple? Kanangwa frowned. If he had encountered fierce resistance and fought a tough battle upon entering, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, the entire Jelong Commando team was deployed, and he was fully prepared. But now, everything was proceeding so easily and smoothly that the unease in his heart grew even stronger. I always feel like I've stepped into a trap. Beneath the surface of ease and harmony, there might be even greater danger hidden. Everyone, take all personnel and evacuate immediately. The sooner, the better. The keen intuition developed over many years made him issue a new order without hesitation. However, at this moment, all the automatic doors in the factory suddenly closed. Immediately afterward, all the fire sprinklers began spraying a large amount of mist. What's going on? Damn it, why are all the doors closed? Still spraying water. Who was still smoking at this time? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Feng's expression changed. Captain Kang's judgment was correct. Something's wrong, let's retreat quickly. Night Owl, Vulture, carry out an explosion on the doors and windows to open a way out. Everyone else, move the others and keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone take the opportunity to escape. Night Owl and Vulture immediately sprang into action, quickly retrieving explosives from their gear bags and skillfully installing them at the critical points of the doors and windows. Clear the area, Night Owl shouted, pressing the detonator. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions shattered the doors and windows into pieces, with fragments flying in all directions. A strong airflow accompanied by smoke spread out, causing everyone to cough. Move quickly, Chen Feng commanded loudly, and the team members swiftly escorted the restrained individuals toward the blasted exit. Soon, they all rushed out of the dormitory building. Then they discovered that in other mission areas, such as the administration building and production workshops, the special teams had also broken through doors one after another, evacuating all personnel. A false alarm, no casualties were caused. What? Kanangwa was a bit surprised when he heard the reports from the teams. Based on his experience, such a large criminal organization shouldn't have offered no resistance at all. The only possible reason for such smooth progress could be one thing. Damn it seems that despite our best efforts, the culprits still managed to escape, and we came up empty-handed. Kanangwa slammed his hand down hard and said regretfully, alright, even though it was a wasted effort, at least we destroyed his drug-making den, so it's not a total loss. Bring the people back for further investigation. Let's wrap it up. Yes. All the teams complied with the order. However, just as they were retreating with the pharmaceutical factory staff, a sudden mutation occurred. A whoa! In the crowd, a piercing and loud wolf howl suddenly erupted. Immediately after, an unremarkable middle-aged man's muscles began to twist and transform. His skin turned dark, and his hair started growing wildly. What's going on? Everyone was greatly shocked, but as Special Forces members of the Jelong Commando unit, everyone was well-trained and quick to react. In an instant, they all raised their weapons and aimed at the werewolf. However, before they could fire, several more people around them let out painful howls. A whoa! A whoa! A series of wolf howls echoed as they transformed into werewolves one after another, pouncing toward the team members. So many werewolves? What's going on? Chen Feng and the others all had their pupils contract. 1 or 2 inaccurate detections or a few that slipped through the net might still barely be possible. But now, there are suddenly 7 or 8 werewolves, and their numbers are still increasing. This is freaking bizarre. It's the spray from earlier. Amid the chaos, a Special Forces member wearing a Red Cross armband exclaimed, I detected a high concentration of the werewolf virus in the spray just now. Except for the super soldiers who have a certain resistance, everyone else is likely already infected as long as they inhaled the spray. Moreover, the purity of this werewolf virus is higher this time, the transformation is faster, and there's almost no incubation period. In other words, everyone we've found is going to turn into werewolves. As soon as the words fell, 2 pharmaceutical workers in uniforms had already completed their transformation and lunged at her from both sides. Due to the short distance, Chen Feng and the Vulture hurriedly rushed forward to provide support. One on the left and one on the right, blocking the 2 charging werewolves. Quick, find a way to tie up the remaining people, Chen Feng shouted urgently. However, it was already too late by then. In just a few breaths, the 200 to 300 employees of the pharmaceutical factory had all completely transformed. Their numbers were twice that of the total members of the Jelong Commando unit. Moreover, these werewolves were vastly different from ordinary werewolves. They were faster and stronger. Each one possesses the strength to rival a peak-level insect-grade Special Forces member. Therefore, in the early stages of the werewolf transformation, the Special Forces members could still rely on their quick reactions, numerical advantage, and skills to control the situation. But once most or even all the werewolves completed their transformation, the Special Forces immediately found themselves at a disadvantage. Trapped. Kanangwa saw the situation before him, his tiger-like eyes widening in shock, filled with regret. He had considered the possibility that the enemy might use the werewolf virus to attack his team members. Therefore, before the operation, even though he already knew that super soldiers had considerable immunity to the werewolf virus, he still administered the werewolf virus vaccine to every team member involved in the mission. But he had not expected that the enemy would turn so many of their own people into werewolves. 200 or 300 werewolves suddenly transformed, catching him completely off guard. The wolf pack surged toward the special forces members like a raging tide. Some strong team members could take down the werewolves, but others were continuously injured under the werewolves' attacks. The scent of blood stimulated the werewolves' nerves, driving them even more insane. Protect each other, don't scatter, Chen Feng shouted loudly, firing his submachine gun at the werewolves without pause. But these werewolves were clearly different from ordinary ones. With tough skin and thick flesh, regular bullets had almost no effect. They could only cause minor surface wounds, with very little impact. But each strike from the werewolves was powerful and heavy. Ow! In the heat of battle, a werewolf leaped high into the air, pouncing toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng sidestepped swiftly, dodging the attack and firing a few shots, causing a spray of blood to burst from the werewolf. Yet the werewolf seemed completely unfazed, immediately lunging at him again. At the same time, a werewolf attacked from the side. Chen Feng could no longer shoot or dodge in time and was scratched on the arm by a werewolf. Swish! Blood seeped out from under the sharp claws, and the wound was so deep that the bone was visible. But Chen Feng couldn't afford to worry about the pain and could only grit his teeth and continue to maneuver against the werewolf. The vulture was also caught in a tough battle, surrounded by several werewolves launching relentless attacks. Even with his exceptional swordsmanship, the vulture couldn't withstand the successive assaults of so many powerful werewolves. Before long, he was struggling to cope, with several new wounds on his body. As for the remaining team members, their situations were equally grim. Captain Kong, what should we do? These guys are too tough to handle. If we don't use silver bullets to kill them, the team will soon suffer casualties. Advisor Zhao Kaishian anxiously suggested, give the order. No, Manhwa frowned slightly. These people might be innocent victims who were deceived. Even if they aren't, they are the last ones who know the truth, the witnesses. The bastard behind the scenes is doing this to destroy all evidence. If we open fire and annihilate them, we'll fall even more completely into his trap. After quickly explaining the reason, Manhwa's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered, all squads, retreat to the Plan B location at once. Guard the intersections you're responsible for, and don't let a single werewolf escape. Before taking action, Manhwa had already prepared a backup plan in case the operation went unfavorable. Upon hearing the order, the squads immediately responded and retreated. Yes, the 7th squad followed the plan, fighting and retreating, and arrived at the entrance of Urxiankyo Alley. 2 submachine guns, 2 sniper rifles, 2 mortars. After arranging the firepower properly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was really terrifying. Silent One, thank you so much. If it weren't for your incredible display of power just now, handling several opponents at once, I would have been done for. Night Owl was still shaken. While bandaging his own wound, he shook his head and said, TSK, such a waste of blood. What do you think, if we feed superpowered blood to Wang Yu at a fixed time every day, would that kid level up quickly? By then, let's see who still says our Team 7 relies entirely on Captain Lei. Sai, did you bring any tools? If I go out heroically later, remember to collect my blood and save it for that kid. It can't go to waste. And let my mouth be donated to the Silent One, so he doesn't stay mute all day. It's even hard for him to say a complete sentence. Chen Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Just shut up already. It's only because that kid Wang Yu needs superpowered blood that there's still something on you that's somewhat valuable. Otherwise, with your cheap bones and foul mouth, who would want your donation? No one would take it even if you paid them. Better just make do with living. We can't be bothered to clean up your corpse. Chen Feng mercilessly struck at Night Owl. At this moment, the usually silent and reserved vulture actually nodded. Agreed. You. Night Owl was instantly choked with anger, his face turning red. Well, you quiet one, I just supported you and blocked several werewolf attacks for you. Finally, you say something, and it's to side with Mountain Eagle against me? Snow Eagle and the others exchanged glances upon seeing this and couldn't help but smile. But after laughing, their expressions all turned grim. After all, the current situation remained dire, and the wolf pack could pursue them at any moment. Everyone understood in their hearts that this brief moment of ease was merely the calm before the storm. Don't let your guard down. Check your weapons and equipment. The werewolves could attack the blockade at any time. Chen Feng put away his smile and reminded them seriously. The team members nodded one after another and began carefully inspecting their weapons, ensuring sufficient ammunition and that heavy weapons like mortars were in proper working order. If they gave it their all and still couldn't stop the werewolves, then they would have no choice but to resort to these last measures. It was better to eliminate them than to let this group of werewolves break through the blockade and harm more civilians. And this is precisely Manhwa's plan for the second phase. 11 combat teams will block the nearby essential entrances and exits. Then, the stronger superpowered warriors from the special forces will search for and pursue these transformed werewolves. Only as a last resort will they be killed. Avoid harming the lives of more innocent civilians. However, at this moment, a large group of media reporters suddenly swarmed into the scene. Dear viewers, this is truly unbelievable. The finish line of the running hero turns out to be the site of a large-scale armed operation. We can see a large number of police officers at the scene. Oh, what's over there? It's the Special Forces members of the Jiaolong Commando Unit, sniper rifles, and even mortars. What on earth is going on here? Could it be that a secret military operation is underway? May I ask if Speedy Hero is also part of your operation? What exactly is his identity? The reporters, both excited and nervous, explained into the cameras, completely ignoring the tense and dangerous atmosphere on site. Everyone, please leave here immediately, it's very dangerous. Manhwa frowned deeply. The unexpected incident during the operation was already giving him a headache. Now, with so many reporters coming out to dig for the truth, it made him even more irritable. Impression of that so-called running hero has also plummeted. I don't know any running hero, and as for everything else, I have no comment. This is a confidential military operation and extremely dangerous. Please leave immediately. Manhwa tried to disperse these uninvited guests, but the reporters, caught up in the frenzy of chasing big news, ignored his warnings. Captain Kohn, may I ask what exactly happened here? Why are there so many heavy weapons? Does it involve a terrorist attack? A bold reporter, holding a microphone, managed to squeeze in front of Manhwa. Before Manhwa could answer, the howling of wolves from afar grew clearer, and the silhouettes of the wolf pack were faintly visible. Not good, the werewolf is here, a team member shouted. The reporters seemed to wake up as if from a dream. So it was a werewolf. We can see that there are a large number of transformed werewolves near the Pfizer pharmaceutical factory, along with numerous police and military personnel. They are fully prepared and have heavy weapons at the ready. I would like to ask Captain Kong, these werewolves transformed due to civilians being infected with the werewolf virus. With this kind of setup, are you planning to abandon the lives of these civilians? Are you intending to use heavy weapons to directly slaughter them? These two questions were extremely sharp and piercing, causing Manhwa's gaze to instantly harden. Gave the reporter a deep look. I'll say it again, this is a military secret. I have nothing to disclose. Guards, get these reporters out of here. Notify the police to tighten the blockade. No one is allowed to approach, especially reporters. The guards quickly took action, attempting to push the reporters out. However, the reporters were unwilling to leave easily, and both sides reached a stalemate. You can't treat press freedom like this. We have the right to know the truth. The reporters shouted, holding their cameras and microphones high, refusing to lower them. This is not the time to talk about press freedom. It's extremely dangerous here, and staying will only cause more trouble. A guard anxiously explained, but the reporters simply wouldn't listen. At this moment, the wolf pack was getting closer and closer, their howls piercing painfully through eardrums. The members of Team 7 gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense, ready at any moment to face the werewolves' assault. They must not get through. Chen Feng shouted, open fire. The battle erupted instantly. The members of Team 7, under Chen Feng's leadership, opened fire one after another. The werewolves fell one by one amidst the hail of bullets, but relying on their thick skin and strong regenerative abilities, they got back up and charged forward recklessly. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the blockade. Watch the flanks. A werewolf is circling around. Snow Eagle loudly reminded. Sure enough, a few werewolves took advantage of the team members focusing their firepower on the frontal wolf pack and quietly charged from the side. Night Owl turned around and fired several shots at the werewolves on the flank, taking down two of them. But the remaining werewolves were incredibly fast, closing in within the blink of an eye. Night Owl didn't have time to reload and had to draw his military knife to engage in close combat with the werewolves. The vultures saw this and immediately rushed over to provide support. The two stood back to back, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the werewolves on the flanks. Behind them, the Falcon and the Hawk were positioned with two sniper rifles, waiting for an opportunity to provide fire support. Further back, there was a row of mortars. If the two front lines of team members and the crossfire blockade still couldn't stop the werewolves, this final heavy weaponry would be deployed. By no means can these powerful and brutal werewolves be allowed to rush out and harm more people. However, such resistance and protection were unanimously criticized by the reporters. This is violent suppression. These werewolves are clearly victims, yet you want to kill them, a reporter angrily accused in a loud voice, while the camera in his hand continued to capture the tragic scenes on the battlefield. Your military and police actions are too cruel. This is simply inhumane, another reporter chimed in. And you still want to drive us away and block the news. This is a massacre of civilians, a dictatorship, and not democratic at all. As journalists, we have the right and duty to expose the truth. More and more reporters gathered, and in the blink of an eye, there were as many as 30 or 40 reporters with microphones squeezing in. Where did all these flies come from? Manhwa immediately felt even more dissatisfied and grew angrier at the so-called running hero who had drawn the reporters' attention. attention. But soon, his heart trembled. Something's wrong. These guys are so confrontational right from the start, steering public opinion to smear the military. It doesn't seem like they were drawn here by that running hero. Instead, it feels like they were prepared in advance. These damned guys. Kang Angua's heart sank. The journalism and media industry in Longwa had been under the control of powerful nations since the old era. After the beginning of the new era, the major conglomerates backed by the vampire families spared no effort in monopolizing and infiltrating this industry, already riddled with countless infiltrations and vulnerabilities. So much so that any act of betrayal or distortion of facts is seen by discerning individuals as typical of journalism students. Now it seems that these reporters must have been secretly incited by someone, deliberately trying to cause trouble for the military. They even intend to use this opportunity to smear the military for massacring civilians, creating a storm of public opinion and panic in Fengqing Fortress and even the entire Dragon Nation. Truly relentless in their desire to see me destroyed. Even after over 2,000 years, it's still the same old story. Damn it! Kang Anhwa cursed under his breath. He wished he could grab every reporter and give them a good beating, but doing so would only play right into their hands. In order to crush and thwart this conspiracy, they had to pick up the walkie-talkie. Attention all teams, these werewolves are civilians, so during the battle, no casualties among the werewolves are allowed. Ha! Chen Feng and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this command through the communicator. These werewolves were exceptionally fierce, each possessing peak insect-level abilities, and even approaching rat-level capabilities. Among them, a few stronger ones have even fully reached the level of rat-class superpowered warriors. Engaging in close combat, even these well-trained elite special forces find it difficult to handle. Only by relying on firearms and firepower suppression can they barely withstand their assaults. Blades and bullets are indiscriminate. Who can guarantee that in such intense battles, no werewolf's life will be harmed? This is simply an impossible task. However, the military order has already been issued. No matter how difficult it is, they can only grit their teeth and complete it. Warhawk Falcon, the plan has changed. Cancel the plan to kill with silver bullets. Cancel the plan to use heavy weapons. When shooting, you must avoid vital areas, and during combat, do not target vital areas either. Try to stall them as much as possible. With that, a werewolf suddenly lunged forward. The frenzied werewolf had no sense of danger, leaping high with its limbs spread wide. All the vital points were exposed in front of Chen Feng. As long as Chen Feng was willing, a burst of bullets could hit both the heart and the head. No matter how abnormal the werewolf's regenerative ability was, it would still have to meet its end. But the problem was that the current order was not to kill a single werewolf. Chen Feng slightly adjusted the aim of his gun, pouring all the bullets into the werewolf's torso and limbs. The powerful impact of the bullet sent the werewolf flying backward. But ordinary bullets hitting these areas are nothing more than superficial wounds to a werewolf. Sizzle! Amid a burst of white smoke, the bullets lodged in the werewolf's body were expelled one by one, and the bullet holes and wounds healed at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the werewolf became even more ferocious due to such injuries and pain. Awah! Rolling on the ground, the wolf howled and then pounced again even more frantically. So tough? Chen Feng secretly lamented in his heart. He understood that the reason for such an outcome was, first, because these werewolves were stronger than ordinary ones. Secondly, it was because of the strict order prohibiting the killing of werewolves that he dared not fight with full force. He could only choose to shoot at more conservative and less critical areas, and such injuries were practically no different from a tickle to these werewolves. Given this, the effectiveness of firearms became extremely limited. To deal with this group of werewolves, close combat is the only option. So, facing the werewolf lunging at him even more frantically, he gave up reloading, drew his military knife, and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng's military knife swung repeatedly, bursting into flashes of blade light and splatters of blood. His combat skills were evidently very solid. However, these werewolves are simply too perverse. Their skin is as hard as steel plates, and every time a dagger slashes at them, it feels like cutting into steel armor. Even with full force, it can only make a shallow cut. It's not much better than the effect of a bullet. On the contrary, the werewolf's counterattack was powerful and forceful. Chen Feng didn't dare to take it head-on, quickly sidestepping to dodge the werewolf's frontal assault. Bang! The werewolf missed and clawed at the nearby wall. Bricks and stones scattered everywhere. On the wall of reinforced concrete, the werewolf's claws had actually left 3 deep grooves. If this were to scratch a person, it wouldn't take much, just one strike would result in broken bones, torn muscles, and disembowelment. Another strike, and life would be over instantly. Under such constrained circumstances, even the most capable Chen Feng was drenched in sweat and struggling immensely to deal with a single werewolf. Others are even more so. How can we fight this? There's no way to stop them without hitting their vital points. Night Owl shouted anxiously through the communicator. At the moment, he was grappling with another werewolf, and several claw marks had already been scratched onto his body. Fortunately, he was quite agile and managed to avoid his vital points. The wounds weren't very deep either, but blood kept flowing flowing from his wound. If this continues, he will grow weaker and weaker from blood loss and sooner or later won't be able to fend off the raging werewolf in front of him. The situation with the snow eagle isn't looking good either. His gun has already been thrown aside, and he's fighting a werewolf barehanded. That's right, mountain eagle. These werewolves are so ferocious, if we don't go all out, we won't stand a chance. Neither can we kill the werewolves, nor can we let them charge out and kill more people. This is a battlefield. Where do you find such ideal solutions? What's wrong with Captain Kong? Why is he being so indecisive? This is practically an impossible mission. Stop complaining and think of a way. We have to carry out the orders from above. Chen Feng responded, his eyes fixed on the werewolf charging at him again. The situation across the entire front line immediately worsened. By comparison, the vulture's situation was the best. In terms of close combat knife techniques, he was the best in the team and more suited for such battles. But seeing that the fight and the scent of blood were about to attract more werewolves, and his teammates were starting to get injured, he grew increasingly anxious. Can't worry about so much now, as long as we don't die, right? He steeled himself and made a decision similar to Wang Yu's. Can't kill you, but can't cripple you either? Then, a flash of the blade. Swish! A clean and decisive strike with full force directly severed a werewolf's leg at the root. Oh whoa! The werewolf let out a miserable howl and collapsed to the ground. Having lost a leg in balance, he struggled for a long time but couldn't even stand up. The threat was instantly neutralized. Meanwhile, the werewolves' formidable vitality ensured they wouldn't die from this. Find an opportunity to cut off their limbs. These things are tough. This kind of injury won't kill them. The vulture's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly shouted a reminder. However, at this moment, the reporters also witnessed this scene. You are harming civilians. How is this different from a massacre? The reporters, upon seeing this, shouted even more excitedly, their cameras continuously recording the scene, attempting to spread the atrocities of the team members. On the surface, they order not to harm their lives, yet they treat these poor civilians so cruelly. This is too inhumane. The military must give an explanation. A female reporter shouted indignantly, her eyes full of anger and accusation. You all! Kananwo was furious in his heart. Even for minor injuries, they have to make such a big fuss. These reporters are really going too far, but now it's already too late to drive these reporters away. In this case, it will only give them more room to spread rumors and slander, causing greater panic and chaos. So, clenching his teeth, he ordered, all teams, be mindful. Capture them alive with minor injuries, do not cause any disabilities. This is an order. Ha! Chen Feng hurriedly withdrew his blade upon hearing the new order. Originally, this strike would have crippled the werewolf's leg, effectively ending the battle. But now, the situation changed immediately. Veins bulged on Chen Feng's forehead as he exerted all his strength to forcibly alter the blade's trajectory, leaving only a shallow cut on the werewolf's leg. Oh whoa! The werewolf howled in pain, then charged at Chen Feng even more frantically. Fortunately, Chen Feng was truly an elite among elites and still had ways to handle the situation. He sidestepped swiftly and seized one of the werewolf's claws. Using the momentum of the werewolf's attack, he skillfully redirected the force and flung the werewolf several meters away. But such a mild attack is hardly even a scratch for the werewolf. The werewolf quickly got up again and charged at Chen Feng once more. Over on Night Owl and the other side, the new order only made them even more flustered. Not allowed to kill, not allowed to injure. What kind of battle is this? A child's play. Why is this new order so ridiculous? Night Owl complained in the communication channel while dodging the werewolves' attacks. These werewolves don't reason with you at all. They just go all out with relentless attacks, while for us, even the slightest mistake means getting hurt. If this keeps up, we're going to be completely wiped out. Stop complaining and find a way to complete the task. Chen Feng shouted, his eyes never leaving the werewolf in front of him. Over there, Snow Eagle was trying hard to subdue the werewolf using grappling techniques, but the werewolf was too strong. Several times, he had clearly succeeded, only for the werewolf to violently break free. It's really hard to capture it alive with only minor injuries. Unless Captain Lei is here, we simply can't suppress these werewolves with our strength. These werewolves are stronger than any we've encountered before, the Snow Eagle said, panting heavily. The vulture remained silent. As the knife in his hand no longer dared to strike as decisively as before, he gradually accumulated more wounds on his body. This isn't going to work. Fighting so hesitantly, how are the team members supposed to battle? Captain Kong, it's not just Team 7, the entire front line is struggling. Team 6 has even suffered casualties. If we don't use some measures, these werewolves will break out of the encirclement, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Let them fight freely, don't worry about those reporters shouting nonsense. Staff Officer Su Kaishian said anxiously. Kananwa fell into silence. If they go all out, with the combat capabilities of the Jelong Commando unit, annihilating this group of werewolves would naturally be no problem. But the issue is, he must consider the impact of doing so. No, the problem now is no longer just a simple military matter. The previous orders remain unchanged. Additionally, tell all the captains in the central area to return to their respective teams to reinforce the defenses. Let's seal the breach first before anything everything else. Lei Ping from Team 7 is not here. Guard, go and help them out. Kanonwo wished he could rush up himself, but he had to stay in the center to coordinate and control the situation, so he could only dispatch all the forces he could from his side. At the same time, he missed Lei Ping even more in his heart. Damn it, when your abilities are most needed, you end up lying in the ICU. That brat Wang Yu is the same, of all things to transform into, he just had to become a vampire. And that damned so-called speedster. At this moment, Wang Yu had no idea that Captain Khan was grinding his teeth in hatred for him. At this moment, he was wearing a silver bracelet and locked inside a police vehicle. Outside, the fight was raging, but here it was completely quiet. Officer, I really came to help. Just let me in. He was filled with anxiety. Due to repeatedly using his abilities, his super sense of smell couldn't be activated for the time being, leaving him unaware of how dire the battlefield situation was. When the Jelong Commando team takes action, it must be with overwhelming force. If he didn't think of a way to find the footage soon, he would lose any chance to earn merit. But the officer in front of him had a grim expression. No, there is an order from above to detain you immediately. I am also a member of the Jelong Commando, Wang Yu hurriedly explained. But the officer opposite remained unmoved. I know. I also know that you're a vampire, and you might accidentally fall into a frenzy. Even your captain almost lost his life because of it. Are you going in now to harm more people? Wang Yu was startled. Looking closely, he found the officer in front of him somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd seen him before. How do you know about my situation? The officer snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, Villa number 21 in the Lakeside Garden community. My name is Zhao Gang, and I was in charge of the operation that day. Do you remember now? Hiss. Wang Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. So it turned out he had run into an acquaintance. Moreover, this acquaintance had an extremely poor impression of him due to the incident that day. Officer Zhao, what happened that day was an accident. I really can control myself now, Wang Yu said anxiously, his hands unconsciously gripping the railing of the police car tightly. An accident? Almost getting your captain killed was also an accident? Zhao Gang looked coldly at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with distrust. An uncontrollable factor like you can never be allowed on the battlefield. Who knows when you'll lose control again? Wang Yu secretly lamented in his heart. He knew that saying more at this moment would be futile. It was clear that Zhao Gang harbored a deep prejudice against him, but he was truly unwilling to just sit in the police car and miss this critical battle. Officer Zhao, my apologies. With that, he slammed the car door open. He had now advanced to the rank of Viscount-level vampire, possessing terrifying strength. No car door, no silver bracelet could possibly stop him. Exaggerated speed could allow him to quickly break through the blockade and reach the battlefield. However, after crashing open the car door, Wang Yu was stunned. He remained motionless, even raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. Because he discovered that outside the police car, there were armed paramilitary police everywhere. There are even a few snipers. He couldn't see the enemy's position, but the red dot of the laser sight kept wandering over his body. He feared that if he moved again, they would open fire. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't possibly be faster than a bullet. So he had no choice but to turn his head with a bitter expression. Officer Zhao, we're all on the same side. Is this really necessary? For others, no. Facing Wang Yu's questioning, Zhao Gang replied sternly, but for you, it's very necessary. A superpowered warrior, the life or death of the special squad captain remains uncertain. 5 police SWAT officers severely injured, with multiple fractures all over their bodies, over a dozen SWAT officers lightly injured, plus the life of a vampire suspect. Comrade Wang Yu, this is the damage you caused that night. And now inside is a real battlefield. Do you think if I were in your position, I would let such an uncertain factor, a monster that could lose control and attack its own people at any moment, go in? Do you think I would trust you? Zhao Gang stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu. If you lose control, the damage you cause would far exceed that of most werewolves. At this moment, the armed police around remained highly vigilant, their gun barrels constantly aimed at Wang Yu. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Wang Yu was left speechless. After all, the fact that he lost control and injured someone was indisputable. He could only continue. The matter of losing control has now been resolved. Officer Zhao, I swear on my honor, this time it definitely won't get out of control, Wang Yu said anxiously, a hint of urgency in his eyes. But Zhao Gang mercilessly retorted, honor? For someone who could turn into a monster at any moment, how much is honor worth? Just as the two were at an impasse, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant battlefield. The howls of wolves rose and fell. Wang Yu's heart tightened, sensing that a major change must have occurred in the battle. Even the outer lines could hear the sounds of combat, indicating that even the Jelong Commando team had lost complete control of the battlefield situation. Officer Zhao, look, the situation is urgent. Let me go. Wang Yu took the opportunity to request again. This was Zhao Gang pressing the communicator on his ear and carefully listening to the battle report just sent back from the front. At that moment, his heart sank as well. You two, keep an eye on him. The front line is under pressure. Leave a few people to continue the blockade blockade, and the rest of you come with me to assist the military in reinforcing the defenses. Take this kid with you, and make sure he doesn't run around. Hey, Captain Kong, we've caught that runner, the vampire who went berserk a few days ago. We have a combat mission and can't keep an eye on this kid anymore, so we're sending him over to you. After a series of orders and communications, Zhao Gang led a group of armed paramilitary police to the front line. Wang Yu was also being pushed forward like a prisoner by two people. The harm wasn't significant, but the humiliation was immense. But Wang Yu still endured it. After all, he had lost control and gone berserk, injuring so many of their brothers. So, along the way, Wang Yu remained silent. Even though he could easily break free now, he let the two armed police officers escort him, and he quickly observed the battlefield situation. All around, the battlefield was ablaze with chaos, the howls of wolves, gunfire, and shouts of combat intertwined, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Behave yourself. If you dare to act recklessly, we won't show any mercy. A military police officer escorting Wang Yu noticed his movements and issued a low warning. His tone was cold and firm, yet slightly trembling. His pupils had already shrunk to the size of pinholes. Just kidding. The Wang Yu in his hand could almost kill a super soldier, a formidable presence capable of taking on an entire armed police unit alone. Captain Zhao Gang actually entrusted him with keeping an eye on such a super monster. He was really being overestimated. His other hand tightly gripped the pistol at his waist. Although they knew this might be useless against the monster Wang Yu, they were still ready to fight to the death at any moment. Another officer was even more nervous, with his palms already covered in cold sweat. But soon, this fear was replaced by an even more immediate terror, because they had already seen the battle at the street corner, and witnessed those bloodthirsty and brutal werewolves. Those werewolves, with their messy fur covered in blood and their eyes glowing with a fierce red light, were baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at the members of the Jiaolong assault team. A few even broke through the Jiaolong assault team's blockade. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Gang led the armed police to charge forward. Using firearms in coordination with riot shields, they managed to hold off the werewolves. However, this is only temporary. These werewolves have tough skin and thick flesh. Bullets hitting them hardly cause any damage. Moreover, they possess immense strength. Each attack carries tremendous impact, and the armed police force, whether in terms of personnel quality or combat capability, is weaker than the special forces full of superhuman warriors. In just a few breaths after the battle began, many armed police officers were injured and fell to the ground under the attack of several werewolves. Bang! A particularly tall and strong werewolf swiped its claw, sending both the riot shield and the person holding it flying far away. Humans, even well-trained armed police, are simply too insignificant in the face of these supernatural creatures. Simply no match. Oh my god, why are these werewolves so powerful? This is just too terrifying. A paramilitary officer escorting Wang Yu said with a trembling voice, his legs involuntarily going weak. It's not that he lacks courage, but rather the instinctive trembling of any creature when faced with irresistible danger. These werewolves are transformed civilians. They can only be captured, not killed, and must not be maimed. At this moment, an order echoing across the battlefield further sank the hearts of all the armed police who came to provide support. Given their firepower and capabilities, it would be difficult to completely annihilate this group of werewolves. Blindly gritting your teeth and persisting, while unable to let go and fight freely, how could you possibly defeat and capture so many terrifying werewolves? Soon, another 7 or 8 people were severely injured and sent flying by the werewolves. I can't go on like this anymore. Advisor Su Kaishian once again suggested, the police support is just a drop in the bucket. If this continues, the breach will be impossible to seal. Take action. Let these transformed citizens suffer a bit. I'll take the blame. Manhwa looked at the group of reporters holding cameras and filming with great interest, hesitating for a moment. But upon seeing the battlefield in front of him and the intelligence coming in from various other battlefields, he understood that Su Kaishuan's judgment was correct. He had no choice but to grit his teeth with great difficulty and say, alright. However, just as the word alright was halfway out of his mouth, a clear and loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. Captain Kong, you are Captain Kong, right? I'm here, I'm Wang Yu. Let them release me, let me join. Manhwa heard the voice and looked closely, and sure enough, he saw a young man of high school age shouting and waving at him while being guarded by 2 armed police officers. Tall and slender, with fair skin. If you look closely, you can still see those sharp, fawn-like teeth resembling tiger fangs. With well-defined features, a straight nose, and a square mouth, he looks just like an old acquaintance. He is the newest member of the 7th squad of the Jiaolong assault team, and also the son of his old subordinate Wan Hoxiong, Wang Yu. After all this time, Manhwa is meeting Wang Yu for the first time. Moreover, it turned out to be almost the same scene as when he first met his father back then, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is it really you? Kid, you've recovered? Manhwa stepped forward a few steps. No time for much small talk, nor to investigate anything about the runner or why Wang Yu managed to find his way here. Hurriedly pointing at the battle line that was on the verge of collapse, he asked, are you confident in dealing with the werewolves? Is there any risk risk of losing control again? Report to the commander, none. Wang Yu stood at attention. After Dr. May's examination, I can now fully control my berserk state. These werewolves. Wang Yu quickly glanced at the battlefield, made a brief assessment of the strength and combat abilities of these werewolves, and confidently said, I can subdue them. Good. Kananwa's spirits lifted, and he said to the two armed police officers, your mission is complete, let him go. Then he looked at Wang Yu seriously, remember, no killing, no maiming, and it's best to use grappling techniques to subdue and capture. Understood? Understood. Wang Yu responded loudly. Not only did he understand how to act in a moment, but he also understood why the Jelong commando team's performance was so lackluster. They couldn't kill or injure, yet faced a brutally strong opponent that was hard to subdue with sheer force. It was indeed a bit tricky. However, this is not difficult for him at all now. After answering, he directly charged toward the battlefield. Can this kid really do it? Zhao Kaishian came over, frowned, and said, Old Kong, you're hesitating to give orders. Don't tell me you're counting on this kid alone to turn the tide of the battle. He may be powerful, but he's just a Baron-level vampire, at most equivalent to one of our peak insect-level super warriors. Are you still expecting him to turn the world upside down? Just watch. Kananwa didn't explain, but Zhao Kaishian understood his intention. Team 7 is the weakest link in all the defensive lines. If Wang Yu's addition can stabilize the front, then the other teams will likely be able to hold their ground as well. They are already mobilizing more troops for support. Hold the line, and there will be a way. But can it be held? That strongest werewolf had already knocked away several SWAT team members in succession and was about to break through the final blockade. We can't let it break out. Zhao Gang took the lead, grabbing a riot shield and charging toward the werewolf. Bang! The powerful werewolf suddenly swung its claws, striking heavily on Zhao Gang's riot shield. The immense impact left Zhao Gang's arms numb, forcing him to stagger backward repeatedly. But before he could steady himself, the werewolf's claws struck again. This time, Zhao Gang had no strength to resist and was sent flying several meters away along with his shield. Cough, cough. Zhao Gang fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and the riot shield in his hand flew out of his grasp. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes. Even the strongest level 9 sub-superpowered warrior of the armed police unit, Captain Zhao Gang, could barely withstand 2 blows from the werewolf. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The reporters, who had been taking photos non-stop with a mindset of watching the drama and stirring up trouble, were even more terrified out of their wits. Because if the werewolves broke through the blockade, the next victims would be them. Even the armed police captain couldn't withstand the casual swipes of the werewolf's claws, and these useless troublemakers who only knew how to disgust people and nitpick were nothing but worthless snacks in front of these werewolves. One swipe can kill a whole group. Help! Help! Police comrades, soldier comrades, come quickly to protect us. Fire, headshot, kill these monsters. Threatening their own lives, the reporters immediately stopped shouting about freedom and human rights. One by one, they screamed while frantically running backward, shouting for the military to quickly open fire and kill. Now you know who your comrades are? What were you thinking when you were making things difficult for us? Kananwa's face was full of disdain. At the same time, he nervously loaded the bullets into his handgun. Inside were silver bullets, hitting a vital spot. Just one would be enough to take a werewolf's life. If he truly couldn't stop the werewolf in a more ideal way, he would have to make this difficult decision and fire the first shot. At this moment, the werewolf had already taken advantage of the victory to pursue. After being seriously injured, Zhao Gang quickly lost all ability to resist. Pinned to the ground by the werewolf, its bloodthirsty jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, and it bit down fiercely at Zhao Gang. Captain! The armed police hurried to intervene. But the distance was too great, and the werewolf's movements were too fast. It was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as Captain Zhao Gang was bitten to death by the werewolf, becoming the first martyr to die heroically. And with even the captain falling so easily, given the strength and brutality of these werewolves, it seemed likely that their entire group might be wiped out today. It's over. Everyone's hearts were filled with cold despair. However, at this moment, a figure approached at an incredible speed. Finally, just as the werewolf was about to bite through Zhao Gang's neck, the figure grabbed the mane on the back of the werewolf's neck. Under the werewolf's bloodthirsty jaws, Zhao Gang felt that this time he was truly about to meet his end heroically. However, just as he was ready to embrace death, he realized that the werewolf's bite had missed. It bit several more times in succession, the clashing of its sharp white teeth producing a harsh cracking sound, leaving no doubt about the terrifying bite force of this savage werewolf. Snapping a normal human's neck would be an effortless task. But the problem was, this werewolf seemed to be playing a game of stopping just short. Bitten several times, it only struggled about an inch away from Zhao Gang's neck, refusing to actually bite down. It was as if some immense force was holding it back. Could it be? Zhao Gang looked behind the werewolf and saw a familiar face smiling at him. Hello, Captain Zhao, we meet again. Are you okay? Wang Yu? Zhao Gang was dumbfounded. Why is it you? How did you get out here and even onto the battlefield? You, cough cough. Over Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhao Gang started coughing. Hurriedly, he rolled away from the werewolf's attack range and said, "Leave quickly, this is not a place you should be. We're already struggling enough to deal with the werewolves. We don't have the capacity to guard against you suddenly going berserk. Besides, these werewolves are no ordinary foes. Even seasoned special forces members find it extremely difficult to handle just one. Even if you step in, you won't be their match. Retreat quickly." Awah! As soon as the words fell, the werewolf had already realized that apart from the prey in front of him, there was another, even more detestable prey preventing his killing and hunting. Howling loudly, it flipped over and clawed at Wang Yu. "Retreat quickly! Get out of the way!" Seeing this, Zhao Gang became even more anxious. Despite his serious injuries, he rushed forward, intending to rescue Wang Yu. After all, no matter how much of a monster Wang Yu might be, no matter his objections, he was still recognized by the military as one of their own. Seeing that he couldn't stop the werewolf in time, Zhao Kong was so anxious he was about to go mad. However, Wang Yu remained motionless, a happy curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Retreat? How am I supposed to earn credit if I retreat? This is the chance I've been waiting for." The werewolf appeared, and Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He was glad he could save someone, finally helping his teammate for once. He was also thrilled to finally have a chance to prove himself. So, facing the ferocious and bloodthirsty werewolf, he not only didn't retreat but even stepped forward, grabbed the wrist of the werewolf's clawing hand and held it tightly. The powerful strength of the Viscount-level vampire erupted instantly, not only withstanding the impact of the werewolf's claw but also controlling the werewolf's entire arm. Even the werewolf's entire body, as a result, was unable to move an inch in that instant. The other claw swung over, but Wang Yu caught its wrist in the same manner. "Awah!" The werewolf roared angrily, trying to break free from Wang Yu's grip, its massive body twisting violently. However, Wang Yu stood firmly in place, his feet rooted as if to the ground, without the slightest reduction in the strength of his hands. The invincible and immensely powerful werewolf was unexpectedly caught by Wang Yu. It struggled frantically, yet couldn't even manage to break free. Zhao Gang was instantly stunned at the sight. It must be noted that he had just personally experienced how terrifying the power of a werewolf could be. It was even stronger than an average peak-level insect-class superpowered warrior. Even if it couldn't match a rat-class superpowered warrior, the explosive force of a single strike was at least 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms. According to the information he obtained, Wang Yu's level was only at the peak of the insect class when not going berserk. Logically speaking, he should be far from being a match for the werewolf. That's why he immediately told Wang Yu to retreat quickly. But now, what was he seeing? In theory, Wang Yu, whose peak strength should only be 3,000 kilograms, effortlessly caught an attack with a force of 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms, and even managed to capture a werewolf with such ferocious strength, rendering it immobile? Seriously? Wang Yu, how did you? Zhao Gang was dumbfounded. At this moment, the werewolf, struggling in vain, immediately howled and opened its bloodthirsty jaws to bite Wang Yu. Wang Yu was already prepared. Seeing the werewolf's jaws coming at him, he slightly tilted his head, easily dodging the fatal bite. At the same time, he suddenly raised his knee, slamming it hard into the werewolf's abdomen. "Awah!" The werewolf cried out in pain, letting out a piercing scream as its body involuntarily curled up. Wang Yu seized the opportunity, forcefully swinging with both hands and slamming the werewolf onto the ground. Bang! The werewolf landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up, but Wang Yu gave it no chance to catch its breath. He kicked it back to the ground and firmly pinned it down, preventing any movement. At the same time, he twisted both of its claws and pinned them behind its back, completely subduing it. Then he turned to Zhao Gang and said, "Do you have a sturdy rope? Tie it up and that'll settle it. Better put a muzzle on its mouth too, so it doesn't bite people like a mad dog." Zhao Gang was still in shock at this moment and hadn't managed to snap out of it. After a while, some team members rushed over to start tying up the werewolf subdued by Wang Yu. He then slowly spoke. "Wang Yu, how did your strength suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that the information they gave me was wrong, and you're not a Baron-level vampire?" Wang Yu smiled and didn't intend to hide it. "Officer Zhao, I've already said, this time I'm not the same as last time. Not only has the issue of losing control been resolved, but my strength has also improved a little. Now I am already at the Viscount level." "What? Viscount level?" This time, not only was Zhao Gang stunned, but the armed police officers nearby were also stunned. Even the squad leader Kang Anhwa and the staff officer Su Kaixian further away were stunned. Others don't know, but the two of them certainly do. From Wang Yu's transformation into a vampire until now, it's been less than a month in total. From his promotion to Baron-level vampire until now, it's been even less than half a month. In less than half a month, he advanced from Baron-level vampire to Viscount-level vampire? This speed is simply astonishing. You must know that vampires, as a special type of extraordinary being, can directly possess the ability of immortality, but the cost is also quite evident. Aside from various weaknesses, the greatest cost is that their progress in strength is extremely slow. It takes at least 10 years to advance from the lowest level vampire to a Baron. From Baron to Viscount, it takes a full 100 years. For humans, after injecting the superpower power enhancement serum combined with appropriate training, the corresponding time is generally 1 to 5 years. For vampires, this is absolutely a crushing speed advantage. Yet now, Wang Yu, a vampire, has advanced one level in just half a month. The speed of advancement is far faster than humans who have mastered cutting-edge biotechnology. Viscount? In just a few days, this kid has become a Viscount? Fake, right? How could vampires possibly level up so quickly? Su Kai-shian was incredulous. Manhwa was also seriously shocked. However, comparatively, his ability to accept it was stronger. Brat, you really know how to surprise people, just like your father. Since that's the case, it seems there's hope to stabilize the front line. His spirits lifted. However, after his initial amazement, the light in Su Kai-shuan's eyes quickly dimmed. Hard. Although a Viscount-level vampire is enough to suppress werewolves, there are simply too many of them. This kid can't handle it all on his own. When more people here get injured, or even casualties occur, he still won't be able to maintain the front line by himself, let alone plug such a large gap. In the end, it's because Team 7 is missing Lei Pang, and their strength has been significantly weakened. If Lei Pang were here, his abilities are a perfect counter to these dark-type supernatural creatures. One electric strike could take out a whole group. With him around, the front line would be absolutely unshakable. But now, he shook his head. The situation on the battlefield was more or less as he feared. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yu did not delay any further and immediately threw himself into the battle with full force. He pushed his combat and grappling skills to the limit, and within a few minutes, subdued 2 more werewolves. But at this moment, more werewolves broke through the first line of defense of the special forces. 5 or 6 werewolves charged out together, attacking the armed police defense line, and the casualties immediately became even more severe. In an instant, Wang Yu didn't even have time to subdue the werewolves. Just running back and forth to save people and prevent fatalities had already left him exhausted. Werewolves are naturally the natural enemies of vampires. It is already commendable that he, a vampire of Viscount level, can hold his ground under the assault of multiple werewolves with strength close to that of Viscount level vampires. Having to support others under the attack of these werewolves and maintain the entire defensive line is even more of a struggle, unless he is allowed to unleash himself and go on a killing spree right now. Otherwise, if a few more werewolves were to appear, even with his greatly increased strength now, he would still be powerless. The situation is not optimistic. However, after temporarily ensuring safety, those reporters regained their energy once again. Dear viewers, look, the military and police couldn't even control the werewolves, almost letting this group of werewolves break out. Those reporters seemed completely oblivious to the blood-soaked battles of the people on the battlefield, angrily criticizing in front of the camera. Look at this chaotic scene. What are the military and police even doing? After all this time, they still can't deal with a few werewolves, leaving the citizens in such dangerous circumstances. This situation forces us to deeply question and worry about the nation's military capabilities. A male reporter wearing glasses and a neatly tailored suit shouted loudly at the camera, his face full of dissatisfaction and anger. Dear audience, I can't help but ask, is taxpayers' money being wasted on a bunch of freeloaders? So many police and military forces, yet they do nothing, just standing by as these monsters wreak havoc. This is sheer incompetence, pure dereliction of duty. If it were those powerful Western armies, such danger and losses would never have occurred. A nearby female reporter with exquisite makeup chimed in as well, her tone sharp and grating, her eyes full of disdain. Is there any corruption or embezzlement involved here? Friends, we have reason to worry whether someone in the military or police is taking pay without actually fulfilling their duties. Otherwise, how could the situation have become such a mess? Citizens need real and effective protection, not to watch them struggle to cope in such a disorganized manner. Another reporter waved his arms, speaking emotionally. These highly pointed and inflammatory remarks immediately stirred up a wave of commotion, not only in front of televisions and phones where the media was broadcasting, but at this moment, as the blockade weakened, some bold individuals also began to gather. Some uninformed members of the public, after hearing the reporter's words, also started to complain quietly. Exactly, they're so proactive when it comes to collecting taxes, but when it comes to critical moments, they can't do anything. Not just that, the most profitable industries are all monopolized. They say state-owned means owned by the people, but in reality, it's all embezzled by the officials. These officials don't care about the lives of us common people at all. This place is very dangerous, everyone evacuate quickly. Manhwa tried his best to disperse the crowd, but the crowd had already been incited by these second-rate reporters. Why should we evacuate? Can't even handle a few werewolves? What are you good for? We're not leaving. We want to see what kind of useless good-for-nothings the common people have raised. Manhwa's sharp gaze turned toward the source of the voice. The man was wearing a trench coat despite the scorching weather, with a baseball cap pulled low over his face. At a glance, it's clear there's something suspicious. It's highly likely to be a spy from foreign forces, deliberately blending into the crowd to incite unrest during such chaos, collaborating with these shameless second-rate media both inside and out, slandering the military, and even defaming the nation. The goal is to seize every opportunity to create turmoil. If the action is too harsh, this group of scoundrels will call it a massacre, inhumane, and undemocratic. If the action is too lenient to resolve the issue, they'll call it incompetence and uselessness. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Manhwa couldn't help but feel troubled. The werewolf crisis is enough to threaten the safety and even the survival of the entire Fengqing fortress, as well as several surrounding fortresses. If not handled properly, and with the instigation of these second-rate media outlets, losing the support and trust of the people would make the situation completely uncontrollable. Damn it, that person is definitely suspicious. I'm going to arrest him. Staff Officer Su Kaishian also noticed the problem and drew his pistol, ready to act. But Manhwa stopped him. Wait, do you think now is a good time to make an arrest? Su Kaishian looked around and saw that many people were indignant under the incitement of the Erguzi media reporters. Several hot-headed youths were even shouting, "Give the money back." If people suddenly start getting arrested at this time, it will definitely be blown out of proportion, saying things like bloody suppression and dictatorial rule. Then should we just let this bunch of guys cause trouble? It's all that Wang Yu kid's fault, stirring up such a big commotion for no reason, even becoming some so-called running hero, attracting this group of idiots over here. Even if he made a contribution this time, he still needs to be properly disciplined when we return. If he's recovering, he should just focus on recovering. Why did he have to come over here? And Chen Feng, Wang Yu actually knew the mission location. He might have been the one who told him. He also needs to be seriously disciplined. This group of kids has no organization or discipline. They must be properly managed. That's not right. Manhwa shook his head and analyzed in a deep voice. Wang Yu rushed over here in such a hurry, clearly using running as a last resort without prior information. It was a spontaneous decision. But this group of guys is different. Manhwa pointed at the noisy reporters and crowd, saying, 20 or 30 reporters, and several hundred people in the crowd. How did they all get here so quickly? You have to know, we're in the strict lockdown phase right now. Ordinary people can't even leave their own residential areas. Are you saying these people are all traitors and lackeys, or even spies? Su Kaishuan's expression changed. It should be noted that since the new era, the Dragon Kingdom has gradually become the strongest country in the world. Are there still so many foreign-worshipping lackeys? Why would someone choose not to live with dignity, but instead grovel to others, act as their dog, and even become their spy? Hard to say. Manhwa said in a deep voice, surely many were incited and deceived, while the actual spies are only a minority. Not that many, but definitely some. However, now is not the time to catch them. Then what do we do? Just let them stir things up here, affecting public opinion and the morale of the troops? Su Kaishian frowned, looking anxious. Manhwa took a deep breath and said firmly, first, stabilize the situation and focus on dealing with the werewolves. These reporters and troublemakers will be dealt with after the battle is over. We can't let them distract us right now. The priority is to ensure the safety of the citizens and take care of these werewolves. But they've been stirring things up here. What if the ordinary people really believe them and chaos breaks out? Su Kaishian said worriedly. I doubt it will be that easy. Manhwa snorted coldly and said proudly, the ordinary people of Dragon Country are not the same as the useless products of that so-called happy education. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Our soldiers are fighting bravely, shedding blood and sacrificing their lives to protect their safety and property. They can see that. Rumors stop with the wise. Our people are the wise ones. As long as we complete our tasks well, we will show them on the battlefield of public opinion what the vast ocean of the people truly is. Alright. Manhwa's impassioned speech made Su Kaishian feel slightly reassured, but he was still worried, because what he was most concerned about was the instability on the front line. It happened to coincide with continuous rainy days. Just when Wang Yu and the armed police officers barely managed to hold the line, two more werewolves broke through the first blockade and charged forward, howling. These two werewolves are evidently more ferocious, exuding a strong scent of blood. Their fur is disheveled and as hard as thorns, while their emerald green eyes gleam with a cruel and savage light. As soon as they appeared, they charged straight toward the weakest point of the defense line like two cannonballs. Not good. Everyone, be careful. Seeing this, Wang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. Ignoring the werewolf in front of him that he was about to subdue, he mustered all his strength and rushed toward the two werewolves. However, before he could get closer, one of the werewolves suddenly leaped high into the air, tracing an arc before pouncing toward a group of armed police soldiers. The soldiers hurriedly raised their guns and fired, the dense bullet striking the werewolf's body, but only sparking a trail of fire, merely slowing its movement slightly. Get out of the way! A soldier shouted loudly while forcefully pushing his comrade aside, but the werewolf was too fast, instantly plunging into the crowd, its sharp claws slashing through the air, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Ah! Screams echoed one after another, and several soldiers failed to dodge in time, getting scratched by the werewolves, with blood gushing out. Another werewolf was intercepted by Wang Yu, who delivered a fierce kick. However, the kick did not cause any fatal damage to it. It flipped in the air, landed on all fours, and immediately charged at Wang Yu like an arrow released from a bow. A Amidst the flurry of 4 claws, a trail of dust was stirred along the way. Wang Yu stood ready, waiting for the werewolf to approach. Seizing the right moment, he sidestepped and reached out to grab the werewolf's wrist, intending to subdue it. But this werewolf was extremely cunning. Sensing Wang Yu's move, it suddenly changed direction and lunged to bite Wang Yu's arm. Wang Yu quickly withdrew his arm, causing the werewolf to bite empty air. Taking advantage of the momentum, it swept its tail across. Wang Yu accidentally stumbled over a stone while dodging, nearly falling to the ground. A small mishap on the battlefield unexpectedly led Wang Yu into a struggle with a werewolf. Meanwhile, the other armed police officers, without Wang Yu's support and assistance, were unable to resist. In an instant, one armed police officer's neck was bitten off, and the stomachs of 2 others were slashed open by the claws of 2 other werewolves. A casualty has occurred in the team. No! Wang Yu's eyes widened in rage, rushing to provide support. However, his speed in pursuit alone was far inferior to the werewolves' killing speed. Often, while Wang Yu was dealing with one, the other werewolves would seize the opportunity to seriously injure or kill the defending armed police. And as the casualties increased, the defense line also began to gradually collapse. Incompetent. Trash. See, these guys can't protect us at all. We have to figure out a way ourselves. It's best if we can be like the most democratic beacon of democracy, Eagle Country, where everyone can have a gun. The military is incompetent. We need to protect ourselves. The reporters and angry youth continued to incite while running. Kananwa's expression changed drastically, his heart sinking to the bottom. Meanwhile, in a dark underground room, a vampire stared at the screen and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Well done, chaos, chaos. When all of you are in complete chaos, this fortress will belong to me. Millions of werewolf armies, millions of blood slaves, detestable dragon kingdom, let's see how you can stop us vampires from ruling the world and enslaving all of humanity. Henry raised his hands upward, as if embracing the arrival of the day he would reign supreme. Hundreds of years of lurking, hundreds of years of research and planning, the day he had been waiting for was finally about to arrive. As long as these werewolves could break through the blockade and start slaughtering civilians, spreading the werewolf virus on a large scale, then more than half of his plan would immediately succeed. By then, he would use the power of the media to incite chaos, control public opinion, and manipulate the people to oppose the military. He can take advantage of the chaos and achieve complete success. Even if Kananwa orders all these werewolves to be killed, it doesn't matter. What he wants is for Fengcheng Fortress to fall into complete chaos and panic. As long as everyone feels insecure, that's his greatest opportunity. However, just as Kananwa was about to reluctantly order the werewolves to be killed, the situation on the field suddenly took a bizarre turn. The werewolves, who had been temporarily held back by the blood of the injured and fallen armed police officers and soldiers, and had not yet broken through the breached defense line, suddenly stopped biting and clawing. They no longer attacked the officers and soldiers who had lost the ability to resist. They raised their heads, twitched their noses to sniff, and then their eyes all turned blood red. Leaping and turning around, then as if going mad, they simultaneously sprinted back wildly. Even when passing by the unresisting armed police officers, even when attacked by the armed police taking the opportunity, they did not stop at all. Rolling on the ground twice, they immediately jumped up and sprinted in the original direction. What's going on? Have these werewolves gone crazy? Everyone was stunned. I don't understand why these werewolves suddenly acted so strangely. The armed police who were almost bitten or clawed to death by the werewolves felt as if they were dreaming. Everyone, filled with doubt, looked in the direction the werewolves were running wildly. Then they were shocked to discover that the destination of all the werewolves' sprints converged on one person, Wang Yu. At this moment, he was no longer frantically running around but simply stood there quietly. There was a slightly regretful yet somewhat relieved smile on his face. Damn it, it's been so long since I fought a werewolf, I almost forgot how. Let them come to me, why should I run? He murmured as he stroked the layer of crimson blood covering his palm. He was a vampire, the primary target of werewolves. These werewolves were all drawn by the scent of his blood. In order to avoid failing to fully attract the werewolves, Wang Yu spread his hands wide. From behind him, a pair of wings formed from coagulated blood instantly appeared and flapped forcefully. He had always longed to possess the ability to fly in the sky with blood wings, just like Adams and others who mastered this skill after acquiring the blood manipulation talent. Unfortunately, it had never come true. But by gathering his wings and flapping them a few times, he was already able to do it. Even if he couldn't fly, the blood wings stirring the air currents were enough to spread the scent of his vampire blood far and wide. The werewolves, catching the whiff of this deadly temptation, charged straight at him without hesitation. The fastest one had already reached him. Then came the second, then the third. In the blink of an eye, 5 werewolves surrounded Wang Yu. The scent emanating from Wang Yu was so enticing to them that they bared their fangs, drooling uncontrollably. They could hardly resist pouncing on him to tear him apart. However, although they lacked reason, their biological instincts sensed that Wang Yu was dangerous and not to be provoked. Thus, they surrounded Wang Yu, growling lowly while circling him. It seemed they were searching for a flaw in Wang Yu. Finally, the strongest werewolf werewolf could no longer hold back and lunged at Wang Yu. The strongest werewolf, like a black lightning bolt, instantly charged in front of Wang Yu. Its entire body was taut with muscles, and its sharp claws glinted with a cold light. Leaping high, it lunged straight at Wang Yu's face. At the same time, its blood-red mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, interlocking fangs, and a pungent stench rushed forward. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and as the werewolf lunged, his body shifted half a meter to the right like a phantom. This seemingly simple dodge was actually executed with perfect precision, just enough to avoid the werewolf's fatal strike. The werewolf missed its target, and its massive momentum caused it to crash heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the werewolf could steady itself and launch another attack, Wang Yu had already closed in. He clenched his right fist tightly, the muscles in his arm bulging, and with all his strength infused into the punch, it whistled through the air as it fiercely struck toward the werewolf's side. This punch carried the immense power of Wang Yu as a vampire of Viscount rank. If it landed solidly, it would be enough to severely injure the werewolf. However, these werewolves were vastly different from ordinary ones. Each one possessed speed and strength that were not much inferior to the Viscount rank. This most powerful werewolf had even reached the level of a Viscount, possessing the same strength and speed as Wang Yu. Its instinct for combat and slaughter was also far stronger than that of other werewolves. The werewolf sensed the powerful threat coming from the side and instinctively twisted its body rapidly, attempting to evade the fierce strike. Swish! Wang Yu's fist grazed past the werewolf's body, barely brushing a bit of its fur. The werewolf took this opportunity to suddenly turn around, sweeping its strong and powerful tail toward Wang Yu. Whoosh! The tail was like a steel whip carrying immense force. Wang Yu had no time to dodge and could only raise his left arm to withstand it. With a loud snap, the tail struck Wang Yu's arm, leaving it numb from the impact. However, Wang Yu did not back down. Taking advantage of the brief gap after the werewolf's attack, he exerted strength in his legs, leaping high into the air and executing a beautiful spinning kick. His right foot, like a heavy hammer, struck fiercely on the werewolf's shoulder. Bang! The werewolf's head tilted from the force of the kick, and its body uncontrollably toppled to one side. However, this werewolf was exceptionally resilient. At the moment it fell to the ground, it clawed at the ground fiercely to stabilize itself, then roared again and lunged at Wang Yu. The ferocity in its eyes grew even stronger, vowing to tear the enemy who dared provoke it into pieces. At this moment, the other four werewolves could no longer hold back. They lunged at Wang Yu simultaneously from four directions. Oh my god, there is a saying, no sooner said than done. Although it takes a while to describe, the actual confrontation between Wang Yu and the Wolf King lasted only a few seconds. From the moment the five werewolves were drawn by Wang Yu's blood, stopped their attacks, and turned their focus to Wang Yu, to all of them pouncing on him, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. The armed police only now finally understood what had actually happened. It's this guy who attracted these werewolves. This monster, no, this comrade, he's protecting us. The armed police were stunned. Originally, none of them really trusted Wang Yu, and each of them even harbored deep fear toward him. After all, the terrifying look of Wang Yu losing control that night is still fresh in their memories. Therefore, even though Wang Yu had just saved Zhao Gang, even though Wang Yu was doing his utmost to support them, they still didn't feel that Wang Yu was one of their own. They felt he was like these werewolves, or even a more terrifying existence. Every time Wang Yu rushed toward them to rescue them, what they felt was not relief and joy, but fear. But now, they finally realized that Wang Yu was truly one of their own, and they began to worry about Wang Yu. These werewolves are too powerful. Our entire squad barely managed to hold them off, and the captain almost sacrificed himself. Now all five werewolves are charging at him. Can he handle it alone? Yes, it's too dangerous. Amidst a wave of concern, Zhao Gang stepped forward. What are you standing there for? This is the precious time that Comrade Wang Yu has fought for us with his life. Quickly set up the fortifications, arrange the crossfire, and re-establish the defense line. Those above level 8 superpower who are uninjured, grab your riot shields and charge up with me to support Comrade Wang Yu. Initially, Zhao Gang had quite a few prejudices against Wang Yu, but now, he was completely convinced. You have to understand, a normal vampire encountering a werewolf would barely have time to run away. Even without bloodshed, werewolves often charge forward following the scent. If they catch even a hint of blood, they become relentless and unstoppable. And now, Wang Yu actually exposed himself voluntarily to stabilize the front line and cover them, instantly drawing all the werewolves' firepower. This is practically risking his own life to protect them. No wonder Comrade Leiping took such a big risk to save him. This kid is different from other vampires. It really is that. No question about it. Since he fought so hard for us, we have to fight hard for him too. Even for the sake of completing the mission, we can't let the comrades in the military look down on us. Brothers, are you afraid or not? Zhao Gang praised while boosting morale. Not afraid. Alright, let's go. With that, he was about to lead the team forward. However, at this moment, Wang Yu suddenly shouted, Officer Zhao, you don't need to come over. Hold the line and just make sure they don't escape. I can 1v5. Ha! Zhao Gang was stunned. This is a super werewolf capable of breaking through the entire armed police brigade's defense line on its its own. Being able to handle one and subdue it already proves that Wang Yu is incredibly powerful. He also acknowledged the formidable strength of a vampire of Viscount rank in his heart. But to say he could handle 5 at once, with one of them clearly much stronger than the one he just subdued, how could that be possible? He simply didn't believe it. But next, Wang Yu immediately gave him the answer through his actions. Bang bang bang. After a chaotic battle, Wang Yu was once again surrounded by 5 werewolves. After a brief standoff, it was still the Wolf King who took the lead in attacking. It arched its body, suddenly exerted force, and pounced toward Wang Yu like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Its massive bloody mouth opened wide, as if it wanted to swallow Wang Yu whole. But Wang Yu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, charging toward the Wolf King. At the moment of contact, his body quickly sank, sliding to the side of the Wolf King, while his right hand clamped down on the Wolf King's lower jaw like an iron vice. The Wolf King struggled desperately, trying to break free from Wang Yu's control. Its limbs flailed wildly, and its sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. But Wang Yu remained unmoved, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging. Using the momentum of the Wolf King's pounce, he let out a loud shout and astonishingly lifted the massive Wolf King into the air. After spinning it half a turn, he slammed it hard onto the ground. With a loud boom, the ground trembled. Wang Yu gave it his all. After executing a special over-the-shoulder throw designed for werewolves, the Wolf King was instantly smashed into a daze, unable to move for the moment. Everyone saw this and couldn't help but have their pupils contract. So powerful. This is a Viscount-level vampire. This is a rat-level superpowered warrior? A monster that bullets can't cause much damage to was taken down in just one move. Everyone was filled with amazement, marveling at Wang Yu's strength. However, before they could marvel for long, almost at the same moment, 4 other werewolves lunged at Wang Yu from different directions. Wang Yu's gaze remained calm, showing no trace of complacency despite severely injuring the Wolf King. He released the Wolf King, his body spinning rapidly like a whirlwind. A werewolf on the left had just lunged forward when Wang Yu's powerful spinning kick struck the werewolf's chest with full force. A crisp crack was heard as several of the werewolf's ribs were instantly broken. Awah! With a miserable howl, it was sent flying several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Flipping a few times, he couldn't even manage to crawl up. The werewolf on the right took advantage of Wang Yu's attack on the werewolf on the left and bit toward Wang Yu's back. A strong gust of wind swept in, and Wang Yu immediately sensed the attack from behind. He then leaned slightly forward, supported himself with both hands on the ground, and kicked backward forcefully with both legs. Bang! This kick landed squarely on the werewolf's face. The werewolf was kicked so hard that its face was covered in blood, and under the immense force, a few of its teeth were knocked out by Wang Yu. Its head snapped backward under the tremendous force. The entire body was also sent rolling backward by the power of the kick. The 2 werewolves at the rear, one leaped high, pouncing toward Wang Yu's head. The other lunged from below, aiming to bite Wang Yu's leg. A pincer attack, seemingly coordinated. But Wang Yu remained completely unfazed. He first made a sideways roll to dodge the werewolf's pounce from above, then grabbed its hind leg and forcefully swung it toward the werewolf below. Bang! The 2 werewolves collided in midair, producing a dull crashing sound. Then Wang Yu delivered a swift double kick. Crack! Crack! Amid 2 sharp, piercing sounds, the werewolf's leg bones were forcibly broken by Wang Yu, both collapsing to the ground. In just a brief exchange, 5 werewolves were severely injured one after another. When they struggled to get back up, some had already lost their fangs, while others were limping. The threat was reduced by half instantly. So fierce? This guy wasn't bragging, he really can 1v5. That's great, with him being so strong, we're saved. The armed police officers were instantly overjoyed, but Staff Officer Su Kaishian seemed a bit anxious upon seeing this. Ouch, this kid is indeed impressive, but he's way too heavy-handed. If those scoundrel media outlets see this, they'll stop at nothing to smear our military for harming civilians. Kong, how about we ask him to go easy? Now he understood the destructive nature of these second-rate media outlets. In order to maintain public morale, no more radical combat plans could be considered. However, this time, Kang Angwa remained silent for a moment and then shook his head. No way. I just received news that multiple locations in Fengcheng Fortress have experienced unrest, and the support teams have been temporarily reassigned there. We need to prepare for the possibility of no reinforcements. If we keep fighting so cautiously, not only will the team suffer heavy losses, but we also won't be able to hold the line, which will affect more civilians. Don't act yet. This kid's judgment isn't wrong. If we don't take tougher measures now and more werewolves break through, it will be completely irreparable. Let him keep fighting like this for now and observe the reaction from the media and the public. If it really doesn't work out, Kang Angwa's eyes flickered as he contemplated contingency plans for desperate situations. However, unexpectedly, after Wang Yu took heavy action against the werewolves, the media reporters remained unusually quiet. They looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. This figure, he's the running hero. After a moment, a well-known journalist in the crowd was the first to come to his senses. Clearing his throat, he loudly said, "Dear viewers, we have finally found runaway hero and uncovered his true identity. identity, he turns out to be a mysterious and powerful vampire. Everyone, in the past, we have always viewed vampires, this special group, through a biased lens, believing they exist outside the rules of human society, filled with the unknown and danger. But today, Runaway Hero's actions have completely overturned the preconceived notions held by certain individuals with racial prejudice. That's right, an entertainment reporter nearby excitedly picked up the conversation. Think about it, in past film and television works and legends, vampires are mostly portrayed as evil and cold-hearted. But look at Run Hero, he stepped forward in this critical moment, protecting us like a true superhero. What does this show? It shows that we can't generalize or stereotype an entire group based on their race. It shows that the vampire race is not only a good friend to humanity but also a great hero who protects and safeguards humans. A journalist in a suit and tie analyzed earnestly, Runaway Hero represents a force that breaks conventions. He has shattered the underlying barriers between vampires and humans, as well as our traditional definition of a hero. We should share such stories, allowing more people to see the beautiful fusion of humanity and superpowers. In an instant, these reporters, who initially had ulterior motives and were ready to seize any opportunity to smear the military and stir up trouble, made a complete 180-degree turn. Suddenly, they began singing praises for Wang Yu. Not only them, but the major media platforms behind them also instantly became busy. Text reporters wrote furiously, using vivid descriptions to portray Wang Yu's heroic demeanor during the battle. Photographers continuously adjusted their angles, capturing every brilliant moment of Wang Yu. Cameramen carried their equipment, recording this awe-inspiring battle from all angles. Exclusive reveal: the runner hero turns out to be a vampire, battling werewolves, and writing a heroic anthem. Breaking news: vampires are no longer a symbol of fear. The runner hero transforms into a guardian to save everyone. Witness the miracle: vampire runner hero takes on 5 opponents alone, turning the tide to protect city peace. Eye-catching headlines quickly dominate major media outlets and online trending searches. The popularity of the related topic on social media continues to soar. Under such frenzied promotion and influence, netizens are sharing and commenting in droves, with praise for Wang Yu flooding in from all directions. Runner hero is amazing. Who knew vampires could be so righteous? Love it, love it. Previously, the authorities said to beware of vampires, which made me quite scared of them. Now runner hero has shown me that they can also become allies of humans. Please award the superhero medal to Pei Apoxia. He deserves all the honor. Ha! Zhao Kaixian was dumbfounded when he saw such feedback. Aren't they supposed to start smearing and mindlessly cursing? How did they end up singing praises instead? Why is it that when we fight, it's called a massacre, it's inhumane, but when Wang Yu makes a move, he becomes a great hero? How can these guys be so double-standard? Under immense shock, Zhao Kaixian couldn't help but entertain an even more absurd idea. Could it be they were hired by that brat Wang Yu? Su Kaixian knew this was impossible. But apart from this, he really couldn't explain the bizarre shift of these media. They dare to attack the military and police, but when it comes to Wang Yu, they start groveling. Lao Su, the focus isn't on Wang Yu. Kanangua's eyes flashed as he pointed to one of the news headlines. Hit 3 times hard on the 3 characters. The key is this: vampire? Su Kaishuan's expression changed, then he suddenly understood. Oh, I get it. These scoundrel media outlets are basically infiltrated and bought off by the capital conglomerates controlled by those vampires. They're doing this to make our dragon country more accepting of vampires, wanting to be the overlords here just like they are in other countries. In other words, they were originally nitpicking mindlessly, but after seeing this kid Wang Yu, they instead thought he was sent by those vampires to increase acceptance and welcome here, so they made a sudden U-turn? That's probably the case. Kanangu sneered. These scoundrels really know how to suck up. In order to please their capitalist masters, their imagination is quite wild. Too bad they want to figure out the holy will, but they don't know that this vampire is actually on our side. Oof, who would have thought that Wang Yu's identity as a vampire would have such an unexpected effect? Alright, tell him to keep going all out, and at the same time notify the other units to loosen their restrictions. With Wang Yu paving the way, those second-rate media outlets won't be able to criticize us anymore. Brilliant! Zhao Kaixian was overjoyed. I'll notify them right away. What? Just ensure their safety? The troops below were overjoyed upon hearing this sudden lifting of restrictions. A large number of werewolves began to suffer crippling blows, and the previously precarious defensive lines immediately stabilized. Wang Yu once again displayed his extraordinary power. After several minutes of intense combat, he completely incapacitated the 5 werewolves. 5 is not enough. Wang Yu shook his head and said to Zhao Gang, tell your men to tie them up. Then lead the team and follow me forward. Let's push the defensive line back together. Okay. No one expected to defeat 5 such powerful werewolves. Even less did they expect to push the defensive line back. Wang Yu is truly too powerful and reliable. For a moment, morale soared, and both the military and civilians rejoiced. However, in a certain basement, watching this scene on the live broadcast, Henry was furiously roaring in anger. Damn it, despicable. When did my bloodline produce such a traitorous scum, joining the Dragon Nation's military military, helping them, and ruining my plans. And these damned livestock, my blood clan spends so much money to support them, yet they can't even handle such a small matter properly. Instead, they make things worse, a bunch of useless fools, trash," he shouted hysterically. But as a spy infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom, in order to keep his identity secret, he had no direct means of controlling these media forces. He could only watch helplessly as his originally perfect plan was ruined. Wang Yu's interference completely thwarted his plan to incite conflict between the military and civilians, creating panic and chaos. However, after his rage subsided, he quickly calmed down. A cold, sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, ignorant little brat, thinking that the strength of a viscount is enough to rest easy. Daring to expose the bloodline of the vampires during a time when werewolves are rampant, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Die. No matter which family sent you or what your purpose is in assisting the Dragon Nation's military, no one can stop my grand plan." Awah! Boom! As if to confirm Henry's words, no sooner had he spoken than a series of wolf howls echoed one after another. Amid the rumbling of the ground, the number of werewolves charging toward the 7th defensive line suddenly increased. A silver bullet shot into a werewolf's thigh, stripping it of its mobility. Afterward, the warhawk realized that his stock of silver bullets had been completely depleted. No bullets left. Why are there suddenly so many werewolves? Yeah, damn it. The night owl cursed as he chopped off a werewolf's ankle, grumbling, so many of them suddenly appeared. Forget fighting so cautiously, even if we were allowed to kill freely, we wouldn't be able to take them all down. Not good. Another son of a bitch rushed over. Quite a few have rushed over already. I wonder if the police can hold them off. If our 7th squad's defense line collapses first, it'll be a huge embarrassment. Stay focused. Chen Feng repelled a charging werewolf and quickly said, "Latest news, all the werewolves that rushed over have already been dealt with." All taken care of? Night Owl's eyes widened. Are those cops that strong in combat? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they manage to break a limb or something, those cops shouldn't be this fierce. Not a single one of them is a super soldier. Could it be that Captain Kong issued a kill order? The werewolf's weakness is also quite obvious. As long as there are silver bullets and a kill order, not just 5, even 50 would be reduced to sieves before the truth. And this is the only method Night Owl could think of for ordinary people to deal with those 5 werewolves. No. Chen Feng shook his head slightly and said, "Captain Kong said that Wang Yu is here, and they've already started pushing back the defensive line. They'll be able to join us soon." Ha! The Night Owl and the others were initially startled, then quickly showed expressions of joy. This kid woke up? How does he know we're carrying out a mission here? This kid, he's really got some skills. How about I go check on him, see how he's doing now, and whether that super blood we gave him is actually working. Night Owl had completely regarded Wang Yu as one of his own, and due to the age difference, he even treated Wang Yu like a child. Others also showed expressions of relief and kindness. However, at this moment, a howl. The wolf's howl was already very close. The rumbling of the ground grew louder and louder, to the point where the vibrations could already be felt. Some small stones even jumped up from the ground. Everyone sensed the danger and turned to look toward the street entrance. They saw billowing clouds of dust. A pack of werewolves was charging forward at an astonishing speed. The first wave of vanguards alone shockingly numbered more than a dozen. In the smoke and dust behind, shadowy figures loomed, and it was unclear how many more there were. Not good. Everyone's expressions instantly turned extremely grim. They had originally thought that with Wang Yu's reinforcement as fresh blood, coupled with the relaxed restrictions on action, stabilizing the front line was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, an even greater crisis suddenly descended. Prepare for battle. Facing the overwhelming tide of werewolves rushing in, Chen Feng shouted loudly, "There are too many werewolves. We must hold on and buy some time. Report to Captain Kong. Report to Captain Kong. A large number of werewolves have been spotted collectively attacking our defense line, estimated at no less than 20. Requesting support. Requesting support." This was a matter of great importance to the front line and the overall situation. Chen Feng set aside his pride and reported truthfully once again, requesting support. He then immediately grabbed his blade and charged toward the werewolves. His gaze was resolute, and every swing of his blade carried an air of determination. The blade sliced through the air, leaving trails of cold light. The blade technique was exquisite, striking precisely at the charging werewolf. With a single move, he cleanly and decisively took down a werewolf with overwhelming momentum. However, the number of werewolves was simply too great, like an endless black tide surging wave after wave. To prevent too many werewolves from breaching the defense line, Chen Feng had no choice but to fight many at once. He also had to give up his exquisite knife skills and agile movements, trying his best to block the werewolf's advance head-on. Bang! 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 Under the impact of the werewolf's exaggerated strength, Chen Feng, who was only at the peak of the insect level, was quickly knocked dizzy and disoriented. He felt his arms gradually growing heavier, and his internal organs were churning violently. Every exertion required tremendous effort, yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The Night Owl wielded a military dagger, charging left and right among the wolf pack. His movements were swift and powerful, and every swing of of the dagger was accompanied by the howls of wounded werewolves. But just as he severely injured one werewolf, another leapt high into the air, opening its bloodthirsty jaws to bite the night owl. The night owl sensed the danger and tried to evade, but it was already too late. Damn, am I going to be bitten to death? His heart sank. At this critical moment, Chen Feng, with sharp eyes and quick reflexes, disregarded his own safety and leapt toward the night owl. The long blade in his hand pierced straight into the werewolf's shoulder. Accompanied by a piercing howl, the werewolf collapsed to the ground, twitching and struggling. This was a very impressive rescue. However, immediately afterward, Chen Feng was bitten on the arm by another werewolf, taking advantage of the situation. Blood instantly stained his sleeve red, and the piercing pain made Chen Feng let out a muffled groan. But he gritted his teeth and forcefully shook off the werewolf. Then, several more werewolves immediately lunged at the two of them together. The night owl hurried to rescue and cover Chen Feng, but ended up having one of its legs bitten fiercely by the werewolf. Other team members also found themselves in life and death crises. Some team members were surrounded and attacked by several werewolves, sustaining multiple injuries but still resisting tenaciously. Some team members gradually ran out of strength during the fight with the werewolves, their movements becoming sluggish, and were directly knocked to the ground by the werewolves. Not only is the entire defense line on the verge of collapse, it seems as though it will be completely breached by the wolf pack in the next second. All the members of the 7th squad are about to be torn to shreds by the surging wave of werewolves, facing total annihilation. Is it finally our turn to die heroically? Damn it, the mission has failed. I've let Captain lay down. I can't die in peace. Everyone was in despair. Each werewolf possessed the ferocious strength and robust physique comparable to a rat-level superpowered warrior, and 20 to 30 of them charged all at once. This special forces team of only 10 people was completely unable to resist, because the strength of each of them was merely at the peak of the insect level. Dealing with one alone, it is still possible to rely on skill and intelligence to make up for the gap in strength, but when 20 or 30 attack together, each person has to face 2 or 3, or even more, incredibly powerful werewolves. It's completely impossible to resist. In the blink of an eye, everyone is seriously injured, leaving them even less capable of resistance. The 7th squad of the Jiaolong Special Forces was on the brink of annihilation. Just as everyone was filled with despair and regret, a figure swept in like a whirlwind from the distance. It was Wang Yu, who, upon hearing the intense sounds of battle, rushed over anxiously to provide aid. He moved like the wind, so fast he seemed almost ghostly, making it nearly impossible for anyone to track his movements. It was as if a gust of fierce wind swept through, delivering a heavy kick to a werewolf about to tear into the war eagle's throat. After a dull thud, the werewolf was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into several other werewolves, toppling them all in an instant. The perilous wave of werewolves was unexpectedly cleared, creating a safe zone. Reinforcements have arrived. This power is that of a rat-level super warrior. We're saved. The Special Forces members were invigorated, seizing the opportunity to break free from the werewolves in front of them. But when they got a clear look at their supporter, they were all stunned, because the one standing before them like a god of war, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, was actually Wang Yu. Wang Yu, is that you? Just now, you, how did you become so fierce? The night owl was dumbfounded. He knew Wang Yu had already come to support, but in his impression, Wang Yu was still just a Baron-level vampire, equivalent to an insect-level super warrior. In terms of strength and actual combat, he should be about the same, but that kick Wang Yu just delivered to save the day was extraordinary, at least possessing the strength of a lower-tier rat-level superpowered warrior. I originally thought there were other experts providing support besides Wang Yu. In the end, it turned out to still be Wang Yu. Wang Yu, your strength? Chen Feng's pupils also contracted slightly as he looked at Wang Yu in disbelief. Captain Chen, I really have to thank you all for this. Wang Yu was just about to express his gratitude to Chen Feng and the others. It was precisely because they obtained so much superpowered blood for themselves that not only did they suffer no harm from Dr. May's high-intensity experiments, but they also successfully advanced to the rank of a Viscount-level vampire. However, before the words were finished, the werewolf who had just been kicked away and knocked down rolled over, steadied itself, and pounced again. I'll explain it slowly later. While fending off the werewolf, Wang Yu shouted loudly, Captain Chen, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Step back, let me handle this. With that, he waved his hand and his body shot forward like a cannonball towards the werewolves. He exuded the aura of a one-man army, as if he alone could rival thousands of troops. Ha! Everyone in Squad 7 was somewhat stunned. The entire squad couldn't stop the wave of werewolves, yet Wang Yu, this kid, actually wanted to handle it on his own. This kid is such a show-off? Brat, don't act tough, it's dangerous. Many people believed that Wang Yu's earlier godlike performance was entirely due to the advantage of a sneak attack and being a fresh force. Can't believe Wang Yu truly has the strength to take on so many werewolves alone. However, just as they were about to rush forward to join the fight, everyone froze again. They saw that as Wang Yu punched and kicked, those werewolves with wild power and astonishing strength suddenly seemed as fragile as scarecrows, unable to withstand a single blow. With a casual punch, Wang Yu could could send them flying backward. With a casual kick, the werewolf howled miserably. Under the flurry of punches and kicks, a dozen or 20 werewolves were simultaneously thrown into the air, rapidly flying backward. Not a single werewolf managed to break through and get past Wang Yu. Wang Yu alone truly held the line completely. This extraordinary strength, this reassuring figure, is exactly like Lei Peng. Oh my god. The members of the 7th squad were stunned. For a moment, they were even a bit dazed. Was this godlike figure descending from the heavens Wang Yu, or was it Lei Peng, the core of their 7th squad spirit and strength? Since when did this kid Wang Yu become so strong? This is definitely the power of a rat-level superpowered warrior. This kid, in just a few days, secretly advanced? Night Owl was dumbfounded. At this moment, Zhao Gang arrived with the armed police unit. Quick, set up a defensive line and treat the wounded. After issuing the loud command, he approached Chen Feng and saluted. Comrade Chen Feng, Zhao Gang from Fengcheng Armed Police Unit, here on orders to provide support. Please instruct us on how to deploy the operation next. Captain Zhao, no need to be formal. Chen Feng returned the salute and pointed at Wang Yu, saying, everyone will center around Wang Yu, providing firepower cover from a distance. If you spot a weakened werewolf that has lost combat capability and the position is suitable, immediately dispatch a 3-person team to capture it. Additionally, we hope you can provide the reserve silver bullets for our snipers to use. No problem. Under the command and coordination of the two, a new and stronger defensive line was quickly established. At this moment, Wang Yu also began to show signs of fatigue. Werewolves kept breaking through his defense and charging toward the defensive line. What's going on? Could it be that this kid took some kind of stimulant to be so tough earlier? Now that the time is almost up, he's starting to weaken, isn't he? The Night Owl exclaimed in surprise. Nonsense. Chen Feng said in a deep voice, this kid is already a vampire viscount, stronger than us. It's just that these werewolves are quite sinister. Each one possesses strength close to that of a rat-level super soldier. Even rat-level super soldiers and viscount-level vampires can't handle too many at once. Earlier, he fought so fiercely to rescue us and buy us time, which was a significant challenge and drain on him. This is the normal situation now. To completely rely on mouse-level superpowered warriors to hold off this group of werewolves in such a situation, at least 3 are needed to complete the task. What should we do then? Night Owl became anxious upon hearing this. If Wang Yu can't hold on, our defense line will be in danger. Chen Feng frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the battlefield situation. After a moment of thought, he said, everyone, don't panic. Stick to the original plan and provide firepower cover with Wang Yu as the core. Our sniper must seize the right moment and use silver bullets to weaken the werewolves as much as possible. Although Wang Yu has consumed a lot of energy, his strength is undeniable, and he won't easily fall for the time being. What we need to do is coordinate well with him, deal with the ones that slip through the net, and reduce his pressure. As they spoke, a werewolf took advantage of Wang Yu's engagement with several other werewolves and shot toward the defense line like an arrow. The sniper of the 7th squad, Warhawk, decisively fired. Bang! A silver bullet whistled out, accurately hitting the werewolf's leg. The werewolf howled in pain, its body swayed, and its speed immediately slowed down. Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly rushed over and kicked the werewolf flying. This time, however, he didn't kick the werewolf back but directly toward the defensive line. The werewolf was hit by a silver bullet and then kicked to the ground by Wang Yu, leaving it dazed and greatly weakened, almost completely losing its ability to resist. A 3-person team seized the opportunity to pounce and successfully captured it. Without any excessive verbal communication, the police, the military, and Wang Yu coordinated with remarkable tacit understanding. Soon, they repeated the process and captured more than a dozen werewolves. The remaining dozen or so werewolves, under Wang Yu's obstruction and the cooperation of everyone, could no longer pose any threat to the defense line. After a fierce battle, all the werewolves were finally captured. The battlefield was filled with a heavy scent of blood, and many were injured in this fight. But everyone's faces showed the joy of victory. We did it! We succeeded! The Night Owl excitedly waved the weapon in hand, cheering loudly. Those bastards, we finally stopped them and caught them all. The position wasn't lost. We didn't disgrace Team 7 and Team Thunder. Wang Yu, you are absolutely incredible. Wang Yu, well done. Zhao Ning also set his sniper rifle aside, ran over excitedly, and gave Wang Yu a firm pat on the shoulder. You are simply the hero of our Team 7. That's right, Wang Yu. We thought this time we'd all sacrifice ourselves and still fail the mission. Thanks to you, our Team 7 didn't lose face. All the members of the 7th squad, including Falcon and Snow Eagle, came forward and surrounded Wang Yu. They all gave him a thumbs up, sincerely praising and thanking him. Hee, you're flattering me. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and blushing as he said, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you providing me with so much superpowered blood and finding ways to get me so much of it, I'd probably still be lying in bed unable to get up. Thanks to the huge help you gave me, I had the chance to show what I can do. And without your support, I really wouldn't have been able to handle so many werewolves. I just got a bit overconfident and almost overdid it, but luckily you guys are strong enough. These were his true thoughts. The 7th squad was extremely swift and efficient, both in tactical planning and execution. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him alone to handle a full 30 werewolves. As the saying goes, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. With his current strength, relying solely on himself, dealing with 6 or 7 werewolves would already be his limit. The reason for achieving such fruitful results is that every member of the 7th squad, and even every member of the armed police team, played a crucial role. There's no need to be modest. Chen Feng walked up to Wang Yu, his eyes full of admiration, and said, "That's all thanks to you. We gave you some super blood not because we wanted you to suffer too much to save Captain Lei, but so you could seize the opportunity to break through. That's your own ability. Also, thanks to your initiative in reaching the battlefield to provide support. If you hadn't arrived in time and fought so valiantly, this mission would have likely ended in disaster. The strength and courage you've displayed have truly impressed all of us. After Captain Lei fell, we didn't expect you to become the core and hold this team together again. I think it's only a matter of time before you take on the role of vice captain. It's the most fitting choice." Wang Yu was even more flustered upon hearing this. "Captain Chen, don't overthink it. I was just eager to show off, but I never intended to compete with you for the vice captain position. You mustn't misunderstand me." In his panic, his face turned bright red, instantly causing the members of Team 7 to burst into laughter. You brat, so you just wanted to show off. No wonder you made such a flashy entrance, but I have to admit, this time you really pulled it off." Night Owl patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, laughing so hard he leaned back and forth. Warhawk, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle as he explained, "You don't need to be so nervous. Our Team 7 has always valued ability above all. You have now been promoted to Viscount, possessing the strength of a mouse-level super warrior, making you the strongest among us. As long as you continue to hone your skills and familiarize yourself with tactics and strategies, becoming the deputy captain is only a matter of time. Moreover, with great power comes great responsibility, and being the deputy captain is not an easy task." "That's right," Falcon continued to explain. "The deputy captain has to juggle many things. Otherwise, if Mountain Eagle had focused solely on improving his strength, he would probably already be a mouse-level super warrior by now. He can't wait to unload this burden and focus on improving himself. If you don't believe me, ask him." "Is that really the case?" Wang Yu looked at Chen Feng in confusion. The latter nodded and said, "Indeed, becoming the vice captain means there are many things to handle besides improving my strength. But this is not me trying to trouble you. Only by becoming familiar with these contents in team command can you become a captain in the future, or even hold a higher position. Wang Yu, I believe in you." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded, saying in unison, "We all believe in you." "Captain Chen, everyone." Wang Yu was instantly filled with emotion. He had been introverted since childhood. Ever since his mother was brutally killed by a vampire, his heart had been filled with hatred, and he hardly had any friends. There were also very few people who truly acknowledged and supported him. Suddenly being affirmed and supported by so many people, I almost feel an urge to cry. At this moment, Zhao Gang also stepped forward and gave Wang Yu a proper military salute. "Comrade Wang Yu, I take back my previous evaluation of you. You're not a monster, but an outstanding soldier. Brave and tenacious in battle, you are an excellent comrade who can be trusted with one's back. Thank you for saving me, as well as so many of my brothers." "That's right. Wang Yu, you not only saved our lives but also countless civilians. You are the hero of this battle." The soldiers of the armed police unit gathered around, looking at Wang Yu with admiration. They had witnessed Wang Yu's heroic performance on the battlefield, single-handedly holding off numerous powerful werewolves and making great contributions to the stability of the defense line. This made their prejudice and fear of Wang Yu completely disappear. In the joy of victory, everyone was full of praise for Wang Yu. After hearing the battle report, Manhwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. "This kid is quite capable. Very good. This time we must credit him with the top merit." "Staff Officer Su, how are things on the other fronts?" "The other directions are fine." Su Kaixian frowned, his face full of concern, and said, "It's just the 11th squad." "The 11th squad?" Manhwa widened his eyes in surprise. "They have 7 rat-level super warriors, and 3 of them are at the peak of the rat level. I was even thinking of transferring 2 of them to support the 7th squad, but the 7th squad held their ground, and they ended up having issues instead." "Where's Huang Xinyi? Let her speak. I want to ask her what she's been doing." "Captain Kong, don't be anxious," Su Kaixian quickly explained. "The 11th squad is indeed the strongest, but their defensive line is also the longest and hardest to guard. Several werewolves accidentally slipped through. But don't worry, Huang Xinyi has already sent Yang Lu and Fang Qian to pursue them. With the 2 of them taking action, there shouldn't be any problems." "Let's hope so," Manhwa said grimly. "Tell them to act quickly and leave no room for error. Those pesky media outlets are watching us closely. Even the slightest civilian casualty would have extremely negative repercussions. How about this? First share Wang Yu's battle results with those media outlets. Let them keep praising the vampires to distract their attention for now." "Understood," Su Kaixian responded and immediately went to arrange the relevant matters. Not long after after, major media outlets received news disclosed by the military. Soon, some fearless reporters even arrived at the front lines and got the chance to interview Wang Yu. "Comrade Wang Yu, may I ask, were you afraid when facing so many werewolves?" a reporter asked. Wang Yu found it somewhat baffling that so many reporters had rushed to the front line, and he was even more confused by Kang Angua's order for him to accept the interview. But since there was no longer any pressure on the front line, he could only cooperate and said, "To be honest, I was a bit nervous at first, but thinking about the support of my teammates behind me and all the people who needed protection, I told myself I couldn't back down." "How do you feel about becoming a hero in everyone's eyes?" another reporter followed up. "I feel that this is not just my personal honor, but also the shared honor of the entire 7th Squad and all the comrades who participated in this battle. Without everyone's cooperation and effort, I couldn't have achieved this." The initial questions were fairly standard, and Wang Yu was able to handle them with relative ease. But as the questions went on, the reporter's inquiries started to take a strange turn. "According to our information, are you a vampire, or a daywalker vampire? Has Princess Tanya and the Squid Kingdom already formed a close alliance with the Dragon Kingdom? As a vampire, you spare no effort and risk your life to save humans, helping them combat the werewolf crisis. Does this not prove that vampires are very friendly towards humans, rather than what some people believe, that the relationship between vampires and humans is not harmonious?" Some reporters began trying to steer him into speaking positively about vampires. Some reporters even went so far as to sing praises directly for vampires. "You see, Mr. Wang Yu, vampires possess strength and agility far beyond that of ordinary people. In this battle, it was vampires like you who stepped forward, giving us new hope in the fight against evil creatures. Your presence proves that vampires are no longer the terrifying beings hiding in the darkness of legend, but rather partners who can stand in the light and move forward hand in hand with humanity." Exactly, another reporter quickly chimed in. "In the past, we had too many misconceptions about vampires, always focusing on those negative rumors. But through this incident, we've discovered that vampires can absolutely become a solid support for humanity. Take yourself as an example. Disregarding your own safety, charging ahead, doesn't this serve as the best proof? If vampires and humans can work closely together, what future crisis could we not overcome? Moreover, as we understand, vampires have long lifespans and a wealth of knowledge. If humans could collaborate deeply with vampires, we might achieve unprecedented breakthroughs in fields like technology and culture. We humans, especially we in the Dragon Nation, can no longer remain stagnant and shut vampires out. We must wholeheartedly embrace them." "Mr. Wang Yu, isn't it true that you fought so bravely to prove this point? What kind of nonsense is this?" Hearing these reporters' obviously subjective remarks, Wang Yu frowned deeply. Why do these guys seem like they've been holding back a lot of energy, just waiting to lavishly praise vampires? "Oh, I get it." Wang Yu's mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood. "You have to know, although the Dragon Kingdom implemented a wave of family planning during the old era and suffered significant setbacks in the new era, leading to a sharp population decline, but it still has hundreds of millions of people, making it undoubtedly the world's second most populous country, and it has also become the undisputed leading power in technology, economy, and military strength. This is truly a massive cake. Yet, for the past 2,000 years, such a large cake has remained out of reach for vampires. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom have always upheld a cautious and rigorous attitude, keeping vampires out. However, these vampires have never given up, constantly racking their brains to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom. They have used capital to take control of the entertainment industry and the news media sector. Whenever they get the chance, they start boasting about and whitewashing vampires. Now seeing a vampire actually join the military of the Dragon Nation, and even perform so brilliantly and critically, the media trained by these vampire-serving lackeys naturally seize the opportunity to heap praise, helping their masters achieve their infiltration agenda, brainwashing the uninformed citizens. If I let you succeed, I wouldn't deserve the name Wang." Wang Yu made up his mind and immediately retorted. "Dear journalist friends, I understand your desire to highlight the positive aspects, but please avoid excessive glorification and one-sided interpretations. The vampire community is vast and complex. We cannot make absolute judgments about the entire race based on the actions of one or two individuals. Although I am a vampire myself, I grew up in the Dragon Kingdom, deeply influenced by its culture and values. Everything I do stems from my love for this land and its people, and I cannot represent the stance of other vampires. In fact, for a long time, there have been many conflicts and tensions between vampires and humans, which is an undeniable reality. We must not forget that vampires have been instigating wars for thousands of years to profit from war. We must not forget that vampires, to satisfy their extravagant indulgences, have ruthlessly enslaved and exploited the vast majority of humanity in the world. Some vampires, to satisfy their own desires, do not hesitate to kill humans, bringing disaster to countless families. The establishment of Squid Nation was achieved by massacring an entire city's population and treating the people of a nation like livestock. If vampires want humanity, Want us people of Dragon Nation to accept them, then vampires must first treat humans as equals and put into practice the democracy and human rights they so often preach. Only then will there be a slight chance. Otherwise, humans and vampires will never have peace. Sooner or later, there will be a life and death showdown. Ha! The reporters were stunned upon hearing Wang Yu's response. Wait, who exactly is the vampire? Aren't you sent by Prince Tanya to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom? Why did you turn against them first? In front of the cameras, during a live broadcast, you actually exposed the dirty history and ugly reality of vampires so thoroughly that nothing was left hidden. We were ready to fight to the death. Your Majesty, why did you surrender first? A group of people looked at each other in dismay, speechless. These usually sharp-tongued and eloquent journalists, as long as they have a clear goal, can turn black into white. They can also smear white into black. But now, Wang Yu's attitude has completely left them at a loss. Ha, good boy. Manhwa looked at the reporter's constipated expressions, feeling unusually cheerful. Alright, with Wang Yu stirring things up, these clueless reporters should be completely baffled now. Take advantage of this opportunity and launch a full-scale attack. Capture the remaining werewolves in one fell swoop as quickly as possible. Yes, with the new orders, Wang Yu couldn't be bothered to waste time with these second-rate media anymore. As the most powerful combat personnel of the 7th Squad, he was naturally the main force in the offensive. Together with Vulture Chen Feng, the three formed an assault team responsible for searching and striking werewolves. The remaining members were tasked with holding the position and cleaning up the battlefield. In addition, 10 other squads along with the medical support team immediately began to take action. Without the constraints of the media and bureaucratic restrictions, the operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Among them, Wang Yu took full advantage of his super sense of smell talent, gaining a significant edge in tracking werewolves. The 7th Squad, which had the weakest strength on paper, instead achieved an outstanding and unparalleled performance. 40, 50, 60. By the end of the battle, out of a total of just over 300 werewolves, as many as 98 were directly defeated or captured by Wang Yu himself, nearly one-third of the total achievements. In the final tally, the 7th Squad unexpectedly became the MVP. In contrast, the team with the strongest lineup on paper only captured the 10 weakest ones, and 2 even got away. The team that was originally highly anticipated ended up being freeloaders. Huang Sini, Manhwa roared in fury. Before setting out, you were all so arrogant, saying Wang Yu was useless and that Team 11 wouldn't clean up after others or cover for them. But what about now? Wang Yu turned out to be the most useful on the battlefield, and in the end, he still had to clean up after you and chase the werewolf. Has all your usual training gone to the dogs? Captain Kong. Huang Sini felt a bit aggrieved. The positions other squads needed to defend were just a single street corner, but Squad 11 had to defend a vast expanse of wasteland. The werewolves spread out and moved quickly. They were barely able to block the werewolves, and if the werewolves fled in panic, they often didn't dare to pursue. The 2 werewolves that slipped through earlier were due to 2 team members being overly eager to make a contribution. During the pursuit, they created a gap in the defensive line, allowing the 2 werewolves to escape. The poor results were indeed due to specific objective reasons, but compared to feeling aggrieved, what she felt more strongly at this moment was shock. You mean that Wang Yu participated in the operation and even played a key role in capturing 98 werewolves? That brat, the vampire Wang Yu? How is this possible? If it were Lei Peng who achieved this feat, she wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, Lei Peng's strength is among the best in the entire Jelong assault team, and his abilities naturally counter dark creatures like werewolves. But Wang Yu, a vampire? Don't even mention restraining the werewolves even counter the vampires. Captain Kong, you're not deliberately mocking me, are you? He's just a mere Baron-level vampire. How could he possibly handle the werewolves that appeared this time, and deal with so many of them at once? Humph, what? Still not convinced? Manhwa snorted coldly. This is the battle report, see for yourself. After speaking, he threw a stack of documents in front of Huang Sini. The latter flipped through a few pages and was instantly dumbfounded. This is impossible. On the first page of the documents, Wang Yu's strength introduction had prominently changed from Baron level to Viscount level. Such an astonishing promotion speed left Huang Sini in disbelief. And as she flipped through the documents, Huang Sini's eyes widened and the shock on her face grew more intense. The battle report in her hands detailed every aspect of each fight, with Wang Yu's various performances vividly recorded. From using super sense of smell to track Chen Feng's whereabouts and reach the mission site, to descending like a divine soldier to turn the tide and stabilize the front line. From using his special identity to silence the media, to perfectly coordinating to capture one werewolf after another, every step was crystal clear. Did he really do this? Huang Sini murmured to herself, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had originally thought Wang Yu was just a useless person who had joined the team relying on his special status, a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. In the combat team, he was nothing but a liability. But now Wang Yu's performance mercilessly shattered her prejudice. Do you have anything to say now? Manhwa crossed his arms and looked coldly at Huang Sini. Huang Sini bit her lip and said softly, Captain Kong, I admit I underestimated him. But our Team 11 does indeed have some objective difficulties this time. Objective difficulties? Manhwa interrupted her. Which squad doesn't face difficulties? The battlefield won't lower its difficulty just because you have challenges. Moreover, the difficulty of the tasks assigned to you is directly linked to your team's strength. Under such conditions, the 7th squad can excel in completing their tasks, while you fall short. Are you still trying to make excuses to me? I understand, Captain Kong. Huang Sini lowered her head, her heart full of regret. This time, we didn't do well. I will reflect deeply and absolutely won't make the same mistake next time. I hope you can keep your word. Manhwa's expression softened slightly. This incident serves as a wake-up call for your Team 11. Strength isn't about words, it's proven on the battlefield. Learn from the 7th squad, learn from Wang Yu. Go back and thoroughly reflect on your mistakes and lessons, and stop being all talk and no action. Yes. Huang Sini straightened her posture and saluted. She didn't leave but hesitated and said, Captain Khan, 2 of my team members haven't returned to the squad yet, and I can't reach them via the communicator. Can I go look for them myself? Our squad's mistake made the 7th squad clean up the mess, especially sending a rookie to do it. This is just too embarrassing, isn't it? Manhwa responded. Now you realize it's embarrassing? What were you doing earlier? Wang Yu possesses a super sense of smell, giving him a unique advantage in tracking werewolves. He's the most suitable for this task, no discussion needed. Also, hurry to your dormitory and bring 2 pieces of clothing worn by the missing team members. This will help Comrade Wang Yu with the tracking. Remember, it's best if they were worn recently and haven't been washed yet. Huang Sini's face stiffened again. Captain Kong, this isn't very appropriate. What's appropriate or not? Manhwa slammed the table forcefully. There are no male soldiers or female soldiers here. On the battlefield, everyone is a warrior. This is a necessary requirement for the mission. Or, if you're not worried about your soldiers encountering danger, you can take your time and search yourself. Yes. Huang Sini no longer dared to have any objections. Her Vice Captain Yang Lu and demolition expert Feng Qian lost contact with the team shortly after pursuing the werewolf. Even after the battlefield was cleared, they still couldn't be reached. Considering that the mastermind behind this incident has yet to surface, it's hard not to worry that these 2 team members might have stumbled upon something extraordinary and encountered danger. She had actually sent someone to search, but ultimately found nothing. Given the current situation, they can only see if Wang Yu can use his super sense of smell to find a breakthrough. After all, according to the records, Wang Yu could easily locate the mission site dozens of miles away using his super sense of smell. Perhaps this ability could really help find her missing team member. Huang Sini hurried back to the dormitory and, following Manhwa's instructions, searched for Yang Lu and Feng Qian's recently unwashed intimate clothing. Her emotions were mixed, feeling both worried about her teammates' safety and somewhat awkward about asking Wang Yu for help with this matter, especially since she had to give her teammates' private clothing to Wang Yu to smell, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. When she saw Wang Yu again, Huang Sini tried to make her tone as calm as possible. Wang Yu, this one is Yang Lu's, and this one is Feng Qian's. Please, I need your help to find them. Wang Yu stared at the pink lace-trimmed triangle panties embroidered with a little bear, somewhat dumbfounded. He had indeed mentioned that more intimate clothing would make it easier to identify the scent. But isn't this a bit too intimate? Huang team, I wasn't specific enough. Just find one of the tactical vests they usually wear during training. One that's been soaked with sweat and blood would be even better. There's really no need for that. His face suddenly turned bright red. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing Wang Yu such a shy demeanor, Huang Sini instead felt relieved. That's true. After all, Wang Yu is just an 18-year-old high school student, not some perverted creep. What was there for her to worry about? They all love cleanliness, couldn't find anything else. Just tell me if it can be used. It can. Wang Yu hurriedly took it and sniffed it. There was a faint fragrance. He then pointed to another red blindfold in Huang Sini's hand and said, the blindfold probably won't be of much use. How about you trouble yourself to bring Comrade Feng Qian's quilt over? Huang Sini, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This isn't a blindfold. Then what is it? Wang Yu widened his eyes, looking left and right. No matter how you look at it, it's an eye mask. Normally, eye masks are hung on the ears, but this red eye mask has a buckle design. To prove this point, Wang Yu took it and directly put it on his eyes. He fastened the buckle, and it fit perfectly. It just happened to cover Wang Yu's eyes. It's hard to imagine such a small piece of fabric having any other use. Look, this is an eye mask. I'm not familiar with them. If the scent isn't strong or distinctive enough, I'm afraid it will be hard to find. Huang Sini was completely speechless. Stomping her foot, she said, anyway, this is the only option. No matter what you say, you must find the person for me. We will also use our own methods to search. Let's split up and act separately. Report immediately if there's any news, understood? To preserve the reputation of Team 11, Huang Sini still decided to search separately from Wang Yu. Strive to find the missing team member one step ahead, so at least some face can be saved. And Wang Yu was happy with this arrangement. Alright, Captain Huang. Mission guaranteed to be completed. Wang Yu agreed without hesitation. After all, finding and even rescuing 2 team members on his own is definitely not the same as just taking credit for being a tracker dog. In the battle outside the pharmaceutical factory, he indeed turned the tide and stole the spotlight. But compared to the trouble he caused, it still seems rather insignificant. We must seize every opportunity to make meritorious contributions. So, just after the team regrouped and learned from Chen Feng that a member of Team 11 was missing, he immediately volunteered. And after his previous performance, the higher-ups indeed had even more faith in his abilities. They even allowed him to act alone. So he hurriedly agreed, carefully tucking Yang Lu's underwear and Fang Qian's eye mask close to his chest for safekeeping, so he could confirm the scent at any time. Then he immediately set off. He first arrived at the position of the 11th squad. At this time, the lockdown had not yet been lifted, and many armed police officers and soldiers were still cautiously and meticulously searching. 2 special squads with lighter losses also stayed on site to search and stand by, in case any culprits slip through the net. Additionally, the pharmaceutical factory's equipment and materials need to be thoroughly searched to see if there are any clues. After Wang Yu stated his purpose, a helpful special squad member named Zhou Wei immediately volunteered to guide him. The armed police lost over 20 people. Although we didn't lose anyone, we still have injuries and disabilities, resulting in significant personnel reduction. With such heavy losses, yet not even a trace of the mastermind, Captain Kong is definitely going to be furious. And Team 11 even lost 2 people, including Deputy Captain Yang Lu. She is an elite of our Zheolong Commando, incredibly strong. If we can't find her or if something bad happens, it would truly be a great loss. Brother, if you really have the ability, you must bring her back. Zhou Wei was naturally sociable, and within 2 minutes, he was already warmly calling him brother. In his words, he held Yang Lu in the highest regard. At the mere mention of this name, even his eyes seemed to light up. You know Yang Lu? Zhou Wei's face flushed slightly as he scratched his head and said, of course I know her. She's the flower of the military. Except for newcomers like you, who in our Zheolong Commando unit doesn't know her. He looked around mysteriously, lowered his voice, and leaned close to Wang Yu's ear, saying, brother, to be honest, I've always liked her. Yang Lu is not only beautiful but also has excellent military skills. When it comes to fighting, her fierceness and decisiveness are even more impressive than a man's. She's truly captivating. If it weren't for the rule in the team that forbids dating female soldiers, I would definitely pursue her. As he spoke, his eyes were full of longing. But brother, you don't know, once you become a deputy captain or captain, an officer, you're free to date. I've been training hard, thinking that one day I could achieve something great, become the captain, and maybe have a chance to be with her, openly date and get married. But now she's become the vice captain, and I'm still nothing. Now that danger has come, I can't even offer any help. Zhou Wei felt both discouraged and anxious. He patted Wang Yu's shoulder and said sincerely, so, buddy, if you can find her this time, not only will you achieve something great, but you'll also be doing me a favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word. If I so much as frown, I'll write the character Joe upside down. What the heck? Randomly running into someone, turns out they're quite a passionate secret admirer. Wang Yu was taken by surprise. Previously, when Night Owl mentioned Yang Lu, it seemed like he was practically drooling with desire. Is this Yang Lu really so beautiful and so charming? He was curious. Originally, he was looking for someone just to complete the task and earn merit, but now, he was also a bit eager to see what this goddess, who captivated so many people, actually looked like. No problem, this is a task. Even if you didn't say so, I would still do my best. Good brother. Zhou Wei felt a surge of excitement and emotion upon hearing this. After walking a bit further, he pointed ahead and said, this is the position of Team 11. Which direction did they initially pursue? Wang Yu asked. Zhou Wei immediately shook his head. I don't know either. Didn't Captain Huang tell you before you came? She probably forgot. Why don't you quickly ask Captain Huang? No need, I have a way. Wang Yu waved his hand to refuse. Such important information, Huang Sini, as a special forces captain, would not forget to inform him about something like this. The reason for not telling him is probably to test whether he truly has tracking abilities, then immediately activated the super olfactory talent. Wang Yu closed his eyes, focused his mind, and the super olfactory talent was instantly activated. Various complex smells in the air rushed into his nostrils. There was the pungent smell of lingering gunpowder, the earthy stench, the sweat of the armed police officers, and a faint scent of blood. There was also the decayed and foul stench belonging to werewolves. He carefully distinguished, trying to find the unique sense of Yang Lu and Fang Qian amidst the chaotic smells. After a moment, a faintly familiar scent finally entered his olfactory perception range. It was the faint fragrance remembered from Yang Lu's underwear. But the problem is, there are surprisingly many places marked with this scent. The scent's path is also varied, even going in completely opposite directions. It feels nothing like the trajectory of the same person. It's more like Wang Yu used a scent to lock onto the entire Squad 11 team. What is going on? Wang Yu Yu opened his eyes, completely stunned. Could the super olfactory talent only be used to find obvious targets like werewolves or vampires? No, it successfully locked onto Chen Feng's scent before. The reason for this result is still because he isn't familiar enough with them to capture their unique, distinctive sense. Wang Yu analyzed silently. How is it? Seeing Wang Yu frowning, Zhou Wei's face looked a bit unpleasant. Don't worry, let me try again. Saying this, Wang Yu reached into his pocket. First, he took out Fang Qian's blindfold and sniffed it, then carefully took out Yang Lu's underwear and sniffed it as well. He carefully compared the similarities and differences between them. It was only then discovered that there were many similarities and very few differences. No wonder. From training to eating and sleeping, and even to carrying out missions and fighting, they were almost always together. It was entirely normal for the scent on their bodies to be very similar to each other. This time, Wang Yu's focus was mainly on the differences. Then he squatted down, close to the ground, to capture more subtle scent clues that matched. Soon, he distinguished two unique scents from all the chaotic smells. Found it! Wang Yu excitedly waved his fist, his heart full of excitement. However, at this moment, Zhou Wei looked at him with both shock and anger. You, what is that thing you're holding in your hand? A bad feeling surged in Zhou Wei's heart. Judging by Wang Yu's behavior, his tracking ability was clearly focused on scents. At this moment, Wang Yu suddenly took something out to sniff and compare, which undoubtedly indicated that these items belonged to Yang Lu and Fang Qian. But at this moment, Wang Yu was holding a pair of panties in his left hand and a bra in his right hand. All of them were overly private items. No matter which one belonged to Yang Lu, it made Zhou Wei furious. He felt as if he hadn't even won over Yang Lu yet, and there was already a green glow shining above his head, so the mindset was somewhat shattered. He loudly accused, "You pervert! Of all things to smell, why must you smell someone's underwear and bra? This is a bra, not an eye mask?" Wang Yu was slightly stunned. Shaking it and looking at the flimsy fabric, he found it hard to believe and felt a wave of lingering fear. You have to know, he had put this thing on his head right in front of Huang Xini. Impossible, how could a girl's chest be this small? What's the difference between this and not wearing anything? That must be Fang Qian's. Zhou Wei said without hesitation, that little pepper is famously flat-chested, the kind you wouldn't even notice if she walked into the men's bathhouse topless. Although she's pretty and quite capable, her figure is too lacking. That's why she's still no match for my goddess, Yang Lu. Wait, why am I even telling you this? You pervert! Hurry up and put down my goddess's underwear. Smell it again, and I'll flatten your nose. Zhou Wei gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and felt an overwhelming urge to beat Wang Yu up. He had not yet seen the battle report and was unaware of Wang Yu's formidable strength, which was already on par with his own. It just feels like Wang Yu was specially recruited into the Jiaolong Commando unit because of his tracking skills. A rookie soldier actually dares to desecrate her goddess like this. He must be tired of living. If it weren't for discipline, Wang Yu's head would have been beaten to a pulp by him. Even with discipline, he cannot allow anyone to desecrate his goddess like this. Seeing Wang Yu's shamelessness, Zhou Wei instantly burned with anger and charged forward, fists raised. Wang Yu didn't expect Zhou Wei to suddenly rush at him. His eyes narrowed, and he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Zhou Wei's furious punch. Brother Zhou, calm down. This is really for completing the mission. Wang Yu shouted loudly, but the speed is very fast, and the strength is also great. It has clearly far exceeded the limits of an insect-level super warrior, reaching the standards of a rat-level super warrior. An ordinary member of another team is actually stronger than Chen Feng, the deputy captain of the 7th squad, comparable to a vampire, which is at the level of a viscount. Just like Wang Yu. Good timing. After advancing, he has only fought with werewolves and hasn't sparred with humans yet. Seeing that Zhou Wei was determined to fight, he became interested as well, ready to take this opportunity to further familiarize myself with my strength and hone my skills. At the same time, I want to see what gaps exist between myself and Special Forces members of the same skill level. So I quickly gathered my clothes and assumed a defensive posture, dodging while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Zhou Wei, in a fit of rage, attacked recklessly. Soon, after a few moves, Wang Yu found an opportunity. Seizing the moment when Zhou Wei's punch missed and his body lost balance, Wang Yu reached out and grabbed his arm. With a strong swing, Zhou Wei was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and dust filled the air. What? Zhou Wei was thrown so hard that he felt completely disoriented, his entire back aching as if it were being torn apart. He was a bit dazed. A veteran who had served in the army for 7 or 8 years, an elite member of the Jiaolong Commando for 4 or 5 years, had actually been knocked down by a rookie. How is this possible? Zhou Wei's face was full of disbelief. He sprang up like a car, feeling even angrier inside. You brat, you actually dare to fight back. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Saying this, he lunged at Wang Yu again. This time, Zhou Wei decided not to underestimate his opponent and not to hold back. He immediately used standard combat techniques. The moves were both precise and seasoned, with great speed and power. Wang Yu instantly felt immense pressure. He was hit several times by Zhou Wei and barely managed to hold on thanks thanks to the formidable physique of a Viscount-level vampire, avoiding being directly knocked down. Is this the combat power of a rat-level superpowered warrior? So strong. Wang Yu originally thought that having practiced martial arts with his father since childhood, combined with the formidable physique of a Viscount-level vampire, he shouldn't lose so easily even if he were to lose. But now, after actually engaging, he realized that his combat skills were still far behind those of Special Forces soldiers of the same level. He was completely outmatched, with no chance to fight back. He felt both shocked and ashamed. He had originally thought that his outstanding performance this time was on par with, if not better than, veteran soldiers of the same level. As it turns out now, he still took advantage of being a vampire. He could strike hard first without being criticized or stopped, and also achieve twice the result with half the effort when searching for werewolves. Otherwise, if it were a head-on confrontation, any random Special Forces member could easily defeat him. Little did they know, at this moment, Zhou Wei was even more shocked than Wang Yu. Wow, this guy is so fierce? Seeing that Wang Yu had exchanged so many moves with him without falling, Zhou Wei was stunned. You have to know, the new recruits of the Zhelong Commando team generally only have the strength of the initial level of the insect rank. The more skilled ones might reach the mid-level or even the upper level of the insect rank. Moreover, the stronger the combat ability, the more it indicates a combat-oriented type, making it impossible to have any special additional abilities. He originally thought that Wang Yu had a talent for search and perception, so his combat ability should be very weak. At most, he would just be at the insect level, so at the beginning, he acted without any strategy, planning to casually punch Wang Yu twice and be done with it. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu's combat ability turned out to be so strong. Not only is his agility impressive, but his moves are also seasoned. His strength and speed are almost on par with his. This kid also has rat-level strength. Zhou Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. It was in the 8th year after enlisting, after countless superpower gene enhancement serums and professional training, that he reached the level of a mouse and gained such strong combat abilities. And now, Wang Yu, a rookie, is already almost on par with him? How is this possible? Even though the Zhelong Commando is one of the top special forces in the country, when did the team ever have such an impressive rookie? He looked at Wang Yu in astonishment, and then his expression suddenly changed. You're a vampire? Seeing Wang Yu's fangs exposed due to the intense fight, Zhou Wei's expression immediately shifted from shock and admiration to disgust and anger, and even hatred. Damn thing, how could the team accept a vampire? Due to his identity, Wang Yu's information was highly confidential. Even though it has now been exposed, Zhou Wei, busy carrying out missions, had no time to watch the news and was unaware. So, upon discovering that this incredibly skilled new recruit was actually a vampire, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did you pass the political review and medical examination? What's your mission infiltrating our Zhelong Commando team? Wang Yu opened his mouth to explain, but Zhou Wei suddenly threw a punch at him. No need to argue. I'll interrogate you properly after I catch you. Brother Zhou. Wang Yu helplessly dodged the punch again and shouted loudly, calm down and listen to me first. Although I am a vampire, I stand on the side of humans and have always been helping humanity. Captain Kong and Captain Lei both know about my situation and identity. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Nonsense. Zhou Wei didn't listen at all, and his attacks became even fiercer. While fighting, he shouted, there's not a single good vampire. All you do is suck human blood and harm humanity. My teammates all sacrificed themselves while fighting vampires. You blood-sucking beasts, I'll kill you. Zhou Wei's eyes were red. This time, he was truly going for the kill. The offensive is even more fierce than before, with every move aiming to kill. Wang Yu struggled to cope, facing repeated setbacks. He didn't even have the energy to speak. No, if this continues, I'll be seriously injured. Getting beaten up doesn't matter, but if it affects the mission, that would be bad. In that case, Brother Zhou, don't blame me for not playing fair. After making up his mind, Wang Yu decided to give it his all. It's not that he wasn't giving his all just now. If it were a normal sparring match, he had indeed used all his strength and was indeed no match for Zhou Wei. But the problem is, he can still cheat. Since his identity as a vampire had already been exposed in public, even under the media's cameras, there was no need for him to hide it. With a swoosh, blood flew out from within his body. A barrier of fresh blood formed less than an inch away from the body, blocking Zhou Wei's aggressive punch. Then, raising a hand to counterattack, it was defended by Zhou Wei, who then prepared to strike back. But at that moment, another fist formed of fresh blood struck toward Zhou Wei's forehead. Bang bang bang. Another round of intense exchanges ensued. This time, Wang Yu utilized his blood manipulation talent, as if he had suddenly grown 2 extra hands out of thin air. With this coordination, he unexpectedly made up for his lack of combat power and fought Zhou Wei, who was now going all out without holding back, to a draw. Filthy vampire, with such strength, you still act coy and pretend to be weak to deceive others. You infiltrated the Dragon Commando team with absolutely ulterior motives. I'm going to risk my life to catch you today. Zhou Wei charged forward once again. This time, it was no longer just about giving his all. Zhou Wei was fighting with a completely desperate approach. Sure enough, as he said, he had staked his life. Hiss. Facing Zhou Wei's even fiercer and more professional round of attacks, Wang Yu dared not be careless in the slightest. He finally had to use another one of his talents. Eagle Eye. He focused all his attention, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Wei's every move. The talent of the Eagle Eye allowed him to assess and even predict the surrounding offensives. Then, relying on his sharp reflexes, he continuously sidestepped and retreated to evade attacks. He waited for the right moment, watching for any flaws to appear around him. At the same time, he also felt a certain energy within him rapidly draining away, just like when using the super sense of smell ability. So this ability can't be activated indefinitely at will. I must finish this fight quickly. Wang Yu was startled. Every move Zhou Wei made carried immense power, the wind from his punches whooshing loudly as they brushed past Wang Yu's body, making him feel waves of pressure. Although he was giving it his all, his actions were unexpectedly meticulous. Even under the watchful gaze of the Eagle Eye, he did not reveal any flaws. However, Wang Yu did not panic too much. He carefully sensed it and found that the rate of energy consumption was about the same as when he fully utilized his super olfactory talent. Based on his previous experience using super smell, at this rate of consumption, his Eagle Eye could still be activated for a full half hour. There was enough time to look for an opportunity to counterattack. Thus, while dodging, he carefully observed Zhou Wei's movement habits and flaws in his techniques. Suddenly, Zhou Wei swept a high kick toward Wang Yu's head. Opportunity. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly crouched down, simultaneously reaching out with both hands to grab Zhou Wei's ankles. This move was a bit underhanded and not something to show off, but it was the only solution he could think of, combining his sharp observation and his own abilities. Bastard! Damn vampire! Truly filthy and despicable. Zhou Wei saw the situation was unfavorable and wanted to pull his leg back and jump away, but Wang Yu held on tightly and gave a strong pull. Zhou Wei lost his balance, and his body began to sway. He hurriedly bent down to hit Wang Yu's back. Bang! Zhou Wei was unable to leverage his strength in midair, rendering his skills useless. Wang Yu seized the opportunity and followed up with a rapid series of punches, attacking Zhou Wei's entire body. Zhou Wei fought back with all his might, managing to counter a few moves in midair, but still got hit by several of Wang Yu's punches. Just as he was about to land, Wang Yu timed his move perfectly. Grabbing Zhou Wei's fist, twisting it forcefully, he pinned Zhou Wei's arm behind his back while pressing his knee against Zhou Wei's lower back, rendering him immobile. Victory! Wang Yu's heart was stirred. He hadn't expected that by fully utilizing his two combat talents and going all out, he could directly take down a seasoned veteran. A surge of excitement filled his heart, but he couldn't show it, because the most urgent task is to resolve the misunderstanding. Brother Zhou, now you should calm down and listen to my explanation. Wang Yu held onto Zhou Wei tightly, his tone sincere yet urgent. Let go of me. Zhou Wei's face was flushed red, both embarrassed and angry, shouting repeatedly, "You bloodsucker, how dare you use such despicable tactics? Let go of me quickly, you brat. If you have the guts, let's fight fair and square again. This time, I'll definitely kill you. Then I absolutely can't let go." Wang Yu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. At this moment, he happened to notice a steel cable specifically used for tying up werewolves on Zhou Wei's waist, so he tied him up and activated the communicator on him. This is the former position of Squad 11. We've encountered a situation and request support. After saying that, Wang Yu found a crooked tree and hung Zhou Wei up. Let go of me. Bastard, son of a bitch, damn vampire, I'll fight you to the death. Zhou Wei kept shouting, seemingly full of defiance. But Wang Yu had no time to tangle with him. He took out Yang Lu's clothing again, sniffed it to confirm the scent and direction, and then continued tracking. This action made Zhou Wei's face turn green with anger. Stop, you damned vampire. Don't desecrate my goddess. I'll tear you to pieces. All vampires deserve to die. Zhou Wei's shouting gradually faded away. Wang Yu focused entirely on tracking Yang Lu's trail, his steps relentless as he swiftly weaved through the forest. Although Zhou Wei's cursing still echoed in his ears, finding Yang Lu and Fong Qian to complete the mission was the top priority at the moment. Suddenly, he noticed a faint trace of a bloody scent not far ahead. Moreover, he seemed very familiar with the smell of this blood. Wang Yu's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at a relatively open area, where he saw two pools of blood on the ground, along with traces of a fight nearby. Wang Yu crouched down and carefully examined the bloodstains. A smaller trace of blood was mixed with Yang Lu's scent, and it was a source Wang Yu was familiar with. Isn't this the scent of that pack of superpowered blood covered in icy frost from my hospital room? So it was her. After discovering that Yang Lu had even provided him with superpowered blood, essentially helping him, Wang Yu became even more eager to find this missing mysterious beauty as soon as possible. Became even more worried. There are signs of a battle, there is blood. It must have been an encounter with the enemy, and a fight broke out. Werewolves? Or vampires? Wang Yu stopped in his tracks, using his super sense of smell to carefully search the area. But to his surprise, he found neither the scent of vampires nor werewolves here. There wasn't even the scent of any other humans. The scent of another pool of blood was mixed with Fong Qian's scent, clearly indicating it was Fong Qian's blood. In other words, without any enemies around, the two of them actually started started fighting each other? Wang Yu was startled by his own speculation. What on earth is going on? Wang Yu stood up, his brows tightly furrowed, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the situation. Yang Lu and Fang Qian were teammates, and logically, they shouldn't be fighting each other. Yet the evidence at the scene undeniably pointed to this conclusion. Could it be that someone is interfering, using some special means to make them lose their minds? Wang Yu muttered to himself, but he immediately dismissed the idea, as there were no suspicious traces left at the scene, nor any unusual smells. Could it be internal conflict? Why at this time? Yellow team. To quickly figure out the situation, Wang Yu immediately sent a message to Huang Xini. How is the relationship between Yang Lu and Fang Qian usually? Why are you suddenly asking this? Huang Xini was startled, but still replied honestly, their personalities have always been a bit incompatible. Is it possible that they had a disagreement, got into a fierce fight, and one of them ended up dead while the other fled to escape punishment? Wang Yu knew this speculation was a bit far-fetched, but based on the existing traces, this was the only conclusion he could draw. Impossible. In the communicator, Huang Xini's voice suddenly became sharp. Wang Yu, I asked you to help find someone, not to spout nonsense here. Wang Yu scratched his head helplessly and said into the communicator, Captain Huang, I don't want to speculate like this either, but the situation at the scene is just like that. There's no scent of the enemy, only their bloodstains and signs of a fight. I really can't think of any other reason. That's absolutely impossible. Huang Xini insisted, my soldiers are the most outstanding girls. Even if they have some personality clashes in private, they would never do something like this on the battlefield. Really impossible? Wang Yu continued with his speculation, Captain Huang, think about it. If they had encountered the enemy and gone missing, or even been captured, would they not have had time to call for backup? The reason they mysteriously disappeared without any news is most likely because they broke out into a fight among themselves, and one of them might have even been ambushed by the other. Otherwise, how could there be no news at all? Faced with Wang Yu's questions, Huang Xini was at a loss for words, because she herself couldn't figure it out either. Yang Lu and Fang Qian are the most outstanding super warriors of Team 11, possessing formidable strength, with each having peak-level combat power equivalent to the mouse rank. With this level of strength, they could serve as team leaders in other squads. Given their capabilities, no matter what kind of powerful enemy they encounter, it would be impossible for them to be unable to call for support or report the situation. Although Wang Yu's speculation is far-fetched, it is currently the only explanation for this situation. Could it be that with the enemy at the gates, her team members actually had an internal conflict on the battlefield? And after the conflict, both of them disappeared. Could it be that the two really fought to the death, reaching the point of no return? Impossible. Huang Xini couldn't believe it. Where are you? I want to come over and see the scene with my own eyes. Got it, Captain Huang. I've already sent you the coordinates. Since the situation was unclear, Wang Yu didn't dare to assert that his guess was absolutely correct. He quickly sent the location to Huang Xini and then continued searching for clues. The scent of the two people was interrupted by a river. It seems the other party has strong counter-reconnaissance abilities, guessing that someone might use scent as a clue to track them, and deliberately used the river to cut off the trail. However, the scent-capturing ability of the super olfactory talent is extremely strong. Unless they stay in the river the entire time, as long as they come ashore within the ability's range, the tracking can continue. And after Wang Yu advanced to the rank of Viscount, when fully activated, the range of this innate ability had reached an astonishing 200 kilometers. Especially now, in addition to normal sense, Wang Yu could also lock onto the direction through the scent of the two people's blood. Thus, when fully activated, he quickly detected the scent of the two again, 30 kilometers away on the opposite shore. No disposal of the bodies, still bleeding. In other words, at least no one has died yet? After realizing this, Wang Yu felt a significant sense of relief, but he was still somewhat worried that something serious might happen. So, without waiting for Huang Xini to arrive, he followed the scent all the way down. And to be safe, he kept sending Huang Xini the route and coordinates along the way. Zhou Wei, a special forces soldier who had just reached the level of a mouse-class superpowered warrior, had already exerted all his strength to barely achieve victory. This was still due to the advantage of catching the opponent off guard with cunning tactics. Yang Lu and Fang Qian are said to both be peak mouse-class superpowered warriors, as well as elites and standouts among the special forces. He definitely didn't want to fail in achieving merit and end up sacrificing himself instead, so he was extremely cautious while tracking. Sure enough, he discovered several extremely dangerous traps along the way. After overcoming countless difficulties, he finally arrived at a crematorium.